Hanseon was once just a weakling in the inn times, an ordinary person abandoned at the bottom of society where the strong dominate and the weak can only survive on the edge. Unable to awaken his powers, he was scorned, oppressed, and tasted all the bitterness of a hopeless life. Before his parents passed away, Sang-gyun had lived in despair, drowning in dark days with no way out. But fate changed on the day he was brutally beaten almost to death by a cruel person. It was at that moment that the Tower of Trials chose him as its climber. From a weakling, crushed beneath others, Sang-gyun begins a frantic quest for power. There is no room for mercy or hesitation. He walks the path of the death god's summoner, where only fighting blood and endless desire to live and dominate prevail. 7 years ago, on the day of the disaster's fate, An innocent girl suddenly looked up, sensing that something was wrong. A terrible disaster called the dungeon collapse has occurred. Over there! Screams echo loudly as monsters pour out, destroying everything. Because of that terrible incident, many people suffered greatly. Help! The boy! Sang-gyun desperately shouted among the chaos as everyone was fleeing, and then his parents also died in that tragedy. That was the day Sang-gyun lost everything in an instant. Holding back tears and bleeding from the pain, he vowed to himself that he would become a hunter, tear apart monsters, and kill them all. And then 7 years later, on the same day at the Disaster Memorial Park, Sang-gyun was expelled from the Hunter Training Center. Damn it, you collapse, punching the ground in frustration. A hunter, huh? That's right. The man sarcastically called out your name in a serious tone. Student Han Sang-gyun, I will be direct. You don't need to go to the training center anymore. Hearing those harsh words, Sang-gyun was stunned and asked back unconsciously, Yes? Why are you saying that all of a sudden, sir? Sunan stammered in panic, desperately trying to find a reason. Why was I expelled from the academy? Listen carefully. The muscular trainer with his arms crossed explains. Those who have awakened will have a few months to complete their training in the exclusive training hall. And you also know that they usually debut as hunters afterward. But you, he looked at Xian with a serious expression, emphasizing each word. That time has already passed. 7 years have passed. Since it has come to this, I will tell the truth. He coldly declared that your talent was even worse than trash, and concluded mercilessly that if we kept you here, our training center's reputation would also suffer. The sneers of the other students echo behind him, seeing him come to train every morning. Truly persistent. But unfortunately, what's so unfortunate? It's stupid not to know where you stand, but a person's stats might not increase at all. Even after 5 years of training, Sang-gyun angrily crushed the water bottle in his hand, letting his frustration pour out. Besides unlocking unique traits and gaining skills, how could Sang-gyun tremble with rage and yet his stats not increase at all? How is that possible? Amidst his chaotic thoughts, a suddenly clear voice asked, How did your father pass away? It's me, the little girl with the cheerful helmet raising her hand. I know, I remember. Hearing that, Sang-gyun simply responded softly as her memories flooded back. The girl proudly recounted how when the monsters attacked, her father had died saving others until his very last moment. The mother gently stroked her daughter's head and said, That's right, my dear. So if you face any difficulties in life later on, what should you do? The girl quickly replied, Be strong and don't give up. The girl finished her sentence, and those words unwittingly planted a seed of hope in Sun's desperate heart. The mother held her daughter tightly. My girl is so strong. The warm moment between the mother and daughter touched Sang-gyun's heart, and unexpectedly he bowed deeply to them. The mother asked in surprise, Who are you? Without a word of explanation, Sang-gyun turned around and started running away, leaving the mother and daughter looking on in confusion. That's right. Sang-gyun kept running and told himself, How have I endured this for 7 years? Tears streamed down his face as he clenched his teeth and said, I can't stop here. With all his might, he shouted at himself that he wouldn't give up as the rain began to pour, washing away his despair. Under the heavy rain, Sang-gyun returned to the training center and headed straight for the familiar door of the director's office. The cold director said, Please go home now, but Sion begged earnestly. Sir, just once more. The boy bows his head in the rain, voice trembling. Please help me take the hunter exam again. I can't give up like this. Suddenly he roared in anger, his face contorting with rage. You damn bastard! Why can't you understand? Sang-gyun was startled and terrified by his sudden change in attitude as he grabbed Sang-gyun by the collar. Oh, you're here because you regret wasting your money, right? Fine, you bastard. I'll just give you back half of the membership fee. Sang-gyun stammered. It's not about the money. Sang-gyun shouted in despair. Nonsense. The director gritted his teeth and threw a punch square at Sang-gyun's face. The punch was so powerful that Sang-gyun was sent flying backward and fell into a pile of trash. The director sneered cruelly. Are you saying that's not what you meant? You worthless failure! He uttered his final insult as he saw Sionin lying defeated on the ground. Sang-gyun painfully struggled to get up through the dirty rainwater. That year, he cried out in shame and helplessness. If I also had a unique trait, just having a little talent would be enough. Then as tears merge with the rainwater, a blue notification suddenly appears before my eyes. The challenge tower is praising your iron will. Sang-gyun is stunned, praising someone. What the hell is this? You panic as a mysterious force pulls you into the puddle of rainwater, which seems to have transformed into a portal to another dimension, just as a scream echoes from somewhere nearby. Help me, I can't believe this! This bastard! The director rushed over intending to give Sion a beating, but when he arrived, he only saw an empty puddle of rainwater. He looked around in confusion, muttering in bewilderment. How dare you cause a... Seeing Sang-gyun's remaining baseball cap in his hand, he was completely confused about what was happening. What? He angrily threw his hat to the ground, muttering in frustration, that damn troublesome kid. Meanwhile, Sang-gyun was falling freely into an endless blue water space, struggling in despair as a feeling of suffocation overwhelmed him. I can't breathe. Suddenly, a blazing golden light erupts from below, pulling Sang-gyun upward. He found himself floating in a strange space as a notification appeared, indicating that the challenge tower had selected all suitable candidates from Earth. Sang-gyun was confused and wondered, is this the challenge tower? Could a second disaster have occurred? Other notification panels keep appearing. Please choose your difficulty. Sang-gyun stares intently at the screen, listening for the next announcement. The reward you receive will be proportional to the difficulty level you choose. Sang-gyun bit his lip, thinking he didn't know what was happening, but in front of him were three options. Easy, normal, hard. My instincts tell me this is the right move. With eyes blazing with determination, Sang-gyun reaches out to seize this opportunity. A purple beam of light envelops him as he makes his choice, and two new notification panels appear. We hope you will achieve a satisfying result after enduring the suffering, and will soon advance to the first floor of the trial tower. Sang-gyun is still stunned by the sudden change. The final notifications appeared just as your body started to vanish. All the challengers' abnormal stats and conditions will be restored. You are entering the first floor of the trial tower. The challenge will begin soon. Get ready. The challenger. When Sion opened his eyes, he saw himself lying on a cliff overlooking the vast sandy plains under the blazing sun. He stood up, gazing in amazement at the unfamiliar landscape before him. Is this a desert? A notification panel appears again, indicating that a weapon will be provided. Immediately after, a sword begins to form from particles of light. The sword suddenly plunged into the sand right in front of Sion, causing him to startle and step back in surprise. Two notification boards appeared, clearly explaining the current mission. The theme of this challenge is survival, and the reward for completing it is unlocking a unique trait. A unique trait. Sang-gyun was stunned, his heart pounding in his chest. Memories of the 7 years of hard training suddenly flooded back. I'm about to get what I've worked so hard for over the past 7 years. I wonder in doubt and hope, a unique trait as a reward? This is crazy. Oh. Sang-gyun grits his teeth, clenching his fists, his eyes burning with an unprecedented determination. He looked at the sword and said, First, I need to get the sword. Sang-gyun had only taken a few steps when the ground suddenly shook violently, causing him to stumble. He turned around in panic and shouted, What is that? The tutorial challenge will start. The challenge tower difficulty level has been selected. A sand golem has appeared right in front of Sang-gyun. The sand begins to gather, forming a giant monster with blazing eyes. Sang-gyun recoiled in horror, losing his mind, trying to survive against the sand golem within the time limit. With 9 minutes and 58 seconds remaining, the golem swung its massive arm. Damn it, Sang-gyun hurriedly runs for his life. The force from the golem's strike throws Sang-gyun off balance. He gasps for breath after the impact. Sang-gyun looked up in shock as a new cold notification appeared. Penalty for failed challenge. Death, Sang-gyun shouted in horror and risked everything to dodge another attack from the golem. Running and panting, he desperately wondered if he could really escape the sand golem by running like this. He quickly realizes a harsh truth. Although it seems slow, it is actually faster because of its size. He felt his strength gradually running out. With his stamina, he couldn't run continuously for 9 minutes. He glanced at the countdown clock, only 9 minutes and 11 seconds left, gripping the sword's hilt tightly, realizing the only way out. The world had given him a sword and told him to survive. Anyone can see what they have to do. Either die trying to run away or die fighting. Sang-gyun shouted, turning to face the monster. Seeing the towering golem, a wave of despair washed over him. Damn it, how can I possibly beat that thing? The voices of those who mocked you echo in your mind. What could possibly go wrong? It's so stupid not to know where you are. Damn it! Sang-gyun grits his teeth, overwhelmed by helplessness and anger. An illusion appears, a giant about to crush you, whispering, "You are nothing in this world. Are you going to die a humiliating death just for trying to run away? Are you shouting at yourself?" Sang-gyun used all his strength to dodge a devastating punch from the golem. Standing firm again, the knowledge gained over the past 7 years suddenly became clearer than ever. 7 years of effort to become a hunter. When it comes to theory, I can now confidently say that I understand better than most hunters in the field. There's no answer if I keep running away. I need to find another way to survive. Sang-gyun's eyes focus on the glowing red core in the golem's chest. Monsters like golems will stop moving if I can destroy their core, but their cores are usually located in hard-to-reach places. Sang-gyun muttered to himself as he dodged the golem's attacks, a sudden idea flashing through his mind. If that's the case, he turns around and runs toward a giant sand dune, putting all his strength into his legs to gain momentum on the sand and make it easier to reach. Sang-gyun shouted as he ran up the sand dune and jumped towards the charging golem. He swung his sword, stabbing the creature's arm, using the golem's arm as a ramp. Sang-gyun starts running up its body. The monster roars angrily, trying to shake him off. Amidst the blinding sandstorm, Sang-gyun remains persistent and keeps moving forward. When he is close to the target, he tells himself, "Now I can reach it." With blazing eyes, he gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into it. "There!" Sang-gyun roared, swinging his sword toward the glowing red core, the blade clashing with the core and producing a deafening sound. He uses his whole body to push the sword deeper, and a small crack appears on the surface of the core, surprising Sang-gyun. "Huh?" The golem roared in pain and threw Sun away. He muttered hoarsely, "Tougher than I thought," sweat pouring down like a shower. He gritted his teeth, damn it, clinging tightly to a piece of rock on the golem. Gongmin prepares himself if he can hit it one more time. The pain from his wounds and exhaustion make him scream out in agony. "Ha ha, I knew it." The mocking words from the past echo in my mind like a curse, but luckily it's nothing. What could possibly go wrong? Just a fool who doesn't know his place. "Your hand is bleeding, but you grip the sword tighter," Sang-gyun shouted. "Stop!" trying to drown out the voices in his head. "Shut up, you bastards!" He roared one last time, pouring all his remaining strength into the crack on the core. A blazing stream of red energy erupted from within. The light in the golem's eyes fades away as its core shatters. When the core breaks, notification screens appear, indicating you have destroyed the sand golem's core. With 7 minutes and 8 seconds remaining, you completed the guiding challenge. Sang-gyun collapsed alongside the shattered pieces of the disintegrating golem. He knelt on the ground, blood and sand covering his body, breathless as he asked himself, "Did I really do it?" He looked down at his wounded body, still unable to believe he had killed the sand golem. "Is that really me?" A painful yet satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Still, I barely managed to beat it. Congratulations, you have cleared the first level of the challenge tower." Standing in the vast desert, Sang-gyun whispered to himself, "I survived." Then, a series of reward notifications appeared. As a reward for passing, you have unlocked a unique trait. As a reward for passing, you have received 1,000 points. As an additional reward, you have received the Quick Heal E+ skill and 500 points. Cyan was stunned, eyes wide at the array of rewards he had never dared to dream of. He raised his sword, battered and injured, and muttered as he looked at the floating notification screen. "I can't believe it." Sad memories flood back, and he recalls how hard he has truly worked over the past 7 years. But all that was met with contempt and mockery. A beam of light envelops Cyan. When the most important notifications appear, you have unlocked a unique trait. You have been granted the unique trait of soul summoning technique. Hope ignites in your heart, and you too can become a hunter. However, Sang-gyun gritted his teeth and his eyes became sharp. All of this could only happen if I survived. Suddenly he felt something strange. From where the sand golem vanished, a thick black mist with red energy streams began to gather. Sang-gyun was confused. What is this? He hugs his injured arm, cautiously observes, as a black bone screen appears where the sand golem died. When he reaches out toward the bone screen, the notification panels display your unique trait. The soul summoning spell has been activated. Do you want to absorb the soul of the sand golem? You stare intently at the bone screen, your mind swirling with questions about souls. Absorbing this black bone screen, is this my unique trait? The black bone screen extends tendrils toward Sang-gyun as if inviting him. He shouted A. As he made his decision, black and red energy streams tightly wrapped around his body, causing Sang-gyun to scream in pain and surprise. After a moment, the bone curtain disappeared, leaving 2 messages. You have absorbed the golem's soul. Your proficiency has increased by 7%. Sang-yoon looked at his hands in confusion, trying to understand what had just happened. Suddenly, a blazing red energy sphere burst out from his chest. He gasped in amazement. Sang-yoon felt a strange connection with the sphere. So the number of souls is 1 out of 5. Sun realizes he can sense souls. Does that mean he can store souls if he absorbs them? He closed his eyes, focusing on this new sensation. If I try using it like this, I could permanently increase my stats with the souls I've received. Your strength increases by 3. Your stamina by 2. A red aura surrounds Eon, granting you unprecedented power. You can clearly feel the change. I can sense it, like energy flooding through my body. Memories of those pointless training days come back. I haven't been able to increase my stats for 7 years, but now I can permanently boost them. A detailed skill info panel appears, highlighting the unique feature of the soul-possessing technique. Proficiency, 7% basic effect. You can absorb the souls of the dead and use them at will. Additional effect, you can permanently increase your stats. The level of increase is proportional to the rank and quality of the souls used. Additional effect, you can store and use souls. The number of souls you can store increases with your level. Sang-yoon smiled wildly, blood and hope in his eyes. If I return with this skill, I can also become a hunter. At that moment, a blue portal opened in front of him. Please proceed to the waiting room. Sang-yoon silently stared at the portal, hesitating for a moment, then sighed and accepted his fate. I guess I have no choice but to go now. And as I step forward, the gate pulls me in. Sang-yoon was thrown out of the gate, sprawling on the cold stone floor. He lay there, gasping in pain. Damn it, my wounds are worse than I thought. A gentle green light surrounds my body, healing all my injuries. Huh? All my wounds have been healed. Will my body automatically heal itself once the challenge is over? He lay down on the floor, lost in thought, and said, "Forget about that. How could they put a single bed in such a large room?" Sang-yoon tiredly sank onto the only bed in the room. Now what should I do? Can I really escape from this tower? Why was I called here in the first place? Suddenly a notification appeared, startling him. You can use the following 5 commands. Information, shop, community, inventory, challenge. He sat up suddenly, staring intently at the screen as the commands below would activate the functions. Sunun muttered, 5 commands? He gently slapped his cheeks to regain his composure and firmly told himself, okay, now I need to focus on surviving. Sang-yoon takes a deep breath and says, Challenge. You cannot select a challenge until the 2-minute timer for the next level challenge has elapsed. Please wait for him to sit on the bed and accept the truth. I know. There are more challenges like this. Try a different command. Community. You have joined the community. The difficulty was high. A chat window appeared, filled with chaotic messages from others. Lee Eung-jin asked, Is anyone able to explain what's happening? Bae Jinggu was terrified. Damn it, don't tell me this is the second disaster. El Haijin is confused. Everyone. My stats and skills are back to what they were before I awakened. What should I do now? Others are also in the same situation. Sang-yoon realizes, oh, this is what they meant about the community. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation. Everyone in the chat was confused. Could it be that even non-hunters are being drawn here? Suddenly, the chat window flickered. Sang-yoon was surprised. Administrator 30's chat had been disabled. He stood up in shock and worry. A message from an administrator appeared. Administrator 30 has entered 30. We have important information to share with those who have passed the tutorial challenge. Even though I don't know how to go back, I need to remember all this information. Focus. The administrator continues. We will guide you on how to use the points you earned in the tutorial challenge. Points are used as currency in the challenge tower and are most commonly spent in the shop. You can also use the community to give or receive points from others. In the challenge tower, you can't even get a drop of water without points. Points can only be earned through challenges. The last message leaves Sion speechless. Points can only be earned through challenges. You realize how harsh this place is. In other words, I have to do everything I can to get used to the rules of the tower. Not being able to have water without points means I need to keep participating and overcoming challenges to earn points. That's all we have to share. Administrator 30 has left. The story has been unlocked. Sang-yoon scratched his head in frustration, feeling disappointed. I thought I could become a hunter just by going back. He sat quietly, staring at his sword. I can't do much with just this sword. He decided to buy a wooden shield and some dried food at Sang-yoon's shop. He reasoned that all the hunters had lost many stats when they entered the tower, but they would easily relearn the skills they had previously acquired. He stands up, fully equipped with sword and shield, his eyes full of determination. That's why I can't forget that I'm not starting at the same point as them. If I don't train, there's no way I can catch up with them. After hours of non-stop training, he collapsed exhausted on the floor. A greenish-blue light envelops the body, healing wounds and restoring stamina. The character stands up, stretches comfortably, and looks perfect. Thanks to the healing effect of the waiting room, I can train easily and prepare for the next challenge. He sighed, still feeling mentally exhausted, and his stomach growled with hunger. What should I do about this hunger of mine? Inventory. A screen appears in front of him showing the backpack window with the items he just purchased. He takes a piece of dried meat and starts chewing. I only have 40 points left after buying a few things. If I don't get the bonus reward, I can't even dream of owning a car. The countdown appears, 17 seconds until the second floor challenge, and I realize time is passing much faster than I thought. He looked out the community window. Even the chaotic conversations were quite quiet as the second floor challenge approached. He stood alone in the large room, a sense of unease creeping in. Could he survive once more? He quickly dismisses his doubts, his gaze becoming resolute. No, I will survive. 10 seconds until the second floor challenge, the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, and the time runs out. A choice appears before him. Do you want to accept the second floor challenge? Sang-gyun hesitated not at all as the floor beneath his feet transformed into a water gate, pulling him into a different space. You fall freely into a lush green forest. 2 signs appear. You have entered the second floor of the challenge tower. The difficulty level has been set. Sang-gyun gently lands on the ground, looks around at the unfamiliar scenery, and mutters to himself, I guess this time it's a forest. A new mission is quickly assigned. The theme of this challenge is assassination. Assassinate the ORC tribe leader within the time limit. The image of a fierce ORC army appears in his mind. Sang-gyun exclaimed, a tribe leader orc. Yeah. He quickly moved to a high cliff to observe the situation. From above, a huge and crowded ORC camp appeared before him. Sang-gyun stood frozen at the scale of the enemy, cold sweat running down his forehead. A tribe of orcs. He observed the orcs patrolling the camp. His mind quickly analyzes the situation, so he grits his teeth, unable to believe this crazy mission. Do they want me to go into that swarm of orcs and defeat their leader? He continued observing the large orc guards fully armed. They look incredibly strong and alert. Hiding in a bush, Sang-gyun uses all the knowledge he has gained over the past 7 years. Usually in dungeons, if there's a guard in the orc tribe, you could also say there's a hunter. It's hard to say you can beat an orc hunter bar, but the problem is, there are many orcs you perceive as threats. To defeat all the orcs, you need at least a team of E-rank hunters to ensure you don't die. You know how weak you are. Your eyes become vacant, and a sense of helplessness takes over. What should I do now? This is hopeless. He was about to retreat. I will retreat now, and come back later with a plan. But a sudden thought made him stop. A spark flashes in his eyes as a bold plan takes shape. There is a way to complete this challenge. Sang-gyun takes out a torch and uses a system function to create some firewood. He mutters, good, I can make enough firewood. The flickering flames illuminate his determined face as he uses the system panel and the fire to create something. A cunning smile spread across Sun's face. Oh, this works. Although orcs look like lazy pigs, they are a quite diligent race. The boy recalls an important piece of information. Hiding behind a tree, he continued to watch them. Hunters always go hunting in the morning. They will return when the sun begins to set, so I have plenty of time. The only way to complete this challenge, a challenge with maximum difficulty and a disadvantage in numbers, is to use fire. Sang-gyun's eyes burn with the reflection of the plan's fire as he watches the ORC guards leaving their posts. According to the Hunters Guild, ORC guards don't always stand watch. They return to the village to eat or rest, and you've found a loophole in their defense system. Sang-gyun begins his attack, throwing prepared torches into the orc village and setting a blaze. The orcs inside panic as the fire suddenly erupts, screaming and scattering in chaos. Sang-gyun watches the ring of fire he created from afar, thinking that if he blocks the village with fire, he won't have to worry about facing the returning ORC hunters. He continues to follow the panicked ORC workers. Before that happens, I need to kill at least 2 of the worker orcs. I secretly follow a group of orcs heading towards the riverbank. As an orc worker bent down to get water, he seemed to sense something unusual and looked around cautiously. Immediately, Sang-gyun leapt out from his hiding spot underwater and drove straight into the orc's throat. It only managed to cry out in pain before a familiar black and red bone aura began emanating from the orc's corpse. The unique soul extraction skill has been activated. Do you want to absorb the ORC's soul? A smug smile appears on Sion's face as he is enveloped by dark energy. He whispers, "This is exactly what I've been waiting for." You have absorbed the ORC's soul. Your proficiency has increased by 9%. You feel a new surge of power flowing into your body. A deep, commanding voice echoes from behind. "Yes!" Sang-gyun turned around and faced a giant orc twice the size of the others. A guard. Sang-gyun immediately recognizes the threat. A guard. The guard roared fiercely and swung his weapon down with terrifying force. Sang-gyun barely managed to raise his shield in time to block. Pushed back by the guard's strength, Sang-gyun grits his teeth and screams in his mind. Had absorbs using stored souls, your stats will increase permanently. A blue light surrounds Sang-gyun as he gathers his strength to repel the attack. The ORC looks confused by this sudden change. Your strength has increased by 4 and agility by 2. Sang-gyun's eyes glow brightly as he feels his new power. After a brief but fierce battle, Sang-gyun defeated the guard. He gasped for breath, realizing it would be very dangerous if he became careless. The quick recovery skill has been reactivated. Using stored souls will permanently increase your stats. Stamina has increased by 4. He comments, "Oh, this guard has also increased his stamina." Strength has increased by 2, agility by 3. Sang-gyun clenched his fist, feeling confident. If things continue like this, the danger of fighting a single guard will decrease significantly. Sang-gyun returns to the path leading into the village engulfed in flames. Getting ready for the next phase of the plan, he quietly calculates in his head. 3 workers, 1 guard, and an old chieftain. There are 5 in total. The final target, the elder orc leader, is hopelessly commanding the remaining orcs. If I am careful with the guard, I won't have any trouble defeating the elder orc. The old chieftain is protected by a loyal guard trying to put out the fire. Sang-gyun charges into the attack. Thanks to absorbing the guard, the workers are completely unthreatening. He easily takes them down. Blood splatters as he clears the way to the main target. He charges into the chaos of the battle. Sang-gyun faces the clan leader and his bodyguard head-on, struggling to fend off the attack from the bodyguard. Amidst the flames, the weak-looking clan leader begins to flee, leaving the bodyguard alone. Sang-gyun realizes the bodyguard has separated from the clan leader. It seems he has given up protecting the old man. You know this is your chance, which means this bodyguard is the last obstacle. He rushes forward, shouting with all his might, and puts all his strength into his attack. His sword pierced through the body of the guard. The old clan leader could only cry out in despair as he was consumed by the flames. Sang-gyun stands over the corpse of the guard, staring intently at the victorious flame. The clan leader summons a pillar of fire. Sang-gyun gasped in shock as a massive stream of fire erupted from the chief's staff, burning Sang-gyun. He screams in unbearable pain. "Aye!" The orc chieftain roared in anger, but Sun remained standing firm amidst the sea of flames, his body resilient and unyielding. The orc chieftain's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Sang-gyun gritted his teeth, enduring the scorching pain. 2 notification panels appear, indicating the achievement of the Fire Endurance Challenge and the creation of the fire-resistant skill. With blazing orange eyes filled with hatred, Sang-gyun grits his teeth and says, "I'm sure to die now." The chieftain panically launched another fire attack, but it was too late. Sang-gyun charged through the flames and swung his sword directly at the chieftain. The elder shouted in agony, staggering back with his hands cut off, and realizing the situation was turning against him, he turned and fled toward the largest tent in the camp. Sang-gyun coldly observes, with no intention of letting the prey escape. The old chieftain trudges heavily across the dirt, leaning on his staff for support. Sang-gyun stood there, his sword emitting a blue glow, ready to end it. When he stepped in, he saw the clan leader kneeling, shielding 2 crying and frightened orc children with his body. One of the children clings tightly to his leg, trembling. Seeing this scene, Sang-gyun pauses. A sudden thought crossed his mind. "So, you also value family?" He remained silent, his face hidden in the shadows, as memories of that fateful day flooded back. Your parents' last words echo in your mind. "Sanun, run quickly. If you're my child, you'll survive." Suddenly, one of the orc children picked up a dagger, its eyes burning with orange hatred, and growled. Sang-gyun coldly said, "That's stupid. Seriously. Even if I become a ghost, your vow will echo again, severing the bloodline of your monsters. You end your vow with a brutal act as a notification appears. Congratulations, you have completed the 2nd level of the trial tower. You look at the broken shield in your hand. I can no longer use this shield. I'm alive thanks to you. You dismiss the notification windows and admit that this time I almost got caught. You open the community window and are stunned by what you read. Half of the members are dead? That's so cruel. Your eyes are fixed on the last 2 messages. Kim Si-hoon wrote, "Look at him killing half of the members." Hun Seo-jin announced with my question sheet that I found a way to return to Earth. hoping to ignite Sionun's heart again. Is there a way to go back to Earth? Everyone started sharing the information they had. The information is one of the 5 commands that can be used in the challenge tower. Please write your question. Submitted questions have been sent completely. The operator will send the answer. Every time you enter a new floor, you will receive a question card. Sang-gyun realizes he can use his question tickets there. Everyone begins to gather the most important information. A temporary teleportation stone is available for purchase, allowing a return to Earth within a few days after completing the 5th floor. Additionally, after the 7th floor, a major system expansion will occur, and items that enable permanent return to Earth will be sold. Sang-gyun looked up, clenched his fists, and thought if he returned to Earth with his current abilities and performance, he could become a top hunter. You look at your soul summoning skill menu. The unique trait of soul summoning forces proficiency to 65% for the basic effect. You can absorb the souls of the dead and use them at will. As an additional effect, you can permanently increase your stats. The increase rate is proportional to the level and quality of the souls used. Additionally, you can store and use souls. The number of souls you can store increases with your level. You step forward eagerly. If I had this ability on Earth, it would be completely cheating. I want to go to Earth. You try to stay calm. I just finished the 2nd floor. The 8th floor is a long way to go. Stay positive. My stats were nothing special. Now they are average and heading towards 20. He looks at his status board. Hans Sang-gyun's status, strength 18, stamina 15, agility 14. He absorbed all 5 souls by risking his life first. Then a powerful black and red energy enveloped Sang-gyun's body, causing his stats to skyrocket. Strength 27, stamina 25, agility 28, 5 magic skills, and unique traits like soul summoning, fast recovery, fire resistance, and pain resistance. Feeling an unprecedented surge of energy and full of power, he throws a punch into the air, creating a powerful shockwave that runs along the ceiling, laughing maniacally. Is this what I've heard about? The territory surpassing humans, he rushes forward at a terrifying speed. Oh, he screams because he can't control the sudden surge of power. You crash into the wall, causing a small explosion. You lie on the floor, blood dripping from your nose, smiling faintly. Because of my sudden growth, the distance within my physical body is really crazy. I decided to visit the shop and bought a dried ancient tree shield. A shield made from a dried ancient tree, created by a dark mage from a dead tree. When your stamina drops, a buff effect will be triggered. You said your gear would be perfect if you used the reward items from the previous challenge, with the Black Steel Gem E increasing reaction speed by 5% and attack speed by 10%. A dagger made of black steel has absorbed dark magic. The Assassin's Cloak reduces all senses by 10%. When agility is below 50, all applicable stats will increase by 5. Magic effects and movement speed will increase for 1 minute. The cooldown time is 24 hours. Sang-gyun equips all his new items. He takes a deep breath and decides to familiarize himself with all his items and stats before the next challenge. With unwavering determination, he declares that he will become so strong that no one can reach him. A portal opens, signaling the next challenge has arrived. You have entered the 3rd floor of the challenge tower. The chosen difficulty level for the challenge tower is one-on-one combat. Sang-gyun looks around the new space and sees that he is standing inside a vast cave. A cave. The Darkness Guardian will arrive in 10 seconds. This warning startles Sang-gyun. With 5 seconds until the Darkness Guardian arrives, he braces himself like the sand golem, ready for an attack from any direction. Get ready, 3 seconds. 1 second until the shadow of the Darkness Protector arrives. A shadow separates from Sang-gyun's own shadow, forming an enemy identical to him. Sang-gyun immediately realizes the true nature of the enemy. The shadow attacks, and Sang-gyun struggles to defend himself. Yeah, you grit your teeth as you face your clone, and you must defeat the Shadow Guardian. Sang-gyun and his clone clash fiercely in a brutal battle, both charging at each other. The sword strikes clash, sparks flying in the dark cavern. In a moment of vulnerability, the clone slashed past Sang-gyun's back, leaving a deep wound. You activated the quick recovery skill. Sang-gyun thought in horror that if he hadn't moved, it would have severed his spine. He stepped back, looked at the clone's stance, and suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, that stance. Sang-gyun stared at the opponent, a terrifying hypothesis forming in his mind. Is that bastard copying my moves? He grits his teeth and decides he'll find out the answer after fighting it. The two charge at each other again. The identical sword skills are unleashed. The clone suddenly growls, and the wounds on its body start to heal. Sang-gyun was stunned as it growled, its body shrouded in a dark aura. You let out a dry laugh. I guess it can use a healing skill. The clone attacks again. Its strikes become more powerful and precise. Sang-gyun stepped back. I see now this monster is copying me. Did you dodge a deadly attack from the clone? An idea flashed in his mind. If that's the case, he could exploit his own swordsmanship weaknesses to defeat him. Sang-gyun began using complex and deliberate sword techniques to lure the clone into mimicking him. He thought to himself, perfect, just like that. He suddenly changed his attack, aiming at a weakness he deliberately created. Sang-gyun was confused. Wait, what is that? The clone didn't fall into the trap and even counterattacked more fiercely. You were knocked back by a surprise attack. You grind your teeth and ask, isn't that just a coincidence? Or did it become stronger in such a short time? The clone roars defiantly as a blue aura surrounds Seon. The assassin's cloak has activated its innate effect, increasing movement speed by 15%. You realize you don't have much time left. You can't drag this out. You need to finish it within a minute. With only 9 seconds left, the clone also sensed the urgency and growled. Sang-gyun charged at maximum speed, his cloak fluttering behind him, and he launched a decisive attack. Both swords clashed, sparking a fierce battle. Sang-gyun gasped for breath, sweat pouring down, and it was effective. He slashed at its shoulder. The clone roared, suddenly swung the dagger back and cut off Sang-gyun's arm. Yeah? Sang-gyun gritted his teeth, his face showing shock and pain from the attack. You scream in pain as the agony hits you. You step back, gasping for breath, and tell yourself, it's not over yet, pay attention. Suddenly, your clone stands still, its body contorting in a strange way. It doesn't move. Sang-gyun observes, even if that thing has crazy healing skills, it still needs some time to recover. This is my chance to kill it. He looked down at his only remaining dagger, but what should I do if I don't have a sword? Add 15% to your remaining movement speed. 0 minutes, 11 seconds. Not much time left. He looked at the shield in his hand. It might be crazy, but dying trying is better than dying in vain. He charged forward, all in. He swings the shield like a weapon, while the clone barely manages a surprise cry, with Kun using his speed to close in and attack relentlessly. The clone tries to attack with its deformed arm. Sang-gyun grits his teeth and puts all his strength into his shield. He pushes it back but still refuses to let go. He growls as he presses the clone so hard it can't resist. The clone begins to deform horrifically under Sang-gyun's attacks as Sang-gyun raises his bloodied shield high. He growled, "Die!" and slammed his shield down with all his might. Congratulations. You have passed the 3rd floor of the challenge tower. You have entered the waiting room of the 4th floor. All negative effects and wounds have been healed. A stream of healing light envelops his body. He looks at his completely healed hands. He touches the wall, feeling its solidity. He throws a punch to test his new strength. The wet wall turned into a giant spiderweb. You grinned widely as if you had fully recovered 1/5 of your soul count. The soul of the twin that I obtained after passing the 3rd floor challenge. He looked at the dark soul orb floating in his hand and wondered, compared to the other monsters I've faced, the density of this soul is unmatched. As soon as you absorb the soul, a series of notifications appear. The unique trait, Summoning Technique, has reached 100% mastery. Your Summoning Technique F rank has increased by 1 level. Summoning Technique E. Unique Feature. Summoning Technique E. Proficiency 0%. Basic Effects. You can absorb the souls of the dead and use them at will. Additional effect. You can permanently increase your stats with the increase proportional to the level and quality of the souls used. Additional effect. You can store and use souls. The number of souls you can store increases with your level. Additional effect. When absorbing a dead person's soul, you can randomly acquire one of their awakening skills with equal chances. Sang-gyun was stunned. Can I absorb their skills? Additional effect. When absorbing a deceased person's soul, you have an equal chance to randomly acquire one of the soul's awakening skills. He realized it was similar to how he gained rapid recovery after a near-death experience. Skills are not easily obtained. I never thought I would get such an awesome trait. Of course, there's an element of luck involved. Well, I guess we'll have to see how lucky we are. You've entered the hard difficulty community at level 4,880 over 1,508, browsing forums for the 3rd time, and the atmosphere is starting to feel like home. You pay attention to a lively discussion. Yeah. Oh, that's information about the next challenge. Kim X-eung is trembling. It seems that the 4th floor challenge isn't a regular one, but an integrated test. What is that integrated challenge, Onseo? Is there something special about it? Kim X-eung shivers. It seems like everyone here will face the same challenge. Sang-gyun muttered to himself an integrated challenge. He concluded that it seems we will have to work as a team. Kim Si-eung trembles. I might be overreacting, but I've figured out that the theme of this challenge is competition. a contest among hunters which can only mean killing each other. A horrifying realization dawned on Sang-yoon that in this challenge he might have to kill others. Sang-yoon's terrifying thoughts are interrupted. You've been paired with another challenger. The fourth floor challenge begins now with the remaining time. Survive the shared trial by defeating the Goblin King within the time limit, and a giant castle gate appears before him. The challenger team faces death, or the remaining time as punishment if they fail the challenge. Death. A blue light envelops Seonan, preparing to teleport him to the arena. He appears alongside two others, a large man wielding a greatsword and a woman holding a scepter. All three stand in a complex magic circle. Sun is surprised. You look at your reluctant teammates, feeling a bit awkward and embarrassed since you've only ever seen monsters before. The woman holding the staff spoke up first. Now that we're a team, why not start with introductions? She introduced herself confidently. My name is Lai Yaron. I mainly support the team and used to be a rank E hunter. She looked at Sang-gun and assessed him. A hunter? I guess our hunter isn't too bad either. The big man grumbled. I am Lai Sang-gun, a melee hunter, and I used to be a D-rank hunter, Sanan thought. Why did he act like that? I guess he's a big shot if he used to be a D-rank. You go back and introduce yourself. Nice to meet you all. I'm Hans-gyun. I also specialize in melee combat on the outside. Keep going. I'm not a hunter, but I hoped to become one. Sun immediately mocked. What? Are you an apprentice hunter? Sang-gun thought coldly. Just don't bother me. That's all Sun said arrogantly. I'm confident I can fulfill my role, and Sun replied, of course. Sun warns. Let me warn you first. If I determine that you're a threat to the team, you'll be eliminated. The ghosts of past contempt come back to haunt me. You bitterly thought, I'm used to this already? I forgot about that. Sun orders, new recruits stay back and handle the small fry. Meanwhile, I secretly assess that although I don't like him, I can say he's skilled enough to prove his words. All three stand before the castle gate. Sun thinks to himself that the challenge tower is a place where skill is everything. The challenge is a 3 versus 3 competition to work with your teammates and complete the task before the other team. The castle gate will open now. The heavy gate slowly opens, and a horde of ferocious goblins charges out from the darkness. Sun rushed forward, swinging his great sword, struggling to fend off the roar. How are all those goblins moving so organized? Then he turns and shouts at Sang-gyun, What the hell are you doing, rookie? Hurry up and fight! Sang-gyun calmly stands there after defeating a goblin, which makes Sang-gyun even angrier. You didn't even bother to pay attention to what's happening. I can't believe it. That's right. Or Ion was casting a spell when Sun interrupted. Shut up, hurry up and punch me now. While I fend off the goblins, I've used up all my support spells. Sang-gyun approaches her. Sun Lai the skilled. It seems he needs a little help. Sorry for a moment. Are you surprised by Ion's actions? Wait a moment. Sang-gyun rushed past her like a gust of wind, causing her to scream in panic. Han Sang-gyun, she desperately shouted. What will happen to the rear guard if you break the formation? She watched his back, completely confused about what was happening. Huh? The battlefield is littered with goblin corpses. Still standing there in shock at the sight of Sanan wiping out the monsters alone, she said in disbelief. No way! The goblins charge forward to attack. Meanwhile, Sun is struggling to fend off the goblins' attacks. He grits his teeth, those damn bastards. More skilled goblins start to appear. One of them swings a spiked club at Sun. He only managed to raise his hand to block and was knocked back. Another goblin jumped up, swinging his sword at Sun, who was losing his balance. He could only curse in despair. Damn it! He shouted in regret and anger, wishing he didn't have that damn rookie in the team. Just as the sword was about to strike down, a shadow rushed in, launching a counterattack. Sang-gun's eyes widened in shock as the soldier screamed while being torn apart by Sang-gyun's lightning-fast slashes. Sang-gun stammered, the new recruits. Sang-gyun turned back coldly and said, Lee Sang-gun, please step back. Sang-gun remained silent, his face showing shock and shame. Sang-gyun glanced at him, his voice emotionless. You're a damn burden right now. Sang-gyun charged into the goblin horde, his sword dancing in deadly moves. You have achieved the Goblin Hunter achievement. You become a destructive tornado on the battlefield. Sang-gun gapes in disbelief as the last goblin falls, dark mists swirling around Seonan. He stands among the souls waiting to be absorbed, thinking that they probably can't see his unique trait. My sword energy should be able to absorb them easily, right? Using the stored souls, your stats will increase permanently. Strength has increased by 3, agility by 4, stamina by 2, and endurance by 7. One of the skills possessed by the goblin archer will be absorbed. Sang-gyun is surprised. Skill. The archer's knowledge with 0% proficiency effect will expand your overall vision and make it easier to spot approaching enemies. He wondered about his vision. Suddenly, his field of view expanded, and he could see the entire battlefield clearly. He realizes, oh, so this is what it feels like when your vision expands? He smiles confidently. You hit the jackpot. You return to your teammates. They are looking at you with completely different eyes. Sun forces an awkward smile, as if he has just been lucky. You applied, facing the weak enemies, but you did well. Neither of them knew what to say, so Sang-yoon pulled down his hood and took the command book. From now on, I will lead and give orders. I think that will be better for the group's effectiveness. Cyan's icy blue eyes are cold and sharp as he looks directly at his stunned teammate, his voice carrying an invisible pressure. Could there be a problem with you, Awakens SS? Sun-gun clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his temples, and a cold sweat ran down his face. He was clearly furious and embarrassed, but he couldn't find the words to protest. In the end, Sun finally relented and reluctantly replied, I understand. Is there anything else I can do besides that? Sang-yoon paid no attention to his sarcasm and continued giving orders. From now on, just protect the Haeyeon hunters. Cyan then turned to Hyeon with a gentler voice. Awakens SSS, just keep doing your job as before and support us from behind. Hyeon immediately nodded, smiling with confidence. Yes, I understand. Sang-yoon concludes, I hope everyone will cooperate until the end. Sang-yoon decisively declares, then we will continue the search. Immediately, Haeyeon raised her staff, a green light enveloping her as she prepared to cast her spell. At the same time, a notification appeared in Sang-yoon's mind as he began absorbing souls from the nearby corpses. All goblin souls will be absorbed. A new surge of power flows through him, and his proficiency has increased to 11%. He continued forward, clearing more goblins blocking the path, and the notifications kept appearing. His proficiency rose to 12%. There are 14 minutes and 37 seconds remaining. After pushing deeper into the ruins, the group stops. Sang-yoon said thoughtfully, I am sure the Gyopilin usually appear periodically, but now they are strangely silent. Suddenly, thanks to my new skill, I can see something unusual. You stay alert, then immediately rush forward, startling your two teammates. Sang-gun and Hyeyeon quickly follow, not understanding what's happening. Sun shouted, What the hell is going on here? In front of them was a dry fountain with fresh battle marks and scattered Gyopilin corpses. I think there were other challengers who passed through here before us. Sang-gun couldn't believe it. That's crazy. How could they be so fast? He also agrees. Sang-yoon kneels down and touches the bloodstain on the goblin's corpse. He feels the warmth still there and says, It's still warm. If we hurry, we can catch up to them. He stands up, his voice becoming serious and urgent. If another team defeats the boss before us, we won't get the reward needed to complete the challenge. And then everyone will die. Sang-yoon's eyes shine with determination. We'd better hurry. As soon as you finished speaking, another pack of monsters charged in from somewhere. Their savage screams echoed everywhere. This time Sun no longer hesitated. Duong Qian and his sword raised, charging straight into the monsters alone, perfectly fulfilling his role. Suddenly, a shadowy figure swooped down from above, twin blades flashing with deadly intent, while the creature below could only scream in terror. The stranger lands softly on the ground, his face twisted with disgust. Killing these goblins is starting to make me feel sick. This is the last group, right? After speaking, he charged into the goblin horde, moving as fast as the wind, leaving behind only their desperate screams and the monsters' corpses. He leapt into the air, spun around, and delivered precise strikes, finishing off the remaining goblins in an instant. His eyes flashed with a blazing red light as he sneered a word of contempt before charging down. Fools, the battle was over in an instant. He stands there amidst a pool of blood and the dismembered bodies of goblins. Two of his teammates approach from behind. One appears to be Wong, and the other a mage. Both of them said together with admiration, Well done, LS. Hung turns around with an annoyed and exhausted expression. He grumbled, Damn it, I did all the hunting myself. Then he asked the drinking person in a stern voice, Hey Lai Jin-ho, are you happy being carried by me? Jin-ho was startled, quickly waved his hands, and stammered in reply, No. Hung Nim sighed in frustration. Whatever, go open the boss's room door. He said to hurry up and finish quickly so we can go back. Lee Jin-ho nodded happily and ran toward the door. Yes, I will open it right now. Hi, Uncle Nim. But as he got closer, Jin-ho's smile vanished, his face turned pale, and he muttered in fear, Damn it. At that moment, blue system notification panels suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The conditions had been met. All members of the Challenger team will enter the Goblin King's Spiral Tower. The boss fight will begin when only one team remains. Sang-gun stood in the distance, silent as he read the fate's inscription. No one could leave their current position. Cyan's entire team looked up in utter confusion as a giant, glowing, red, transparent cube descended from the sky, covering the entire area and swallowing both teams inside. Lisa stared in shock at the sealed-off space and muttered, "What the hell is this?" The wizard and his team panicked and pointed ahead. "Young Nim is over there, hi!" Ung Nim sighed and muttered a curse. "Damn it, this is getting complicated." Without hesitation, he stepped forward, blocking his teammates and declaring firmly, "I will handle them myself." Handle. Sang-yoon turned to Ha-yeon, his voice calm and calculating. "Please just point out the quick and agile ones for me." She can entrust all the remaining friends to Leon SSC. Hei-ayan silently listens, her eyes filled with concern. "I know you're very strong because I've seen your power with my own eyes, but human hunters can be even more terrifying than monsters." Siona nodded slightly, her determined gaze unwavering. "I understand. If the situation becomes dangerous, I will let you know." Then he said, "At that point, you'll have to rely on her for support." Heian took a deep breath, channeling her magic into the staff, and responded firmly, "I understand." A greenish-blue light enveloped Sionan. At the same time, notification panels appeared, quickly increasing by 2. The agility boost effect will last for 10 minutes. Sang-yoon silently thought, feeling the surge of power, that he was stronger than an ordinary hunter and had already slain over 30 goblins here. On the opposite side, Leon ordered his teammates, his face full of caution. "He's coming. He's about to leave." Sang-yoon clenched his weapon tightly, his blue eyes shining with a determined light. "If it were me now, I could do it." Immediately, Sang-yoon burst forward, running like an arrow, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the force. He was terrified, sweat pouring down as he saw Sang-yoon's incredible speed. He never expected his opponent to be this fast. He hurriedly shouted, "Lee Jin-hoo, use your shield with all your strength." Right now, Jin-hoo was scared, but still obeyed immediately. "Yes!" Jin-hoo roared, channeling all his energy into the shield and activating it. A giant pyramid-shaped wall of golden light appears, shielding the entire team. Sang-yoon is in the air, holding his sword high, his body wrapped in dark energy, ready for a devastating strike. Clang! A deafening clash echoes as Sang-yoon's sword strikes the top of the light shield, causing a blinding explosion. The shield shattered and disappeared into countless fragments. Wail. All 3 members of the Sen team were blown back by the devastating aftershock of the attack. Sang-yoon landed softly on the ground, having completely broken through the enemy's defenses and charging straight into their formation. Immediately, a chaotic battle erupted as Sang-yoon faced off alone against both of the enemy's main damage dealers. The blue and white swords clash, sparks flying endlessly. From afar, Sang-yoon and Hei-ayan could only gape in amazement, unable to believe what they were witnessing. He grits his teeth, one hand numb from the impact, and groans. Sang-yoon moves like a shadow between the 2 enemies, his sword and small shield perfectly blocking and countering every attack. Sen attacked while feeling confused, sensing something strange. His skills were clearly more refined, yet he was blocking his own attacks in a very odd way. Sang-yoon's eyes suddenly flashed with a deep blue light, and he silently decided to use more strength. Sang-yoon gently deflects Sen's attack, causing him to lose his balance. Seizing the moment, Sang-yoon swings his final sword, a blue energy enveloping the blade, and he roars, "This is the end!" Clang! Sang-yoon's sword perfectly blocks S's attack. Sen was stunned for a moment, unable to believe his eyes. Sang-yoon's blue-green eyes remained steady, focused intently on every tiny movement of his opponent. S clenched his teeth, a horrifying truth flashing through his mind. Through his eyes, he could see the path of his sword. Realizing he had been seen through, S immediately stepped back, trying to create distance. Suddenly, the small shield in Sion's hand emitted a blazing red light. He was startled as Sun's entire vision was engulfed by a red light, and he muttered in panic, "Damn it, my perception." Seizing the moment when the opponent was blinded, Sang-yoon charged forward, his sword blazing as he pierced through Sen's body. He only managed a cry of pain before collapsing into a pool of blood, grinding his teeth as he uttered his final curses. "This damn bastard." As soon as the last enemy falls, the system notifications appear. "Congratulations, you have completed a special mission. An additional reward will be granted for the 4th level challenge." The battle is over. Sionan's team stands there among the enemy corpses, the silence almost deafening. Hai-yeon stared intently at Sang-yoon, noticing blood dripping from his clenched hand. She narrowed her eyes, sensing something strange and wondering. Is he trembling? Hyeon cautiously approaches, voice tinged with concern. "Are you okay?" Sang-yoon, with a blood-stained face and clothes, turns back and softly replies, "Yes, I'm fine." Hei-ayan quietly analyzes. He might be in shock after killing for the first time. "I thought he was a strong and cold person." Sang-gyun turned away from the corpses and looked at his two teammates, asking, "Do you all think it's okay to start the boss fight right now?" Hyeon nodded. "I'm fine." Sun, still in shock, also replied, "I feel the same." The boss room door opens, and the Goblin King appears with a fierce roar. Without hesitation, Sang-gyun charged forward, his sword flashing a deadly streak. He finished off the boss with a single strike. "You have defeated the challenger target, the Goblin King." Sang-gyun stood there, his sword still stained with blood, as the giant boss collapsed behind him. Sun stammered, his face pale with fear. "They say he's a monster." The final notification screens appear. "Congratulations, you have completed the 4th floor of the challenged tower. The completion reward is a 4-point increase in all stats. You have received the Instant Acceleration Skill D as an additional reward. You will be teleported to the waiting hall," Sun hurriedly said. "I'm leaving now," and quickly stepped into the teleportation gate without daring to look back. Sang-gyun turned to Hyeon. "Awakens SSS. I wish you a safe return." Hyeon hesitated and replied, She looked at Seon with sincere voice and said, "I know this might be unnecessary, but you only do what you need to do." The image of the dead players flashed through her mind. Hyeon continued firmly, "That's something someone has to do. And if Sang-gyun SSI can't do it, I will." Sang-gyun was surprised by her words and gave a gentle smile. "I'm glad you think that way." As Sang-gyun turns away, Hyeon raises his hand as if about to say something, causing him to turn back with a puzzled expression. A sudden notification appears in front of Seonon. Lee Hyeon, the challenger, has sent a friend request. He silently stares at the screen. Hyeon sighs with a hint of regret. "We only managed to complete the 4th floor's challenge because of you, but I feel a little disappointed because I didn't receive any reward." She looked directly into Sang-gyun's eyes and made a proposal. "When you return to Earth later, please look for Lee Ha of the White Silver Gang." Sang-gyun watched Hyeon's figure as she entered the teleportation gate, his blue eyes shining with a complex emotion. Soon, only I was left standing alone in the empty waiting hall. The 2 teleportation gates gradually disappeared into the air. He sat down, surrounded by dark spirits drifting from the corpses. He told himself, "Now I am alone. I need to make a decision." His eyes focus on the soul slowly leaving Leon's body. A momentous decision lies ahead. Should I absorb a human soul or not? I remember when I first discovered I could do this. I hesitated because I knew that if I did, I would cross a line I could never return from. A crazed smile briefly appears on his face as the temptation of power rises. Clenching his fist, he has made his final decision. "I've made my decision." The dark souls from the corpses are immediately drawn toward me. They scream as they are absorbed. Sang-gyun's blue eyes shine with unwavering determination. "I need to become stronger, but I won't kill to achieve that. However, if circumstances demand it, I will do so. My dream of becoming a hunter has awakened other inner desires. The Challenge Tower has given me an opportunity, and I will seize it. I want to keep progressing in the Challenge Tower." You decisively step through the gate to the next level. You have entered the waiting hall of the 5th floor. Suddenly, the notification boards appear. The system has expanded. Challenge compilation. A system will rank all the challengers created. You are surprised by the challenger rankings. Please enter a nickname. He crosses his arms, thinking, humming softly. You decide quickly. This will do. Your nickname has been changed from Hans Sang-gyun to Hunter. A leaderboard appears. You read it and wonder, oh, very intuitive. I wonder if I'm on the ranking list? Your eyes widen in surprise as you see your result. Rank 16. Th. Hunter. A, along with detailed stats. Oh, you exclaim, my rank is much higher than I thought. Top 50 challengers are called pioneers, and those called pioneers will receive benefits at the 8th level. If you remain a pioneer up to the 8th floor, you'll receive a privilege called aura. You are curious. Is that some kind of skill called aura? He waved his hand, deciding not to think too much anymore. Let the mysterious song come and you'll find out. Please choose the soul you want to absorb. You currently possess 4 out of 15 souls, including Lai S, Lai Jinhu, Im, and Sang-gyun, the Goblin King. Sang-gyun chooses to absorb all the swirling dark energy around him. Using the stored souls, your stats will increase permanently. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling the power surging through his body. Now I truly feel like I have surpassed the limits of a human. You open the system shop and purchase a return stone F+. With the return stone F+, you can return to your original location within 3 days. Holding the stone in your hand might be better to see if you can bring your equipment along. You activate the stone, and you have used the return stone. Now, you will return to Earth. Sang-gyun thought to himself that he was going back to Earth. The repeated image 160 shows you being pulled into a space vortex. The challenger Hans Sang-gyun's desire to return has been confirmed. You have consumed a return stone, and now you will go back to Earth. The image of Sang-gyun being pulled into the teleportation gate, which closes behind him. Hansuni's challenger has returned to their residence. After 3 days, you will come back to the challenge tower. The scene shifts to a neat small room where Sang-gyun is lying on a thin mattress on the floor. The morning sunlight streams through the window as he slowly sits up, still a bit sleepy and dazed. His eyes settle on a noteboard covered with rules and strategies for dungeon crawling. I really am back. He leans back on the bed, his voice full of satisfaction. First, I'll sleep. Compared to the waiting room bed, this is truly heaven. After a while, you wake up with a groan. Ugh, you sit up, grimacing at the unpleasant smell. I can't stand this smell. I'm going to take a shower. You look in the mirror and exclaim in surprise. Huh? He stood up and accidentally kicked a hard object on the floor. He bent down and exclaimed in surprise. Sang-gyun took the sword and the small shield, a mischievous yet excited smile appearing on his face. He thought to himself, I just wanted to bring them back to the room for now, but bringing items from the tower to Earth really works. So that means other challengers can also bring items back to Earth. My eyes sharpened. I better act quickly. He envisions a future where more and more people start returning to Earth, and items will become countless, causing the prices of hunter supplies to drop sharply. He looks at the valuable gear in his hands and knows he needs to sell it as soon as possible. The problem is that only those with a hunter license can sell items. Your eyes are fixed on the noteboard listing the 7 rules to follow inside the dungeon posted on the wall. You pick up the phone, thinking to yourself that you initially planned to register for the hunter exam and take the test when you return to Earth. You scroll through your phone, your expression turning serious. I will be busier than I thought. Remember the image of a burly man who trained you? The director of the White Lotus Hunter Training Center? Now in his office, the man turned around upon hearing the phone ring. Hello? This is Director Hwang Man-ho of the White Lotus Hunter Training Center. A deep, somewhat brusque voice echoes. Han Sang-gyun calmly replies, It's me, Han Sang-gyun. Do you still remember me? Director Hwang leaned back in his chair, his tone filled with contempt. Of course I remember you. If you want to request a membership refund, you can do it online. Sil firmly said, You don't need to refund me. Director Hwang was slightly surprised, sat up straight, and asked with suspicion. Are you serious? You won't be able to change your decision later? Sang-gyun insists that he will not change his decision, but he has a favor to ask. Director Hwang sighs. If you want to use the White Lotus Training Center more, I can't allow it. Sang-gyun got straight to the point. Help me take the hunter exam. Director Hwang fell silent, stunned by the unexpected request. He said seriously, Do you forget your overall aptitude test results? You have been ranked at the bottom with the lowest possible score. Sang-gyun calmly replied, You know, Director Hwang continues, you have no unique traits or skills. So if you ask, son, he interrupts, so you mean even if I pay the membership fee, you still can't help? Sang-gyun's tone makes Director Hwang hesitate. He chuckled softly and changed his tone. Well, if you give me the money, I have no intention of refusing. Son's confident smile appeared on his face. So, we've made the agreement. Please help me join the hunter exam today. After the call, Sang-gyun stepped out of the bathroom, still damp with steam on his body, and let out a relieved sigh. Phew. You towel your hair and look at your reflection in the foggy mirror. He was stunned to see his body, with well-defined, bulging muscles clearly visible. He muttered to himself that his body had changed quite a bit as he improved. He shook his head, dismissing his surprise, and put on his clothes. This is not the right time for this. The hunter exam has been scheduled, so I better go. As soon as he stepped out of the apartment, he encountered a neighbor and thought to himself, Oh, it's the neighbor girl. I quietly watch the girl's back as she walks away. The normal life I hang wishes for, even just seeing the neighbor pass by feels truly wonderful. The boy greeted politely, saying hello, and the girl was slightly startled as she turned back. The girl looked him up and down, silently assessing that the neighbor seemed to be an older man trying to become a hunter. She responded politely. Hello? Seonun nodded slightly and said, See you next time, before walking away, leaving the girl to enter her apartment. The neighbor watched Seonun's figure, wondering in surprise if he was always this tall. As the scene shifted to Seonun standing by the roadside, trying to hail a taxi. He kept waving, but no car stopped. He muttered, Today is really hard to catch a taxi. He paused for a moment, frowning slightly, humming softly. Suddenly, he bent down, took a running start, and dashed off at a terrifying speed, leaving a blur on the pavement. A delighted smile appeared on his face. Ha, running is actually a pretty good method too. I'll be there in the blink of an eye. Soon, the skyscraper of the Hunter Association appeared before your eyes. You entered the main hall, where Director Huang and another man in a suit were already waiting. Both men looked at him with scrutinizing eyes. The atmosphere grew tense. Sang-gun smiled and greeted, "Long time no see, Director Huang?" Director Huang smirked and replied, "Ha ha, it hasn't been that long, right?" Sang-gun explained that recently he had to deal with some strange things, so he guessed that was why it felt like it had been a long time. Director Huang narrowed his eyes. "Strange things." Sang-gun only responded vaguely, "Something like that." The man in a suit stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Inspector Kim In-hoo. I will be responsible for grading this Hunter exam," Inspector Kim explained formally. "As you know, for this Hunter exam, Hans Sang-gun is exempt from the written and interview sections because Director Huang is observing. Do you have any questions about the exam process?" Sang-gun replied confidently, "I am familiar with the testing procedures." "Excellent. Then let's start the test right away." Inspector Kim said, "Please follow me." Sun followed, already holding his sword. On the balcony observing, Director Huang ordered Inspector Kim, "Inspector Kim, as I told you, make it fail as soon as possible." Kim responds confidently, "No need to worry about that. I have prepared the toughest opponents for a swordsman," Director Huang said into the Awakens SSS microphone. "If you're ready, please choose the difficulty level of the test. You can select between level 1 and 10. Sang-gun's eyes became determined and sharp. He recalled the past. During previous tests, he always took level 1 and always lost to a goblin. The image of you being defeated miserably flashes back. You look at your trembling hands because you were too weak. He raised his head and said with determination, "I choose." Director Huang sneered, thinking to himself, of course he would choose level 1, but Sion has already declared clearly, "I will choose level 10. Director Huang was stunned, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, and he stammered, "What?" Sang-gun slightly smirked. Director Huang gritted his teeth and muttered, "You crazy bastard." A mechanical voice announced, "The test will begin. Hunt the phoenix." A giant firebird appears from the magic circle. Its cry echoed throughout the arena. Sang-gun immediately felt an invisible pressure. Your movement has been reduced by 25% due to the predator's roar ability. You feel your sword trembling. From the observation balcony, Director Huang smirked maliciously. He thought to himself, there's no way this bastard can pass the test, but just to be sure, he had also tampered with its weapon. He gritted his teeth, a cruelly triumphant expression on his face. "I will show you the most brutal way to suffer the consequences of not knowing your place and starting to cause chaos." Under the arena, the fiery phoenix spreads its blazing wings, its body a giant living torch radiating intense heat. The monster roars thunderously and charges down, its fiery claws aiming straight at Sun. Sang-gun raised his head, his hair blown by the hot air, but his blue eyes shone with an unusually calm look, completely fearless. He remembers the day he saw his name on the final list of those who passed the hunter qualification test, and he and his peers celebrated joyfully. When he first became a hunter, he felt like he was the best. However, the gap between me and my colleagues gradually widened, and eventually I couldn't keep up with them. So I gave up. The image of him walking alone, left behind, comes to mind in a world where being born with talent is everything for hunters. I accepted that reality and stopped trying. People give up when they hit a wall they can't overcome. He justifies his weakness, claiming he's not the only one. Everyone does the same. Back in the present, he saw Sionin facing the phoenix, blaming his own failure on him. So Han Sang-gun, you should give up too. At that moment, Sang-gun raised his sword to block the phoenix's attack. Clang! A deafening clash echoed. Clang! The sword shattered into pieces. Sang-gun was stunned. Even if this weapon was low level, it shouldn't have broken like this. He looked up at the balcony, a flash of realization in his eyes. Could it be that the director was standing there, leaning on the railing with a smug and treacherous smile? He sneered in his mind. What are you going to do with a scratched sword? Ha! The phoenix doesn't give Sang-gun time to think. It opens its beak and shoots out a giant fireball. Sang-gun slightly smirked and said, "Well, it turns out to be better than I expected. This situation is perfect to test the skill I received during the 4th floor challenge." He whispers the skill name Instant Speed Boost. A blue aura surrounds his body, and he vanishes just before the fireball hits, easily dodging the attack. He runs up the arena wall at incredible speed, and then leaps toward the phoenix, muttering to himself mid-air with a smug smile on his face. "Oh, this looks much better than Squawk the Assassin's cloak speed boost." The phoenix roars in anger as it gathers an energy sphere at its beak. Sang-gun charged down like a meteor, wielding the broken hilt of his sword, and drove it straight into the phoenix's head with all his might. Screech! The hilt of the sword is embedded deep into the monster's skull. Blood and fire splash everywhere. Sang-gyun lands softly on the ground. As expected, the sword is too short, so he picks up a large shard from the arena floor. Gasp! With a loud scream, he spun around and threw the shard like a flying disc. Thwack! The shard hits the phoenix's head directly, ending it with a single blow. Thud. The force of the throw was so powerful it created a shockwave that shattered the observation balcony's glass shield. Director Huang shouted in utter horror. No, damn it, what the hell is this? The phoenix's body disintegrated into dust. A mechanical voice announces that the test is over. Congratulations. Sang-gyun stands in the arena, dusts off his hands, and casually waves goodbye to Director Huang, who is turning pale. Ah, you're still okay? I didn't know it would fly all the way there. Ha ha. Huang could only stand there in silence, frozen in place. Sei smiled knowingly as a female staff member at the guild reception desk happily handed Xian his hunter's card. Congratulations, you are now a hunter. Sang-gyun takes the card. Thank you. The female staff member added, you are now officially registered as a hunter with the guild. Sanyan asked to make sure that entering the dungeon and selling items could both be done, right? The female employee nodded. Yes. At the same time, elsewhere, Director Huang's hand trembled as he slammed it down on the table in anger and helplessness. Please explain to me what is going on. Director, he's losing his temper and shouting. I told you to ensure it would fail within 10 seconds, not let it get through. Director Huang sneered mockingly. It's ridiculous. Inspector Kim straightened his tie, trying to stay calm. We did everything we could. As you requested with Transcendent SSI's capabilities, we have arranged for it to be unable to pass. Director Huang, can't you lower its rank just a little? How can I possibly lower it any further? It killed a monster in a test that would at most rank it as D within 10 seconds. If I give it a D rank, I will face a complaint from the association. Sang-gyun suddenly burst into the room, interrupting the argument. He held up his hunter's license and said, I already have my hunter's license. Director Huang gritted his teeth and forced out, Congratulations, Han Sang-gyun SS. Sang-gyun stepped forward, looking at the two men with a tense expression, and asked with a knowing smile, You don't look very well. Did something happen? Director Huang burst into a fake laugh. Ha ha ha, congratulations to the member. No, I should call you Shan Han Sang-gyun. Sang-gyun replied. Oh, now I just realized. You turn your back and look out the window? Was Director Huang Manho's rank before retirement a C? Director Huang remained silent and then said sharply, What the hell are you trying to say? Sang-gyun turned back, his eyes sharp. So, do you remember the last time you called me a failure? You looked me straight in the eye and honestly, I think you're the real failure. Veins bulge on Huang's forehead, his eyes bloodshot with anger. That bastard. Huang roared and charged forward, throwing a punch at Sang-gyun. Inspector Kim anxiously shouted, Please calm down. Sang-gyun easily caught Huang's fist and quietly thought, as expected. The provocation worked, and he smoothly dodged the remaining punch. Sang-gyun bends down and delivers a powerful punch to Huang's body. Huang screams in pain as his missed punch hits the air, his blue eyes cold and unfeeling. This is self-defense, and this is a response. Smack! You delivered a sky-high slap that made Huang's cheek swell up. Huang staggered, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. He muttered in confusion. How could this be the strength of a Class C? Do you want me to become an exclusive hunter for the Hunter Association? Yes. The minimum salary is 1 million, and if you want more, you can negotiate. This is an offer that won't put you at a disadvantage. Sang-gyun looked at the business card with a bit of surprise. 1 million? Yeah, that's pretty high. Kim smiled because we saw the potential in Hunter Shan Han Sang-gyun. Sang-gyun suddenly called out, Director, be honest. I think you manipulated the difficulty of the test. Inspector Kim was taken aback, speechless. Well, I won't make a big deal out of it, but I can't sign a contract with someone I can't trust. Sang-gyun then said and threw the business card back. 2 days later, news reports on TV and newspapers were flooded with information about a strange phenomenon where hunters were summoned to the Challenge Tower. Sun stands in the room. Now everyone knows about the Challenge Tower. He holds his phone and a small drum, smiling softly. Hi, I sold the equipment at a pretty good price and used it effectively for 3 days. He looked at the clock on his phone. It's almost time. A system notification appeared, saying you will soon return to the Challenge Tower. He said, Great, as the purple light enveloped Sun. Your time is up. You will return to the Challenge Tower. He whispers with anticipation. At last I will feel the joy of growth again. As the light envelops my body, a hopeful yet slightly crazy smile appears on Sun's face. He whispers, I will be busy when I come back here. The swirling purple energy stream made him feel a bit dizzy as he was pulled through space. He opened his eyes to find himself standing on a high balcony overlooking the familiar lobby of the tower. I'm back at the tower. Sangun is sitting in the waiting room next to the duong and the stone you brought from Earth. He was satisfied and thought just as I expected. I can freely use my items both inside the tower and in the real world. He said he would store these things in his inventory. A notification appears confirming that the sword and gem have been safely stored. The character stands up, performs a few quick warm-up movements, and moves with the agility of a panther. He stretches, a confident smile on his face. Let's warm up and head to face the challenge of the 5th floor. Suddenly, system notification panels appeared in front of him. You have earned the achievement of the first returner. The Truth Eye skill, A, has been created. Sangyun was stunned. Huh? Your eyes suddenly glow with a mysterious purple hue, and a giant purple eye appears in your mind along with information about the new skill. The True Eye skill is mastered. It allows you to see details of anything without using magic effects, and to determine the truth in someone's words. You look at the notification board muttering in amazement. Could I really see the details behind items and people, and also tell if someone is lying? A big smile spreads across his face. This is amazing. Haha, what a lucky break. You open the system shop and quickly start shopping. You purchased the lightning sword, 5,500 points have been deducted. You purchased the hunter's shield from the mysterious D, 3,800 points have been deducted. Sun equips a new weapon, looking stronger and more ready than ever. Although expensive, the additional effect of the sword is very good. He reads the effect description. When you attack an opponent, they have a 10% chance to be paralyzed. He confidently believes it will definitely help him. He stands in front of the challenge gate. Challenge. Do you want to attempt the 5th floor test? All right, I've been here long enough. I should go now, right? You said it without hesitation and jumped into the energy vortex. The notification screens appeared as you entered, indicating you have reached the 5th floor of the Challenges Tower. The Challenge Tower sets the difficulty level, with the main theme of this trial being a hunt. 1 day remaining, the condition to pass is to defeat the wolf and the Wolf Canyon Trap. Failure condition. The challenger dies or runs out of time. The reward for passing the challenge is the Wolf Sea headband with the wolf's punishment for failure. Sun's death appears in a desolate canyon covered in snow under the cold full moon. He draws his lightning sword, alert and observing his surroundings. A wolf? Yeah. From the cliffs above, a horde of wolves with glowing red eyes like hot coals appeared, surrounding him. Arrgh! The wolves growl and charge at him from all sides. Sangyun moves like a shadow, blue blades flashing as he ruthlessly tears through the wolves. Rose! You deliver a thunderous kick, sending a wolf flying straight into the cliff face. He looked at the dead wolf easily and wondered, is it really that weak? Your face suddenly turns serious, a sense of unease rising as you realize the battle seems too easy. An ordinary wolf trembles and retreats, whimpering in fear before the towering white figures emerging from the darkness. One of the monsters charged at him with incredible speed, its white fur stained with blood. Sunan was startled. Now he was surrounded by 3 giant wolfmen, much taller than him, with blazing eyes and sharp fangs. He adopts a defensive stance, his cloak billowing with his movements, ready for a life-and-death battle. A wild and excited smile spreads across Sion's face. He whispers to himself, "This is exactly the challenge the tower is supposed to have." The wolves growled and charged together. Sangyun danced among the monsters, swiftly dodging and countering their attacks. I think this situation has become quite interesting now. As I fight, I wonder if I'm slowly losing my mind. Realizing that he's enjoying the fight, he unleashes a series of crescent-shaped slashes, leaving deadly blue streaks that tear through the wolves' bodies. System notifications keep popping up, indicating you've reached 100% proficiency with the Hunter's Dagger skill. The rank of the Hunter's Dagger skill has increased to E+. The rank of the Quick Recovery skill has increased to D. I exclaimed, "Oh, I think the Hunter's Dagger skill I gained from the 3rd floor is gradually developing. I should have a new sword skill." He continued to venture deeper into the canyon, luring more wolves to chase him, then turned back to taunt them with a smug smile. "Yes, keep attacking me. Soon a battlefield filled with wolf corpses will appear." Sangyun stood there, absorbing their souls, a hint of disappointment in his eyes as he looked at the lightning sword. "With this, my 3rd hunt is over. The paralyzing effect of the sword doesn't happen as often as I thought." A series of notifications appeared. You have absorbed the soul of a mad wolf, and your proficiency has increased by 16%. He looked at the notification board and said happily, "My proficiency in the soul summoning skill is increasing nicely. If I keep going, I can develop my unique trait." He kept walking, thinking he was getting closer to the center of the Wolf Canyon. Suddenly, he stopped, sensing something unusual. What is this? Was there a territorial battle? Are you kneeling to check a corpse? If I look at their wounds, they were caused by a sword. You see the sharp slash marks on the cliff face, these traces. When you activate your skill, your eyes of truth. Your eyes glow purple as an analysis panel appears, revealing traces of aura. Rank D. A trace made by a highly skilled aura, leaving a clean, sand-like mark on the wall. He stands among the corpses muttering, "Aura, is that a skill?" There are many things I don't know. This makes me a little uneasy. Suddenly, I sense a powerful energy nearby. It's close. He said that and then charged forward at full speed, jumping down into a deep crack in the ground. He runs quickly through a dark tunnel. It's here. He stops in front of a large cave entrance when suddenly, a giant shadow is thrown out of the cave and crashes into the cliff face. Sang-gyun was stunned, unable to speak. Huh? The notification panels appear. The passing condition has been met. The wolf has died. Analyzing the cause is loading. You look at the wolf-human corpse. The challenge target has been killed. Analysis complete. An intruder has been detected in Han Sang-gyun's challenge. A giant figure in iron armor emerges from the cave. The challenge target has been modified. Kill the interdimensional intruder. Sang-gyun stared at the giant knight in shock and exclaimed, "Intruder, they come from another dimension." A horrifying truth flashed through his mind. Does the challenge tower exist in other dimensions? Sang-gyun stared intently at the new enemy, a cold sweat running down his forehead. He wondered in confusion what on earth was happening on this planet, as the giant knight sneered loudly through his iron helmet. "Oh, you're still alive? For a petty challenger from another dimension. Well, is it because you are the one who issued this challenge?" He pointed his great sword at Sang-gyun, his voice full of menace. "Why are you saying nothing, you damn bastard? Are you afraid of the horror of death?" Sang-gyun went on the defensive, gripping the thunderbolt sword tightly. He gritted his teeth, realizing this guy was abnormal. The system notification repeated his new mission. Eliminate the space intruder. Sang-gyun glanced at the wolfman's corpse. "I didn't think a situation where another challenger would steal my target would happen." You quietly breathe a sigh of relief. "But I'm glad that a notification saying I failed the challenge didn't appear." The impatient knight says, Are you so scared that you can't answer? Well then, I will attack you." Dark purple energy begins to pour out from his body. Sang-gyun's eyes widen. You sense a tremendous energy and are on high alert. He's coming. Whoosh! The knight disappears, leaving only a streak of purple light behind him. He rushes forward at an incredible speed, charging straight at the surrounding Tans and Van Tu-tung. Sang-gyun quickly counterattacked, delivering a powerful kick to a dead wolfman and throwing it toward the enemy. The wolfman soared at incredible speed toward him. He swung a purple energy sword to split the wolf in two. He swung another purple energy sword, but Sion dodged once again. You slipped past his sword and appeared right beside the knight's side. "Got you now." Kang! Sang-gyun drives the lightning sword straight into the knight's side armor with all his strength. "You're stunned." "What?" you exclaimed in doubt. "I was aiming to split his armor, but your sword only grazed it, unable to pierce through." Suddenly, the knight grabs Sang-gyun's sword, his great sword shining with deadly purple light. "Yes, I've got you." Boom! A massive explosion of purple energy erupts from the great sword as it strikes the shield. The shield shattered, and Sang-gyun was blasted backward by the devastating force. Boom! He slammed into the rock wall, a fierce pain spreading throughout his body. "Kiak!" you moan, blood pouring from the corner of your mouth and your wounds. You try to get up, holding your injured arm. "Really?" The knight standing there panting looked down at his injured arm and sneered uncomfortably. "Oh, I didn't expect you to block my aura. It might be less troublesome if I cut it off completely." "Ha, ha." Sang-gyun roared. "What do you mean by infiltration? What? I've never heard of anything like this before." The knight mocks. "So this demon doesn't know about invasion levels?" "Damn it!" Sang-gyun looked around, a sense of despair beginning to take over. Why are these things happening to my challenge?" The giant knight roared, his great sword blazing with a dark purple energy. "Don't resent it. The challenge tower has always been like this. I will end this now and stop wasting time." "Wait." The knight paused, turning to look at you with curiosity. Sang-gyun struggled to stand, his voice weak but full of urgency. "Could you perhaps tell me what the invasion level is?" The knight paused for a moment, seemingly considering your request. Sang-gyun muttered softly, almost to himself, "Well, I guess you can speak because, after all, I'm about to die." The knight explained that from the 8th floor onward there is an extended system called Class Invasion. An image of a level invasion ticket appears in Sionen's mind. In the shop, you can buy invasion tickets and interfere with others' challenges. "I fall," he says with a pleased expression as the image of him invading Sang-gyun's challenge is depicted. Sang-gyun continues, And seeing you call this space-time realm barbaric, does that mean you come from another world? The knight sneered. Where do you think I come from? Sangyun muttered. Forget it. Suddenly, Sangyun's eyes glow with a mysterious purple hue as he whispers the name of his skill, the Eyes of Truth. A notification appears. The Truth Eye skill has been activated. The target is telling the truth. Sangyun quietly confirms that he is not lying. The knight feels something's off. He growls, You're doing something that really pisses me off. How dare you judge me? Sangyun looked up, a teasing smile on his lips, his purple eyes shining with defiance. So, what do you plan to do about that? The knight snapped in anger. What? Some kind of bastard who dares? Sangyun turned away, his voice full of mystery. Now that I have the information I need, I will let you in on something interesting. The knight was stunned. Sangyun looked down at his bloodied arm and explained, The pain in my arm is quite bearable thanks to my pain-resistant skill. In other words, I didn't hold on to it because of the pain. You slowly relax your injured arm. If I let go of my arm like this, a green light will heal your wound in an instant. The quick recovery skill has been activated. My quick healing skill will automatically heal it. The knight falls silent. Sangyun explained with a smug smile. I had to pretend to be helpless, so you would give me the information. The knight regains his composure. So you are a healing swordsman. However, if that is your full strength, then the fact that you will die remains unchanged. Sion stands amidst the wreckage, his sword floating in front of him. He wondered what he should do now. He clenched his fist, and a blazing red energy enveloped it. All of your power will continue to grow. You have used up all the demon souls you possess. Your stats have permanently increased. Your strength has gone up by 2. A burst of blue sieve columns erupts around Sion as his stats soar. Agility increases by 3. The knight shouted in amazement. Does your healing ability also have an enhancement trait? Other skills are also activated, and the exclusive effect of the de-assassinhood has been triggered. Movement speed increased by 15%. 59 seconds remaining. Sangyun launched an attack, his entire body glowing with blue light, instantly accelerating, and the knight couldn't believe his eyes. This is crazy. How does a challenger on the 5th floor have so many skills? Whoosh! Sangyun charges at a speed invisible to the naked eye, creating a whirlwind of energy behind him. Sangyun crashes into the knight, a furious storm of swordsmanship erupting between them. The streaks of blue and purple light clash repeatedly, producing deafening metallic sounds as the knight roars in frustration. Damn it, because I am on the 5th floor, my stat restrictions are very severe. He was pushed back by a series of attacks from Sangyun. Damn annoying man die. Suddenly, his greatsword shone with a purple light. Sangyun senses the aura. The knight unleashes a massive semicircular aura energy blast. It tore through the air and charged at Sangyun. Sangyun narrowly dodged the attack, but he still felt the heat and pressure coming from it. He secretly thought it would be very dangerous to be hit by that aura skill because it's high level, but my stats are better than his. So I am confident I can avoid a fatal blow. The real problem is that armor. It's a high-level piece of equipment I can't destroy with my current abilities. However, I think that if I keep attacking the same spot on the armor repeatedly, I might be able to break through it. Suddenly, flashes of golden lightning burst from the knight's body. He groaned, then looked down at his trembling body. What is this, lightning sword goat? When you attack a target, there is a 10% chance they will be paralyzed. A triumphant smile spreads across Sangyun's face. Yes! It seized the golden opportunity and charged forward. He poured all his strength into his sword, collapsing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth as he screamed in pain. He secretly thought it would be troublesome if that armor could resist paralysis, but he was glad the gamble paid off. The knight tried to move his body, and a thin layer of ice began to form on his armor due to the side effect of the lightning sword. He gurgled, panting heavily, muttering bitterly that under normal circumstances he should have won. Huh? How does a 5th-tier challenger have so many skills? Sionan stepped forward, his voice cold. You are the careless one for trusting your armor and high-level skills too much. He raised his sword, ready to end it. Just end this already. The knight, trembling with fear, shouted, Wait! I can give you the answer to what you want to know. Sun coldly replied with emotionless blue eyes. I don't need it. The knight shouted his final curse. Damn you, Manji! Sangyun swung his sword, a streak of blood spraying out. The knight collapsed, his heavy armor crashing to the ground. Sangyun stood silently, watching the corpse and quietly thinking that he was gradually becoming more callous when it came to killing. However, if I feel uncomfortable every time I kill someone, that's a bigger problem. Congratulations, you have completed the 5th floor of the challenge tower. The knight's body began to dissolve into purple light particles. Sangyun suddenly realized something and hurried to act. Hate absorbs the dark soul from the corpse being pulled toward you. You have absorbed the challenger's soul. Proficiency has increased by 15%. Sangguan breathes a sigh of relief, sweat streaming down his forehead. Phi, I almost couldn't absorb his soul. If you die in another dimension, will you disappear? You stood there alone, but why didn't the reward notification appear? The system notification boards showed up, and the difficulty of this challenge didn't match the reward. All rewards will be modified. Sangyun is surprised. You have received the 3/ skill. A. You earned 7,500 points as the completion reward. You received an additional 3,500 points. You are amazed. Oh, the rank headband reward has been replaced with an A rank skill. A satisfied smile appears on Sion's face. Just seeing how much the initial difficulty of this challenge has changed shows how truly powerful that night intruder is. But to receive an A-grade skill, that's amazing, aha. The system notification screens will appear when Sangun is teleported, and you will enter the 6th floor waiting hall. All wounds and status abnormalities will be healed. Hans Sangyun's challenger information has been entered into the ranking. You appear in the familiar waiting room, feeling completely healthy. He mentioned the inventory box. He sat down, lost in thought, not expecting that spatial invasion existed. You can't let your guard down in the challenge tower. He sighed, really wanting to save his question ticket until he reached the 8th floor. A notification appeared, asking him to write down what he wanted to ask. An administrator will answer your question. You have 5 question tokens. You should ask the control panel what exactly an invasion is and whether you can be alerted immediately when one occurs. Send the question now. That's enough. Your question has been sent. A new notification will appear immediately. A response has arrived. Sangyun was surprised. So fast? You read that invading the tower level is a system that allows you to infiltrate an opponent's challenge if it is within the first 10 levels. However, you cannot interfere with special challenges like combined challenges. This is a system you obtain at level 8, which means you cannot use it at the moment. He touches the second part of the answer about the warning, secretly thinking this is someone breaking the tower challenge. But a red error message appears saying you cannot retrieve information about your current floor. Only the first part of your question received an answer, so a question ticket will not be consumed. The boy was surprised. What? Isn't a question ticket a universal tool? I breathe a sigh of relief, but I'm glad it didn't cost a question ticket. You stand up and use the wonderful items you received from Earth. The inventory, wooden duong, and fragments of the shield appear. You activate the staff. You used the Kroken Magic Tower's recovery box to restore the mysterious hunter's shield. The shattered shield has been fully restored. You have used all your remaining charges. One of Kroken's Magic Tower recovery boxes. You exclaimed, "Oh, this box's performance is better than I thought." You used another item. You have used a cleansing stone. A purple energy flow surrounds him. I thought a cleansing stone was a waste of money. You feel refreshed and tinged? Yeah, I'm getting clean, but now I've used it. It really wasn't a waste at all. You look at the dashboard. Time remaining until the 2nd floor challenge is over. Since there's still time, should I check the challenge rankings and the community leaderboard? Open the rankings. Challenge account. A notification window appears. The 5th floor ranking has Kim Seung SS in 1st place, Mai Level Source S in 2nd, Hunter S in 3rd, Haesuna S in 4th, Chun A in 5th, and Princess Sudi in 6th. You are stunned. You stare intently at the 3rd place with the nickname Hunter. I'm in 3rd place. I've climbed a lot from 16th place. Are you rubbing your chin? Wondering if you're getting closer to consistently gaining the benefits of a pioneer? Well, I need to see what I get when I reach the 8th level. You open the community board. You have joined the community. It's a tough challenge. A hot topic emerges. Selling a mental resistance skill will be very helpful for killing and looting. You read the comments and current conversations. God damn it. Stop looking for achievements related to killing people. You bastards, you're not human, you're monsters. Eat shit. You bastards didn't even challenge us and you're making so much noise. If you've reached the 4th level, you've already killed someone. So why are you pretending to be innocent? Claiming to have killed people is the most effective. Are you stupid? The word chaos flashes through your mind. Like it said, this place is really chaotic and out of order. What the hell is going on? He thinks about the mental resistance skill. A mental resistance skill is currently on a limited time sale. It's like a double-edged sword, although its ability to negate psychological shock is very appealing. You will never have any problems if you just keep using the skill to erase psychological pain. Sangyun's eyes widened in shock as he read a new post on the community board. Everyone, did you know that the bastard gave us information that the 4th floor's nickname has been successfully changed to Princess Sui? He keeps reading the comments below. A hidden user with a malicious tone wrote, Even though it's just a competition between hunters, aren't they actually saying that he should be killed? Another replied, he's the challenger who ruined the atmosphere in the fourth floor lounge, right? I remember the feeling that he deliberately made everyone feel competitive. Seonen's face darkened, and his blue eyes flashed with a cold glint as he realized something. He muttered to himself, "Don't tell me, it's the same this time too." He turned away from the notification board. Princess Sui. For now I will remember that name. A notification appeared in front of him, asking if he would accept the sixth floor's challenge. Sang-gyun accepted, and a series of details about the next trial appeared. Do you want to challenge the sixth floor test? It's difficult. Difficult. The goal of the test is to conquer. The time limit is 50 minutes. To pass, you must conquer one of the surrounding tiles within the time limit. Failure condition. The challenger dies or runs out of time. The reward is a randomly selected challenge bar. The punishment for failure is death. You are transported to a new location, and the scenery around you changes. You see yourself standing on the water, gazing out at the vast ocean before you. So this time it's the sea. Your team allocation has been completed. Cooperate with your teammates and complete the challenge. Another portal appeared nearby, but no one stepped out. Sang-gyun muttered, "Wait, hold on." He stares blankly at the empty gate. Why aren't his teammates coming out? Don't tell me they're dozing off. Suddenly, a flame shot out from the portal, aiming straight at him. Sang-gyun reacted instantly, raising his sword to block the attack. A figure rushes out from the gate and attacks Sang-gyun fiercely. The attacker, a young man with curly hair and wild eyes, is stunned as he is suddenly blocked. Huh? He lost his footing and slid across the floor. Sang-gyun stared coldly and angrily at the attacker. You can't believe you attacked your own teammate. What the hell are you doing? The young man struggled to his feet, cursing under his breath. Ha ha ha. Damn it. You'll find out what's really going on if you check the community board. Sang-gyun's icy blue eyes narrowed. You've figured everything out. Killing people is the easiest way to earn achievements. You ask with a tone full of contempt. So killing a teammate doesn't matter as long as you can gain power. The young man laughed maniacally. Ha, this bastard is pretending to be moral again. Before acting like you have a conscience, look around you. He remembered the chaotic scenes in the tower, where players were willing to stab their teammates in the back. Ah, wait. Let's not do this. We're teammates after all. It's not my fault. Blame the tower. Another player shouted wildly as they were betrayed. Hurry up and die so I can claim my achievement. Ah, traitor. The young man looked at Sun with a sinister smile. Help me! Do you understand now? He said through gritted teeth, calling Sang-gyun a hypocrite. Swish, a lightning-fast sword slash. The young man looked down at the mortal wound on his chest, while elsewhere a steady voice said, In times like these, we need to combine our strength. A few others shook hands, and I was truly glad to have met people who shared my thoughts. Such a terrible betrayal, they should have been more careful. The player stabbed through his teammate who had just shaken hands with him. Are you stunned by the stabbing? The attacker said with a sinister smile. I knew it, didn't I? You should have paid more attention. Yeah. The traitor looked at his victim with blazing red eyes. If you naively shake my hand without a second thought, how do you plan to grasp my sword? He pulls his sword out of the victim's body. A notification appears. You have unlocked the Dirty Killer achievement. The trust level has increased by 1. Sang-gyun stood facing the one who had just killed his comrade and coldly said, Be honest. You want to earn an achievement too, don't you? He turns away, with a voice full of contempt, so stop pretending. The killer looked at Seonen, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, secretly thinking there was a gap to exploit. He charged forward, swinging his sword straight at Sang-gyun and roared, Die. Sang-gyun's blue eyes remained unmoved. He had anticipated the attack. He easily dodged the attack and countered with a swift lightning-fast slash to the attacker's side, knocking him back and causing blood to spurt from his mouth. He whimpered in disbelief, bewildered. Damn it, how could it move like that? A notification appeared in front of Sang-gyun. You have achieved the Traitor achievement. Your power has increased by 1. Sang-gyun looked at the corpse with a cold smile and softly uttered a weak word. He stands in the middle of the battlefield contemplating. A special challenge. A combined trial. Yeah, although these words sound grand, this challenge is no different from an event to me, especially given my mastery of a unique trait. And if I'm lucky, it could be a great opportunity to gain a new skill. Your gaze becomes firm. I won't intentionally kill other challengers, but I won't ignore those who attack me. Elsewhere in the arena, another player creates a giant water dome, a steel dome. The water dome grows larger and more solid. That player laughed arrogantly. Ha ha, this challenge was made for someone like me. The one who knows how to use water magic suddenly gets startled. Huh? Sang-gyun rushes forward at a terrifying speed. Sang-gyun appears, jumping into the air to attack. Are you scared, player? What crazy bastard is this? Sang-gyun rushes forward and kicks, attacking straight into the water dome. The shockwave spreads violently. The other player sneers. Ha 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 ha, this is a bulletproof iron dome, you bastard. Sang-gyun easily breaks through the dome and punches the other player in the face. He was kicked into a spin, tumbling dozens of times before falling to the ground, blood covering his face. Sang-gyun stands over his body. It's a bit cruel, but if I do this, the other two players will see and run away in fear. Is he a traitor? I'll go somewhere else. That bastard is like a monster. Sang-gyun stands alone on a central tile, secretly thinking he can sow seeds of fear into other challengers. Honestly, I want achievements, but I don't want to carry out unnecessary killings. A notification appears, indicating the tile being occupied. If a member from another team steps onto the tile, the takeover will stop. Prevent your enemies from claiming your tile. There are 9 minutes and 59 seconds left. Sang-gyun sits down. I just need to endure 10 minutes on this tile. Analyze the situation. High-ranking challengers who didn't use the return stone on the 5th floor must have cleared the 6th floor since they challenged this one right after, right? Most of the challengers around me are of low rank. So, maybe that's why this was so easy for her. I guess the 6th floor challenge made me think about a lot of things. Losing trust in others, the reality of low-ranked challengers, and the gloom of the Tower of Trials. You conclude coldly, but the true hypocrisy lies in misplaced morality. Even if I forgive those who attacked me and push them into another square, someone will still die. A new notification appeared, indicating someone had entered your square, so the conquest was halted. Sang-gyun was surprised as a well-equipped group of 4 players approached him. The leader, a blonde-haired guy sneering, with a stunned expression. How? You're 4 people here when this is supposed to be a 2-player team challenge, right? Sang-gyun replied coldly. It's obvious just by looking at you. He smirked as the 4 thugs formed a killing group to earn achievements. The leader burst into laughter. That's right, you figured it out, huh? As you said, he said in a harsh voice, his face turning cruel. Die, you bastard! The 4 of them all rush in to attack Sun. Sang-gyun remained undeterred and charged straight at them. A black-haired opponent suddenly activated a skill, forming a purple energy sphere between his hands. Synergy. United in spirit, Sang-gyun was stunned as a stream of purple energy enveloped him. Due to the unique trait of unity of heart and mind, Kim Jin-hyun's pain would be shared with Han Sang-gyun. Sang-gyun shouted in pain as the other player stabbed himself in the chest. His pain instantly transferred to his body, causing a burning sensation in his arm. The pain-resistance skill was activated, reducing all pain by 15%. The giant Wong seized the opportunity and charged forward to attack. He used his shield to splash a large amount of seawater onto Sang-gyun. Sang-gyun was splashed with seawater. Unfavorable notifications appear. You have touched water during the challenge. Strength decreased by 10. Agility decreased by 10. Stamina decreased by 10. Penalty time, 2 minutes 59 seconds. You grind your teeth. Is that really the punishment for touching water? The entire opposing team rushes in to attack you from all directions. He silently thought, this is my worst moment. A wild smile appeared on Sun's face. His eyes burned brightly. If I were an ordinary challenger, that would be true. You dodged the attack of 2 enemies. You look directly at one of them and say, the plan to remove my weapons and lower my stats is a good plan, but you made a deadly mistake. And that is the mistake you made in choosing the wrong opponent. You force his head down to the floor, causing a shockwave that shakes the arena. The entire group of enemies is stunned by your power. You have achieved the one-hit kill achievement. You have learned the skill to despise the weak and force dominance. Sang-gyun stands over the corpse of an enemy, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Skill. Disdain for the weak, proficiency without effect. If the opponent's abilities cannot surpass any of the user's abilities, the power increases proportionally to the difference in abilities. Yung roars, die you bastard. All of the opponent's stats are lower than yours right now. The skill Contempt for the Weak has been activated. Power increased by 1. Wong swung fiercely at you, but Sang-gyun dodged. You easily countered and delivered a knee hook that sent Wong flying. Wong let out a painful cry. As Sang-gyun's kick sent him stumbling and left no chance for the opponent to recover, he delivered another brutal kick straight into Wong's falling leg. A cold smile briefly appearing on Cyan's face as the 2 notifications appeared. You have achieved the feat of a ruthless killer, skillfully adding 1 more. Wong collapses into a pool of blood, lifeless. The remaining 2 stand frozen, watching the scene. The blonde leader grits his teeth, cold sweat running down his temples. He muttered in anger. Kook Sang-yoon slowly stood up straight, his figure casting a long shadow on the ground, blocking out the light and creating an invisible pressure that weighed down on the two survivors. The wizard, frightened, turned to the leader and said tremblingly, "What should we do now? Or should we attack him together?" Dion quickly swung his sword at his leg, stopping the wizard before he could act. The wizard's eyes suddenly widened, bloodshot and filled with madness. He let out a heart-wrenching scream as he inflicted another wound on himself, and the pain immediately transferred to him, causing him to kneel down. He dropped to one knee, gritting his teeth to endure the excruciating, bone-deep pain. Just as he said, "We only share the pain. Luckily, the damage isn't shared." Sion thought to himself, but the problem is that his actions will be limited by this pain. The injured wizard, face twisted with pain and madness, screamed, "Are you even human?" and continued stabbing his teammate crazily to torment Sion from afar. He screamed in terror, "Don't come any closer, you bastard! Stop right now!" He grabbed the wizard as a shield, his face showing extreme panic. "I'll carve holes in this guy if you dare to come closer. Luckily, I'm not completely immobilized, thanks to my pain-resistance skill, but it will be very difficult to face him in this state." A determined glint flashes in my eyes as I grit my teeth. It seems like the only remaining option is to quickly kill the one who cast the spell of unity. Without hesitation, Shio fires an arrow that flies past the terrified leader. The wizard only manages to see a shadow rushing forward before everything goes dark forever. Sangun collapsed, his whole body racked with pain after finishing off his target. The final wave of pain from the wizard made him fall to his knees, supporting himself on the ground. The leader realized this was his golden opportunity, his only chance, and charged forward with all his speed, sword aimed straight at the weakened Sang-yoon. Just as his sharp sword was about to touch Sang-yoon's neck, he did the unthinkable and stopped it with his bare hands. Fresh blood poured from his palm. Sang-yoon looked up, eyes sharp as he stared directly at the enemy. The feeling of being necked is pretty intense, isn't it? You're also curious to try it out, right? The leader's face turned pale, a hopeless, crooked smile. He cursed silently in his mind. "It's over! I'm doomed!" Sang-yoon swung the enemy's dagger with a swift, deadly slash. A wicked smile appears on Sion's face as his eyes emit a deadly blue glow. With a final strike, Sang-yoon finishes off the last enemy. The head of the blonde leader flew into the air, and the last words he uttered were curses. Blood splattered on the face, but Sang-yoon's blue eyes remained unmoved. 2 notification boards then appeared, indicating that you had achieved the Cold-Blooded Tower Climber achievement. You earned 1,500 points. The challenge time has officially ended. Time's up, you have claimed a tile. Somewhere else on the arena, the other survivors burst into joy. Someone shouted, "We're still alive. We did it," while hugging their teammate. The other pushed them away, annoyed. "Hey, stop it. It's disgusting." Could it be that someone's provocation made many eager to hunt for murder trophies from the very start of the challenge? In the end, the true winners are those who manage to keep their teams intact, though there are a few exceptions. Sang-yoon glanced at a lone survivor, muttering to himself, trembling and covered in blood. "I didn't do anything wrong. The mistake was made by those bastards because they were too weak and got killed." Seeing that person's madness and denial, a sudden thought crossed Sun's mind. "Do I look like a monster to others?" Suddenly, a series of system notifications appeared, indicating that the challenge had completely ended. "Congratulations on passing the 6th floor of the challenge tower. Your random box B reward has been sent to your inventory. You have earned 8,000 points. Please proceed to the waiting room." A dark red energy sphere forms to draw in the souls from the nearby corpses before you teleport. You have absorbed the soul of Lee Song-jun. You have absorbed the soul of Kim Jin-hun. You have absorbed the soul of Song Jin-ox. You have absorbed Han So-jun's soul. Thanks to absorbing multiple souls, your skill has made a breakthrough. Your innate soul summoning skill proficiency has reached 100%. Your innate soul summoning skill has increased by 1 rank. The skill has evolved into Summon Spirit 2. A beam of light surrounds Sang-yoon, and he is transported away. You have entered the 7th floor waiting room. In the white space of the waiting room, another notification appears. "The achievement list has been generated," Sang-yoon asked in surprise. The list of achievements appears in the silent white space of the waiting room. After a new achievement list, notification pops up, surprising Sang-yoon, who exclaims about the achievements. Then a larger system window immediately replaces it, systematically displaying his entire achievement record. From the only S rank to the first to return, to the C rank one-hit assassin, and the blood-soaked E ranks like ruthless killer and traitor, he was both amazed by the value of the S rank achievement and pondering the violent path he had taken, then curious whether he should examine it more closely before slowly pointing his finger at the blue light screen to explore the details, wondering if he should take a closer look. And reaching out to touch the screen, the one-hit kill rank C achievement is earned when you kill a challenger with a single strike. Learning the skill to despise the weak, it becomes an achievement reward. The Ruthless Killer, rank E, is achieved when you kill multiple challengers in succession without hesitation. Increase agility by 1 as a reward. Sang-gyun muttered, HM. The Cold-Blooded Tower Climber, rank D, is achieved when you kill more than 5 challengers in a trial. Receive 1,500 points as a reward. I think I've received a lot from achievements through killing. And once you unlock an achievement, it seems to grant you skills, stats, points, and various other rewards. Sang-gyun decides to check the remaining rewards. An item box, a red gift box tied with a yellow ribbon, appears before him. A random B1 box wrapped with gold ribbon will give you a random item. When opened, you will receive an item with a level from F to B. Sang-gyun picks up the box, feeling a bit disappointed. A random box? I didn't think this would be a great reward for the 6th floor challenge. If the item level is from F to B, maybe don't expect much. Just open it and finish absorbing the souls you've collected. Sang-gyun decides and begins to remove the N. The box opens, releasing a burst of bright light. A strange object shoots out from inside the box. It's a tiny creature with blue skin, resembling a fairy. Sang-gyun froze in place, staring blankly at the creature that just appeared. What? He asked confusedly. What is this, should I catch it? While the small creature was looking at him with a proud expression, it suddenly moved at a terrifying speed, and Sang-gyun reflexively lunged to catch it. The small creature dodged skillfully, making it a bit difficult for Sang-gyun to keep up. You keep changing direction, trying to catch that swift creature. After a long chase, you finally grab it in your hand. Sang-gyun chuckled triumphantly. Ha! I've got you now. The small demon suddenly opened its mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth and bit down hard on Sun's hand. He shouted in pain and surprise, a tear streaming down his cheek. The goblin drops to the ground and looks at Seonan with a challenge. Sang-gyun stands up, a murderous aura emanating from his body, his eyes blazing red. I held back because you look pretty cute, but now I will go all out. The boy rushes toward the demon. Sang-gyun charges forward, but it easily dodges all of his attacks. He snorts dismissively. Yes! The small demon dodged the charge, and Sun, filled with raging anger, spun in the air to deliver a powerful hammer kick. He concentrates all his strength into the kick, charging straight down with deadly intent, while his punch strikes the goblin's head, causing a powerful shockwave to ripple outward. A notification appears, critical hit. The small demon's head is deeply embedded, smoke rising from the fatal wound. Immediately after, its body shattered into pieces, leaving a glowing item floating in midair. Congratulations. You have received the highest rarity item from the random gacha box. Sang-gyun was stunned by the unexpected announcement. If it's the highest rank, does that mean it's a B-grade item? A necklace with a transparent gem appears, emanating a powerful energy. The Iron Forge Pendant. A pendant made of iron infused with the soul of a blacksmith who has worked with iron all his life. Increase the effectiveness of forging and swordsmanship skills by 7%. Using magic will activate the exclusive effect of iron protection. In exchange, the use of magic is continuous. The exclusive effect has no cooldown period. He took the necklace and felt the warm energy emanating from it. The protection of iron. Let me try and see how it goes. Sang-gyun decided and channeled magic into the pendant. It immediately glows and forms a small shield icon in the palm of his hand. The exclusive skill of the forged iron pendant, the protection of iron, has been activated. Your skin has developed the ability to absorb 10% of all physical damage, and a blue aura surrounds Sang-gyun's entire body. You feel the change and exclaim in amazement. Oh, the swordsmanship skill effect has increased by 7%. 10% of physical damage will be absorbed. This is even better than most A-grade items. It's a powerful item with both attack and defense attributes. Sang-gyun clenched the necklace tightly, looking extremely happy. I didn't expect much, but I got an amazing item that's crazy. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and staggered. All your mana has been depleted. The exclusive skill of the forged iron necklace, the iron protection, has been deactivated. You are panting, feeling exhausted. This exclusive effect consumes magic power wildly. Be careful and wear the necklace around your neck. I should save my mana and only use this at critical moments. Now, next you should shift your focus to a different issue. Should I check the unique trait that has evolved to rank D? But then another notification suddenly appeared. Do you want to enter the 7th floor challenge? Seonan's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Shouldn't I be waiting to challenge the next level? Standing in the blank space, I think if I could challenge it faster, I would fully support it. But does that mean everyone has entered the high-difficulty community? A voice from the tower's soul system echoes out. Do you all know that the waiting time for the challenge has disappeared? I know. The waiting time for everyone has disappeared, Sang-gyun silently thought as he read the conversations in the community where other players seemed quite indifferent to this change. It seemed no one really cared that the waiting time had disappeared. They don't really care about the pioneer's benefit and seem to just want to go home. He continued to wonder if it was because most of them were low-ranked challengers. Moreover, the atmosphere here is completely different from the 6th floor. Sang-gyun realized this when reading comments from the community like, "Puppy, those skill-selling bastards with mental resistance. You guys are really scary. Your obsession points have turned ordinary people into killing machines and standard hunters. I'm sure those bastards survived, but now it seems like they're feeling guilty. Well, since the 7th floor challenge is a personal one, they can't do anything. It makes you think that the crazed killers are probably all silent, because the next challenge is a personal one, and causing trouble wouldn't be beneficial." He thought to himself seriously that he should be careful of the madmen who had killed his teammates without hesitation, and more importantly, Sang-gyun clenched his fist with fiery determination. No matter what, I need to raise my indomitable skill now that the soul summoning feature has reached rank D, thanks to the 6th floor. Sang-gyun muttered to himself as a detailed information panel appeared before him. Unique trait. Summoning D. Proficiency 0% basic effect. You can absorb the souls of the dead to enhance or restore stats and magic power. Additional effect 1. You can permanently increase your stats. The increase is proportional to the rank and quality of the soul used. Additional effect 2. You can store and use souls. The number of souls you can store increases with your rank. Additional effect 3. When you absorb a dead person's soul, you have a chance to gain one of their skills. Additional effect 4. You can use a soul to protect your physical body. However, the amount of damage the soul can absorb is proportional to the duration of use. And after reading all the effects, he paused in surprise. His eyes widened as he realized the change. Has the basic effect become a bit more specific? Before I felt like only my basic stats were boosted, but now I can also use my soul to restore mana or create a shield. Sang-gyun realizes the new potential of the skill, excitement clearly visible in his eyes. Sang-gyun looks at the empty notification panel. I was expecting the absorption chance of a skill to increase, but I guess it didn't happen. Still, I need a defensive ability too. You raise your lightning sword, throw it into the air, and it spins and hovers there. Let's see how powerful a soul shield can be. You extend your arm. Well, even if my arm gets cut off, I still have the recovery effect from the waiting hall. The sword plunges down at an incredible speed. Whoosh, it barely grazed your arm. A blazing red energy surrounds him, absorbing all damage. The soul has absorbed the user's injuries. The player's soul and Jin-guk have disappeared. The number of souls owned is 3 out of 30. The sword now glows with the red of souls. His eyes shine with a red hue. Oh. A satisfied smile appears on his face. It's better than I thought. Yeah. Looking at the remaining souls, he thought, I shouldn't absorb them all. It's better to leave some to use as a shield. At the same time, the status screen appeared, showing 3 out of 30 souls owned. The boy opened the leaderboard. Challenge Leaderboard, Floor 6. Challenge Leaderboard, Rank 1. Kim Sang-gon, SS, Rank 2, S+. Rank 3. Why did you change your nickname? S, Rank 4. Hunter, S. Rank 5. Princess Sudi. 6th place, Frog. Oh, you're a bit disappointed. Wednesday, huh? I dropped 1 rank. Too bad, but it doesn't matter. I just need to stay in the top 50 to become a pioneer. You stretch and relax, checking everything in the waiting hall, which is becoming boring. Since the waiting time is over, you look at the opening challenge gate. Should I go to the next challenge? A series of notifications appeared, indicating that the 7th floor challenge would begin. The difficulty is high. The challenge is to verify that 50 minutes remain. To succeed, complete 3 trials before time runs out. Failure condition, you die or run out of time. Reward for completing the Wind Blessing skill. The punishment for failure is death. You appear in a dark corridor lit by torches. Huh? You look around a corridor. This is completely different from previous trials. He walks forward in silence. It's really frustrating not to feel anything at all. Suddenly, you notice a beam of light at the end of the corridor. Huh? You are being pulled toward the light. You find yourself standing on a precarious cliff edge. You have entered the first challenge area. Please prove that you have overcome your fear. Are you surprised? A bead of sweat runs down his forehead. This is when he recognizes the familiar scene. I know, you're standing in front of a giant pit in the desert. He looked down into the abyss, a sand golem. A notification appeared, indicating this area is a replica of the tutorial challenge. The completion condition is to finish 3 challenges before time runs out. The boy deduces that this means the challenge is forcing him to go through the 3 trials he has already completed. He confidently thought, honestly, I could beat the sand golem with my eyes closed. Does that mean I can reach the 8th floor quickly? Huh? A giant sand golem rising up from the ground. You're stunned. Is the sand golem always this huge? You look at the monster with amazement and excitement. I think it's 3 times bigger. Ha ha! As Sanan made his decision, the ground beneath his feet began to shake violently, and a giant creature made of sand and stone rose up. All right, let's fight. Without hesitation, he charged straight at the giant golem, appearing small but brave amidst the sandstorm created by the creature's movement. He glided through flying debris, his blue eyes intensely focused on the massive target ahead, searching for its weakness. As he gets closer, he realizes something unusual. Strange, I can't see the core weak point of the sand golem. Could it be hidden deeper inside its body due to its enormous size? Suddenly, the giant arm of the golem swung down at terrifying speed, carrying enough force to crush everything in its path. Sanjian was startled and immediately leapt back with all his might to avoid the destructive attack, but its stone fist grabbed hold of him. He unleashes a flurry of sword strikes that shatter the stone hands and charges out like an arrow. Seeing that normal attacks would be ineffective, Sangyun's eyes grew sharper. He gritted his teeth and said, "If that doesn't work, I'll tear you to pieces." He rushes forward, swinging his energy sword to cut into the golem's body. The sharp strikes send chunks of the stone golem flying everywhere. He stands firm after the slash attack, but the severed parts of its body quickly regenerate from the surrounding sand and stone. Almost immediately, you grit your teeth and realize the harsh truth. I know. What's the point of cutting sand with a knife? I have to find the core stone and destroy it at all costs. Your attacks only seem to make the golem angrier. It roars in fury, Sangyun muttered angrily. Damn it, I just made it angrier! The giant golem unleashed its fury, its shadow engulfing Sionen's tiny figure. He looked up, a bead of sweat running down his face as he realized something was wrong. Huh? The golem's body began to change in a strange way, as if it was splitting apart and restructuring into a new form. Seeing the unbelievable scene before him, he couldn't help but shout, "This is crazy!" as the giant rocks began to detach from the golem's body to reshape themselves. Sangyun looked up, his eyes showing clear tension. Dodging isn't the issue. If it falls like that, the entire upper body of the golem will collapse, forming a giant meteor of stone and sand that blocks out the sky and crashes straight down to where he is. Sangyun immediately used all his strength to run, trying to escape the impact zone of the impending collision. Despite his efforts, he was thrown back by the shockwave and partially buried in the pile of sand and rocks. Trapped in the rubble, a furious and crazed smile appears on Sangyun's face. He grits his teeth and says, "Ha, ha, I'm really angry now." He rose from the pile of sand, gripping his dagger with a murderous stance, ready for a brutal counterattack. Facing the fully reconstructed golem, Sangyun showed no fear, his eyes cold as ice, a powerful blue aura erupting around him as he coldly called out the name of his new skill. 3:activated. A system notification appears confirming the skill activation. The 3:skill has 0% proficiency in basic effects. Using magic, the next 3 sword attacks will be enhanced. The effect details when the skill is used. The sword's cutting power will be multiplied by 1.5/2.0/2.5 after each attack. Wrapped in a stream of blue energy, Sangyun lunged forward at ghostly speed, leaving behind faint afterimages. The first slash, enhanced 1.5 times, easily sliced through a large section of the golem's stone arm. He continues with the second and third strikes, with power multiplying exponentially, carving deep and precise cuts into its massive body. Sangyun couldn't help but be amazed by the destructive power of the new skill. I cut through it in just 1 strike. Suddenly, he remembered the frustration of his challenge area being invaded by the Black Knight. A sinister smile appeared on his face. But maybe I should thank the knight who invaded my floor now? Even though the golem can regenerate its parts with sand, I still need to keep smashing it apart to find the core stone, he thought, his determined eyes staring at the gradually recovering golem, challenging it with a provocative tone. Fine, keep regenerating. The boy swings his sword, his cold voice echoing across the desert. I will cut you down again and again until I find your weakness, he shouted, launching into a furious and relentless attack. The giant golem can only helplessly endure Sangyun's fury as its body is repeatedly shattered by countless enchanted sword strikes. After a long, continuous attack, Sangyun was panting, sweat streaming down his forehead. He gritted his teeth and asked, Where is its core stone anyway? Suddenly, his eyes froze as he noticed a change in the golem. What? The golem has been recreated, but its size has shrunk significantly. Sangu blurted out a teasing remark. When did you become so cute? It seems to understand the compliment. The giant stone golem suddenly feels a bit shy. Its stone cheeks blush in a strange way, the first time being called cute. He quickly analyzed the situation. While sand is the main resource for the golem's body, it seems it cannot be used continuously in this environment. That's why it's so small now. A flash of realization crossed Sionen's eyes as he understood the key point. Then that means a deadly and fierce smile appeared on his face, his eyes blazing red as he held the dagger backwards. All right, golem, want to go on a diet with me? The golem seems to sense the deadly threat and steps back in fear. It doesn't want Sangyun to rush in like a whirlwind, swinging his sword to attack the shrunken golem. He unleashes a series of rapid strikes, easily overpowering the golem. He gritted his teeth, a wild smile appearing as he continued his attack. Under the brutal strikes, the golem's body was torn into countless pieces. Fragments of stone scatter on the ground, but there are still no signs of the core stone. The golem lets out a weak roar as the shards begin to tremble, come together, emit a red glow, and start the reassembly process. The golem reformed once again, growling at Sangyun. In that moment of reformation, Sangyun's blue eyes caught a strange glint. He thought to himself, I found it. It's on its back, and it's really hard to cut through its body because it's too thick, but unexpectedly it was there. He confirmed the weak point, looked back at the battle, and realized time was running out. Did I take 10 minutes to reach this point? The 7th floor challenge only has 40 minutes. I need to hurry. Suddenly, a giant fist of rock lunged from the side, blocking his view. Sangyun quickly reacted, swinging his sword to block the golem's powerful punch. Taking advantage of the punch, he leapt up, ran along its arm, and mocked, So you've gotten faster after dieting? How interesting is that? I jump onto the golem's back, right next to the glowing red core stone. I wanted to play with you a little longer, but I don't have the time. The golem let out a final, anguished cry and shuddered as the core shard shattered into millions of dark red fragments. You have proven that you have overcome your fear. The first challenge is over. 2 notification panels appeared as the golem's body shattered. Immediately after, the red souls of the hunted orcus that he had slain earlier burst out and rushed into his body. You have absorbed the souls of the orc hunters. Proficiency has increased by 6%. The number of souls possessed is 19 out of 30. Feeling the new power surging within his body, even though it made his hands bleed, Sangyun still smiled with satisfaction. The overwhelming new power surging through his body was accompanied by a series of notifications confirming his progress. The Hunter's Spear Skill E+ reached 100% mastery. The Hunter's Spear Skill has increased to grade D. Instant Acceleration Skill D has reached 100% proficiency. The Instant Acceleration Skill has increased to grade D. Immediately after, a new notification about the next challenge appeared. Now you will enter the 3rd challenge area. Prove that you have overcome your hesitation. Sangyun felt overwhelmed by the speed of the events. This challenge is truly chaotic. He takes a deep breath, standing amidst the ruins of the defeated sand golem. A blinding light erupts, enveloping the entire space. As the light faded, Sangyun found himself standing amidst a new scene, with the remnants of deep red energy from the golem gathering below. He looked at the energy with bright eyes, instantly recognizing what it was. Great! The golem's soul! The red soul begins to rise from the debris, and Sionen immediately reaches out, trying to use his soul summoning skill. But instead of being absorbed, the soul dissolved into the air. A cold notification appeared. You failed to extract the soul. Sanjion gritted his teeth and growled in anger and disappointment. Damn it, this is so annoying! Before you could finish speaking, the surrounding space changed. Now, you will enter the 2nd challenge area. Prove that you have surpassed your own intelligence. You have been transported to a dark place. Are these broken pieces of wood? You look around, a familiar feeling washes over you as you realize the flames are burning. Is this the orc village from the 2nd floor challenge? Just as I expected, it's replaying the challenges from the previous floors. I confirmed that I stood still for a moment, observing the chaotic and terrifying familiar scene before me. Your eyes focus on a specific figure among the crowd, an ORC hunter. During the 2nd floor challenge, I destroyed the ORC village. Is this what happened next? In front of you is a tragic scene. A group of mighty ORC warriors surrounding the body of a comrade and the large ORC leader roaring in anger. The leader looked down, let out a pained and furious scream, his whole body trembling violently. His eyes turned bright red, bloodshot. Its body began to swell, muscles bulging as a red aura enveloped it. Sangyun immediately recognized the rage state, a phenomenon that occurs when a monster is provoked. You stand face to face with the transformed ORC leader. A furious ORC is no longer just an ordinary E-rank monster. I'm so unlucky. Immediately after, all the remaining orcs also roared. Their eyes turned bright red as they charge at him all at once. Sangyun looked straight at them with a cold gaze. But thinking about it, you are monsters and can't show obvious pain from losing your family. The instant speed boost skill has been activated, and the 3-section slash skill has been triggered. You firmly grasped the dagger, staring death in the eye, at least not in front of me. You charged into the horde of orcs like an arrow, and the first slash tore through the body of a furious orc. In just a moment, the battle was over. Sangyun stood panting amidst a sea of orc corpses. Only the leader remained kneeling on the ground, gasping his last breaths. The leader looked at his fallen family members lying scattered around, his eyes blazing red with despair. Sangyun stepped forward, standing above him and looking down. So, it feels really shitty, doesn't it? Having to watch his family die one by one, the leader roared in his final fury and charged forward, swinging his battle axe with all his remaining strength. With a gentle movement, Sangyun dodged the attack and swung his sword, ending the enemy's life. Finally, you have proven that you have surpassed your own intelligence. The second challenge is over. You stand there, your expression unchanged, calmly accepting the victory. Sangyun looked back at the desolate scene he had created, standing upright with a determined gaze. I can't delay any longer. He reached out his hand, and the dark red spirits from the dead orcs were immediately drawn toward him, ready to be absorbed. Then, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. He sees himself standing on a long bridge over a vast sea. He is amazed. Could this be the area occupied from the 6th floor? You observe the surroundings and realize the difference. The previous challenges were on the 1st and 2nd floors, so I thought this one would be a copy of the 3rd floor, but the arrangement of the tiles is different. He sighed in frustration, recalling the absurd mental challenge just now. Well, considering the tower used such a stupid test for intelligence, I really am a fool to expect logic from this tower. He decided to restore his stamina and to open his inventory. A potion appears along with its details. D. Health Potion. A special recovery potion rich in vitality. When used, stamina and magic power will be restored by 20%. Without hesitation, he uncapped the bottle and drank it all in one gulp. A wave of invigorating energy spread through his body, helping him shake off fatigue. He lets out a relieved sigh. Phi is feeling better now. Sangyun stood there for a moment, still holding the empty bottle, with a somewhat contemplative expression. Then, with a somewhat childish gesture, he threw the empty bottle into the sea, muttering about polluting the challenge tower. Immediately, the water where the bottle fell started to bubble violently, and Cyan was startled as he looked back from beneath the surface, jets of water shooting up like slaps to his face. A crooked, incredulous smile appeared on his lips. Is it just because I threw that? The effect of the D-Assassin Cloak has been activated, increasing movement speed by 15%. A warning message appears as the water dragon begins chasing him at terrifying speed. 9 seconds remaining, he starts sprinting desperately across the narrow bridge. I have successfully followed all the rules of the challenges so far, so that means to pass this one, I need to find the tile that is covered in red. The waves created by the water dragon form a huge tsunami rushing right behind me. Until then, I can't touch the water. Thanks to the cape's effect, I feel much more agile, yes? Still, I'm way faster. At least it won't catch up to me. He confidently glances back. Good. With this speed, he jumps over the gaps on the bridge, trying to keep up the pace. But a sudden jet of water sprays up from a tile and hits you. You have touched the water of this challenge. Damn it, all these negative effects hit me. Strength down by 10, agility down by 10, stamina down by 10. The penalty time is 2 minutes and 59 seconds, and the tiles start exploding chaotically instead of in order. I thought the tiles would explode in sequence. You are thrown into the air by another jet of water. This is the price to pay for expecting the challenge tower to be logical. His whole body soaked and weakened, Sangyun gritted his teeth and roared out his skill name, instantly boosting his speed. He uses his skill to glide through the wildly spraying water columns, the surrounding sea like a land of boiling water erupting non-stop. You think I will die in a place like this? The water turns into countless sharp spears shooting at me from all directions. Amidst the rain of water spears, his eyes catch something in the distance. Over there, a large red tile floats at the end of the path. The red-colored tile is taken. The boy grits his teeth, his eyes shining with determination. Is this annoying challenge finally coming to an end? The two giant water dragons emerge again, blocking the only path leading to the red brick. he muttered as he dodged. Now it's just mindless chasing after me. He pushes himself forward with all his might. Just a little more. Suddenly, a water tentacle wrapped around your ankle, throwing you off balance. You were pulled back and fell into the freezing water. Water flooding into his lungs makes him scream in pain. The exclusive effect of the forged iron pendant activates. The iron protection has been activated, absorbing 10% of physical damage. At the same time, one of the ORC souls stored by him automatically flies out. The ORC's soul enveloped his body, absorbing all pressure and damage from the water. The soul had absorbed the harmful damage intended for the user. The hunter orc's soul has been destroyed. The orc soul completely vanished after fulfilling its duty to protect its master, being submerged in the freezing cold water. Sang-gyun realized he was still safe somehow. I was sure I felt the shock, but my soul shield protected me just before I took damage from it. With the orc's soul vanishing, a powerful force pushed Sang-gyun out of the water, sending him soaring into the air toward the bridge. He lands on a safe tile, lets out a relieved yet tense sigh. View. At that moment, a notification appeared, showing no remaining time. The exclusive effect of the assassin's cloak had been deactivated. The two water dragons are still there, and Sion realizes he's just lost his speed advantage. He gasps for breath, exhaustion hitting him hard. Damn it. I grit my teeth. I'm out of mana. I'll be doomed if I boost my speed now because it will be deactivated too. In a moment of desperation, he summoned another ORC Hunter Soul from his storage, a blazing red energy sphere nestled in his palm. Without hesitation, he absorbed the soul. A surge of wild, powerful energy flows into his body, making his blue eyes shine. His mana has been replenished by using the Hunter ORC's soul. A warm feeling spreads from my chest. Great, my strength is coming back. The two water dragons did not give him a moment to rest. They roared again and created fierce waves. With his recently restored mana, Sang-gyun charged forward, heading straight for the final target. The red brick was right in front of his eyes, he thought to himself. Just a little more. The two sea dragons combined their strength for one final attack, a massive rain of water blades shooting toward him. Sang-gyun looked up, amazed at the scale of the attack. Oh no. A tidal wave is coming, damn it. Swept away in the chaotic water, he acted on instinct. I don't know anymore. You used all your remaining strength to hold on. You were thrown and spun around in the whirlpool, losing all sense of direction. Once again, another orc soul activates automatically, causing a dark red energy explosion. A hunter orc soul has been destroyed. The explosion from inside tore apart one of the two water dragons, creating an escape route for Sionun. He was flung into the air after the blast, his body aching and battered. Yeah, you fell freely from above, heading straight for the red tile. His eyes widened with determination as the target was right below him. He landed on the tile with a loud crash, and to absorb the impact, two more ORC souls were destroyed. An orc hunter's soul has been destroyed. An orc hunter's soul has been destroyed. The number of souls owned is 12 out of 30. You lie sprawled on the hard surface of the tile, your whole body exhausted. You look up at the sky, panting, feeling alive after a deadly battle. The last sea serpent finally disappeared, turning into two water tornadoes before sinking into the ocean. When everything was silent, two notices appeared. You have proven that you have overcome your hesitation. The third challenge is over. He sat up, water dripping from his body, surrounded by the last gentle waves. He looked at the sea with a look of disgust. This damn challenge annoyed me to the very last second. And then a series of reward notifications appeared. Congratulations on completing the 7th floor of the Challenge Tower. The Wind Blessing skill reward has been received. You have received 15,000 points, and the additional item Speedy D has been sent to your inventory. Please proceed to the main hall. A teleportation circle appears beneath your feet. He is heading to the main hall. He stands there, his back tired, but also incredibly resilient, ready for what's to come. Sang-gyun takes a deep breath, reflecting on what just happened with a tired and dissatisfied feeling. In this challenge, standing in the vast main hall with a somewhat lonely back, honestly, it feels no different from failure. I bite my lip gently, a sense of unease creeping in my heart. I'm really worried about the challenge of the 8th floor. Luck will no longer have any effect from now on. You stand alone in the vast space, contemplating the harsh challenges ahead and the path you must take. Suddenly, a series of system notifications appeared, signaling major changes. 1,000 people have completed the 7th floor challenge. The expanded system has begun. A skill shop has been created, and a challenging crossroads has been established. Permanent return is now possible. The system for conquering floors has been activated. His eyes lit up as he read those words. The skill shop returning permanently and the tower conquest are both things I've been waiting for a long time. But the most important thing is that a special message just for you appears, making your heart race faster. You are the challenger designated as the pioneer on all floors. Please choose your aura. A look of anticipation lights up in your eyes. That's it, he muttered to himself. The aura. This is the benefit I can receive when I am designated as the pioneer on all levels. A challenger with the aura will be granted unique traits, skills, and effects. The message to choose carefully makes you think. Has the trial tower ever given advice like this before? That means this halo has a special meaning behind it. A selection screen appears with 3 clear options: ruler, hunter, and monk. The boy looks at the 3 choices. So, these are the auras. Let's see the previous description first. Read the first description. Ruler, a halo that changes based on a person's achievements. It leans more towards a general type rather than a specialized one and is closely linked to unique traits. It will significantly boost potential in abilities such as combat, growth, support, and creativity. Unique authority that combines skills. This is currently the most suitable aura for the challenger Hanzionen. You're surprised. Oh, it affects all abilities and unique traits. Most importantly, the challenge tower is clearly telling me which aura suits me best. So what about the other auras? You curiously scroll to the next option. Hunter, a halo that anyone can adapt to. It has a deep connection to improving abilities and skills, with the proficiency of abilities and skills increasing exponentially through the aura's effects. The unique authority level up. This is currently a halo that suits the challenger Hanzionen. He nodded and said, "This isn't bad." And the final aura, the monk. An aura greatly influenced by talent and perseverance. The more time you invest, the stronger you'll become. However, it requires time and talent. If you are weak, your abilities may become useless. The only authority, the path of training. He straightforwardly comments, "That's terrible." You immediately discard the third option, remove this halo and choose between the remaining 2. After some hesitation, his gaze became firm. What I will choose is the finger that decisively touches the ruler choice. You have chosen the ruler. Through the unique effect of the ruler's halo, the evolution of the unique trait has begun. A brilliant golden light envelops your entire body. Choices are categorized based on the challenger's current abilities. 3 new paths of development emerge, starting with the summoner, using the absorbed spirits. You can summon powerful undead skeletons. The second option is a dark swordsman. Both swordsmanship and magic will increase, and any related skills can be learned 3 times faster. And for the final choice, the creator, skills based on item creation will increase, and any related skills will also be learned 3 times faster. You look at the 3 options, a confident smile appearing on your face. Is this the effect of the Overlord's halo? This one is an easy choice. You select the summoner and the confirmation message appears. Unique trait. Summon spirit has been added as a characteristic for the summoner. Some effects will be adjusted, with additional effects being added. The unique authority skill has been created. A new status window appears, updating your changes. Hans Gionun's status. A dominating aura of power. 55 stamina, 51. Agility, 56. Magic, 43. Durability, 43. Unique traits. Soul summoning D and the ultimate skill combination. A surge of powerful energy blending red and black erupts from his body as the evolution process completes. He lands on the ground, feeling the new power flowing through his veins. At last, I have a halo. He decides to test his new ability right away. Let's see. The unique power that combines skills. The effect can combine any 2 skills. When the skills are of different ranks, the higher ranked skill becomes the core skill. You realize the great potential of this ability. I can combine 2 useless skills to create a new one. You can't hide your excitement. This is truly amazing. Opening the skill list, please select 2 existing skills to combine. Sangyun looks at his skill list displayed on a notification board. Fast recovery. E. Pain resistance. D. Resists fire. F. Kills the weak. F is the hunter's combat skill. Maintain the fight. F. Forestry knowledge. F. And passion for thinking. What should I combine here? You muttered to yourself. The skills I don't usually use. You have made your decision. The 2 skills appear now. Eliminate the weak and keep fighting. You have chosen these 2 skills. Do you want to proceed with the synthesis? Yes or no? You choose yes and smile. Excellent. It is synthesizing. Skill synthesis is complete. A bright burst of light appears, signaling the birth of something entirely new. From within the light, a new form gradually takes shape, and a final notification appears. Promising a new power, a new skin has been created. A notification appears along with the icon of a completely new skill. The forced breakthrough skill D has been disconnected from creation. Sangyun was stunned as he read the description of the new skill. The D Mastery Breakthrough skill can break any restriction or obstacle created by skills or innate abilities, but your mana level must be higher than that of your captor. You can't believe your eyes, right? Is this what I got? You look at the formula that appears before you. FF equals D. I thought I'd be lucky just to get an E-ranked skill, but it gave me a D-ranked skill. A wild, excited smile spreads across your face. This skill is truly insane. Ha ha! Filled with excitement, you return to the control panel. Try again. Your skill list is now open. Please select the skills you want to combine. This time you chose two rare skills that you rarely use, the Forced Forestry Knowledge and the Fire Resistance skill. You have chosen these two skills. You firmly press the Yes button on the confirmation panel. Do you want to combine them or not? A blinding beam of light suddenly erupts. The synthesis process has begun. The skills have been combined. You look at the glowing mass with anticipation. I wonder what I'll get this time. The EI Enhancement skill has been created. The EI Enhancement skill with 0% proficiency effect allows you to see clearly, even in obscured environments. You look a bit disappointed. Hey, did it only increase by 1 rank this time? He squints and thinks, Is that all? You recall your first combination. The result of combining to eliminate the weak and maintaining good combat is due to their high compatibility. Looking at those two skills, it's clear that forest knowledge and fire resistance are incompatible. They really don't go well together. I guess that's the reason. You sigh and lie down on the bed that just appeared in the room. Lying on the bed, he looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought. And with the radiant reward from constantly being a pioneer, it felt strange, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Are all of these really because of my hard work? Or have I just been lucky all this time, relying on my special ability? He was silent for a long time, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, he stood up and said, Forget it, I'll just check my rewards. He sat up and checked his first reward. An A-rank skill. Wind Blessing. A. Proficiency 0%. All speed increases by 10% when calling out the skill name. This effect can be stacked up to 7 times. When the stacking reaches its maximum, the skill will have a 1-day cooldown. Sangyun couldn't believe his eyes. All speeds increased by 10%? That's amazing. I can stack it up to 7 times. He leaned back, his body filled with extreme excitement. That means I can increase my speed by up to 70%. He laughed happily. Ha ha. Suddenly, he realized another important detail. And this skill doesn't consume any of his mana. He sat up, looking at the skill screen with satisfaction. This Wind Blessing is almost without any weaknesses. He continued checking the next reward in his inventory and put on the new shoes. C+ sprinting shoes with 3% attack speed and 5% movement speed increase. The shoes are decorated with small wings created by a magic mechanism. The speed boost lasts for a moment after reaching a certain velocity. I smirk, pleased that all the rewards from the 7th floor are related to speed. Then he accessed the newly opened skill shop. A list of skills you can purchase has been displayed. Harden D, Immobilize E, Monster Charm, F, Weapon Enchantment, E, Instant Speed D, Mana Flow D, Shield D, and Enhanced Vision D. He scrolls through the list feeling a bit disappointed. The skills for sale are surprisingly low quality and quite expensive. You frown at the sight of the familiar skill and the instant speed boost costing 8,000 points each. That's insanely expensive. However, I still decide to buy a few things. Still, I really need a skill related to magic. You have purchased the Mana Circuit D for 15,000 points and the Magic Resistance D for 12,000 points. Skill. Magic Resistance. D proficiency, 0%. Effect. Your body becomes resistant to external mana. If the user does not have the Mana Circuit skill, the effect will be greatly reduced. You look at the 2 skills you just bought with a determined gaze. If I have this skill, I can prepare for situations where I might be affected by a skill like Unity of Mind and Heart in the past. Skill. Mana Circuit D, proficiency 0%. Effect. Mana channels form within your body, increasing mana efficiency. As soon as you learn the skill, these channels are etched into your body. I grit my teeth, my body trembling from a burning sensation. I feel like I'm on fire. A blazing stream of red energy erupts from his body as the rune inscription process completes. He stands up from the bed, feeling a clear change in his body. My body feels light. I look at my hands, feeling the flow of new energy. He takes a few steps, each movement exuding agility and strength. He tries a few techniques, feeling the difference, and then delivers a spinning kick that unleashes a powerful surge of energy. And as you land, the ground beneath your feet cracks and shatters. You are amazed by your new strength. Oh, does the mana flow also boost your physical abilities? A satisfied smile appeared on your face. I know it's a good deal. Check your unique traits again. You can use the soul of a dead person to summon a nearby corpse. The level of the summoned corpse is proportional to the quality and quantity of souls consumed. I'm curious about the new necromancy skill I received. Turn off the system display, but better to test it on the battlefield. You take a deep breath, feeling satisfied with your preparations. Now it's time to make a decision. His eyes turned serious, debating whether to face the next challenge or return to Earth. While on Earth, a hunter desperately searches for his teammates. Damn it, why can't I find any teammates? A shadow appears behind him, and a group of 3 thugs approach. Hello? Still looking for members? They are standing in front of the teleportation gate, blocking the hunter's path. Why didn't you turn in your permit at the gate? The permit will be confiscated if you don't enter within a certain time. Then why not make some money and hand it over here? The boss said with a sinister smile. While the hunter muttered to himself, he's here again. How annoying. The hunter gritted his teeth and replied, I told you before, I have no intention of handing it over, but was cut off. Idiot. That thug looks around. Why do you think you haven't been invited to any group when there are so many hunters here? He spoke bluntly with a sinister expression. I'll be honest, you're a rank E hunter. The harsh words of the thug, like a dagger stabbing straight into the hunter's heart, left him speechless. Which bastard would want to team up with a trash like you? 2 of his accomplices appeared from behind, with sinister smiles and glowing red eyes in the darkness. Well, that sounds heartbreaking, but he's right. At that moment, a calm voice rang out from the crowd, catching Dukon's attention. Is there still room in your team? The surrounding hunters automatically moved aside as a tall man approached confidently, holding out his hunter's license and introducing himself. I am Hans Yoon, a C-class hunter, and he looked directly into the desperate hunter's eyes, holding out his card closer. Does that mean I qualify for this? The E-rank hunter exclaimed happily, stammering in response. Oh yes, of course. Seeing that, the thug leader angrily stepped forward, grabbing Zhang Yun's shoulder with his rough hand. Hey buddy, don't you see someone waiting here? Are you blind? Mr. Yoon just slightly smirked. Isfimurd, showing no concern for the thug's aggressive attitude. What the hell? You bastard, do you want to die? Sung Yoon calmly replied. Sung Yoon's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce red light, his voice cold as ice. Let go of my body before I break it. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying surge of dark red energy erupted from Sung Yoon's body, knocking back those nearby. Dukon's hand was still on Zhang Yun's shoulder, but now his face was pale and trembling under the overwhelming pressure. He breaks out in cold sweat, screaming internally in terror. How can his energy be so powerful? Is he really a Class C like me? The 2 henchmen behind can't sense the energy source, only witnessing the spectacular scene and cheering. Look at that energy, just as we expected from our boss. The leader turned back and shouted at them while sweat was pouring down his face. It's not that I'm stupid, you guys. Seeing a few people in Hunter Association vests paying attention, Dukong quickly hides his fear, coughs to regain composure. Because someone from the association is watching, I'll let you go this time, he says with a weak threat, as if today is just a warning for tomorrow. Then he quickly signaled to his subordinates. Let's go. Leaving the E-rank hunter, still stunned. The hunter holds his head, completely confused about what is happening. Why did everything turn out like this from the very beginning? The E-rank hunter, still stunned, holds his head and mumbles the name of the one who just ran away. Based on the current situation, it seems like no one else will join us. So why don't we go inside right now? Seeing the hunter frozen in shock, he hurriedly pointed at the 2 of them and stammered, Is it just the 2 of us? Despite his fear, the hunter had no choice but to follow Song Yun through the glowing blue space gate. As soon as we entered the dungeon, he immediately looked around cautiously, gripping his sword tightly. I can't believe we actually went in. Mr. Yun glanced at his tense teammate and reassured him, Don't worry so much. I can handle most of the rank D hunters alone. Hearing that, the hunter grew even more anxious, sweat streaming down his forehead. He cautiously asked Yun Han Shang, This isn't your first dungeon, is it? Zi Yun paused for a moment before replying. That's right, because the challenge tower isn't considered a dungeon. The hunter's expression became extremely serious. Maybe it's a bit rude to say this since we just met, but clearing dungeons is a matter of survival. I just felt I should make that clear. Mr. Yoon's car turned back to look at him, his deep blue eyes shining with a profound gaze. Between an E-rank and a C-rank hunter, who do you think has a higher mortality rate? The hunter replied confidently, like someone experienced. Most people would think that weaker E-rank hunters have a higher death rate, but in reality, it's the C-rank hunters. He explained that E-rank hunters are aware of their weakness, so sometimes they become overly cautious, while those in C rank start to feel too confident. a terrifying image of a hunter being skewered appears in his mind. That's why their death rate is so high. He continued to give an example. It's just like driving a car. The accident rate will increase when you become overconfident. He looked directly at Zong Yun, emphasizing that the dungeon is much more dangerous than he thought. In the end, he revealed his biggest concern. But we entered the dungeon without Wang and Hell. So I became even more worried about his overconfidence. Mr. Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Well, you have a point. With everyone's agreement, the hunter made a suggestion. I may only be a rank E hunter, but I have a lot of experience in dungeons. So, can I take on the role of leader of the group? Mr. Yun looked a bit disappointed. Actually, I also want to lead, but you still agreed. All right. Right then. The hunter bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you for your consideration. Please don't be upset. This is for everyone's safety. The E-rank hunter confidently steps forward. Then let's set out, while Xiao Unyun silently thought, for now, I'll trust him. As they ventured deeper into the cave, a large blue-scaled figure suddenly emerged from the darkness, causing the hunter to exclaim a lizard person. He immediately took a defensive stance, his face showing tension. They are famous for their weapon skills. This situation doesn't look good. He turned to order Son Yun. I will draw its attention. You should aim for the opening and attack. Zhe Yun simply coldly replied from behind. Understood. Zhe Yun stands with arms crossed, quietly observing with a curious gaze. Let's see how an experienced hunter handles this situation. The divine lizard man roars fiercely and charges straight at the defending hunter. But instead of a fierce battle, both the hunter and the monster started making strange noises and stared at each other in confusion, leaving Zong Yun behind, bewildered. The hunter awkwardly waved two swords, shouting loudly as if trying to intimidate the monster. He silently thought to himself, don't tell me Zhang Yun is watching this strange scene, and an unbelievable thought is running through his mind. Could they be competing by staring at each other? Zhang Yun's expression grew impatient. I only have 3 days because this is just a temporary return to Earth, so I don't have time to waste on a divine human right at this entrance. He decided he couldn't wait any longer, and quickly stepped past the confused hunter. Yun's vehicle moved forward so I could join in. The hunter hurriedly tried to stop him. No, wait, that would be very dangerous. But Zong Yun activated his skill, instantly boosting his speed. In a flash, his body turned into a blue streak, rushing toward the monster. The blue sword slashes across and cuts the divine being into many pieces in an instant, leaving the hunter stunned with his mouth open and eyes wide, while Zhang Yun stands calmly in the blood of the defeated monster and explains I interrupted. Because I was in a hurry, hope you understand. The hunter stammers as he looks at the battlefield, then at Zong Yun. Ah, I see. I understand. I guess that's also a way to handle it. Zong Yun added, do you think I should say this proposal now? The hunter was startled and nodded repeatedly like a child. Of course, you can say whatever you want. I want to take the lead from now on. As soon as I finished speaking, another group of demon hunters charged out of the shadows, howling fiercely. Yun Qi charged into the monsters without hesitation, his sword strikes forming a deadly storm. You move gracefully like the wind, easily dodging the attacks of the two snake-like monsters and leaping into the air to avoid their strikes from below. Then he swooped down from above like an arrow, delivering a fatal blow to the divine serpent, while the hunter behind could only stand in shock, overwhelmed by the scene. In his eyes, what he sees is not a battle, but a one-sided slaughter. Yun's vehicle continues its deadly dance among the monsters. He finishes off the last monster with a clean sword strike. The hunter trembles, not out of fear, but from excitement and amazement. I might even be witnessing the battle of a supernova. After the fight ends, Zong Yun calmly kneels beside a monster's corpse and takes out a green crystal from its heart. A system window appears. Core D, a core filled with mana harvested from the lizard's heart, could be very useful for alchemy or crafting. After cleaning up, Zhang Yun gathered all the mana cores and put them into the hunter's backpack. The E-rank hunter bowed his head, apologizing with a guilty tone for not being able to do anything except carry things. He hesitated to bring up a sensitive issue, and it seems we don't have much to say about dividing our share, when his words were cut off by the appearance of a much larger monster at the end of the cave. It grazed past his head. He gently spun around and delivered a powerful punch to its head. A powerful strike immediately finished off the monster. Zhang Yun stood firm after the attack, surrounded by shattered rocks, the hunter clutching his head, breathless in awe of the incredible power he just witnessed. Zhe Yun dusts off his clothes and turns back, saying, "We'll talk about that outside. It would be very dangerous if we don't stay focused." The hunter hurriedly replied, "Sorry," Yun Qi reassured him. "I will do my best to protect you." At the same time, a series of system notifications appeared. Only Zon Ian saw that you had absorbed the lizard's soul and your proficiency increased by 0.7%. The dark red energy from the corpses flew toward Zonyun as he secretly thought about absorbing their souls while pretending to yawn. He frowned when he saw the 0.7% figure. It seems that increasing familiarity with D-rank monsters is becoming more difficult. They continue forward and face a giant swirling red energy gate. The hunter couldn't hide his amazement. We really reached the boss door with just the two of us. While Zongyun calmly remarks, "Oh, so this is the boss room gate." He chuckled nervously and excitedly. I never expected to challenge the boss on my first try. Clearing just half of this dungeon would already be a success. His eyes lit up with hope as he looked at Zongyun. But for this guy, clearing the entire dungeon was possible. He hesitantly asked, "So I'm thinking of going into the boss room. Do you think it's okay?" Mr. Yoon's vehicle replied succinctly, "Of course, but don't you need to rest?" "No, I'm fine," Mr. Yoon's car insisted. "Then let's go straight inside." Inside the large room is a huge red lizard monster fully armored. Mr. Yoon immediately recognized it. As expected, it was a lizard king. The hunter nervously asks, "What are you going to do?" Mr. Yoon's car orders to wait here for a moment. The hunter shouted in panic, "What? Wait a minute. Don't you have a plan or something?" The Dragon King roared and charged forward, raising its spear high. Son Yoon merely smirked confidently, or so it seemed. The monster rushes forward at a terrifying speed, swinging its tail to attack. Zon Yoon's eyes blaze with intensity, fully focused on the opponent. Lang unleashes a storm of blue sword energy towards him. He remarks that its speed is extraordinary for its size, but Zon Yoon is even faster, gliding like a shadow. He easily jumps onto the giant spear of the monster and runs along its back. Despite the monster's speed, Zon Yoon still charges forward effortlessly. He confidently thought that he could catch up with it. Then the king's serpent swung its tail into his face, creating an extremely powerful impact. The collision threw him back, causing him to crash into the cave wall. The hunter behind could only clutch his head in horror and scream. Han Sang-yoon pushed himself up from the thick layer of rocks, kicking away the stones to escape. Yoon's vehicle landed softly on the ground, unharmed. Around you, a dark red energy is swirling. A notification appears, indicating that the soul has absorbed the damage from the user. Yoon's vehicle lands, he smiles wildly and says, "Yes, at least it has to be this tough for me to properly test my new skills." Meanwhile, in a corner, the hunter breathes a sigh of relief, his heart pounding. Fu Min thought he was about to die. The Lizard King, its blue eyes flashing with anger and surprise. Mr. Yoon's vehicle looked at the shattered stone throne of the monster and teased, "Your throne is completely ruined." Seeing the destruction, he muttered to himself, "Why do I feel like this is a sign of something bad to come?" The God Lizard King roared in anger as a terrifying purple energy burst from its body. It concentrated its power, creating a vast influence that filled the entire room. The purple energy chains tightly bind Zon. The slow motion skill has been activated. All movements will be slowed by 25%. Immediately, a surge of green energy erupts from the attacker. The forced breakthrough skill has been activated. Yes, the green aura expands, shattering the purple chains. The player has twice the magic power of the slow movement user. All slow effects from any actions have been nullified. The lizard god roared in anger and helplessness as he saw his skill become useless. Xie Yun thought to himself, "I was a bit unsure because this is a skill created through synthesis, but it works very well." Oh. A cold sweat runs down the Lizard King's forehead as he seems to realize the power gap. Suddenly, the purple chains shift their target and tightly bind the distant hunter, ignoring his commands. He panicked and desperately shouted for Han Sang-yoon to save him, while the Lizard King growled and ignored Yoon, turning to a weaker target, surprising him. Huh? Wait a minute. The giant monster charges straight at the trapped hunter, and Yoon's vehicle grinds its teeth in anger as he shouts loudly to draw its attention. "Hey, you damn dragon god. Your opponent is me." He jumps into the air, trying to fly over the monster to block it, but he realizes he won't make it in time. "Damn it, I'm too far away!" In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "Ah!" Yoon's eyes blaze with a red light. He activates his special skill, summoning the dead. Immediately, a horde of skeletons rose from the ground, surrounding and protecting the hunter, while blocking the Lizard King's attack. The Bone Warriors charged forward fearlessly, attacking the giant monster. The Lizard King was stunned by this unexpected army and roared in anger as the weak skeletons blocked its path. Yoon's car silently thought that while his skeleton army was falling apart, and obviously not strong enough, in the split second he created it, he had accumulated enough power, and the Wind Blessing skill had been stacked. All movement speed increased by 60%. Current skill accumulation progress, 6 out of 7. With incredible speed, he charged and finished off the Dragon God King with a single strike, firmly declaring that he had saved him. A series of system notifications appeared. The Lizard King dungeon boss has been defeated. The next dungeon boss will appear in 14 days. The soul of the Lizard King flies towards Zhong Yun and merges with his body. Your stats have increased exponentially after absorbing the Lizard King's soul. Strength +1, Agility +1, Stamina +B, Power +B, Balance +5. A new skill has also been developed. You have absorbed one of the King Lizard's skills, Mind's Eye D skill, 0% proficiency. In a battle, you will be able to sense your opponent's invisible attacks. Meanwhile, outside the gate, an employee of the association was feeling bored. Besides the 3 gates opening at the same time, nothing special happened. So boring. Another staff member reports nothing important happened, right? Yes, nothing at all, team leader. The team leader muttered as usual. After the Vanguard team clears part of the gate, the guild's assault team will arrive soon and finish it off by defeating the boss. He was annoyed. We're in the same guild, so why isn't our team getting any missions? TS. That damn raid team, I'm really jealous. Another person thought about the benefits, imagining that if the Vanguard team cleared the gate in one go, their management team would receive a reward. He sat back in his chair, daydreaming about the prize money. Someone else was more realistic. That could only happen if they had an A-rank hunter. It would be crazy for such a high-level hunter to be here. At that moment, the glowing gate opened, and Zhong Yun and the E-rank hunter stepped out. The team leader was surprised to announce that the third gate's Vanguard team had completed the raid and was exiting. Already so soon? He looked more closely. What? Are there only 2 people raiding this dungeon? So they probably only went out after clearing half of it. He suddenly froze. Huh? The gate behind the 2 people is starting to fade and turn gray. Huh? He suddenly realized that the fact the gate's color turning gray meant his face showed an expression of extreme joy. The raid on the boss's room has been completed. He hurriedly ran over. Is it true that the gate raid has been completed? Mr. Yoon asked again. Sorry, but who are you to ask me that? The officer quickly adjusts his uniform. Sorry for my rudeness. I am in charge of the emergency gates that appeared in this park. The head of the gate management team from the Hunter Association asks cautiously, Are you here to buy the ownership of the gate? The E-rank hunter stammers. Yes, that's right. We would like to make an offer to both of you. He points towards Zhong Yun. Then that's not something I can decide. Shin Ujin was surprised. Sorry. He explained it clearly. Shan Hanxian entered this dungeon alone, leaving Shin Ujin utterly stunned. Shin Ujin stammered nervously. If he attacked alone, he must be an A-class hunter. Mr. Yoon interrupted. No, I am a C-class hunter. That's not the important issue right now. So why don't we get to the main point? Mr. Yoon's car looked straight into Shin Ujin's eyes. How much are you willing to pay for the ownership of the gate? I wonder it would be troublesome if it got out that I come from the Challenge Tower. Uin clears his throat and says, If you want me to get straight to the point, the management team wants to buy it for 1.2 billion. Son Yoon's eyes widened, only the staggering figure of 1.2 billion echoing in his mind. The amount before him seemed to transform into a towering pile of documents symbolizing the debts he could pay off. Phew, I'm exhausted. After returning from the tower, I worked non-stop. Suddenly, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen, wondering who would be calling at this hour. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw the caller's name. Huh? A fleeting look of surprise quickly passed over her face as she sighed and looked at the nameplate on her desk. The challenge team for the Tower Challenge, led by Lai. She recalls a tense meeting. I'm sure this will bring about a revolutionary change. My superior has made a big deal out of it. She sighed and said, I never expected convincing the challengers to be so difficult, even though they don't hide. I can't even get 10 people. And moreover, they are all challengers who chose the difficult path, which is almost not enough to satisfy my superior. She looked out the window towards the Night Lantern City. Looking back, I don't know what that person is doing. In her mind, a young man fighting extraordinarily appeared. A guy so strong that it's no exaggeration to say he cleared the 4th floor of Hansun alone. She blamed herself with regret, wishing she had made a proposal to him. Suddenly, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen, wondering who would call at this hour. She was stunned when she read the message on the screen. Huh? It's Hans Gyun, the friend I met on the 4th floor. Kolai or Ion SSI. If you've come back, can we meet for a bit? Meanwhile, Song Yoon is checking his bank account. The number displayed is 1,291.6 million. G. You stare at the nearly 1.3 billion you've earned, feeling unreal. You smile, but it feels amazing. Maybe I should buy a house. The doorbell rings at the coffee shop as Lai rushes in, panting. Sung Yoon waved her hand. Kali Haeon SSI is over here, she happily responded. I'm Sangyun SSI. She walks over to the table, catching her breath. Mr. Yoon's car comments. Did she come running here? Take your time. Lai puffs her cheeks in anger. Han Sangyun SSI, you didn't even reply to my messages. Do you know how long I've been waiting for it? Her question made Seon Yoon feel a bit confused and blush. You avoided her gaze. I apologize for the message. I'm not interested in things like that, so it seems I missed it. Lai Hoyan smiles mischievously. Then please, buy me a cup of coffee. All right. And a cheesecake. Do you agree? Mr. Yoon's car agreed. Of course. After ordering drinks, Mr. Yoon's car got straight to the point. Have you stopped climbing the tower? No, I plan to continue. Honestly, I contacted you because I have a favor to ask. He looked directly at her and said, I need a guild, a place that allows me to enter the tower and raid dungeons at will. My conditions are, first, the right to refuse summons from the guild. Second, the guild shall not interfere with my activities inside the tower. So, the right to use the guild dungeons whenever I want. Is there any guild willing to agree to these conditions? Lai remained silent. The atmosphere grew tense. Zhang Yun wondered if the mood had shifted, if he had asked for too much. Lei Hyun said, Mr. Cyan SS, the conditions you mentioned are impossible. From the guild's perspective, they don't gain any benefits at all. Mr. Yoon's car is disappointed. I see. It seems I was asking for too much. As soon as you finished speaking, Lei Haeon suddenly grabbed your hand, surprising you. She looked at him with determination and said, Please join my White-Silver Guild. She promised confidently, I will turn your impossible conditions into possible ones. The next day, Se-yoon was lying on the roof of a moving bus, thinking about what had happened. Raiding dungeons, selling items, and even joining a guild. Yesterday was really productive. He chuckled to himself, even though there's still one thing he needs to do to join the guild. He recalled Lai Haeon's words, cleaning out a C-ranked dungeon on his own. He needs that skill for my superior to accept him. The right to freely use the guild dungeons cannot be granted to anyone. That means only a select few can benefit from the White-Silver Guild's dungeons. You must be a rising star or a hunter that the guild has high expectations for. Mr. Yoon's eyes lock onto Lai Haeon, his voice full of determination. Please prepare a C-grade dungeon for me to clear on my own. You extend your hand and I will make sure you won't regret your decision. And they shook hands on the deal. Yun Xiang stood on top of a bus, looking toward Mount Chuno in Nogyang District. Young, should I start heating up from here? He immediately dashed off at an incredible speed, his body turning into a blur. He sped through the crowded streets, leaving confused passersby behind. Lai Haeon was already waiting at the entrance to the dungeon gate on the mountain. Hello, I'm here to reserve a spot for the gate raid in an hour. The staff recognized her. She is Lai Haeon, the leader of the White-Silver Guild. He pointed to a nearby tent. There's still plenty of time, so she can sit under this tent. She politely replied, Yes, thank you. Just then, a strong gust of wind blew in, and Zhang Yun appeared in front of her. A Sea Haeon said she has been here already. The wind caused by his speed made those around him stagger. Mr. Yun scratched his head awkwardly. I apologize. I was running too fast and probably caused a shockwave. Lai Haeon smiled softly, feeling amazed inside. Did he really create a gust of wind just by running? You arrived early, Sun SS. She wondered who this person really was while Yoon explained, I have nothing to do, so tell the association staff I have completed the procedures. Please let me know when you're ready to turn to Lai or Yan. I don't mind if we start right now. The guild staff announced, Then we will begin the gate raid to prove your abilities. As they entered, they found themselves in the middle of a vast wheat field. Mr. Yoon's car was surprised, a rice field. Please turn to Lai or Ion. Sai or Ion SSI, please send a signal immediately if you think you're in danger. She replied, I'm fine. Confidently, she showed off a necklace. I am wearing a treasure given to me by the guild. It is the Queen's Necklace, an item that can create shields and, although not very powerful, it also has invisibility capabilities. Besides, if I attract attention, it might look like I was helping him. So, I should stay back. Mr. Yoon agreed. That makes sense. Thanks to that, I can fight without worrying about her. Immediately, a notification appeared, indicating that the clairvoyance skill had been activated. Yoon's vehicle wondered, Is this the skill I absorbed from the God King? He noticed purple energy streaks moving through the dense grass, his eyes glowing purple. Oh, I can sense the invisible enemies. This is the power of clairvoyance. From below, the monsters with fins and sharp teeth rush up to attack. Lee Haeon screams in terror. Deadly poison monsters in a C-rank dungeon. Mr. Hans Sangyun, SSI, be careful. This is an unusual dungeon. But Seon Yoon charged into battle. His sword strikes as fast as lightning, easily defeating the monsters. Lai Haeon was stunned. This can't be real. This is not normal. She smiles contentedly. I knew it. My decision was not wrong. Mr. Yoon's vehicle continues to slaughter the monsters. Suddenly, a golden lightning envelops his weapon. The rare activation effect made me forget I had it. You dodge an attack from a monster. Stab your weapon into its chest and send it flying into the air. You finish it off with a downward strike, causing it to disintegrate into dust. Mr. Yoon's car is parked in the middle of the battlefield, and he waves his hand. I have cleared the surrounding area. Lie or she can come here now and fall. Lie or she can't believe her eyes. Can't believe he cleared the boss room in less than an hour and did it solo. What's even more surprising is that this is an unusual dungeon. She recalls information about the monsters. Deadly poison demons are not monsters you can take lightly. A deadly poison demon is one of the monsters that C-rank hunters are advised to eliminate when hunting in groups. But she faced such monsters easily. Leon stared intently at Seon Yoon's steady back as he faced the blazing red door of the boss room, a strong sense of trust rising in her heart. Brother Hans Sang-yoon SS. I will continue to grow even stronger. She clenched her fist, her eyes shining with hope. He will be so powerful that he cannot be compared to his current self. At that moment, a surge of dark red energy engulfed Seon Yoon, and a series of system notifications appeared before him. Since all the possessed souls have been used up, the stats have increased. Power by 4, agility by 3, stamina by 4, magic by 6, and durability by 7. Feeling the new strength surging through his body, Seon Yoon slightly smirked with confidence. If it's just at this level, the boss won't be too dangerous. I will go into the boss's room now, I said firmly. Without hesitation, he stepped through the swirling red-lit space gate into a vast, damp, dark cavern where only their footsteps echoed in the silence. Lee Hyeon cautiously looks around, frowning as she senses something is off, faintly strange. She continues speaking, her voice full of suspicion. It makes no sense that we can't sense the presence of the monster this strong. At that moment, a brilliant blue energy shot down suddenly from the top of the cave. A deafening explosion erupts, the ground shaking violently as the energy clash creates a massive blast that throws both of them into the air. In that moment, Zong Yoon's eyes flash with a blue light. You immediately realize the danger. From the center of the explosion, a giant monster made entirely of blue lightning energy roars, emanating an overwhelming and dangerous pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, Zong Yoon rushed forward, embraced Lee Hyeon, and leapt back with all his might, escaping the attack just in time. Lee Hyeon was still stunned and looked in amazement at Zong Yoon's serious face, who was intensely focused on the enemy ahead. The monster roared again, opening its mouth to unleash a stream of destructive, pure energy. Lee Hyeon, still stunned and panicked, pointed behind Seon Yoon and shouted, "Sang-yoon SSI! Behind you!" A green energy explosion even bigger than before is engulfing the place they just stood. After landing somewhere safe, Zong Yoon gently releases her and calmly says, "I hope you understand why I moved us without your permission, because the situation was very dangerous." Lee Hyeon shakes her head, her eyes full of gratitude. "No, I am grateful to you?" Mr. Yoon nodded slightly and then turned to face the monster. Then the monster, a divine-like creature wrapped in eerie blue flames, stares intently at them. Mr. Yoon grips his weapon tightly and says with determination, "I will go and end this." Lee nervously stepped forward. "Do you want me to use my support skill? We can confirm your skills another time," she suggested with concern, because this monster clearly surpasses the level of a C-grade dungeon. Mr. Yoon turned his back to her, his silhouette looking determined and strong amidst the desolate cavern. He decisively replied, "No need." He slightly tilted his head, his sharp eyes focused on the growling monster, his voice deep and firm. "I just need a moment." And then, a powerful blue energy burst erupted around Yoon. He rushes forward like an arrow slicing through the wind. The monster, sensing the danger, roars in anger and charges to retaliate. As the monster was just inches away, Seon Yoon's eyes flashed and a system notification appeared. The instant speed boost skill was activated, unleashing the power of his shoes and leaving marks on the ground. Thanks to the C+ exclusive speed boost effect, the instant acceleration ability has been enhanced. Multiple notifications keep appearing, and the energy around Seon Yoon becomes increasingly ferocious. The Wind Blessing skill has been activated, increasing all movement speed by 70%. Current skill stack 7/7. In an instant, Seon Yoon transformed into a blue streak. You easily glide past the monster and appear right beside it. Your eyes glow with a fierce blue light, and your entire body is enveloped in an overwhelming aura. The monster only managed to realize your presence right beside it. Its green eyes narrowed in shock. Yoon's carriage swiftly swings his sword, leaving 3 streaks of blue light in the air. The 3 strikes caused the monster to let out a cry of pain. Cure swiftly and ruthlessly tore the monster's body into pieces. In the silent space, The fragments of the monster's body fell to the ground, turning into blue flames before fading away. Seon Yoon stands there, calmly wiping the blood off his sword. Lai Hyan watches everything from afar, completely stunned. 2 system notifications appear in mid-air, officially ending the battle. The Demon Lord of the Blue Flames has been defeated. The dungeon will be sealed in 3 hours. Lai Hyan forced a faint smile, sweat streaming down her forehead. She stammered, "Ha ha. Now I'm really confused about who the real monster is." Mr. Yoon's car looks at the mess I just made, muttering with a hint of guilt. Did I cut it to pieces too much? Then again, the fiery red portal appeared once more, signaling the exit from the dungeon. When the 2 of them returned to the wheat field outside, Lai let out a relieved breath. Phew, I really didn't expect him to clear this level-appropriate dungeon so quickly. She turned to look at Seon Yoon, her voice full of recognition and sincerity. He has passed the test and can now use the guild's dungeons. Our White-Silver Guild isn't foolish enough to lose someone like Awakens SSS. Mr. Yoon simply responded with indifference. Oh, I hear you. Lai Hyan turns around and walks away, her hair gently flowing in the wind. And this is a different topic, but Seon Yoon looked on with curiosity. She explained seriously. When he was first summoned to the challenge tower, the difficulty he chose didn't matter much for those with high scores on easy challenges. Their subsequent challenges would gradually become harder.
And similarly, for those who chose a difficult level, if his score isn't high enough, he can switch to an easier one. Lai Hyan paused, then looked directly into Seon Yoon's eyes, her sharp gaze seeming to see through his mind as he anticipated those rules.
The fact that he has achieved such remarkable growth. Although his ranking in the challenge tower is within the top 50, that means, she concluded confidently, her voice carrying weight. His difficulty level is probably silent death. Seon Yoon does not deny it at all. Lai Yoon turns around, her back looking a bit lonely, so it would be better if he were a little more careful. Mr. Yoon's car suddenly spoke, his voice sincere and a bit shy. I want to accompany her and witness her growth over the years. That night, Mr. Yoon sat on the edge of a skyscraper as the night wind blew through his hair. A system notification appeared, stating that he would return to the challenge tower in 5 minutes, and he took out an apple to eat leisurely. The past 3 days have been really busy for me. I smile with satisfaction. Thanks to that, my stats have gone up a bit, and I've gained a lot more confidence. Time is up. Immediately, a beam of light envelops you and a towering skyscraper emerges among the clouds. You will return to the challenge tower. A confident and excited smile appears on Seon Yoon's face as his body vanishes in a flash of light, and he shouts with anticipation, I will return to the tower, Earn 2. The space around you suddenly falls silent, with only one word echoing through the challenge. A blue system notification appears before you, formally asking, do you accept the 8th level's challenge? Yes? Without hesitation, Seon Yoon decisively pressed his choice. Immediately, another notification appears with a new and unusual request. Please choose the turning point of the challenge. Yoon's car was stunned as he exclaimed, A, you suddenly remember. Thinking back, the system did say there would be a real turning point system. Your finger decisively points to an option. You have chosen to fight. You tell yourself that you already have a clear plan in mind. If you want to improve your mastery of soul summoning techniques, you need to choose the fight option. 2 consecutive notifications appeared confirming that your choice is final. The challenger Hans Sang-yoon has decided to focus on fighting in all individual challenges. You cannot change your choice after selecting it. Mr. Yoon shrugged, appearing completely unconcerned. Well, I didn't plan to change it anyway. Is that all? The challenger Han Sang-yoon has the right to be the pioneer. His eyes widened in surprise. Before he could understand what was happening, the system continued to notify him that a live chat with an administrator was about to begin. Currently searching for a combat specialist administrator, he muttered. An administrator, huh? Search complete. A conversation with the Blood Emperor administrator, an expert in combat, will begin. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy erupted around Yoon. Huh? The surroundings suddenly changed, and he was thrown into a completely unfamiliar space. He staggered to his feet amid a snow-covered field, countless swords stuck into the ground all around. You look around confusedly. You have entered the world of the Blood Realm. He whispers the name of this place with doubt. The Blood World. Your eyes suddenly glow with a mysterious purple. The eyes of truth. 2 notification panels appear, providing information about your current location. The Eye of Truth skill has been activated. The Bloodsteel World is a special place where the Bloodsteel Emperor Administrator resides. Uninvited guests will not be allowed to enter. Mr. Yoon's car smirked with amusement. Oh, there are things like this too? Suddenly, another notification appeared right in front of him. confusing him a bit. The Steel Blood Emperor feels insulted by someone's search. Could a manager really convey their emotions through a message? Suddenly, a nearby sword glowed with a red flame. It rose up and hovered right in front of him. The Blood Emperor Administrator is telling you to stop wasting time and follow the sword. The sword glows brightly, then flies ahead. Mr. Yoon's car falls silent for a moment before deciding to follow the guidance. He walks across the vast sword field, gentle snow falling around, creating a scene both majestic and tranquil. He takes a deep breath, the white smoke dissolving into the cold air. The sword leads him to a cozy wooden house, standing out amidst the cold, snowy field. You carefully push the door open and step inside, where the Crimson Blood Emperor is watching you. You feel a sharp gaze fixed on you from inside, where a woman with pink hair and blazing red eyes sits by the fireplace. She spoke in a commanding voice. Finally, you have arrived. Welcome to the waiting room. I am the administrator in charge of your interview, the Crimson Blood Emperor. Yoon looked her up and down carefully, thinking to himself that she must be a beauty. But in reality, she was an administrator of the Challenge Tower. A powerful red aura radiates from her, dominating the entire room. Suddenly, she is right in front of him, only a few centimeters apart. Mr. Yoon was startled. Huh? I was amazed. Since when? I didn't even take my eyes off her. She brushed past you with a teasing smile in her voice. I wondered what kind of monster you are, but you actually look quite normal. Mr. Yoon's car turned back and asked suspiciously, Do you know about me? She took a bottle of wine and replied casually. Of course, the fourth flood left quite a deep impression. You keep asking, have you been observing my challenges so far? I only know the results. Anyway, observing the challengers below the 8th floor is impossible. Mr. Yoon's vehicle was once again stunned. Huh? Even someone like her, a manager, can't observe closely. It seems to read your thoughts. She takes a sip of her drink and says, Looking at your expression, it seems you have misunderstood something. An administrator is not an all-knowing being like a god. We don't rule this tower either. You looked confused and asked, So what are you? She finishes her drink, and the administrator is actually a subordinate of the tower. So you don't need to worry so much. As long as I am weaker than the tower, I can't hurt you. Mr. Yoon's car remained silent, trying to absorb this new information. She put down her glass, her eyes turning serious. Well, forget about the small talk. Having a personal interview is an advantage for you. If you're curious about anything, feel free to ask as much as you want. Yoon's car muttered about a benefit. Secretly thinking he definitely didn't feel any hostility from her. So can I know what this personal interview is about? She explained that a personal interview, as we mentioned earlier, is an advantage for pioneers. You can ask any questions to the administrator and get answers without using a question ticket. So on the 5th floor, I was almost killed by a challenger from another world. Why did he come to my floor? He should have been able to conquer any other floor, right? She shrugged her shoulders and replied indifferently. Well, there's no particular reason. She smirked, her eyes full of implication. When you conquer a floor from another world, you can not only take the reward there, but also gain an even greater benefit. She continued explaining that challengers from other worlds are usually those who have been in the tower for decades, because when a challenger defeats them, the reward is huge. And one day, the tower of this world will merge with the tower of another world. What do you mean? She replied bluntly. I mean what I've just said. After the 20th floor, there will be more combined challenges instead of individual ones. That means you will meet challengers from other worlds. Sung Yoon pondered, his gaze turning cold. Does that mean they are just trying to eliminate future competitors early on? She raises her glass and asks, Is that all you want to know? I have one last question. Sung Yoon's blue eyes lit up as he looked directly at the blood-devouring emperor. His voice firm and weighty as he asked his final question. What is the most important test of the tower? The blood-driven emperor falls silent, her face hidden in darkness, evoking a sense of sadness and distance. She turns and walks away, her voice carrying an indescribable emotion. Well, I also want to know that. Yoon asked back in disbelief. She didn't know if she was even an administrator, so she remained silent without giving an immediate answer. She paused, her voice lowering as she revealed a shocking truth. Administrators were also challengers. Those who die after the 40th level will gain the right to be reborn and become administrators. The image of her standing amidst the sea of fire appears in Sung Yoon's eyes. A deep sadness shows on her face. Blood tears streaming down her cheeks. In the past, I also wanted to reach the top, but I couldn't. No, not just me. All the administrators have died without reaching the peak. That's why we are administrators. Mr. Yoon clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, as he muttered to confirm the harsh truth. So the original administrators were also challengers. I see. You look up with a clear look of disappointment. I was really looking forward to it. To learn about the tower's peak, the Blood Emperor's eyes flashed with a fierce red anger. In an instant, she lunged forward, grabbing Zhang Yun by the collar with unimaginable strength, her voice strained and her furious face close to his. The name of the tower summit is not something you can speak of so casually. Mr. Yun's vehicle remained silent, his face completely calm despite being restrained. The blood-devouring emperor smirked slightly, a hint of surprise in his voice. You're not surprised at all. Shouldn't you be afraid? Mr. Yun calmly replied that she said this interview was an advantage. I also don't feel any murderous intent at all. He continued speaking, his tone full of confidence, then suddenly placed his hand on the wall. The wooden house cracked apart under his power. The entire house shook violently. Mr. Yun's car uses its power to break free from her control, and they both jump back. His blue eyes shine brightly. He prepares to fight. I won't let her attack me so easily. Thiet Huit Devong's eyes widened as her pink hair turned pure white. She was stunned by his actions. Then she laughed, a smile both delighted and amazed. This is the first time I've seen someone break into an administrator's house. However, it has convinced me. Mr. Yun's car looked at her with confusion. The Blood Emperor smiled, a smile full of implication. You challenge Hans Gyun? I will offer you a disciple contract. Zhang Yun's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden proposal. Immediately after, the surrounding scene vanished. A system notification appears. You are entering the 8th floor lobby. Yun's car sees itself lying on a bed in the waiting room. The blue light of the system still lingers. He opened his eyes wide, still thinking about the proposal from the Bloodsteel Emperor. The exclusive store. You sit up suddenly and summon the system interface. A notification window appears before you. The exclusive store of the contract signer. Product 1.00. List of skills, privileges, and items for the contract signer, the Bloodsteel Emperor. I muttered to myself, so I really signed a contract with an administrator. In another space, the Bloodsteel Emperor smiled proudly. I can't let go of a challenger who is both skilled and brave. Another notification appeared in front of Zhang Yun. Do you accept the sponsorship contract? You confidently pressed yes. A series of system notifications flooded in, confirming that a contract had been made, and an exclusive store for the signer would be created where special items and points could be used. All stats will be increased by 1 due to the contract holder's bonus. The voice of the Blood Emperor echoes one last time before disappearing. Nice to meet you, Pioneer. See you again later. Mr. Yun's car opens the shop and selects the privileges menu. The exclusive contract holder's privileges list is now open. A list of abilities appears. The list of abilities. List 1 out of 3. Calm Mind, Tidy Authority, Soul Blood, A, Winter King, plus Store Authority also has rankings. Is my unique authority on the 8th floor different from these? First, check the next page. You cannot open the second page of the authority list, but you can open the second page in the hall on the 10th floor. Mr. Yun's car was surprised. What? So now I can only see these 3 abilities. Start reading the detailed information for each one. The Calm Mind ability, costing 1,000 products. Description. You can make reasonable decisions in any situation. The duration of status effects like anger and confusion is halved, and combat focus is increased. The Bloodsteel Soul ability costs 6,500 items. Description. A soul born from bloodless and tearless kings. Proficiency in all weapon-based skills will increase 2 to 3 times. All new weapon-based skills will start at 10 proficiency. The Winter King's power, 800 items. It describes a privilege granted to the rulers of the North. In the cold environment, stats will temporarily increase, and you won't feel cold. You're really thinking hard. That's tough. Should I save my products and wait? He decisively makes his choice. No. Your finger pressed a choice. The power, the tranquil mind has been acquired. 1,000 products have been deducted. Mr. Yun quietly reflects on his decision. An image of myself struggling on a dangerous cliff appears in my mind. An authority that allows me to make rational decisions regardless of the situation. That is the calm mind. He decided that instead of doing nothing, he should increase his chances of survival, because his floor could be invaded at any moment. After preparing, he stands in front of the swirling blue space gate. A familiar system notification appears again. Do you accept the challenge of the 8th floor? Without hesitation, you step straight inside. As soon as you step in, a series of system notifications appear detailing the challenge. The 8th floor challenge will now begin. The difficulty is high. The challenge's theme is to eliminate, and the completion condition is to defeat the summoned skeleton army. Failure condition. The death of the challenger. Reward upon completion. All stats doubled. Penalty for failure. Death. The surrounding scene appears, and Zhang Yun exclaims in surprise. Huh? When you hear the clattering of bones echoing everywhere, you look into the distance and fall silent. In front of you is an endless sea of white bones advancing like a tidal wave. What is that? Why are there so many of them? The howling and the clash of bones from the bone army echo loudly, creating a chaotic and terrifying sound. Mr. Yoon's vehicle can't believe his eyes. Why are there so many? Thanks to his calm mind, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze sharpening as he analyzed the situation. Their strategy is to overwhelm the enemy with numbers, right? He smirked and stood on the cliff, looking down at the sea of bones below. So, shall we get started? Without hesitation, he leapt down from the cliff like a hawk diving into its prey. He swung his sword, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that swept through the bone army, shattering dozens of skeletal soldiers into pieces. He charged into the crowd, his sword turning into a blur as he shattered the skeletons blocking his way. Countless bones surged from all directions, but he remained calm, defending and counterattacking. His body spun like a destructive tornado through the sea of bones. He took a breath, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Phew! I can't even break through the inner encirclement. He easily shattered the approaching skeletons, but his face showed clear annoyance. These bones are too weak. A series of notifications appeared. Proficiency increased by 0.08%. The boy frowned. Only 0.08%. Isn't it frustrating? You keep slaughtering, each strike accompanied by a proficiency increase notification, but that tiny number only makes you more annoyed. Realizing the futility of this, he decided to change his strategy. I should forget about increasing proficiency with this challenge. Suddenly, a powerful and furious voice echoed across the battlefield. Who dares to cause chaos on my sacred land? Mr. Yoon's car looked into the distance where a giant shadow was gradually emerging. The voice coming from over there was trembling. He reaches out his hand, a dark purple energy enveloping it, and coldly commands, "Absorb the dead." The souls of the destroyed skeletons are drawn into your body. You have consumed and absorbed the skeletons. The number of possessed souls is 1 out of 30. Immediately, he uses the absorbed souls to revive the fallen skeletons, turning them into his soldiers to attack their own kind. He looked at his new skeleton army fighting the enemies and couldn't help but feel satisfied. I never knew skeleton soldiers could be so useful. I'll leave this area to them and go find the boss. You order your skeleton army to hold off the enemy while you dash forward at incredible speed. A series of speed-boosting skills activate, turning you into a blur streaking across the battlefield. The Wind's Blessing skill has been activated. All movement speed has increased by 60%. Current skill accumulation progress is 6 out of 7. Due to the exclusive effect of the C+NG speed boots, your speed has instantly increased. He glided like the wind, easily passing over the giant sea of bones fighting below. He moved at lightning speed, his eyes constantly scanning the battlefield for his target. Suddenly, his eyes fixated on a dark castle in the distance. Over there, with incredible speed, Song Yun charged through the ruined battlefield, the ground cracking beneath each of his steps. His target is the dark castle in the distance. As he approaches, a giant shadow slowly emerges from the wall of bones. That is the boss of this floor, a Lich King with a golden crown, swirling blue soul flames, and an ancient spellbook in his hand. Seong Yoon lands forcefully on the castle courtyard, creating a strong gust that blows away the surrounding debris. He smirks, a confident and slightly arrogant smile. Found it! El King's blazing red eyes flash with contempt. Its voice echoes with authority for a lowly human daring to enter my sacred land. It opens the book. Dark red energy streams out, and you will have to pay a heavy price. 2 giant golems made of patchwork flesh rise from the ground, roaring fiercely. Yunqi calmly assesses the new enemies. Oh, they are only on the same level as the sand golem. El King laughed loudly. Ha ha, do you now understand whose land you've stepped into? Yunqi simply responded indifferently, whatever. You look straight at El King, tauntingly asking, can't you summon something stronger? El King is stunned by your arrogance. What? If that's all you've got, I'll be very disappointed. The crazy human and this guardian will tear your arrogant mouth apart. Zung Ayun easily dodged the punches from the 2 golems, moving with lightness and agility. A system notifications appears, instant speed boost activated, and his body enveloped in a dazzling blue energy. In an instant, he becomes a blur, streaking past the 2 golems and splitting them in half with a single sword strike. He landed right behind El King, making it turn around and panic. What? I didn't give it a chance. Yoon drove his sword straight through El King's bony body. 2 notification panels appear, indicating a 1.2% increase in proficiency. He smiles with satisfaction. This is really relaxing. These immortals really help me increase my proficiency a lot. Ling looked at you with utter horror. Where did a monster like you come from? From Zhang Yun's perspective, he appears as a dark demon with a terrifying smile, grabbing El King Zhang Yun's neck, ready to end him. Let's end this. El King could only cry out in fear. Aik suddenly had a flash of an idea in Zhang Yun's mind. He froze. Yeah, you look at El King's magic book. Thinking about it, this El guy can summon any monster he wants. So a cunning and cruel smile appeared on his face. Isn't it true that he can become a slave to farm his own mastery? El King sensed the change in Zhang Yun's murderous aura, trembling with fear. Can you summon another guardian? El King stammered. Why? Why do you ask me that? Zayun begins to step forward. If you can't, then it's over. El King backed away in fear. Yes, don't come any closer. You ask further, when can you summon that guardian monster? El King hurriedly replied, when a guardian dies, I can summon another after a few minutes. Zhang Yun pointed to the corpse of the recently defeated golem. Then you can summon one right now. El King hesitated. Yes. Xiang Yun ordered to do it. Why is that? They don't stand a chance against you. Mr. Yun raises his sword, pretending to be impatient. Should I just end this now? El King shouted in panic. I will summon one right now. Under Zhang Yun's pressure, El King tremblingly raises the magic book, dark red energy streams pouring out once more. With a thunderous roar, 2 giant flesh golems are summoned again. His blazing orange eyes filled with hatred as he charged at Zhang Yun, but the outcome remained unchanged. With just 2 simple slashes, Zhang Yun easily destroyed them, their bodies disintegrating into pieces. El King knelt down on the ground, his voice trembling with despair. Is it enough now? Zhang Yun turned back, his cold, emotionless gaze. No, this is just the beginning. You step forward, grab El King's collar, and cruelly command Ji to call all the undead skeletons and pour everything you have into those guards. Right now, El King can only stammer in fear, and then a massacre began that repeated over and over. Every time a golem was summoned, it was immediately cut apart by Zeyun's blue sword strikes. El King's soul screams in silence, desperately asking itself, how much longer must I keep doing this? Xian Yun, lost in his grind for power, pays no mind to its suffering. He grins maniacally, his eyes gleaming with twisted pleasure as he responds. Until I say stop, another golem appears, roars, and charges at Xian Yun. Zhang Yun's gaze remains unchanged, already prepared for an endless slaughter. He raises a finger to block the golem's attack, his body moving lightly like a leaf in the wind. He jumps onto the golem, runs along its arm, and swings his sword. Every strike is accompanied by a system notification. Skill proficiency has increased by 1.2%. The golem collapsed and shattered into pieces. Finally, after countless repetitions, the message Xian Yun had been waiting for finally appeared. The proficiency of the unique soul summoning skill has reached 100%. The unique soul summoning skill has leveled up. A powerful blue energy burst erupts from his body. He feels a new strength surging within him. A satisfied smile appears on his face. Is my soul summoning technique now a grade C? Lich Qining looked at you in horror and muttered in fear. You damn crazy monster. It collapses as the flickering soul fire is about to go out. Even demons tremble when they see you. I will curse you after I die. Its skull started to crack. The cracks spread wider and wider. Yun's car noticed this, the cracks widening each time he summoned a creature. It seemed he would die soon. He raised his sword, a hint of regret in his voice. I was hoping I could use you a little longer. It's a shame. It's disgusting. When I met you, human, those were King Seon's last words before he swung his sword to end it. This guy is pretending to be evil, brothers. A blazing stream of red energy from El King's soul flows into his body. You have earned an achievement. A human who surpasses even demons. Agility has increased by 1. You have absorbed El's soul. Proficiency has increased by 17.4%. A series of reward notifications appear. Congratulations on completing the 8th floor of the challenge tower. As a completion reward, all stats will increase by 2. As a completion reward, 30,000 points have been awarded. As a completion reward, 700 items have been awarded. As a completion reward, 300 items have been awarded. Please move to the hall. You have been transported to a new space. You have entered the 9th floor lobby. The system has begun to complete. The administrators can observe the challenge. The restrictions around the question sheet have been lifted. You can purchase C-rank skills from the skill shop. You open your status board to check for any changes. Hansen's status radiates the aura of a ruler. Strength, 67. Stamina, 66. Agility, 66. Magic, 63. Durability, 63. Unique trait, soul manipulation. The unique authority combines skills. The authority of a tranquil mind. Check the skill for more details. Focus on your unique attribute. Unique trait. Summoning technique. D. Proficiency, 0%. The basic effect allows you to absorb the soul of the deceased, boosting or restoring stats and magic power. Additional effect 3. When you absorb a soul, there is a 20 chance to gain a skill from the absorbed soul. Effect. Bonus 4. Using one soul allows you to protect your body. However, the amount of souls that can be absorbed is proportional to the duration of use. Additional effect. 5. When absorbing skills, the proficiency of the skill will be inherited. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha! Being able to absorb skills is already a cheat, but to also inherit the proficiency of that skill? Ayun pondered silently. Plus, when absorbing a soul, there's a 20% chance to gain a skill from the absorbed soul. The chance to absorb a skill has finally been revealed. He equips his gloves, thinking about the challenges ahead. Although the challenge on the 8th floor ended somewhat disappointingly, there's no guarantee that the 9th floor will be the same. I need to prepare myself thoroughly for the 9th floor. He raised his sword, knowing he could use it a little longer. The problem lies with my defensive skills. A notification appeared, indicating that the skill had reached the limit, with the Hunter's D proficiency skill maxed out. He thought to himself that since he had maxed out his Hunter's D skill, it was time to acquire a sword skill to replace it. You open the system interface and have accessed the skill shop. The available skills for purchase are marked on the list. He scrolls through the options, a bit disappointed. There aren't many sword skills I can use. His eyes become determined and resolute. If I don't have any skills, then I will have to create one myself. You have purchased Basic Swordsmanship. 25.00 points have been deducted. You examine the new skill, a Basic Swordsmanship skill that increases all sword abilities. You stand in front of the synthesis interface, planning in your mind. To improve the rank of the Hunter's dual wield skill by combining skills, I need to predict the compatibility. Among the skills I currently have, the most compatible should be Basic Swordsmanship, right? The two skills appear on the screen, Hunter's Dagger skill and Basic Swordsmanship. You have selected these two skills. A series of notifications about the synthesis process appear, indicating that the levels of the synthesis materials do not match. The synthesis will focus on the Hunter's Dagger skill. The current skill synthesis success rate is 75%. Do you want to proceed with the synthesis? Is that so? Your finger decisively presses yes. A bright light flashes from the screen. You have completed the skill synthesis. A new skill has been created by DC. The Sat Kui D skill has been created by DC. You are surprised and exclaim, Demon Slayer. You carefully read the description of the new skill. The Demon Slayer skill, 0% proficiency. Describes a hunter's swordsmanship designed for slaying demons. The basic effect increases all knowledge of basic swordsmanship and triples the cutting power of bladed weapons. However, this effect cannot stack with other effects. The side effect when fighting against non-human creatures is that your attack speed will increase 3-fold. A gleam of excitement flashes in his eyes as his attack speed increases when fighting non-human enemies. It seems like this skill was made for hunting monsters. A satisfied smile appears on his face. As expected, combining skills is a good technique. He wondered if he should combine the remaining skills. A funny image appeared in his mind. Gambling is a crime, just one more time. He dismisses that thought and decides to be more cautious. I will test compatibility, skills, and the likelihood of synthesis. 2 successful synthesis formulas appear, healing quickly. D resists the natural law. D uses blood regeneration. Create blood vessel repair. D resists pain. D is protected by this blood devastation skill, while a golden energy surrounds you as the new skill is created. Blood Tan Tro skill broken. Proficiency 0%. Description: a super trait developed by a mutated vampire. Effect: the user's regeneration ability increases proportionally with their endurance. The regeneration ability triples when taking physical damage. Up to 40% of pain can be nullified depending on the amount of damage inflicted. He was stunned. Wow, increasing instant regeneration 3-fold is already cheating, but does it also nullify pain? You grip the sword tightly. The Hall's regeneration effect prevents me from testing this properly. Since 100 points are no longer too heavy, the Hall's regeneration effect has been removed. 50 points have been deducted, and fatigue will accumulate, preventing recovery from physical damage. He raises his sword, having absorbed all the souls, so there's no chance for a shield to activate. Then I'll try this. He swung his sword and cut off his own arm. Blood splattered, and his arm fell to the ground in a horrifying scene. But instantly, a green energy enveloped the wound and his arm began to regenerate rapidly. He looked at his fully healed arm with amazement. It's an incredible ability. Even when I'm not in the hall, it feels like I have a body healing ability. Yoon adjusts his clothes, feeling the new power surging through his body. He confidently believed that with his amazing regeneration ability and a soul shield, honestly, he didn't need anything else. He looked at his reflected back, but I should keep using this until it breaks because I've started to like it. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed through the community. You open the community board to glance at it, but quickly close it. Nothing special to notice. Since there was no more time to wait, you decisively stepped toward the swirling blue portal, ready for the next challenge. As soon as you step in, a series of system notifications appear, indicating you've entered the 9th level of the challenge tower. The difficulty is high. The challenge's theme is combat, with 1 day remaining. To complete it, defeat all monsters in the arena within the time limit. Failure conditions are the death of the challenger, or running out of time. Rewards upon completion include Beast Instinct skills. Penalties for failure are death. Suddenly, a red warning appeared on the screen, startling him. A series of emergency notifications flashed up. The challenge for Hans Gyun on the 9th floor is currently unsafe, as a challenger from the martial world has invaded the level. The challenge target of the martial world has been changed. You look at the desolate scene before you with amazement, your eyes turning cold. Finally, you have arrived. The goal of the challenge has been changed. He introduces himself as a commander from the BSH Martial Alliance. A new message appears, identifying your enemy as the BSH challenger from the martial world. Yoon's carriage quietly thinks, a challenger from another world. You coldly asked, "What is your name?" He simply remained silent. Fetch-san H was a bit surprised why you suddenly asked for my name. I've already revealed my location and my name, Mr. Yoon's vehicle replied sarcastically. If you didn't invade my floor with good intentions, then revealing our names is pointless. He stroked his beard, acting noble. That's the courtesy among swordsmen, but it seems you are a narrow-minded person. Yoon's vehicle was speechless, and he silently wondered why all challengers from other worlds were so strange. Beach-san Hak can draw his sword and drink tea, too. I can't do anything if you don't want to be polite. Without a word of warning, he charged at me with terrifying speed. His sword emits a brilliant golden light as a barrage of golden strikes rushes toward Zhang Yun like a storm. The wind's blessing skill activated. All movement speed increased by 30%. Current skill accumulation progress, 3 out of 7. Although overwhelmed, Zhang Yun remained calm and dodged skillfully, his body gliding through deadly sword strikes with precision. Baek-sun Hak was a bit surprised to see all his attacks being deflected. He stopped and said, "Oh, is there someone with skills like yours in this space too? I apologize for underestimating you." You take a deep breath and say, stop that noble act. You're here to kill me and steal my reward. You came here with that intention." Song Yoon's eyes blaze with anger red. So why are you pretending to be polite? That's disgusting. BSH closes his eyes, perhaps because we come from different worlds and can't see the same direction. He raises his glowing sword into the sky, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Goodbye, anonymous swordsman. A blinding flash of light erupts. Due to the unique property of the sword's radiance, you are blinded for 5 seconds. Seong Yoon is engulfed in darkness, losing sight of everything. The mana resistance skill has been activated, reducing the blindness duration by 2.5 seconds. He silently thought, good. The mind's eye skill has been activated. You can read attacks you can't see. Immediately, you sense the sword rushing toward you. You grit your teeth and spin around just in time to dodge. You have achieved the blind dodge achievement. Agility has increased by 2. You use the boost to leap away, keeping your distance from the opponent. The blindness effect from the unique skill sword light has ended. As soon as vision was restored, Ayun launched a counterattack that caught BK off guard. Baek-sun Hak was stunned, unable to believe that his opponent could dodge that attack. The Bloody Ruthless skill had been activated, leaving a small wound on Zhang Yun's neck, but it quickly healed thanks to his extraordinary regeneration ability. You breathe a sigh of relief. Almost had your head cut off. Baek-sun Hak is stunned. How? How do you know? The instant acceleration skill has been activated. The Wind Blessing skill has been triggered. All speed has increased by 50%. Current skill stack progress, 5 out of 7. Zhang Yun rushes forward, his body enveloped in a powerful blue energy. His eyes burn with determination. He will not give his opponent another chance to strike. B-Sun H is stunned by Zhang Yun's incredible speed as they collide, sparks flying from their swords and shockwaves rippling through the arena. The clashing of metal rings out loudly across the arena as Yun rushes in with his superior speed, leaving BSH no room to breathe. He dodges a horizontal sword strike and counters with a powerful kick, but BSH quickly blocks it with his sword. Both sides are using all their strength, but neither can push back the other. Yun employs a strange technique that makes his sword disappear and reappear at an unpredictable angle. You kick BSH's sword handle with your foot, forcing him to let go of his weapon. BSH frowns. You are using a strange dark magic. Xiong Yun is a bit confused, feeling a little stunned. I've become much stronger, but our stats are still equal. Both of them charged at each other again, and the battle grew fiercer. Bech-san Hak gritted his teeth, his eyes emitting a stream of purple dark energy. I won't hold back anymore. Due to a unique trait, the sword's radiance has blinded you for 5 seconds. Damn it, Xiong Yun is once again engulfed in darkness. But this time, he's prepared. Mana-resistance skill has been activated. Blindness duration reduced by 2.5 seconds. The Mind's Eye skill has been activated. You sense countless swords rushing toward you from all directions. He really must be crazy. His attack speed has increased significantly. Absorb! He shouted, focusing all his strength to defend. The unique effect of the blood-forged pendant B has been activated. 10% of all physical damage will be absorbed by your skin. Ah! He screams in pain as the blades pierce through his defenses. Pain resistance skill activated. Your arm is torn from your body. You are still too weak to block that attack with the protective barrier. The blindness effect from the unique light sword ability has worn off. As his vision cleared, he saw B-Sun creating a light barrier. Yun took the opportunity to kick a stone toward him. Bech-san Hak cuts the 2 flying stones in half. Zeong Yun quickly flies back and bites his own arm. BSH tilts his head slightly, observing his opponent with a scrutinizing gaze as Yun raises his hand, a gentle green aura enveloping his wounds and quickly healing them. That dark, evil magic again, Bech-san Hak muttered, his eyes shining with contempt. I thought you were a skilled warrior, but it seems you only borrowed all those techniques from somewhere. Sung Yun snorted. The unique ability you're using is just another power you gained from the tower. The Wind Blessing skill has been activated on it, increasing all speed by 70%. The current skill accumulation process is at 7 out of 7. An arrogant smile appears on Zhang Yun's face as his body is enveloped in a powerful blue energy. He really is a hypocrite. Bech-san Hak frowned. Are you planning to use that dark magic again? Relying on borrowed skills like that, even as a swordsman. Yun's vehicle didn't respond. Instead, he soared into the air, preparing for an attack from above. The 2 swords clashed, creating a fierce energy vortex. Bech-san Hak exclaimed in amazement, "What is this?" Zhang Yun's eyes blazing, he gritted his teeth and said, "Then why don't you die from these borrowed skills?" Ubak clenched his teeth, pushed back by Zhang Yun's power as a flash of memory crossed his mind. I have invaded dozens of levels so far and have cut down many challengers from different worlds with this sword. Especially, people from the Earth world are particularly weak in every aspect to the point that they can be called a jar of honey. The challengers from Earth can't touch a hair on me. Moreover, using my unique sword light ability is enough to finish them with a single strike. Back to reality, BSH couldn't believe what was happening. This time, shouldn't it have been no different? He narrowly dodged Zhang Yun's sword attack, crying out in pain and rage. Xiao Yun doesn't give him a chance to rest. He immediately charges forward, launching a series of rapid attacks. The 2 of them clash again, causing a devastating energy explosion. Zhang Yun takes a breath, the wounds on his body gradually healing. Whoosh! Bech-san H is also gasping for breath, his body covered in wounds. Huff, huff! Suddenly, as BSH was gasping for breath, a series of system messages from other administrators began to appear around him. Everyone is watching the battle. The White Crane Swordmaster is amazed by the young challenger. The North Monster Administrator predicted that you would lose soon. The Night Ruler Administrator is interested in the young challenger. The Hero Administrator of the Black Archipelago is amazed by the young challenger's skillful use of abilities. Sun Ha's face twitches with anger and shame. He roared, activating multiple skills. 1 against 2 kill skill has been triggered. The attack speed has doubled, the lightning sword skill has been activated, and the sword is fully charged with lightning energy. The 1 strike skill has been activated. The next attack will double the sword's cutting power. The skill of Divine Step has been activated. In 1 minute, the speed of the sword will increase by 2.8 times. His entire body is enveloped in a blazing aura, ready for a finishing blow. Oh, Yunqi sneered contemptuously. Ha, didn't you just talk nonsense about dark magic? Suddenly, a system punishment descends on Beach Sun H. The penalty for invading the current floor is in effect. All stats have been reduced by 8, and you cannot use any of your skills. Damn it, he muttered in despair. One hit kill skill has been forcibly disabled. Lightning Sword Energy skill has been forcibly disabled. Meanwhile, Zhong Yun was ready. The cooldown for the unique Sword Light ability had ended. The unique Sword Aura ability has been activated. The Mind's Eye skill has been triggered. I'm gradually getting used to this kind of attack. Beach Sun Hak roared in fury, his face covered in blood, his eyes blazing with orange hatred. You damned devil, I will cut you into pieces! He launched his final attack. A massive stream of blazing sword energy descends like a meteorite, but Seon Yun was already prepared. He is in position, and the 3-hit combo skill has been activated. The next 3 attacks will be enhanced by the skill's effect. His eyes and sword glow with blue light as he charges straight into his opponent's sword energy. 2 streams of energy, one hot and one cold, collide to create a deafening explosion. The blinding effect from the unique sword light ability has ended. As the light fades, both of them stand facing each other amidst a dark curtain of bones. Zeyun collapses, gasping for breath. As BSH's shadow gradually faded and disappeared, his sword broke in 2 and was embedded in the ground. Zeyun knelt on one knee, trying to catch his breath. Ak Sun-hak staggered as he walked, his back turned to you. His body began to disintegrate, and the chains of energy surrounding him shattered. He turned back to look at Seon Yun with disbelief. No way. Biech Sun collapses, lying on the cold ground. Congratulations, you have completed the 9th level of the trial tower. A tired but satisfied smile appears on Seon Yun's wounded face. You have absorbed the soul of the challenger, BSH. Proficiency has increased by 27%. A blazing stream of red energy from B-Soon's soul flows into his body. His eyes flickered with a purple hue at 27%. 27%. Not bad. Congratulations. You have completed the 9th level of the challenge tower. The rewards and difficulty of this level are inconsistent. The rewards will be adjusted. He wondered to himself after thinking about it, this kind of thing really does happen. I wonder how the rewards will be adjusted. A series of new reward notifications appeared, the adjustments are complete, and rewards will be distributed in order. The 6th sense skill C+ has been created as a completion reward. 35.00 points have been received. As an additional reward, 1.00 item has been received. You will be transported to the Yun, standing in the middle of the desolate battlefield. 6th sense. Yeah, it ranks a bit higher than the initial reward of the beast's instinct. You turn around and head towards the teleportation gate. Well, I'll check the details once I'm in the hall. As he was being teleported, a series of messages from other administrators appeared. The White Crane Swordmaster Administrator was impressed by your fight. The North Monster Administrator went crazy over your effort. The Night Ruler Administrator enjoyed your performance. The Hero Administrator of the Black Archipelago is clapping for your fighting spirit. You are a bit surprised. The system is expanding. Administrators can now observe the challenges. You remember that there was indeed a message like that. You smile. Anyway, most of these administrators who watched my match felt moved. I feel a little proud, because in a different way, it means they acknowledged me. Administrator Ironblood Emperor is frowning because of her excessive concern for her contract signer. She is warning you not to be seduced by other administrators. He replied, yes, the White Crane Swordmaster is requesting to add an authority to the exclusive store of the contract signer. Do you approve? Huh? He couldn't believe it. The White Crane Swordmaster wants to. What is going on? Are they trying to give me a power for free? The Steelblood Emperor Administrator reluctantly says that you may accept the authority. You wonder if you can take it. The Steelblood Emperor Administrator said they grant authority to gain the support of the signer. Support? Is there anything good about getting support from an opponent who has fulfilled their contract? So there will be other times when you'll contact me, right? The White Crane Swordmaster is smiling and saying, there will be many more in the future. Yunxi remains silent. The Steelblood Emperor said that the granted authority isn't very good, so don't take it too hard. You think it's not a good authority, but just to gain support. So in the end, they gave it to me hoping for something from me. If I've decided that, there's no reason for me to hesitate. Thank you. The authority of the White Crane Swordmaster has been added. The Sword Chi Master has been added to the exclusive store's list of privileges. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is smiling and telling you to remember his kindness. I understand. I will use it well. You have entered the lobby of the 10th floor. The system has begun to expand. You can now enter the public area. You breathe a sigh of relief as you arrive safely. He looked around the new space, the public area, and wondered if the administrators could also observe what was happening here. Are you still watching? After a moment of silence, nothing happens. He cleared his throat awkwardly. You open your shop. The exclusive store's rank privileges menu for the contract signer is now available. The list has been updated. Calm Mind ability. C possesses the Soul Bloodline ability. A plus the Winter King ability. D Sword Key Mastery. C plus. You are surprised to see the rank of one of the abilities has changed. Oh, Zhang Yun chose a new ability. The C plus Sword Chi Master ability with 1,500 products. A type of sword energy that only top warriors can use is represented as an ability. It is more powerful than regular sword energy and allows you to enhance weapons with blades made of mana, energy, or other forces. However, the mana consumption will increase proportionally with the duration of activation. You pondered, I can channel mana into weapons and use sword energy. They said it's just an ordinary ability, but it's pretty good. Suddenly, the shop interface changed. Oh, now I can see this next page. List of abilities. Page 2 out of 3 Restructuring Bones. C+, Blood Sword ability. A Death Hand ability. B. You quickly skim through the descriptions of the restructuring skills. C plus 1,500. B. Describing how bones can be restructured to fit any martial art, and all stats will increase by 2. Blood Sword. Summoning ability costs 5,000 products. It allows you to summon a blood sword formed from your mana that is not consumed, but you can only summon one blood sword at a time. Death Hand technique. B costs 2,500 products. It doubles the effectiveness of summoning spells and dark magic, and causes slight weakening after injuring an opponent. The character sighs and says, these abilities are crazy. But looking at my remaining products, I only have 2,000 left. The abilities I can acquire right now are Bone Restructuring and Master of Sword Energy. One of those abilities makes me hesitate. What should I do? Should I save more products? You clench your fist. Old Man B, the blacksmith you met on the 9th floor, is already insanely strong. To avoid dying at the hands of those enemies, I need to buy more abilities. The C+ Sword Chi Mastery ability has been purchased. 1,500 items have been deducted. The Sword Chi Master ability has been activated. Your sword is enveloped in a powerful blue sword aura. The 3/ skill also uses mana, but the feeling is completely different. If you describe the 3/ skill as mana flowing into the sword like a wave in an instant, then for Sword Aura, mana flows like a stream of water. A series of notifications appeared as he tested the new skill. The Sword Chi Mastery ability has been active for 1 minute. Mana consumption has increased by 2%. The Mastery of Sword Aura has been active for 2 minutes. Mana consumption has increased by 4%. The Sword Aura Mastery has been active for 3 minutes, and mana consumption has increased by 6%. You frown. Every minute, your mana consumption rate increases by 2%, so it will take 50 minutes for my mana to be fully drained. The Sword Chi Mastery ability has been disabled. I need to manage my mana carefully when using this. You're reopening the 6th Sense status panel as a reward for the 9th floor, right? 6th Sense skill, C plus proficiency. 0%. Your instinctive ability has been enhanced to the point where a 6th sense can be used as a basis for judgment. So does that mean my instinct will be better? If my instinct can become a form of judgment, that would be pretty useful. All right, open the community board. I wonder if there are any mentions of the new public area. You have entered the hard difficulty community. Level 10 community 721 out of 1,321. You skimmed through the comments I already knew. There are many comments about the public area that have been added to the 10th floor lobby. Are you surprised? A comment that caught your attention. The max level swordsman just now in the public area. A random foreigner asked me if I wanted to exchange authority with their administrator. Yun-Che couldn't believe it. Can you exchange your authority? A place where you can personally meet countless challengers and make deals with administrators. That's interesting. You smile. So, should I go and check it out? You will be transported to the public area on floor M. You appear in a place that looks like a large park. So this is the public area. A seemingly friendly person approaches. I used a question ticket to ask about some more things, so I will try to get as many benefits as possible and come back. From the darkness of the forest, a group of people is watching the couple who just left. Let's go before we fall. One of them said, I think that bastard is a Korean hunter. Another confirmed. Yes, he's a Korean A-class hunter. I remember reviewing his profile. The leader grinned maliciously. I felt uneasy whenever they kept claiming they were a powerful hunting nation. His eyes flashed red, but they say you can kill others outside the public area, right? A man and a woman are walking in the forest, unaware of the danger lurking nearby. Suddenly, the man shouted, "Huh?" A series of adverse effects hit him. Mana consumption rate increased by 100% due to the effect of the unique light-weakening trait. Due to the terror unique trait effect, all stats have decreased by 20%. Due to the horrifying eye unique trait effect, part of your body has become paralyzed. My body! He collapsed, trembling in pain. The attacker chuckled with satisfaction. He desperately begged, "Please wait." But the attacker simply asked coldly, "What are you doing?" The leader drew his sword. "I wonder, what are we doing? You come from the land of mighty hunters, so you should know this, right?" The man thought desperately. "I'm doomed. This isn't even a challenge, and they're looting here too?" he shouted. "Please stop." The woman accompanying him, a brave nun, stepped forward. "Can you handle this? If you don't stop right now, I will open the community and let everyone know about this. The leader should stop." "Fine." He turned to her and said, "Then instead." A sickly smile appeared on his lips. "If you strip, I might consider it. If you drop all your items and do as I say, I might let one of you survive." The young nun stammered, "What are you talking about? Maybe I should help you." He stepped closer, his hand raised in a threatening manner. "Huh?" He suddenly stopped when he sensed another presence. He turned back, frowning. "What the hell is that bastard doing?" "A black cloak, Mr. Yoon's car. Are you talking to me? It must be you." "But are you also Korean?" A sinister smile appeared on the faces of the three bandits as they suddenly charged at Zong Yun without warning. But a surge of dark energy erupted from his body, knocking them all back. Zong Yun sighed, his voice full of annoyance. "I just wanted to pass quietly." The forced breakthrough skill has been activated. The mana resistance skill has been activated. The 100% mana consumption increase effect has been disabled. The 20% all abilities reduction effect has been disabled. Partial paralysis has been lifted. A green energy surrounds Seon Ayun, nullifying all negative effects. The leader gapes in shock, eyes wide with disbelief at what just happened, while Seong Yun summons his sword. He coldly stared straight at them, his body in an attacking stance, his voice emotionless because you started this first. A notification immediately appeared, activating instant speed boost. He rushed forward like a blue lightning bolt, his body almost turning into a blur. The bandits couldn't react in time, only able to gasp in amazement. Before being overwhelmed by his incredible speed, in a panic, one thug tried to attack with a lightning-fast strike, while another hurriedly raised a barrier, shouting, "Ice shield!" Zhang Yun's sword collided head-on with the ice shield, causing both thieves behind it to scream in terror at the immense power. Song Yun squinted, gritted his teeth, and delivered a powerful punch straight into the center of the ice shield, causing it to crack and shatter into thousands of tiny pieces with a deafening explosion. The couple being rescued stand at a distance, their faces showing shock and amazement at the incredible power they are witnessing. The leader has now lost his last line of defense and can only scream H in despair. Zhang Yun steps out from the rain of ice shards unscathed with a cold gaze fixed on the target. The leader collapsed on the ground, panic-stricken, raising his hands and stammering, "Wait, it was my fault." He desperately begged for mercy, but his words were cut off by Zhang Yun's cold and decisive sword. A series of red system notifications appear. You have absorbed the soul of player Hun Mujin. You have absorbed the souls of players Leon Jin and Nam Jin Hun. Her proficiency increased by 6.4%. After everything was over, the female monk approached her, her voice full of remorse. "I'm sorry, I should have helped, but the battle ended faster than I expected." Yun Si casually replied, "It's okay now, you can go, don't worry about it." The girl bowed her head and said, "Thank you," then turned away with her companion. The man let out a relieved sigh. Phew! He suddenly stopped, turned around, and asked with a trembling voice full of surprise, "Could he be a cheater?" Mr. Yoon's car nodded slightly. "Well, I guess you could say that. Anyway, I've always been in the top 10. The man brightened with joy and respect. "I understand. It's truly an honor to meet you. I owe my life to you. Thank you very much." Yoon's car silently thought that he only helped him because he thought he might also be threatened, then coldly said, "It's nothing, you can go now." He turned to walk away, but the man called after him, Mr. Yoon's car turned back, a puzzled look in his eyes as the man pointed to the corpses on the ground and made a strange request. "Please give me these corpses." Mr. Yoon's car frowned, completely unsure why. The man smiled and explained, "Because you saved me. If you give them to me as a reward, I will grant you a skill." This unexpected offer caught Song Yoon's attention. The man extended his hand, gathering a dark purple energy. That is greed. Immediately, a stream of purple energy burst from his hand, engulfing and sealing the corpses on the ground in Zhang Yun's shock. Whew, that's so satisfying. He looked at his hand, and Zhang Yun asked, "Is that also a skill? Then I will give you a skill as I promised. Accept the additional skill from the gluttonous administrator. The steel wings are being added to the shop's skill list." Xiang Yun was surprised. "I didn't expect to get another skill. It is a skill that creates wings on your back, allowing you to fly. You can use it immediately if you purchase it with the product." Gongwen nodded. "Thank you. I will check it as soon as I return to the hall." Suddenly, a series of messages from other administrators appeared. The White Crane Swordmaster administrator warned not to approach his challenger, while the gluttonous administrator was furious over the lack of business ethics. Administrator Crimson Emperor complains about the gold diggers around the signer. The demon administrator observes the three arguing. Yun's car silently thought they were quite intense. Watching how they compete for challengers, there must be something they want from them. "Well, I guess I'll find out." The man explained that public areas are divided into arenas, auction zones, and gambling areas. Additionally, there is one thing that will be useful for you to know. The other known worlds that have invaded different layers are Ares, martial arts, and Kion. These are the only three worlds currently invading Earth's dimension. The man continued explaining about the different powers. Ares' faction prioritizes martial spirit and honor. He continued with the image of a martial artist. The challengers in Murim are similar, just a bit more aggressive, which is why the Black Knight comes from Ares and the White Crane from Murim. I also heard that Tain is a nation of elves, and beastmen. He said this with an expression full of understanding. Yun was a bit surprised by how much information this person had. He really knows a lot. The man smiled confidently and cheerfully. I researched it using my question cards. As they walk through a large stone gate together, the man breathes a sigh of relief. "Ah, we've finally entered the public area." He suddenly stopped and turned to Yun, holding out a business card. "This isn't anything special, but it's my card." Yun's car looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yun's car took the business card and read it. Recognizing the man's title, he's the captain of the Challenger management team in the Hunter Association. The man smiles and says, "Feel free to call me anytime you're curious about something." A system notification appears as soon as they enter. "You have entered a public area. All abnormal states will return to normal. The duels between challengers will no longer be able to take place." The others around also seemed relieved. Someone exclaimed, "Oh, the man is talking about his plan." "I'm thinking of going to the auction house." Mr. Yun nodded. "All right, I have somewhere I need to go too," the man asked, curiously with an excited look. "Oh, where are you planning to go?" The boy's blue eyes lit up. "Fight Master." As he entered, a robotic voice announced, "Welcome to the arena." The inside is in chaos, with a few people shouting in anger. "Ah, why did this bastard lose? Damn it, he's fallen again." Meanwhile, someone else burst out laughing with joy. "Ha ha, I got a skill." Mr. Yun's vehicle surveys the surroundings with a thoughtful expression. Is this the arena? It feels more like a sports betting area. A series of messages from administrators pop up. The Dark Lord Administrator said it reminded him of the good old days, while the Ruthless Monarch Administrator turned away from the arena in disgust. Swordsman Administrator White Crane felt excited about the arena's atmosphere. He saw the individual seats arranged separately and wondered if he would sit there. Without hesitation, Yun charged forward and sat down on a red chair, crossing his arms in a completely relaxed and confident manner. As soon as he sat down, the system was activated. The arena system is now active. Choose between betting and fighting. Yun's car muttered to itself. Betting and fighting. To understand better, you reach out and press a virtual help button that appears in front of you. The instruction panel appears. First, the arena is divided into two systems, betting and fighting. Second, if you choose betting, you can wager on matches involving other participants. You can win or lose points depending on the outcome of the challenger you bet on. He thought to himself, I guess the people earlier chose to bet. He continued reading the explanation about fighting. If you choose to fight, you can battle other challengers to win rewards. I guess it will automatically teleport us to the Roman arena once the fight is confirmed. In the end, I guess the main point of the arena is the reward. Images of items, skills, and privileges appear as illustrations. After understanding of the rules, Xiang Yun snapped his fingers. So let's find an eye-catching reward. In another area, a group of people are bustling. Could that be the Hell Witch Catherine? That hot and famous American hunter? Wow, I've never seen her in real life. Catherine, a beautiful woman with fiery red hair, sits on a chair and scrolls through the virtual screen in front of her. She frowns slightly, wondering in boredom no one has challenged her to a match. Is it because I have too many wins? A notification appeared explaining that more people would request matches if the match record wasn't displayed. Catherine Benet, a US-linked server ranked 6, with a C+ Storm Sword skill reward. 17 wins and no losses. The Master Fire Administrator sneered and said that others are really weak. Catherine sighed. I agree. I guess this place is full of cowards. So boring. She stood up from her seat with a determined look, deciding she had to leave instead of wasting more time. Just as Catherine was about to leave, a notification sound rang out, catching her attention. A system screen appeared in front of her. You have received a challenge request. Hansen, the Korean server ranked 3rd, with Demon Slayer skill rewards, wins without losses. She muttered Hansen's name and frowned as she read the information. He chose me even though we've never fought before? Surprise quickly turned into a smug, provocative smile. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. This is quite interesting. As soon as she accepted, the system confirmed the match, and you are being transported to the Roman arena. Both of them were immediately enveloped in light and appeared at opposite ends of a vast arena. Catherine looked at Zhang Yun with a confident smile. I like your bravery, but you should be more careful when choosing your opponents. Se-Yun responded silently, with a cold, unwavering gaze. The system solemnly announces Hansen versus Bennett. The battle begins. Immediately, Catherine unleashes her power, her body igniting in blazing flames. Her eyes blaze with the color of fire, a smug smile on her face. She says arrogantly, consider this a lesson learned. Activating her power. The birth of fire. She raises her hand to the sky and summons a giant fireball. Its heat distorts the surrounding air. Yoon's car calmly looks up at the growing destructive fireball, with a face that shows no fear. The fireball hurtled down at a terrifying speed, like a meteor about to destroy everything in its path. Mr. Yoon stood firm, ready to face the overwhelming attack. His entire body was completely engulfed in the earth-shattering explosion. Catherine crossed her arms, watching the sea of flames with a satisfied expression. She confidently declared it was over. But suddenly, another notification appeared, activating her Sword Energy Master ability. A sharp blue sword aura like a laser beam easily splits the fireball in two. From the middle of the two halves, Shun steps out, his sword blazing, unscathed. Catherine could only gape in amazement, her eyes wide open in disbelief at the scene before her as the flames around her gradually died down while she stared intently at her opponent, muttering in skepticism, a lesson learned. Yes. Mr. Yoon's car pointed its blazing sword directly at her, a sneer on his lips. That lesson I will teach you myself. At the same time, far away in a quiet forest, a person with long white hair is leisurely sipping tea. He looked at a floating water sphere in front of him, which reflected the entire course of the battle, with the image of Seon Yoon using sword energy to cut through a fireball clearly visible inside the water sphere. He softly said with surprise and admiration, I didn't expect him to be so proficient with sword energy already. With a mysterious smile, they continued. Giving him a great authority was a brilliant idea. And from now on, I need to build a relationship with this challenger faster than with others. They release a feather into the air, gazing into the distance. This challenger might be able to settle a grudge even I cannot resolve. Returning to the arena, Zhang Yun's gaze sharpens. He is ready for the next attack. Standing firm in the blazing arena, he activates his instant speed boost. He soared into the air, leaving behind the columns of fire created by Katerine's attack. From above, he descended like a green arrow, skillfully gliding through the flames. The sword in your hand is ready to end the match. Your cloak has been burned from her attack. He softly exclaimed, Oh! His gaze was completely calm. He gently lands on the arena floor, narrowly avoiding the attack. He silently thinks that the cloak's effect isn't enough because he lacks the grace of the wind. Seeing her opponent still safe, Catherine raised her hand again to summon even larger and more ferocious fireball, smirking arrogantly. Let's see how long you can hold out. The administrators watch the match with mixed reactions. The ruthless monarch observes the flames with interest. The swordmaster Bai He has great confidence in him. The black demon laughs loudly amidst the sea of fire. Meanwhile, Katerine fires a barrage of fireballs at Sun Yun. Sun Yun moves swiftly, dodging the deadly attacks. A notification appears. 3 minutes have passed since activating the Sword Aura Master ability, and mana consumption has increased by 6%. The battle continues, and the notification appears again. It has been 4 minutes since the Master Sword Aura ability was activated, and mana consumption has increased by 8%. Yoon frowns, realizing his disadvantage, and this battle will become quite exhausting if it continues further. Suddenly, a stream of dark red energy burst out from his body. A series of notifications appeared, absorbing the soul of Challenger B. Saha to permanently increase his stats. Strength increased by 2, agility by 1, power by 3, mana by 3, endurance by 2. Absorbed one of the skills of Challenger B. Saha. Gained the Lightning Sword Energy skill, the divine skill of the Thunder Sword sect. The basic effect of using sword energy is that the blade is infused with lightning, and it cannot be used without sword energy. When activating the skill, it enhances the sword energy, allowing you to perform a critical attack. Sung Yoon's eyes lit up upon receiving the new information. Oh, lightning sword energy? A critical hit. Huh. Does that mean I can shoot out sword energy now? Seeing Sung Yoon suddenly stand still, Catherine looked annoyed. You must think you have plenty of time to slack off, huh? She swung her hand, creating a barrage of fire swords in the air, preparing for a wide-range attack. The rain of fire swords poured down on the arena, tearing up the ground, but Zahn had disappeared from his original position. He moved with incredible speed, slashing away the incoming fire swords with his blade, activating the blood destruction skill as a strange glove with small wings appeared on his left hand. He looked at his sword, deciding to test his new power. I don't know if it will work the first time, but I'll try it as a practice. The blue aura of sword energy around the blade thickens and intensifies. Activating the Master Sword Energy ability, triggering the Lightning Sword Energy skill. You swung your sword to create a massive lightning-filled arc that charged straight at Catherine. The sword energy clashed and easily shattered Katharine's fire attacks. She exclaimed in shock, "Ugh!" In panic, she shouted and tried to create a fire shield to defend herself. Even though she defended, the force of the attack made her cry out and be pushed back. She thought to herself in horror. A counterattack immediately followed. Before she could recover, Sung Yoon appeared right behind her. She was so stunned that she could only stand there in silence. Catherine closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then admitted defeat. Phew, you're unbelievably strong. I lost to the challenger. Catherine has surrendered. You have won. As a reward, you will receive the Greater Sword Storm. C plus skill and be teleported back to the common area of the 10th floor. Yoon's car disappeared from the arena and returned to its seat. He told himself he had been lenient, thinking this was just a practice session with sword energy. But she was quite strong, too. Then I glanced at my cloak. My cloak was burned thanks to her. He opened Catherine Bennett's profile and decided to remember that name. As he read the description of the skill he just received, he was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, the Swordstorm skill is proficient. When activated, the basic effect triples the attack speed. An additional effect activates when the skill is triggered, with a 30% chance to transfer wind attribute to the sword, greatly increasing movement speed. Your face shows clear disappointment. I thought it was a swordsmanship skill, but it turns out to be a piercing skill? I've been fooled, Your profile has been updated. The Korean server is ranked 3rd with 1 win and no losses. You think to yourself, finally a victory. Then another notification appears. The match has been confirmed. Moving to the Roman arena, this is just the beginning. Once again, you are taken to the Han Sang-gyun versus UAKI arena. The match begins, and you look at your opponent, calculating. Ranked 11th on the Japanese server. Your opponent Uwaki spoke with a condescending tone. I was really looking forward to this match because you're ranked 3rd in Korea, but you look pretty homeless. I think your skills are only at that level. In response to the taunt, a slow, knowing smile gradually appeared on Sung Yoon's face. Uwaki frowned, feeling confused and a bit annoyed. Why are you laughing? Sung Yoon replied, his smile growing even more pronounced. I just find it funny that we have the same thought. Yui was stunned. What? Angry at being insulted, Waki charged forward, shouting, "You homeless bastard!" He got so furious that he risked everything and launched a counterattack at Sung Yoon. He easily dodged the attack, thinking to himself, is this the level of the 11th ranked fighter in Japan? A confident smile appeared on his face as he realized the huge gap in strength between them. I guess I've become insanely stronger. With a gentle push, Seong Yoon sent UKOI flying backward. His opponent shouted in pain as he fell face down on the ground, fresh blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Yo Yoon thought to himself, this feeling is too easy for me. Immediately, the system announced the end of the match. Challenger UKIUG has taken too much damage. You have won. Yoon's car laughed joyfully, eyes shining with extreme excitement. Ha ha, what a feast of skills. Scenes flash by of Yoon easily defeating opponent after opponent, with victory announcements ringing out continuously. You win! Another challenger is defeated, their face stunned as they are thrown into the air, while the victory announcement echoes once more. Your winning streak continues overwhelmingly. And finally, a new achievement has been unlocked. You have achieved the Dual Mastery achievement. Your stamina has increased by 2. The scene suddenly shifts to a majestic mountain range shrouded in clouds, indicating a new location in China. Deep within a quiet forest, a long-haired man sits in meditation on a stone, with a martial artist standing respectfully behind him. The man meditating slowly opens his eyes, revealing mysterious purple pupils. He asks, "What's going on?" His expression immediately changed upon hearing the news. "Did you just say that Elder Bish Sanhak has died?" "Yes, young master." The subordinate continued reporting in a serious tone. "According to his last words, there is a place called the Earth Plane that has recently been connected to us, and it seems he tried to invade that level." He clenched his fist, his expression becoming resolute. It must be there suddenly. A gigantic mythical beast with pure white fur burst out of the forest and charged forward, roaring loudly. The young master remained seated motionless, completely unaffected by the appearance of the beast. He only muttered softly. The beast stands tall before him, while he absent-mindedly wonders, "Has it really been 5 years since I paused my tower climbing?" He raises his hand, an invisible force emanating from his palm. A sword whizzes through the air and lands perfectly in his hand. Gripping the sword firmly, he charges straight at the giant beast. His speed was so fast that the beast could only let out a bewildered growl before he leapt onto its head and drove his sword deep into it. The subordinate watching from afar is secretly terrified. How easily the young master subdued a mythical creature. His martial arts are truly terrifyingly powerful. The young master stands over the defeated beast's corpse, licking the bloodstain on his sword and saying with a cold smile, "Earthly realm. Huh, that sounds interesting." His purple eyes flashed with a deadly light as he gave the order. "Find out who killed BSH at any cost." At the same time, Sung Yun stepped out from a teleportation gate. The system informs you that you have entered the hall of the MTH floor. You collapse onto the soft bed that just appeared in the hall, your body exhausted from the continuous battles. You exhale a satisfied breath, feeling the fatigue fade away. "Ha, all my fatigue has vanished." Just as I expected from the waiting hall. Lying on the bed, you reach out to the air and a virtual screen appears, a delighted smile spreading on your face. I now have access to another power from an unexpected source. A screen displays information about a new ability, the Steel Wings C+ ability, requiring 1,500 products. I imagine myself soaring through the air with vibrant purple wings and think, a power that lets me fly? Just imagining it makes me happy. A notification appeared in the exclusive store of the contract holder, but Song Yun sighed. The only problem was that I couldn't buy it right now because I didn't have enough products, so I'll just ignore it for now. After organizing his thoughts, he sat on the bed surrounded by countless floating skill screens. He decided, now it's time to start synthesizing skills, right? The system immediately responds. The exclusive authority to synthesize skills has been activated. The skill synthesis process is complete. A brilliant flash of light erupts, and a new skill has been created. A series of notifications appeared one after another, indicating that many new skills were being formed. A new skill was created, a new skill was created, a new skill was created. Finally, 3 brilliant light blocks appeared before him, symbolizing the successful creation of 3 new skills. Mr. Yoon's car gazes intently at his Chungguo, his bright blue eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. After an hour of hard work, the skills he created are summarized as follows. A B-ranked counterattack shield defensive skill, a secret movement speed skill, a Z+, and a chaotic sword attack speed skill. C+. He paid special attention to one skill, and a faint red aura emanated from his hand as he thought, including a B-ranked defensive skill. He immediately tested it. The counterattack shield skill was activated. A complex energy shield with red hexagonal patterns forming around his arm. He looks at the shield with a face full of amazement and excitement. Oh, suddenly another series of notifications appeared, interrupting your excitement. You are entering the 2nd floor of the challenge tower. The difficulty is high. The theme of the challenge is cooperation. 3 hours remaining. The objective is to prevent the resurrection of the monarch, who swallows darkness within the remaining time. Failure condition. The entire team is eliminated after time runs out. Reward for completion. Skill proficiency potion. The penalty for failure is death. You are immediately transported to a desolate area full of rocks, where green teleportation gates are opening around a magic circle. The system continues to notify, and the designated team members are assigned according to their ranks. The team member assignment has been completed. The ranks of the designated team members have been listed. The first to appear is a masked man with white hair ranked 1st, Kim Seung-hoon. The The second is a man in a hooded cloak ranked second, Oh Chon-sok. Next, Zong Yoon is confirmed by the system as the third-ranked hunter. Finally, a blonde man in a red suit appears, ranked sixth as Princess Sui. The system announces that there is now a 30-minute grace period. The grace period will not be deducted from the time allocated to complete the challenge. During this time, prepare to cooperate and defeat the boss monster. On Zeok's eyes, it's another one of these cooperative challenges. This is getting annoying. He was surprised to recognize the top-ranked person. Huh. You? Seung-hoon, are you also climbing the tower? Mr. Yoon observed the two of them and thought, oh, those are the first and second-ranked. It seems they met during a previous challenge. As they were talking, the blonde man in red suddenly stepped forward, pointing his finger at Yoon and shouting with a face full of fear and anger. You are the guy I met on the 4th floor. Mr. Yoon looked back, completely unsure of what was happening. Kim Seung-hoon, you are ranked first. Asked calmly, did you two meet on a previous floor? Judging by his reaction, it doesn't seem to have gone well. Sui trembled, clutching himself as if recalling a terrifying memory. You're right. We met during the cooperative challenge on the 4th floor where the hunters are. This bastard has decided to boost his power by accumulating kills. A flashback shows Seong Yoon walking away coldly after taking down a group that included Sudi. The screen transitions to introduce the character Princess Sudi. His real name is Kim Seong-jun, and deceiving others is part of his daily life. He creates conflicts by making others turn against each other and takes advantage of those moments to claim the rewards. That is the survival tactic he has developed. This strategy proved effective in the Challenge Tower, a place with a completely different nature. As the manipulative clown administrator grins widely at his own deception. Standing behind Seung-jun is a terrifying clown, and Seung-jun is also smiling smugly. Mr. Yoon's car looks at Sudi's stiff face and thinks to himself, judging by his rigid expression, it seems like he's in shock. Should I add a little spice to it? Sudi, still unaware, continues pointing and shouting, I think you're seriously mistaken. And above all, he ruthlessly killed his own teammate. Hey, buddy, what the hell are you talking about? The atmosphere grew tense as Kim Seung-hoon, the top-ranked, summoned a giant warhammer emitting a blue glow and spoke with commanding authority. Instead of 4 uncooperative people, I only send 3 with good teamwork. The Challenge Tower is not an easy place to be. His eyes beneath the mask glow eerily as he coldly declares, who is telling the truth? The liar will be eliminated on the spot. Mr. Yoon's car quietly assesses the situation. If everything goes wrong and I have to face all 3 of them at once, my gaze sharpens. That would be the worst-case scenario. Amidst the tension, Chon-sok ranked second, raising his hand to try to mediate. Everyone, please stay calm a little. He then turned to Princess Sudi and said that he had met the hunter on the 4th floor. Is that correct? Sudi hurriedly confirmed. Yes, that's correct. An Seo continued to argue logically. Then you should know the hunter's real name, since the nickname system has been in place in the 5th floor hall. As the two met on the 4th floor, he concluded that if Princess Sudi told us the hunter's real name, the situation would be resolved. Everyone's eyes turned to Sudi, making him break out in cold sweat. Sudi stammered, trying to come up with a name. And that is the real name of the hunter. Suddenly, he shouted, Ah, his real name is Lai Chon-min. At that moment, his face changed, half scared and half smirking maliciously as he thought to himself, yes, in the end, there's no way to prove your name here. Seo turned to Zong Yoon. Lee Chon-min, do you have anything to say? Sung Yoon sighed tiredly and responded with boredom. Ah, this isn't even funny anymore. I take out a card from inside my coat and hold it up. This is my hunter's license. He silently thought that he had accidentally brought this with him when returning to Earth, but now he could use it in this situation. He calmly declared, My name is Hanseonen. The card clearly displays your rank and specialty. Sudi's face paled, sweat pouring down as he realized his lie had been exposed. Kim Seung-hoon raises his battle hammer, his voice cold as ice. Then it's time to decide who will be eliminated. Sudi desperately thought that things were really going badly. A series of notifications from the administrators appeared, mocking Sudi's clumsiness. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, Damn it, I'm doomed. Just as Kim Seung-hoon was about to act, Song Yoon raised his hand to stop him. I'm sorry, but I wanted to handle this situation myself. Your eyes blaze with the red of anger, and a murderous aura radiates from you. Now I am truly very angry. Kim Seung-hoon nodded silently for a moment. Of course, I'll leave that to you. Sudi watched the scene with a doubtful expression. What? Is he the only one who came to find me? An evil, calculating smile appears on his face. Ha, you fool. There is still hope if I kill him. because it would be very difficult for both of them if they have to face these 4 challenges alone. Mr. Yoon's car approaches and he says, "You said some very interesting things. Shouldn't you be responsible for your words?" "Responsibility? I don't know what that is. I only care about survival." He summoned a magic book, surrounded by dark purple mists. "Besides, you're not the only one with power." He raised his hand, and an intricate magic circle appeared. A swamp spirit vine had wrapped around your leg. The green vine sprouted from the ground and tightly coiled around Seon-Yoon's leg. Mana resistance skill activated. The swamp spirit vine has completely disappeared. A surge of green energy erupts from Seon-Yoon's body, easily destroying the vines. You attack with your sword blazing with blue energy. Sudi, looking annoyed, really annoyed, "Do you have mana resistance?" "Yes." He starts chanting again. Purple energy rings surrounding him, shoot out a huge burst of energy, scorching the ground and rushing straight at Seon-Yoon. Over there, Kim Seung-hun told Chonseo it would be best to keep some distance. Chonseo complained. "Oh, but I can feel the battle happening here." Kim Seung-hun didn't say much, grabbing Chonjok's cloak and pulling him back. Chonjok whined loudly, "But it's great to watch from the front row." Sudi growled angrily.
Die, you bastard, and launch another attack.
A barrage of energy spheres is fired, creating a rain of magical projectiles. Zong-Yoon moves extremely quickly, skillfully dodging the energy spheres. You grit your teeth, raise your newly equipped shield arm, and shout loudly to stop an incoming energy sphere. The counterattack from Zong-Yoon's shield sent back towards Sudi, making him scream out in pain as he was hit by his own magic. Gritting his teeth, a wicked and crazed smile appeared on his distorted face. It seems the hunter has become the prey. Mr. Yoon's car looks a bit surprised. "Huh? You sense a massive energy gathering above. The energy spheres Sudi shot earlier haven't disappeared. They're gathering together." He looked up, eyes wide with alertness. The energy spheres he fired earlier all merged together to form a massive lightning bolt, descending upon Zong-Yoon with destructive power. Sudi burst out laughing triumphantly. "Ha ha, you showed your hand, but look at you now, you bastard." But his smile quickly faded as he saw the scene through the dust and smoke. And he stammered. "Huh? What is that?" Zong-Yoon is still standing firm, unharmed. A blazing red magic circle surrounds him. The counter-shield skill has been activated. The system displays detailed information about the skill. Counterattack shield skill. Proficiency level dim. 0% basic effect. Once the skill name is memorized, you can summon a red shield made of magic power. An additional 25% of the damage the shield receives will be absorbed and released in one burst. Zong-Yoon looked at Sudi with a cold expression. "Why are you so surprised? This is only the beginning." Sudi was completely stunned, sweating profusely, unable to believe what was happening. Did he block that technique so easily? Without giving the opponent time to recover, Zong-Yoon rushed forward like a green tornado. Sudi panicked, trying to chant a spell to defend himself as Zong-Yoon swung his sword, creating sharp sword waves that tore through the surrounding ground and rocks. Pressing Shu into a corner, the continuous slashes destroy the terrain, leaving him no escape. From a high cliff, Oh Chon-shok turned to ask his teammate. "Seong-hun, the hunter, do you know who is challenging Hans Gyun?" Kim Seung-hun replied, "No, I have never seen anyone like him among the high-level hunters." Chon-shok reasoned, "If you don't know him, he could very well be an ordinary person. But is that really possible?" Seong-hun continued seriously, "If he's not a high-level hunter like us, it will be very difficult." He continued, his voice full of amazement as he watched the battle. Even more surprising, Hans Gyun still hadn't used his full strength yet. Seong-hun made a shocking observation. "I think he might be on the same level as me." Chon-jok couldn't help but be surprised. "Are they that tall, even though his ranking is lower than your older brothers?" Seong-hun explains, "That's just a hypothesis, but if he hasn't been lucky with his teammates in the cooperative trial so far, he might have been underestimated compared to his actual skills." Back in the battle, Zong-Yoon's eyes sparkled after the blazing sword. "You completely overwhelmed your opponent, closing in and delivering a powerful slash that severs Sudi's hand holding the magic book. Bright blood sprays out as Sudi screams in terror from the excruciating pain. He continued his attack, stabbing his sword deep into Sudi's leg, causing him to kneel down and cry out in pain. Kim Seung-hun watched from afar, secretly amazed. I was surprised. He didn't kill his opponent, only subdued him, and did so with great calmness. Sudi collapsed on the ground, panic-stricken, reaching out to beg. "Wait, he's trying to negotiate. If you kill me, you might not survive this challenge." Think carefully. This challenge is made up of the 4 highest-ranked individuals. He shouted in despair. In a situation like this in the trial tower, do you think they would give us an easier challenge to pass if one of us is missing? Yoon's car just silently listens. You coldly turn your head back, unaffected by the threat. From afar, Kim Se-ung-hoon said, "We won't interfere. Do whatever you want." Sui gritted his teeth, realizing he had no way out, and charged forward. He swung his magic-enhanced purple sword at Seon-yoon. Seon-yoon responded with his sword, his face full of anger. "This bastard, really? Your blue blade easily cuts through Suudi's attack." Seon uses a complex swordsmanship skill, creating dazzling and unpredictable sword paths that completely overwhelm the opponent. Sudi desperately activates his trump card. The unique deceptive trait has been fully activated. All stats will temporarily increase by 10. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I wanted to keep my trump card hidden." He roared wildly, "Die, you bastard!" His sword is wrapped in purple energy chains. Yeonseo remains calm, facing the enhanced attack without flinching. You easily dodge the deadly speeding energy chains and use your shield to block the remaining attacks. The purple energy clashes violently with the red shield. A system notification appears. The Wind's Blessing skill has been activated. All speed has increased by 40%. The current skill accumulation progress is 4 out of 7. Sudi's chain attack was completely blocked, causing a massive energy explosion. He could only stand there in shock as he saw Sung-yoon unharmed after his strongest attack, then quickly moved to stand in front of him. Sung-yoon looked at him with a cold expression. "Instead of taking on this challenge with 3 people, I know it would be much more dangerous to do it with a trash like you." Sudi let out one last, desperate scream. "You're dead meat!" At the same time, the system announced that the counter-shield skill would release all accumulated damage in one go. A huge stream of red energy shot out from the shield, engulfing and completely burning Sui. After the attack ended, the 2 items dropped from Sudi had disappeared. The old Count's vampire cloak. Movement speed, plus 8% mana. Recovery, plus 10%. Blood magic sword. B plus reaction speed, plus 7%. Attack speed, plus 10%. Ayun's car picks up 2 items and a system screen appears in front of him. "You said, I will make good use of these items." The other 2 teammates approached after everything was over. On Seok nodded in admiration. "Wow, Han Seon is really amazing." Kim Sung-hoon asked if everything was finished. Mr. Yoon replied, "Yes, thanks to you 2, I was able to finish it successfully." A notification sounds. 10 minutes until the start of the 10th floor challenge. All challengers, please prepare for the upcoming test. Okay, let's go. The 3 of us move forward toward the giant knight statue standing tall under the moonlight. Chon Ek-sin was surprised and said, "A knight statue? It's really huge. It won't come to life, right?" Zae Young-hoon replied cautiously, "If this is a tower, then anything can happen." Suddenly, Song-yoon's eyes became alert. He sensed that something was off. He looked up, and the giant stone eyes of the statue seemed to be staring directly at them. His blue eyes shone with intense focus as he observed the enormous structure before him. The 3 of them walked together through a vast stone corridor, their footsteps echoing steadily as they ventured deeper inside. "Oh!" Chonjok exclaimed in amazement, his eyes wide as the majestic scene inside the hall unfolded before him. He said with a mix of surprise and certainty, "I think we've arrived at the right place." As he looked at the giant war machines floating on both sides of the hall, Kim Se-ung-hoon surveyed the surroundings carefully and noted that besides those machines, there were 3 more statues that gave off a very ominous feeling. Chonjok squinted and looked towards the end of the hall where a larger figure stood, his voice slightly trembling. "And this is probably the Dark Sovereign himself." The 3 of them stood silently before a giant, headless statue sitting on a throne, emanating an ancient and oppressive aura. At that moment, the system announced rapidly. The grace period had ended. "The challenge of the 10th floor will begin. The remaining time will decrease, and the Dark Royalty will appear. Stop the resurrections of the Dark Lord." Immediately, one of the 3 guardian statues' stone legs begins to move. The heavy chains binding it shattered with a clanging sound, and the guardian statue fully came to life, its eyes glowing with a sinister purple light as it roared with a thunderous voice that echoed throughout the hall. Without hesitation, the 3 giant guardian statues charged at them simultaneously, the ground trembling violently with each step. Kim Seung-eung slung his warhammer onto his shoulder, cracking his neck with a satisfying pop, and said excitedly, "I feel a bit stiff. Maybe I should loosen up a bit." "The problem lies with that head." Se-yoon immediately understood. "So we need to stop these guards from bringing the head they are carrying on their backs to the Lord." Seung-hoon nodded and said, "Good, it's a simple target, so each of us will handle one." His hammer was enveloped in a powerful green energy. All 3 of them charged at the giant guards simultaneously, each choosing a different target, splitting their formation. Their eyes became sharp and full of determination. Seung-hoon replied, "Good luck." Yoon's sword ignited with a blue light. He confidently muttered, "I will finish it with a single strike of my sword energy." My guard jumps into the air, swings a huge purple sword energy straight at Yoon with the intent to crush him. Two streams of sword energy, one blue and one purple, collide in mid-air, causing a deafening explosion and a powerful shockwave. The blue eyes of the boy shine brightly for a moment at the moment of impact, a look of disbelief. You slip past the giant guard like a shadow, leaving a faint trail of light behind as your sword energy strikes the target perfectly. The giant guard freezes in shock, staring down at his great sword. A crack just appeared. Sword energy 2? He was stunned. Mr. Yoon's carriage lands softly, and his expression turns serious. This isn't an opponent that's easy to defeat, is it? He silently thought, a flicker of worry in his eyes, wondering if the others were okay. Meanwhile, on another side of the hall, Kim Jae-hoon roared loudly. He was knocked away by the opponent's giant warhammer, and the force of the impact caused a huge explosion, shattering the ground into a deep crater. The soldier quickly ran toward the throne. Kim Se-ung roars and throws shards of stone towards the soldier. He cluelessly pulls out a shield to block, causing the shards to shatter and send him flying backward. Kim Se-ung growled, slammed his hammer into the ground, clenched his teeth as he realized how serious this challenge was. These bastards, they're all boss-level monsters. Absolutely no room for carelessness, Se-ung-hoon muttered to himself, his hands tightening around the hammer's handle as crystal material began forming into an even larger weapon. Suddenly, Chon-sok's mischievous voice rang out. "I think you're the one being careless." "Seung-hoon, haha," he said while taking out a wizard's hat. "This hat doesn't suit me at all, so I really don't want to wear it. But the fact that I have to wear this ridiculous hat," Chon-se pulls it down, "and your voice suddenly turns cold and serious means you're definitely going to die." He raised a magic bow, and terrifying purple energy streams gathered into an arrow. The arrow was shot, transforming into a giant energy beam that tore through the air and sped away at an incredible speed. A massive energy beam then split into countless smaller arrows like a deadly meteor shower, falling onto the battlefield. The soldier leapt into the air and charged straight at Chonseok, who smirked confidently. When fighting a mage, the usual tactic is to get close and attack at close range. But from Chonse's hand, a bright pink scythe formed from pure energy, and he dismissed the bow as a surge of pink energy gathered in his palm to shape a new weapon. He sneered, but that rule only applies when your opponent is an ordinary mage. "Oh," Zhang Yun whispered softly, his blue eyes blazing with excitement, feeling no fear but a rush of adrenaline in his chest. "I've only faced weak challengers so far, but seeing these people, my blood boils with excitement." I tightened my grip on the sword hilt, determination rising. "I just need to do my part well." Immediately, he charged into the battle, dodging a massive stream of purple sword energy by a hair's breadth. He jumps between the shattered rocks, his body light and agile like a leaf in the wind. In midair, he throws sharp energy darts straight at the guard's stone body. A blue wave of energy surrounds him as system notifications appear. The Wind's Blessing skill has been activated. All movement speed has increased by 50%. Current skill progress, 5/7. The guard grunt with anger, slashing his sword fiercely at the ground, but only hitting the air. Iyun's vehicle is now faster than ever, easily dodging the attack. As you slide by, your foot accidentally steps on a shadow on the ground, and another skill is immediately activated. You are stepping on a shadow. The Dark Shadow Step skill, C+, has been activated, and your power has temporarily increased. A series of notifications appeared one after another, boosting your strength to a new level. Chaotic Swordsmanship skill, C+ activated. Attack speed increased by 10%. Current skill progress, 5 out of 10. Lightning Sword. Chi skill has been activated. Zhang Yun's blade sparks with blue lightning. He charged forward and swung a diagonal sword strike to collide head-on with the guard's weapon, causing a deafening explosion. The power of the lightning sword not only deflected the attack but also transmitted through, causing the stone head on the guard's back to start cracking. From the other side, Kim Seung-hoon roars and raises his giant crystal hammer high, with blazing golden lightning gathering around its head. He shouted the name of his skill, Thunder Bomb, and threw the lightning orb to the ground, causing a devastating explosion. Thousands of blazing golden lightning spread everywhere, engulfing the guard in a sea of thunderbolts as Kim Seung-hoon stood firm, watching his enemy roasted alive in the storm of electricity. Meanwhile, Oh Chon-sok has abandoned his ranged weapons and rushes into close combat with a pair of daggers, moving at lightning speed and leaving streaks of red light as he strikes his enemies. He jumps into the air, the battle scythe reappears in his hand, ready for a finishing blow from above. He swings the scythe down forcefully, aiming straight at the head on the guard's back. The enchanted scythe easily pierces through the stone layer, completely destroying its target. Losing his ultimate goal, the guard tilts his head back and roars one last desperate cry. Seeing their comrades' heads destroyed, the remaining guards suddenly stop attacking and begin to flee. Chan X-uk, surprised, asks, "Oh, are they running away?" Kim Si-ung lowered his hammer and explained, "Because we destroyed the ruler's head, we don't have to worry about him coming back to life anymore." The three of them quickly regrouped, their eyes fixed on the fleeing enemies. Yu said firmly, "Let's finish this quickly," and without hesitation, the three of them charged forward to pursue the remnants of the Dark Royal Army. As he was rushing forward, Xiong-yun suddenly stopped, his ears twitching. He heard a strange sound. What is that sound? He turned back and saw the ground shaking violently. The giant stone statue at the entrance. The knight statue they saw earlier is slowly getting up. Yun's car could only exclaim in disbelief that the statues were making a trap. The plastic-faced statue stomps on and launches into the air, defying its heavy appearance. The statue leaps into the air, blocking out the moonlight as Yun's vehicle looks up at the giant shadow rushing down. You scream in horror that the statue is right at the entrance. The giant knight statue lands with a deafening crash, its war spear pointed directly at the Dark Lord statue sitting silently on the throne. Kim Sheng huffily clicked his tongue in annoyance. Mr. Yun's vehicle gritted his teeth, his blue eyes blazing with determination. "No, it's too late to run now, because we've already started this battle." Without hesitation, the knight statue jumps off its stone steed and charges straight toward the throne. Yun reacts immediately, swinging his sword to create a massive wave of ice that cuts off the enemy's path. The knight's target was clear, the giant stone head was being fitted in place. Zhang Yun's direct attack caused the stone head to explode. The soldier looked at the fallen crown on the ground, roared in fury, his stone eyes blazing with red light, and shouted incoherently in rage. Zhang Yun let out a relieved sigh, but their joy was short-lived as the knight slowly approached, picking up the golden crown. He took it and decisively placed the crown on his own head. Its stone hand clenched the war spear tightly, a loud crack echoing as it broke its own left arm. The three of them could only stand in stunned silence, speechless at the scene unfolding before them. "We have to stop it," Chan Ziok shouted in panic. "It begins the ritual, using its head instead of the stone head to complete the missing part of the Dark Lord." The three of them leaped together to stop that madman. But it was already too late. The final boss's eyes now burned with deadly red light. Dark magic surged around him. A massive explosion of red energy erupts, engulfing the entire hall. A mechanical voice announces that the conditions have been met. The stone statue of the knight shatters. The Dark Lord is being reborn. Yan gazed up at this new enemy, his face draining of color in horror. "Oh no. A special target. Defeat the Dark Lord. We need to stop him," Chan Sok shouted urgently, but the system issued a desperate warning. Due to the inviolable authority, all damage is nullified. Only challengers with higher stats than the Monarch can deal damage. Mr. Yun's car looked up in confusion. A power, huh? I've never heard of a monster being able to use a special ability before. The Dark Lord raises his hand, and a black sword slowly materializes out of thin air. He clenched his cursed sword, dark magic swirling around its blade. He swung a strike, unleashing a massive red energy wave that swept across the battlefield, forcing all three to struggle to dodge. Seong Yun stepped back, his face showing anger and helplessness. "What the hell is this ability? If we can't deal damage, then we can't do anything at all." Xiong Yun stood frozen, sword clenched tightly in his hand, completely overwhelmed by the giant form and the terrifying pressure of the Dark Lord who had just been revived. The ruler swung his hand, unleashing a stream of dark energy that struck Kim Seung-hun, sending him flying backward. His body groaned in pain, teeth clenched tightly. "Damn it!" A gentle green energy surrounds Chan Sok, healing minor wounds, and I look at the enemies with annoyance, because if we had finished this sooner, it wouldn't have become such a hassle now. Suddenly, his thoughts froze, and a flash of light appeared in his blue eyes. "Wait a minute," he muttered to himself as a group of shadow knights emerged from behind the monarch, standing in formation like a loyal army. Kim Seung-hun and Chan Seok quickly ran to his side. "Are you okay, Sang-gyun?" Chan Seok asked nervously. "I think we should find a way to attack the monarch, but first let's deal with those knights." Lord Yun turned to look directly at them with a determined gaze. "I have a request. Can both of you hold off the monarch?" Kim Ji-ung-hun tilted his head, speaking with doubt. "We can't cause any harm to the monarch, so wouldn't it be more effective to deal with the knights first?" Song Yun's gaze grew sharper. "I have come up with a possibility. You look towards the final boss standing tall to defeat the monarch. After a moment of silence, Kim Seung-hoon turns his back, facing the Dark Lord. All right, we'll trust you. He glanced over his shoulder, his voice turning serious. It will be difficult for us to hold out for long, so don't waste too much time. Let's go. Chon X-Kung roared and charged forward. Yes, boss! Chon X-E responded passionately and charged immediately afterward. Yun looked at their backs and nodded slightly. Fine. The Dark Knights turned back to block Yun's path, a cold smile curling on his lips. So now you have to play with me. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-hoon raised his hammer and a blazing golden lightning gathered. He roared with lightning. A devastating electric explosion engulfed the Dark Lord. But then, a cold notification appeared. Due to inviolable authority, all damage was nullified, and both of them fell to the ground. He looked at the result with an unbothered yet disappointed expression. Kim Seung-hun shrugged, as expected. It had no effect. Suddenly, an invisible pressure weighed down on both of them. The authority of the monarch's dignity had been activated. When showing respect to the monarch, all unauthorized actions are restricted. Kim Seung-hoon and Oh Chon-seok both dropped their weapons to the ground, resisting the invisible pressure, but horror is weighing heavily on their bodies. Ok Chon-X gasps for breath, feeling as if his whole body is about to be crushed. The Dark Lord swings his demon sword, unleashing a wave of red shockwaves that tear through the ground and shatter the rocks in its path. Kim Seung-hun roared as a burst of light suddenly shone from his clenched hand, activating the mana-resistant skill and enveloping his entire body in light. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his temples, and let out a painful groan as a hidden power was unleashed, temporarily lifting the seal from his body. Ah! Chon-Jok can no longer endure and is hit by a wave of energy, crying out in pain. Immediately, Kim Jong-hoon rushed forward, standing in front of Chon-Jok and using his body to block the attack. He was engulfed in a sea of blazing red energy, his body trembling under the overwhelming power of the monarch. Jung-hun was pushed back, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. Big brother! Chon-Jok shouted in panic, quickly rushing over to support his staggering teammate. Big brother, are you okay? Jung-hun's vehicle could only respond with a faint groan. He was badly injured. Chon-Jok looked at him with a desperate expression. The Dark Lord slowly raised his cursed sword, black, deadly smoke swirling around the blade, ready to deliver the final blow. He swung a vertical strike, creating a massive sword aura rushing toward the two at unstoppable speed. Just as the sword was about to strike them, a figure suddenly appeared, raising their sword to create a red energy shield. The destructive attack was halted. Chon-Jok looked up, surprised and relieved to see the newcomer. Uncle Yoon turned back to look at them with regret. Sorry, I arrived a bit late. Han Sang-gyun shouted in disbelief as he saw Zon Yoon alone facing the monarch's attack, his body glowing with a powerful red energy. He muttered a single word, absorb. A series of system notifications appeared. You have used all your stored souls and your stats have been permanently increased. The black aura from the knights you just defeated flows back and merges into your body. The stats have increased by 4 in strength, 3 in agility, 3 in stamina, 6 in magic, and 4 in durability, all enhanced by the new power. Sung Yoon roars and easily pushes back the giant demon sword of the Lord with one hand. A final notification appears, signaling the upcoming counterattack, with the counter shield skill unleashing all accumulated damage in one strike. His shield shone brightly, ready to unleash all the absorbed energy. Zong Yun's sword blazed with dazzling blue light, lightning dancing along its blade. He activates all his power. The Master Sword Aura ability has been triggered, and the Lightning Sword Aura skill is now active. You swing your sword, creating a massive lightning sword aura. A blue light blade tearing through the air and rushing straight at the Dark Lord. You grit your teeth, your eyes blazing with fierce fighting spirit. I must reach him, he roared in his mind, channeling all his strength into the attack. Lightning sword energy collided head-on with the Dark Lord's chest, causing a devastating, thunderous explosion that made his stone body shake violently. The sword energy left a deep scar on the Demon Lord's body. Seon Yoon let out a faint sigh of relief. Good! It's working! He roared madly, a blazing red aura of darkness exploding, easily breaking through the ice. Once again, an invisible pressure weighs down on Seon Yoon. The authority and dignity of the monarch have been activated. When showing respect to the monarch, any unapproved actions are restricted. Yu Chong-yoon kneels on one knee, his body seemingly bound by invisible chains. He gritted his teeth, trying to resist. The forced breakthrough skill D has been activated. The mana-resistance skill D has been activated. He growls loudly, tenses his body, and breaks free from the energy chains binding him. A surge of green energy erupts from his body, completely nullifying the monarch's powers. All restrictions have been fully lifted. Immediately afterward, a series of skill level up notifications appeared. The proficiency of the forced breakthrough skill reached 100%. The forced breakthrough skill has risen to rank C. The proficiency of the mana recovery skill D has reached 100%. The mana recovery skill has increased to rank C. The proficiency of the mana resistance skill D has reached 100%. The mana resistance skill has risen to grade C. The Dark Lord realized his authority had been nullified and struck a destructive blow at Zongyun. Zongyun looked up at the giant sword descending, his face showing no fear. This is a dangerous situation, but why am I smiling? A crazy and excited smile appears on his face. Is this the feeling of victory, or the primal raging fire craving to become stronger? He wondered, facing imminent death, feeling a strange joy. From afar, Chong-sok looked at Kim Seung-hun with an astonished voice. Big brother, that challenge is serious. Hanun is truly a monster. I feel so strange, as if I am looking at someone's back. Hanun puts his arm around him and smiles. But we should congratulate him for becoming a new top-ranked player. Sung Yun's shield blazed with a bright red light, absorbing all the power from the monarch's attack. The energy charge was complete. And the counterattack shield skill reached its maximum damage absorption capacity. You turn around and the shield in your hand transforms into a giant ring of energy. You extend your hand forward and the energy sphere is compressed to its limit. If I narrow the scope of the counterattack shield and focus its energy on a single point, its damage will increase exponentially. The counterattack shield skill will release all accumulated damage in one strike. He fires a destructive beam of energy that pierces through everything in its path, directly hitting the Dark Lord's chest and causing his stone body to begin disintegrating. Zeyun gives the enemy no time to recover and charges forward at lightning speed. The body is enveloped in a powerful energy wave as a series of skills are activated. Push your power to the limit. The Wind's Blessing skill has been activated. All movements have increased by 70%. Current skill accumulation progress is 7 out of 7. Because you've reached the maximum stack, a one-day cooldown has been applied. The Chaotic Swordsmanship skill, C+, has been activated. All sword speeds have increased by 10%. The current skill accumulation progress is 10 out of 10. You appear right in front of the Dark Lord, swing your sword, and finally behead him, ending his life completely. You have defeated this Dark Lord. The scene shifts, and Jeong-yun finds himself standing in a frozen land. A beautiful white-haired woman is standing in front of you, her lips curling into a seductive smile. I can't believe that someone with such crazy growth speed is my challenger. Standard tower climbers usually prepare very carefully to avoid risks, and it takes them a long time to clear a single level. But Hansen is a rare individual even in other dimensions, embodying the very desire to grow. The problem is that as time passes, other administrators will gradually become interested in Han Sang-yun. The sharp gaze of the white-haired woman fixates on the icy scene where countless swords are embedded in the ground pone. I need to get closer to him before any other administrator can do so. The scene suddenly turns into a blazing battlefield. She stands amidst this pile of corpses and broken swords, a fierce determination in her eyes to fulfill her deepest wish. Returning to the hall, the Dark Lord's body shattered into pieces. His crown fell to the ground with a clattering sound. A series of system notifications appear, declaring their victory. You have defeated the Dark Lord. Congratulations. You have completed the 10th floor of the Challenge Tower. A bottle of skill proficiency potion has been sent to your inventory as a completion reward. You have received 6,000 points as a completion reward. You received 1,000 items as a completion reward. You received an additional 1,000 items as a completion reward. Han Sang-ji on the Challenger contributed the most to the special mission. You received 10,000 items as a reward for the special mission. You have received 1,500 items as a reward for the special mission. Mr. Yoon's car corners his lips into a satisfied smile. The additional reward is truly generous because this challenge was really difficult. Old man Z-ok approached, still looking amazed and bewildered. I wonder how Zong-yun managed to return and put the sword back in its sheath. He humbly said, I have a skill that I could use for this. I think I was just lucky. Kim Seung-hun gently pats Zong-yun on the shoulder. You surprised me today in many ways. Let's talk about everything in detail after I send you a friend request. We also need to heal our wounds. 2 notifications appeared in front of Zong-yun. Kim Seung-hun's challenger has sent you a friend request. Oh, Chol-so's challenger has sent you a friend request. A teleportation gate opens behind them. Seong-yun says, we will meet again. Seong-yun steps through the portal. Over 1,000 people have completed the 10th floor challenge. The expansion of the system will begin now. The interdimensional travel menu has been added to the shop. Now you can travel to other dimensions. You stand alone in the blank space, muttering, interdimensional travel. Yeah, I think it's implying I could travel to places like Ares or the martial world, but that would be suicide. Why would I do something so stupid? The administrator's observation territory has expanded into Earth space. You can chat with an administrator in the waiting hall. The administrator's intervention territory has expanded into Earth space. You can visit the administrator's domain and sign additional contracts. However, you can only sign an additional contract after the main contract has been established. You can terminate the supplementary contract at any time. Yoon's vehicle crosses its arms and ponders. A diagram appears illustrating the relationship between the contracts. So it's just an addendum, but if I can end my contract any time, wouldn't the administrator be at a disadvantage? You shake your head and open your status window. Well, I can't say for sure right now. Then let's organize what I received from level M. A beautiful blue potion appears. Skill proficiency. Boost potion. B+. A special potion created for those with talent and skills. When used, you can increase the proficiency of one of your skills by 20%. Without hesitation, he uncapped the bottle and drank it all. You have used the B+ skill proficiency potion. Please choose the skill you want to improve. You wipe your mouth and state your choice without hesitation. The Wind's Blessing confirms your proficiency in the Wind Blessing skill. A has increased by 20%. Wind Grace skill. A has reached 100% proficiency and has leveled up. The Wind Gift skill A is at 0% proficiency. When the skill name is spoken, all speeds will increase by an additional 10%. This skill can be stacked up to 7 times. When the maximum number of stacks is reached, 1% of your mana will be consumed every minute. Yoon exclaimed, "Oh!" You feel a new surge of energy flowing through your body. The cooldown time has disappeared. Next, you focus on the Soul of the Dark Lord floating before you. You have absorbed the Dark Lord's soul and your stats have been permanently increased. Your strength has increased by 5, agility by 4, stamina by 4, magic power by 7, and endurance by 5. You will absorb one of the Dark Lord's skills. Mana Management Skill A has been acquired. Mana Management Skill A proficiency 0%. The Mana Management effect has entered the realm of innate geniuses, so most restrictions related to mana management will be lifted. However, the proficiency of the skill only increases through self-awareness, and repeated use does not affect proficiency. Yunchu rests his chin in thought, so now I am a genius with a talent for mana. I don't really believe that. Just by reading this, a series of notifications suddenly pop up, interrupting his train of thought. The administrator of the Ironblood Sovereign has invited you to her territory. The administrator of the White Crane Swordmaster has invited you to their territory. You look at the invitations appearing with a confused expression. What?
At the same time, you accepted the invitation and will be transported to the administrator's territory.
You have entered the Blood Realm. Ayun's car appears in the middle of a snow-covered forest. He quietly walks forward, his black cloak fluttering in the snowstorm, heading toward a small wooden house in the distance. The door suddenly opens, and the white-haired woman appears in a thin nightgown. She spread her arms wide and let out a joyful laugh. Ha ha. The white-haired woman stands in the snowstorm, only wearing a thin dress, and she laughs joyfully. Just as I expected, I knew you would choose me, she said with a smug look. While rushing, Yoon just stood silently, unsure how to react. She approached closer, her voice full of joy. Thanks to you, I won the bet. I'll thank you with a hearty meal. Mr. Yoon's car muttered softly as she spoke. I wondered why they invited me at the same time. Turns out it was because of a bet. He walked beside her in silence before asking, Do you not feel cold? Not at all, she replied firmly. The two of them walked through the snow. Mr. Yoon's car asked, May I ask you something? He looked directly at her. I happen to acquire a mana management skill. Do you know anything about it? The woman paused, her red eyes widening in surprise. Then a smile appeared. You've gained an amazing skill. She stretched seductively. Very good. Before we go into the cabin, I will briefly tell you about it. With your new mana control skill, try to focus all your mana in your body as intensely as possible. Following her instructions, Zhang Yun closed his eyes, placed his hands in front of his chest, and began to concentrate his mana. A stream of blue energy started to emanate from his body. He clenched his teeth as a sudden intense pain struck him when the mana became chaotic, and his entire body was enveloped in a blazing blue energy column. Lightning bolts of magic dance around you. Your mana circuit has been heavily affected by activating the mana management skill. The mana circuit skill Q was forcibly enhanced by mana management. He collapsed, his body convulsing under the intense transformation. He knelt on one knee, sweat pouring down like a shower, trembling uncontrollably. It felt as if his physical strength had increased many times over. You look up. A powerful surge of energy erupts from your body, blowing away the surrounding snow. Let's see, I should. You roar, unleashing all the enhanced power within you. The white-haired woman was suddenly hit by a wave of energy, pushed back with a look of shock and slight annoyance, her delicate dress torn apart and blown away in the storm of power. I'll skip this scene. Let me check with the brothers for Zong Yun. Realizing my mistake, you can see it all now. Inside the cozy cabin, the two sit facing each other, enjoying tea and pastries. The woman speaks first, breaking the awkward silence. I had no idea you were a man capable of such shady deeds. Mr. Yoon's car was sipping tea when suddenly it sputtered. Him! You misunderstood, I stammered, my face flushing red. She chuckled. Why are you so flustered? Anyway, when you have time, try activating each of your magic skills along with mana management. A diagram appears, showing that as your understanding of mana management increases, your magic skills will also level up. You take a sip of tea and ask, but why did you call me here? She replied, you know the system was expanded when you entered the 11th floor lobby, right? Yes, that's how I was able to come here without going through the tower. You put a piece of cake in your mouth and chew slowly. She continued, it's not the reason why the territory was added to intervene. The real purpose is for administrators to actively nurture their challengers. So what does that mean? It means this, she said, and a blazing red energy sphere appeared on her fingertip. The Steel Blood Monarch Administrator used territorial intervention and granted the challenger a power. A new authority has been inscribed into your soul. The Blood Demon Sword. A authority has been inscribed into your soul. Mr. Yoon's car could only sit in stunned silence at the unexpected gift. He stammered, can she really grant such powers? She shrugged, of course not. So that means I have contributed enough to the tower to do this. Mr. Yoon's car looked at her with a complicated expression. The ability to sign additional contracts has been added, so it might be better for her to choose a different challenger. So why? Why are you helping me so much? She looked directly into his eyes with a sincere voice. That's because I can see your potential. I ask again, potential? She explained that administrators are rewarded by nurturing their challengers, but their motives are not positive. The boy narrowed his eyes. They are only investing in their challengers because of their own passionate wishes. The boy muttered about passionate wishes. A series of invitations from another administrator suddenly appeared, interrupting the conversation. Mr. Yoon let out an annoyed sigh. You, the white-haired woman, are grinning widely. Let's end our conversation here because of someone's impatience. I have also granted you authority. Then see you again. Seong Yoon accepted the invitation. You have accepted the invitation and will be transported to the administrator's territory. You have entered the forest. You appear in the middle of a lush green forest. This place is perfect for training. I'm curious about the training methods the Iron Blood Lord mentioned to me. Perfect timing. You activated your new skill, mana management. The proficiency of the 3 slashes skill has increased by 8% due to mana management. Oh, the instant speed boost skill was forcibly upgraded by mana management, raising it to grade B. The proficiency of the counter shield skill B has increased by 7% thanks to mana management. Ah, you smile contentedly. Great, I'll also use sword aura now. Your sword flashes with a blue light, but then you furrow your brow. Huh? You look at the sword with a confused expression. Why isn't the sword aura activating through mana management? I was planning to upgrade my 3 slashes with it. It remains the same no matter how many times I try. You grit your teeth, a feeling of discomfort rising up. This is really strange. Could it be because sword energy is a special power? A notification appears indicating that the White Crane Swordmaster Administrator is eagerly awaiting your visit. You sigh, sheath your sword, and decide to postpone upgrading your sword aura for now. Yes, I am coming now. The Swordmaster Administrator Bai Hak said so while puffing out his cheeks. He walks through the forest and looks at the nickname this administrator is using, guessing he's an old man like Bi Soon Hak. His way of speaking is really annoying. You step out of the bamboo forest and a peaceful scene unfolds before you. A white-haired woman sits calmly on the porch of an ancient house. You softly exclaimed in surprise. Huh? The woman speaks softly. You finally arrived. She stood up and turned back, a bright smile on her face. Nice to meet you. I am Bai Hak Swordmaster, the administrator. I have been waiting a very long time for a challenger like you to appear. Mr. Yoon's car froze, and you were completely surprised. Forget about the old man. This is a girl, he muttered in confusion. Seeing you silent, the girl tilted her head and asked, Is something wrong? The boy quickly replied, Oh, it's really interesting to meet a manager I've only communicated with through messages. She giggled. Ah, I see now. It would be tiring to keep standing and talking, so come over and sit down. The boy bowed his head and said, then sat next to her, feeling a wave of refreshment wash over him. "Oh, that feels so good. You look at her with understanding. I see why you're sitting here instead of on the chair." She smiled. "Isn't it wonderful?" She gazed into the distance, her voice filled with nostalgia. "I have been watching you from here. Since your deadly battle with BSH on the 9th floor, you asked again. So you've continued observing since you could see my challenges. Isn't it a waste to entrust your authority to someone you just met once?" She replied firmly, "Not at all. You need to understand your true worth. Even the great Elder Beach Sun Hak cannot attain the lightning sword chi. He was once a powerful swordsman in the martial world. Although he lost some of his strength when entering the tower, defeating a challenger like him is a great achievement. You don't need to deny it because I, the one who signed the contract with BSH, am the one saying this," she said. Mr. Yoon's car widened his eyes in shock, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. "Wait a minute, does that mean she might hold a grudge against me?" He silently thought in panic as she chuckled, as if reading his mind. "There's no need to bring your mood down. You're just an easy challenger to earn points." A beautiful blue butterfly lands on her finger. "I've signed contracts with many challengers, but I've never invited one here before." The butterfly flies over and lands on Zhang Yun's nose. "Except for you," she looks directly into your eyes with a serious tone. "I know you've figured it out, but I'll be direct. Please sign an additional contract with me. What benefits will I get if I do that?" She stood up, her cloak fluttering in the wind. "If you agree, I can make you the disciple of the White Crane Swordmaster Administrator." "So what exactly are the benefits if I become your disciple?" "A administrator can only appoint one disciple in their lifetime, and being called an administrator's disciple in the tower means you have formed a special contract. In addition, challengers are disciples who can purchase all the rank rights of that administrator." Zhang Yun's eyes widened in shock. He muttered, "So a disciple contract is that important? What the hell? The Lord of Iron Blood didn't even bother to explain this to me, even though I am her disciple. Maybe she's a little naive. They say that the supplementary contract can be terminated at any time. Why did she make a one-time contract in this lifetime when it's so disadvantageous to her?" She replied, "Like that woman, I chose you to fulfill my deepest wish. It requires the sharpest sword, the best sword that won't bend or become dull." "You have the potential to become the sharpest sword," she said. And the reflection in his eyes was a blazing figure, a fervent wish. That was also the word spoken by the Lord of Iron Blood. Maybe it's just referring to a simple desire. You look at her and ask what a heartfelt wish is. She hesitated slightly. It was her who explained slowly. A manager's heartfelt wish comes from their past regrets and memories, and at the same time, it is a power granted to managers by the tower. Like the Tower of Challenge, it is a test only given to challengers who have signed contracts with administrators. When it becomes reality, the challenger will receive a reward. The White Crane Swordmaster gazed into the distance with a dreamy voice, and then turned to look directly into Zhang Yun's eyes, making a solemn promise. "You will be able to change the past." Zhang Yun froze, his blue eyes wide with disbelief and amazement. Can I really change the past? Something so impossible might actually be possible. She interrupted him, her voice calm but confident. "Surely you also know because you've climbed the tower. Are my words true or not?" Mr. Yan's car falls silent as memories of the extraordinary challenges he has faced flood back into his mind. "That's right," you muttered to yourself. "If it's the tower, then nothing is impossible." You looked at her, a decision forming in your mind. "May I ask you something?" She nodded. "Yes, of course." I looked straight into her eyes, my voice full of determination. "How many more floors do I have to climb to make your deepest wish come true?" She hesitated, a slightly awkward smile on her lips. "Oh, about that, it will have to be the waiting hall on the top floor of the challenge tower," she replied. Cold sweat dripped down Zhang Yun's forehead as he realized the difficulty of the task. But then a system notification sounded. "The contract has been signed," the girl exclaimed happily. "You made a great decision. You won't regret it." She happily hands Zhang Yun a pillow. Finally, I accepted her contract. The image of the towering spire appeared in his mind, reaching the highest level. I know that the place I need to go to fulfill the heartfelt wish of an administrator is the top of the tower. You have been recognized as the true disciple of the White Crane Swordmaster Administrator. Due to the benefits of being a disciple, the effects of the privileges and skills of the martial world dimension will increase by 10%. Due to the benefits of being a disciple, mana has increased by 3. The current challenger Hansen has been recognized as a disciple of 2 administrators. Because of the benefits of being a dual disciple, agility has increased by 3. He smirked, a powerful feeling spreading through his body. I can't pass up this opportunity. a place where I can become stronger instantly. Above all, I received a special gift as well, I think, and the reflection of the white crane swordmaster appears on my sword. He turned back to ask her, but is it possible she heard anything else from that girl? As for the person searching for you, you didn't say for sure, you reply, though inside you feel a bit doubtful. The white crane swordmaster rubs her temple, looking somewhat troubled. I wonder what that girl with the blood oath is thinking. Ah, my head hurts so much. It seems she completely trusts you. She looks directly at Zeon Yoon with a serious expression. Of course I trust you too, but I have to tell you this. Is it okay if I use a question card for what I'm about to say? Yoon nodded silently for a moment, then said, Of course, I don't have any reason to use them, and I'm just saving them. The challenger Hans Sang-yoon has used all of his question tickets. You stare in amazement. Did it use up all its question tokens? How important is that? She began to explain that in the martial world's space technique, there is a powerful force called the martial world itself, and BH, whom you killed on the 9th floor, held a high position as an elder of the Martial World Alliance. So there is someone looking for you in the martial arts world. Mr. Yoon frowns and says, Don't tell me someone from the Martial Arts League is after me and wants to kill me. No, she replied. Instead, the martial world is currently in chaos due to the struggle for the vacant elder position. So who is it that wants me dead? She looked at you, her voice full of warning. The Namkung family sword dragon. At the same time, in Shinjuku, Tokyo, a blue space gate opened, and a man stepped out, surrounded by purple dark energy, the blue heavenly sword dragon, Namkung Hee-hook. He is a person who has built a reputation among the martial arts fanatics, living in the martial world space dynasty for centuries, and is known as a genius. The white crane swordmaster continued to explain, his voice even. Although his immediate reason for seeking you was revenge, the real reason was simply curiosity. She looked into the distance, her eyes filled with worry. I don't know when that will happen, but if you have to face Namkung Hee-hook, you need to be prepared to bet your life. She finished with a cold warning. A portal opens up, and you are transported to the waiting hall on the 11th floor. Mr. Yoon's car sighed in relief as he took off his tattered coat, standing alone and muttering the name of his new enemy. Namkung Hee-hook. So to sum up the information simply, he interacts with the control panel looking a bit confused. The psychopathic killer from the martial world is looking for me. They are the ones who invaded my floor earlier. It's confusing, but you decided to buy some necessary items. Authority, Steel Wings, and C+ have been purchased. 1,500 items have been deducted. Return Stone, F+ has been purchased. He clenched his fist as a pink energy enveloped his body. I've discovered a new truth, but nothing really changed. Before I face that Namkung Hook, I need to level up like crazy. You have used a return stone and will be returning to Earth. A blue light envelops you. You reappear in your bedroom holding your phone. Are you surprised by what you see on the screen? Your phone shows 132 missed calls and 87 unread messages from Lai or Yayan, along with an urgent message. Please come to the Hunter Association as soon as you see this. He couldn't help but worry. Did Lai or Ion do something? Is something happening? You wonder as you look at your phone. Without hesitation, he activated the powerful Steel Wings skill. C+ was activated, and a pair of energy wings appeared behind him. You soar out of this window at incredible speed and quickly arrive at the Hunter Association headquarters, where a large crowd has gathered. The crowd was buzzing with chatter. I'm glad this isn't a mandatory gathering. Me too. Watching the scene, it looks really violent. What will happen to Japan? Suddenly, someone in the crowd looks up at the sky in amazement. Sung Yoon gracefully lands on the ground, creating a gentle breeze, and politely says to the stunned onlookers, "Ah, sorry." Then he quickly went inside the building. The crowd could only stare in shock. Did that guy just fly? What? Inside, Lee Hae and another man are waiting for you, yo. The man smiled, saying, "It's really nice to see you again. Mr. Han Sang-yoon, I apologize for causing trouble for you inside the tower." Lai Haeon greets. "Welcome, Mr. Sun. It's been a while. Is something wrong?" "Why did you call me here so urgently?" Lai Haeon explained. "There's been a major incident in Japan. If you've heard about the incident, but I was worried you would fly to Japan alone, so I called you here urgently." The man continued. "We need to discuss more, but the situation is dire, so let's get straight to the point." He played a video. This is footage from a Japanese hunter's body camera shared with us. The location is Shinjuku, Tokyo. The Japan Hunter Association has detected a strong wave from a portal and sent a team of 7 A-rank hunters to the scene. Humans emerged from the gate, shocking everyone by killing 6 A-rank hunters in just seconds. Recently, there has been speculation that he is an alien challenger who has infiltrated Earth's dimension. Mr. Yoon's car was stunned. An alien challenger would never exist. You look around the empty room and ask all the hunters who just left, shouldn't you call them all back and go to support Japan? The man explains, this is an unprecedented situation. Most countries are trying to protect their hunters, so they are blocking the resources sent to support Japan. The same goes for our country, so they didn't send hunters to support Japan. He continued playing another video, which showed the body cam of the only survivor out of 7, capturing a desperate hunter begging, "Help me." The attacker with blazing eyes appears on the screen and arrogantly declares, "Namgong-huk, the Green Dragon. Heavenly Sword has come to avenge Beach-san H. Tell them that." Mr. Yoon gritted his teeth upon hearing that name. "Namgong-huk, I didn't expect to meet him so soon." Lai Haeyeon grabbed your hand, trying to stop you. She gently asked, "Why do you look so serious? This isn't an obligatory mission." "Ah, it's been a while since we last met. Should we go grab something to eat first?" Mr. Yoon's car hesitated. "Oh." Lai keeps looking at you with worry. "You're not going, right?" Mr. Yoon's car replied firmly, "I will go to Tokyo at Japan's request." Lai looked stunned. Why? She couldn't hold back and shouted, "Why does he keep doing such reckless things?" "You should consider others' feelings, even just a little." Mr. Yan gently places his hand on her head, thanking her for her concern. He pushed her hand away and said firmly, "I have to deal with this, but elsewhere, young Nam Kung H. Uk was practicing swordsmanship, surrounded by his fellow disciples. He muttered irritably, why can't anyone understand the sound of the Than sword? A friend tried to intervene, but was pushed back by his sword energy. "Young master, isn't this too much for a light training match?" Others shouted in fear. An elderly man steps forward. At 13, his sword energy surpasses even what I achieved in my youth. The others bowed their heads and saluted. I respectfully greet the swordmaster. But H-Yoke, martial arts are not meant to harm others, but are a path to transcendence. He looked at you sternly. You cannot harm anyone without a reason. The boy simply listened silently. The Tower of Challenge is selecting a challenger from the martial arts realm. Many years later, Nam Kung Hee-uk stood at the top of the tower, but still looked dissatisfied. The young master had already reached the second floor, yet I was still not satisfied. My desire isn't fulfilled just by climbing the tower. I can't believe a 70-year-old man achieved something so great. I'm sorry, Grandpa, he whispers with a face full of bitterness. Just as I expected, you used a space invasion ticket. He sits among a pile of corpses, smiling wickedly. I find the most joy in destroying humans. He stands amidst a sea of fire. I no longer feel satisfied. Killing those pathetic bastards wandering the martial world and killing people is also forbidden. An evil smile appears on my face. But this guy named Hans Gyun might actually make me happy. Returning to the present, Zhang Yun steps down from a plane. A woman in a suit is waiting for you. This way, a convoy is escorting you on the highway. Hans Sang-gyunim's challenger invites you this way. Others are waiting inside. The woman says that Chon Seok and Kim Jong-hoon are waiting. After meeting on the 10th floor, we meet again. You're later than I expected. Chon Seok speaks. Mr. Yoon enters. I heard from the association that 2 people were here, but the 2 of you actually arrived. Are these all the people gathered in response to Japan's request for support? Sung-hoon replied, I hear that an additional challenger from America will arrive soon. Yoon frowned. I understand now. Even if we say that the 3 of us are all equivalent to S-rank hunters, the challenger from another world who has now appeared in Shinjuku is an unknown monster capable of defeating all 3 of us. It would be great if the challenger from America is a strong person. The door suddenly opened, interrupting your train of thought. Huh? A red-haired woman walks in. Mr. Yoon's car was surprised. Catherine was just as surprised. Han Sang-gyun, the woman accompanying Zhang Yun, asked, Do you 2 know each other? Mr. Yoon's car replied, Yes, in a way we did meet in the tower for a moment. Catherine looked at him, her face a little sad. I don't want to meet you like this again. Is there another way you want to meet? I want to meet you in a more normal way. We haven't even met normally from the start, so how can we meet normally now? Catherine pouted. Well, that's true, but can't you say it a bit more gently? You're so cold. Kim Sung-hoon watches the scene in front of him with a puzzled expression. Is this a fight between the couple? Catherine was startled and quickly waved her hands. That's not it. Never, she shouted. While Zhang Yun remained silent, this guy could just say no, so why is it never? She quietly thought in confusion as the woman she met Zhang Yun with at the airport stepped forward. In the end, all the challengers had gathered. My introduction is a bit late. I am Arya, president of the Hunters Association in Japan. Mr. Yoon looked a bit surprised. Is she the president of the Hunter Association? She arrived at the airport, so I thought she was just an ordinary association staff member. I guess that means Japan is that desperate. Ari spread his arms wide, indicating that there would be no more support for Japan. The situation is much worse than I thought, so I believe they are adjusting support for the hunters. Chan XC muttered to Catherine that even as they adjusted their hunters, he couldn't believe that only 4 people registered out of everyone in the world, and the situation was much worse than he thought. Arik clenched his fists, his voice slightly trembling. Currently, no country is actively willing to help Japan. She suddenly bowed her head to everyone who came here while everyone else turned their backs on us. I sincerely thank you. Mr. Yan's car came forward to help her up. Please lift your head, Chairman. Now is not the time to bow, Catherine thought to herself. Hansun. This person. He is cold on the outside, but instead of bowing her head, she should increase our reward right now. Mr. Yoon's car went straight ahead. Everyone was stunned. Huh? He put his hand on his chest and said, I want you to double the promised reward. Then I will actively support you to solve this problem. Catherine shouted in her mind, I knew he was a cold-blooded person. A cold smile appeared on Zhang Yun's face. I didn't come here to be a good Samaritan or a hero. I came for the reward and the advancement I'll get from killing Nam Kung Hyu. Arya stands up straight, her face regaining its composure. All right, I was very moved in this critical situation. The creature that appeared in Shinjuku is an extraordinary monster. Since all of you are risking your lives, I promise to double the reward. And she said, the situation is not entirely hopeless. We have a chance to win. Catherine Benet's ability can turn the tide of this battle. A fireball appears in her hand, one of the powers I possess called fire suppression. If a stronger opponent touches the fire to activate this ability, all their stats will decrease by 10, and a random skill of theirs will be sealed, she explained, and the remaining 3 people's eyes grew serious. Using this ability, we can secure the victory. Of course, we will win if he touches it. She said, the flames in her hand flare up fiercely. Yoon crossed his arms. In other words, we need to create a situation where Katarine can activate her fire suppression. The group boards a helicopter and heads to Shinjuku. Breaking news is coming in. We have reports that Bengamun, a Chinese S-rank hunter who came to Shinjuku to assist, has just encountered a challenger from another world, and there has been no response yet. It seems like they are talking. Yes, that's a possible situation. It is known that the tower challengers can communicate despite coming from different dimensions and countries. Benjamin asked, Are you Hensionen? He introduced himself, saying, That martial artist from the martial world. I am Peng Jamun from China. You will soon regret underestimating Earth's space dynasty. Nam Kung Hee Uok sighed. I don't know why those insects came instead of the one I told to come. He charged forward and immediately appeared in front of Nam Kung Hee Huk to throw a punch, unscathed with a contemptuous expression. A martial artist with a satisfied smile on his face. Nam Kung Hee Huk says, This is interesting. He charged at Beng Jamun, who could only raise his hand in horror to block the attack. A massive explosion shook the entire neighborhood, flattening everything within dozens of meters. The whole team looked down at the devastated battlefield from the helicopter. Damn it, why is that Chinese hunter acting alone? This is bad, Kim Zung growled. Yoon's car turned to Catherine with a serious expression. Catherine, can you land safely even if we fall from the sky? She was surprised. Sorry. What do you mean? A confident smile appears on the car's face. Mr. Yoon, I just had a great idea. Catherine thought for a moment and then replied, A leap forward? You mean that I have a skill that nullifies all damage when I fall? Seong Yoon nodded. That's enough then. He looked at her with a sharp gaze. If this works, we could deal a lot of damage to him in one go. In that moment, please activate her ability. Before she could react, you wrapped your arms around her waist. Sorry for my rudeness, he said. Wait, what are you going to do? You didn't answer, just muttered one word, fly. The steel wing power has been activated. Both of them rushed out of the helicopter. The crystal wings propelled them at a terrifying speed. Kim Seong-hun and Oh Chan-seo could only watch in amazement. Are you serious? Doing whatever he wants, he hasn't changed at all. We can't just stand by and watch, Seong-hun said. Both of them also jumped out of the helicopter, chasing Song-yoon and Catherine. Catherine shouted as they rushed through the air. Are you serious? You're not acting normal. Who would fly without any explanation in this situation? Yoon's vehicle focused on the battlefield below. It's good that the Chinese hunter is drawing Nanchang Haiyu's attention. Catherine is annoyed. He didn't even bother to listen to me. He glances at her. If you see an opening, please use your authority. Then I'll go first, he said, releasing his grip and rushing down like a meteor. Underground, Nam Kung Hyu and Peng Jamun are engaged in a fierce battle, with shock waves from their weapons colliding violently. Benjamin let out a cry of pain as Kiok, his glove shattered into pieces. Nam Kung Hyuk looks at his opponent with contempt. For someone who can't even transmit his weapons in fists, What kind of martial arts is that? Saying that, he launches a series of powerful energy attacks followed by a swift sword slash. Suddenly, Nam Kung Hyuk froze, a sense of danger overwhelming him. He lifted his head, his eyes wide with surprise as he sensed a massive red energy rushing straight down from the sky. The energy sphere collided, causing a massive explosion. Nam Kung Hyuk was caught off guard and pushed back, with a look of surprise on his face. Master Yoon stands up, his sword planted in the ground, and he lets out a sigh of relief. Phew! Falling from the sky is something I will never do again. Nam Kung Hyuk looked at him with an aloof expression. Who are you? Mr. Yoon sneered with a provocative smile. You have searched for me so much, but now that I am here, you don't even know who I am. Blood skill for the remnants activated. All types of pain inflicted on the user will be reduced by 40%. If you try to survive, the proficiency of blood skill B will increase by an additional 20%. Master Yoon's car stood upright. A smug smile appeared on his face. You've searched for me so much, but now I am here. You don't even know who I am. I see now you are Song Yun, standing tall with a cold blue gaze facing your enemy. I respond firmly. Yes, I am. Hansen, the master of sword energy. Authority activated. Immediately, a glowing sword with a mysterious blue aura of sword energy appeared in his hand, exuding an overwhelming presence. The look of amusement on Nam Kung Hyuk's face vanished instantly, replaced by extreme disappointment and contempt. I was really looking forward to seeing who you are, but I never expected you to be a weakling who only uses fake sword aura. A terrifyingly dense red murderous aura radiated from him. I am extremely angry right now. Sung Yun remains unfazed by the opponent's murderous aura. How dare you respond with a challenge? He rushes forward like an arrow, thinking to himself that he must attack now, since he doesn't have a weapon in hand. But Nam Kung Hyuk simply raised his hand, and from the rubble of a nearby building, his sword flew towards its owner, as if guided by instinct. Zhang Yun was momentarily surprised, catching the sword skillfully and swinging it with a powerful strike, creating a terrifying shockwave that swept everything around. The power of the strike caused the ground to crack open, debris flying everywhere, creating a scene of destruction. Zhang Yun's armor also started to break apart in large chunks. Sung Yun grit his teeth, enduring the aftershock of the attack, thinking it would be really dangerous if he took that hit head-on. The Bloody Carnage skill has been activated. He frowned. I thought he had taken a lot of damage from the high attack earlier. Damn it! You look at your sword with an obsessed expression, and your counterattack shield is also destroyed in a single strike. This kind of sword aura will make it very difficult to use the shield counterattack ability. Is that really sword energy? Healing already? I didn't expect you to rely on the cheap dark magic from the TS tower. Zhang Yun remains unfazed. You swing your sword, focusing a new wave of energy. The lightning sword energy skill has been activated. A stream of sword energy wrapped in blue lightning surrounds your sword. Nam Kung Hyuk just gave a nonchalant glance. Humph. 2 streams of sword energy, one gold and one blue, clash and create a dazzling explosion of light. At that moment, Kim Seung-hoon appeared from one side. He held a large hammer in his hand as countless attacks headed toward Nam Kung Hyuk, who was distracted by Seon Yoon, while at the same time, Nam Kung Hyuk sensed a different threat from behind. Catherine pressed her palm to her chest, flames blazing, and shouted, "Suppress fire! Authority! Dominate fire!" When used on an opponent, all their stats decrease by 10, and some of their skills are sealed. But nothing happened. Catherine opened her eyes wide, surprised and confused. Does my power not work? From above, Oh Chan-jacques shouted in panic. Hey! He's up on top of a bent lamppost, looking down at the group with a furious glare. Insects, you're ruining my fun. He raises his sword to the sky, unleashing a giant golden sword energy column straight into the air. The version of the Haunters who have survived countless life and death battles knows this. They cannot stop this attack. With blazing purple eyes full of rage, he roars, "Die, you bugs!" A piercing scream echoes as they dodge away, each rushing in different directions to escape the descending destructive beam. At that moment, a memory suddenly flashed in Zae-yoon's mind, a warm hand holding his. Consider this lesson a small gift. The image of the White Crane Swordmaster appears. She is transferring a stream of pink energy into your hand. This is just a simple way of transferring mana. And, she said as a more mysterious purple energy began to envelop Son Yoon, this was not just a simple mana transfer because it maintained a sense of connection. Son Ayun is amazed to feel the difference, a thread of energy connecting their 2 fingers. So, do you feel the difference? Mr. Yoon recalls that feeling. The first time, it was like a pure spiritual transmission, and the second time, it felt as if the White Crane Swordmaster himself was inside him. Their souls merge into one, appearing in his mind. She smiles contentedly. Good, now you just need to apply that feeling to your sword. However, use it only after you leave this place. Because you cannot be put at a disadvantage due to the intervention of the administrator, Nam Kung Hyuk's destructive pillar collapses back into reality. But it was blocked. Nam Kung Hyuk was stunned. A series of system notifications appeared before Zhang Yun. Skills and abilities were not manifested through sword energy, but instead used through personal awareness. You have used the first space-time energy blade of Earth. The Challenge Tower sends its congratulations to the challenger Hansen. The achievement of merging with the sword has been accomplished. Due to the increased mana consumption of the swordsmanship of master ability, the penalty has been lifted. The sword in Zhang Yun's hand now radiates a pure and powerful blue light more than ever before. He said with a confident voice, "This is true complete sword energy." He turned to look at his teammates. "Are you all okay?" Catherine responded with a grateful expression. "Yes, thanks to you, big brother." She thought in utter amazement that in that moment he used an equally powerful attack to disable it. These two are truly monsters. Standing amidst the wreckage, his laughter echoes strangely. Faced with Zhang Yun's display of power, Nam Kung Hyuk also burst into a savage, insane laugh. That's the reaction you should have. I was almost disappointed. A dark memory flashes through his mind. The image shows a young Nam Kung Hyuk destroying a sandcastle with an evil smile. The more effort you put into a sandcastle, the more satisfying it is to destroy it. Back in reality, he charged at Zhang Yun like a wild beast, swords clashing and sparks flying, the deafening sound of metal echoing across the battlefield. Zhang Yun clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. All the challengers from other worlds have been troublesome, but this guy is truly a complete psycho. He put all his strength into a single push, creating a small gap between himself and the three teammates standing behind. He turned to look at them, his voice serious and urgent, leaving no room for refusal. "I'm sorry, but could everyone step back to a safe distance? If I have to protect everyone again like before, I won't be able to focus." Catherine was about to protest, but then she fell silent, clenching her fists in helplessness. Kim Si-ung-hun also agreed internally. It was frustrating, but it was the truth. Thinking that he still couldn't help after the previous trial, damn it! He looked at Zhang Yun with a determined gaze behind his mask. "But when the opportunity arises, we will carry out the fire plan. Be careful." Zhang Yun's voice echoes as the three of them quickly retreat, creating a battlefield reserved for two swordsmen. Instantly, two streams of sword energy, one blue and one gold, clash fiercely once again like two savage beasts. The clash created a storm of energy that tore through the ground and destroyed everything in its path, turning the battlefield into a desolate wasteland. Countless streaks of swordlight cut across the sky, each strike carrying destructive power, painting deadly streaks of light against the darkened sky. The entire Shinjuku district trembles beneath the power of the battle, with skyscrapers just shadows behind shockwaves. Another explosion erupts, illuminating the sky like a deadly fireworks display. From a safe distance, Oh Chanjok groans. Now I understand why he told us to stay out, but he's fighting that monster on equal footing." Kim Si-ung-hun shakes his head, his voice deepening with concern. "No, I feel like he's a bit overwhelmed. At this rate, he'll die." Mr. Yoon's car braced itself against a sky-splitting slash, the impact making me cough out a sound. I thought I could fight him to some extent if my sword energy was upgraded. The words of the White Crane Swordmaster echoed in your mind like a warning. I guess Nam Kung Hyuk's swordsmanship skill is grade A, but yours is only grade C. Yoon looked at the terrifying aura emanating from his opponent. Forget skills. He's just insanely strong. What kind of move is that? Is that all you've got? Mr. Yoon's vehicle gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain, his body screaming from exhaustion. Damn it, I've used up too much energy to recover. Ha 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 ha, if I use a little more stamina, it will affect my fighting ability. Suddenly, a scream rang out from behind. Sang-gyun caught this. Catherine threw a red recovery potion bottle towards him, and he caught it neatly. All right. But suddenly he froze, his eyes wide with horror. Prince Hyuk was faster, kicking Xiong-yun's hand away and grabbing the vial of medicine spectacularly. He smirked wickedly and brought the vial to his mouth, saying, "I will drink it happily." Catherine screams in despair and anger. No, damn annoying bastard, I should have poisoned him. Tick. Prince Hyuk felt a new wave of energy spreading through his body, and a small amount of stamina was restored. He sneered, his eyes full of cruelty. Humans always have something called hope. You're the same, Hansen. He begins to mockingly imitate human thoughts. I can win this battle. If I try my best, I can eventually win and survive. Then he clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with madness. But tearing those thoughts apart into pieces, the moment your expression shifts from optimism to despair, that is the only thing that gives me pleasure. With a thunderous roar, Nam Kung Hyuk launches a full-scale attack. His sword aura erupts like a storm, tearing through everything in its path and knocking Zhang Yun back. He narrows his eyes, clearly displeased. I don't like this. Buried under the wreckage, Zhang Yun grits his teeth and endures, but his blue eyes still burn with an unyielding fire. Nam Kung Hyuk growled inwardly, as if his eyes still burned with hope. He clenched his teeth so tightly they ground, his fury transforming into a crazed smile. He threw a full-force punch, channeling all his fury into a straight downward strike at Yun Yun's position. The ground cracked open beneath the force of the attack, creating a huge deep fissure and blowing everything around into a devastating explosion. Mr. Yun's car let out a painful groan. Yeah, you sit slumped among the rubble, trembling with exhaustion. Your clothes torn and blood trickling from the corner of your mouth. You lift your gaze, and despite your whole body aching, your eyes remain sharp as a blade, without a hint of fear. Nam Kung Hyuk stares intently at you, his face contorted with anger. He has no strength left to move, so why does he still hold that expression? Unable to bear that challenging gaze any longer, he charged forward, swinging his sword directly at Zhang Yun's face, and roared, falling into despair. A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Blood splattered everywhere as Nam Kung Hyuk's sword grazed Zhang Yun's eye. My eyes are bleeding from the wounds. Zhang Yun whispers in pain and despair. I have also reached my physical limit for recovery. I can only deliver one final attack after putting all my strength into it. A dark aura surrounds Nam Kung Hyuk as he revels in his opponent's suffering. But Seon Yoon knew, yet he couldn't see, so there was no way for this attack to be effective. Amidst the pain and darkness, a bitter and reckless smile appeared on his lips. Mr. Yoon, what should I do now? At that moment, Catharin's voice called out from afar. Sanyun, she and the others were rushing toward him. Mr. Yoon's vehicle panicked, and all he could think was that if they arrived now, they would only be slaughtered. He poured all his remaining strength into reaching out desperately and shouted, "No, don't come here!" Nam Kung Hyuk hesitated, a flash of realization in his eyes. He turned to look at the approaching people, then at Yoon, a wicked smile spreading across his face. That's why your teammate can still keep that look on his face. Before he could act, Catherine and Kim Sung-gun launched simultaneous attacks from two sides, one blazing fire and a sharp slash heading straight for Nam Kung Hyuk. But he easily dodged both attacks and kicked Catherine in the side, making her cry out in pain. Ugh! Kim Sung-hoon shouted in worry. Catherine immediately charged at him. He struck down Nam Kung Hyuk, causing a burst of blazing yellow lightning, but he dodged easily. Nam Kung Hyuk's power is overwhelming, and Kim Sung-hoon struggles to hold his ground as fierce golden lightning flashes around him. In an instant, Nam Kung Hyuk completely dominates. He delivered a powerful blow like the sky collapsing, knocking Kim Se-eung to the ground. Kim Se-eung could only helplessly watch his teammate be defeated, the physical pain nothing compared to the torment in his heart. Nam Kung Hyuk grabs Catherine, holding her hostage. She struggles in despair, breaking free. He presses the burning sword against her neck, causing her to scream out in pain. "Ki! I can smell your teammate burning." Ha ha ha. Xiong Yun roared in fury and stopped. "You sick bastard." Seeing Song Yoon's expression of pain and rage, Nam Kung Hyuk burst into a crazy laugh. That's the perfect expression. Indeed, Just as Nam Kung Hyuk was reveling in his victory, a hand with a gold-trimmed glove reached out from behind, and Oh Chan-jok silently approached, unleashing a shimmering ice sphere. He shouted loudly, trapping him in ice. A sharp wall of ice suddenly rose from the ground, freezing Nam Kung Hyuk in place, leaving him stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Oh Chan-seo quickly caught Catherine, who was injured, a gentle green light enveloping her. "Let's perform the minimum emergency treatment." Nam Kung Hyuk roared in fury, trying to break free from the ice imprisoning him. "You damn bug!" With a thunderous roar, he used pure strength to shatter the icy chains. The shards of ice broke into sparkling pieces, and he immediately lunged toward Oh Chan-seo and Catherine, who were fleeing. Oh Chan-seo shouted, a shadow flickering, a giant blue energy sphere forming. Oh Chan-seo thought to herself as she ran, "I will send her as far away as possible. That's the best I can do, and then I'll hide again." He shouted, Hide! But as soon as the skill was activated, Nam Kung Hee Uk appeared right behind him like a shadow and clenched his hand around Oh Chan Shok's head. He struck Oh Chan Shok mercilessly. You only had time to create a thin ice shield for defense, but it shattered immediately, causing you to scream in pain. Meanwhile, Kim Se-ung-hun lay collapsed on the ground, his mind lost in painful memories. This was no different from 7 years ago. Right now I charge at Yoon with my eyes destroyed, collapsing in utter helplessness. Blood and tears blend together, unable to protect anyone. A screech pierced the deadly silence as a red-eyed mouse darted past the wreckage. Then, thousands upon thousands of rats began to emerge from the ground. Their squeaking cries echoed everywhere, forming a terrifying sea of rats. Disaster. Countless rats, creatures that realized this battle was a catastrophe, emerged onto the surface. Oh, they were attracted by one thing only, the blue beam of light emanating from Zhang Yun's sword, where his final attack was contained. All the possessed souls have been used to restore stamina as a deadly red energy surrounds Zhang Yun's body, sacrificing his own souls for a final burst of strength. Nam Kung Hyuk turned to look at Kim Seung-hun writhing on the ground and said indifferently, "Calm down." Zhang Yun, surrounded by a dark aura, looks up with black blood streaming from his ruined eyes. "You bastard of the martial world!" Nam Kung Hyuk sneered, tossing aside the cloth he used to wipe his sword. "No, your reaction is much more interesting. This way." He suddenly, a figure rushes forward like a lightning bolt, a fiery punch straight at Nam Kung Hyuk's face, causing a huge explosion. Due to the suppression of fire, the abilities of those who touch the flames will be greatly weakened. Sword energy will be sealed for 10 minutes, and fire swords will also be sealed for 10 minutes. Everyone except Nam Kung Hyuk is immune to the flames. Nam Kung Hyuk roars in pain. "See, Baman, you might have seemed defeated, standing there with your whole body burning, but your eyes are shining with fighting spirit." He shouted loudly, "I am the hero of China, Benjamin. I am still alive, you damn bastard." He turned back to signal the others that Katarine's fire had been used. "We should go now." Nam Kung Hyuk tried to harness his power, but to no avail. "You can't use sword energy. It's sealed due to the fire suppression skill." He grits his teeth and until the last moment roars in anger at these insects. "Damn it, I can't use sword energy." He switched to another skill. In the forced battle, countless purple energy swords appeared in the sky, a deadly rain of swords descending straight to the ground. Immediately, a system notification appeared as a giant purple energy dome enveloped the two warriors, swallowing them into a life-and-death arena. Due to the unique nature of the forced battle, a 30-meter radius combat zone has been established. Everyone except Hans Jun and Nam Gong-hyu is prohibited from entering the combat area. Mr. Yoon's car stands still in the purple domain, his face calm to the point of being terrifying. Nam Kung Hyuk sneers maliciously, his fist glowing with a golden aura of energy. "My sword aura may be sealed, but I can still use my energy." He charged forward like a predator, sneering contemptuously. What can a blind bastard possibly do? Yoon's car is still stationary. A sudden memory flashes through his mind. When was that? I remember the spirit eye that can see attacks outside my line of sight. I thought that was all it could do. Suddenly, the world around him transformed. Everything now appeared as green energy lines, creating a perfect three-dimensional space in his mind. Including the wall with a radius of 30 meters, I can also see all the rocks in this area. A shocking realization flashes through my mind. I never expected to see so much more after losing my sight. I still haven't used my spiritual eye properly. It's as if a bright pink third eye suddenly opened on my forehead. I've unlocked the third eye. A series of system notifications appear before him, signaling a transformation of power. You have discovered your true spiritual eye. The Divine Eye skill D has been upgraded to rank B, a battle where you risked your life with your senses. The Sixth Sense skill, C+, has been upgraded to rank B. You can feel a clear change in every fiber of your body. My Sixth Sense, which I had completely forgotten after gaining it, evolved and my senses became clearer than ever before. More notifications kept appearing, proving my growth through the deadly battle. You have successfully survived a battle against a skilled swordsman. The Demon Slayer skill D has been upgraded to rank B. For a short period, your body endured a level of danger beyond its limit. Bloodshed. B skill has been upgraded to B+. Nam Kung Hyuk froze for a moment, a hint of surprise on his face as he sensed Song Yoon's aura changing. Song Yoon easily swung his sword to deflect the attack, feeling confident. With these, his eyes blaze with a powerful red light. I can fight evenly against Nam Gong Hyuk, whose abilities have been weakened. The battle continues, but this time Zhang Yun has completely caught up with his opponent. Nam Kung Hee-uk begins to show signs of confusion in the face of this sudden change. What kind of strange situation is this? He grits his teeth, unable to believe his eyes. Why is his movement suddenly faster? And why does his sword seem sharper than ever? Activate the Shadow Phantom. Step. C plus skill. The user is moving through an area shrouded in darkness, increasing their movement speed by 30%. Activate the Instant Acceleration skill and the Wind Blessing skill. All speed will increase by 70%. The current stat count is 7 out of 7. Activate the Chaotic Swordsmanship skill. C+. Weapon attack speed with blade weapons will increase by 20%. The current stat count is 10 over 10. Even though we're in an advantageous position, Zhang Yun is aware of the dangerous situation. Even if I use all these skills, we're still just evenly matched. This is too risky for me. You know I don't have much time left. I'll soon run out of energy, and Nam Gong Hyuk's abilities will return to normal in about 10 minutes. I need to end this fight while the fire is still burning. Focus on your trump card. The only thing that can turn the tide in this small battle is an unexpected variable. Your sword begins to emit an unusual aura. He fires his sword towards him. Nam Kung Hyuk sneers, thinking Zhang Yun is risking everything. You made a stupid choice because you were cornered. He roared like an idiot and charged with a blazing fist. Sure that this would be the final blow, but Zhang Yun dodged the punch in a strange way. Your hand clenched the opponent's fist without hesitation. You gritted your teeth and said each word. Blood Steel Sword. Activate the Blood Steel Sword ability. A blazing red energy burst forth. Nam Kung Hyuk's eyes widened in horror as he felt the sword piercing his stomach. He coughed up blood, screamed in pain, and couldn't believe it. The steel blood sword had pierced through him for a while, and the unimaginable pain made him scream out loud. Clang! He staggered, clutching his fatal wound at his dantian. Damn it, it must have touched my dantian already. I need to act quickly if I want to recover fully later. A notification appeared, indicating that the suppression of fire authority has ended. The unique forced battle trait has ended. The 30-meter combat zone will be lifted, allowing outside intervention. The teammates outside cheer with hope as the wind barrier disappears. Nam Kung Hee-uk glares at Zhang Yun with resentment, knowing he's been defeated. I was too focused on having fun. I'll finish this battle next time. He took out a glowing red ancient language stone, a teleportation item, crushed it to create a blue space portal, ready to escape. Benjamin and Ojak shouted in shock and anger. A portal! He is trying to return to the martial arts space-time realm. At that moment, as Nam Kung Hee-uk turned his back to them and stood at the threshold of the space-time portal, everyone felt that if they didn't kill him here, it would mean a terrible disaster for the Earth sometime in the near future. They shouted in despair, "We cannot let him escape! Stop him!" All of them charged towards the gate with all their remaining strength. What the? Run away! He roared, wielding his fiery sword as a blazing, destructive flame erupted from his blade. A giant column of fire shot straight into the sky, then descended like a meteorite, targeting those rushing toward him. Everyone's eyes widened in horror. Catherine only managed to scream in despair as the wall of fire devoured everything. A deafening explosion shook the entire battlefield, leveling a large building into ruins in an instant. As the dust settled, Saiyan was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath and trembling all over. The shield counterattack skill has been destroyed. The absorbed damage can no longer be released. He coughs once, and Catherine screams in panic. Sang Yun! She pointed to your severely injured left arm. Sang Yun's arm pushed it away, his voice still steady. Don't worry about this. The enemy is still out there. From within the smoke of the gate, Nam Kung Hee-uk steps out and looks at Sang Yun with a cold gaze. Han-sun, he says in a haughty tone, I could have killed you with the first strike. Do you really want to see this through to the end? Mr. Yun's car gritted his teeth, a look of helplessness and anger clearly on his face. It's really annoying, but I can't say anything to oppose that. Nam Kung Hyuk glances at you one last time. I will be back soon. He turned around and stepped into the blue light of the gate, disappearing from the earth. Xiong Yun could only helplessly watch before collapsing onto the desolate ground. His comrades hurriedly rushed to his side in the martial arts world. As soon as he stepped through the gate, Nam Kung Hee-uk was greeted by his attendants. Welcome back, young master. But he immediately staggered and coughed up a large amount of blood. His body trembled from the wound in his dantian. He suddenly lunged forward. The people around him were startled. Young master, are you okay? Quickly call the imperial physician here. He wiped the blood from his lips, gritting his teeth, his eyes blazing with a deadly vow. Hans Gyun, no matter what, I will push you to the very edge of despair. In a hospital in Tokyo, Yoon slowly opened his eyes as the faint light of the hospital room appeared. A familiar voice sounded worriedly. Han Sang-yoon, you're awake, aren't you? Mr. Yoon's car tries to sit up and look at the woman standing beside the bed. Where am I?
Ari gently supports you. This is a hospital, you can't move yet.
He looked down at his body, wrapped entirely in white bandages, especially his eyes, which were badly injured. Arish bowed his head, his voice trembling with emotion. She placed her hand on his shoulder. I don't even know what to say to respond to his great sacrifice. Suddenly, a green energy enveloped Zong-yoon, and his arm immediately grew back, activating the bloody carnage skill. Arish opened his eyes in shock as the bandages around his body automatically unraveled, revealing a muscular body healing rapidly. I'm fine. Where are the others? Yoon stepped to the nearby hospital room door labeled Catherine, and without hesitation, he tore open the curtain of the bed, calling out anxiously. Catherine, you immediately froze. Inside, Katarine and Lei Han, who are also there visiting, are in a semi-naked state. Both of them looked back at him with wide, surprised eyes. Kiak! A piercing scream echoed, followed by a loud thud reverberating through the corridor. Oh, Chon-jok, with his broken legs dragging heavily on the ground. He sighed in frustration. My life really is miserable. He looked up and smiled when he saw Son-yoon approaching. Ah, Hansun Oh-seo immediately noticed the red handprint on Seon-yoon's cheek. What's wrong with your face? Seon-yoon awkwardly rubbed his cheek. Oh, I just arrived at Catherine's room and wow, she looks so energetic, so she seems to be fine now. You looked around the hallway, but Kim Sung-hoon wasn't in his place. Do you know where he is? Cho Chon-seok replied. I only met him briefly this morning. His face darkened. His voice grew heavy and somber. He's probably in a very bad state. By now he has lost his right arm. Kim Sung-hoon stands alone on the hospital rooftop, his cloak fluttering in the night wind, revealing the empty space where his right arm used to be, found there by Mr. Yoon's car. He is here. Kim Sung-hoon turns back. Ah, here comes Kim An. Mr. Yoon looks a bit surprised. Sword Shadow. Kim Sung-hoon looks at Zong-yoon's healed arm. Did you heal your left arm with a skill? He looked at his lost right arm. Yes, that's truly an incredible skill. You really have a talent for surprising others. Well, I guess you've heard, but my right arm can't be saved. He turned back to face Song-yoon, his voice lowering behind the mask. I'm sorry. Mr. Yoon's car clenched his fist, his face filled with regret and torment. If only I were stronger. This wouldn't have happened. Kim Si-eung pats your shoulder to comfort you. Don't blame yourself. I have a skill to compensate for it, a shimmering blue ice arm forming from his stump. He looked out over the city at night, his voice filled with nostalgia. I climbed the tower like a madman, just to become stronger. It's like I was haunted by something, as if I only had one vision. Yunchi lights a cigarette. That's not a bad thing. I'm sure that was what made him strong, but his eyes sharpened as he spoke of his ideals. The strong should help the weak. At least that's the ideal I live by. Yoon's eyes gaze into the night, lost in thought. I have learned a lot from this battle. I remembered something important that I had forgotten. Kim Se-eung exhaled a puff of smoke, a faint smile appearing behind the mask. Well, I feel relieved now. That someone as strong as you isn't a malicious lunatic. I couldn't tell what you were thinking when I first met you in the tower. He took out a pack of cigarettes. Do you want one? Mr. Yoon's car shook its head. No. I stay away from cigarettes and alcohol. A memory suddenly flashes in Zon Yoon's mind. His eyes widened in shock as he realized something. What? You revealed a completely different face, that of the renowned Thunder Emperor. He shrugged, a smug smile on his lips, revealing his sharp fang. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you who I am. After that event, a commemorative photo was taken capturing the brave hunters and the association officials, marking the end of a historic battle. And Zhang Yoon, as the hero of the battle, participated in an interview to tell the world about the life and death confrontation at Shinjuku. A flash of memory suddenly appeared in Seon Yoon's mind. It was a day after the battle and you and Catherine were out shopping. You picked up an intricately crafted necklace. Catherine wears the necklace with the apple-shaped pendant, smiling brightly, a happy and genuine smile. Now at the airport, it's time to say goodbye. Yoon's vehicle waves farewell to his comrades who fought alongside him. Catherine, Kim Seung-hoon, Chon Seo, and Pengamun all waved goodbye to him. Back in the hospital room, Song Yoon put on her familiar red tailcoat. He gently moved his hand, feeling the fit of the outfit. Faintly, he looked at the design of the jacket, which seemed more intricate than before. The design of the red tailcoat must have been upgraded a bit during the repair process. He drew out the blood spirit sword, which has also been perfectly restored. You smile contentedly. Your gear is in perfect condition. Well, since I prevented a disaster, I guess this service is worth expecting. He leans back on the bed and breathes a sigh of relief. Phew! The 3 days since the stone's return have been really chaotic. I really don't want to become famous like this. The boy scrolled through his phone in shock. Hey, the video of the battle is everywhere now. Did you realize it was recorded by the Japanese Hunter Association's helicopter? You read the lively comments online. Are all the challengers this insanely strong? He's carrying the burden alone. Isn't it basically him who handled the whole situation by himself? I think I know who that person is. There was a training center just for players named White Lotus, and he trained there for 7 years. All right, next liar, please. No way someone so useless could easily fight off monsters that level buildings. It's like he's fighting just like a sword shadow. He's really good at fighting, so calling him a sword shadow makes sense, really. LOL. Yoon's car finally figured it out. Oh. So this is what Kim Seung-hun meant about the sword shadow. A shocking truth flashes through my mind, but I never expected he was Lei Di. Loi Di. Even among the 30 S-rank hunters in Korea, his nickname is the most powerful. He destroyed the gates at a speed that other S-rank hunters couldn't match. Basically, he's the hero of Korea. Remember my offer from Kim Seung-hun on the hospital rooftop. If anything happens, you can contact me. I'll be honest. You can consider that an invitation. You can also contact me for less serious reasons or any other matters. Mr. Yoon's car silently thought, recruitment, time's up. The system notification appears, your time on Earth has ended. You sit up, thinking I will become stronger to deserve the nickname Sword of Shadows. Returning to the challenge tower, a determined smile appears on his face. You are transported back to the tower and fall onto the 11th floor hall. You have entered the 11th floor hall. Sitting in the hall, you reflect on the recent battle. One thing you've learned from the fight against Nam Gong-hyu. He opens the shop interface. That shop is his stamina. He recalls the helpless feeling of being unable to activate his healing skill. Blood Taint is one of the strongest healing skills he has, but it doesn't activate when he lacks enough stamina. A determined look flashes in your eyes. It's time for me to acquire a new stamina recovery skill. You scroll through the list of skills in the shop. All these skills seem a bit uncertain. The best way to handle this kind of problem when shopping is to buy them all. You purchased Automatic Stamina Recovery. It describes all stamina automatically regenerating 0.07% every 180 seconds. 100 duya. 15 points have been deducted. You have purchased Moonlight Absorption E. Its recovery ability will increase by 100% when exposed to moonlight. 10 points have been deducted. You have purchased Sunlight Absorption E, which doubles recovery when exposed to sunlight. 10 points have been deducted. You have purchased Superior Growth. C describes that all physical and stamina recovery abilities will increase by 70%. 20 points have been deducted. You have purchased the Call of Blood C. It describes absorbing the blood of a defeated opponent, restoring stamina and HP based on the amount of blood consumed. 20 points have been deducted. You smile with satisfaction. I have collected enough points to buy all the skills I need and still have some left. Activate Skill Synthesis ability and unlock the skill details. Please select the skills to combine from what you have. I will start by merging the skills with high motivation. You have chosen to absorb Sunlight E and Moonlight E. The two skills begin merging in a blaze of golden light. Skill synthesis complete. The D photosynthesis skill is being created. Photosynthesis D skill. Mastery 0%. The healing ability effect will increase by 200% when exposed to moonlight or sunlight. The user will be able to absorb mana through the light. He nodded. All right. Its rank has increased a bit and the advantages of the two skills have been well combined. Now, if I incorporate the Call of Blood into this, it will be amazing. You combine Photosynthesis D and Blood Call D to synthesize. The skill synthesis is complete. Blood Contract Skill D has been created. Blood Contract Skill D at 0% mastery. The user effect will allow you to extract HP, stamina, and mana from the blood of a living creature you've killed. The boy sighed in disappointment. This is a failure. The skill level didn't increase and the advantages of photosynthesis disappeared, but you remain undeterred. So, you reopen the shop. You have purchased Blood Call D for 20 points, which has been deducted. You smirk. I'll just buy an identical one anyway. I have plenty of points. I'll combine the Bloodstained skill with the Call of Blood once more. Two similar skills are being combined into the synthesis process. The synthesis is complete, and a new skill is being created. This time, the result exceeded expectations. The Blood Truth Seeker skill B is being created. The glowing eyes flash. OB rank. Skill. Truth Seeker of Blood. B is at 0% proficiency. The basic effect allows the user to extract HP, stamina, and mana from the blood of a living creature and grants powerful blood control abilities. The detailed effect is that all the blood lost by the user will automatically be regenerated little by little. You are surprised by your new power. Can I extract HP, stamina, and mana from blood and also control blood? What is that? He focused, and the dried blood on his sword began to tremble. Instantly, the blood droplets floated into the air, hovering and dancing at his will, transforming into deadly weapons. A mischievous smile appears on Zhang Yun's face as he feels the new power flowing through his veins. Literally, it means controlling blood. You test your ability by turning the blood droplets into a spiked ball and then into a sharp blade. Oh, I can create any shape I want. I decide to try something else, focusing my will on my fingertip. Let's see, something like this. Hup! A drop of blood slowly oozes from your fingertip without any cut. Oh, I can force blood out even without cutting directly. Although I will have to cut in and out to use a large amount of blood quickly. You watch the dancing drops of blood with a confident smile on your face. The Seeker of the Truth through blood, this skill will be very useful. And not stopping there, you continue to invest in upgrading your power. And I have spent more time upgrading the Eyes of Truth, completing the skill synthesis. A new skill is being created. Fire Dragon Eye, A+ skill has been created. Fire Dragon Eye, A+ mastery, 0%. Basic effect, the Fire Dragon's power will be transferred to the eyes so the user can see what is normally invisible. Detailed effect, the user can view information about objects and see through lies. When the new skill is activated, Zhang Yun's eyes blaze with a mysterious blue flame, granting him a completely new perspective. He looks at his equipment and the hidden information that was previously unknown to him now appears clearly. The old vampire count's tailcoat. The user can temporarily create a blood shield by consuming stamina, or blood. The swift boots, when infused with mana, will increase the acceleration time. He whispered to himself in amazement. These are things I couldn't see before. Ah, your gaze lingers on the blood-steel sword, and then an even more astonishing piece of information appears. The Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. When a user reaches the level of Flame Sword and elevates their blood energy to the maximum, the ultimate skill will be unlocked. Memories of Namkung Hyuk's destructive power flood back. The Fire Sword is how Namgong Hyuk was able to destroy the entire Sinduku area. You look at the sword emitting a faint aura. I guess only those who have reached that level can awaken the true power of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. I thought it was just a pretty good sword. I didn't expect it to have such a hidden ability. With new powers and a clearer goal than ever, you decisively press the start button for the next challenge. Let's go. And step into the 11th floor of the challenge tower. The difficulty is high. The theme of the current challenge is mind verification. Remaining time is 2 days. Conditions to pass. Complete the 7th challenge within the remaining time. Failure conditions are the death of the challenger, or time running out. The reward for passing the challenge is the sharp mirror of Minko S, a punishment for failing the death challenge. Mr. Yun's vehicle received the information. His expression became serious and determined. He entered an ancient temple where a man with blue hair and a muscular build greeted him. Welcome to the Verification Temple. Mr. Yun's car was slightly surprised. The Verification Temple, the man explained. Now you will face challenges set by the Verification God. And these challenges will continue until you die. You chose to participate in this God's trial despite being just an ordinary explorer, so you will have to face the consequences. Mr. Yun asked directly, so what do I need to do to pass the first challenge? The man frowned. Don't you even know the rules of the challenges set by the 7 top gods of Eri? Is Yun's vehicle honest? The man muttered. That must be the 5th layer of the invaded space of the Dark Night. The man sighed with a troubled look. I don't understand how a foolish explorer like you made it here. All right then, I will explain. The challenges are very simple. Prove your body, faith, and mind. He continued. First the body, and finally the mind, which is the hardest part. The way to overcome the challenges is simple. There will be a high priest waiting for you in each trial room. You just need to enter the next room by killing or convincing them. Sung Yun confirms, again. So I just need to get past them no matter what method I use. The man smirks and says, I've explained enough to you. You can find your own answer. He clenched his fist tightly, the joints cracking. Then let's begin, the first challenge. He charged forward like a storm, starting the test of the body. Immediately, Sun Yun found himself facing the true form of the high priest, forcing him to attack and defend constantly. He quickly analyzed his opponent, who was likely on par with a challenger who had earned the pioneer title. Realizing that pure physical strength is not enough, Sun Yun decides to end the fight by activating the truth-seeking blood technique. His hand blazed with a deadly red, blood energy veins spreading like a web. With terrifying speed, he charged forward, his glowing hand aiming straight at the high priest. The priest's eyes widened in horror, unable to react in time to the surprise attack. He let out a cry of pain. As he felt his life force being ruthlessly drained, Jeong-yoon stood there, watching the defeated foe vanish, muttering with a cold, satisfied expression. "Damn it, this skill is crazy!" Then he spoke to the fading corpse. "Thanks for the explanation." Immediately after, the system notifications appeared. "You have absorbed the soul of the priest Johan. Your proficiency has increased by 5.8%. Another series of notifications from the high-level administrators suddenly appeared. The priest administrator of the Seven Gods was shocked by the scene he happened to witness. The Godslayer Warrior Administrator nodded at your action. The Fallen World Warrior Administrator praised you for your ingenuity. The Divine Seeker Administrator says you don't need to worry. You're doing very well in improving yourself." Yoon's car tilted its head toward the notification windows. His blue eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Considering their nicknames, he thought to himself, "I believe I caught their attention, because this challenge involves gods." More notifications appeared. "The Bloodlord Administrator is shocked by your actions. The Swordsman, Administrator by Hay, is saddened that you entered the challenge without saying a word." Mr. Yoon's car is sweating coldly, muttering something. "I have no way to contact the administrators." Pushing those thoughts aside, he approached Johan's body, now lying still on the cold ground. You notice an item has fallen out. There is an item. He picks up a glowing card mirror as the administrators once again comment. "The priest administrator of the Seven Gods is quietly watching you, while the warrior administrator of the fallen world is impressed by your greed." The demon-slaying warrior administrator nodded as if he understood. To test the item's skill activation, Long Diem Nyan, your eyes burst into a mysterious blue flame. Basic information about the item appears. The mirror contains the divine power of the High Priest. C+. A mirror into which High Priest Johan infused his divine power every day. The user can use divine power to create a sacred barrier once. Creating the barrier may also destroy their spirit. This is basic information. Thanks to the long flame eye, an inscription appears briefly. The divine power within the mirror can guide the user to prove their fate. Mr. Yoon's car looks at the mirror in his hand, frowning in confusion. "It can guide users to prove their fate." Huh? What the hell is this? He shakes his head and listens. It seems like just a one-time protective barrier item. You put away the mirror and head toward the large door leading to the next challenge. He placed his hand on the cold door, a confident smile spreading on his face. "I hope there will be more tests on the body." When he opened the door and looked in, he saw a woman sitting on a throne in an enchanting purple space. Her sarcastic voice echoed, "I didn't expect an unknown outsider to arrive so quickly." She glanced at the door, a contemptuous smile on her lips. Johan must be out of time. Mr. Yoon's car enters the vast room, shards of broken glass floating in midair. You ask directly if she is the priestess of the second trial, and the woman smiled seductively, her ruby eyes gleaming with amusement. "Yes, dear explorer, I am the priestess of the second trial, pleased to meet you." As soon as she finished speaking, she forcefully threw the chair towards Seon-yoon at a terrifying speed. Seon-yoon easily caught the flying chair with his hand, his face completely calm. You observe her using violence, narrowing your eyes thoughtfully. This is surely also a test of the body. "Exactly," Dien responded with a delighted laugh as she flipped midair. Her flowing dress spread out like a death flower. A bright pink energy sword appeared in her hand, and she charged at Zhong-yoon. Seon-yoon skillfully deflected the attack, but immediately sensed a familiar energy from Jen's sword, reminding him of the weapon he used long ago. Activate the authority, Sword Energy Master. Activate skill, Summon Sword Energy. Seon-yoon's whole body erupts with a blazing blue lightning sword energy. Diane's eyes widened as her confident expression instantly turned to utter shock at the surge of power Seon-yoon just unleashed. A streak of blood shot through the air. "Bye!" Jen's cry of pain echoes as she is knocked back by Seon-yoon's swift counterattack. How does the sword energy work? A mere explorer can use full sword energy. Why can't I use it when she can? Dong-yoon coldly responds, his sword blazing with blue lightning sword energy, overwhelming in presence. Dien explains, his voice still trembling with shock. "That is divine power granted by God. That is how our priests gain their strength." She stared intently at Seon-yoon. "I'm only surprised that someone who doesn't use any divine power can wield such an incredible sword aura." Sung-yoon silently thought to herself. The divine power suddenly appeared. A green energy enveloped her, healing her wounds in an instant. She stepped back, her body completely healed. Se-yoon frowned. That was definitely a fatal wound. Divine power is indeed a troublesome force. Without a word of warning, they charged at each other again. Two streams of sword energy, red and blue, clashed, causing a fierce energy explosion. As the swords clashed, Zhang Yun spoke, "I heard from the first priest that I might not need to kill to pass these trials. Can I persuade you to change your mind?" Yen sneered sarcastically. "I don't know. Maybe if you had some convincing skills with the gods." Zhang Yun sneers. "You keep asking, how many more physical challenges are there?" Your questions seem to have angered Ren. Her eyes blaze. "You are truly very arrogant. You're getting too comfortable. Do you think you've already won? You can ask questions like that after you've defeated me," she roared, charging forward with a furious attack. Yun's car simply stood there silently, calmly watching her sword path, activating a skill for instant acceleration. Just as Jen's blade was about to strike, Yun vanished, reappearing right in front of her and grabbing the priestess's hand. He moaned in pain. Mr. Yun coldly declared, "I have won." "What? Why is it like this?" "Now tell me about the process of this verification." Diane blushed with anger and confusion. "What are you planning to do?" The administrators immediately react and wait for your response. The Ironblood Sovereign Administrator stared at you through narrowed eyes, while the Swordmaster Administrator Bai He was shocked by the unexpected question. Yun's car pushed her hard against the wall behind. "I'm not interested in that." Diane chuckled softly in relief. "Ha ha ha ha. That's good then." The administrators continued their comments. The Ironblood Sovereign Administrator agrees with Jen. The Swordmaster Administrator Bai He says she knows you are a good person. The Divine Seeker Administrator is watching you with curiosity. Mr. Yan's car looks at her with a puzzled expression. "Why are you asking that? Who would travel all this way just to do something like that? Do you really think no one would do that? You're truly naive for an explorer." Mr. Yun's vehicle lost patience. "Just explain the challenges to me." Dean begins to explain the structure of the challenges. There are now two remaining, the physical challenges and the faith test, which starts at Challenge 5 and ends at Challenge 6. Mr. Yun's vehicle asked, "So is there only one test of faith at the very end?" "That's right, but before you challenge that test," Dien said seriously, "you'd better consider giving up." Mr. Yun's car was surprised. "No one has ever passed the 7th trial," she warned. "Everyone who entered either went insane or died in their own blood." Long Diemyan's skill did not detect any lies. Zhang Yun's eye flashed, confirming her warning was true. Dien chuckled softly as if accepting his fate. "Those are my final words. Well, I might as well say I haven't had such a great fight in a long time. If there's a way to get through this place without killing her, let me know." "Let me." Mr. Yun's car still tries to find another solution. Dien replies, "You can't do that." "You asked if she's afraid to die?" "Not at all." Dien smiled wildly and contentedly. "I will only return to God." Seeing that he could no longer persuade her, Mr. Yun raised his sword. "I guess it wouldn't end well if this continued any longer." A final blow with the sword. "You have absorbed the soul of the priestess above. The mastery has increased by 8.8%. Yun muttered to himself somehow. A dark aura surrounds him. "I feel truly disgusted." You turn around, using both hands to push open the massive stone door, ready to face the 3rd challenge. Inside is a burly man with a shaved head. He introduces himself. "I am Lucilian, the future sword of the god of verification. From now on, I will test your martial arts. Prove that you are worthy of the next challenge." Lei raises his sword to the sky, and it bursts into a blazing golden flame. The aura-bred blade gleams with a radiant glow. Zhang Yun's eyes flash with recognition. It's unstable, but the flames on the sword flare up even more fiercely. It's definitely the flame sword, the 3rd trial where Zhang Yun stood his ground. "Your thunder sword aura is also roaring. I guess I'll have to risk everything from this point on." Both rush at each other. A battle erupts between golden flames and blue lightning. After a few sword strikes, Zhang Yun realizes something. But there's something strange. Yu Yun carefully analyzes his opponent, concluding that his physical abilities and sword attacks are worse than his own. Realizing a fatal weakness in his opponent, Zhang Yun grits his teeth while blocking the attack, his face full of confusion. "So why is my sword energy being shattered? I remember the battle with Namgong Hyuk, and after seeing him use Fire Sword, I thought it was a high-level skill. But maybe he's just insanely strong. And this Fire Sword technique, a harsh truth flashes in my mind, is not a high-level skill." As the two energies collided again and my sword aura was shattered, Yoon secretly realized I knew all along. His eyes narrowed in analysis. No matter how many times I tried, my sword aura kept losing. "You are pushed back by Lucilian's powerful strikes, the stone floor cracking beneath each of your steps." Lucilian stands firm like a mountain, his voice full of authority. Even if your aura is strong, you cannot destroy this sword. The only ones capable of destroying this are those who can handle what cannot be seen, he said solemnly, the fiery sword in his hand blazing. Mr. Yoon's car sneered bitterly. He's weaker than me but can use fire swords. It's like seeing a dumber person always doing better on tests. You grit your teeth, clearly annoyed. Damn it, that invisible monkey, you growl in your mind. The irritation turns into a fierce resolve to destroy that sword no matter what. I will break it. He poured all his strength forward with a completely new momentum. The two swords clashed once again in a fierce collision. Lucilian's voice echoed in Zhang Yun's mind. I will destroy it. Only those who can handle the unseen can forge a sword capable of cutting everything. I will destroy it. Zhe Yun roars as he channels his will into the sword. Lei continues. That is how the blade, possessing a radiant absolute power, is born. Zhang Yun's will reaches its peak. I will destroy it. Your sword, empowered by an unshakable will, has pierced through the fire sword and struck Lilian's shoulder. Kuhuk shouted in shock and pain. I understand now, Zhang Yun muttered to himself, a deep realization clearly visible on his face. The difference between fire swords and lightning swords is that the source of fire sword power is a will strong enough to be realized. Your sword emits a steady and powerful lightning sword aura like never before. Le falls to the ground, blood pouring from his wound, but he still laughs. Ha ha ha. He looked at Zhang Yun with pride and satisfaction. Your flame sword is genuine, unlike mine, which is just an unstable borrowed power from the divine verification. You have truly achieved it. Ha ha. Yun's carriage thought to himself, is he happy? He cares more about his achievements than his own death. Yun Xie observes. He seems to be driven by a certain purpose. But is that madness or faith? Lei said softly. You're a quick learner. I can almost feel it myself. His hand is trembling. You have proven your martial arts. Keep moving forward. Just like that. Yes, exactly like that. He took his last breath. I will free him from his pain. San swings his sword, ending Lilian's pain with a mercy strike. You have absorbed the soul of Priest Lilian. Proficiency is increased by 14%. The familiar dark energy flows around him again. The unique authority and mastery of the soul summoning spell have reached 100%. The soul summoning spell. C. The unique authority. Soul summoning technique is being upgraded. Soul summoning technique. Bo has now reached rank B. Mr. Yun widened his eyes and asked, I wonder which skills have been added this time. Side effect. When absorbing the soul of a stronger opponent, you may be allowed to extract a power. His eyes sparkled with amazement. A skill to extract others' powers. You can't hide your excitement. The soul summoning technique has never let me down. Moreover, it's already this strong at rank B. I wonder what effects will be added when it reaches rank A and S. Gongyun opens his status panel, Hansen's status. Title: Ruler. Power, 86. Stamina, 84. Agility, 85. Magic, 79. Endurance, 81. Unique attribute, soul summoning technique. With the unique authority and skill synthesis, he muttered, my stats are approaching triple digits. He couldn't help but reminisce, thinking that this was something he would never achieve when he was still a student. The system notifications appeared, explaining the sudden increase in power. You have absorbed the soul of Priest Johann. Your stats will be permanently increased. You have absorbed the soul of the priestess above. Your stats will be permanently increased. You have absorbed the soul of Priestess Lilian. Your stats will be permanently increased. A powerful surge of energy erupts around Seon Yun. Your strength has increased by 8. A series of notifications keep appearing one after another. Your agility has increased by 6. Your stamina has increased by 7. Your mana has increased by 8. Your endurance has increased by 9. You have absorbed one of Priest Lilian's skills. You have gained the Unyielding Will skill. He checks the details of the new skill. Unyielding Will. A mastery. 27%. A symbol of someone who refuses to surrender to despair and continues to challenge the impossible. The basic effects enhance physical ability and focus when facing a stronger opponent. The side effects of activating the skill make it easier to learn new things and strengthen mental defense skills. After absorbing the power, Seon Yun collapses amidst the wreckage of the third trial room. He braced himself and pushed open the heavy door to enter the next room. His body was ready for a new battle. You step into a vast but completely empty space. You look around in surprise. Is there no one here? Huh? Surprised, a figure with pure white angel wings slowly descends from above. That person's voice echoed. I guess Lucilian is dead. Really surprising, Yun muttered. I didn't expect the next opponent to be an angel. The administrators immediately send a warning. The Godslayer Swordsman Administrator warns, "Be careful!" The Warrior Administrator of the Fallen World says, "This is a tough opponent, so you shouldn't be overconfident." The Swordsman Administrator Baihai says this opponent truly uses sword energy. The blood-devouring Commander Administrator was impressed by the priest's powerful aura. Without a word, Son Yun swung his sword, creating a massive beam of sword energy that shattered the dome of the hall.
I guess you don't really want to talk, so let's get started right away.
Your fourth challenge. He spreads his wings wide, divine light enveloping his body. I am an apprentice priest, Chiron. I will begin the body verification process according to the principles of verification. The user has faced a much stronger opponent. The unyielding will skill is being activated. Seon Yoon immediately senses the power gap. His energy cannot compare to that of the priest's before. Kan creates a shard of light mirror in his hand, then concentrates energy into his other palm. He fires a destructive beam of light towards Seon Yoon. Se Yoon quickly dodges, the beam destroying the ground where he just stood. That beam of light hits a shard of mirror and reflects, creating a surprise attack from another angle, activating the Long Diem Nyan skill. Se-yoon activates the Fire Dragon Eye to analyze the situation. He muttered, "That beam was reflected on the mirror and is hard to counter. I decide to attack head-on. I need to strike him before he continues with those light beams." Se-yoon charged forward with incredible speed, unleashing a burst of sword energy. Kiran used his wings as a sturdy shield to block Se-yoon's attack and knocked him back. Whoa! Immediately after, Kiran counterattacked with a slash of light. Yunshi raises his sword to block and is pushed back a few steps. Fire sword is now the default. He looked up at Chiron floating in the air, ready for a top-tier swordsmanship duel. Yoon's father calmly analyzed the opponent's tactics, clearly a guaranteed method for him to win. He silently thought that while dodging deadly beams, he attacked with his own beams from afar. Even if the opponent dodged the beams, the mirrors everywhere would reflect the beams from angles the opponent couldn't see. As Yoon approaches, Chiron flaps his wings to create a strong gust of wind that blows you away, breaking the balance. Then he uses his wings to generate a powerful gust from close range to destabilize his opponent before counterattacking with Fire Sword. He muttered with annoyance, "This is such a troublesome and difficult attack to deal with." He tried to strike a mirror, but his sword bounced off, and it's also very hard to destroy these mirrors. A terrible scenario appeared in his mind. If smaller shards were used to reflect the light beams, he wouldn't be able to dodge them all. Even though he could detect them with his dragon flame eyes, the administrators began commenting on his difficult situation. The Nine Heavens Overlord Administrator begins questioning the difficulty of the 11th floor challenge. The Priest Administrator is shocked and regretful that an apprentice priest possesses such skills. Dark Lord Administrator wondered how you would die. Mr. Yoon's car smirked confidently. How am I going to die? You look at the notifications from your familiar administrators. The blood-designated Commander Administrator is annoyed because the priest is stalling. Swordsman Administrator Baihei is eager to see what you'll do. Father, my administrators don't seem very worried. Kan raises his sword, focusing his light energy. This time, it won't be so easy. Try and take it if you can. He unleashes a rain of beams that covers the entire battlefield. Hundreds of beams of light intertwine, forming a deadly, no-escape web. All that energy converges at Zhang Yun's location, causing a devastating explosion. Energy recharge complete. Chiron is surprised. Huh? What's going on? The counter-shield skill is ready to reflect the absorbed damage. A blazing red energy sphere surrounds Zhang Yun, absorbing the entire explosion. Inside the sphere, Zhang Yun coldly orders the release. The counterattack shield skill is activating, absorbing all damage at once. A massive column of energy shoots straight at Chiron. Khan can't react in time and can only watch in horror as the energy blast approaches. He coughs up a mouthful of blood, his body badly wounded. He looks at Zhang Yun with a look of disbelief. "What is this? I see no evidence that you have learned magic." He stammered, "Could it be that you have the authority of a god?" Seong Yun was silent for a moment, then replied, "I don't know what the divine authority is." Chiron seemed to accept. "I understand now." Even with severe injuries, Chiron still stands upright, panting heavily. "You did not run from the battle nor lose. I declare that you have completed all the body verification tests and are qualified." After speaking, Chiron collapses. His wings disintegrate into particles of light. "You have absorbed the soul of the priest Karen. Mastery has increased by 13%. Since the soul is stronger than the user, the assessment of absorbing the authority will begin. The evaluation is complete, and the priest Karen's authority check is finished. The authority is extracted from the soul." Jan's eyes light up. "The authority and divine power will be engraved into Hansen's soul." An intricate magic circle appears, channeling a new source of energy into his body. "I can feel this energy. The divine power that the priests here have used like mana. I try to control it. I sense a type of energy in my heart, but I can't move it. It's different from mana. The White Crane Swordsman Administrator asked why divine power was inside your central dantian. The Blood Sovereign Administrator was shocked because there was no trace of a god in your divine power. Does Ion wonder if divine power is really such a big issue? You have absorbed the soul of Priest Chiron. Your stats will be permanently increased. Your strength has increased by 4, your agility by 3, your stamina by 3, your mana by 4, and your endurance by 5. The next door opens, and an old voice echoes. Welcome. An old woman stands in the middle of the room. Welcome. The one engulfed in madness through martial arts. Yun Xiang was surprised. Surrounded by madness? What does that mean? The old woman explained. You aim to win again, to grow infinitely strong and someday become the strongest, right? Yun's father thought, I really want to become stronger, but becoming the strongest. Isn't she exaggerating? The old woman appeared behind you at some point. I'm not exaggerating. That's just the ultimate result of your efforts. Her words seemed to touch something deep inside Zhang Yun, making him suddenly feel dizzy and kneel down. He looked up in amazement to see the old woman standing still in her original spot, but he felt as if an invisible force was pressing down on him. Don't get too excited. This challenge is not about testing your physical ability, but about proving your faith. Zhang Yun gritted his teeth and growled. Damn it. When you try to swing your sword, it seems impossible to hit the opponent. You grit your teeth, sweat pouring down from the invisible pressure. This kind of movement just can't exist. A terrifying realization flashed in his mind as dozens of illusions of the old woman appeared around him. Could she have infiltrated his mind? He felt his strength being drained from his body, held back by invisible hands, as a shadowy hand covered his face, making him scream in pain. Whoa! In the illusion, a giant, monstrous face roars, trying to swallow your soul. That face transforms into the old woman's face, rushing toward you and swallowing you like a nightmare. She seems to have tasted your will. Fading away. Fading away. The illusion suddenly disappears, and Xian Yun finds himself standing firmly in the hall. Be cautious, as the old woman standing opposite declares coldly. Xian Yun is surprised. Sorry, you ask again, with a doubtful look. What do you mean by surpassing her? The old woman interrupted. You have passed the 5th challenge. Mr. Yun's car is still confused. How is that possible? The old woman explained. You may proceed. The 5th challenge begins with super awareness. In other words, only those with a strong will are qualified to look into their own minds. She looked directly into Zhang Yun's eyes, and I could sense that strong will from you. A ruthless willpower ready to slaughter anyone if it means becoming stronger. She raised her hand as if she could feel it. Yes, I can feel it. A desire to become stronger, no matter who must be killed, I can sense it deep within your mind. She sneered and said, if you're going to kill me, then do it quickly. I would be happy to rest in the arms of God before I become too old. I won't do that, Zhang Yun replied firmly. The old woman was surprised and asked confusedly why. Yun's vehicle replied logically that there's no need to kill recklessly when I have already passed. Why did she ask such an obvious question? The old woman muttered, it's a surprise. It will be fine if I make you go through the entire test. Mr. Yun's vehicle waved his sword warning. I will remind you again, but you have passed, so goodbye. The old woman placed her hand on Zhang Yun's shoulder, a surprising gesture. I hope you will prove it yourself successful. After saying that, she stepped back and Zhang Yun moved toward the dark corridor ahead. He walks forward, but the surrounding space begins to distort strangely. Blackness starts to seep into the mirror's surface, and before long, I find myself in a void where I can't see even a speck of light. Suddenly, a whispering voice right beside your ear, an unexpected presence in the absolute darkness. Chao He. Yun was startled and swung his sword reflexively. You look around the darkness on high alert. No way? That voice sounded again. Yes, you're right. You are now within the realm of the mind. Mr. Yun grits his teeth. I knew it. Lady Henia planted a seed on you so you could enter the realm of the mind. A small, glowing seed appeared on your shoulder. Xiang Yun remembered Henia. Is she talking about the fake priestess just now? The voice responds cheerfully. Exactly. That voice is reassuring, but you don't need to worry too much. Yun's body is overwhelmed by the red veins in the mental space. She whispers in his ear, I am protecting your body from the outside. Yun's car broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, That's even more worrying. She chuckled, Oh dear, why are you so harsh? That was a rude comment to a lady, as she pressed a dagger against Se Yun's neck. I could stab a hole in your throat if I wanted to do so. Do you agree with that? Yun's vehicle fell silent for a moment before cautiously asking, Can I ask how to prove my faith? She laughed. Haha, look at you, so polite and adorable. She smiled. All right, I will explain. You are in the realm of the mind. Just look into your own mind, and then the 6th challenge will be over. Mr. Yoon asked confusedly, what do you mean? My own mind realm. A person's mind is heavily influenced by their faith, but no one can see into it. It's like closing your eyes and looking into the void. Mr. Yoon deduces that I will succeed if I can see the true nature of the mind realm where I cannot see anything. Exactly, she said with a seductive tone. Then in the name of Ayn, and as the priestess of her divine presence, I will begin the 6th trial. Immediately, the ground beneath Yoon's feet disappears. You fall freely into a dark abyss, as if sinking to the bottom of the ocean. You scream in panic. Suddenly, as the feeling of suffocation hits, Ayn's voice echoes beside you. Are you surprised? I'm sure the pain feels very real, and you'll need to find a solution quickly, or you'll experience the feeling of drowning without water. She smirks maliciously, activating her calm mind ability. An explosion of energy erupts, breaking Ayn's bonds. Huh? Because of the calm mind power, the user will not lose their mental composure, and the mental restrictions will weaken. Mr. Yoon's car calms down. All right, this is much better. I can hold my breath as long as I don't panic. Also, I think I felt something at my fingertips just now. I'm surprised, Goa, you're really very determined. I didn't expect you to react by moving your body within the realm of the mind. She muttered in disbelief that she could defend herself even within the realm of the subconscious. He is truly very talented. I will keep it secret that I almost killed him because of that. Hoo. All right. Zong Yoon is starting to regain awareness of his body. His senses are gradually but surely returning. What? You should have only been able to sense a little bit here, right? How can you only become aware of your body in just 2 hours? What kind of monster are you? Zong Yoon was stunned. Did she just say 2 hours? It must have only been a minute. Time in the real world passes much faster than here's. Zong Yoon widened her eyes in panic. What? This is dangerous. I realize that if I use up the remaining 7 days here, I could die from the failure penalty of the challenge. I need to scan the mental realm as quickly as possible. An idea flashes in your mind. If I can regain awareness of my body through a calm mind, I might also be able to activate my skills. Activating the Long Diem Nyan skill, your eyes burst into blazing red flames, dispelling the darkness around you. You see a terrifying scene. Right in front of you is a giant blood waterfall, a reflection of your mind. Zong Yoon muttered in amazement, a massive blood surge. Ayn shouted, unable to believe what she was seeing. No way. What is this? Why does the mental realm suddenly become so clear? She stared in horror at Zong Yoon unleashing a massive wave of energy, breaking through the space of the mind. She calms down and looks at Zong Yoon with suspicion. I have something to ask you. Are you really human? Why do you have steel wings on your back? Activate your power, steel wings. Aeon's vehicle releases blue energy wings from its back. A swirling stream of energy from the wings creating a vortex in the space of the mind. The mental realm, visible through Long Diem Nyan. I don't really understand what it means, but it looks very distorted and ominous. You soar through your mind space, among countless blood-red swords. He concentrates his will to fly closer to a sword made from his own mental energy. He grips the sword of will with both hands, channeling his strength. He swung a mighty sword strike, shattering the space of the mind and breaking the illusion. He returned to reality, standing in the middle of a ruined room. Ayn stammered, surprised, did I really do this? Is there anyone else besides you who can come in here? The administrators immediately send a message. The Swordmaster Administrator Baihak is pleased that you have woken up. The Iron Blood Commander Administrator breathes a sigh of relief. The Fallen World Warrior Administrator is shocked that you woke up earlier than expected. Yoon is still confused, but does that really prove faith? I don't understand how it's related. Ayn explains that the proof of faith is the path of self-acceptance. Yoon's car questions self-acceptance. People don't know much about their own faith. They don't even know what they believe in or think deeply about. The goal of this challenge is to confront the realm of the mind created through trust, thought, and action. Aline looked deep into your eyes to overcome a dark past and become stronger without losing your humanity. That's what I read from your mind. What do you think? Pretty straightforward, huh? But sometimes staying true to your desires is the right path to take. Goodbye, explorer. Ayn said his final words as a light portal opened, ending the 6th challenge. You have reached the 7th challenge. Eun's vehicle steps onto a ruined bridge in a chaotic space. At the end of the bridge, a chaotic energy core is violently oscillating. Zong Yoon's eyes reflect the strange light from the core. The god confirms they are watching you. You remember the warning. No one has ever passed the 7th challenge. As you step forward, an invisible pressure bears down on your shoulders, forcing you to kneel. Hup! The divine avatar recognizes the existence of the challenger Hans Sang-yoon. The god's eye opens within the core of energy. Seong-yoon coughs up blood as drowsiness takes over. I feel myself getting sleepier, and I try to resist. It's nothing else. This is an illusion appearing. A mouse facing a giant serpent, as if I had encountered an absolute existence I cannot fight against. My body automatically gives up on survival. He was horrified to realize that everything he had done was just to receive its gaze. So this is what they call a god? But then, a challenge erupted from the depths of his soul. He clenched his teeth and vowed he wouldn't do it. Once again, the painful memories of the helpless past flood back. He roars in fury, breaking the divine's hold. Once again, he clenched his hand to stay alert. The blood destruction skill has been activated, reducing all types of pain inflicted on the user by 17%. I won't do anything stupid like being crushed helplessly again. Every challenge has a way to overcome it. You grip your sword tightly. Maybe the trial tower was built that way. He looked straight into the eyes of the god, unsure if he could cut through them from the start. But if there was even the tiniest chance, even just a centimeter closer, he charged forward with all his strength and willpower into a single attack. I will cut it. With a challenge roar, Song-yoon swung his sword, unleashing a massive lightning sword aura. A mere mortal god slashing the heavens, charging straight at the divine eye of the god of verification. The sword aura vanished after the clash, leaving ripples of energy in the space. Sung-yoon panting heavily, his body exhausted. Ah, my dear, my consciousness, you muttered as you were about to collapse. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The verification. God was impressed by your stubbornness and was pleased to see a challenger with resilient mental strength for the first time in a while. The spirit of verification sees your confident gaze and asks you to verify yourself. Seong-yoon stands upright in shock. The god of verification will remember the existence of the challenger Hans Gyun. You can't help but feel confused. Huh? The verification god announces to you the beginning of the 7th gate. The god's eye begins to change. The giant eye disappears, leaving Seong-yoon alone on the ruined bridge. It's gone now. You're still overwhelmed by what just happened. The divine verification. Do things like gods really exist? At that moment, the reward for overcoming the challenge appears as an intricately decorated ancient mirror, and Zong-yoon approaches cautiously. This is a link with your future self and begins to synchronize. Your reflection in the mirror begins to change. Curious, you reach out and touch the surface of the mirror. The moment your finger touches the reflection, a surge of energy erupts. The mind verification begins, and your assimilation rate in the mirror increases. You are forcefully pulled into the mirror, and the most suitable verification challenge for Hansen's challenger has been presented. Verify that your faith will not change even in the future. You feel a heavy mental pressure. You are thrown out of a stained glass window and fall freely. Wow! He lands on the ground looking around in confusion. Where is it? You see Yan, the priest from the first challenge, panicking and searching for something. Yoon from Gate 1. My mirror, where is it? Suddenly, a blinding light envelops the space, forcing you to raise your hand to shield your eyes from the intense glare. You muttered to yourself as you realized the scene around you was you hovering in the night sky above a modern city. Snow is falling and it looks like Christmas in Korea. You see a different version of yourself. My future self is standing on the ground. How can I go back? Suddenly, my future self unleashed a wave of dark energy that slaughtered the innocent people around him, horrifying Mr. Yoon as he watched. You're panicking. Wait a moment. What is he trying to do? The scene becomes chaotic with screams and coughing blood. Aho screams and coughs. Yoon's car screams in terror. You're crazy. The rate of identification between your reflection and yourself has increased by 10%. You feel a fierce pain as you are forced to synchronize with that insane person. You clutch your chest as a heart-wrenching pain strikes. My chest feels like it's being torn apart, these disgusting mixed emotions. Those feelings exist like lightning bolts in his mind. Guilt, madness, and rage. A dark illusion of Johan whispers in your ear. Is it you? The one who took my mirror. Dark energies bind Son-yoon, causing him to scream in pain. Those energy strands are tightening around my head. All mental interference skills of the challenger, Hans Sang-yoon, have been sealed. Ihan's illusion disappears as his future self rushes into attack. Jung Shang-yoon clutches her head, trying to resist the mental invasion. Damn it. In a mind verification test, mental protection is especially important. What should I do if my peaceful mind is blocked? The blood tentacles rush toward him, showing the madness of the future self. He clenches a tentacle tightly, his eyes shining with determination. If I had known it was like this, I would have surpassed my limit long ago. The rate of identification between your reflection and yourself has increased by 20%. Overwhelmed by shock, you have fallen into a state of madness and spit out a mouthful of blood. You look at your trembling and horrified hand. How could this happen? Why? Why did I do something so cruel? You are now in an abnormal state of losing control due to overwhelming power. If you don't resolve your state of madness, the mastery of your mana circuit skill could decrease by up to 10%. The mastery of the mana circuit skill decreases by 0.3%. The mastery of the mana circuit skill decreases by 0.7%. The mastery of the mana circuit skill decreases by 0.4%. You hold your aching body. Arg. My mana circuit is overheating, and suddenly the scene shifts, bringing you to a familiar place. In the martial world, you see your future self standing before the gates of the Martial Alliance, and he orders the leader of the Alliance to come out immediately. So, at least I will spare everyone here, he said with a cold and emotionless expression. An old man stepped forward and said, "Recently, there has been a madman called the Sword Demon in the martial world. Seeing you like this, I truly believe you deserve to be called the Sword Demon. Nice to meet you." "I am the leader of the martial world, Li Jinggan. What is your name?" Before I could finish, my future self charged forward and delivered a ruthless sword slash. Li Jing-onian was cut in half, and those around him shared the same fate. The hall of the Martial Alliance was flooded with blood, bodies piled up in chaos. The only survivor looks at him silently, silent and still. "You killed all the Alliance members you said you would spare. Don't you feel ashamed?" "Not exactly," he replied casually. "Those who plead for mercy are just my battle resources. Resources that do not tire me or hurt me. They are no more or less valuable than that." He coldly swung his sword to finish off the last person. "The assimilation rate between your reflection and yourself has been forcibly increased by 30%. Yunho coughs up a large gulp of blood, the pain growing more intense, after dozens of changes in the mirror's reflection. "Having killed thousands and become infinitely stronger, you will be cursed. The Pope of all Ares gods will beg for your death. I was in a state similar to a monster wrapped in madness, only seeking to become stronger. Stop right there. Haven't you finished killing the king's people yet? Please, at least spare the king. A mad monster never loses." A pirate with a blindfold kneels down, trembling with terror. "No way!" he stammered, his voice trembling with despair. How could someone who conquered the entire martial arts universe be trapped in such a tiny dimension? At the same time, the pain in Zhong Yun's mind erupts more fiercely, and the assimilation rate between the person in the mirror and yourself is forcibly increased to 40%. He screams, feeling as if his mind is being torn apart. As the future version's glowing red eyes stare at him from the darkness, the assimilation rate between the person in the mirror and himself forcibly rises to 50%. The 50% threshold hit like a hammer blow to his soul. Seon Yoon clutched his head tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. If the assimilation rate continues to rise until the end, Seon Yoon grits his teeth, a tear of pain rolling down his cheek, but a twisted, terrifying smile spreads on his face. Damn it, what kind of feeling is this? The pleasure it brings is no joke. The scene in the mirror changes again. Under the stormy night sky, a massive lightning bolt strikes straight down onto the top of a skyscraper. A group of people burst through the door, smashing it to pieces. "Do you think you can escape punishment after doing something so heinous?" Hans shouted as he saw Zhong Yun's future form grabbing a dead woman. Why? Why did you do that?" A young girl sobs and asks, tears welling up, shouting out loud. "What reason would you have to be willing to kill others to become stronger?" "A reason?" He turns to look at the girl with a blank expression and asks why she's asking such a pointless question. He smiled maniacally. "I kill others because it benefits my progress." His opponent summons lightning. "You know I can control lightning, right? With weather like this, you'd better prepare to die." "To die? You damned devil." A giant lightning bolt strikes down. Sung Yoon muttered to himself, "Yes, even I shouldn't consider you an easy opponent." The future form sneered. If I were Han Sang-gyun, then that would be right. His opponent was ruthlessly cut in half, and the young girl could only watch in horror. "Please, please," the girl shouted in despair. "Wake up!" Han Sang-gyun, the desperate scream trying to pull him out of the consuming darkness. He gritted his teeth, trying to keep his mind steady. If I make a mistake, his damn mind will swallow me whole. Even at just 50% synchronization, I feel like my mind is splitting apart. I need to find a solution quickly before it's too late. The synchronization rate between your reflection and yourself has increased to 60%. The mastery of the mana circuit skill has decreased by 0.1%. The mastery of the mana circuit skill decreases by 0.5%. The mastery of the mana circuit skill decreases by 0.2%. Your mana circuit is severely damaged. You let out a final roar before being completely consumed by madness. The assimilation rate between your reflection and the one being forcibly taken over has increased to 70%. I can't take it anymore. This mental shock is too overwhelming. I can no longer tell the difference between pain and pleasure. You are sinking deeper into the whirlpool of assimilation, and the feeling is truly incredible. Hey, hey. Johan's illusion appears again, grabbing him by the neck. It was you, the one who took my mirror. Humph. Yoon remembered the moment he picked up the mirror from Jan's corpse. At that time, the High Priest's mirror was filled with divine energy, level C+. A mirror infused with the divine power of High Priest Johan is created daily and can be used once to form a sacred barrier. When creating a sacred barrier, spiritual corruption will decrease to a certain extent. The mirror in your hand glows. A sacred barrier protecting you and eliminating all spiritual corruption at a certain level is being activated. Red energy strands envelop him. His abnormal state and the chaos within are being resolved. He returns to reality in the rain, swinging his sword, a surge of red energy erupting from inside his body. With a thunderous roar, he unleashes a stream of pure energy from his body, creating a blast of light that completely repels the synchronization. I will not let myself be consumed. He shouted, his voice echoing through the mental space, affirming his existence and will. You have achieved a steel mind, and your physical strength has increased by 1. As the light fades, the illusion of the skyscraper begins to shatter. You have proven that your faith remains unchanged. You stand alone in a ruined space before a radiant gate. The verification of your mind is complete. You look at the shattered pieces of the virtual world around you, still in shock. Is this really the place you've been in all this time? The ruthless Iron Monarch administrator feels relieved that the contract signer is okay. The fallen warrior administrator of the world laughs loudly and says he never expected you could do that. The White Crane Sword Master administrator is pleased that the contract signer has returned to a stable state. The god of verification is satisfied with Hans Sang-gyun's performance. The god of truth wants to meet the challenger, Hans Sang-gyun. You are stunned. The divine verification spirit is forcibly summoning challenger Hans Sang-gyun to the Holy Realm. A golden light envelops Sang-gyun, lifting him into the air. Holy Realm? A forced summon? The divine body investigator used divine power on the trial tower to gain temporary authority, and the administrators can no longer track the challenger Hansionun. The challenge tower allows for summoning as long as Hansen is safe, beginning to enter the divine realm of the divine verification. His body streaks through beams of light. He shouted as he was pulled at dizzying speed into a completely unfamiliar dimension. When the light faded, Mr. Yoon saw himself floating in an endless space surrounded by white clouds. He looked around in confusion as a burst of brilliant golden light suddenly exploded before him, and from it, a majestic being radiating infinite power appeared. Who are you? The voice said with some surprise. Why do I feel divine power from you? Xiang-yun was stunned and realized immediately. The divine entity confirms, floating before you with a calm voice. You don't need to look at me like that. After all, I think you only see me as a light. The deity tilts his head and says, but seeing you right in front of me like this is quite strange. Are you a divine copy created by the tower? Jung-yun frowned, completely not understanding the divine copy. I'm not sure what you mean. A divine clone, I believe you call it an administrator. I am asking if you are a creature endowed with divinity through a contract with the tower. Master Yoon shook his head firmly. I am not an administrator, I am just a challenger. So you're different from a divine copy? The god concluded, sounding intrigued. You possess a divine power entirely your own. Xian Yun can only be confused. The god seemed to be pondering. The tower has become more interesting in my absence. I guess they realized they can't create something truly real using divine copies. Then the god looked straight at Seon Yun, his gaze piercing through. To create a true person using an apostle of the divine copy. I understand now. You challenge Han Sang-gyun, you are not an ordinary creature. Seon Yun looked surprised. What? He thought to himself. He acts as if I've done something truly amazing. But all I did was kill Karen and happened to gain divine power. Are you really asking if this power is that important? The god seemed to read your thoughts. Could it be that you truly don't know the answer when you yourself extracted the divine power? The god's voice sounded somewhat doubtful. I thought you erased all traces of a god because you already knew, didn't you? It seems you know nothing at all, the god concluded after a moment of silence. Yoon's car could only admit I just happened to have it. The god repeated his words with suspicion. You just happened to... just happened to perfectly erase any trace of a god from the divine power I granted my followers? You may not realize it, but extracting Chiron's divine power is no coincidence. The god asserts that I can sense a clear cause and effect relationship. Zhang Yun asked back in surprise. A causal relationship? I am certain of that, considering the challenge tower has such high expectations for you. The god's words left Zhang Yun stunned, and he muttered in doubt. The challenge tower is once again placing high expectations on an opponent. The god suddenly realizes something. I have made a mistake. I guess I wasn't supposed to tell you about it. The tower is angry. This is goodbye. You challenge Han Sang-gyun. The god says, I will watch to see what you can do. Mr. Yoon's car hurriedly tried to pull away. I still have a question I want to ask. What happened to me in the future? He continued shouting. What are the divine power and the cause and effect you're talking about? But a sudden intense headache struck, causing him to clutch his head. The deity remained silent for a moment before saying, Looks like you've looked too deeply into your future self. When you gaze into the abyss will gaze back at you. The deity warned solemnly that the abyss is always seeking opportunities to invade your mind, and you must be careful. Yoon's vehicle remained silent, enduring the pain and heeding the warning. You will soon be returned to where you came from. Hearing that, Zhang Yun was startled. Can't we talk a little longer before you reach out in desperation? It's a pity, but I fear our conversation must end here. I have no other choice. The tower is a formidable entity for any god to confront. If you visit the verification shrine again in the future, I can answer a few of your questions. I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't trust the other gods, because now they will see you as their enemy. Immediately after those words, a series of system notifications appeared as Seon Yoon's body began to vanish. Congratulations, you have cleared the 11th floor. The ancient S+ verification mirror will be sent to your inventory as a reward. You have received 70,000 points. You have received 20,000 items as a reward, and additional 10,000 megapixels are being sent to the waiting hall. Back in the waiting hall, Song Yun stood still, his mind still echoing with a single word. The god recalled the words of that transcendent being. The entity seemed to have transcended everything. It told me that extracting Chiron's spiritual power was not random, and that it could sense a clear causal relationship. He looked up into the empty space, contemplating. That must mean the tower wants me to extract the divine power and make it mine. I guess that's the causal relationship. Furthermore, he also said that the tower has high expectations for me, a mere challenger. Assuming everything is arranged by the tower, my ability to contract with the administrators and extract Chiron's spiritual power. You muttered to yourself, a hypothesis beginning to take shape in your mind as Zhang Yun's blue eyes reflected deep contemplation while gazing into the void. So, what is the tower's purpose in doing all this? The scattered pieces start to swirl in his mind, the administrators, the divine copies and divine power, and the goal of creating a real person. And then the warning from the deity echoed coldly and clearly. Do not trust the other gods. I don't understand anything, he muttered helplessly. This is so frustrating. But then he stood up, his eyes sharp and determined. At least I tell myself that even if the gods see me as their enemy, they can't do anything to me because of the protective tower. Suddenly, a series of system notifications lit up before his eyes. The system is expanding. Earth is now officially registered as a dimension for climbing the tower in the challenge tower. As a benefit of registering, there will be additional protection against dimensional invasions. Now, challengers from other dimensions will face penalties when they come to Earth. As a benefit of registration, challengers other than pioneers can now earn a halo ring. Challenger Hans Gyun is now visible to the administrators, and soon familiar messages appear. The Iron Blood Sovereign Administrator feels relieved to see you again. The White Crane Swordmaster Administrator sniffs and looks you up and down, a faint smile on Zhang Yun's face as they notice their concern. But then the voice of the Divine Verifier echoed in his mind. A divine copy? I believe you call it an administrator. His smile faded, replaced by a passionate gaze. So the administrators are also some kind of gods? His eyes narrowed, doubt creeping into his mind. Can I trust them? He grits his teeth and makes a cold decision. I can't trust anyone right now. He muttered bitterly, this is so damn frustrating. You have entered a world of iron and blood. The surroundings change, leading you to a snowy battlefield. Hans Gyun. A familiar voice calls out as the White Crane Swordmaster rushes toward him, worry etched on her face. Are you hurt anywhere? Yoon's carriage is right in front of us, and your sharp sword is pressed against her neck. She looks at you, her red eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Han Sang-gyun, all of you, the Zhang Yun administrators, spoke in a cold, terrifying voice, with no emotion at all. He looked directly into her eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. You're working with the tower to manipulate me, aren't you? Bok Hak Swordmaster's face darkened, a mix of worry and pain. It seems he is still affected by the mind verification. Immediately, Zhong Yun swung his sword, but not towards her. He bit into his own arm, and the White Crane Swordmaster watched the scene with utter horror. He cut off his own hand. She stammered, "Hansen, wake up quickly. You're not conscious right now." The administrators and the Yun Tower attack completely ignore her words, blood turning into sharp blood spears floating around. There must be some kind of connection between the two of them, right? A cold glint flashes in his eyes. The goal is to exploit the challengers. That makes no sense at all. She shouted, trying to make him wake up. So, wake up. Hans runs. She screams and rushes toward him. "But why have you been telling me to stay alert all this time, Zieun Yun? I am completely alert, damn it," he roared, his face contorting into a crazed smile, his blue eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. The White Crane Swordmaster froze, horrified by his appearance. Wait. But Jae Yun didn't wait. He swung his hand, unleashing a massive lightning sword energy wave, the energy streaking past her and rushing backward. If she truly poured all her strength into it, she stammered as she realized his target. A massive explosion erupts, completely destroying a wooden house in the distance. The White Crane Swordmaster turns to look at you, her eyes blazing with intense fury. You actually summon a series of red light swords from the void, floating in the air. Zae-yun, with his sword in hand, vigilantly watches the only remaining enemy on the battlefield. A rain of swords crashes down like a destructive flood. He quickly retreats, but suddenly the White Crane Swordmaster is right behind him, grabbing his collar with one hand. "Where do you think you're going?" she said through gritted teeth, her eyes blazing with anger. She used incredible force to knock him to the ground. Mr. Yun only managed to cry out in surprise as he was completely overwhelmed by her power. A blue light flashes in his eyes. He lies sprawled on the melted snow, completely motionless. With one final effort, Zhong Yun swung his sword, but at that moment, countless swords had already locked his hands tightly. The force pushed him away, While Zhong Yun struggled to stand up amidst a field of jagged swords stuck in the ground, he looked at her, his once crazed eyes now replaced with calm and remorse. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice now calm again. "I have regained my composure, so after a while Zhong Yun was tightly bound and hung upside down from the remains of the destroyed house. Below, the White Crane Swordmaster sat in a wheelchair, leisurely sipping tea. "Please untie me," he said with a resigned expression. She looked at him and sighed softly. "I will definitely untie you, but I worry that next time you visit my house, we'll be gone," she said sarcastically, placing the teacup down on the table. I think she was looking at Zhong Yun, but in her eyes he appeared as a dark shadow, a more evil version. The person I saw trying to prove he was awake showed remnants of the abyss that had not been fully erased and had become permanently fixed in his personality. Hanging upside down in the air, Zhong Yun listened silently. Even when he became distorted, it was still a different version of himself from the future. "So, your suspicion of the administrators might not be entirely unfounded." A pink energy sword materialized in her hand. "I will make this clear. No one can read the tower's intentions. That also applies to the administrators as well." Mr. Yun asked with a skeptical tone. "So does that mean the tower is expecting something from me?" "No way." The Crane Swordmaster swung his energy sword, slicing cleanly through the rope that was choking Yun. He landed softly on the ground, his mind still in turmoil. "Based on what I know, the tower has never shown its will to any challenger before. So it's unreasonable to think it's expecting something special from one. But seeing your suspicion like that," she said from the ruined balcony, "it must mean you've heard something from someone, right?" Mr. Yun admitted. "Yes." Divine verification said it as if the tower was expecting something from me. "You explain," a flash of understanding flickers in her eyes as a cold sweat runs down her forehead. The divine verification, so that's why he had such doubts. She stood up and went inside. "As I mentioned before, I am also a subordinate of the Sky Tower. Mr. Yun is now sitting at the table drinking tea," he asked. "Just as I expected. Is there nothing else I can learn about the tower?" The White Crane Swordmaster looked at you with a mischievous smile. "I'm glad you like the tea. It's made from the urine of a black dragon, so just keep drinking." "That's rare." Mr. Yun's car immediately spat out the tea in his mouth in disgust. You cough and say, "Oh, right, the divine body of Min also mentioned this." You wipe your mouth and return to a serious expression. "That the administrators are beings who obtained the divine clone through a contract with the tower." The White Crane Swordmaster placed a plate of sweets on the table, her expression turning serious. "A divine clone. I can't tell you about it right now, but if it were you, even if you didn't want to know, you'd find out on your own soon. Very soon." Then I have one last thing to ask you. Song Yu asked. What is it? The White Crane Swordmaster asked again. She said she had a heartfelt wish she wanted to fulfill earlier. She silently confirmed. Zhang Yun must continue. Swordmaster Bai Hak said that a heartfelt wish is a privilege granted by the tower to the administrators, and she can do whatever she wants through the contracted disciples she challenges. She gently closed her eyes. Is that so? It seems that kid has told you everything about his heartfelt wish. You look her straight in the eyes, your voice serious. So why didn't you tell me everything about your heartfelt wish back then? She hesitated. That's because I felt afraid. She honestly admits. Mr. Yoon's car was surprised. What does that mean? You are currently underestimating yourself. She explains. And I saw that you were obsessed with your own development. She looked out the broken window, her voice lowering. So for my own growth, I thought you would throw yourself into your most passionate challenges and challenge them like a moth to a flame. While I can't deny that, it's the only reason I have no choice but to do so. Mr. Yoon's car said, his eyes shining with sadness. It's because I have no talent. I don't know what you think talent is, she said, her eyes sharpening. But soon you will realize how much you have underestimated yourself, because the challenge on the 12th floor shifts the scene to a different space. Sung Yoon is meditating, preparing for the next challenge. The talent you cannot change once you acquire it. Divine gifts are divided into 3 talents in the world of hunters: collecting skills, increasing stats, and awakening traits. This is called the 3 gifts of the hunter. In a dark space, a younger version of Zan lies collapsed on the ground, surrounded by wooden training dummies, and I was not born with any of those gifts. I can't acquire skills, my abilities don't improve, and I can't even awaken a single unique trait. My inner voice echoes darkly and bitterly. After entering the challenge tower, many things changed, but the truth remains the same. That harsh truth still remains. A worthless person without talent cannot develop due to their own traits. He thought about the words of the bloodthirsty ruler, shook his head in self-doubt, and realized the ruler had misunderstood something. I have talent, he muttered to himself, sitting alone in the empty room, lost in thought. If I really had something like that, I could have become a famous hunter, even without going to the tower. The words of the White Crane Swordmaster echo back. Soon you will realize just how much you have underestimated yourself, she said with a knowing look. That's because her tone became serious. The challenge on the 12th floor is a battle with yourself. He remembered her explanation that the challenge on the 12th floor was one where he had to fight and defeat a recreated version of himself. What's the point of overthinking it? He sighed, dismissing the complicated thoughts. You reach out to the system window, your gaze becoming resolute. This challenge is about viewing yourself objectively, so consider it an opportunity to improve your combat skills. Skill Proficiency Enhancement Drug. C+. A notification appears with an image of a vial, a special potion produced by the tower for those with talent and skills. After drinking, one of your skills can randomly increase by 10% proficiency. He muttered that in Nam Gong Hook, this was one of the rewards from the Japanese government. Skill Proficiency Boost Potion. Catherine gave me her bottle, so I have a total of 3 bottles. 3 bottles of potion appear, one of which has a note stuck on it with the words "Keep going" inside a heart shape. You hesitated not and took a sip from a bottle. You have consumed the C+ Skill Mastery Potion. Please choose the skill you want to improve in mastery. You say it decisively. Magic Management. Selection complete. That is the skill I gained after hunting the Black Sovereign in the level 10 challenge, Magic Management. You think it will become the foundation for all other skills, so it's definitely worth investing in. Magic Management Skill E has increased mastery by 10%. The Magic Management Skill A has increased. The Magic Management Skill A has increased. And there is also the reward I received from the 11th floor challenge, the Ancient S Verification Mirror. A mirror that only those who complete the challenge set by the verification god can receive. When you channel magic into the mirror, the exclusive remnant effect will activate. For the first time, the Long Eye Fire skill is activating, and your eye flashes. Limited to the first time, you can acquire the skill recorded in the remnants. However, the user cannot decide whether to obtain the skill recorded in the remnants. Currently, the verification spirit has specially altered part of the effect for a challenger. Using the remnants, he channels his magic into the mirror. The exclusive residual effect of the Ancient S Verification Mirror is activating, and your reflection in the mirror appears sinister with glowing red eyes. Just as I thought, the exclusive necromancy effect of the Minggu S Mirror has been activated, and you randomly acquired the skill recorded in the necromancy. You now possess the Focused Combat A+ skill, recording the combat experience of the remnants into the A+ Combat Focus skill. The remnants' combat experience in A+ Combat Focus has increased mastery by 11%. Battle Focus. A. 11% proficiency described. an extraordinary concentration that helps you push your limits in combat situations. The effect can randomly increase your focus. Currently, you can boost your focus up to 20 times, but if you use too much, a corresponding backlash will come with it. Mr. Yoon's car smiles contentedly. Not bad. The current challenge theme is about surpassing limits. The 12th floor challenge is starting, 48 hours remaining. The condition to complete this challenge is to kill your own clone within the time limit. The condition to fail this challenge is the death of the challenger or running out of time. The reward for completing the challenge is the crown of the ancient emperor A. The penalty for failure is death. You step into a vast ancient hall filled with a strange purple haze. The blessing granted by the dark god senses an intruder in the ancient palace and is creating a guardian warrior. A massive vortex of dark energy forms in the hall. The intruder now has to consider how well they know themselves. The old cloak of the vampire count has been copied. From the darkness, a version of yourself with glowing red eyes and an evil aura steps out. Please kill the other version of yourself, created by the shadow god. Baihawk Swordmaster's voice echoed in his mind, and the replication didn't stop there. It even copied his experience. He thought to himself, in other words, his recreated version knew all the strategies he would use right now. Ah, your recreated version even copied your talent? Her voice continued. You'll be in trouble if you underestimate your own abilities. That's right, let's confirm it. Mr. Yu's car sped forward. My talent is exactly that. The blessing bestowed by the dark god has sensed an intruder in the ancient palace and is creating a guardian warrior. The intruder now has to consider how well they know themselves. The old cloak of the vampire count has been duplicated. Please kill the other version of yourself that the dark god created. You frown at your clone. The god of darkness? Why do I keep getting involved with these gods? My copy, or should I say my duplicate, he muttered as he observed his opponent. But it really looks strangely similar. From the advice given by the ruthless monarch and what I heard from using my question card, I clearly remember that the copy can only copy one item, the old cloak of the vampire count, which had chosen a defensive item. He drew his sword, a confident smile on his face. If it truly copied him accurately, this is a good chance to assess himself precisely. Instant acceleration skill has activated. Wind blessing skill has activated. All speed will be increased by 70%. The current accumulated points are -7/7. You dash forward like a gust of wind. That's right, confirm it, my talent. System notification appears. Combat focus skill activated. The user's focus doubles, and a blue aura surrounds Chung Yun, sharpening his senses like never before. He muttered in amazement, feeling as if time around him was moving in slow motion. For him, every movement of the clone and each sword slash appeared clearly like a slow-motion film. A crazed and excited smile spreads across his face as he adapts to this new state. So this is what focus in battle feels like. You channel your energy into your sword, raising it high into the sky. The ability to burn with sword intent has been activated. A blinding explosion of blue light erupted as the two streams of sword energy clashed. The clone remained unfazed, summoning a blazing purple energy sword in response. Its eyes were cold, a bloodthirsty sword. Seong Yoon thinks calmly. Well, that's obvious then. And next, a blazing red hexagonal shield will surely appear on your arm, a counterattack shield. He confidently said that combining the blood-slaying sword and the counterattack shield was basically the clone's only choice, but then something surprising happened that made his eyes widen in shock. Huh? The clone's shield isn't for defense anymore but is starting to transform in a strange way. You are stunned as the clone now holds a second sword, having transformed the shield counterattack into a sword. The clone stands firm, wielding two swords, a scene even Zhang Yun has never attempted. He muttered to himself, his eyes full of analysis, the dual sword technique that even I, the original, have never used. He's using them in a real battle. He deduced that because transforming the counterattack shield consumes a lot of mana and mental energy, he chose not to use that method. His expression became passionate. So why did it choose such an ineffective method, he wondered. Of course, I had thought about dual swordsmanship, but using it in a real battle where my life was at risk. He watched the clone rush to attack, filled with doubt I can't understand. He gritted his teeth, his expression turning grim. Does it think this is just a training session? Two figures rush at each other, creating a symphony of clashing metals and streaks of blue and red light. I notice a slight gap, just a little. I realize it in my shock as I'm pushed back, but I think I'm losing when it comes to pure skill. He exclaimed as he was overwhelmed, his clone's sword close to his throat. How is this possible? A thought flashed through his mind. Maybe he remembered information about a skill, unyielding will skill. 27% mastery level described, the symbol of a person who will not surrender to despair and continues to challenge the impossible. The basic effect when facing a stronger opponent is that your physical ability and concentration will increase significantly. The detailed effect after activating the skill makes enlightenment easier to achieve and enhances your mental resilience. He analyzes that it currently has the advantage when it comes to items, so the indomitable willpower I absorbed from Ling O'Nian has been activated for it. So if its physical ability is higher than mine, I continue to reason and use the A+ combat focus skill. If it has already maxed out its combat focus and is now demonstrating supreme concentration, I grit my teeth, trying to withstand the increasing pressure and admit that it makes perfect sense. He gritted his teeth and realized the real problem, but the bigger issue right now was that the style of swordsmanship the clone was using, which he himself had never mastered, was the very swordsmanship that the clone was currently demonstrating. Zhang Yun muttered to himself, "It's being executed through dual swords." His eyes closely follow each move of the clone, recognizing a familiar and terrifying style. The clone lunged forward, its two swords drawing deadly arcs through the air. While dodging and analyzing, Zhang Yun thought, but that was definitely his swordsmanship. He was knocked back by a powerful attack, his body smashing into the stone pillars of the hall, shattering them apart. He fell to the ground, sliding a distance before regaining his footing. He stares intently at the slowly approaching clone and affirms, no longer any doubt. Blue Dragon Sword. Behind the clone, an illusion of Nam Gong Huk with fiery red hair appears, exuding an arrogant aura. Yun Shuo screams in his mind, that is Nam Gong Hyuk's swordsmanship. Memories of the ruined city and Nam Gong Hyuk's terrifying power flood back. I think I only met him once, but I can still remember very clearly. He remembered Nam Gong Hyuk's wild smile, the terrifying divine aura that helped him understand his arrogance in dismissing skills. He thought to himself, it's not about skill or strength, but pure technique. Those techniques made me truly wonder if, as Nam Gong Huk said, they could surpass ordinary skills. I walked through the memories recalling my helplessness at that time. Because Nam Gong Hyuk's swordsmanship doesn't rely on skills, I initially thought I wouldn't be able to learn it on my own, but then the words of the White Crane Swordmaster echoed. And soon I would realize just how much I had underestimated myself. He turns back to face the clone, a bitter but hopeful truth flashes in his mind as he realizes. So this is the true talent that the Blood Marquis mentioned. You've encountered a powerful opponent you will struggle to defeat. The unyielding willpower skill has been activated, a surge of strength flooding through your body. You grit your teeth and think to yourself that the system now judges you to be at a disadvantage, even though you still have the advantage of items. He looked at the hovering clone, his aura growing stronger, and wondered, is that all? Has it truly matured? The clone grinned widely, full of confidence and challenge. The combat focus skill activated powerfully. The user's focus increases tenfold, and a fierce blue aura engulfs Zhang Yun. His eyes lit up brightly. He charged forward, swinging his sword with incredible speed and precision, but was still knocked back by an attack from the clone. He staggered back a few steps, a faint moan escaping his lips, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He muttered, how can he be on the same level as me? Then concluded, he's completely a monster, and the user's focus increases 15-fold. He grits his teeth and pushes his limits even further. Both of them charged at each other again, unleashing a storm of sword strikes. The Steel Wing ability has been activated. Zayun performs a diving attack from above, channeling all his strength into a single strike. Flying at maximum speed, he plunges down like a meteor. The user's focus increases 17-fold. He roars, surpassing his own limits. He lands behind the clone, the silver sword ready for the final blow, confidently saying, I've got you. But the clone doesn't turn around at all. He turns his arm into a blood sphere. The explosion ball detonated right in front of Zhang Yun, engulfing him in a fierce blast. He screamed in pain as he was thrown back. Damn it, my vision. The clone stands firm, swinging his sword forward, and I look up to see a blinding light forming. He has regenerated his arm and is gathering energy for a final attack. A huge blazing red energy blast is fired directly at him, causing him to gasp out, Huh? I'm going to die. The entire hall is bathed in red light as a stream of energy blasts directly at him. In that moment, facing death, time seems to stand still. The user's focus increases 20-fold. You have entered a state of concentration beyond the limit. In that transcendent state, the ghosts of great swordsmen from the past appeared, guiding his body to perform movements he had never known. The explosion dissipated, and Zhang Yun stood there, battered but alive. He clutches his head and mutters, This feeling is really terrible. The clone looks at him with its soulless eyes shining with surprise. Yoon's car sighed with relief, a tired smile on his lips as he said, I almost died. The clone looked at Zong Yun with a contemptuous and cruel smile, its eyes blazing with madness. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, you're just a copy, yet you dare to continue this damn game. You've entered a state of focus beyond your limits, and as a side effect, you'll experience a major mental backlash." The clone's eyes now turned a haunting purple as it charged forward at a terrifying speed, summoning a blazing red sword to attack you. It swings the sword down, releasing a massive energy wave that tears through space and charges straight at the vehicle. Yoon! The collision caused a massive explosion. The ground shattered beneath the force of the attack. From the dust cloud, Chung Yoon appears, controlling floating blood droplets with a cold expression and no sign of injury. He swings his hand, transforming the blood droplets into sharp spears rushing toward the clone. The blood spears easily pierce through the sturdy stone columns of the hall while the clone stands still, one eye glowing purple as it watches the approaching attack. The blood spears continue destroying everything in their path, creating a chaotic scene. The clone smirks, revealing sharp fangs. He asked with a teasing tone, "What does it taste like?" The floating platform in the air, with a terrifying energy swirling around it. Two streams of energy, one green and one red, collide, creating a blinding white explosion that engulfs the hall. The injured clone's arm was wrapped in a green aura, quickly healing all wounds. He looked at Zong Yun with a smug smile and said, "You're a damn fool for being so strong, really." Elsewhere, the white crane swordmaster is watching the battle through a water sphere. Suddenly, her teacup begins to bubble and turn dark purple. She sighed and said, "Well, this is happening again." She put her hand on her forehead, looking conflicted. She thought to herself, "It's so awkward I can't help openly, but I can't just stand by and watch either." She bit her lip, a mischievous yet worried smile appearing on her face. She muttered that she was a bit worried about the tower's reaction. Communicating with the challenger, Hans Gyonun. She tried to send a message, but the water sphere shattered. She whimpered painfully. The administrator's message has been temporarily disabled to prevent advice messages. She forced a smile and said, "Please forgive me for wanting to serve at least a cup of tea to my client." Back in the battle, the clone suddenly appeared confused, as if being affected by an invisible force. It was hit with a powerful invisible punch to the face, causing it to fall backward. The clone looked around but couldn't see Zong Yun anywhere. He got up, dusted himself off, and smirked. "Damn it! It's really dangerous in the middle of the battle!" Dark tentacles sprouted from the clone's body, trying to drag it down. He roared in pain. "Damn it! Again!" he shouted in utter rage. "I thought I was done with that troublesome future after the previous challenge I've had. I'm really annoyed now." A giant dark entity coils outwards. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoes from Zong Yun's own mouth, but with a tone of arrogance and mockery. "I fought for you because you were about to die, yet you didn't even say thank you." Inside, Zong Yun's soul roared in anger as he saw a different version of himself with longer hair and a smug smile taking over his body. "You bastard!" I struggle in vain, screaming wildly. "Why don't you get out of my body immediately, huh? You damn trash." That ego just glanced at you with pity in its eyes and a condescending tone. "Idiot, do you still not understand? Take a careful look at this situation. It's you." He sneered, revealing sharp teeth, and continued his lecture with undisguised contempt. "You've trained for a long time and even reached the 12th floor of this tower, yet you still can't see yourself clearly." Zong Yun's fist clenched tightly, trembling with rage at the final insult, and he shouted back with all his fury. "So what if I can't hold back anymore?" Zong Yun's soul lunged forward and threw a punch straight at that ego's face. But the ego simply raised 2 fingers, easily blocking the soul's punch amidst a forest of sharp, blood-colored thorns. With a sneer, he turned his back and walked away, leaving Seon Yoon trapped behind the blood energy bars. Seon Yoon clings to the iron bars, desperately trying to break free, and shouts, "Where are you going? Come back here, you bastard," while the other self merely utters a calm remark. What a nuisance. He turned his head slightly, his eyes sharp, and said, "Let me teach you something. If you don't completely give up relying on skills, you'll never be able to use true techniques." "Got it? You idiot!" He stepped into a vast sea of blood. "You should just stay there and watch for the rest of your life." His body gradually sank and the final declaration echoed. "From now on, I will control this body." One last word echoed in your mind. Pitiful. Zeo Yun can only helplessly scream inside his own prison. Back in reality, Song Yoon's body is now under the control of that ego, easily raising his hand to block the attack from his clone, surprising even himself. All right, I think I've got the key now. I know what that feeling is like now. At that moment, a system notification appeared. The iron-blooded sovereign administrator has sent an item, and his eyes gleam with curiosity. In the mental space, Song Yoon also receives a notification about the Black Dragon's product. A specially crafted potion from Black Dragon's essence that boosts mental strength and immunity when consumed. A glimmer of hope appears in him, but suddenly blood energy strands from his ego surge up, constricting his soul, leaving him to cry out in pain and confusion. Huh? Just as that ego was about to seize the potion, he suddenly froze, looking annoyed when he saw that the unbelievable action was carried out by this bastard clone. The unexpected ego shattered the system window to seize the potion. The clone frantically rushed to stop him, cutting off the clone's arm. Both of them charged at each other in a flash, but the clone was faster by a step. He slid past, leaving streaks of blood on the floor as he landed steadily. He opened his mouth wide and grabbed the recovery potion. The clone quickly retreated, while the other clone could only stand there in utter shock. The smoke clears, and he stands there spitting out shards of glass he just swallowed, straightening up with a faint, cold, self-assured smile. Hi, I'm back. Sung Yoon's expression became determined. He thought to himself while the other self was fighting, I definitely felt it. He stands firm in the wrecked hall, feeling a sense of letting go of relying on his skills. He clenches his sword tightly, a strong confidence surging in his heart. If my clone can do it, I can too. The user's focus increases 20-fold. A burst of blue energy erupts around him, pushing his concentration to an unimaginable level. He grits his teeth, feeling the acceleration in his thoughts, and his crazed ego rises once again. He exhales deeply, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. You have entered a state of complete thought acceleration, and now you can finally feel it. A moment of enlightenment that seems to last forever. He realized he needed to abandon all dependence on the skills he had accumulated so far. The clone with the blazing red sword rushed toward him, and he understood he had to let go of all reliance on his acquired skills. I need to block everything out and adapt. I am determined to eliminate ordinary thoughts. Due to independent enlightenment, the mastery of mage management, A has increased by 10%. Removing stubbornness, you have achieved the enlightenment achievement. Your stamina increases by 1. You close your eyes, fully focus, and finally block all images from your mind. You have achieved the state of trance. Your mana increases by 4. The user is facing an enemy they can defeat skillfully. Indomitable willpower skill has been disabled. You place your hand on the ground, a confident smile spreading on your face. I will turn the tide from here. You rush forward, your sword blazing with blue light as fast as lightning. 2 figures, one blue and one red, clash and unleash streams of sword energy that tear through the hall. The boy mutters with an amused smile, feeling he can grasp the overwhelming sword skills of Namgong Hai-uk. It feels so strange. You jump into the air, easily dodging the clone's sword strikes. His eyes flashed with blue light as he moved at lightning speed, using the blessing of wind and instant acceleration, appearing beside the clone and swinging his sword into the wall behind it. The clone unleashes 2 coldly sharp sword waves, seemingly intent on tearing everything apart in their path. But Seon-Yoon, with newfound awareness, smoothly dodges and easily deflects the 2 sword waves with his sword. He lands steadily, his sword shining with a blue light, ready to counterattack. The clone's eyes emit a mysterious purple glow, with a sharp and deadly gaze. He charges again, the crimson sword of the clone just a few centimeters from him in an instant. He catches it effortlessly as a truth gradually unfolds in his mind. I tell myself that everything is becoming clearer as this battle with the clone continues. Now I am looking at, not to analyze his skills, but his technique. And I am beginning to understand the principle behind that very technique. A wild smile appears on your face. Not to mention, I'm doing this at an unimaginable speed. The blue sword of the clone's attack stance makes it grind its teeth and let out a cry. The sword flag of the clone fluttered, as if gathering an even greater source of energy. But Song Yoon had seen through everything. While I was perfecting my understanding of the principles, do you think I could even sense unnecessary movements in the clone's dual sword technique? He realizes an important thing. This guy isn't fully summoning Namgong Hai-uk's sword skills into his body. A shadow of a legendary swordsman appears behind the clone. Instead, he is focusing more on imitating Namgong Hai-uk. The iron blood sword power has been activated. When that happened, Song Yoon analyzed his doubts about whether suspicion could weaken the sword aura's properties, which could cut through everything. He stared intently at the clone, a plan forming in his mind. In that case, you must focus even more on enhancing the sword aura while practicing Nam Gong Huk's swordsmanship. With that, a more intense blue aura erupted from your sword. He soared into the air, then crashed down, unleashing a blazing sword strike directly at the clone. His hand suddenly lit up with a deep red light as the new skill was activated. From that light, countless blood swords formed from the air, floating around him. Each sword radiates deadly killing intent. All the blades simultaneously point at the clone, forming a deadly rain. The blood sword rain descends, engulfing the clone in a burst of dark red energy explosion, destroying everything within its range. The blood sword rain creates a devastating explosion, immersing the clone in a sea of dark red flames. But from within the smoke, the clone charges out, its purple eyes blazing with fury. It has survived and is rushing straight at you. Sung Yun calmly raised his sword from above, unleashing a massive blue sword energy that cut straight into the clone. The clone raised its hand, summoning a blazing red magic shield that completely blocked Sung Yun's sword energy. The clone gritted its teeth. Gongmin endured the immense pressure from the attack. As the sword energy dissipated, the clone stood there unscathed, with the wound on its shoulder healed by a faint greenish-blue light. Sung Yun was stunned for a moment, silently wondering if the clone had instantly deflected the attack by spinning the shield into a circle. The clone spun the energy from the shield, turning defense into offense, leaving Zhang Yun in awe. Two streams of energy, one green and one red, clash fiercely. Xiang Yun senses a sudden change in the opponent's swordsmanship. Oh, he stepped back, looking bewildered. What on earth is going on? Mr. Yun's gaze sharpens as he observes that his opponent's previously brutal and aggressive swordsmanship suddenly shifts to soft swordsmanship, where everything follows the flow. He immediately recognizes that soft swordsmanship is one of the other skills that Nam Gong Hi Wok has demonstrated. Goodness, how well can he imitate him? He muttered angrily, serious. I know it's my talent, but it's really annoying to death. The clone's counter-sword shattered on the ground. Yun Shi looked at his opponent, his determined gaze returning. I guess I ultimately can't win without facing danger. Counter-shield skill activated. A new sword formed from red energy, encased in a magic shield. The clone saw that, its eyes widening in shock. Yun Xie smirked and clenched his new shield sword tightly. Why are you so surprised? Are you looking directly into the clone's eyes? This voice dares to challenge. Whatever you can do, I can do it too. The two clash again, their blue and purple swords weaving a deadly dance. Their blades collide with a deafening sound, neither willing to yield. Zhe Yun quickly analyzes the situation. Just as he suspected, the clone's sword had been recharged before his own. In that case, a bold idea flashed through his mind, accompanied by a mischievous smile. How about we go on an adventure? He seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick forward, sending him flying into the air, then swung his sword to unleash a massive wave of energy that swept everything in its path. Zhe Yun raised his sword to block the attack. He blocked that attack with a counter-sword transformed from a shield, absorbing the energy from the clone's attack into Zhang Yun's sword. That means my counter-attack sword will recharge immediately. Clink! Your sword has cracked and shattered. You realize your mistake, or maybe you thought so. Of course it would break if hit directly by that attack. Does the clone throw the remaining broken part of the sword at you? Master Yun's clone sees through its plan, and now, if you truly are me, your counterattack energy is fading into the air just as our most powerful counterattack energy is disappearing. A malicious and calculating smile appears on the clone's face as it charges forward. Yun concludes, you will see that as a great opportunity. Two energies collide, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire hall, the ground shattering beneath their combined power. You grit your teeth, a wild and excited smile appearing on your battered face. The ego, when using all its strength, is truly foolishly powerful, yeah. The clone seized the moment, delivering a powerful kick to Zhang Yun's side, causing him to cry out in pain. The force of the kick was so strong that Zhang Yun was knocked back, crashing into the ground and creating a deep dent. Without a moment's rest, he braced himself and stood up, channeling his strength into his arms to support his body. From above, the clone descended like a meteor, swinging a massive energy slash directly at Seon Yun. But just as the clone approaches, Seon Yun reaches out his hand. A blazing beam of light erupts from his palm, along with a triumphant smile. Got you. A giant blood sword suddenly rises from the ground, piercing through the clone's body in its utmost surprise. Seon Yun looks down, the sword also piercing through his chest, but it is gradually dissolving into streams of magical blood. He realizes the blood crystal sword he threw away earlier, and this guy's impatience, too. A smug smile appears on his face. Using those two things really proved effective. You rush toward the wounded clone, wielding the glowing blue sword. This is the end. Wounded and furious, the clone roars wildly as a surge of dark red energy erupts from its body. Yoon's car came to a halt, its eyes wide with surprise at the sudden change. You! The clone's body started to deform horrifically into a monstrous creature. Yoon's car was stunned. What is this? The monster swings its deformed arm, its sharp claws rushing toward the car. Yoon! He hurriedly ran around in circles. It bites its own hand and spits it out towards Seon Yoon. The monster uses overwhelming strength to break through Seon Yoon's defenses, forcing him to run away desperately. Zae-yoon muttered as he dodged this damn monster again, even its attack patterns changing. It's so confusing. He fell onto a piece of debris, his hand clutching his side without pain, while his other hand began gathering energy, causing a blinding explosion that wounded him. The monster roared in anger. Grer. Its hands released a stream of greenish-blue healing energy. Yoon stands firm as a red magic circle appears around him, and he breathes a sigh of relief as the shield absorbs the energy. Thank goodness, the cooldown for the counterattack shield is over. He looked straight at the monster with a challenging and determined gaze. What are you doing? Come here. The monster roared and charged with incredible speed, completely losing its sanity. Yoon whispered with a cold expression, this damn monster has totally gone crazy. It detonated its own body to attack you. Self-destruction. Huh. The series of explosions erupted, engulfing the area in a sea of fire and chaos. You analyze sharply while dodging. It could be a perfect surprise attack in close combat. However, if you're planning to go crazy like that, Zong Yoon notices your fatal weakness. You'll drain a lot of your stamina just to bleed out. Just as he predicted, the monster screams in agony as its body shrivels and withers, reduced to a gaunt skeleton. And once you run out of strength, your attacks will stop as well. Seizing the moment, Zong Yoon swung his sword in a flash, cutting off the weakened monster's arm as it stared in utter shock. Zong Yoon's eyes turn cold and sharp, knowing this battle is about to end and there's nothing left to prolong it. The monster growled through clenched teeth, finally filled with resentment. Mr. Yoon decisively declared, "Let's end this now." With his last ounce of strength, the clone charged like an arrow, but then vanished into the air, leaving only faint streaks on the ground. Mr. Yoon's vehicle jolted in surprise, scanning around in confusion. That bastard has disappeared. Without hesitation, he rushed forward at lightning speed, leaving blurred streaks on the desolate ground to hunt down the enemy. Suddenly, a deadly sense of danger struck, causing Seon Yoon to freeze, his eyes wide with alertness. Behind Seon Yoon, the clone roared one last time, unleashing all remaining energy into a blood-red storm that engulfed the battlefield. With a wild smile on its distorted face, it spun its entire body, creating a terrifying dark crimson energy tornado aimed directly at Seon Yoon. The blazing red energy tornado engulfed Zon. Its power was enough to tear everything apart. But at the moment of impact, your magic shield burst into flames, absorbing the entire energy storm into a fierce whirlpool. Yoon grits his teeth and endures, his battered face showing determination. You growl, indeed a damn monster, still possessing such incredible power even now. But I have to thank you too. Suddenly, a series of system notifications appeared before you. Energy recharge complete. Counter shield skill is ready to reflect the absorbed damage. The counter shield's energy has been fully charged. Seo Yoon stared straight at the screaming monster in despair. His eyes were as cold as ice as he uttered a single word: die. A blazing red energy sphere containing all the power of the recent attack forms a sword shape in his palm. Yoon channels all his energy into the sword, making it glow with destructive power, and with a deafening scream, he charges the sphere and strikes it directly. A blinding explosion erupts from the impact point, the ground shattering in utter horror. You look up, your eyes sharp, commanding the release. At the same time, the shield counterattack skill system releases all the absorbed damage at once. A giant beam of light shoots straight into the sky, flattening everything in its path. A final, decisive attack. The monster only managed to scream once, finally full of pain before its body completely vanished in the destructive beam. After the light fades, a series of notifications appear. Congratulations on completing the 12th floor of the Challenge Tower. The Crown of the Ancient King's Destruction has been transferred to your inventory as a reward. You received 80,000 points. You received 3,500 items as a reward. You also earned the Final Guard B skill as an additional achievement reward. Please proceed to the waiting room. The mastery of Counter Shield C has reached 100%. Yoon's car breathes a sigh of relief as the level of the counterattack shield skill is being upgraded. Finally, everything is over, and the combat focus skill has been disabled. The counterattack from exceeding the user's limit will begin soon. Suddenly, a severe pain struck. Oh, causing him to kneel down. He coughed violently, fresh blood pouring from the corner of his mouth. His body trembled with exhaustion as the blood-giving skill activated. A greenish light enveloped him, soothing the pain. Do blood magic? I thought it would cure anaphylaxis, which is a side effect of focusing on battle. A tired but relieved smile appeared on his face. If I didn't have the cheat healing skill like blood, I wouldn't have even made it this far. He stands up, gazes at the distant horizon, and sighs. When will I be able to climb the tower peacefully? Or rather, could that have happened right from the start? Suddenly, dark red streams of energy from the blood pool beneath his feet began swirling around his body in a strange way. He looked down with surprise and delight. Is this the soul of another of my selves? That's interesting. A sudden notification window appeared, startling him. The administrator's message, previously restricted to prevent advice, has now been activated. The administrator of the Iron Blood Army complained about receiving punishment only after signing a contract with a cup of tea. Administrator Thiet Huit Quan Chu told you to be nice to her in the future. Mr. Yoon's car looked a bit confused by these sudden messages. He nervously responded into the air, Yeah, of course. You adjust your clothes, your eyes shining with gratitude. Thank you for what happened earlier. I also accidentally learned something new. The Blood Sovereign Administrator has sent an item, a bottle of medicine produced by Black Dragon B after special processing of Black Dragon's bodily fluids. When consumed, your mental strength and immunity will increase, and your mind will become clearer. He thought to himself that if the administrators interfered too much with the contractee, they would also be punished. Suddenly, countless blue notification windows flooded his view. All restricted messages from the administrators so far will be displayed at once. Mr. Yoon's car froze, his eyes wide with amazement. Are all these administrators watching me? Knight Administrator Lang Thang was surprised by the crazy talent you possess. The right-hand administrator of the Vampire King is curious about where a monster like you came from, and the fake dragon administrator, born after 1,000 years of amazement at the difficulty of the 12th floor challenge and your ability to overcome it spectacularly. He muttered to himself, So, some people are amazed by my talent and the difficulty level, saying I'm like a monster, while others doubt if I really am the challenger on floor 12. And they reacted as if they were already fed up with this. Indeed, the subsequent messages proved it. The 7-time Death Hero Administrator looked at you with a tired expression and asked how a monster like you could be born on the 12th floor. The Assassin Administrator who killed the Emperor questioned whether you were truly the challenger on the 12th floor. The Warrior Administrator of the Fallen World says that your growth is still as strange as ever, and laments that it's hard to be surprised anymore. You stand amidst a sea of fading notifications. Suddenly, a series of new messages appeared, surprising him. Oh, he read them carefully. The administrator servant of the only holy knight has taken notice of you. The administrator of the blood demon cult's successor silently watches you. The administrator seeking divine power looks at you with high expectations. Mr. Yoon frowns, trying to handle this unusual flow of information. Are these administrators, who usually only say what they want and disappear when they lose interest, really sending me all these messages for no reason? I feel overwhelmed by the sudden attention and ask into the empty air in confusion. Why are all of you acting like this? How is that even possible? His eyes sharpened as he tried to find a reasonable explanation. Out of everyone, why was it him? Someone already has a contract, so why are they trying to impress me? Suddenly, a thought flashes through his mind, and his eyes light up with an astonishing realization. Maybe he's standing in the digital space, looking at the floating notification windows. Are the administrators now equipped with an expanded system and able to make requests to me? Their relentless reactions are gradually turning my guesses into certainty. A wide, smug smile spreads across his battered face, and he whispers to himself that this might turn out to be very advantageous. He continued his thoughts. A bold plan was beginning to take shape. Looking back, when the system expands in the future, it could also benefit the administrators without contracts. With newfound confidence, he crossed his arms and spoke loudly to the invisible observers. Don't you all think it's wrong to keep throwing messages at me like this? Your eyes become resolute as you make an undeniable proposal. Please sponsor the authority I desire. I will remember those who do so when the system expands in the future. Immediately, a wave of opposition arose. The fake dragon administrator, born after a year of being insulted by the arrogance of an ordinary challenger. The fallen administrator of the blood demon sect snorted and said, There's no chance, while the warrior administrator of the fallen world told you that you're too arrogant and to know your limits. Xiang Yun remains unfazed, his icy blue eyes flashing with a cold light. Let everyone know who arrives first will be served first. I only accept 3 people. Almost immediately, the attitude of the administrators changed 180 degrees. The fallen air administrator of the Blood Demon cult wants to add a new privilege to the contract holder's exclusive shop. The warrior administrator of the fallen world wants to add a new privilege to the contract holder's exclusive shop. The fake dragon administrator born after a year wants to add a new privilege to the contract holder's exclusive shop. A nearly imperceptible victorious smile flickers on his lips. You turn your focused gaze to the remains of the clone lying on the ground. And now it's time for the real test. The dark red streams of the clone's soul begin to be drawn toward him, as the energy swirls around his body while he contemplates. What will I gain from absorbing the soul of someone like this, who not only has the same stats but also identical skills and powers? You reach out as the notifications appear, having absorbed the soul of the challenger Hans Sangjun. Your mastery proficiency has increased by 28%. Suddenly, a completely new series of notifications appeared, leaving him stunned. The soul of the challenger Hansunun replica perfectly matched the structure of the soul of the challenger Hansun. The divine power ability has met the conditions and is now activated, trying to extract the divine trait. You are completely stunned, unable to believe what you are reading. Huh? Extracting divine traits? The absorption process continues intensely as the clone's soul fully merges with your body, and the notifications keep repeating. You have absorbed the soul of the challenger Han Sangyun. The mastery level has increased by 28%. A wave of power flooded through his body as he absorbed the soul of the challenger Han Sangyun. Your stats have been permanently increased, plus 10 to strength, agility, stamina, magic power, and durability. The entire copy's soul has now been fully absorbed. A satisfied smile appears as you receive an additional reward. Absorbing one of the skills possessed by the challenger Han Sangyun, you have gained the Lightning Sword Chi skill. You now possess this skill. The mastery level of the Lightning Sword Chi skill has reached 100%. The skill has been upgraded once, but then a strange sensation suddenly hits, making you startle. Oh, what's happening now? The previous notifications are appearing again. This time, with a brighter golden light, the soul of the fake challenger Hansunun perfectly matches the structure of the soul of the challenger Hansunun. The divine power authority has met the conditions and is now activated. Trying to extract divine power, you still can't understand the confusion clearly visible on your face. What is it? Extracting divine essence. And then the final result appeared. The extraction was successful. The rank of Divine Power Authority C+ has increased by 1 level. The Divine Power Authority B has made it possible to transform divine traits and accumulate mythology. He stood there staring intently at the confusing lines in front of him. What the hell is this? Transforming divine nature and accumulating mythology? Whatever they are, none of these seem plausible. He pondered silently, and a hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps the final announcement of his new power appeared as the angelic wings of his clone's soul vanished. The divine power of authority. C+ has been embedded secretly into the soul of the user Hansen. He quietly thought with a hint of regret that he had missed it, because he didn't know how to use it. Suddenly, a blazing golden energy burst from his body, lifting him into the air within an ancient magic circle, as he felt the new power awakening and wondered in amazement. Divine power? I can finally use it now? Immediately after, the space shifted and a series of system notifications flooded his view. You have entered the 13th floor waiting room. Starting system expansion. Communities divided by country at the global level have been merged. You can now access communities of different difficulty levels. Members in the unified challenges will no longer depend on their countries. The global ranking assessments divided by countries will now be fully integrated. Now you can also view the rankings for other difficulty levels. Seong-yoon gently waves his hand as a faint blue energy flows around him while processing the information. So now I'll also be competing against foreigners in the merged challenges. He shrugged, appearing indifferent. Well, it's just an expanded system that doesn't mean much, but then his expression turned serious as he pondered more deeply. But at this rate, eventually a vast cosmic image will appear in his mind with Earth and other planets, and the community will also be unified with other dimensions. Suddenly, a ranking appeared before his eyes, catching his attention. He quickly skimmed through the list of the challenge leaderboard for the 12th floor. Rank 1, Hangter SSS. Second place, Grand Mage SS Level 3, Him Seung Hun SS. Fourth place, Katarine Bennett SS. Standing before the tower with a determined back, he felt more confident that he was closer to his goal of becoming the strongest, at least the strongest among all challengers in the Earth dimension, as images of mighty warriors from other worlds appeared in his mind. Spaces like Ares, Sion, and Murim have existed within the tower for a long time in the past. You look at the tiny Earth among the giant planets. Compared to those dimensions, Earth has only recently been officially recognized as a tower-climbing dimension, and is the weakest among all. The image of Namkung appears threateningly emerging from the darkness as if to crush the Earth. Unless the common standard of Earth is raised, we will definitely be targeted again by other dimensions. Just like back then, Zhang Yun clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination. Both then and now, what I need is a power so immense that no one can break it. Calmly, you command, "Inventory bag," as a slender hand reaches out and takes the reward. Information about the crown appears. Is this the crown for the fall of the ancient emperor? A crown that grants a 30% charisma boost for the old emperor, used by dark deity worshippers in ancestral rituals. Wearing it, you will only be recognized as the king of spirits. Once used, the item's durability will be exhausted and it will be destroyed. You muttered, "Spirit King?" You look into the void, assessing the item. It seems more powerful than its high rank, but the explanation is a bit vague. You continue to review your reward. Next, the additional reward appears after completing the information about the new skill. The final guard skill. B. Proficiency. 0% basic effects. Lethal dangerous wounds can be nullified. However, when activated, the final guard consumes 88% of the user's stamina and has a 1-week cooldown. The side effect of activating the skill is that your senses are heightened for a short period, and the effectiveness of all other skills is maximized. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple as he realized its value. Oh, a skill that could save him from death once? His eyes grew sharp. It has a 1-week cooldown, but considering the skill's effectiveness, it's not even a punishment. A sinister smile appears on his face, and in this challenge, besides the reward, there are also the privileges he has extracted from the administrators. A list appears before him. Choose from the options below. 1. The Blood-Designated Sovereign. 2. White Crane Swordmaster 3. You did not hesitate to choose the sponsorship ability. You have chosen the sponsorship ability. The Heavenly Blood Cultivation Technique, priced at 3.00 description items, can only be learned by descendants of the Blood Demon sect. It can replace magic with internal energy, allowing you to inherit the powerful traits of magic. When entering battle, it enhances your combat senses by using all the energy and blood of your body. The Hero's Blessing, a gift from the gods, costs 3.00 product descriptions. A power granted to those chosen by the gods. Those who possess it have served as saviors throughout the ages. Without a contract with a god, its only effect will be controlling divine power and increasing luck. Rapid Magic Recovery. C+ costs 3.00 description items. When your mana drops below half of its total, you can replenish it by absorbing energy from nature. However, overusing it can damage the magic circuits or main acupoints, such as one of the 8 meridians. He stands in front of 3 information windows, hands on his hips, thinking, it's quite cost-effective considering all 3 are C+ level privileges. With a confident smile, he reached out as if throwing money. I guess I have to buy all 3. A series of successful purchase notifications appear along with the sound of coins dropping. You have acquired the Divine Blood Cultivation Technique. C+ ability. 300 SP will be deducted. You have purchased the Hero's Blessing. C+. 300 SP will be deducted. You have purchased the C+ Quick Magic Recovery ability. 300 SP will be deducted. I will remember that, yes. The fallen heir administrator of the Blood Demon sect reminds you not to forget his support. The fallen warrior administrator of the world of Sangha reminds you not to forget his support. The fake dragon administrator born after a year reminds you not to forget his support. You look back at what happened, and before returning to the waiting room, as you absorb your own soul, the notifications about the activation of the divine trait extraction reappear. The extraction of divine traits has been triggered somewhere. A warm golden energy burst from your chest. I am sure I can feel a power settling in my heart that I have never experienced before after the activation of the spiritual extraction. This must be divine strength. You say more and suddenly strike a stance, focusing energy into your palm. You stand still in a defensive stance, focusing on sensing the new flow of energy within your body, but nothing happens. You relax your body, a look of disappointment on your face. Just as I thought. It's exactly like when I trained before going to the waiting room. My body just glows. I can't use any special powers at all. Images of the powerful enemies you've faced flash in your mind, along with the healing and enhancement skills the demon on the 11th floor used. I can't replicate any of them. A vein bulges on your forehead. You grind your teeth in frustration. It's really annoying. I was really looking forward to it. Do they really want me to use it? He sat cross-legged and took a deep breath to calm himself. Calm down, calm down. Those two damn personalities are starting to come out again. Suddenly, a series of notifications from another administrator appeared. The White Crane Swordmaster Administrator says she will teach you divine powers with sparkling eyes and declares herself a better teacher than the bloodthirsty sovereign. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster invites you to the kingdom of Administrator X, but Mr. Yoon firmly refuses without hesitation. No thanks. Immediately afterward, response notifications appeared. The White Crane Swordmaster cried at her rejection of the invitation as a contracted person. How can you refuse me and say you'll teach me if I come to you? You stare into the distance, voice cold. I will learn it when I need to. With a half-smile full of confidence, he added, I want to do it myself without relying on others. A final message appears. The White Crane Swordmaster Administrator, disappointed, says, if that's what you want, then go ahead. He turns away, his gaze becoming resolute. Instead of divine power, at this moment, the image of Nam Kung Hyuk appears hauntingly in his mind. I will be back soon. Zhang Yun's blue eyes flickered with a cold light. I need to focus on becoming stronger right now. At least until I kill Nam Gong Hyuk, you can be sure that my enemy won't give up. Nam Gong Hyuk will come to find me again, no matter what. The Heavenly Blood Cultivation Technique. C costs 3,000 units. Only descendants of the Blood Demon sect can learn this cultivation technique. It can replace magic with internal energy, allowing you to inherit the powerful traits of magic. When entering battle, it enhances your combat senses by using all the energy and blood in your body. As soon as you decide, a fierce, dark red aura erupts from your body. The Heavenly Blood Training Technique has been activated. You grit your teeth as a searing pain tears through your insides. You feel a fierce change happening. It's like this. His whole body trembles as blood and energy surge around him. I have been reborn as a being made to fight. My blood is boiling. Yes, this is exactly what I need. Suddenly, another hand from within his body grabbed his face in shock and pain. Ah! A crazed and brutal smile appears on his face as a mocking voice echoes. I am old. Another personality, wild and cruel, is trying to take over your body. Hey, you bastard, have you been having fun all alone all this time? What the hell is this? Is that damn personality manifesting in the same body as mine at the same time? If nothing else, at least this has never happened before. A blazing red sword materializes in that personality's hand, emanating a terrifying aura of killing intent. With a crazed roar, it swings the sword toward itself. Die, you pathetic coward! Song Yoon strains with all her might to regain control as two wills clash fiercely. Oh, you're struggling and screaming in despair. If I die, you will die too. You crazy. That personality laughs eerily, with a voice full of cruelty. You idiot! The reason I'm getting rid of you is because I can't fully possess you. Mr. Yoon's car grinds its gears as he struggles to push back the sword pressed against his neck. Damn it. I never saw this coming. What should I do now? Suddenly, I realize something strange. You feel the energy flowing through the sword as it absorbs the blood essence created by the Heavenly Blood Cultivation Technique, and information about your sword suddenly appears. The Heavenly Blood Demon Sword unlocks its ultimate skill when a user reaches the Sword Glow realm and maximizes their blood energy. A glimmer of hope appears in his eyes. That's right. You grip the sword tightly, channel all your will into it. You roar, trying to suppress the mad personality and absorb all the energy into the sword. He felt a terrible pain as the sword stabbed into his chest, but it was part of the transformation process. Ugh! With a final scream, I unleash all the accumulated energy. I will power up this damn thing and send you out of sight. The sword trembled violently, engulfed in a blazing red light. Die! A blinding burst of light erupts. The conditions have been met, and the true powers of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword have been unlocked. The name of the item has been changed to the True Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. You feel your body lighten as that personality is temporarily suppressed. An exclusive blood consumption socket has been created. At that moment, a blue light flashed in your eyes. The Long Vyam Nyan skill has been activated, and detailed information about the upgraded new sword appears before him, revealing a completely new power. Chanthian Huyet Ma Kiem A, with a 15% reaction speed increase and a 15% attack speed increase, is a sword once revered as a treasure passed down in Murim's Blood Demon sect. When a nearby target is killed by the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, blood consumption absorbs the opponent's blood into the blade and increases the overall stats of the item. A random skill will also be inscribed onto the blade. Up to 3 skills can be inscribed using blood consumption, with no other costs besides the cooldown time. As the user has advanced to the Flame Sword stage, hidden potentials have been revealed. If the challenger Hans Gyun uses the exclusive blood consumption effect, it can be activated. He stared in amazement at the 3 new skill slots that appeared on the sword. Can skills be engraved onto the sword? And there are no costs other than cooldown time. A smile full of excitement and ambition spreads on his face as he realizes its endless potential. This could be an unprecedented jackpot growth item. Immediately after, a notification about the next challenge appeared, interrupting his thoughts, starting the 13th floor challenge with a strategic battle difficulty. You have 14 days remaining to complete the challenge by cooperating with your teammates within the time limit and defeating the vampire dragon count. Failure to meet these conditions will result in failure of the challenge. All team members are eliminated or time runs out. The reward is passing the challenge. A random skill book. AC with a penalty for failing the challenge. You raise an eyebrow at the new information. A team challenge? Unpleasant memories of my old teammates flood back. I don't have any happy memories of team challenges, but then the image of the mysterious skill book appeared, emitting a mesmerizing green glow. A random skill book, it sounds a bit better when the reward is A+ rank. A series of detailed mission information is displayed, revealing the challenge map for level 13, marking the city conquered by vampires. Mark the hidden wind mage in the city conquered by vampires. Mark the location of the vampire count in the city conquered by vampires. Designate team members, he sighed in frustration. So annoying. Do I have to find a priest or something? Can't we just invade the city and kill everyone who comes? His eyes sharpened with confidence. I have an ability that could destroy an entire city right now. I think it's possible. A teleportation circle appears beneath your feet. The team members have been assigned. To play in sync, your team members' assigned nicknames will be displayed. A muscular, red-haired man appears in front of you. He muttered, "Damn it, I wondered why the system was expanding." Turns out it was a team challenge. The Tovsky nickname appears below him, and a young man with blue hair and mischievous purple eyes waves cheerfully. "Oh, hello. Ha ha. It's great to see you again." The legendary ninja nickname appears. An old man with white hair and a crystal staff smiles and greets you. "Nice to meet you." The Clock Tower mage nickname appears. Mr. Yoon narrows his eyes, realizing something. Those nicknames and the ranking for level 12 come back to your mind. They are all high-level players, and I think I also saw that Japanese man among the top players. The old wizard looked around the damp, dark room and frowned slightly. But this place was a ruined banquet hall, filled with corpses and blood. The old man said seriously, "I can smell the rotten scent of blood." He stared intently at the motionless corpses sitting around the table. "Is this the vampire banquet hall?" Suddenly the corpses all lift their heads, their glowing red eyes shining in the darkness. A chorus of voices echoes, "Exactly." The vampires charged at lightning speed, one of them laughing with pleasure. "Ki-ho, the white-mouthed one, has already reached my plate. Thanks for the meal." A savage-looking vampire lunged at the young ninja, but in an instant, the team members counterattacked. Swords and magic flash and destroy the vampire horde easily. The ninja stands on a vampire's corpse, looks at the red-haired man and says, "I thought you might be the one, but you really are from Russia's biggest guild." Red-haired man, Andrei Tarkovsky, stands up, dusts himself off, and replies proudly, "I have no intention of hiding that. Yes, I am the leader of the KPDM gang, Andrei Tarkovsky." The ninja awkwardly scratched his head and introduced himself, just as I thought. "I am an S-rank hunter in the Japanese Hunter Association, Mikio Sakio." Andrei smirked. "Oh, you're even more famous than I am. You are Japan's only S-rank hunter." Sakio grinned widely, revealing sharp fangs. "Just call me Sakio, ha ha ha." Saki turned to Zeon Yoon with a serious expression. "So now that everyone is ready to fight, right? Even the dragons can sense when their friends are being killed nearby. So they'll be rushing here in groups soon." The old wizard gently taps his staff on the ground, and a shimmering barrier appears. "You don't need to worry about that. I have set up a barrier, so they won't be able to get close." Sakio looked at the old man with amazement and admiration. Experience really makes a difference. The old wizard calmly takes a puff and introduces himself leisurely. "I am David Taylor. I am just an anonymous wizard from the Clock Tower." Andre looked surprised. "Oh, so this is one of the most renowned magic towers in the world? Are you a grand mage about to retire? But being drawn to this tower, that's really unlucky." David smiled wisely, exhaling a puff of smoke. "If I had to say, I think I'm truly lucky to be doing this in my old age." A mystical tower like this is an intriguing subject of study for a wizard. Everyone's eyes are on Zong Yun. He was silent for a moment before speaking up. "As for me, I introduce myself briefly with a cold expression that hides my true strength. I am Hans Seun, a C-rank hunter from Korea." Andre looked skeptical as he recalled important information. "I heard a few things about the 13th floor challenge from the administrator. Even weak vampires can easily defeat a C-rank hunter. He continued explaining the danger, his face full of seriousness. And the vampire count has some of the highest abilities even among S-rank hunters. He even has the ability to regenerate, making him very difficult to kill. Andre outlined the strategy suggested by the system. So, as the tower said, we need to rescue the hidden priests and gain their help to overcome this challenge. The group sat around the fireplace, discussing the difficult mission ahead. There are vampires all over the city, so how are we going to get in? Andre asked. David added, it would be too dangerous to go in like that. Saki agreed, yes, it would take too much energy. Andre stands up and carefully plans. First, Saki Kyo, if you use your invisibility skill to gather a small team, I will conceal our traces with a barrier, and then we can eliminate them while hunting in a group all at once. I think that's the most effective way, David replied calmly. I agree. Andre looked pleased. All right, then. If we move quickly, we can clear level 13 in 10 days. He suddenly realized and corrected himself. No. If we are that slow, we won't be able to earn the extra reward for passing. Suddenly, Yoon stepped forward, grabbing Andre and Sakyo by their collars with incredible strength. Everyone, I think you might have misunderstood something, but passing this challenge like this won't be effective. The others looked at him in amazement. Huh? David, smoking his pipe, looked at Seon-yoon with a sharp gaze. Won't that be effective? So, you have a better method? A confident and mischievous smile appears on Seon-yoon's face. Of course I do. You tell me. A method with the highest effectiveness. David's eyes widen, captivated by the bold statement of the young hunter. Oh, and what is that method? Sakyo and Andre also lean in, just as curious. I'm also curious, thinking there's a more effective method that everyone agrees on. Saki said excitedly. Well, like a top-ranked challenger in the world. Do you have your own secret to overcoming the challenge? Sung-yoon's response was so blunt it was rude. Saki, the villain, looked confused. Huh? Just shut up already, or what? David looks deeply offended. What did you just say? Completely ignoring them, Jae-yoon summons a glowing blue sword and unleashes a powerful energy blast that shatters the massive stone door behind him. He punches through the remaining debris, creating a large opening leading outside to the dark city filled with dragon vampires. Through the newly created door, a giant horde of vampires with glowing red eyes appears, their hungry gaze fixed intensely on the group. Jae-yoon points at the monsters with a wild smile. We can get through this if you just shut the hell up and charge. Destroy them all. The vampires growl in confusion and fury. The vampires are stunned by the sudden appearance of humans. Humans, where did you all come from? Their confusion quickly turns into bloodlust as they prepare their magic weapons. I don't care about that. Just enjoy this meal. Fresh blood, your teammates are completely horrified by that reckless act. They shout in disbelief. Hey, you idiot, do you want to die? Mr. Yoon's car sneered sharply, unconcerned about their panic. Then let's start the evil plan. Before they can react, he charged into the middle of the battle. A blur as he faces the swarm of vampires alone, leaving his teammates stunned in amazement. He unleashes a spiraling red energy ring, defeating the first wave of vampires amidst their shock at his immense power. A vampire shouted a warning as Yoon disappeared from sight. He's gone. Be careful. These people are using magic. Andre looks at David, worried about their safety. It will be very difficult for him to keep the group hidden for long. David's face clenched in anger as he shared his thoughts. Why is there always a crazy guy wanting to throw everything away whenever I join a team challenge? It really makes me furious. Andre watched as Zon-yoon was surrounded by a raging aura of blood, reluctantly making a decision. Unfortunately, it might be best to exclude Hansen from the plan and retreat first. Zon-yoon raised his head, his blue eyes shining with surprise. Oh, you also have a basic blood dominance ability like the Bloodseeker? The vampires didn't care about what he said. They scream wildly and charge forward. Become a delicious meal, humans. Instead of hesitating, Seon-yoon simply stood still, the fiery blood surrounding him transforming into countless sharp spikes, ready to face the enemy. As Saki hurriedly retreated, she couldn't help but glance back with a look of confusion. Why would he make such a reckless decision? Suddenly, a flash of awareness lit up in his purple eyes. He stammers, pointing behind him and shouting at his fleeing teammates. Look everyone, a system notification appears as Seon-yoon raises his hand, controlling the surrounding blood into blazing red crystal spears. The Bloodseeker skill is activated. The vampire gang froze in horror at the sight. What is that? Blood manipulation? If he can use blood manipulation, isn't he one of us? What the hell is that? His blood domination ability is even stronger than ours? This is impossible. A smug smile appeared on Zhang Yun's face as he raised his hand, ready to unleash his blood rain. Countless blood-tipped darts shot out at incredible speed, piercing through the bodies of numerous vampires. Their desperate screams echo everywhere as the survivors stare at him in trembling fear. "Damn it, that bastard is a monster. We need to call Ba-2-O." From afar, the three teammates stood watching, completely stunned. David muttered, "If you face such an overwhelmingly strong enemy, sticking to the plan makes sense. There's no way brute force alone can work, so what should I do?" For the first time in his life, doubt crept into the old wizard's mind. Or was it simply because he was too weak? David Taylor is a high-level combat mage who has fought on the front lines for a long time and is also a smart person. Even with his excellent strategy at the challenge tower, he always achieved good results, completed the floor tests, and became a high-level challenger as usual. For the 13th floor challenge, he was able to present a clear invasion strategy through his intelligence. There's no strategy more effective than this. However, Zhang Yun's words echoed in Fuok's mind. Shut the hell up and charge. David's growing frustration is truly an unreasonable story. He always believed that strategy must come first to solve a problem. But that young man shattered his logic with a simple statement. We can overcome this challenge if we just shut up and charge forward. Sweep them all away. And then he proved it. By charging in alone and slaughtering an entire army of demons and dragons. Andre let out a deep breath, completely stunned. "Ha, is he even human?" David turned to the other two and made a new suggestion. "At this point, forget the plan. It's best to just support Han Sang-yoon, right?" Andre quickly agrees. "I agree." But then David raised his hand to stop them. "Wait." His eyes became more serious than ever. "I admit that Hansen is ridiculously strong. However, the vampires are on the scale of an entire city. One person alone cannot handle this." He continued explaining his reasoning. Why did group hunting develop and become popular when there were many strong hunters like monsters before the tower appeared? Because no matter how strong you are, in a chaotic fight where many variables come into play, you can't do it alone, right? But on the battlefield, Zhang Yun is proving the opposite. His sword strikes are fast and powerful, easily handling multiple enemies at once. A vampire tries to sneak attack from behind, but he perfectly blocks with his secondary sword without even looking. A vampire, apparently the leader, roars from above and charges down, killing an ordinary human. Seo Yun raises his head. Gongming shouts loudly, preparing for a full-scale attack. He inflates his arm, releasing a fierce burst of energy that blasts away all the surrounding vampires in their shock. Sharp blood tentacles sprouted from his body, piercing through countless enemies, screams echoing everywhere. He stood amidst a sea of corpses, a healing energy enveloping his body, blood skill activated. He chuckled softly to himself and thought, but if I keep using this method, I will have to constantly use healing items. Ha ha, explosive body is a good skill, but it costs a lot of money. A vampire screams in pain and utter disbelief. Ha ha, how can an ordinary human interfere with the powers granted to us by the god of war? A whisper spreads among the vampires as they stare intently at Zhang Yun, the one standing firm in the middle of the battlefield. A disciple of what? A disciple? The quick realization turned into utter panic. They screamed and prayed in desperation. He is a disciple. The god who protects humans has sent a disciple. The gods are angry because we have killed all the people in this city. Oh, war god. Please grant your followers salvation. Mr. Yoon's car looks at them with a cold expression, a bead of sweat running down his forehead. A disciple of a god. Is your specialty just creating illusions at will? A vampire seems to be the leader, grabbing the neck of another panicked person, growling like a weak creature. He screams in pain. Look closely. You're panting heavily, clearly exhausted after a fierce battle. Aha. The vampires realize he's gasping for breath. Seeing the opportunity, the vampire clan members smile wickedly. The human is exhausted. Ha ha ha! Now's the time to attack. Take advantage of Zhang Yun's apparent weakness as all 7 vampires rush in to strike simultaneously. Suddenly, a blazing red blood sphere appears in Zhang Yun's palm, causing the rushing vampires to halt in shock. What is that? They stammered, unable to believe their eyes. This? Xiang Yun smirked, spreading his hand to reveal more blood gems floating between his fingers, then nonchalantly put them to his mouth and crushed them with terrifying force. A look of delight on his face. A surge of deep red energy erupts from his body as he declares that he is your teammate. 2 system notifications appear immediately. Use the vampire's soul to restore your stamina. Use the vampire's soul to restore your mana. With a mischievous grin, Xian Yun declared as his body was fully restored. Recovery complete. Let's start the second round. The vampire horde let out a scream of terror and retreated in utter fear. The slaughter continued, this time even more brutal. While his teammates could only watch from afar, Sakio and Andre stood on a rooftop, completely overwhelmed. His father, he's not ranked as the best in the world for no reason, as if close combat is his specialty. David agrees, I agree. He never seems tired, and if anything, he appears to be growing stronger. Saki clenched her weapon tightly, determined to go help. Although I believe safety comes first, I also want to help Hansen. Andre remained silent, but his eyes showed agreement as a series of system notifications appeared, explaining the endless power of Seon Ion. Use all the remaining souls to replenish stamina. Strength increases by 3, agility by 2, endurance by 4, and magic power by 5. Seon Ion felt the power surging within his body and thought to himself excitedly, well, if I just compare the growth range, it's even better than when I absorbed the clone's soul. With a confident smile, he gazed toward the distant castle and thought that once he kills the vampire count, this challenge will be quite worthwhile. The administrators watching the battle couldn't hide their excitement. The sole ruler of the deep sea is showing interest in you. The leader administrator of the traders is very pleased with you and is laughing heartily. The dark demon administrator says that you are more of a demon than a demon itself, and their entire bodies are beginning to tremble as if in fear. More messages keep appearing. The fake dragon administrator, born after a year, is smiling at your excellence and saying that you have the qualities of a hero. The fallen heir of the blood demon sect is sending a shocking compliment on your use of magic power. The warrior administrator from the Sangha world says that you are a pretty valuable investment and has a very satisfied smile on his face. Mr. Yoon's car sneered silently. Good. The administrators are still being fooled. You know your strategy well. There's nothing to lose by making a good impression on a management officer. After the battle ends, your 3 teammates approach you, standing in the middle of a battlefield full of corpses. David was the first to speak. I thought you were looking for the priests. David bowed his head, followed by Andre and Saki, who spoke enthusiastically. We apologize. From now on, we will follow your advice, so please give the orders. I agree. Honestly, I doubted your judgment, but that was pretty stupid. Mr. Yoon's car turned to look at them with a smug expression. So, now you all understand the effectiveness, right? Suddenly, a warning sensation flashed in his mind. His 6th sense was activated. A massive, dark, and deadly wave of energy engulfed the city, signaling the arrival of a truly formidable enemy. Mr. Yoon's car sneered, challengingly. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple as he felt the immense pressure. 3 vampire counts. Your teammates panic and exclaim when they see the scale of the magic. Great magic. Are the 3 vampire counts even capable of using grand magic? David quickly analyzed. It's probably just a trait of their kind. However, the problem is that he is strong enough to do something reminiscent of grand magic. So, what should we do now? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before all of us die. Yoon's car looked at his panicked teammates, a heavy sense of responsibility weighing on his shoulders. The hunters I once admired now seem like the people I have to protect. Have I really grown up this much? He turned back and ordered firmly. Everyone, please stay away from this place and find the priests to bring them here. Sakio stammered in utter confusion. Sorry. The priests? I thought it was useless anyway. Song Yoon interrupted. I'll be direct. Look straight at them, at the flow of blood and the rage surrounding your body. If you are here, I think you would block our path to battle. The truth is, I can't protect all 3 of them. Your cloak billows across the ruined battlefield, but I must hunt the vampire count alone to absorb his soul. The greater the contribution from others, the less likely I am to absorb the soul. Andre nodded firmly, accepting the order. We will follow your orders, although I feel uncomfortable because it's been a long time since I was just baggage. We will bring the priests, so wait for us. Without another word, the 3 quickly left, leaving Zong Yun alone to face the coming fury. He silently thought, so he stood alone on the battlefield facing a massive dark red energy storm forming in the sky, then smirked and said, Shall we begin? A series of system notifications appeared as he prepared for the final battle, and the combat focus skill was activated, increasing his concentration 5-fold. The divine blood cultivation technique is activated, and the blood aura around you becomes stronger than ever. The Bloodseeker's skill is triggered powerfully, interfering with all blood domination abilities within the skill's range. The entire city is submerged in a sea of blood, with your energy overwhelming everything. Inside the castle, the vampire count sitting on his throne senses the interference and roars in shock. He stood up and roared in anger. How dare a pathetic human oppose me? I have tried to maintain the foundation of this city to use it. He raises his hand to unleash all his power, but I will turn everything into hell. A blazing column of energy shoots straight into the sky, an annihilating attack capable of leveling the entire city. Mr. Yoon's car lifts its head and stares fixedly at the descending beam of light with a terrifyingly calm expression. It's much bigger than I expected. A forced smile appeared on his face, sweat pouring down like a shower. I don't think I can stop this. Ha ha, I'm doomed. Meanwhile, in a luxurious place, Count Sneer the vampire is leisurely enjoying the juicy grapes offered by his servants. The servants are so small, they are only as big as grapes. A flashback begins. I don't know when it started. I just kept fighting and fighting higher and higher. Fighting has become my life, as it often does for those with ambitions. When I finally woke up, I was standing on countless corpses, and my thirst had finally reached the sky. A system notification appeared. The god of war has chosen SL Wine as a potential disciple. Our greatest desire is to destroy the inviolable 4 great allied nations of humanity. We have killed countless humans and destroyed 3 of the nations to the point that the source of life for the 4 great allied countries has turned crimson with blood. And if we conquer this final nation, I can be recognized as a true disciple by the god of war and reach the pinnacle by becoming the king of all dragon demons. Back in the present, a frantic subordinate runs in and kneels before the throne. The Count has a problem. Your forces are being slaughtered, not by a monster, but by a human. Count Sneer gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with rage. He ordered his servants to bring a giant enchanted mirror decorated with intricate patterns. Through the mirror, the image of a falling-like creature, probably a spy of the Count, appears observing the current battle. It nervously asks, "What the hell are you?" Slayer sits on the throne, looking annoyed as he surveys the bloodstains. I am sure I have dealt with anyone claiming to be a warrior. Which country could have sent these bastards? The subordinate trembled and knelt down. They just suddenly appeared. That's not a lie. My lord Count, Sneer gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his temples. Suddenly my precious forces are slaughtered so abruptly. How can that possibly make sense? You useless fools! His rage exploded. How could it make any sense when they suddenly fell into the city, avoiding all those eyes while the other subordinates desperately tried to calm him down? Count, please, calm down! But SNI's rage has reached its peak, and he roared, his white hair standing on end in fury. I just need to conquer this city perfectly, to be recognized as a true disciple. But he has ruined everything. How dare he? A pathetic human. I tried to maintain the foundation of this city to use it. He raises his hand to unleash all his power, but I will turn everything into hell. A blazing red pillar of energy shoots straight into the sky. A destructive attack capable of leveling the entire city. Mr. Yoon's car looked up and stared fixedly at the descending beam of light with a terrifyingly calm expression. It's much bigger than I expected. A forced smile appeared on his face, sweat pouring down like a shower. I don't think I can stop this. Ha ha ha, I'm doomed. Instead of running away, you turn back and make a life or death decision to forget about the city and save your team members. He saw them huddled under a faint blue protective dome. Over there, he charged forward at incredible speed, leaving a blur behind. As the dark red energy storm begins to pour down, he reaches out his hand, a blazing red energy erupting from his palm. He creates a giant hexagonal magic shield right in front of his allies as the destructive energy pillar of the Count collides violently with the shield, causing a massive explosion. He grits his teeth, enduring immense pressure, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he remains determined, just a little more. He poured all his strength into the shield, trying to push back the storm of energy. With a final agonized scream, he was thrown aside as the shield shattered, and the crimson energy column swept through the city like a flood. Hansen, are you okay? Did you just respond with a weak yes? How is everyone else? You ask. Saki replies, we are all fine. We are all fine, thanks to you taking the hit. I thought we would die in an instant. Suddenly, all 3 of them looked up in horror at the sky as Count Sneer slowly descended from the smoke. He looked at them with a surprised expression, truly surprised that they had survived that attack. His eyes turned cold. So it's no coincidence that they can slaughter my kind. He assesses the group, a naive and weak person, and the other 3 standing perfectly as the main members. He begins to gather a stream of dark red energy in his hand, which condenses into a sharp blood sword. He gritted his teeth and growled, full of hatred. You humans are like insects. I will tear you apart to pieces. The 3 teammates retreated in fear before the terrible pressure of the Count. Mr. Yan's car struggled to get up and stepped forward, battered but with a determined look in his eyes. Everyone step back, I will face him alone, Sakio said worriedly. Then we will retreat a little. If you need us, just call out, Sneer roared, his voice full of authority and anger. With permission from no one, I will not let any of you go anywhere. He charged forward at incredible speed, leaving a blazing red streak that shattered the ground. His bloodshot red eyes fixated on the rushing figure, teeth clenched tightly. Suddenly, he froze midair, bewildered as he looked at Sionin. Huh? I thought something just happened. He was horrified to realize that Sion had been standing there all along. Was that human trapped there? Since when? Seong Yoon looked at him with a challenging gaze. Have you ever heard the phrase, "Be careful what you wish for"? A wide, confident smile appears on the battered face of the boy. I will return everything you've said, just as you said it to hit me. Sin, I roared wildly. You crazy bastard. First, how dare you act like such a badass warrior? Yoon-shi swung his blue sword and tore him to pieces. I will rip you apart. He was shattered into pieces in shock. Your comrades could only stand there in silence, completely overwhelmed by the scene. Mr. Yoon swings his sword to tear the count into pieces before turning back to order his stunned comrades to quickly find the priests. Sakyo stammered. Huh? You've already killed the vampire count, so is there really a need to do more? Yoon's vehicle gazes into the distance, deep in thought. Isn't there something strange about this? You look down at the disintegrating remains of the count. The notification should have appeared after the end, but it still hasn't shown up. You activate your skill and a system notification appears. Long Flame Eye skill has been activated. The vampire count Sneer's body fragments can be reconstructed using his resurrection ability. He is currently healing his body, and the three teammates gasp in horror. No, does that mean he can regenerate even in that state? It's unreasonable. The city is in ruins, so the priests must have already died. Or should we just join the battle right now? Mr. Yoon's car stands firm, his gaze determined. No, I will block the vampire count. So whether it's the priests or some relics, please find something and bring it here. I'm sorry, but I need to kill this bastard myself. David nodded, accepting the mission. If you've said that much, I understand. Exploration is my specialty, so I will do my best. The mutt's battered body began to converge like 5 super brothers, completely reborn from the fragments. His naked body ripples with muscles, his white hair flying in the wind. He roars in furious anger. How dare you do this to me, you bastard! How dare you do this to me? Mr. Yan looked at him with a terrifyingly calm expression. His resurrection ability is truly unbelievable. The healing and blood domination skills he possesses are definitely more effective than mine. Sneer charged with incredible speed, leaving a blazing red streak, but when it comes to combat ability, I am far superior. Zae-yoon also charged in. The two of them collided fiercely. Sneer roars, you damn sewer rat. A series of blood streams begin to coil around the shards. He swings his hand to command them to attack Zahn. He summons a silver sword to defend against his attack. Countless giant bloodied spears rain down from the sky, causing a devastating explosion. Sneer laughs arrogantly, flaunting his sharp claws wrapped in blood energy. Ha 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 ha, how about it, human? I am 1 level higher than you in blood manipulation. All right, I admit it. Thanks to you, I've learned a new skill. I froze, eyes wide with horror at that statement. He roared wildly as countless sword strikes pierced his body. A fierce blood explosion erupted from Zong Yoon's position, but he had already vanished. Zong Yoon sat on a pile of debris, his crimson sword stuck into the ground. He muttered, I've cut him more times than before, but he's still regenerating. This really gives me chills. No way. A terrifying doubt creeps into my mind. What would happen if in this challenge I really can't kill him without a priest? I look towards the ruined city, engulfed in flames. If the city is in this state, it would be even more surprising if a priest could survive. Slaneer reappeared, his body fully reconstructed. He looked down at Zong Yoon with contempt. This is really troublesome, he mocks. You think you can kill me? You're out of luck. Mr. Yoon's car looked up, eyes full of curiosity. Truly curious, he was confused. A wicked grin spreads across Zong Yoon's face, his eyes shining with a terrifying intensity. I'm curious. How many more times do I have to slaughter you before you really die? He charged forward, his sword blazing red, ready for a long battle. Is Zaneer feeling scared for the first time? He roared to steady himself, unleashing a massive surge of blood energy. Don't underestimate me. I am the man who will become the Vampire King. Third, Zong Yoon calmly counts and easily shatters Neer. He is reborn as Sneer, clutching his wounds and roaring in pain and rage. Cough. Don't think you're winning just because you're causing me pain. On the 4th turn, Zong Yoon struck a few more times, this time aiming at his head. Sneer laughed maniacally and said, Useless. Ha ha, you're not a real warrior. You have no way to kill me. As long as you remain human, you won't be able to escape the laws of physics. You'll soon grow tired and fall. Friday and Saturday, Sneer kept pointing at Zong Yoon in doubt. Are you really that legendary warrior? How can it be you using mana like this without getting tired? On the 8th day, Zhang Yun struck again, and 2 system notifications appeared. You have earned the Battlefield Artist achievement. Activating the torture technique skill, Zhang Yun swung his sword, a cold smile on his face. Should I slice him up or crush him completely? Sneer stepped back, feeling genuine fear for the first time. Him singing is a monster, run away first. Deciding to escape, he turns around and rushes away at top speed. But Zhe Yun was already waiting on a tower, blocking his path. I told you, I will return everything you said. I will not let you go anywhere without permission. Solni's eyes narrowed in horror and rage. You crazy bastard, you wicked devil. 9th, Zhang Yun coldly declared as he struck again. Solni Eru cried out in pain and despair. Stop, I will negotiate. Yes, let's negotiate, not agree. I will do anything you want. On the 10th, Zhang Yun completely ignores his pleas. I told you I would give you anything. I will give you all the wealth and honor you desire. Number 11. SLNI's body parts scatter everywhere. Spit it out, just kill me. I can't go on living like this anymore. 13th. Solnair screams out loud, finally filled with resentment. You are not a warrior. You are just a wicked, rotten killer. 2 system notifications appear. You have achieved the beginning of madness. The pain amplification skill has been activated. Solnair screams in unbearable agony. Stop, I surrender, Mr. Yun asked sarcastically. Can you just shut up and die? How many more times are you planning to reincarnate? Suddenly, a flash of light flickered in Zhang Yun's eyes. An idea suddenly came to mind. Aha! You wave your hand to signal Sneer, who is struggling to regenerate. Hey, kid, come here. Yes, sir. Xie Yun stood atop the wreckage, looking down at his completely defeated enemy. There is a way for you to escape this pain. If you cooperate, I will grant you the mercy of death. What do you think? What should I do now? Yun's car activates its skill. A blazing red energy envelops the ground as the counter shield skill is activated. Once the counter shield has been transformed, also known as the decoy shield, a blazing red cross rises from the ground, emanating a powerful energy. Solni Ai kneels before the cross, completely defeated. Yun's vehicle coldly orders, "Until I tell you to stop, keep fighting him." Sneer looked at him with a bewildered expression. Yun's vehicle snorted, voice full of threat. Why haven't you hit it yet? Do you want to live? I will hit it. Sneer roars and starts punching the cross repeatedly. He punches wildly, unable to understand what is happening. The series of events that happened today, from start to finish, I can't understand any of it. There are no signs that this crazy human suddenly appeared and destroyed the strongest force in history, the dragon demons. No matter what I think, there's something strange about this. He paused, a thought flashing through his mind. Maybe it's a challenge from the gods himself. He looked up at the blazing red cross, a look of horrifying realization on his face. That's right. From the beginning, a human with the ability to control blood is already unusual. He convinced himself because we vampires have become complacent. They want to tighten discipline. This must be the savior of the vampires, the one who aims to train us to be more vigilant. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the crucifix, soaring into the sky. A notification appears indicating that the counter shield skill can now reflect accumulated damage. Zhang Yun's hair turns bright red as he speaks in a cold tone. All right, enough. Sneer looked up, his red eyes showing clear fear. Then a shadow enveloped him. Zhang Yun appeared before him with glowing red eyes and declared, "Is now the time for the savior to die?" As if he's launching a final attack. A deep crimson energy engulfing Sneer. "If you come back to life, no matter how many times I kill you." He summoned his sword, with a swirl of blue and red energy around it. He thrusts his sword toward him, channeling all his energy into it. A system notification appears, indicating that the counter shield skill has released all absorbed damage at once. Solnay shouted in pain as his body was torn apart, saying, "I can vaporize you so not a single piece of flesh remains." Ha ha! I can finally die. A blazing red beam shoots into the sky, completely erasing SNI's existence. Zhe Yun stands amidst the desolate battlefield. A series of victory notifications appear. Congratulations on completing the 13th floor challenge of the trial tower. Your random skill. A reward has been transferred to your inventory. You have received a passing reward of 90,000 points. You have received a reward of 4,000 items, and an additional 5,000 items have been granted as a bonus. Please proceed to the waiting room. A smug smile appears on his face. I have succeeded in killing him. You look down at SNIR's remaining blood pool, so now I can absorb the blood SNIR has spilled. Your sword begins to tremble. A dark red energy engulfs it, absorbing all the blood aura on the battlefield. The exclusive skill of the Divine Blood, Demon Sword's blood consumption, has been activated. 2 system notifications appear. By absorbing the blood of Count SLNIR, your item rank has increased to 300 over 1,400. By absorbing the blood of Count SLNIR, the blood-enhanced skill C+ was inscribed into the exclusive blood consumption slot. Detailed information about the new skill appears on the first skill slot of your sword. The exclusive blood consumption socket 1 out of 3 for the C+ blood-boosted skill describes the skill inscribed. With the skill you absorbed from Count SNIR, you can enhance blood within the blood domination range. If you use mana and enhance your blood within the blood control range, durability and control will increase. Yun activates his new skill, a surge of blood energy and violence enveloping his hand. Chanthian Huit Ma Sword, the engraved skill, Blood Enhancement C+, is activated. He exclaims in surprise, "Oh, when I feel this new power, the vampire count, a blood domination skill even greater than his." These countless blood swords forming around him radiate an overwhelming energy, as if he has become the vampire king. You look at your Chungguo with a satisfied smile. Not bad. Although the downside is that I might face some misunderstandings, a series of notifications appeared confirming my power growth, that I absorbed the soul of Count Vampire SNIR, and that my abilities have been permanently increased. Strength increased by 5, agility by 4, stamina by 6, magic power by 7, durability by 5. More notifications appeared, and this time they were even more important. You have seized the divine trait within the soul of Count SNIR the Vampire. The conditions for the divine power ability have been met, and it has been activated. Trying to extract divine essence, you muttered, extracting divine essence. Did I see this notification once when absorbing the clone's soul? The result appeared in a brilliant golden light, and the divine essence was successfully extracted. The divine power authority, B, has ranked up. When you accumulate mythology through divine power authority B, your level will increase rapidly. He silently thought that he didn't know what would happen in the future, but the condition for extracting divine essence was whether the soul possessed divine power or not. A blazing, pure golden energy sphere appears. Based on the fact that you can't extract divine traits from ordinary vampires, I guess it only applies to those with divine power at the same level as mine. You sigh and feel a headache coming on. Ugh, there's too much ambiguity. Whenever something related to divine power happens, it's always a damn headache. Another notification appeared, absorbing one of Count Dracula Salir's skills. You absorbed the charm skill, and are surprised because the charm is coming from a stronger soul than the user. The judgment on extracting authority will begin. Are you confused? You stare into the void with doubt. A foe you can't handle, a powerful enemy. What are these judgment standards? Are these rulings biased? His eyes sharpened as he made a hypothesis, but it didn't mean he had no opinion. Souls connected to gods or their disciples are considered high level. The successful judgment confirmed that Count Slir's vampire soul possesses the authority to extract soul powers. The faith harvesting ability C+ is inscribed on Hansen's soul. He mutters, "Faith harvest." Suddenly, a familiar voice called your name from afar. Hansun Sakyo ran over, followed by his teammates and a crowd of villagers. The priests used their protective powers to shield the people. There are more survivors than we expected. Don't worry, the Count Dracula has been defeated. The crowd cheered and praised you as a hero. Oh! So he single-handedly defeated the Count Dracula. So he is the hero. So the hero himself has come here. The gods have not abandoned us. On behalf of the great god, thank you for reaching out to help us. A blazing golden aura surrounds you as a message appears, the Harvest of Faith's authority sensing a strong faith directed to the user. You realize the people are sending you their faith? You look at them with surprise and say, so even faith sent through illusions is considered faith. A smug smile appeared on his face. I need to make good use of this opportunity I've been given. You drive the sword into the ground, activating another skill, the attraction. C skill is triggered, your aura becomes more radiant, and a series of notifications appear. Your presence has grown stronger and others are being affected more. But I am not lying. You have earned the achievement I am not lying. Your magic power has increased by 1. Jiao spread his arms wide, absorbing all the faith of the crowd. The faith harvesting power was activated strongly. Recent faith harvests are directed toward you. The divine power ability has been strongly activated. Is it really a myth based on the actual results compared to the faith of the believers? Final message appears confirming your greatest achievement. The myth, the dragon-slaying hero, is complete. He was stunned as a blazing golden energy enveloped him, bringing new powers. Myth, the Dragon Slayer has been activated. The unbreakable effect will attach to divine attacks. The purifying effect will attach to divine attacks. You muttered to yourself, trying to understand your new power because you ended the vampire count's endless recovery cycle. I have gained the unbreakable effect, and because I slaughtered the vampires in the city, I also received the exorcism effect. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. How interesting. Now I finally understand what it really means to accumulate mythology. You analyze your power mechanism, harvest the faith you've gained, and combine it with your divine authority. As a myth, new powers are created within the existing ones. You can feel the flow of divine energy coursing through your body. Seeing how the divine power, which I haven't used until now, is being released steadily, it seems that when I activate the mythos, the divine power takes a place in my heart that will be consumed. The golden glow surrounding you gradually fades, with no fairy tales or faith as a foundation. The accumulated faith will be reserved for the next myth. I think I've finished harvesting the people's faith now. The faith harvesting ability has been disabled. You watch the crowd bowing in gratitude. So this level has also ended safely. Sakio and Andre happily wave goodbye as they prepare to leave through a blue gate. David approaches with a serious expression. I thought you were an immature fool, but I underestimated your abilities. The old man bowed his head and extended his hand sincerely. Will you accept my apology? Mr. Yoon's car grabbed his hand with a friendly smile. I accept your apology, of course. Suddenly, a system notification appeared as they shook hands. The war god realized that his potential disciple had died. Mr. Yoon's car jolted. Huh? A terrible pressure weighed on your shoulders, causing you to kneel in pain. The war god has sensed your existence. The god of war has sensed your divine power and is harboring hostility. You cry out in pain. Huh? David asked nervously. Huh? What's going on? Mr. Yoon's vehicle gritted its teeth and endured, sweat pouring down like rain as he realized the new enemy. The god of war? The ground around them cracked open. Fierce flames erupted, swallowing the panicked crowd. A villager screamed in terror as he was engulfed by the fire. Yes! A message appears amidst the chaotic sea of fire. You have entered the divine territory. The whole world is engulfed in a sea of fire. Everyone screams in pain and confusion. What's going on here? Seong Yoon gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger and disbelief. The trials are definitely over. David and his teammates are surrounded by flames, crying out in pain as they struggle to fight back. Ugh! David looked at the portal amidst the sea of flames and exclaimed our teleportation gate. Master Yoon's vehicle rushes forward, grabbing the old man's cloak with a tense expression. Our wizard uncle, let's shake hands once more. He used all his strength to throw the old man into the air, flying toward the gate. David muttered to himself as he soared, a forced but admiring smile on his face. He is quite rough, but his solutions definitely work. Yoon Chung lands on a high rock ledge, looking down at the sea of fire and giving orders to the survivors. Get out of the way. He punches down hard on the ground. A blazing red energy erupts from the cracked earth, and he activates his ultimate defensive skill. Counter shield skill activated a giant shield made of red energy, absorbing and blocking the sea of fire. David looked at him with deep admiration in his eyes. Whether he was a soldier or not, I don't know. But in this indifferent world, if a hero still exists, isn't that what he would look like? Ziyun roars, standing alone against the fury of a god, protecting the innocent behind him as David whispers a final blessing while he and others are transported safely through a blue portal. I hope you return safely too. The crowd cheers for you as their savior, the hero of the earth. But Yoon Gamlen, trying to hold the cracking shield. I can't keep this up for much longer. Please cross the bridge, quickly. You see the crowd running away, a hint of disappointment in your fiery red eyes. I had hoped, but they didn't release any more faith. I have wasted my time. I need to enter the teleportation gate for a message from the angry god to appear, and a severe headache to strike the innocent people. The war god is feeling disgusted that an ordinary mortal possesses divine power. They scream, and my head, the pain engulfs everything. I feel like my head is about to explode. Zhang Yun also feels the pressure, grinding his teeth in pain. He stands alone amidst the sea of fire, gazing at the deadly silence after everyone has left. Another message from the god of war appears. The god of war is saying that a dog raised by the tower has surpassed the limit. A contemptuous smile appears on Zhang Yun's bloodied face. Surpassing the limit? The boy stared straight into the void, challenging the invisible god. You are the one who just crossed the limit. As long as I have the protection of the tower, if you interfere any further, you'll get into trouble, right? He turned and headed toward the teleportation gate, saying, if you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving. A final message appears. The god of war sends you a fierce smile. He silently thought he needed to become even better. His blazing red eyes flashed with a fierce determination. The god of war says he can't wait for the upcoming fate of mortals. He grits his teeth so that even the gods won't dare to treat him recklessly. You enter the waiting room, and a series of notifications about the new system expansion appear. You have entered the 14th floor waiting room. The system is expanding. Special items for conquering floors have been added to the contract holder's exclusive shop. Enhancement items with aura are added to the contract holder's exclusive shop. Some divine artifacts are added to the contract holder's exclusive shop. He sat down in deep thought, sighing as he tried to dispel the turbulent emotions. Anyway, this is a space created by the tower. It's pointless to get worked up over something I don't even know is real or not. Your eyes turn cold. You must be the god of war. Thinking that he again has a bad relationship with a god among everyone, a mysterious voice echoes in his mind, warning of a dangerous future. Don't trust the other gods, now they will see you as their enemy. He thought to himself, so this is how it will finally happen. Yeah? He stood up, determined to cast aside his worries. Stop thinking about what you can't control and just do what you can. You take out a stone. Gentle water magic restores your torn outfit. You open your exclusive store. The contracted store with 11,500 categories, skills, and privileges quickly executes a major transaction. You have purchased the Swordmaster Path Authority S-10,000 products. Information about the new authority appears. The Path of the Swordsman, S-10,000. Product description. Among those caught in the conflict between getting stronger to survive and surviving to get stronger, this is a privilege that swordsmen occasionally use. Mahas. You can develop an independent sword skill, and expressing your enlightenment becomes easier. A notification appears as you step into a lush green forest. You have entered the forest. The White Crane Swordmaster, a woman with silver hair, is waiting for you. It's been a while, Sion, and the two of you sit facing each other. She says, I heard from that woman that your child from the Namgong family is your enemy. Master Yoon's car responded reluctantly. Yes, somehow, it happened that way. White Crane Swordmaster smiled and said, You must have used your special talent to buy my authority because of Namgong Hook. He admitted, Yes, then you have definitely made the right decision. She said with a bright smile that made Zhang Yun a little confused. The White Crane Swordmaster explained, putting on a pair of glasses. Because if we used a conventional way of speaking, you would be a genius. Because even without knowing the correct paths to enlightenment, you instinctively learned the forms of swordsmanship and surpassed imitation itself. Moreover, in the 12th level challenge, you identified the intent of the sword and even refined your swordsmanship into a perfected style. Zhang Yun modestly replied, I am just good at copying a little. You already have the qualities of a grand master from being able to improve by learning some basic techniques of the Namgong clan. She said as they sat meditating in the shaded forest. Yun Xie was surprised and said, Master, I mean it wouldn't be surprising if you were the first in your sect to establish a sword sect. The White Crane Swordmaster said as they stood before a large gate. Yun Xie was amazed. Is it to that extent? Swordmaster White Crane smiled gently. You have made the right decision with the authority you chose this time, because everything you learn and realize now will be skills certified by the tower. I will teach you everything. But suddenly, her expression became serious and a little shy. I have one condition. You must establish a master-disciple relationship with me. Zhang Yun's eyes flashed. All right, he agreed quickly. I will become your disciple. Master, the White Crane Swordmaster seemed surprised by his quick agreement. Sang-Yun, I am not forcing you into anything. You can think it over. He interrupted. No, I will become your disciple. If that's what you want, I won't refuse. He thought to himself, the White Crane Swordmaster is someone who has climbed beyond level 40, so there's no reason to refuse the guidance of someone so strong, but don't regret it later. He said, the White Crane Swordmaster is confused. Are you planning to treat me so roughly that I will regret it later? Like a whip, isn't she blushing? She explained, a master is usually someone you only have once in your life when it comes to Murim. So, I am telling you not to regret it, he replied. If you're worried about that, I definitely won't regret it. Who in Murim would I follow as a master? Then, according to the procedure, I will officially introduce myself before you perform the bowing ceremony. Swordmaster White Crane stands up, exuding the aura of a true master. I am the 17th Lord of the Swordsmanship Clan B, the strongest Murim warrior of the previous generation. Yoon stared directly into the Bakhak Swordmaster's eyes, whispering in utter amazement. Bolwa, the strongest Murim warrior, Without hesitation, he performed the bowing ritual, kneeling before the woman who was now his master. The sword. Saint Bai-hak begins his first lecture to briefly summarize the theory. He explains that martial arts are divided into mental techniques and physical techniques. Mental techniques are refined magical power methods that focus inward into different parts of your body and mind. The refined magical power is called internal energy. Body techniques include skills like agility and swordsmanship that correspond to how you move. All of these are what martial arts are, and there are even styles you can perform simply by using a special mental energy. But while listening to these explanations, a question arose. Is the heavenly blood cultivation technique also a type of mental method? I hesitated and asked, I'm just curious, is there any problem? Even though I've already learned a different mental technique. What did you just say? You have a cultivation method that you know. Explain in more detail quickly, she ordered, and the two sat facing each other as Mr. Yoon's car began to explain. So, after hearing the explanation, I think I understand something similar to a cultivation technique. The White Crane Swordmaster seemed skeptical. Similar to that. Could it be that you learned refining from that woman? The Bloodsteel Sovereign? Xiang Yun shook his head. Refining spirit energy? Is that a concept from another world about mental cultivation? No, that's not it. She's not the kind of person to break her promises like this. The White Crane Swordmaster still couldn't believe it. I just can't trust her. Let me check to be sure. She suddenly lunged forward, startling Zhang Yun. Huh? Since when? Suddenly, her hand was on your stomach. No, wait, sorry, Master, I mean before that. She fell silent for a moment before saying as she lifted your shirt, placing her glowing hand on your stomach to check the flow of energy. Her purple eyes widened in shock. Huh? She stepped back and sat facing you, but there's no sign that you've learned any mental techniques when I've removed all pure magical power. That Zhang Yun explained, the heavenly blood cultivation technique is actually a power granted by an administrator called the fallen heir of something from the 12th floor with 3 people in front of you, and I have used it frequently because my combat senses are enhanced when the heavenly blood cultivation technique is activated. Swordmaster Bai-hak sighed in relief. Oh my god, that fall was a granted ability, not a cultivation technique. It seems like the cultivation technique you learned in your life has been mixed with the ability, but you can't consider it a cultivation technique. I understand. But Master, can we get out of this awkward situation? She quickly stepped back, the Red Crane Swordmaster blushing and stammering. I'm sorry, I was too surprised to check it so roughly. She mumbles and turns away. Mr. Yoon is sitting against the wall, waving his hand and saying it's okay. Suddenly, a black-purple aura enveloped her, but I don't like it, she whispers, confusing Zhang Yun. She grips the sword tightly, her eyes flashing with anger. The fact that a half-blood of the blood demon sect would sponsor such a low-level cultivation technique as a privilege made Yoon sweat cold and step back. I think I need to re-evaluate my opinion of the White Crane Swordmaster. Maybe it would be better if you didn't learn any mental techniques at all. She said that when the two of you stand face-to-face in the forest canopy, you can accumulate magical power even without learning a mental technique. And if you learn multiple techniques through privileges, you can exchange and use them interchangeably. Does that sound okay? White Crane Swordmaster looked a bit embarrassed. It's okay because my martial arts don't rely too much on mental techniques. However, what just happened shows how important mental techniques are in the master-disciple relationship. I will teach you swordsmanship first, so try to copy me. All right then. Xie Yun assumes a stance and activates his skill. The focused combat skill is triggered and the user's concentration increases tenfold. The White Crane Swordmaster performed a stunning sword technique, her illusions filling the space. Yoon's carriage watched intently, secretly admiring. I only saw her as gentle, so I didn't know, but she's actually a martial artist. And she was quite aggressive earlier too. The White Crane Swordmaster stops, her eyes sharp. Now I will show you the first basic move in my swordsmanship. White Sword, 7. Techniques. White Sword, Misty Sea. She delivered a strike. A burst of brilliant pink energy slicing through the air, leaving a dazzling streak of light. Zhang Yun's blue eyes reflected the perfect slash just performed, completely captivated. The White Crane Swordmaster turned back with a slightly apologetic tone. You might not have seen clearly. I apologize. This is the minimum speed of the White Sword Misty Sea. It's okay, Yoon replied confidently as he stepped beside her. I think I can replicate it. He swung his sword, trying to recreate the feeling of the technique. It feels like you can't avoid the space itself, so you pull it toward you and then cut it. A brilliant blue energy burst from your sword, forming a perfect arc almost identical to your master's technique. Are you doing it like this? He turned to look at her, a bit uncertain. I tried my best to copy it. Did I do it right? The White Crane Swordmaster stammered, a bead of sweat running down her temple, her purple eyes wide with amazement. This is impossible. There are always geniuses in every generation. These people have innate abilities to absorb information and can achieve much greater accomplishments than others. Talents showcase their peak abilities by understanding, judging, and absorbing others. However, a genius can only truly demonstrate their abilities after some training, but she looked at him completely stunned. "Is this real?" she shouted while holding her head in utter disbelief. "What the hell is this? Seeing the white sword flash C just once and copying it immediately?" Master Yoon looked at her with an innocent expression, unable to understand her reaction. "Sangyeon, it seems you don't realize how astonishing this is." The White Sword. 7. Techniques is a martial art that uses principles even more complex than the Lam Tien swordsmanship that Nam Gong Hyuk practiced. Seong Yoon was a bit confused. Lam Tien sword technique? The White Crane Swordmaster explains. The two basic techniques you copied from the Nam Gong clan, Lam Thien Thiem Quang sword and Lam Thien Vu sword, are part of the Lam Thien sword technique. He thought to himself, "Oh, is this a skill set that Nam Gong Hyuk used before?" She continued. "Not to mention it surpasses the basic principles like fast and slow that Lam Thien swordsmanship uses, and is a body technique that employs difficult principles, considering the space itself. But you immediately copied the white sword flash like it was nothing. And after only seeing it once in a standard quite similar to the original, Zhang Yun muttered, "The principles of fast and slow don't mean much to me." White Crane Swordmaster concludes, "You are a genius of intuition. I have never heard of capturing skills based on seeing their true essence. Instead of relying on experience or judgment," Zhang Yun scratched his head, still a bit confused. Even when the speaker said that, I still didn't really understand what they meant. The White Crane Swordmaster raised one finger, a bright smile on his face. "One day, that will mean you can learn most martial arts in just one day. Usually, martial arts are understood and recreated based on a book for each style. However, you don't need to analyze the book. You just need to watch and copy them. However, I will teach you how to use magical power." A series of images of different martial arts techniques appear. I have learned all the martial arts, boxing, agility, and even wrestling techniques. And the most useful of all those skills is swordsmanship. The 7 white swords. The white sword piercing the sea, where you control space itself and slashes that make dodging impossible. And the sky-piercing white sword, a powerful thrust technique used to pierce shields. Box sword shadow cloud, a defensive technique that distorts the nearby space and air. The White Crane Swordmaster laughed joyfully, hands on his cheeks, while Yun Gai scratched his head, a confident smile on his face, his sword covered in blood. "I have learned a lot thanks to you, Master Sir." The White Crane Swordmaster feels a bit embarrassed, but is still very happy. "Master? It's a relief to hear you think that way." Mr. Yun bowed respectfully. "Then I will take my leave first." The Swordmaster Bai Ha seemed a little disappointed. "Oh, you're leaving already? You could stay a little longer?" He turned around, a confident smile on his face. "I will come back later. Take care until then." "Master, you said you would disappear, leaving behind a graceful swordmaster soaring in happiness." She cleared her throat, trying to regain the serious demeanor of a master. All right. You also need to take care of your health. Sangun, if you dedicate yourself fully like your talent, you'll improve quickly. A notification appears when you return to the waiting room. You have entered the 14th floor waiting room. He walked through this waiting room, reflecting on the training just now. "I've learned a lot, although it's unfortunate that I can't learn all 7 skills of the white sword. 7 techniques at my current level, a new skill icon appears. Demon Slayer B+. You muttered about the demon slaying skill. Although it was a sword technique I had used and developed well so far, it is now too inadequate compared to Lam Thien swordsmanship of Nam Gong Hyuk, or the White Sword 7. Techniques of my master. I am determined to create a new skill of my own. I will create a new skill using the authority, the path of the sword master. Immediately after, the details of the authority you just mentioned appear. The path of the swordsman ability describes a path that those who sometimes use swords can attain, caught between the struggle to grow stronger to survive and surviving to grow stronger. You can develop an independent sword skill, making it easier to express your own enlightenment. You focus all your mind and energy into it. The blood-designated sword ability activates, along with the combat focus skill. He thought to himself that using the Lam Thien sword technique and the White Sword 7 techniques at that speed had improved it before, but it still lacked enough to develop into a full skill. To develop a skill, it needs to be recognized as a system of its own. All right, imagine it in your mind. Use the White Sword technique. 7 styles as a foundation, and imagine that I can weave the Lamb Heavenly Sword technique into any moment I want. At the same time, I abandon the idea that dual sword attacks are the best form of defense. Countless slashes cut through the air as endless thoughts flash through and repeat in your mind, and a surge of powerful energy erupts from your body. The Swordmaster's path of authority has been strongly activated. A system notification confirms your achievement. The first-tier mixed sword skill A has been activated. The description for first-tier mixed sword skill A at 0% mastery. A swordsmanship style developed by combining the white sword, 7 techniques, and Lam Thien sword technique. The basic effects when using a sword will be stacked with additional modifications on the fundamental moves of both techniques, enhancing their quality. The detailed effect when using dual swordsmanship, one of the basic moves from the white sword 7 techniques. Doubles attack speed and power. He was surprised, then looked at the notification board with a satisfied smile. A skill had truly manifested. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though he liked some modifications, it felt a bit dull. You open your inventory. The random skill book appears. Random skill book. A. A skill book that grants you a random B rank skill when used. This is an item only duelists can use, and it cannot be traded to others. Try using it and see what happens. You have nothing to lose. You open the book and a surge of green energy erupts. A series of notifications appear. You used the random skill book A and received a random B ranked skill. The hero's blessing ability activates strongly. Your luck will temporarily increase significantly. Blood Spirit Demon Sword. B plus skill activated. Detailed information about the new skill appears. The Blood Spirit Demon Sword, B plus skill description is not provided. A secret sword technique that only the heir of the Blood Demon sect can learn. The basic effect when using a demon attribute sword will be granted to the blade, causing damage to all living creatures. Detailed effects when using basic skills. The exclusive effect of 2 consecutive hits will activate, doubling the effectiveness of basic techniques. Just a little more, you decide to combine your skills. The unique authority of skill synthesis is activated. The ultimate sword combination skill begins to focus at the center as the hero's blessing ability activates powerfully. Your luck will temporarily increase significantly. The skill combination is complete, and you have manifested a new skill. The S-ranked ultimate swordsmanship skill is activated. A blazing stream of golden energy erupts. You step towards the teleportation gate, ready for the next challenge. Information about the 14th floor challenge appears. The 14th floor challenge begins. The current challenge theme is underwater combat. You have 7 days remaining to complete the challenge by hunting all the monsters inside the pond within the allotted time. Failure conditions are the challenger's death or running out of time. The reward for passing the challenge is a wind spirit armor, with the penalty for failure being death. As soon as you step in, a sense of danger strikes. You have encountered a formidable enemy like yourself. The unyielding will skill has been activated. Nam Kung Hyuk stands in the middle of a battlefield full of monster corpses. How long do you plan to make this young master wait? You didn't even come to find me after I killed all these monsters, so I thought I might have come here by mistake. South Palace, charge. A wide smile appears on Zhang Yun's face, ready for a rematch. You activate multiple skills in preparation for battle. Instant speed boost is triggered, combat focus skill is activated, and wind blessing skill is also activated. All speed increases by 70%. The current skill accumulation process is 7/7, and the exclusive effect of the swift boots is to instantly boost your speed. They rush at each other with incredible speed, creating a massive shockwave across the lake surface. Amidst the shockwave, Nam Kung Hyuk couldn't hide his amazement, muttering with a doubtful tone. "Fire sword," he growled, his eyes as sharp as a razor blade piercing deeply into Zhang Yun. "How can someone like you wield sword fire when facing me so calmly?" Unlike your confused opponent, Zhang Yun smirks, a confident and slightly arrogant smile on his face. "Why do you look surprised again?" The boy tilted his head, a gleam of amusement in his eyes. "Let me tell you, I'm only just getting started." With that, he charged forward like an arrow, his sword drawing swift and deadly blue sword flashes. Even though caught off guard, Nam Kung Hyuk remains a genius of the Nam Kung clan. He immediately swings his sword to block, the clash of metal ringing loudly across the lake. In a moment of distraction from Nam Kung Hyuk, Seong Yoon delivered a high kick that deflected his sword. Instantly, his blade sliced past, leaving a bright red streak of blood on Nam Kung Hyuk's cheek. He was stunned, one side of his face burning with pain as Zae-yoon continuously launched 3 sword energy strikes at him, causing a massive explosion. But Nam Kung Hyuk easily blocked the attack. Mr. Yoon gently stepped back, looking at his achievement with satisfaction. "What do you think?" A flash of challenge lit up in your eyes as 3 deep sword marks appeared on the stone after your attack. This is the S-rank sword technique I just developed. A level S mixed earth sword skill with 0% mastery, describing a magic sword technique developed by combining various absolute divine arts. The basic effect when you use an extreme demon attribute sword will be added to the blade, causing all living targets to take continuous damage until death. The detailed damage effect of all sword techniques will be tripled, and the exclusive twin strike effect will activate randomly. That double strike ability allows you to launch 2 additional attacks at the same time. With the same power as the original hit, Zhang Yun's smile becomes even more terrifying. That effect alone is already incredibly powerful, but above all, you pointed at your own cheek and stared directly at Nam Kung Hee Hook's bleeding wound. That scar on your face will bother you until the day you die. Nam Kung Hee Hook frowned. His aura made his hand touch the wound and it healed instantly, but why is it bleeding so much from just a small scratch? Nam Kung Hee Hook rushes forward wildly, exchanging relentless strikes with Zhang Yun. You are definitely using the swordsmanship and lightness skill of the righteous sect. He roared, his suspicion reaching its peak. Why did you have to hide your martial arts before? Yun's carriage responded, I never hid them. Xiang Yun replied casually, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. Because I was really weak back then and afraid I could die at any moment. I paused for a moment, then continued with a nonchalant expression. I learned all of this in just 1 day. You're still as rude and arrogant as ever, Nam Kung Hee Hook shouted, unable to accept that unreasonable explanation. You think I would believe such crazy nonsense as mastering top-tier martial arts in just 1 day? Mr. Yun just shrugged, his smile growing even brighter. Whether you believe it or not, someone told me that when the 2 swords clash, it creates an incredible pressure. You lean in close to your opponent, locking eyes while the 2 swords remain locked together. I am a genius. Mr. Yun smirked, his bright blue eyes flashing with a sharp light as he leaned close to his opponent's face. Oh, and I can do this too. Immediately, Zhang Yun moved, each sword stroke and step perfectly mimicking the Nam Kung family's swordsmanship. The speed and precision of his moves left even Nam Kung Hook, the creator of those techniques, stunned. His pupils shrank in horror as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This sword technique, he grits his teeth and veins bulge on his temples, rage and humiliation surging to the limit. That damn bastard. A surge of dark, murderous aura erupts from his body, his eyes glowing with a mesmerizing purple hue. How dare you steal the Nam Kung family's sword technique without knowing your place, huh? Mr. Yun just shrugged, a provocative look on his face. Then you should make it harder to copy, right? Is it my fault that I can imitate it after just seeing it once? You keep mocking him, your words like a dagger cutting deep into Nam Kung Hee Hook's pride. It's your fault for using such a reckless sword technique. You can't take it anymore. Nam Kung Hee Hook roars loudly like the sky is falling and charges forward wildly like a wounded beast, while Zhang Yun remains remarkably calm, silently assessing in his mind. I can't believe it. His swordsmanship, agility, and even his unpredictable movements. He thought to himself. A pleased smile appeared. But perhaps you will never even dream of it. The fact that you're giving me a top-tier lesson right now only makes your smile even more dangerous. I will remember everything carefully and use it later. Realizing he's being toyed with, Nam Kung Hee Hook growled, his palm facing up to the sky, gathering a huge source of energy. He shouted loudly, activating his special skill to force the fight. Xiang Yun watched the scene with curiosity, showing no fear or hesitation. Countless purple energy swords descend from the sky, piercing into the ground to form a closed arena, trapping both of them inside. Due to the unique nature of forced combat, a battle domain has been established within a 30-meter radius. Everyone except Hans Chong-yun and Nam Kung Hee Hook is forbidden from entering this combat domain. Nam Kung Hee Hook laughed maniacally, believing he had cornered his prey. I've got you now, you son of a bitch. But then he suddenly froze as he sensed a terrifying aura of demonic energy beginning to spread from Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun stood there, his entire body enveloped in a horrifying blood-red aura. Do you know what people on Earth call situations like this? Nam Kung Hee Hook looked confused, not understanding what the opponent was saying. He smiled eerily as the fiery red aura around him grew thicker. He had brought this trouble upon himself. The blazing red demonic energy rushes in like a tidal wave. He screamed in horror, having learned martial arts but still using dark magic. The entire purple territory was stained red with evil energy, drowning Nam Kung Hee Hook in a sea of blood. He was corroded by that demonic energy, feeling an unbearable pain as if thousands of ants were gnawing at every inch of his skin. Ugh! He let out a cry of pain as fresh blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, unable to endure any longer. Even though he was defeated, anger and regret burned fiercely in his eyes. He struggled to get up, gritting his teeth and cursing unconsciously. Damn it! The unique forced combat trait will be forcibly Jaichu based on the user's will. The battlefield shatters. Nam Kung Hyuk is punched away, his face showing shock, and his body is blown dozens of meters away, crashing straight into the lake below, destroying the formation he just confidently built. The result of the previous attack tore through space, leaving a blazing streak of light. A wave of energy swept through everything in its path, flattening a vast forested area. As the terrifying power subsides, it leaves behind a deep scar on the ground, a testament to the destructive force of the attack. Yoon's car gently lands on the ground, letting out a relieved breath. Pooh looks down at his fallen opponent from above and calmly comments, "Even a martial arts genius like him has fallen into such a miserable state." Nam Kung Hyuk let out a pained groan, but then a crazed, terrifying smile suddenly appeared on his battered face. Yoon's vehicle jolted, a cold sweat streaming down his cheek. "What is this? Did he suddenly go crazy?" Nam Kung Hyuk's wicked laughter echoes. "Truly fascinating. I don't know how you did it, but you've learned martial arts and become stronger in such a short time. I'm so happy. Even if you used the dark magic of the tower, this is still truly astonishing. I will admit that." Xiang Yun cautiously realizes his sword has been destroyed after the recent attack. "You think I will let you go so easily?" A surge of purple energy erupts, dissolving the A-level invasion penalty. When this item is used, it nullifies reduced stats and skill limits from the invasion penalty, restoring full strength as Nam Kung Hyuk slowly unties his hair, his gaze becoming more dangerous than ever. "Aren't you curious?" A massive stream of purple sword energy in the shape of a dragon erupts from his body. "And why I am called the Clear Sky Sword Dragon?" Mr. Yoon's car froze, and he involuntarily let out a bitter laugh. "Damn it! Ha ha!" Nam Kung Hyuk, looking down at you with an overbearing attitude, said, "Enhancing your sword aura isn't something a bastard like you deserves to see." He smirked, his voice full of arrogance. "Consider yourself lucky." As he finished speaking, he swung his sword, and the purple energy dragon roared loudly before rushing towards Seon Yoon. In a quiet space, the White Crane Swordmaster was teaching Seon Yoon about how to use energy. In other words, the concept of channeling mana into your sword. The Swordmaster swings his sword, a blue aura enveloping the blade. Sword energy is an advanced technique that adds attributes to interfere with the sword's inherent laws. Meanwhile, Fire Sword is the stage where you can add another attribute. And enhancing sword energy is the next phase, a supreme refinement that allows you to utilize the surrounding magic flexibly. Back in the present, Nam Kung Hyuk's purple dragon grew more fierce and vivid. Yoon Che faced the attack, feeling surprised that he was witnessing how quickly the enhanced sword aura was activated. You grit your teeth, sweat pouring down, realizing how powerful it really is after hearing the explanation. This is truly a crazy skill. The dragon charges forward, attacking from an unimaginable distance. The sword's reach suddenly extended, making it difficult to approach from the start, as Nam Kung Hyuk's sword aura moved with the agility of a living creature. Not to mention the powerful and agile movements of the enhanced sword aura, all of them are unpredictable and threatening. The energy dragon roars fiercely, incredibly vivid. It was as if the sword had truly turned into a living dragon, opening its mouth to bite straight at Zhang Yun. You hurriedly raised the hilt of the sword to block, the force so strong it made your hand bleed. The power of the enhanced sword energy completely overwhelmed, ruthlessly pushing Zhang Yun back. Zhang Yun grits his teeth, blaming himself for his complacency. "I only thought he was a little stronger than the vampire count, but that was a foolish assumption. You recall your moment of enlightenment, your understanding of swordsmanship. I felt it when I heard the teachings of the White Crane Swordmaster, but I think the martial arts masters seem to have skipped some stages of growth in their path to enlightenment. They are truly a bunch of game hackers." Returning to the present, Nam Kung Hyuk lands on the ground after the devastating attack, his eyes still fixed on his opponent. "Your composure earlier is gone now." Son Yoon clenched his teeth, regret and determination clear in his eyes. "I should have finished this with all my strength from the start. Damn it!" A blazing stream of demonic energy erupted from Zhang Yun. I held back to learn a lesson, but now things are about to get complicated. The power of the Heavenly Blood Divine technique has been activated. A system notification sounds as the fiery red aura around Zhang Yun erupts violently. He gazes directly at his opponent, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "Get ready, I will use all my full strength. Just do your best." Immediately he charged again, transforming his purple sword aura into unpredictable illusions. He launched an all-around attack on Zhang Yun, but this time Zhang Yun was prepared. You unleash a new technique, a swirling white sword aura called White Sword Swallowing Sky. Nam Kung Hae-wook is stunned by this unfamiliar move, and he grits his teeth, anger clearly visible on his face. Where did you steal your martial arts from? All these pointless struggles are useless against my enhanced sword energy. Nam Kung Hae-wook unleashes a powerful stream of purple sword energy from his sword. The combat focus skill has been activated, increasing the user's concentration 20-fold. The world in Zhang Yun's eyes seemed to slow down as he moved at an incredible speed, slipping past Nam Kung Hae-wook's attacks like a shadow. All right, I've gotten behind him, he thought, preparing to deliver the final blow. Now, Nam Kung Hae-wook, with his extensive combat experience, reacted instantly, spinning around to deliver a powerful sweeping attack. Sung Yoon was thrown back by the sudden shockwave, and he supported himself on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. My internal organs are a mess. Despite severe injuries, Zhang Yun's eyes remain unwavering, even becoming sharper. Both of them charged at each other again, with sword energy and magic clashing, creating a world-shaking battle. Se-Yun poured all his energy into his broken sword, forming a huge beam of light that shot straight into the sky, blocking his attack. He was amazed to find that his enhanced sword energy had adapted to the white sword secret without issue. The blood skill was activated, a new white energy like a ghostly aura enveloping his sword. Feeling the new power, Zhang Yun charged forward without hesitation. Nam Kung Hae-wook blocked his attack with his foot, causing a deafening clash. He was kicked away mercilessly. Amidst the dust and smoke, Zhang Yun was flung into the air. You are slammed against a rock wall, the impact causing the mountain to shake. Ha! You spit out a large mouthful of blood, your body in excruciating pain. Nam Kung Hae-wook doesn't give you a chance to rest. He rushes forward, looking down with a crazed and ruthless smile. Die. A massive surge of sword energy is gathered, ready to end everything. The purple energy completely engulfed Xiong Yun in a destructive light. A devastating explosion occurred, creating a deep crater with dirt, rocks, and water flying everywhere. Standing on the edge of the pit, Nam Kung Hae-wook looked down, his voice full of surprise. Did you really withstand that blow? Amid the dissipating smoke, Xiong Yun appears, clothes torn and covered in wounds, yet standing firm and panting heavily. Nam Kung Hae-wook looks at his exhausted opponent, his voice tinged with surprise, but still full of arrogance. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised too. I really didn't think you could fight me evenly up to this point. But he raised his sword high, and the enhanced purple sword energy exploded once more, illuminating the entire sky. The struggles are over now. With a crazed smile to the extreme, he looked at Zhang Yun as if he had already died. The fight was very enjoyable. Han Song Yun. Mr. Yun grits his teeth, trying to get up on his trembling legs, his body covered in wounds. After all the effort I've put in to get to this day, you roar in fury as a blazing red shield-shaped energy erupts from your body. Do you think I will die easily at your hands? The counterattack shield skill has released all the damage absorbed at once. Two streams of energy, one red and one purple, collide with each other, causing a deafening explosion. Nam Kung Hae-wook is stunned by this unexpected power. The red counterattack energy completely overwhelmed and swallowed Nam Kung Hae-wook's enhanced sword aura. Amidst the storm of energy, Nam Kung Hae-wook pierced Zhang Yun's neck, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, but Nam Kung Hae-wook smiled savagely. Ha ha ha, that's exactly the expression. Yeah, he seems to be enjoying his opponent's despair. A deadly sword strike cut across Zhang Yun's throat. His bright blue eyes widened in utter shock. The final resistance skill is activated. It nullifies critical injuries, threatening your life. All your senses will be heightened for a short period, and the effects of all other skills will be enhanced. This skill has a cooldown of 1 week. A golden light envelops Zhang Yun, and the fatal wound on his neck quickly heals as if it never happened. He thought in amazement this was his final resistance, an extra reward for completing the challenge on the 12th floor. The situation where I received a fatal wound has been reversed. I stand up, fully recovered. I didn't think it would actually nullify the wound like this. Nam Kung Hae-wook on the opposite side can't believe his eyes. What? There's still one more item in the 12th floor reward. The exclusive effect of the crown of the ancient Emperor A is less than B plus demonic magic, but greater than others, and is activated. When equipped, the mind gradually becomes corrupted. The power of a calm mind is activated strongly. Iyun's vehicle summons a red crown for the remnants and puts it on, deciding to unleash everything he has. Let's use everything we have. The crown of the ancient Emperor. Grants a 30% power boost. A crown of destruction used in the ancestor rites of an ancient emperor worshipping the god of darkness. Wearing it will make your mind unstable, and the item's durability will decrease rapidly every minute. In exchange, you can activate Lesser Freedom and a larger B+ Demon Art, which are built into the crown. As long as the item is not destroyed, its durability will gradually increase when not equipped. You raise your hand and command. I order my servants. Immediately, strange creatures emerge from the ground, leaving Nam Kung Hook stunned. The monsters rush towards Nam Kung Hyuk on their master's orders to crush him. Nam Kung Hyuk sneers with a look of contempt. You bastard! From my teachings to soul-summoning techniques, you will never defeat me. With such dark magic, he unleashes a massive wave of sword energy, sweeping away his minions amid their anguished screams. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward, aiming to grab Zhang Yun, who was then choked by the neck. Ha ha ha! Let's see if this time you can come back to life. Nam Kung Hyuk continued to charge, his sword pressed against his opponent's neck, but he didn't deliver the final blow. Ki! Zhang Yun is grabbing my wrist. A strange energy is flowing into my body. Nam Kung Hyuk shouted in fear. What are you doing to me? I told you already. The scar on Nam Kung Hyuk's cheek began to throb violently, and a monster appeared in his mind. The scar, Zhang Yun's curse, has come true, and will trouble you until your death. Nam Kung Hyuk screams in unbearable pain as his body begins to transform horrifyingly, while in a hazy flashback, angry voices echo within the Nam Kung family. So it can't perform any basic moves. How did a fool like it end up being born into the Nam Kung family? Does it really carry my blood inside? Nam Kung Hyuk's father roared angrily at his wife, while young Hyuk only knew how to sit silently in a corner, shunned and isolated. Young Nam Kung Hyuk only knew how to sit alone, hugging his wooden sword in loneliness and shame. But in that solitude, he found his own path. I only enjoy talking to my sword. He trains alone in the forest, not following any fixed technique, but letting his body move freely to forge his own path with the sword. One day, an elderly man with silver hair appears and smiles kindly. A true genius. That was the first time he met his grandfather. After that day, he was raised and taught by his grandfather, the reigning swordmaster. And as a result, he began to develop explosively, like never before. A little older, he ran home excitedly shouting, "Father, I am proud to show you my achievements. I have taken care of the bastards from the blood sect who were in disguise, and with a bright smile, I was hoping for a compliment. Look, Father, your son has become so strong now, but all I get in return is your cold stare. Clean up these ugly things right now. Why have I been so obsessed with killing lately? Spend more time cultivating your character." He turned his back and walked away, leaving a cold warning behind. If you don't want to become a monster, Nam Kung Hyuk's tender heart shatters, tears of frustration and pain pouring out endlessly. Back to reality, Nam Kung Hyuk screams in pain as the curse of the scar torments his mind and body. The durability of the crown of the ancient Emperor A has been completely depleted. The crown of the ancient Emperor A has been destroyed. The crown on Zhang Yun's head shatters. The demon guard army disintegrates, sinking into the chaotic waters. Old Yun's carriage gasped for breath as it looked toward Nan Kung Hyuk. Gasp. "You're still alive, even after all this," Nam Kung Hyuk whispered with a resigned voice. "Hurry up and finish him off," Han charges at Yun. But Jia Yun simply sat down silently on a nearby rock, showing no intention of intervening. Nam Kung Hyuk looked at him, a bitter smile appearing on his face. "Isn't it interesting? Usually we would never meet, but these two people from different worlds have fought like this. Fighting you was truly difficult and painfully insane, but the funny thing is, I even thought this battle was fun." A strange moment of understanding flickered between the two eternal rivals. "If we were friends," he continued in a distant voice, "we might have shared achievements and happiness. That's what I thought." But then he suddenly shouted, his hatred rising again. "You careless bastard!" Yun's car silently listened, still holding those thoughts while climbing the tower. With his last bit of strength, Nam Kung Hyuk smirked and said, "Let me tell you a story. The reason I stopped climbing the tower and seized this space-time throne is not just to enjoy killing you all. After gaining divinity, I became an enemy of a certain god and even felt threats to my own life. The chosen ones will definitely have to face the divine power, and when that moment comes, they will confront gods in many different forms. You will also soon face divine power, but if you climb the tower with that foolish mindset, even with divine power, you won't be able to stop the gods from destroying your world." "No," Seong Yun calmly replied. "That will not happen." A blazing stream of demonic energy envelops his hand. "Those who destroy the foundation of my life, I will kill them all." You deliver the final blow. The Blood Clan's quest for truth skill is activated. Ha ha ha. The male archer takes his last breath. Congratulations on completing the 14th floor challenge of the trial tower. The A+ Wind Spirit reward is being transferred to your inventory. You have received the reward for surpassing 10,000 points. You have received the reward for surpassing 4,000 items. Due to fighting a challenger stronger than expected and winning, the additional rewards are being secured. As an additional reward, 4,000 items have been received. As an additional reward, the Heaven's Borrowed Sword, A+ is being transferred to your inventory. Please proceed to the waiting room. The foundation for creating a myth has been fully prepared. The divine power is being activated strongly. The myth is being calculated based on actual results and the faith of the believers. Another myth has been created. A brilliant golden light radiates from Zhang Yun's chest. The myth of the Fire Warrior has been completed. The myth of the Fire Warrior is accumulating divine power. From now on, the unyielding effect will be bound to the divine power management of the challenger Hansen Yun. From now on, the reverse effect will be bound to the divine power management of the challenger Hans Geon Yun. A brilliant golden light envelops Seon Yun, granting him new power and a fresh start as he absorbs the soul of challenger Nam Kung Hyuk. Proficiency increased by 47%. The proficiency of the unique soul summoning technique has reached 100%. A stream of red and black energy gushes into your body. The unique trait of summoning technique B has increased by 1 level. Boom! Soul summoning technique. Your power has been elevated to a new level. Zhang Yun looked down at Nam Kung Hyuk's body, wondering why their colors always vanished when challengers from other worlds died. Could it be that they don't disappear when the punishment of the deep floor is lifted? The essence, the exclusive effect of the true heavenly blood demon sword, Bloodfire, has been activated. The blood essence of the challenger Nam Kung Hyuk has been absorbed, causing the item to upgrade to rank A 11,474 over 1,400. Which is absorbing a smaller skill than the enhanced Heart Realm A of challenger Nam Kung Hyuk, engraving the mark into Huyet Tiu's exclusive slot. The sword in your hand shines brightly, absorbing the essence of the defeated foe. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Yun's dirt-streaked face. This is yet another attribute I can add to the fire sword. I've got a good deal. Just look at my torn and tattered clothes and sigh. As for my clothes, I think there's no way to restore them anymore. I guess I'll have to go shopping on Earth. But as soon as you finished speaking, a system notification appeared in front of you. The inventor-administrator of the Blood Army said she had a set of proper armor she wanted to sponsor for her contractor. Administrator Tun Bai Hak, the swordmaster, said that the contractor's fighting style is more suited to a martial artist's uniform. Mr. Yoon smirked, feeling amused by the rivalry between the two administrators. You are transported into a snowy land, in front of a large European-style building. Wow! Now, this place really looks like the Bloodfire Palace, I muttered in admiration. You push open the heavy door and step inside, where the Bloodsteel Sovereign sits smiling seductively. Well done, Hans Zhang Yun, it's been a while, hasn't it? She handed you a necklace with a red gemstone. This is to commemorate crossing a big mountain? Just consider it a gift. Mr. Yoon's car looked at the fruit in surprise. Didn't you say you would give me armor? The boy wondered. She chuckled. Once you channel a bit of magic into the necklace, the armor will automatically equip itself. She advised him to equip it for the first time outside the tower, just as a precaution. Mr. Yoon's car wears the necklace. Thank you. I will use it well. The scene shifts again, leading you to a peaceful, lush bamboo forest. You step in front of an ancient house and bow your head. I respectfully greet my master. The Crane Sword Saint calls out Zhang Yun's name, and he repeats it respectfully. Master! The girl puffs her cheeks in anger. I thought you would come to see me first, but I didn't expect you to go to that woman instead. I'm so disappointed. Please don't be angry, Master. The boy tries to soothe her, but she still turns her face away, with 2 puffed cheeks showing her annoyance. Master, instead of that woman, this master wants to be allowed to do something for you. Mr. Yoon's car was surprised, and the girl's cheeks blushed, her voice a little shy. What do I want to do to your hair? Mr. Yoon's carriage was startled. Have you never heard of buying medicine at the pharmacy and getting your hair done at the hair salon? I feel uneasy, and besides, you don't even have the tools. The girl drew a small sword, her eyes sharp. Bak Kim, that fap is enough. You'll get hurt if you move, so stay still. Wait a moment, Mr. Yoon shouted in panic as the girl rushed toward him with a sword in hand. In just a moment, the swift sword strikes brushed past his hair, and Mr. Yoon looked at himself in the small mirror, amazed by his new hairstyle. Wow, you look pleased with yourself. You're quite talented too, aren't you? Master, I like it. That's great. Ha ha. The White Crane Sword Master breathes a sigh of relief, a joyful smile spreading across his face. He pushes an item into your hand, grinning widely. Mr. Yoon's car. Here is the item that will help you put on the martial outfit more easily. Remember to wear it outside the tower. Mr. Yoon's car just looked on in confusion as the girl happily waved goodbye. Well, good luck then. He watched her back and wondered to himself what was wrong with her. This feeling was truly suspicious. You have entered the waiting room on the 15th floor. The system has started completing, and the mission order has been issued. From now on, challengers can accept several missions from administrators. The missions will replace individual challenges and will be based on the administrator's life profile. After completing a mission, you can receive a reward from the administrator who assigned it. But you can only take one mission per floor. Mr. Yoon muttered, "Mission?" He stood in the waiting room, gazing at the floating notification boards, wondering why the administrators were trying so hard to be kind to him. So they can entrust me with their missions. I have a lot to do now. You reach out and touch a notification board, so just take your time to think about it. First, let's check the new myth I received. The Fire Warrior myth has been activated. The indomitable effect is bound to the management of divine power. When activated, your body can act with full strength regardless of its condition. The reverse effect is bound to the management of divine power. When activated, you gain bigger muscles the more disadvantaged you are in a battle. He smirked. So that means the ability I gained from the vampire hunter before has been limited while exercising demons. The Fire Test Warrior, something that can be used in any battle, is much more realistic. And a new ability has been added to the Soul Summoning spell, which has now reached rank A. Unique trait, the A-rank Soul Summoning spell. Detailed effects, the quality of the Death God is enlightened. He frowned, but what does this mean? The divine power is activated, but there's no change even when I activate my own divine power. Death. God, turning away, decides to set aside the question. I have no idea, but time will take care of it. A beautiful sword appears before you. Heavenly Borrowed Sword. A+ with 10% increased cutting power, 10% faster attack speed, and 10% magic management. A sword that exists solely for killing and will grow stronger the harder it is to destroy. When magic is infused, the exclusive effect of Heaven Borrowed is activated. When Heaven Borrowed is activated, the sword gains the attribute of absolute destruction and can cut through magic itself. However, the more difficult it is to cut, the more mana the borrowed heaven consumes. When merged with the focus of the sword, the exclusive sensing effect will be activated. When the sword sense is activated, it will designate one of the exclusive effects of the sword category item and examine the form of that skill. However, the sword sense can only be used twice and cannot absorb. Heaven Borrowing seems to be very compatible with sword aura, he thought as a purple energy burst from the sword and sword sense, now no longer limited to an item, but also aiding the user's growth. These items are really powerful, probably because I defeated Nam Kung Hee Hook, who is much stronger than the challenge's difficulty. I grab the sword and decide to test it out. You have achieved a state of merging with the sword. The exclusive effect of the borrowed Heaven Sword sense has been activated. You can absorb the exclusive effect of a sword-type item as a skill. Selection complete. The A+ sword sense skill has been fully absorbed. There is only one use of the sword sense left, he exclaimed in amazement. A confident smile appeared on his face. It really works. I used my sword sense to absorb the main sword sense, so now instead of just 2 skills, I can learn 3. Ha ha ha! The exclusive effect of the borrowed Heaven Sword, a plus sword sense, has been activated. You can absorb the exclusive effect of an item in the sword category as a skill. You decide to use the remaining turn, and the selection is complete. The A+ Heaven Borrowing skill has been fully absorbed. No remaining uses of the sword aura. The uses of the exclusive sword aura effect from Heaven Borrowed Sword A+ have been completely exhausted. The exclusive sword aura effect from Heaven Borrowed Sword A+ has been entirely dissipated. Now I have mastered Heaven Borrowed Sword as a divine skill, and I can use Heaven Borrowed Sword even without the sword. Because you absorbed the challenger Nam Kung Hee Hook's soul, your stats have permanently increased. Strength by 4, agility by 4, stamina by 6, magic power by 7, and endurance by 4. Most of the stats weren't absorbed much. It's a pity. A notification appeared with a profile picture of a girl pouting. Geez, you should at least contact me when you return to the tower. Mr. Yoon's car sighed. Even if you're not a regular member of the guild, we're still partners. You smile apologetically. I was the one who worried about you the most before you went to Japan. Next time, we should message her. But when he read the message, his eyes widened in horror. Huh? B.R. Ngwa. 9th floor, Seonan. SSI. I'm not sure about the situation inside the tower, but I have some news. Bill Nigao on the 9th floor, another challenger from a different world has appeared. Bringa on the 9th floor. A challenger from Ares has just caused a massive massacre in London. Another invasion from a different dimension. Nam Kung Hee Uk's voice echoed in his mind, saying, "You won't be able to stop the gods from destroying your Earth." Damn it! He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his temples, his eyes blazing with fury. In London, strange blue energy spheres are destroying the city, causing massive explosions. They surround the buildings, gradually eroding and destroying them from within. A haunting scene of destruction. The Big Ben clock tower in London is surrounded by blue energy spheres. Each brick of the historic building is slowly being eroded as countless full-bodied blue magical creatures, surrounded by lightning, descend from the sky to attack terrified fleeing civilians. A man screams in despair as he is attacked by a monster. This is the second interdimensional invasion targeting Earth. In a crowded press conference room, a spokesperson is giving a statement. This is footage showing the situation in London from yesterday's attack. It all started when a mysterious black sphere appeared in the sky. After causing the first massacre, the strange magical creature suddenly vanished, and the challenger from another world has been hidden inside the black sphere in silence until today. That mysterious black sphere is rapidly growing in size, and a second massacre is likely to happen soon. To prevent another terrible incident, we earnestly call for the support of all Korean hunters in this effort. A hunter stands up and questions why the Korean Hunters Association is so eager. While they tried to prevent the hunters from suddenly intervening in the Shinjuku incident, the hesitant spokesperson did so because it was advantageous. A female hunter explains that Korea's position will be strengthened after the Shinju incident, bringing the Korean Hunters Association various benefits in their business activities. In another corner, two hunters are whispering. Isn't that the demon sword from the Shinju incident? Yeah, it's him. He just changed his hairstyle. Lai and Ian turned to look at Sean Yoon. Han and Yoon sigh. He nodded and greeted. It's been a while, hasn't it? Sorry for climbing the tower without telling you first. She pouted and said, No problem, at least now you know. Yes, please treat us as partners from now on, but where is your combat gear? She asked curiously, pointing to Mr. Yoon's chest. Oh, it's inside, Ion said blankly. Inside? A union worker shouts loudly. Anyone here to assist with the London incident, please follow this way to the transportation. We are calling for more volunteers. Mr. Yoon's car turned, and we should head toward the transportation too. But then you stopped. No, this time it's not necessary. Ion was surprised. Both of them stepped into a larger area. Hey, Ion smiles confidently because she also received a few upgrades while climbing the tower. I have learned spatial support magic. Learning it was quite complicated. She explains that as long as I have the coordinates, I can teleport there instantly. Moreover, I already have the approval of the guild. Zhang Yun's teleportation was truly astonishing. You have been chosen as the target for teleportation support magic. You will now be transported to the designated location via teleportation magic. In London, blue teleportation circles suddenly appeared on the ground. Shocking the defending mages, the magical monsters that appeared this time emerged directly from the circles. The magical monsters have returned. The second attack is about to begin. Protect the magic tower. A monster rushes forward at terrifying speed. An elderly wizard shouts to an apprentice. Rookie, make sure to focus only on the teleportation gate, because terrible things will happen if these foreign objects get through the portal. Yes? The boy stammered in response, horror-stricken, as he saw a monster rush out of the portal right in front of him. The boy held his breath in fear, but suddenly the teleportation gate shone brightly. A scream echoed as the monster and a shadowy figure in black were thrown out of the portal. The boy stared in shock as the monster's teeth flew out and landed on the ground. Yunxi and Hei Ion arrived and stood tall in front of the boy. Yunxi calmly asked, What are these magic monsters? The boy hurriedly bowed his head. I'm sorry, we weren't prepared enough. Yunshu waved his hand. It's okay. Luckily, nothing happened. He looked towards the battle. When did the attack start? We will help. A wizard who seems to be the commander steps forward. Thank you for coming to help during this difficult time. Please forgive us for not greeting properly as everything is in an emergency. Leave this to us and please go to where the others are. The commanding wizard hurriedly ran over, pointing to the stairs. Rookie, take these people downstairs. The apprentice nodded repeatedly. Yes, this way, please. Mr. Yoon's carriage quietly follows Hay and the apprentice boy as they descend a spiral stone staircase, the atmosphere growing more solemn and tense. The apprentice pushes open the two large golden wooden doors to reveal a brightly lit room inside. It is a luxurious meeting room where all the high-level mages and hunters are gathered around a long table. The heavy atmosphere felt like lead as Mr. Yoon's car observed the scene, silently reflecting. I guess they sent more hunters this time to help, but why does the atmosphere feel so heavy? You wonder, And what is the attitude of the British Magic Tower mages like? You and Hei Ai stand in front of the meeting table. Shang Yun can't help but feel uncomfortable. Everyone outside is fighting to the point of exhaustion. While the higher-ups are arrogantly discussing around a table, it's the same everywhere I go. Suddenly, an elderly man with gray hair, who seemed to be the leader, sitting at the head of the table, looked up in utter surprise. What? The old man suddenly stood up, pointing at the car. Mr. Yun, voice trembling with shock. Oh my God. A bright and joyful smile appears on the old man's face. Ha! I never expected to meet you like this. It is truly an honor to meet you again. The old man bowed his head respectfully. Does Lord Han Shang-yun often look at Zhang Yun with curiosity? Are you familiar with him? Mr. Yun's car was also surprised. Huh? Isn't this the old wizard I saved during the 13th floor challenge? After some explanation, Zhang Yun started to understand the situation. So you're saying that huge black sphere has an unbreakable barrier despite hundreds of mages pouring magic into it, and that you almost succeeded in destroying it when it was small, and the reason the first attack stopped was because of that shock, and then nothing you did could even scratch it, right? The old man nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. The others in the room started to murmur. I can't believe the elder would give up the head seat. Who is that person in this world, I wonder? I know that person isn't the Korean hunter who came to Japan, right? Did they meet during a challenge? The elder turned back, his voice sharp. Giving up the head seat or even kneeling means nothing as long as it can save this country. You may not know, but I do. He looked at Zhang Yun with absolute trust and said, I know exactly how powerful this young man is. He humbly asked what he thought was the best method. Mr. Yun's vehicle now sits in the elder's seat, calmly declaring, I will destroy that black sphere. The elder was stunned, then a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Can you do it? The others started to discuss again. That's not something to be said lightly. Are the elders rushing too much? However, I have one condition, Mr. Yun said. The elder asked anxiously again, and condition. Zhang Yun's eyes turned sharp. If everyone here compensates me, I will destroy it. Your proposal was met with immediate and fierce opposition. That's ridiculous. Who do you think we are? The elder looked uncomfortable. That's a bit too much. I need to discuss it with the other representatives. Outside, the black sphere continues to grow, emanating a terrifying aura. Yu's car said, I don't mind waiting, but given the current situation, I feel London won't exist if we wait any longer. I would act in another cruel situation even without a reward, but I must take what I can get. The elder gazed out the window, despair etched on his face as he saw the growing threat, and he clenched his teeth to make the final decision. All right, I'll find a way to make it happen. So he turned back and desperately shouted, Please destroy that damn thing. Others object, Elder. You can't make such a decision so easily. Mr. Yun smiles confidently. I accept the mission. Activate the item given by the White Crane Swordmaster, a glowing blue necklace. Instantly, a sleek black combat suit appears, fitting perfectly on you. He swung his sword with blue and red energy, blasting nearby glass to pieces. Heian anxiously called out to Zhang Yunxi. She watched his back, feeling an uneasy sensation rising in her heart. Mr. Yun's car turned around, and he smiled confidently under the moonlight. You jump out of the tower and into the night. I will be back soon. The effect of the wind spirit boots. Combined with the wind path has been activated. A blue aura surrounds his feet, allowing him to soar through the air. Mr. Yun sped through the night sky like a blue arrow, leaving a streak of light toward the giant black sphere. Everyone in the conference room watched in shock. He's almost there. Can a human really do that? Yun Xiang gently lands on the edge of the sphere, where dark and blue energy streams are swirling violently. He looks down at the sphere, takes a deep breath, and lets out a disgusting laugh. He drew his swords, one blood red like blood, the other sky blue like the sky. Now, let's see your heaven-shattering sword skill. A+ at 0% proficiency. Basic effects can impose an absolute destruction state on the body or weapons by using mana. More advanced effects can cut through mana itself, but require more mana the harder the item is to cut. Time to find the sewer rat, he whispers. The two swords in his hands blaze with red and blue light, merging into one. The Skybreaker skill has been activated, and the limit on what can be broken has been lifted. He grits his teeth and channels all his strength into the attack. A destructive energy blast shoots out from the twin swords, heading straight for the black sphere's barrier. The power of the Skybreaker sword causes the ground beneath to tremble and crack open. Xiao Yun maintains his stance, the two shining swords in his hands, a skill capable of cutting through mana. He smirks. I've truly gained a powerful skill. He grips the sword hilt tightly, channeling a massive amount of purple energy. All of the power is unleashed, forming a devastating attack. A huge crack appears in the barrier of the black sphere, and then it shatters into countless fragments, revealing a dark space inside. Se-Yun calmly floats among the debris, successfully destroying the first obstacle. Suddenly, a powerful force pulls him inside. You have entered a hopeless magic zone. A magic zone from the stars? He cautiously observes the pitch-black empty space around him. It seems like another dimension inside the barrier. The mind's eye skill has been activated. Countless dark, strange creatures appear and surround him. Non-territory creatures will be affected by domain-related skills and cannot be dispelled by other abilities. They will also experience severe disorientation, causing individual combat skills to be temporarily halted. Non-territory creatures will receive a penalty of -18 to all stats. Before you could react, the monsters charged at you. Overwhelmed by the number, he was struck and cried out in pain. A powerful illusion attacks your mind. A giant monster with glowing blue eyes roars. The illusion is strong enough to cause physical damage. The power of tranquility has been activated. The effects caused by the despair magic zone have been dispelled. Part of your skill has been unsealed thanks to the magic resistance skill. The penalty of reducing all stats by 18 points has been lifted due to the forced breakthrough skill. A burst of golden light erupts from Se-Yun's body, shattering illusions and repelling the monsters away. After clearing the area, he lands on the ground, ready for the next battle. Se-Yun senses a familiar energy, as it seems this white crane sword saint's outfit has a skill that regenerates once he channels Namana into it. That's so convenient. That's incredible. The pointed hats appeared, and surprisingly, there was someone strong enough to pierce through my magic barrier in this tiny space, he said with contempt. Both charged at each other, swords and spells clashing, creating dazzling sparks in the dark space. But this situation had been prepared for in advance. The wizard shouted, and countless other mages emerged from the shadows to surround Se-Yun, a powerful burst of light erupting that forced Se-Yun to cover his face. The lesser legend of the greater Tide Warrior has been activated. The lesser divine effect of the greater Indomitable has been triggered. The lesser divine effect of the greater Comeback has been activated. A divine light surrounds Se-Yun. Your power surges. The commanding wizard is terrified. Are your divine powers also those of an apostle? But I am certain that no gods exist in this tiny dimension. Se-Yun raises his hand. A blazing red energy sphere forms in his palm. The invisible wizard leader shouted, and they all vanished into the darkness. But the energy sphere in Se-Yun's hand kept growing larger. He unleashes his energy, creating countless red light arrows that shoot in all directions, searching for hidden enemies. Painful screams echo as the mages are struck and reveal themselves again. Even if you are an apostle of a god, as long as you are invading my magic domain, the wizard said, but Se-Yun interrupted. It seems that guy is also a fake. I wonder where the real one is. The real wizard, the one who spoke to Se-Yun earlier, appears with a swarm of demonic insects, and you won't escape death. He orders the parade of self-destructing spirits. The insects rush toward Se-Yun, ready to explode. Counter shield skill activated. Counter staff. Yun's vehicle summoned a glowing red stick. He swung the stick to fend off the incoming insects, causing small explosions in the air. The wizard flies high, trying to keep his distance. Mr. Yun frowns. Is he planning to prolong this battle? This sphere may be quite large, but in the end, it's all just a trap. The staff in your hand turns into a blazing red sword, so this might be a rough method. But you raise your sword high, just sweep away everything inside here. Your gaze becomes determined. The shield counter-attack skill released all accumulated damage into a single strike. The Blood Demon Sword's seal enhancement skill to boost distrust. B has been activated. The exclusive effect of the Demon Sword combined with a double attack has been activated. A blazing red energy explosion engulfs the entire space inside the sphere. From outside, the black sphere suddenly expanded abnormally and then exploded, destroying the entire space, leaving only a blank whiteness. Zhongli stood there amidst the dissipating smoke, while the mage collapsed to the ground, badly wounded. Coughing, he tried to get up, his voice trembling with fear. Why is there a monster like you here in this dimension? Hurry up and get rid of the black sphere. Se-Yun orders. The black sphere? I mean dispel this empty space, the wizard shouted in despair. Nonsense, do you know what I had to do to create this space? The blood call skill has been activated. Se-Yun said nothing more, simply activating her skill. The pain amplification skill was triggered. Those who receive your attacks will now feel pain 10 times worse. The wizard let out a desperate scream as physical and mental agony multiplied, and he fainted. Se-Yun looked straight into the wizard's eyes and said coldly, "Get rid of it." The wizard roared, arrogance still lingering. Damn it, you bastard, do you know who I am? How dare you do this to someone who will become the greatest mage of the future empire? Without a word, Zhang Yun simply crushed the mage's arm, unleashing a destructive wave of dark energy from his hand, and he let out a desperate scream. Drive it away. Zhang Yun repeated the command, standing over the writhing enemy. Wait a moment, the wizard muttered. He cried out in pain and despair. Damn it, I can't get rid of it. It's not something I can do. Truly. The Fire Dragon Eye skill indicates that the target is telling the truth. Zhang Yun's eyes flash with blue light. You changed the question to ask about your homeland's spacetime, your name, and why you came to Earth. The mage tries to bargain. Can I negotiate beforehand? I'm sure it will be useful. Yun stepped on him impatiently, opened his mouth, and answered the question. I come from Ares and my name is Sand. The reason I came to this tiny space, Earth, is to receive faith. What does receiving faith mean? Yun asked. Sen looked confused. Don't tell me you came here without knowing the purpose. I told you not to say useless things, right? Yun presses down on his leg, causing Sen to scream in pain. Wait, I'll talk. Just take your foot off. Sen gritted his teeth and recounted that he had seen ancient writings in a secret ancient ruin stating that exceptional mages or knights could break their limits through faith. Through the faith of the people, divine power would accumulate in your heart above the Namana circles. And with that, you can reach the 6th stage, a higher level of magic to become a grand mage. Wouldn't it be better to gain faith by helping others? Yun's vehicle questions S lying on the ground, who responds calmly. Absolute fear is also a form of faith. So I concluded that slaughtering a large number of people would be the fastest way to accumulate faith. Why did you choose Earth? Ancient texts say that a mage's rank cannot be raised with divine power bearing the marks of other gods. That's why I came to a tiny dimension where no gods exist. In short, you caused a massacre just to obtain divine power, Yun's vehicle asked back with a disgusted tone. That's right, you crazy bastard, Zayun roared, unable to contain his anger as he kicked San's body hard. You regain your composure, your eyes turning cold. The next question is, do you know about divine proof or divine war? Sendu was terrified. I never believed such gods existed from the very beginning. The Fire Dragon Eye skill shows the target is lying. Yun muttered to himself that he asked out of caution, but he knew Sendu definitely knew both gods. You grab Sendu by the hair and lift him up, I understand. I'm sure you don't want to say anything, especially when the information is more important, and the torture techniques have been activated. You can now use more brutal torture techniques. Instilling fear into the victim becomes easier, and the effectiveness of all torture methods increases by 10%. A terrifying black aura envelops Zhang Yun, causing S to scream in horror. Zhang Yun's eyes glow in the darkness. Well, let's see how long you can hold out. The screams of agony echo through the empty space. Let me go. Stop treating me. Send my plea in utter desperation. Zhang Yun simply replied coldly. Why do you make everything more difficult when you're just going to reveal everything anyway? After a long while, Zhang Yun finally gets the information he needs. I have learned a lot from you about divine power, magic, divine proof, war gods, and even small details about Ares' dimension. You look at S lying unconscious at your feet. I think it's been about 7 hours since I arrived here. Chatan has been under a lot of mental stress for a long time. But a sudden realization flashes in his mind. Now I understand what divine power is. First, simply possessing divine power does not mean a person will become a god. However, to accumulate divine power, warriors from the martial world need to open their dantian, and mages from Ares require what is called a circle heart. It is a purer energy than anything else, and easily resonates with any kind of will. Therefore, the most basic form of mana is divine power. Another important fact is that if you accumulate divine power, you can quickly become stronger and reach higher stages, because it can easily respond to any kind of will. People can demonstrate a higher level of mastery than their natural ability, but it's still an issue because I don't know how to use it properly. But I know it won't work with just sword energy. Ion pondered silently. There are 2 ways to accumulate divine power. One is dismantling and refining mana bit by bit, which is extremely difficult and time-consuming. The other way is through faith. Whether it comes in the form of worship or fear, with enough faith, you can accumulate divine power in their hearts. This is all the information learned from Sendo. During the torture, Sendo screamed. There is a prophecy that states it should never be revealed. A priest devoted to the god of war came and gave me a prophecy. I believe it to be the truth. According to the prophecy, I need to find information about divine power in ancient inscriptions at an ancient ruin. The god of war. I didn't expect him to intervene directly like this. Zhang Yun clenched his sword hilt tightly. You remember the warning from the Divine Witness. Don't trust the other gods, they will turn hostile towards you now. As the prophecy warned, I don't understand why a god mentioned only through a message would be hostile to me, but the hostility of the war god can be confirmed by what he has caused here on Earth. You grit your teeth, the image of the monster's teeth flashing in your mind. If something like this keeps happening, the scene of London engulfed in flames will appear again. The war god is definitely my enemy. Don Yoon's eyes became determined and cold as he finished off Sendo with a clean sword strike. You have absorbed the soul of Sendo. Your proficiency has increased by 4.4%. The exclusive skill of the Blood Demon Sword. Blood Technique has been activated. The item's rank A has increased to 1,400 over 1,400 by absorbing the challenger's blood. The current item rank has reached its maximum potential and will increase from A to A+, which is less than the engraved skill. The B+ Soul Stone has been inscribed into the exclusive slot of the blood magic after absorbing the challenger's soul. If I want to fight at least, to struggle against a god, I must at least. Yoon's car stands in the ruined space, the sword in his hand glowing, boosting his divine power. Yoon sat back on the sofa, relaxing after the intense battle. He sat up, Namni with a cup of tea. I've rested for 2 days. It's time for the valuable message to appear. You remember Ha Yeon's advice? This space bag is very precious, so handle it carefully. You open the bag and some of the rewards from this raid appear. A potion to increase skill proficiency, a potion to boost physical abilities, and a random skill book. I received an incredible amount of items. Although they are hardly enough for me now, this definitely isn't a loss for the United Kingdom. You look out the window, where the black sphere has disappeared, leaving behind a giant metal structure under construction. If anything, they have gained something. Because once they investigate it, it will become a valuable asset for Britain. Should I have claimed ownership? You look at your Hunter Crosby report. Hunter Shan Hansian, close combat class registered from 2026 to 21 HM. An A-rank hunter? You smile nostalgically. Becoming an A-rank hunter was just a dream of mine in the past. But why not an S-rank? This narrow-minded hunter's guild, you muttered discontentedly. After the raid, the Hunter Association, you requested a press conference, asking if I plan to naturalize with you and bringing up some other troublesome matters. Additionally, South Korea also offers me tax reductions, employment benefits, and a variety of other incentives to lure me. But now I don't think money or earthly honor are that important. No matter how much I earn, those things will become completely useless if Earth disappears. What I truly should aim for is growth, and even when a god comes, absolute power to stop them. Xon Yoon's eyes shone brighter and more determined than ever. In Xong Yoon's mind, Send Du's painful confession echoed. Divine power is the purest form of magic force that has been separated. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, hands on his knees, beginning to channel mana using the new technique he had just learned. A fiery red aura gradually enveloped his body. The red aura spiraled tightly, compressing into a blazing sphere right in front of his chest, emanating an astonishing heat. Song Yoon opened his eyes, looked at the energy sphere in his hand, and sighed. Just as I expected, no matter how many times I try, the result is the same. The red energy disappears. He muttered,
This piece, is cool. It is.
With a slightly disappointed look. Although I can refine my magic to a certain level, I can't refine it into divine power. That's really difficult. Immediately after, a brighter golden energy burst forth from your body. Without the blessing of the mighty hero, I wouldn't even be able to sense it as I do now. Fortunately, I already have divine power, so I don't need to be too disappointed, but focus on the golden divine energy and try to shape it. Although I managed a little in the void, no matter how much awareness I poured into the divine power, I still couldn't create sword energy or magic. Try again, but the result remains the same. No matter how much awareness I pour into my divine power, I can't create sword energy or magic. Yoon stopped practicing, took a deep breath, and pondered silently. Faith, can it move just by sheer willpower? Will faith form the foundation of an experienced warrior and the vampire hunter help provide energy for it? A confident smile gently appeared on his lips. Just as I thought. I can't use my divine power properly right now. You stand up, pull your hood over your face, and at that moment, a system window appears before your eyes. Time's up. Return to the challenge tower. Mr. Yoon's car calmly said, Well, I'll find out after I finish the tower. A blue light envelops you as a series of new notifications appear. You have entered level 15 of the challenge tower. The difficulty is high. The current challenge theme is a battle. We hope for a satisfying outcome after your training. The surrounding scene changes. Seong-yoon saw herself in the middle of a chaos, a group of fanatics screaming wildly, "Kill all those damn heretics who dare deny our god of darkness." Nearby, 2 mercenaries watched the scene with disgust. The man with the goatee looks so scruffy. It really bothers me. Even with years of mercenary experience, I'll never get used to this. The other person agrees. Most of the newcomers look like cultists. So why would Lady Reno accept such a mission? Suddenly, the red-haired mercenary turned around, his face full of anger. He growled, "That stupid kid!" He rushed over, grabbing Yoon Chong's hoodie collar as he lay among the cargo and pulled him up. "Wake up, no!" Mr. Yoon's car opened its eyes, looking confused. "What?" The mercenary shouted in his face. "The battle announcement was made a long time ago and you're still sleeping? What is this? Has it been like this from the start? Is he an orc or a human? What's with your unique outfit? The holy war is about to begin. Where are your weapons?" Seong-yoon remains silent beneath his hood as he quickly analyzes the situation. A holy war? They are in the middle of a religious war. The scene opens up to a vast battlefield, dust swirling everywhere. A giant challenge notification board appears. The 15th floor challenge has begun, with 17 days remaining. To pass the challenge, lead the holy war to success within the time limit. Failure means either death or running out of time. Reward for passing the challenge: the protective embrace of an anonymous god. Penalty for failing the challenge. Deathly, Yoon Jong-yoon glanced at the enemy troops. It seemed there were a few thousand enemies, with a commander loudly encouraging the soldiers. "Soldiers, if we win this holy war, all of you will earn honor. Honor. Whatever it takes, support Lady Reno." Jong-yoon turned to ask the red-haired mercenary's name. "Reno?" He grinned proudly. "Yes, she is the leader of our mercenary team. Lady Reno is an aura user." Suddenly, a low-ranking soldier shouted, "The damn heretics are here! Everyone get ready to fight!" From the opposite side, a voice echoed across the battlefield. "It's time to judge the fanatics who worship the god of war." Sung-yoon's eyes flickered faintly beneath his hood. He quickly processed everything. "All right. In this situation, I am part of the mercenary team hired by those troublesome bastards serving the god of darkness, and we are in the middle of the war between the god of darkness and the god of war." A mischievous smile appears on Jong-yoon's face, and the necklace on his chest radiates a fiery red light. Suddenly I am filled with motivation. The special mission, the patriotic conductor, has begun. Earn the respect of the mercenaries by proving yourself as a leader. After completing the special mission, you will receive an additional reward for passing. Reno has a strong desire for the Silver Sword. She is the commander of a mid-level mercenary legion. She, who was not born into any noble family, only grew through the battlefield. Having gone through many wars and life-or-death situations, she eventually reached the level of an aura user, a feat only official and recognized knights can achieve. However, she has limited options because she did not learn aura officially from her mentors. Therefore, she has no choice but to keep going to the battlefields and pursue enlightenment with her very life. Ren, with her blonde hair flowing, riding into the enemy encirclement. Her sword radiates a bright golden light. She swung her sword, creating sharp rays of light that easily took down a multitude of enemies. In the midst of the fierce battle, she silently thought with worry that no matter how many she cut down, they wouldn't stop. Reno grits his teeth as he watches the sea of red-cloaked enemies rushing toward him, estimating their numbers to be around a few thousand. She glanced at her forces, a group of mercenaries and a terrifying army of zombies. As for allies, although we have those troublesome corpses summoned by the Dark Priests, there are only about 700 of us. She fights while analyzing the situation. This doesn't quite match what the Shadow Priests had told her. This situation could become dangerous if things go off track. The mercenaries are trying to clear a path to her. "Support Lady Reno, wait a moment." Their shouts suddenly turned into panic as the ground began to shake violently. From the ground, a giant stone golem emerges, its eyes blazing with a deadly red glow. Panic engulfs the ranks of the mercenaries. "The siege golem is here." A soldier hurriedly runs to the red-haired deputy commander. "Lieutenant, Lady Reno has been isolated," the deputy commander shouted. "What?" He grits his teeth in frustration, helplessly watching his commander being surrounded by the enemy. Damn it! The enemy took advantage of the chaos caused by the golem to launch a full-scale attack and separate Reno from her army. Shh! Reno's strength is running out. She is gasping for breath. Now I can't even lift my hand anymore. A fellow believer with blazing red eyes rushes forward, his sword flashing with a deadly gleam. Reno watched the approaching sword, a bitter despair rising in her heart. So, this is how I die in vain. I haven't even reached the peak yet. A tear rolled down her dirt-streaked cheek. What a fool I am. If I had known this would happen, I would never have joined this holy war. As the sword was about to strike her, a massive wave of blue energy suddenly exploded, knocking back all the enemies around. Reno turned in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. Yoon, in a completely different outfit, stands in front of her, speaking with an unnaturally calm voice. "I will block them all at once. You'd better retreat while I hold them off." She stared in shock at the young man's back. How can he speak so calmly in the middle of this crazy battlefield? Am I dreaming? Without waiting for Reno to answer, Zong Yun charged into the enemy's encirclement. His body transformed into a blur of blue light and shadow. Reno's eyes widened even more as she realized the energy surrounding his sword. The flame of aura. Zong Yun's appearance completely threw the enemies into chaos. Ha! Who the hell is this guy?
Everyone, be careful. This bastard is very dangerous.
He moves like a dancer. His sword strikes are a perfect blend of green and red energy, both stunning and deadly. Renault stands there, mesmerized, with all his strength, agility, and sharpness combined. It was like admiring a work of art. Her cheeks flushed pink, and a strange sensation arose within her. It's beautiful. The blue light surrounding Seon Yoon suddenly goes out, replaced by a dark red and black aura full of darkness. He smirked confidently, saying, "Free combat is my specialty. I can endlessly recover my stamina and magic by absorbing souls and blood during battle." Tiny red souls are drawn out of defeated enemies and fly toward Seon Yoon. Because his proficiency in soul summoning increased by 0.001% for each person, he wasn't very happy. But a series of system windows appeared before his eyes. "You have absorbed Yu's skill. You have absorbed Yu's skill. You have absorbed Yu's skill. Yu's skill has been absorbed." Seon Yoon grinned widely, with flashes of blue lightning crackling around him. It's quite advantageous to absorb skills. Based on probability, he releases another wave of destructive energy, wiping out a large group of enemies. A terrified enemy commander shouted, "Retreat a little," he ordered his troops in panic. "Don't face that crazy monster head-on alone. Get the siege golems to the front quickly." Mr. Yoon's vehicle calmly faces the giant siege golems. His sword is ready for battle. He concentrates his energy into his sword. Baijian Fei Tian unleashes a blinding beam of light from the blade, his eyes shining brightly. "Bak Kim Fa Tin, you deliver a single slash that creates a massive crescent-shaped wave of energy, sweeping everything in its path." The mercenaries of Lahet are in utter shock. He destroyed that giant golem with a single strike. Is he really human? Renal whispers, "Here we go again." She stared intently at Zong Yun, her heart pounding. It's the skill he used to save her earlier. I was not mistaken. Her eyes widened as she tried to make sense of what she just saw. It seems he's pulling and twisting the very space itself, no longer even within the realm of swordsmanship. Fragments of the giant golem rained down like a storm on the panicked enemy army. An enemy commander shouted in disbelief. Did he really defeat the fortress golem summoned with the essence of magic in just one strike? No way. I've never even heard of this before. Suddenly, a figure who seems to be of higher rank stepped out, causing the surrounding soldiers to fall silent. That soldier stammers, pointing at him. The man with the scar over his eye speaks, his voice deep and commanding. "Calm down. There's only one enemy." The fanatics immediately regain their composure and roar. The monks fight Mobir, preparing the secret weapons of the heretical sect to fight. As their magic circle weakens the group, a giant red magic circle begins to form around the monks, a force capable of temporarily binding a dragon once the spell is complete. If we catch that bastard, victory in this holy war is within reach. A stream of dark purple-black energy shot toward Seon Yoon. He simply snorted coldly, then swung his sword, easily cutting through the dark energy. The priests performing the ritual are stunned into silence. Mir, the warrior priest, fights and screams in horror. How can he defend against our group's magic so easily? Is there a mage here? Before they can recover, Yoon rushes forward like a lightning bolt and delivers a powerful knee strike to his stomach. Mobir coughs up blood. Damn, I didn't even see him. Yoon swings his sword to finish off Mobir. Suddenly, countless streams of blood burst out from Mir's body. The blood splatterings into the fanatics' faces makes them scream in pain. Damn it, what is this? What is attacking all of you? Se-Yoon stands there, surrounded by a blood-red aura. Publicly using blood control magic would cause some trouble, so I came up with this idea. He smirked mischievously, using tiny blood beads like claymore mines. Mobir collapsed to the ground, his body riddled with holes. A fanatic shouted in despair, "Father Mir is dead!" Panic is spreading through the entire enemy army. "We need to call the bishop. We can't face a monster like this. Everyone retreat now." As the enemies fled, system windows appeared before Zong Yun. While the mercenaries cheered in victory, Everyone on the battlefield could feel your presence deep in their bones. Congratulations on completing the special mission of the Conductor's Path. Additional rewards have been added to the rewards for challenge level 15.
You have achieved the feat of the Peerless Warrior. All your skills have increased by 4 levels.
After the battle, a mercenary pointed to a large tent, speaking with awe and fear. "Nger, you can stay alone in this camp." The red-haired deputy commander hesitantly approached Zhang Yun from behind and mumbled, So Zhang Yun turned back to look at him with curiosity. The deputy commander bowed his head, his voice trembling with fear. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Mr. Yun's vehicle smirked and patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner. "Oh, don't worry about that, Orc buddy." The deputy commander was stunned. Orc and Mr. Yun turn and head to their tents, waving indifferently. "I'm tired and want to rest, so please leave." The vice commander hurriedly bowed. "Rest well." Inside the luxurious tent, Zhang Yun took off his coat. After defeating over 1,000 enemies in battle, everyone started to treat him more carefully, and they immediately upgraded the camp. He sat down and recalled a special system notification. The message appeared during the battle just now. "You have ended many lives and harvested their souls. Your talent as a death god is beginning to take shape. The A-level summoning spell's detailed effects and the quality of the death god are revealed." Zhang Yun ponders silently. The A-rank summoning spell, the quality of the Grim Reaper, is beginning to take shape. He muttered to himself. "The Grim Reaper? What is the Grim Reaper? What does that exactly mean?" A terrifying image of a giant dark creature with a scythe appeared in his mind. Suddenly, his sharp senses detected a presence approaching. Without hesitation, Zhang Yun swung his hand, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword aura that shattered the air inside the tent. A figure suddenly rushes in from the tent door, unable to dodge the attack, and screams in surprise. "There!" That figure collapsed face down on the ground. Reno struggled to his feet, clutching his chest and gasping for breath.
"You!" Just as I expected, a sharp attack.
Xiang Yun recognizes her. Reno looks at her with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing here? Luckily, you didn't intend to kill, or you would have almost died." Ren blushed and awkwardly stood up. "The alley I survived in earlier was thanks to you." Mr. Yun's car crosses his arms and frowns. "Is this the local way of showing gratitude? Like a thief." Ren hurriedly waved his hand. "That!" She calmly looked directly into Zhang Yun's eyes. "You're not a mercenary, are you?" Mr. Yun's car silently thought to himself. "This is really complicated. Someone who already has doubts won't believe me even if I say I'm a mercenary. Did I act too recklessly on the battlefield?" Reno continues. "I could sense it just from the divine presence you showed earlier. That's not something an ordinary mercenary could do." She stepped closer, her piercing blue eyes locking onto him, her voice serious. "What is your true identity?" Mr. Yun hesitated for a moment. "I am the one you decided to lie to the representative sent by the Shadow God, the apostle of the god." Meanwhile, he silently cursed. This is really troublesome, but for now he had to make something up. Reno stepped back a little, looking surprised. "Nger, you are the apostle X-Yun is worried about. Does she realize that is a lie?" Suddenly, Reno knelt down to the ground, touching it with her forehead. "I greet the apostle. This humble one has committed a grave sin against the apostle." Lord Yun is completely confused. "Wait a moment. Well, there's no need to apologize like that." You step forward, help Ren up, and casually put your arm around her, smiling brightly. "Please keep this secret for now. It would be bad if my power was exposed to an enemy spy." Ren looked up, cheeks flushing. "But is it okay to share such valuable information with me?" Mr. Yun's car responds confidently, "That's no problem at all." You grin widely because true teammates can recognize each other. Your eyes open wide and your face flushes red. True comrades. A series of system windows appeared before Zhang Yun. The special mission for the admired target has begun. Gain the admiration of the strongest mercenary and strengthen your allied forces. The strongest mercenary will be marked with an arrow visible only to the challenger. After completing the special mission, even if you don't personally lead, the strongest mercenary will command for you. After completing the special mission, you will receive additional rewards for passing. The strongest mercenary in the allied camp is Renault Asia. A blazing red arrow appears above Renel's head. Mr. Yun quietly thought, after completing the special mission on the Conductor's Path, I wondered how to lead them, so this is great. He took Renel's hand, a confident smile on his face. I think this challenge will be easier than I expected. He opens his status window. Hans Seong-jun class, the ruler of strength 121, stamina 117, agility 115, magic power 114, endurance 113. Unique trait, soul summoning technique. A. Unique strength. Skill synthesis. Power. View details. Skills. View details. You muttered contentedly. All stats have surpassed 3 digits. All right, I've absorbed quite a few skills from the recent battle. Maybe it's time to reorganize my skills. You look at your list of powers and skills. The strength is clearly reflected. Fire Sword Barrier. Steel Wing D. Blood. Steel Sword A. Holy Power. Blood. Heaven. Heart Technique. The Hero's Blessing. I think I have gained a lot, but not many of these can be used immediately. Yoon's vehicle stands amidst countless blue skill screens looking powerful. Well, in this case, there's no doubt. It's time to synthesize skills. A notification appears. The unique power of the combined skill is activated. Suddenly, the hero's blessing power is triggered strongly. His eyes flashed with blue light, a look of surprise on his face as a brilliant beam erupted from between his palms. His luck temporarily surged wildly. He exclaimed in amazement. Oh, the beam of light from his hand shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire space inside the luxurious tent. From the beam of light, 3 new skills are formed, absolutely captivating. B plus Black Wolf. Step A and Steel Consumption. B plus. You smirk confidently, recalling the last time. The hero's blessing power was activated when I combined the demon sword of the same race S. I used to look at my blood demon sword, recalling the skills I absorbed from Sendo. Now I realize I have this too. 3 other skill icons appeared on the sword's body. Other skills pressed. Blood Magic Enhancement C+, and the other imprint skills. Thought Enhancement B+, and Soul Gift B+. His finger glided over and stopped at the icon of the final skill. A system window appeared with detailed explanations. The other imprint skill grants a B+ Soul Essence, describing another imprint skill. It is a skill absorbed from the challenger who sent the item. It grants a soul of the self for barriers or different items formed by magic and spells. The imprinting skill effect occurs when bestowing the soul of the self. A suitable soul for the item will randomly inhabit it, and the skill itself will completely disappear. The ego soul is granted to items with potential for growth and will support the user wholeheartedly. Yoon looked at the information with a determined gaze. After using it, the skill itself will disappear. I might have to use the Blood Swallow again in this challenge. You stand there with a green and a red sword appearing beside you. The engraved skill of the Bloodfoot Heavenly Sword grants the B+ Self-Soul, which has been activated. Please specify the barrier or item bestowed with the Self-Soul. You look at the 2 swords in front of you with a thoughtful expression. You reach out your hand, your voice calculating. Bestowing the soul of the self is giving an item, a personality that can support you. Since this isn't something I'll only use for a few days, it's obvious. A red light connects the skill to the Crimson Foot Heavenly Sword. The other skill, Blessing of the Soul of the Self. B+ targets the Blood Heaven Sword. A. You nod. Choosing the Blood Heaven Sword, a growth-type item, is a reasonable decision. A blazing red and yellow light burst out violently from the sword, causing Son Yoon to squint and cry out, "Ooh!" The Blood Heaven Sword floats in midair, emitting a brilliant aura. It is guarded by the 7th soul of the true self. A sneaky old voice echoes from the sword. I have been wandering and traveling for a long time. Master Yoon's carriage was stunned as the voice suddenly roared with arrogance. Ha ha ha! Bow to me, admire me, applaud me. Finally I, Tang, have returned in style. Cold sweat dripped down Zong Yoon's forehead as he muttered, Someone crazy has already taken over the Blood Heaven Sword. Meanwhile, in another corner of the camp, a dark cultivator was performing his ritual surrounded by bones, assembling them into a grotesque hybrid creature. Well, this is true art in soul and body fusion. Mr. Yoon's car happened to pass by and glanced at the creature, giving a sarcastic compliment. Wow, that's impressive, Senior. Hey, isn't that guy over there a slaughterer? A young person like him causing all this destruction? You haven't seen anything yet. On the battlefield, he's an absolute monster. He's beheaded over 1,000 people without changing his expression. A dark monk who uses himself recklessly. Stay away from him. The feeling is truly unsettling. Yoon's carriage heard and secretly thought with disdain, I don't want to hear such things from you. You stand alone under the moonlight, enjoying the rare tranquility. A peaceful and beautiful night. And the voice from the sword echoes again, full of annoyance and arrogance. Are you mocking me, this guy? Why are you ignoring everything I say? Because in the past, at the Iron Cavalry, there were people who were obsessed just to talk to me. If it weren't for this guy. The voice continued to babble, sounding haughty. How rude. How rude. Madame in this tiny room suggested talking, but you refused. Master Yoon silently muttered in his mind.
Seriously, just ramble on by yourself.
The sword started to tremble, thinking it had escaped hell, but was actually stuck with a boring guy as its residence. Mr. Yoon replied coldly, I'm not boring. I just dislike pointless conversations. The voice grew amused. Oh, so you finally thought about enjoying a conversation with me? Yoon-chi just entered a remote forest and said, because now the surveillance around us has completely disappeared. The voice from the sword rang out, full of arrogance and annoyance. That's ridiculous. Don't you know the lesson about Wonder Mimbian? You should know because we are from the same area. Yoon Fiech's words of instruction, his sharp eyes never wavering. W.U., that's a pretty blunt change of subject. By the way, when you were alive, were you also someone who challenged others? The sword trembled with fury. Ha! Is that what you call a conversation? My voice once again became full of pride. The Iron Demon in Gu is a name everyone knows. Yoon Carriage doesn't care much about its reputation. So as a challenger, what level have you reached? My last ascension was to level PH41. Sung Yoon's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. Up to level 4? A faint smile appeared on his face as he realized the potential of this information. If it's true, the information he possesses could be very important, and this could become a huge advantage. But then a question flashed through his mind. Huh? Wait a minute, but if you have reached level 41, you stare into the void and your voice becomes serious from level 40 onwards. I know that challengers who have died can be resurrected as administrators. Why don't you revive as an administrator? The sword roared with contempt, emanating a dark red aura. How dare you suggest I live as a hound of greed there? That's worse than death. What's the point of a shameful resurrection? Mr. Yoon places his hand on his forehead, looking a bit tired. Oh, right. You look straight ahead with a cold gaze. Well, I understand you were great in your life, but now you're just a soul attached to my sword. Hold that sword tightly, with a commanding voice. Don't forget that. A blazing red energy erupts from Zong Yun's position, flattening the ground around him. The voice in the sword echoes, tinged with arrogance. I know. Do you think I wouldn't notice?
I can definitely help with the rest, so don't worry. The sword spirit gently vibrates.
Are you trying to assert our roles? You seem to be quite stubborn. Although I cannot unleash the full power of a living person as a spirit, I was once a martial genius and a master of spells. Anything you desire, I can grant it. The voice continues like this. A blazing red energy slash is unleashed from the void, causing a massive explosion. The surrounding trees are shattered into pieces. Song Yun's eyes widened in amazement at the power he had just witnessed. He stood there, surrounded by a devastated forest. I see I have quite a useful supporter, the voice in the sword echoes. Supporter, a term I would use for the tool. Your swordsmanship doesn't seem to come from this dimension. Zhang Yun begins training, swinging his sword to create energy circles. I originally come from Earth's dimension. You probably have never heard of it. With its current capacity, I can maintain this appearance for a long time, and someone else is watching. The voice becomes serious. It's quite a tricky situation. Call me when the time comes. Zaeyun stopped and looked toward the approaching figure. Rinohai runs over, sword in hand. Ah, swordsman, you're here. What brings you here at this hour? She gasped for breath, her face full of urgency. Sorry to interrupt your training, but this is an emergency attack. The fighting monks from all religions are approaching an elite force. A mischievous smile appears on Zhao Yun's face. Oh, things are getting interesting. Is this what they call the Tower of Trials? No moment for you to feel bored. You put on your cloak, covering part of your face, and walk with Renelle. Tell me more about the elite forces that ambushed us. You look at Ren running beside you, a confident smile on your face. I will join the holy war immediately. The battle has already begun. A soldier screams in despair. Protect the priests. The enemy is killing the priests and dispelling all the summoning spells. Old man. A wounded priest growls in despair and fury. Damn it. Those cursed heretics resorted to such a cowardly ambush. Master Zhang Yun rushed beside Renal, quickly assessing the situation. Compared to before, their numbers are not high, maybe around 100 at most, but I can feel a strong energy emanating from the enemies. They are definitely more advanced than before. Above all, these enemies are clearly using power that feels like divine force. The battle erupts chaotically, with the mage warriors fighting empowered by divine power, laughing maniacally.
Ha ha ha! Die! Die! One of them charges at Reno, swinging their weapon brutally.
Die, you pest! Ren was stunned by the overwhelming power rushing toward him. What is this? Such incredible power? At that moment, a hand on her shoulder pulled her back, and Mr. Yoon's car stood in front of her, his voice unusually calm. Rain, can I ask you for a favor? Raynell looked confused. He looked straight into her eyes with determination. No matter how strong the enemy is or how hopeless the situation becomes, I would be very grateful if you trust me. You smile warmly and confidently. I trust you, Raynell. Raynell's eyes widened, her cheeks slightly flushed at his words and smile. Yoon's car drove away, his voice turning firm. Now gather everyone and protect the monks. The holy war can only be won with the monks. Ren clenched her fists, determination blazing in her eyes. She rushes forward, her blonde hair flying, roaring fiercely with courage. I will protect them at all costs. A series of system windows appeared before Son Yoon. Mercenary Joe ASR expresses strong admiration for you. Congratulations, you have completed the special mission for your admired target. Now our army's morale is doubled, and with decisive command of the formation, it will not break. Additional rewards will be added to the prize for the 15th floor challenge. Ren ran back and said, Sir Swordsman, good luck. Mr. Yoon smirked and replied, if we meet again alive, I'll buy you a drink. His eyes lit up with excitement. That's quite a statement. Let's create great stories. Raynell, you activated a new skill. A giant purple wolf shadow appears behind you. The Shadow Wolf Step skill has been activated. Shadow Wolf Step skill. A. Proficiency 0% described. A movement technique inspired by the legendary creature, the Shadow Wolf, with enhanced basic motion effects. When activated, all movement abilities increase by 40%, and the user becomes completely invisible. In dark places, the ability to move doubles. Yoonkar disappears into the shadows, gliding past enemies like a ghost. Huh? Did something just pass by? Countless purple slashes flash, taking down enemies one after another. He becomes a deadly whirlwind, a blur of blood and darkness mercilessly slaughtering. The enemy commander, a bald man with a bloodied face, looked at the scene with utter horror as Zayun appeared in midair, his dark wings spread wide. You look down at this commander and say coldly, you will regret attacking in the dead of night. Meanwhile, in another part of the battle, the vice commander is howling. Everyone hold your ground. Damn it, a soldier shouted. The healers at the back are being attacked. The deputy commander is struggling in a one-on-one fight, shouting at the panicked soldiers. Don't panic. Get into formation quickly. If we scatter, we'll just be easy prey. While trying to protect his comrades, he was stabbed in the stomach. Damn it. He gritted his teeth in pain, sweat pouring down. Damn it. A sudden footstep lands right in front of him. Reno charges like a storm, her blazing gold sword easily deflecting the deadly attack aimed at the deputy commander. Turn around! Deputy commander looked at her in surprise. I have pierced through the enemy. The mercenaries cheered. Captain Renal deputy commander grinned, despite being injured. Ren glanced at him and asked, Are you just whining over a scratch? He replied firmly, It's just a scratch. Renault took a deep breath, focused her mind, and stood among her soldiers, her voice echoing across the battlefield. Gather together, all the Wong stay. Others fall back. The Wong soldiers immediately obey the order. The Wong formed a dense defensive line, lowering their shields to the ground to create a solid wall. Reno continued to order the archers to focus their fire, while the melee warriors protected the commanders.
The Special Admiration mission effect has been activated. Mercenary Jal Ash takes command.
The Allied morale tripled, and with strong leadership, the formation remained intact. Thanks to Renal's skillful command, their army repelled the enemy's attack. A fighting monk looks at the mercenaries' defenses with contempt, no matter how much they struggle. He roars confidently, The glory of this holy war will be ours. A barrage of arrows rains down on the defenses, and an enemy commander recognizes the threat. Damn it. Take down the woman in the center first. The magic arrows embedded in the shields cause small explosions. Damn it. You, the soldiers shouted. Our captain can't hold out much longer. Let us fight on. Renault resolutely orders. Keep your formation strong, her eyes shining with fierce determination. Our main goal is to protect the monks. Stay strong and hold your position. She speaks with absolute confidence that he will come to our aid. As if responding to her, a shadowy figure glided across the battlefield like a gust of wind, leaving streaks of blue light with each step. The Dark Wolf Step skill and basic movement effects became more effective. When activated, all movement abilities increase by 40%, and all traces of presence disappear. In the darkness, the movement boost is multiplied. The battling mages are confused. What girl? How? When did I get hit? Zhong Yun's eyes blaze in the darkness, cold and full of murderous intent. Renal watched the scene with shining eyes and a bright smile. Seong Yun stopped, releasing the bloody tendrils, watching the battling cultivators chained by blood tentacles, his sword trembling as his inner voice echoed. How ridiculous that they dare to use a lighthouse in a non-emergency way. He sensed a strange energy flowing toward him. Do I admire how ruthlessly they deal with their enemies? The voice in the sword continued. If you come from the martial world, you might have become a hero or a mage. Too bad. Si-Yoon wondered. What is this? Are these delicate strands made of magic? Try to focus and listen. Ah, are you surprised? Is this what they call the whispering wind or something? It's just using magic control to transmit voices. Then Kiem trembled in amazement. Girl, what is this? You've mastered the whispering wind technique in such a short time. Yoon-chi responded indifferently. Isn't this something anyone who can use magic can do? The voice in the sword seems annoyed. According to your logic, half of the people in the martial world would be officials. Ha ha ha. Well then. The voice now sounded full of arrogance. Only 7 people can summon my soul like this. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Yoon looks towards a distant watchtower, muttering, Oh right. A flash of red light flickers at the top of the tower, and the voice whispers within the sword. Another commotion is beginning. I will let the lighthouse gather strength for a while. Mr. Yoon's car said I will call you if needed later. As you turn around, a voice calls out from behind you, Sir Swordsman. A young monk with strange tattoos on his face looks at you seriously and says, Please come with me. The young monk said seriously, The Archbishop has summoned you. Mr. Yoon's car entered a large room where an elderly bishop was sitting on a chair, surrounded by other monks. The bishop spoke, Thank you for accepting this bishop's invitation. Please sit comfortably. Mr. Yoon responded coldly. No need for grand titles like murderer, just call me nameless. The bishop chuckled. Ah, no name means a human being. You are quite an interesting person. Even the god of darkness would surely appreciate someone like you. Thank you for your kindness. The bishop got straight to the point. Vo Dan, do you know that I called you here to discuss your reward? Zeong Yoon replied, I heard a little about it from the attendant on the way here. All right, then let's get straight to the point. The bishop's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. How much reward are you expecting? Yoon's vehicle remained silent for a moment before a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Well, let me ask you this again, Your Excellency. Archbishop, how much are you planning to compensate me? Sean Yoon's eyes lit up brightly as an invisible wave of energy radiated from him. Absolute charm skill. B. No proficiency effect, regardless of race or any intelligent life form. They will develop a liking for the user, enhancing all forms of charm. However, this may not be effective in certain situations, such as with hostile entities. The detailed effects. Occasionally, the user can apply one of the fear, charm, or awe effects to create a special effect. Fear and awe can be activated or deactivated with a notification, but charm does not display a notification. Absolute seduction skill has been activated. Archbishop Kaino is affected by the fear effect. Due to this status effect, his judgment is impaired and he is fully aware of your presence. The bishop trembles, sweat pouring down his face, stammering with a voice full of fear. For you, as the highest reward I can grant within a bishop's authority, he shouted as if he were being tortured. I have decided to grant you the highest relic of the dark sect as a reward. The young monks around are panicking. Archbishop, isn't giving relics to outsiders forbidden? The bishop shouted, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Silence. He simply pointed at Seon Yoon, his voice full of conviction. This battle. He is the one who can lead us to victory in this holy war. The bishop recalls the feeling when facing Seon Yoon. In that man's eyes, for a moment I could clearly feel it, a wild, overwhelming force. It's as if I am under an illusion facing a dragon with this man's power. A few minutes later, the monks brought out 2 boxes. Relics are magical items infused with the power of a deity. The bishop said reverently, These are the highest level relics of the Dark Church. Please handle them carefully. Yoon's eyes glow with a blue light as he uses his skill. The Dragon Eye skill has been activated. The SS Ritual Seal, a black seal bestowed by the Shadow God to a pope who has sacrificed everything for him. When engraved on the back of the hand, I can carve the special ritual effect. When this special effect is engraved on the back of the hand, the item will be embedded into the seal and then disappear. However, this item will disappear after Hans Jung Yoon's challenger completes their personal trial on the 15th floor, the Night Curtain of the Flame, button SS, a divine curtain that once submerged primal fire in darkness. When the owner dies, the special effect of the Night Curtain will activate without exception. When the Night Curtain is activated, it will revive the owner by consuming all their divine power. When revived, the Apostle State is activated. When the Night Shield is activated, the item will disappear immediately after revival. However, this item will disappear after challenger Han Sung-yoon completes his personal challenge on floor 15. Zong-yoon looked at the 2 items with amazement. This is truly insane SS rank. You quietly think while reading the hidden description with long eyes. It seems these things can't be taken outside of level 15, but I can't just be happy about it. Nothing in the challenge tower is a coincidence. Getting 2 items of a level I've never seen before means my eyes are serious. Now I'm about to face some really tough challenges ahead. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. This is getting interesting. He took the 2 items from the bishop's hand. The bishop warned, Vodan, the holy war has only just begun. I hope you will show strength worthy of the reward you've received. Just to be cautious. I'm telling you, if you run away, the shadow god will punish you. Mr. Yoon's car drives away, a smug smile on his face. Why should someone who has even received a relic from humans have to run away? Then I will take my leave, said Zeong Yoon. The bishop nodded. I understand. After Mr. Yoon's car left, the bishop sank into his chair, clutching his face and moaning, My relics, my relics. Mr. Yoon's car drove away, whistling happily under the night sky. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ah, Sir Knight. Ren stepped forward, a bright smile on her face. Have you finished your private meeting with the Archbishop? Mr. Yoon smiled and replied, Thanks to you, everything went well. But he looked at her mischievously. Are you waiting for me? Actually, I would like to invite you for a drink as I mentioned earlier, and I have a favor to ask of you. Mr. Yoon frowned. I have a favor to ask. A few minutes later, Reno was chugging down a large barrel of beer. She slammed the barrel onto the table and exclaimed with satisfaction. Wow. Mr. Yoon takes a sip and comments, This one's pretty good. He looked at his beer barrel and thought to himself, Could this be strong alcohol? Maybe it is. Well, considering the only drink that could make me drunk in this world would be deadly poison, you've already collapsed on the table. I was unconscious. My body no longer felt human anymore. A soldier passing by asked in surprise, Sir Knight, you're not even tipsy. Reno looked up, her face flushed from the alcohol, muttering, You're really a monster. Mr. Yoon's car calmly said, It's easy to drink because of the good flavor, but I mentioned earlier that I have a favor to ask. What is that? Renault looked down, her face full of determination, as a painful memory flooded into her mind. My family was oppressed by knights. If you take everything from us, what will we eat? A knight kicked your father away. How dare you, father? Renault as a child rushed to fight the knight. Why did he hit our father? Why did he hit our father just because he's a knight? Your father calls rain. Stop it! The knight roared. This little girl has gone crazy. He swung his hand and knocked her away. She fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Ugh! The knight looked at the girl with contempt. If you're jealous, then become a knight yourself. These miserable bastards are really annoying. Reno clenched her fist, pain and helplessness from the past clearly visible on her face. She looked up, her eyes blazing. Please become my master. Teach me Zongyun swordsmanship. The person about to take another sip froze in shock, choking on the rim, and slammed the jar down on the table. He secretly thought he had partly guessed what she asked for and what it might be. Turns out it was just a simple personal request, not leading to any special mission at all. Having completed the special mission of impressing Joe, there's nothing more I can gain from her. Continuing to invest in a character recreated by the tower in this world would only be a waste of time. He looked at her with a cold expression. I refuse. You should get some proper rest because the battle will continue tomorrow. Ren watched his back, hopeless. I will leave tomorrow. Mr. Yan's car came to a stop. Ren clenched his fists tightly. Ren gritted his teeth, the burning determination in her eyes. I must become mature at all costs. She stomped her foot firmly on the ground and then, to Zong Yun's surprise, she knelt down, bowing her head to the ground. Mr. Yoon's car looked at her with confusion. She raised her head, her voice full of pleading. I beg you. She remained in her position, her voice earnest. Please, I need you to help me with the... Well, a little more fun wouldn't hurt. Renault immediately stood up, ready with his sword in hand. Mr. Yoon's car chuckled and patted her on the shoulder friendlily. Ha ha, there's no need to be so serious. He looked directly into her eyes and his voice became serious. It's great that she's trying her best, but if she pushes too hard, she'll become stiff and lose her agility. That applies to everything, not just swordsmanship. Besides, Raynell, what she needs right now isn't combat experience. She needs to strengthen her mana network. How about you practice a little aura then? Seyun raised both hands in front of her, focusing a bright blue energy sphere. His eyes sparkled as smaller energy spheres appeared around Reno, leaving her amazed. This was her sensing the flow of mana, him showing her the path of magic. It's as if he's telling me to follow him. Basically, it's similar to my method, but with a subtle difference. The difference is very small, but much more subtle. She looked at Seon Yun with a face full of amazement and admiration. He's amazing, Zong Yun explains. This is a customized mana circulation method created by analyzing her mana usage habits. Practice your aura every day using this method. After training, Zongyun returns to his tent. He sat down, relieved. The final spell was finally due for payment. He pulls out his space bag and dumps out a pile of weapons, books, and other items. The reward I got from the Hunter Guild for killing the monster car. I look at the pile of items with a bit of disappointment. There are so many, but even with all of these, none of these items are really useful to me. He looks at the 3 skill icons he just combined. It's time to use the Black Wolf Step A, Absolute Charm B+, and Steel Consumption B+ skills. Steel Consumption. B+ skill has been activated. A sharp-toothed metal mask flies towards you and attaches to your face. You look a bit surprised. Use Steel Consumption skill. B proficiency level 0% basic effect. Steel consumption improves your physical strength after absorption. The additional effect of consuming an item will randomly increase your stats after absorption. You pick up a staff, and the machine suddenly flies into your hands. It's terrifying. First, the mask opens wide, bites the staff, and crushes it. A notification appears when the steel bamboo staff is completely crushed. You have consumed the steel bamboo staff 0 to 950 seconds until absorption is complete. After 10 minutes, the absorption process is complete. The absorption is finished, and the mana has increased by 1. Yun was surprised. He looked at the notification. A gleam of excitement in his eyes. Does it increase the stats so quickly? Then let's try again. You throw another item into the mask. You have consumed the celestial steel gem 0:950 seconds until fully absorbed. Absorption complete. Your physical body is improving after consuming the steel. You cough up a mouthful of black blood. Cough, cough. It releases 0.8% of the accumulated gas in your body. You look at the black blood in your palm. Gas injection? What is this? Now you feel much lighter? Oh, I feel much lighter. Is this what they mean by physical enhancement? His eyes lit up beneath the mask. I wondered what was going on with its huge appearance, but with these crazy results, there's no reason for me to dislike it. He started devouring item after item, never in his life imagining he would eat items so voraciously and happily. You have consumed more than 8 steel items. You can no longer maintain the item absorption state. 1 minute and 47 seconds until full absorption. You look at the remaining items with regret. So, I can only consume 8 items at a time? That's really unfortunate. The mask disappears, but compared to the rapid growth from consuming steel, this is hardly a flaw. The steel consumption skill has been deactivated. You feel your body lighten and become full of energy. Also, you pick up the black seal. I've been curious about this thing since earlier. The SS Sacrificial Seal, a black seal bestowed by the Dark God upon the Pope, who abandoned everything for the Dark God. When stamped on the back of the hand, the exclusive sacrificial effect is inscribed. When engraved on the back of the hand, the item will be imprinted into the seal and absorbed. However, the effect will disappear after the challenger Han Sang-yoon leaves the personal challenge on the 15th floor. He pondered. Otherwise, this SS rank item on his body might still belong to him, even after he leaves the 15th floor. However, the idea of carving it into my body makes me a bit uneasy, but it's worth a try. He raised the seal, ready to press it onto his hand. The exclusive sacrificial effect of the SS Sacrificial Seal has been engraved on your back of the hand. The seal melts into a black liquid and soaks into your skin. The item is absorbed by the seal and completely disappears. A flash of purple light flashes from your hand. A black wolf tattoo appears. The seal on your hand will never fade away. Suddenly, a series of blue system windows appeared around him. He was surprised. Oh, the administrators. The Dragon Slayer administrator was born after 1,000 years of horror when he saw the sacrificial seal. The warrior administrator of the fallen world shouted, "How could you use the sacrificial seal?" The divine-seeking administrator told the tower that giving him the seal had gone too far. You look at the tattoo on your hand. They have been silent all this time. But as soon as you carved the seal, messages flooded in. The mighty administrator of heaven fighting against the tower calls this ridiculous. The priest administrator of the 7 gods is shocked by what you're thinking of doing. The hero administrator of the Black Island says there's still time to recover the seal you don't understand. A mischievous smile appears on your face. Don't tell me this is an unusable item. The administrators are reacting strangely as if the tower has given them something it never should have. We have detected an unauthorized information leak. The administrators' messages are temporarily blocked. The challenge tower warns the administrators that if any further unauthorized information is leaked, they will be banned from observing any of Sang-yoon's challenges. He clenched his tattooed fist tightly. The secret hidden here might be even greater than I thought. Mr. Yoon's car smirked, eyes full of determination. Well then, you raise your tattooed fist high, a beam of light emanating from it. I will find out for myself just how amazing it is once I use it. The exclusive ritual effect of the sacrificial seal has been activated. You can offer any talent, skill, or treasure of yours to a deity. His eyes widen as he processes the new information. Offering it to a god, there's no way to know if we might become enemies or not. So what's the point of offering a gift then? You stay silent. No matter what, I have to see what it is myself. You take out an item from your space pouch. Among the items consumed by steel consumption, you have chosen to offer a treasure to a god. Please select your desired treasure to offer to a god. He places an old staff on a stone basin. Try offering the worst item here. You have chosen the small witch's staff to add. Another message appears. Please choose the deity you want to offer this item to. The boy is confused. His eyes widened even more. Confusion was evident on his face. Oh, what's wrong with this? No trace of a deity found in your divine power. Your shadow stretches over a pile of skulls as you stand before a radiant golden gate. A new message appearing. You are now recognized as the bearer of divine power, and the offering will be made to you. The staff on the stone pedestal vanishes in the light. You have offered the small witch's D+ staff to yourself. A warm, golden light envelops you. You can transform this item into divine power and store it in your heart. You look at the light gathering in front of your chest. What is this now? Offering a gift to myself. You can feel a new surge of power. I'm a bit confused about what's happening, but one thing's for sure. Now I can increase my divine power beyond what I could develop on my own. The only problem is that I haven't found a good way to use my divine power yet. Well, as I continue to accumulate more legends, my divine power will become more versatile. So for now, all I can do is gather divine power bit by bit, because I never know when or where I might need to use it. You pull out the knight's cover and another achievement. As for this, you wrap it around your sword's hilt. I'll keep this nearby. You look up at the starry night sky. The tower wouldn't give me this without a reason. The time to use it will definitely come. As time passes, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the battles continue. I have won many battles, and the allied mercenaries and monks have gained confidence. The enemy now looks at you with terror. Running away, you are the slaughterers, you dirty soul summoners. In the end, you even summoned demons. He thought to himself, honestly, they are still quite reckless, except for me. You rush into the battle, dual swords drawing deadly arcs. You glance at the knight's veil wrapped around your blades. Have I worried in vain? This challenge will end smoothly. Suddenly, a soldier shouted and pointed at the sky. What's wrong with the sky? Look at that, the sky turns a fiery red with terrifying swirling black clouds. He sensed a familiar energy. A giant red energy sphere beginning to form in the sky. He looked up, his face turning serious. This feeling, his eyes widened in horror. No way. The divine punishment power is descending, a massive destructive beam shooting down from the sky. His eyes narrow in the face of the deadly threat. This is dangerous. He raised his hand and growled. The counterattack shield, a massive energy shield, materialized faintly to block the beam of light. The collision caused a huge explosion, destroying everything around. The ground trembled violently as Zhang Yun's shield blocked the divine attack. He stood firm amidst the red smoke, sword in hand, ready for battle. His eyes narrowed in suspicion and anger as the smoke cleared to reveal a giant crater and countless corpses from both sides scattered around. He snorted in annoyance. Tch! From the blazing red sky, a figure with pure white wings slowly descends. Oh, the dog serving the god of darkness. That angel clasped her hands in front of her chest, a merciful smile, but with an air of arrogance on her face. I have some good news for you. He spread his wings wide, a blazing red energy enveloping the body of the merciful war god. His smile turning Kwang, his eyes blazing. I have decided to personally deliver divine punishment to you. Yun gritted his teeth as he felt the terrifying familiar energy. Just as I thought, this feeling is from that moment. A series of system windows appeared. The war god had used a large amount of divine power to perform an incomplete descent. During the descent, the god could not use his legend or his divine authority. The form has entered the body of the challenger Nevia, and he cannot fully use his divine power. The difficulty of the 15th level personal challenge for challenger Han Songyun has increased significantly. Cold sweat dripped down Songyun's forehead. The war god of the challenge tower judged this difficulty to be well within Hansen's ability to handle. The challenge will not be interrupted. Zhang Yun growled in frustration. Ha! Can't you at least ask for my opinion before making such decisions? The god, floating in the air, looked down at Zhang Yun with utter contempt. So, I can kill that powerful dog myself today. His blazing red eyes show no emotions but pure cruelty. Die. While you regret challenging the position of a god, Zhang Yun knows he cannot underestimate this opponent. If he doesn't go all out immediately, this will be very dangerous. He activated multiple skills. The instant speed boost skill was triggered, the wind blessing skill was activated, all speeds increased by 70%. The current combo skill count is 7 out of 7. The Battle Focus skill has been activated, increasing the user's concentration 20-fold.
The Heavenly Blood training technique has been triggered, turning his eyes red as a powerful aura envelops his body.
All right, with this team I can finish quickly. You rushed like a lightning bolt, sword ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a hand stopped your charge, grabbing your face tightly, and the collision created an extremely powerful shockwave. The god easily blocked Zongyun's attack and summoned a giant sword of light. He swung the sword, delivering a simple strike, but one that contained unimaginable power. Zongyun cried out in pain as the slash hit him. Kyo smirked, blood spurting out, and a cold notification appeared. You are dead, your body falling freely into a pitch-black void. He lies motionless in the dark space. I slowly open my eyes and stare into the empty void. That's right, I was killed by the war god who descended. I am dead. The memories start flooding back like a slow-motion film throughout my tower climbing journey. Memories of battles, of the people you've met, of the strength you've gained, all flood back like a torrent. You whisper to yourself, too many things have happened already. He recalls the times he struggled in extreme pain, with a voice full of disappointment, saying he had managed very well until now. The faces of his comrades appear in his mind, a sadness rising in his heart, along with these bonds. Could it really all end just like this? His eyes grew calm, accepting the harsh truth. It's a pity, but victory and defeat are both part of life. He looked down at his empty chest, where his heart once beat, a cold certainty enveloping him. Yes, this is the end. A rare, peaceful smile appears on your face. You close your eyes and accept it. Death, as you drift through the endless space, an unusual sense of peace surrounds you. Maybe because I've already made my decision, even this endless darkness feels so comforting. Suddenly, I sense another presence, and I open my eyes in surprise. A shadowy figure in a black cloak stands before him, a faint light flickering from their fingertip. As a feminine and enchanting voice echoes with an ancient sense of power. You don't need to worry, child. I am not your enemy. Mr. Yoon narrowed his eyes, suspicion rising even though he was in a dead state. Who is she? The woman sighed softly, her voice tinged with reproach and distant sadness. Even as this situation has been recreated, it's a pity you didn't recognize me after I fought in a holy war for you. Yoon's eyes widened in shock as an unbelievable possibility suddenly flashed through his mind. Could she really be the god of darkness? The woman gently smiled, lightly touching your chin with her slender finger. Ho, ho, that's right. You found the answer faster than I expected. Yes, very clever indeed. She grabbed your hand, but Yoon immediately pulled it back. I take a step back, my eyes determined and cold. Don't touch me. The woman smiles knowingly, withdrawing her hand. Yes, not yet the time. But you will soon realize that I am not the enemy. She spread her arms wide as darkness swirled around her. Now this tower has become meaningless. Let's keep going. Child, entertain me as much as you borrowed my power. Since the moment you opened your eyes, a blazing light erupted from Sonyun's chest. Everything around you will change. You feel yourself soaring into a sky ablaze with red swords. You open your eyes wide, your mind still reeling as a radiant sword of light forms in your hand when 2 system notifications appear. The God of Darkness smiles at you. The God of Darkness allows you to use the blessing of apostle transformation granted to you. Back on the battlefield, the God of War stands over Zongyun's unmoving body, his shining sword still deeply embedded in his chest. He looked down with contempt. This is the price for an inferior human daring to challenge a god's position. The soldiers below scream in despair. Ah, the slaughterer is dead. Now, we're doomed. The God of War glances at the panicked crowd with half an eye, a pathetic and useless bunch. He remembers that earlier their attack was significantly weakened because a man named Hans Chongyun had deployed a magic shield, but now no one is protecting you anymore. This time I will ensure your complete destruction. He soared into the sky, his wings spread wide, ready for a final devastating blow. A blonde warrior girl screamed in horror. Ah! The prosecutor. Suddenly, the knight's veil wrapped around Zhang Yun's sword hilt began to move on its own and floated into the air. Reno could only gasp in amazement as the giant curtain of darkness enveloped the battlefield, swallowing the motionless body of Zeon Yun lying on the cracked ground. In the sky, the God of War within John's body seems to be losing stability as the divine light around him flickers. He looks down at his disintegrating hand, muttering with a look of discomfort. Yes, the body of a potential apostle could no longer endure the prolonged awakening. A fierce red light flashed in his eyes, his voice full of contempt, a truly fragile body. The god of war ends the ritual, his soul soaring into the sky, leaving John's body behind. Jehan falls to the ground, screaming in agony as his body convulses violently, gasping for breath. But a wicked smile spreads across his face. So this is the last remnants of the war god's power. If the Battle of Dang Lam had lasted a little longer, my heart would surely have exploded and I would have died. However, he stood up, his pure white wings spread wide, feeling the new surge of power. Now I have received the blessing of the god and my divine power has become stronger than before. John threw back his head and laughed maniacally. Now under this sky I am the strongest. A voice echoed in his mind, seemingly that of the god of war, telling the potential disciple Jehan to stop talking nonsense and quickly prepare his divine punishment. Jehan smugly replied, "There's no need to worry. Even the so-called slaughterer has been dealt with, so the dark cult is nothing special now." Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from the ground, startling him. A huge black-purple beam shot straight up into the sky from the very spot where Yoon had fallen. Jean looked down at the chaotic energy vortex below, his face filled with shock and confusion. What is this? What the hell is happening on this ground? A series of blue system windows appear amidst the surging darkness. The SS exclusive night effect is activated, immersing the darkness. As the night engulfs the night, you will soon be fully reborn. Because the darkness engulfs the darkness, you enter the apostle transformation state. From the shadows, a figure rises, and you have been reborn. You have successfully transformed into an apostle. Seon Yoon's body is transformed and encased in dark armor with blazing red veins. As a series of new notifications appear, the qualities of a death god surge strongly, revealing their presence. Now unleash your divine nature and the deathly essence engraved in your heart. All traces of the gods on the challenger, Hans Seon Yoon, have been completely removed. The challenger Hans Seon Yoon is recognized as a demigod during the apostle transformation. The temporary execution of divine powers based on the keywords of godliness becomes possible. The divine keywords are death, darkness, and immortality. Jean screamed in utter panic, his face turning pale with fear. This can't be happening. Hey, a dark god like you is here. There shouldn't be any apostles here, right? A dark helmet with flames of red surrounding the head charges at Yoon. His eyes glow with a terrifying light. Jehan is still bragging in his arrogance. I will blow you away completely. Then a black armored leg stomped directly on his face as a giant spiked spear summoned from the sky. The giant spear lunged at incredible speed straight for Seon Yoon. It almost hit him, yet he remained still and unmoving. A system window appeared in front of Seon Yoon with only one word, an absolute command, swallowing it whole. A wave of darkness erupted from his body, easily devouring the giant spear. Dark smoke streams turn it into flowing black silk swirling around him. Jehan stammers in utter horror, unable to believe what he just saw. Huh? Oh. Sung Yoon's bright blue eyes flash beneath the shadow armor. You are the light. His gaze turns cold as memories flood back. Yes, now I remember, you are my enemy. Damn it, Chan shouted and frantically flew away, trying to escape. Se-Yoon, in his new apostle form, raised his blood-stained sword. Jehan flies for a while. A notification appears. 70 meters. Eun activates his new power. You use the divine ability of death. The quality of a death god responding to the enhanced deathly nature is deeply rooted in your divine power. Die. A stream of dark purple death energy struck Jehan, splitting his body into two equal halves. Jahan only managed to shout one last word before vanishing completely. Sung Yoon muttered coldly as he looked at his dark energy. This is even better than Namkung Hayuk's clumsy sword aura. You stand firm, your body gradually stabilizing after the transformation, and the Mingkin Chi Tui power is activated strongly. Phew, I finally feel a bit more stable. He looked down at John's remaining wings on the ground, lost in thought. The real problem is that the Divine War's confrontation could have already killed someone like Jean, without the need for apostle transformation. He turns away, his voice full of confidence. Well, since I've made his body younger, I don't need to worry anymore. He looked out over the desolate battlefield, as if both sides had retreated to avoid being caught in a battle of the tentacles. Yoon's carriage glanced around the quiet battlefield, his eyes becoming resolute. You think to yourself that it's best to quickly find everyone and regroup. If the remnants have completely retreated, the next battle could be very troublesome. Suddenly, a chilling sensation ran down your spine as you turned around to see Do-Han's younger clone beginning to merge back behind you. You scream in horror as Do-Han's body quickly fully merges and a voice full of rage echoes from within. Damn it! The god's eyes are now fully possessing that body, narrowing dangerously. Although it has been recreated, it is my potential apostle, the one I chose not to kill. A fierce red light flashes in his eyes. He roared a deadly vow, his face twitching with rage. From now on, I will truly kill. Cold sweat ran down Zhang Yun's forehead as a system window appeared, reminding him of his precious remaining time. 0 minutes and 12 seconds and 47 seconds until the apostle transformation is complete. The god repeated the threat, emphasizing each word. This time, I will really kill. He stared intently at the enemy, knowing there was little time left, only 0 minutes, 12 seconds, 47 seconds until the apostle transformation was lifted. As he finished speaking, the god of war raised his hand, summoning dozens of blazing red lights floating in the sky, ready to destroy. Mr. Yoon's car looked up, eyes wide with panic as he realized this deadly familiar attack. Weren't those dozens of spears that had killed him before? Without hesitation, he activated all his power. System notifications kept popping up. The indomitable will skill was triggered. The seasoned warrior myth was activated, and all stats increased by 18. The unstoppable special effect was activated. All stats increased by 18. And the war god raised his hand to command as a rain of destructive light poured down. Xiao Yun roared and swung his sword to counter the storm of attacks, creating a blinding explosion of light. He gritted his teeth and endured, his entire body immersed in the light of the blast. The attack fell, but he managed to dodge to the side. Then, with incredible speed, he skated across the cracked ground, leaving a faint trail behind. At the same time, its god of war grabs his sword-wielding arm, clutching both of his hands as their strength clashes, creating an overwhelming surge of energy. A cold command echoes from the god of war. His blazing red eyes light up, crushing him. Ketsung Yun gritted his teeth, trying to resist the divine power pressing down on him. The war god's wings transformed into giant, sharp claws. The claws swooped down directly at Zhang Yun, tearing through his wings and claws with a burst of dark energy. An astonished cry escaped from the god. The war god's eyes narrowed, and his silence was more terrifying than a roar. The sword in Zhang Yun's hand suddenly vibrated, and a crazed laughter echoed from it. Ha 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 ha. Is it finally my time to shine? The god's wings start bleeding profusely. The voice from the sword suddenly shifts to utter panic, shouting, "What the hell is that? Is that a god? What crazy bastard would face a challenge only on the 10th floor or so? Why did the difficulty of the challenge suddenly skyrocket to hellish levels?" The sword continued to scream in confusion. Ignoring the chaos of the weapon, Zhang Yun turned around and said, "It's a long story, so I'll get straight to the point." He raised his sword, and darkness surged around him. "Please use all the support skills everyone has on me." The sword, now truly panicked. "This isn't something that can be solved by just using skills." "Wait, have you already transformed into a god? Hurry up!" Yun's car roared, cutting off the sword's words. "This is not the time for chatting." He swung his sword wildly to block the streams of orange-yellow energy coming from all directions, sweat pouring down his forehead, but his blue eyes still shining with intense focus. The god of war spread all 4 arms, concentrating a massive, blazing, destructive energy sphere, then condensed it into a deadly beam and shot it straight at Yun with terrifying speed. "All right, I will give you all the strength I have." And the blood-devouring skill has been activated. A series of system notifications appeared, granting Xion Ayun incredible powers. Blood Demon Foot Heaven, Shadow Demon Foot Fall were activated, and the body's magic stats increased. Blood Demon of the True Heaven, a 1 accelerated thinking. Activated, your thinking has been sped up. Blood Demon of the True Heaven, small heart. B1 skill activated. An illusionary magic core has been created to assist with calculations. Blood Demon, True Heaven recovers 0.4% every second. Blood Demon True Heaven, the true self of the Shadow Demon, can be destroyed, overwhelmed by the new surge of power. Yun exclaimed in amazement, "What is that?" He smirked confidently, feeling the power flowing through his body and thinking to himself, "I thought he was just good at talking trash, but these support effects are actually quite impressive." He soared into the air, silently acknowledging that facing him head-on is still beyond his abilities. Using your head, you might just buy yourself a little time. Xiang Yun paid no attention to the comment and landed on another hilltop, shouting into his sword, "Tell me something that can be useful in this situation right now." "Hurry up and summarize." The sword trembles violently, its voice full of panic and urgency. "Hurry up, wait a moment, I need some time to think," the sword muttered in his mind, desperately trying to come up with a plan. Let's see. That's right. It can't be done because of this, and that way isn't effective because of something else. At that moment, Zhang Yun called out impatiently. The old man suddenly looked up at the war god with a wary expression, realizing an even more terrifying energy was forming. The war god, annoyed by Zhang Yun's stubbornness, shot out 2 streams of energy from his hands. "Are you playing tricks?" he roared, his patience completely exhausted. "This time I will make you vanish so you can never regenerate." Zhang Yun shouted in despair as death approached, feeling like he was about to go insane. At that moment, the sword suddenly rang out triumphantly. "I've got it." After analyzing it with my genius brain, Zhe Yun shouted, "Who doesn't know about that?" The sword responds calmly, "You can't defeat that monster right now. I'm just saying that you can't stop now. Use the power of the gods." With a determined look, Zhang Yun listened to Than Kiem's explanation. "Use your divine power, even if limited, because when in apostle state, you can harness that strength." The god of war charges again, launching another attack and signaling with his sword, "I will give you the signal at the right moment. For now, use your space-manipulating swordsmanship and make him let his guard down." The god of war paused for a moment, as if sensing something, and the sword emphasized the last words. "Remember this." A system window appears, reminding you of the precious time remaining. There are 0.53 seconds left until the apostle's curse is lifted, and the sword shouts, "You only have one chance." Zhang Yun charges forward, swinging his sword to unleash blue and red blades, fighting fiercely against the war god. They charge at each other, their powers colliding and creating chaotic waves of energy. He grits his teeth, putting all his strength into each attack, his face showing extreme tension. The god of war laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha ha ha," as the deadly dance of swords unfolded on the battlefield. He easily dodged one of Zhang Yun's strikes and mocked him. "You think a sword technique that's so easy to dodge will hit me?" Zhang Yun's eyes flash with blue light as he roars the name of his skill, the white sword Flash C, surprised by the sudden change in Zhang Yun's swordsmanship. A series of blue blades enveloped the god, making him exclaim in surprise. "What is this?" he roared, trying to withstand the storm of sword energy surrounding him. In the end, the war god used his wings to create a shield, completely blocking the attack. Mr. Yun's vehicle observes the opponent with a cold expression, completely emotionless. After breaking through the attack, the war god begins summoning a much more complex and powerful magic circle. A sinister smile appears on the god's face. He whispers excitedly, "This is interesting." Yun's vehicle is stunned, and the sword screams a warning. "Get ready to go." He arrives, his sword howling as the war god charges forward at an unbelievable speed. Yun quickly raises his sword to block the blazing red energy streams unleashed by the deity. You are pushed back slightly after blocking the attack. Suddenly, Zhang Yun feels an immense pressure from above as a giant shadowy hand descends. I immediately counterattacked with a powerful upward slash, but then I was horrified to see my 2 swords suddenly frozen in midair, twisting strangely. I exclaimed in shock, "Are my swords being held back by space?" This bastard immediately copied the principles of the white sword technique after just seeing it once. Yun's father gritted his teeth, fury burning inside him. Does he think I will accept this easily? He suddenly ordered the sword not to dodge his attack, just to let himself be hit. Mr. Yun was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. You scream in your head, "What is this? What on earth are you?" The sword trembled, sending a final message full of trust. "Trust me." Zhao Yun grit his teeth, trying to stand firm against the overwhelming pressure as the sword shouted one last command, "Stand still," while deep inside, Zhao Yun secretly cursed. Damn it. A giant blood-red energy pillar gradually forms to block the war god's attack. The strike hits the ground with destructive force. The god of war spoke with contempt. "Huh. Do you think you can stop it with those abilities?" In the midst of the fading dust and smoke, Zhang Yun appears surrounded by shattered crystals as his sword screams out, now just inches from the destructive beam. The sword commands firmly, "Use your divine power while taking the hit." Instead of being destroyed, Zhang Yun does the unthinkable. He charges straight through the attack, the sword in his hand pointed directly at the stunned war god. The war god's blazing red eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what was happening as dark energy surged around Zhang Yun while system notifications appeared, using the immortal divine power to nullify irreversible judgments and instant death. The blood-stained blade trembled as it explained its plan, aiming not to block the blood energy, but suddenly, the war god was entangled by countless red crystal threads emerging from the ground. The sword continues, aiming to make him lose vigilance and temporarily bind him. The imprisoned god is completely trapped inside a giant blood-colored crystal sphere, struggling in despair. He struggles to break free from the crystal prison. shock evident on his face, the sword trembling urgently.
It won't hold much longer. Hurry up and kill that crazy god.
Mr. Yoon's car was gasping for breath, sweat pouring down like rain. He thought to himself that due to his apostle state, consuming divine power was extremely taxing, and he could only use divine energy 1 or 2 more times.
The crystal sphere begins to crack as the war god channels his power to break free, raising his sword for the final blow. A series of system notifications appear using deadly divine energy.
An unavoidable death has been infused into your sword. A deadly blue energy flash strikes the blood-colored sphere, imprisoning the god. The spear pierces through the tough crystal layer and plunges straight into the body of the god of war, blood splattering everywhere, and the sword screams one last time. At this moment, the god of war's hand trembles as it touches the wound. He bowed his head in disbelief as the body of the god of war exploded into countless shards of blood-colored crystal with a final roar. But amidst the red dust, the god's body began to regenerate once more. The sword screamed in panic.
Wait a moment. The god of war stands there intact and roars. Even if this is only a fraction of my divine power, do you think the limits of a body with a god inside are the same as a human's?
Seong-yoon remained calm, whispering the name of the time delay skill. The second consecutive double strike,
Immediately, a second blue sword appeared from the void eye, slashing straight at the triumphant god.
the exclusive effect skill of the first mixed demon sword's consecutive double strike has been activated, and the war god only managed to shout what? The god staggered back, revealing genuine fear for the first time. Wait! The second sword slash pierces through the god's body, leaving no chance for a reaction. In the final moment, the god's thoughts echoed through the system. I've never seen anything like this on the 13th floor. The god's body shattered completely, blood spraying out to form a terrifying cross before vanishing forever. A series of system windows appeared, announcing the victory loudly. Congratulations, you have completed level 13 of the challenge tower. The divine protection reward from the anonymous god is being transferred to your inventory. You have received a reward of 100,000 points and an additional reward of 5,000 items. You have received an additional reward of 5,000 products. The additional reward of 3 divine stones from the nameless god is being transferred to your inventory. Please proceed to the waiting room. Mr. Yoon's car lets out a sigh of relief. His whole body swayed. He exclaimed, "It's really over," as the system still echoed with the final laughter of the god. Ha ha, you soared through the collapsing space of the trial. You land on the wet ground, kneeling in exhaustion. A series of achievement notifications appear. Recognizing your extraordinary feat, you have unlocked the Rebirth achievement, and all stats will increase by 4. You have achieved the opponent's feat. All stats will increase by 4. Your apostle state has ended. All soul fragment skills of the Blood Demon Sword of the True Heavenly Demon have been disabled. The durability of the Blood Demon Sword of the True Heavenly Demon has decreased by 9.4%. Amidst the desolate scene, the sword asks if you're okay. Yoon's car remains silent, only looking up. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of you. It was a woman with long black hair and blazing red eyes. Yoon's car snapped. Damn it, does she think I'll be okay? Suddenly facing a deity who has used the lamb form, the woman responds calmly. You're lucky that wasn't a complete lamb form, or we would both be dead. Mr. Yoon's car froze in shock as Jam Chun-gu stammered, his face showing clear astonishment. Are you a girl? Your voice sounds like a man's. Jam Chun-gu shot a sharp glance at him. Don't bother trying to distinguish someone like me. You have risen to the top of the blood demon sect with something as trivial as gender. Mr. Yoon's carriage awkwardly turns away. Oh, yes. Then I suddenly realized how unreasonable it was. Wait, but did you ask her if she could reveal herself like this before? Jam Chun-gu replied, Of course not. I don't know how this happened, but I think she looked directly at Zong-yoon and explained that it was due to your influence and your divine power, which shows no signs of being divine. Well, that's just my guess. She suddenly changed the subject anyway. Jam Chun-gu stretched out her hand, blood-red energy beginning to pour out. I can't hold this form for long, so let's get to work quickly. Song-yoon asked cautiously what was going on. Jam Chun-gu smirked, her glowing red eyes flashing a dangerous light as she absorbed blood, wielding her hand to control the remaining blood on the battlefield from Chan's corpse, forming a terrifying ritual. The system notifications explain her actions. The exclusive effect of the Blood Demon Sword, the blood absorption, has been activated, and the potential apostle Jerhan Nevia's blood absorption has upgraded the item to A2801 over 4800. By absorbing the blood of the potential apostle Jerhan Nevia, the divine amplification skill B+ was inscribed into the exclusive blood absorption slot. Yoon could only stand there in shock. Jam Chun-gu stands amidst the ruined scene explaining to Son-yoon, who is stunned. This is the blood absorption of my primal form.
Jamchun-gu explains further that the effectiveness of the skill will be higher by 1 level. Then she changed the subject. Anyway, why did you have to fight a god? Will you tell me about it? She yawned loudly, looking exhausted. Now that I've used a few skills, I feel so sleepy. Jamchun-gu's body dissolves into red light particles and returns to the sword. Her voice grew faint as she said, "Talk later." Zhang Yun stood alone on the devastated battlefield, the dark energy wings behind him retracting. He looked down at Jan's lifeless body, the wreckage of a fierce battle. Suddenly, the clawed hand of the corpse twitched and clenched tightly. Zhang Yun's eyes widened in horror as a sense of unease filled him when the system notification appeared. He immediately took a defensive stance, growling in confusion. He's not dead yet, what? But I'm sure I saw the challenge completion notification, right? A bright sphere of light slowly rises from Jan's dead body. The sphere transforms into a giant fiery eye glaring at Zhang Yun with pure hatred, struggling to maintain its shape as if on the verge of collapse. Zhang Yun realizes the situation through its feeble curses. Damn, forget it, oh really? A system window suddenly appeared, clarifying everything. The challenge conditions to successfully lead the holy war within the time limit. Zhang Yun finally understood and muttered to himself, "This bastard, because he is not in a state to do anything. Has the tower judged this as a completed challenge? I remember I saw a notification that a large amount of divine power had been paid, just since the divine verification tried to arrange a private meeting with me. And the god of war also had to pay a significant amount of divine power just to descend. And it was definitely more than he could endure." The giant eye blazed, a vow of revenge echoing through the system. "I am certain I will kill him." Zhang Yun stands facing the remnants of the god. The system continues to broadcast threats. "Don't think this is the end," I silently thought, something I learned instinctively after the apostle transformation. He continued his thoughts, someone who possessed divine power without any trace of a god, envisioning a majestic scene of himself floating among the stars above the earth. Having the chance to target the god's realm, he realized an important truth. So the reason the war god despised me was because he feared the emergence of a new deity. Clenching his sword, a cold determination appeared in Yun's eyes. Now everything finally makes sense. You point your sword at the dying eye and say, "The war god used Lam to kill me." The eye responds with contempt. "You are just a dog of the tower." Mr. Yun's car interrupted. "I just managed to dodge the final desperate attack from the eye. I will make you regret underestimating the divine." He finished his sentence decisively, swung his sword down, and I always kill those who see me as their enemy. That's all. Your sword easily shattered the attack from the eye. The borrowed celestial sword system has destroyed something hard to break, upgrading its rank to A plus 8,700 over 10,000. The final curse of the thunder god echoes. "I will definitely tear you apart next time." With a cold-as-ice expression, Xiong-yun raised his heavenly sword. His eyes flashed with a blue light as he ordered it to devour. A vortex of darkness erupts from his body toward the eye, using shadow divine power to swallow the target indicated by the darkness. The eye only manages to emit a silent scream. Darkness engulfs and completely absorbs the remnants of the war god's divine power. The dark energy swirls violently before being drawn into Seon-eun's body. "You have absorbed the soul of the potential apostle Jerhan Nivea. Your proficiency has increased by 7.7%. He calmly reflected that the human soul used as a vessel for the descent was what appeared. Well, unlike the dead war god, the dark energy still swirled around him after absorbing the soul. A sudden system notification appears because you have absorbed a stronger soul. The power extraction judgment will begin. Multiple notifications appeared, explaining the ongoing process within your body. The judgment was successful. The existence of the power within the soul of the potential apostle Jerhan Nivea has been confirmed. Extracting the power from the soul, Zhang Yun's eyes are focused intently, awaiting the result. A brilliant beam of light burst from his chest, spreading energy throughout his body. The system confirmed the success, and the instant power B+ was engraved into Hunson's soul. The system continues to explain the new power. You can immediately move to a place within your sight. Yun's vehicle was stunned and exclaimed, "Oh, the new power continues to be reinforced in the collective soul." The instant teleportation ability B+ has been inscribed into Han Sang-Yun's soul. The system provides additional details about the usage conditions. By consuming divine power, you can instantly teleport to a location within your sight. He was once again amazed. Oh, you stand alone in the desolate scene, quietly realizing the great potential of this skill to instantly teleport to any place you desire. Your body transforms as darkness surges and covers your head as you prepare to test it. He thought to try. Just as he was about to act, a final notification appeared, counting down to 0. The remaining time until the apostle transformation is lifted is 0 hours. The darkness surrounding him suddenly shattered violently. You cry out in pain, When the system announces that the time is up and the apostle transformation has been lifted, he staggers forward, his body returning to normal clothes, the last traces of energy wings dissipating into the air. The keywords of divine death, darkness, and immortality are fading away. A painful memory suddenly floods back, and the image of legs running across the schoolyard appears. He sees himself again, an ordinary student among friends, a friend turning back with a bright smile. Hey, Hans-Gyun, hurry up. He looks back at his past self, a boy with bright blue eyes, as a balloon flies straight into the net in joy. Your friends cheer and celebrate their victory. They jump up and down. But then a terrifying sound rang out. The school wall shattered apart. You turned around in shock as a giant monster's hand crushed the schoolyard, destroying your friends. Yoon's eyes in the memory widened in horror. The student Hanseonin panicked and ran away, screaming in despair. A giant monster with a blazing red aura stands tall among the wreckage, its eyes locked onto him. The terror in the boy Hans Sang-gyun's bright blue eyes is unmistakable as the monster's hand descends, and the boy can only scream, help me. Before being crushed, he let out one last cry full of pain and despair. Sing? He wakes up. Mr. Yoon's car jolts on the bed, gasping for breath, covered in sweat. He gasped for breath, trying to calm himself after the terrible nightmare. Oh, it was such a disturbing dream. Did I forget it already? A system notification appears to help you stabilize. Thanks to your peaceful mind power, all unstable emotions are fading away. You step out of bed and draw back the window curtain, letting the light flood in as Yoon squints and looks outside where your comrades are waiting. The crowd erupted in cheers as they saw you appear, and a blonde woman shouted, Our hero, the savior of the dark, sacred sect, the man with the conical hat. The person who previously spoke to you disrespectfully now bows his head reverently. I apologize for speaking casually to you until now. Please forgive me. I have heard everything from Commander Renal. Everyone looked at you with reverent eyes, calling you the apostle. A soldier knelt down, trembling, and asked, Are you truly the savior of the dark sacred sect? The old high priest kneels down, voice full of reproach. Why didn't you help us, apostle of the shadow god, when we have been oppressed all this time? Mr. Yan remains silent, his face emotionless. Everything has its time. I had no other choice but to lure the apostle of the demon sect out. He looked down at the sobbing bishop, a commanding and empathetic smile on his face. For the glory of the holy war has been bestowed upon us. The dark sacred sect, please wipe away your tears. A brilliant golden aura radiates from Yoon as the system announces that the absolute attraction skill has been activated. He speaks in a solemn tone. Everything is according to the dark god's plan. I simply follow those plans faithfully. The crowd is completely convinced by him. They look at him with worshipful eyes. The system explains. The crowd has fallen into an abnormal state of worship. Because of their abnormal state of worship, their judgment has significantly diminished, and they are perceiving your presence intensely. Dong Than exclaimed, Oh, apostle! Notifications from other gods appear, confirming the success of your performance. The divine verification is impressive and says your deception skill is quite refined. The dark god feels pleased with you and is smiling. A stream of golden light from the crowd flies toward you. The power to harvest faith is activated strongly. The entire sect is bathed in golden light as their faith is gathered, gathering faith from the area towards you. Enough faith has been accumulated to form a myth. He smirked confidently as the system continued calculating a suitable myth based on the believer's faith and actual results. He silently thought that the message of forming a myth, the golden light surrounding Song Yoon, lifted him into the air as new myths were created. The legend of the first savior has been completed. The legend of the final savior is being accumulated within your divine power. The system provides a detailed explanation of your new power when the challenger Hinsen activates the following myth. The effect of salvation will follow. When saving a weaker group through disruptive actions, all stats will increase slightly. When the Hansun challenger activates the following myth, the effect of the seeker of truth will follow. When worshipped in a religion, your divine power increases depending on the number of followers. He waves goodbye to the crowd worshipping him. So, everyone, I hope you all will be okay. Ren and everyone watch as he flies up into the sky. Everyone from Reno to the old prophet looked up at him with hope and regret, silently apostles. He summoned his light wings and soared into the sky, whispering to himself, Let's go to the place where I finally belong. He soars through the air, quickly searching, and exclaims happily, There it is.
a familiar blue space gate swirling on the ground. Without hesitation, he charged straight into the portal, muttering as he stepped through, "I've never faced a challenge this long before. I will be with you forever." You step into another space, and you have entered the 16th floor waiting room. The administrator's message limits have been lifted. The Bloodsteel commander is relieved, even though the broker is safe. Administrator Bai-He Swordmaster said that you worked hard with your intense eyes. Immediately, familiar invitations appeared. Administrator Bloodfire Sovereign is inviting you to the administrator's domain. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is inviting you to the administrator's domain. He slumped onto the bed in the waiting room and said to the air, "I'm sorry for worrying everyone, but I'll see you next time." He sat in silence, contemplating the changes in his body. Divine power. The divine power accumulated in my heart is simply a concept based on cost that can be used for mythologies or powers. A dark, gaping hole appeared on his chest armor, symbolizing a profound transformation. Many things have changed. He recalls that through apostle transformation, I went through a pseudo-god phase and became able to use divine power perfectly. Blood-red dark energy swirls on the tip of his finger. My divine power also turned dark after a while. It said something about the nature of the god of death. He clenched his fist, dark energy swirling violently, and punched the waiting room wall, causing a small explosion. He stands and observes the result, muttering to himself, "The waiting room wall will instantly regenerate from any damage." He watches as the shattered wall is not regenerating, or rather, it's much slower. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. How interesting. He decided to check his reward. Reward for the 15th floor challenge, the protective bracelet of the nameless S plus God, a bracelet once used by a nameless deity to protect himself when alive. When the user receives an unblockable attack, the preemptive blocking effect is activated. When this effect is triggered, the bracelet will negate the impact of the unstoppable attack. However, there is a limit to how many times this exclusive effect can be used, and the current usage count is 4. The Divine Stone of the Anonymous S plus God, a stone into which a nameless deity poured divine power when alive. When you target an enemy and channel divine power, the absolute sealing effect is activated. When this effect is triggered, you can seal the opponent's strongest ability. However, this exclusive effect can only be used once, and the seal doesn't last long. You exclaim in admiration. "Oh." You smirk in satisfaction because both of you are S plus rank. They're pretty good. The dark energy from the absorbed soul surges around Zhang Yun, granting him new strength. System notification. Because you absorbed the soul of the potential apostle Jirhan Nevia, your stats are permanently increasing. Strength has increased by 4, agility by 6, stamina by 4, magic power by 7, and durability by 3. He continued to examine what he had received, absorbing one of the skills possessed by the potential apostle Jirhan Nevia. The scream skill of the strong bee has been acquired. He secretly thought, this sweat on his forehead as he evaluated how much he had suffered. This isn't very impressive. I'll use it as a sacrifice for divine power by offering it on the altar later. Another process begins, taking over the divine essence within the soul of the potential apostle Jernevia. The conditions for the divine power have been fulfilled and activated. Attempting to extract the divine essence. A powerful stream of energy flows into his body. Successfully extracting the divine essence, he exclaims in amazement. Oh, a blazing red energy radiates from his chest. He feels the new power surging within and, with a satisfied smile, realizes his divine nature has increased significantly. After checking the rewards, he decides to review the new missions. Missions? The system immediately responds. The challenger Hansen is viewing the missions. Countless mission windows appeared before him. You have received tasks from a total of 87 administrators. The administrator of the heavenly realm has entrusted the quest of the realm's island. The administrator who sees through divine nature has entrusted the quest of the Seeker's Path. The hero administrator of the Black Islands has entrusted the island's calamity mission. You look at the series of tasks with a slightly overwhelmed expression. Many people have entrusted me with tasks. Well, it's not that it bothers me, it just means I have more options. You stand before the mission board, scanning through each one. Suddenly, a special mission catches his attention. The mission window enlarges. The warrior administrator of the fallen world has entrusted the savior of the apocalypse with the mission. The reward for success can transfer the absolute indestructible attribute to an item. You can choose up to 2 success conditions that you won't regret. You can't hide your surprise. Oh, you look at the blood demon sword shining faintly and wonder how to quickly repair its sanity after it was overworked by the corrupted soul this time. He smiled. His decision was clear. Luckily, you touched the mission window. You have chosen the savior of the end of the world mission. The individual challenge of level 16 has been replaced by the savior of the apocalypse. Observing other administrators' challenges will be restricted, and only a few administrators will be allowed to view the challenge. A series of new notifications appeared. Details about the upcoming challenge begin with the 16th floor challenge. 48 days remaining. The current challenge theme is the war drum. The challenge condition presents a choice you won't regret for the remaining time. The failure condition is the death of the challenger or running out of time. The reward for passing the challenge can transfer the absolute indestructible attribute to 2 items. There is no penalty for failure. Suddenly, a strange sensation overwhelmed me. I found myself lying on a makeshift bed. My body. A fierce pain shoots through your body, making you grit your teeth in agony. You gasp in confusion. It hurts so much I am in excruciating pain. The system explains your current condition as you begin the Doomsday Savior mission. The equipment you can wear is limited, and some have been moved to your inventory. Challenger Hansen possesses a skill that is not suitable for the difficulty level of this mission. All stats have been fixed at 50 and will not change until the challenge ends. However, growth stats gained during the game will be recalculated after the challenge is over. He struggled to sit up, his whole body aching and weak. A wave of nausea rose to your throat. You hurriedly covered your mouth. You stagger out of the tent and vomit uncontrollably onto the ground. La 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 bee. When you look up, a voice echoes from behind. You're finally awake. A woman is standing there. He is still dizzy. He looks around the unfamiliar forest, trying to make sense of the situation. What is happening? Another sharp pain struck, making his eyes flash. You, a female spirit with silver-gray hair and pointed ears, looks at you with a slightly mocking expression. Don't push yourself too hard. I'll call my colleagues right away. She continued. They'll be here soon, so just hold on. Then she called your name right at this challenge. Nu stepped onto a water pool and looked down. The reflection shows a young man with brown hair and green eyes. The system notification. The fallen world warrior administrator is staring at you with an empty expression. He puts his hand on his forehead and finally understands that in this challenge, as the savior of the apocalypse, he is a character named Nu. He checked his body again, and its condition was terrible. The blood demon sword, key items, and all protective gear were sealed, so he couldn't use them. The image of the sword and familiar items appeared with a bright red X confirming they had been disabled. You stand up, a decision forming in your mind that might hurt a little, but instead of rushing to heal your body with blood sacrifice, it's better to act diligently, like No. You take out some equipment from your inventory. Luckily, I bought these items for protection. The system displays their information, and the enemy detection goggles B plus 92,000P. You can sense malicious intent from the targets. The B plus 85,000P adventurer's handcrafted gloves help you adapt to unfamiliar situations. You put on the high-tech eye mask. This enemy-detecting mask with its sensing function will be especially useful. At that moment, a group of people emerged from the forest, and a blonde warrior in dazzling gold armor shouted out, "Thank goodness you're awake, sir." The old man accompanying him was just as happy. Truly a miracle, such relief. As expected from an apostle chosen by the dragon god, Zae-Yoon in his role raises his hand awkwardly and forces a shy smile. Aha, I tell myself. I need to act as naturally as possible. Suddenly, the blindfold flashes with a red light. A system notification appears indicating that multiple enemies are approaching. Are you surprised? He touches the blindfold and it activates immediately. He turns around, trying to spot the danger. Where are the enemies? Asked the blonde warrior. What's going on? Meanwhile, Zhang Yun's vision turned red as the system explained. The exclusive blindfold effect detects enemies. The automatic enemy detection system has been activated. The enemies will be marked in red in your field of vision. The whole group looks at him with concern. The warrior asked, "Are you still not feeling well? Maybe you shouldn't push yourself too hard and take some more rest." Through the blindfold, Mr. Yoon saw a horrifying truth. Everyone standing in front of him, those claiming to be Nu's allies, were all shrouded in a blazing red light. What are you stunned about? All his teammates are enemies. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he realized how complex this mission was. I understand now why this task was rated as mentally challenging. Then the whole group returned to the tent. Mr. Yoon sat silently in his car, lost in thought, thinking that they probably wouldn't do anything inside the tent. You keep thinking to yourself, luckily, most of your skills are still functioning normally, so that's what happened in the end? The old man speaks, breaking the silence. Did you lose your memory? If Zhang Yun decides to go all the way with the act, he responds weakly. I think so.
I don't remember anything about who I am or why I am here. The female spirit looked at him with a complicated expression, revealing that the side effects were worse than expected. That's what happened. She continued. We don't have much time, so I'll summarize. You are a warrior, and as the only apostle of the Dragon God sect, your mission is to save this world. She explains the situation. You're not. We're on an adventure to defeat the Demon King. A fleeting image in her mind shows her fighting a giant monster. She continued, while fighting him. I was seriously injured. Zeyun muttered to himself, That's why I lost my memory. The female spirit nodded. Ah, a terrifying image of a more demonic entity appeared. The Demon King serves the Demon God, and he is planning to manifest that Demon God in this world. If that happens, it will signal the end of our world. Seong-yoon summarized the situation in his mind. So to summarize, the only one who can kill the Demon King in this world is a warrior blessed by the gods. He continued to reason, and because of that, I, who was not in good shape, was forced to join this adventure. In other words, I, the warrior, will have to face all kinds of enemies until I reach the Demon King and restore my abilities as much as possible during that time. The group begins their journey on a carriage. The warrior said, Now that you're awake and we've told you everything important, we'll tell you the rest on the way to the Demon Kingdom. The carriage rolls through the dense forest. Inside, the warrior asks, So you're saying you've lost your memory? Mr. Yoon's carriage responded, Yes, the warrior pointed to himself and couldn't remember my name. Mr. Yoon nodded. Yes, as a side effect of the battle, I don't even remember who you are. The soldier sighed and slumped down, smiling widely. I'm Alan Nick. Just call me Alan. And the way you talk to me is really hard to listen to, so stop being so formal. Yoon's vehicle remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed on Alan. The old man spoke, perhaps because he had lost his memory, but he had become much calmer than before. Song-yoon asked if the old man introduced himself as Zeppa Dani, and you can call me Jeppa. It doesn't really matter what you call this wizard. Alan nodded in understanding. Suddenly, his stomach growled, and he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Even in this face of the world's destruction, my stomach clock is still on time. He sticks his head out of the car and calls the female spirit. What is this? Let's go hunt for food before we continue. The whole group stopped by the side of the road. Alan said, We lost all our food, so if we don't go hunting, we won't have anything to eat. Take a rest, Nu. We will find something to eat. A moment later, a dead mouse was thrown onto the ground in front of Song-yoon. This is your part. That night, the whole group sat around the fire roasting the rat. A whispering voice echoes, not meant for Song-yoon's ears, suggesting he's fallen so far that he can no longer be a savior warrior. Others may see our decision as cowardly, but the sizzling rat meat over the fire, we are not wrong. Even if it is cowardly, it's the only way to save this world. The speaker chews on a piece of tough meat, carefully taking him outside so he doesn't die, then leads him to that man. A sinister smile appears on his face. Yeah, that's enough. That's the role we have to play. The whispering voice concludes coldly. Yes, he's no longer a warrior or anything. He's just a tool to save this world. From behind a nearby tree, Song-yoon heard everything. His face grew cold with anger. He clenched his teeth, a murderous thought flashing through his mind. Should I kill all of these guys? He shook his head, holding back his rage. No. Your eyes sharpened as you assessed the situation. The requirements to pass this mission prevent me from doing that. If I act impulsively, it could cause problems later. You glance at the 3 traitors sitting around the campfire. If it were just the 3 of them, I would be confident I could kill them even in this state. I have plenty of time, so just keep an eye on them. After that night, the journey continues. Even after that, my teammates still went hunting frequently while we were on the move. Seong-yoon sat on the carriage watching them leave. They don't even let this injured body eat properly, but they sure do go hunting a lot. As soon as they are out of sight, you act. Well, thanks to that, you jumped off the carriage smoothly. I have plenty of free time to escape from the wagon house. You silently land on the ground and go deeper into the forest. Great, if that's the case. I definitely won't be seen by my teammates. He finds a suitable clearing where he can train. Suddenly, a strange noise makes him turn back. A giant, hairy monster with horns and sharp teeth emerges from the darkness, growling fiercely. Mr. Yoon mutters, Did I go too deep into the forest? Yuati. Without a hint of fear, he charged into battle against the monster. His strength, though limited, remained formidable. After a while, he sat comfortably and enjoyed a large piece of meat from the defeated monster. Oh, it tastes like chicken. He looked at the dry, disgusting rat meat with disgust. Even if I don't eat or sleep right now, my body has no problem functioning physically. But eating rat meat for a few days is really disgusting, even by my standards. Ugh, I remember their annoying actions. And it's not just about eating and drinking, but also the way he slams the pot at night. The noisy image of Alan comes to mind. My so-called teammates keep acting so immature that I can't stand it anymore. He stood up, ready to change the situation, his eyes becoming determined. I have to take the initiative now. A green aura surrounds him as he activates his skill. The blood taint skill has been triggered, increasing your body's healing ability. After fully recovering, he leisurely walks back to the camp. He arrives just as the other three are returning and casually says, "I went for a walk." It seems everyone's hunt today ended earlier than usual. Dee turned back, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. If your blindfold flashes again, it means multiple enemies are approaching you. The exclusive effect of the blindfold sensing enemies has been activated. B+ automatically detects enemies. D said you're not even in good shape, so moving alone like this isn't a good idea. He waved his hand. What probably bothers her is that I have gone beyond her control. I just felt a bit of congestion after lying in bed for a few days. Suddenly, Jeepa grabbed my hand. Wait a moment, your body. He stared at you with an expression of utter amazement. How did you recover so quickly? Oh, I just suddenly felt better after resting for a few days. Zepa looked at you with a probing gaze, a strange but intriguing smile on his face as Mr. Yoon smirked and said, I thought you said you weren't a healing mage. How did you immediately and accurately realize that my body had changed? The old man looked confused and sweaty, like a healer. Could he be? Then Alan stood up, interrupting the confrontation. Enough of these useless words. We are near the demon kingdom, so let's hurry up. The group continued their journey on the carriage. Yepa looked at him with suspicion, her voice full of doubt. Have you regained your memory? Mr. Yoon's carriage responds calmly. Not yet. While coldly pondering that I never had any memories to return to, suddenly the carriage shook violently, startling both Alan and Yepa. The horse neighed in a panic, rearing up on its front legs. The group had to get off the carriage and stand amidst a desolate land filled with jagged rocks. The system notification appears, warning of a new danger. You have entered an environment filled with demonic energy near the demon realm. The longer you are exposed to the demonic energy, the more your mental state will be drained. Zepa announced solemnly that we are entering the demon realm. DJD turned to you, his voice cold and unfeeling. We can't go any further by carriage. I'm sorry, but we can't care about you anymore. Mr. Yoon smirked, his bright blue eyes flashing with a challenge behind his blindfold. No, if anything, this is more like my style. The setting is introduced. The demon world has a type of demonic aura that drives most creatures insane just by inhaling it, and countless monsters can easily slaughter hundreds of people. That is the demon world. Even warriors who have faced many hardships agree with this. No matter how strong you are, you can't survive in the demon realm. The four of you stand at the threshold of the land of death, ready for what's to come. Son Yoon looked around at the desolate scene and asked if this was his first time seeing the demon realm. Alan looked at him with a mixture of pity and contempt. You really don't even remember the demon world? You must have lost all your memories. Zepa stepped forward, holding a cloth-wrapped object in his hand and handed it to Yoon. All right, take this. The cloth is removed to reveal a magnificent sword with golden and blue light. Zepa explains that he might not remember, but this is the weapon he once considered his life. Saint Sword Zong Yoon takes the sword, his cold eyes revealing no emotion. A hand with sharp iron claws crushes the entire tree. Suddenly, countless monsters rush out from the darkness. The image of countless monsters appearing in the water sphere suggests that the fallen world warrior administrator is recalling a painful memory. The image of himself fighting appears in a water sphere, gasping for breath. Haha, I thought I'd be okay since quite some time has passed. He grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face in pain. Just thinking back to that time is enough to cause unbearable pain. The memories keep coming back. Me, so weak then, more hopeless than ever, trusting and relying on my teammates. But how could they do that? He shouted in his memory when betrayed and attacked by his teammate. The administrator's yellow eyes flashed with a glint. That betrayal repeats, a slash from the most trusted teammate. Now Yoon stands alone, surrounded by monsters, a confident smile on his face. All right, you charge into battle ready to face the new challenge. Shall we begin? You grip the holy sword tightly and the system notification. B+ Adventurer's Custom Glove, exclusive skill activated. Because of the demon aura, your mental strength will not be depleted. Being in an area with a high concentration of demon aura has increased your mana by 2. He charged straight at a giant monster, while one of his teammates muttered dismissively from behind.
His impatience remains unchanged, even without his memories. Alan observes with a cold gaze, thinking that it will be very difficult to face those monsters alone right now. All three watch from afar. Alan says to the others, "Let's pretend to support him and tire him out just as he wants." Yun-Si swings his holy sword, creating a brilliant arc of light. The malicious intent of his teammates becomes clear, making him feel even more hopeless. The light sword easily split a monster in two. The three teammates stood stunned, mouths agape in amazement at his unbelievable power. Alan, Zipa, and Day's faces show utter confusion. What is this? A series of monsters rush out from the darkness, roaring eerily. Seong-Yoon raises his sword to the sky and shouts, "Holy light!" A bright sphere of light forms on the tip of the sword, exploding outward and making the sword shine like the sun. He shouts, "Take this!" He charges into the monsters, holy light emanating from his sword, pushing back the darkness. He moves like a whirlwind, fighting non-stop. A massive explosion of holy light spreads across the battlefield, burning everything within its range. The remaining monsters scream in agony as they are consumed by the holy radiance. You stand among the corpses of monsters, holding your radiant holy sword and muttering, "This is insanely powerful." A confident, mischievous smile spreads across your face. I might gain some unexpected abilities through this challenge. That night, around the campfire, the teammates whispered to each other. If he has completely forgotten who we are, he has probably also lost some of his combat experience. D grits his teeth, his eyes shining with ruthless determination. "So our choice is unavoidable," Alan said angrily. "Does that make sense?" "But we already offered his memories and power to the dragon god as a sacrifice." Zeppa stroked his beard thoughtfully. It would be strange even if he hadn't lost his memory. It's almost as if he had been fighting on the battlefield for decades. Alan's face is shrouded in darkness, anger and confusion clear. "Damn it. Why now? Why are you only becoming stronger?" The four of them sat around the campfire in tense silence, sharing a simple meal amid an incredibly strained atmosphere. Yoon's car quietly eats, with bright blue eyes beneath the blindfold watching their every move. I can sense the atmosphere, an awkward silence. Although the lazy soldier has become stronger and defeated the monsters, none of his teammates are happy. No, if anything. He looked into Jeepa's base sub, sensing his emotions. Disgust, tension, guilt, and worry, and concluded that he could only perceive negative feelings. The meal is over, and Alan and Day return to their tent. Mr. Yoon's car is on the bed, pretending to sleep. As everything fell silent, his eyes suddenly opened. He quietly stepped out of the tent and looked into the distance. He stroked his chin, a sudden idea flashing in his mind. Should I look towards a tall mountain in the distance? Should I go there? He decides to test his new power. A stream of blue energy surrounds him. The instant power has been activated, divine force has been consumed, and he moves immediately to a place within your sight. A 10-minute cooldown is applied to this power. You disappear in a streak of blue light. You reappear in the night sky. Light wings lift your body just in front of the mountain. You are amazed and exclaim, "Oh!" He lands on a rocky outcrop, still dizzy from the speed. It seems like about 50 kilometers, but I've traveled such a distance in one go. The power of teleportation. A bright smile appeared on his face. This ability is also insanely good. He looked back, recalling the feeling of the power, the divine force, the teleportation, the consumed energy, and immediately moved to a place within his line of sight, gazing toward the distant campfire. It seems to be about 50 kilometers, but I've already traveled that far in one go. As its name suggests, a place within sight, I wouldn't be able to pass if there's a barrier like a wall. I imagine its combat applications, but in battle I could use a counterattack time and in dangerous situations, use it to escape in an emergency. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. I now possess a power with insane abilities. You float in the air, you activate another skill to check the item they gave you. The Fire Dragon Eye skill has been activated. Your blue eyes flash. A system window appears displaying detailed information about the Holy Sword, the Dragon Divine Sword. S, with enhanced cutting power plus 40%, authority plus 40%, magic management plus 40%. Cis, a divine sword personally blessed by the dragon god for the hero. Only when judging what is wrong can the dragon sword be wielded fully. He continues to analyze its exclusive effects. When divine power is channeled in, the exclusive effect Holy Light can be activated. When Holy Light is activated, a starry glow with the strength of a dragon can be formed through the sword. When desperate prayers are made, wishes can be activated. When hope is activated, offering sacrifices to the dragon god can grant temporary power. Countering demons or monsters, the exclusive punishment effect can be activated.
When activated, all stats will increase by 7 when facing evil creatures. When the punishment is activated, you can use the power of the dragon to fight against evil creatures. When the punishment is activated, your magic power will not decrease.
An important warning appears. However, the related item will be destroyed after the challenger Hansen leaves the level 16 personal trial and cannot be used for any purpose other than its intended use. He silently thought that the divine sword must have incredible abilities, but as he looked at the sword in his hand, a bold plan formed in his mind. Basically, it is a time-limited item that can only be used for the 16th floor's mission. I should use the sensing sword and absorb the abilities of the divine sword first. I immediately act, rushing deep into the forest to find the test subject. He activates one of his skills, the Blood Seeker ability, releasing red streams of energy to find enemies. The energy spreads throughout the forest, startling a nearby group of orcs and goblins. The blood energy erupts, ruthlessly taking down the group of monsters. The goblin screams in horror as the scent of blood pierces through his body and drags him away. I've got my test subjects now. He summoned his borrowed heavenly sword. The system displayed information about its skills. Skill, Sword Sense. A+ proficiency level 11/100. Can absorb exclusive effects into skills from items in the sword category. You analyze quickly. This divine sword has 3 exclusive effects. Sword Sense can absorb 2 skills. The best options to choose are obvious. You activate the skill and the Skyblade begins to tremble, emitting a blue aura. The Sword Sense skill has been activated. You can absorb exclusive effects from items in the sword category into skills. The process begins. Selection complete. The Holy Light S skill has been fully absorbed. There is 1 use left for the Sword Sense skill out of 2. He continued the second absorption process and completed the selection. The S punishment skill has been fully absorbed. The remaining Sense of Sword skill has fewer than 2 uses left. The number of uses for the Sword Sense skill has been exhausted, and the skill will be completely destroyed. You look at the Thanthian sword, which has returned to normal, and silently think that although it's a pity that you seem to have used a precious ability like Sword Sense too hastily, it would be even more regrettable to miss out on the powers of the divine sword. You are particularly pleased with one of the new skills, especially the Holy Light. You recall its advantages. The power of Holy Light can create something even stronger than a fully charged energy shield. And above all, it doesn't take as long as a counterattack shield to activate and can be used immediately. Holy Light. You're testing out your new power. The Holy Light skill has been activated. He thought to himself that since he absorbed it as a skill, he could also use it without the divine sword. He raised his hand and a bright sphere of light formed in his palm, but suddenly the sphere exploded, knocking him back. The explosion caused the nearby Joplin creatures to scream in pain. You stagger to your feet, feeling confused. What is this? You quickly activate your healing ability. The Blood Sacrifice skill has been activated. You wonder why you can't control the direction, and then it explodes immediately. The surviving goblins growl menacingly, surrounding him in a threatening manner. He grits his teeth, his eyes turning cold. You bastards, this time I'm wielding the divine sword and shouting out, Holy Void! A brilliant golden light shot out from the sword, easily destroying the screaming monsters. The boy looked at the sword, then at his hand, feeling confused. It works very well when using the divine sword, so why? Suddenly a flash of light flashed in his mind. Oh, you try creating another energy sphere, but this time a red magic orb. If I don't use magic, you focus on controlling the energy with a different source of power, which is divine power. Holy Light. The blazing red energy sphere compresses in your hand, steady and powerful. A smug smile appears on your face. Yes, that's divine power. You throw the red dark energy sphere at the monsters. The blazing red explosion completely destroyed the enemies, causing them to scream in pain. He stands among the corpses, looking satisfied. Now I can use it quite freely. He raises both hands, channeling a massive amount of energy. Full power, Holy Light. A giant blazing red star forms above your head, ready to destroy. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, Alan is taking a piss. He suddenly sensed a huge surge of energy and turned around in surprise. He saw a blazing red beam shooting up into the sky from afar. Alan's face darkened with horror and disbelief as the explosion created a giant crater on the distant mountain. Alan could only laugh maniacally. Xiong Yun stood at the edge of the crater, looking down at his achievement and holding a shard of blue crystal. This ability is crazy. Multiple system notifications keep popping up. Your achievement has been recorded. The heir of the dragon god has been recognized. The special power of Manhwa has been granted as a punishment for this special challenge, and the power acquisition is now restricted. When the challenge ends, the power will return to normal. You wonder about Manhwa. The system continues to notify as if speaking directly to you. Long Than sensed the presence of the challenger Hans Gyun. Long Than is staring intently at the achievements of the challenger Hans Gyeon. Long Than is quite interested in the challenger Hans Gyeonun. An unexpected offer appears. Long Than offers a disciple spot to the challenger Hansun. The challenger responds without hesitation. I refuse. The offers keep coming, but he remains resolute in refusing. Long Than is proposing a disciple position for the challenger Hans Sangyun. I refuse. Long Than is proposing a disciple position for the challenger Hans Sangyun. I give up. The boy sighed, feeling annoyed. I feel like I've already met a troublesome god. Returning to the camp, I sit down to a simple dinner served by this what? You calmly eat, thinking about the troublesome god watching over you. The dragon god, based on the story from level 16, is the protector of this world. A memory of the war god appears, but to me you were once threatened with death by a deity, and I really don't have any good impression of you. After getting a hero to save the world, I dislike how they never give the hero enough strength. That's why the world is heading towards its end. He cleaned the holy sword, thinking to himself, that's why I didn't use the exclusive wish effect of the divine sword so I wouldn't attract their attention, and tried my best to restrain actions that could lead me to them, but annoying invitations kept appearing despite my efforts. Long Than is offering the disciple position to the challenger Han Sung. Long Than is offering a disciple spot to the challenger Han. The boy sighs, but I'm already here with another god. Is he not tired yet? The system conveys the anger of the deity. Long Than asked why a worthless creature dared to refuse to become a disciple. Yoon's car silently sneered, so is this god a salesperson or what? I don't want to buy it. The system continues, saying that it's a foolish decision. Long Than says that one day you will realize his greatness and become his disciple. The other gods also intervene. The god confirms that Long Than's persistent efforts are pathetic and laughs. The dark god says that if you are rejected, you shouldn't whimper miserably and should just disappear. In the end, the deity also gave in. Long Shen told the challenger Hans Gyeon to reconsider and hide his existence. A familiar administrator spoke up. Commander Ironblood praised her unwavering faith and felt relieved. Another person also expressed support. The White Crane Swordmaster Administrator admired her contract partner's will and felt proud, as well as the person who assigned this task to you. The Warrior Administrator of the Fallen World finds your decision interesting. Back in the real world by the campfire, Alan suddenly spoke. I think a high-level demon has been training nearby lately. He continued. Last night I saw a flash of light from a distant mountain. Zhang Yun interrupted firmly. You're imagining things. Alan objects. No, I really saw Zhang Yun repeat it. You're just imagining it. Alan fell silent. Zeppa interjected. I once saw a paper at the Magic Tower stating that many strange phenomena occur near the demon realm due to demonic energy and should be considered natural phenomena caused by it. DJ also agrees, and logically, there's no way a high-level demon would train in such a terrible place. Alan admits it. Yeah, that's right. Their journey continued as Zhang Yun easily cleared the monsters along the way. He swung his sword with a familiar feeling of home. Although repeating this battle can sometimes feel boring, I can use a few abilities during this process. He activates his myth. The myth of the savior of the end times has been triggered, and the rescue effect is now active, permanently increasing all stats by 0.07. Due to the penalty from the current special challenge, all stats have decreased. Permanent stat increases will not be applied. When the challenge ends, the stat increases will be applied normally. He silently thought that the range of the rescue effect from the apocalyptic savior myth extended far, and since the Truth Seeker's ability was activated but no followers were found, divine power would not be enhanced. You continue to ponder, realizing you can learn a lot from the new mythology you've acquired. And even the followers mentioned by the Seeker of Truth are easily slaughtering monsters. It seems that rescue usually activates when saving someone weaker than you, and the Seeker of Truth doesn't activate at all if they don't serve me. The whole group finally reached the Demon King's castle. Everything went smoothly and my teammates weren't a burden in the battle, probably because I had wiped out the enemies. He rushed ahead, leaving the others behind. The three of them watched him with complicated expressions. Why didn't you come when you saw me at the big gate? I walk forward now that the gatekeeper of the Demon King's castle has disappeared. I think we can get in if something has changed. Now I am showing more and more power, and their faces are becoming more and more stiff. You're pushing open the heavy gate alone, and the three of them follow behind you into the castle. Alan suddenly asks with a doubtful tone. So, you really haven't lost your memory? Xie Yun turned back with a mysterious smile. Who knows what he's thinking? Alan remained silent. All right, let's focus on the upcoming battle now. Zeppa stepped forward and handed you a purple potion. Drink this. If you look at the bottle, this is a rare high-grade enhancement potion.
Jeepa urges you, you need to have the final battle with the Demon King soon. Why don't you drink it? Seong-yoon silently holds the potion bottle, forcing an awkward smile. There shouldn't be any poison in this bottle of medicine, right? Ha ha. All three of them looked offended. Dee shouted, "Are you suspicious of us? You pretend to be remorseful." "No, I'm just sad because I haven't received any help so far to get something like this." "No. Something so precious is truly moving. You open the cap and drink the entire potion." He immediately spat blood and collapsed. The system announced terrible news. "You have been poisoned by the Hunger Demon's poison from the demon realm. In 5 minutes, the poison will spread throughout your body and you will be unable to use magic. Your teammates are now surrounding you, but they are your true enemies. The exclusive blindfold effect that detects enemies has been activated. Multiple approaching enemies have been sensed heading towards the user." Alan said coldly, "Don't hate us. Besides, we have no other choice." He looked up at the traitors, sweat streaming down his forehead, but a cold smile appeared on his face. Alan and Daij stared at him in disbelief, unable to understand how he could remain so calm. "You smile bitterly, never expecting the hero's allies to be nothing but traitors. How interesting." All three teammates stood there, watching him kneel on the blood-stained floor. Zepa began to chant, and the holy sword emitted a brilliant golden light, then was tightly bound by chains. He raises his hand toward the sealed sword, a golden light enveloping his face. "I have sealed the dragon sword. No one will be able to use it from now on." Zaeyoon still kneels, asking in a calm voice, "When and how did you start thinking about betraying the hero?" Dij shouted bitterly. "Do you think we wanted to betray you? We have no other choice." Yoon-chi wiped the blood from his lips, mockingly repeating their words. With no other choice, he lifted his head, his eyes sharp as a dagger. "Fool." Another voice full of dominance and evil echoes. "Even if you ask them, nothing will change, hero." A demon lord with wings appears from the shadows in regal attire, smiling menacingly. "They simply fulfill their contract with me faithfully." Mr. Yoon looked up at the newcomer. "Are you the Demon King?" The Demon King responds, "Yes." "We've never met, even after you defeated the Demon King." He stepped forward, the battle with the Demon King having exhausted the hero. "And during that time, did you approach the heroes group?" The Demon King looked confused. "I'm not sure why you're asking as if you're talking about someone else, but I'll say you've been right all along." Mr. Yoon stood up, seeming to have understood the whole story. "Yes, now I understand the whole story." He controls the magical strings, showing that the three comrades are just puppets. Taking advantage of the hero's exhaustion after the battle with the Demon Lord, you turned the rest of the group into traitors. You ask, "But why didn't you kill the hero right then and there?" The Demon King replied, "Well," he grinned wickedly because it was fun, and Zong-yoon's fiery dragon eyes confirmed his words, the fiery dragon eye skill sensing that the target was not lying. He muttered, "What a terrible hobby." The Demon King narrowed his eyes. "But that can't be all, can it?" He burst into laughter. "How wise. How clever of you." He explained, "Well, to be honest, this situation is a sacrifice I will offer to the demon god." He continued, "Just as you have endured so much to be recognized as the hero of the dragon god, I am also suffering to become an official apostle." He looked down at Seong-yoon with pity, "Just like your comrades. You must have faced all kinds of hardships like hunger and loneliness to get here. And now, all that remains is for you to become the savior of the dragon god. Then my repentance will be complete," he asked with a pleased expression. "I wonder how you're feeling right now," he sneered. "Are you desperate or just angry? You should watch your teammates more carefully." Mr. Yoon gritted his teeth in frustration. The image of DDJ appears in his mind, along with Alan and Jeepa. He looks directly at those who were once his comrades, his voice filled with bitterness. "I trusted them so much, I still can't understand your decisions." He clenched his teeth as his suppressed fury erupted. "But the mastermind behind all of this is the damn Demon King I will kill." The sinister smile of the Demon King appears in my mind. The image of the fallen world warrior administrator appears in a water sphere, as he silently thinks, "I got too excited. No matter how many times I see it, it still makes my blood boil." The system notification of the fallen world warrior administrator is waiting for your decision. You tell yourself, "All right, Hans-Gyeon, what is your choice?" Sweat drips down your forehead as a difficult decision lies ahead. The Demon King spreads his wings, dark energy swirling around him, then shoots towards Zong-yoon, binding him tightly. You are being lifted into the air, heading toward a giant torture device shaped like a metal jaw. The Demon King says, "The final stage of my romantic story." He laughed maniacally, offering the hero on the altar of the demon god and becoming an official apostle. Ha! He pressed the lever, and a giant spiked wheel began to fall. Sion lay motionless as the giant claw slowly descended onto him. Just before being crushed, his blue eyes flashed. The giant scythe has completely crushed you from the inside. The Demon King and his 3 former allies are all stunned. The Demon Lord turned back and began to activate a magic circle, shouting, "Demon God, as you requested, I have offered the hero's blood. Hurry up and turn me into an official apostle." But the system brings shocking news. The Demon God is looking at the Demon King with pity for having sacrificed such contaminated blood. The Demon King's face changed color. Xiong-yun stood there, a blazing red light flashing in his hand. "I vomited my toxic blood, and you really offered it to him, huh?" The Demon God must be a bit annoyed. You focus your energy into your hand, activating the Holy Light skill. You think to yourself, I always choose the best option, right? But no matter how much I think about it, this world is too hopeless to be saved. All 3 of my former teammates are in shock. DJ shouted, "Holy Light!" Even after we sealed the Divine Sword, Jeepa was just as confused. How could he possibly wield the powers of the Divine Sword? Does the Holy Light always shine like this? Is he really the hero I know? It's better not to think about resisting. As long as you die, the Demon God won't lead this world to destruction. He revealed his deal. I agreed with those guys that if I kill the apostle of the heroic dragon god, the world will not be destroyed. Mr. Yoon's car sneered. "Oh my, you're really troublesome. I will tell you 3 things you got wrong. You release a blazing red energy wave more powerful than ever and say, 'I am not the person named No.'" All 3 of my former teammates are stunned. Continue, second. I am not even a real hero. The Demon King was also surprised. The boy looked straight at the Demon King and declared, "Third, I don't care whether this world is destroyed or not." He releases a blazing red holy orb toward him. The Demon King panics. "Stop if you don't want to." Yes, if you want to kill the hero, you should have done it earlier. The boy decisively throws a sphere of energy at them. A blazing red pillar of light descends from the sky, causing a massive explosion that shakes the castle and sends debris flying everywhere. The Demon King rises from the wreckage, his torn clothes hanging off him, staggering and coughing up blood. "Damn it, that damn bastard." He roared in anger. "What the hell are you thinking? I told you already. I made a deal with your allies that as long as I kill you, the world will be saved." Mr. Yoon's car stands amidst the wreckage, arms outstretched in a nonchalant manner. Isn't it the same for everyone? If the Demon King dies, he will scream, "You think I don't have a backup plan?" If I die here, the Demon God will descend and there will always be apostles of the Demon God in this world. Sung Yoon's fiery dragon eyes once again confirmed that the fiery dragon eye skill detects the target's honesty. He silently thinks this challenge's background is truly dark. If this isn't truly a test, how dark would it be? The Demon Lord continued to scream. The world would collapse, and there would be enough karma for the Demon God to descend. A world like this could basically be wiped out, Mr. Yoon responded indifferently. So what? The Demon King was stunned. What? Does Mr. Yoon's car say whether this world will collapse or not? What does that have to do with me? The Demon King was furious. You bastard! You're really not a hero, are you? I told you so, he growled. How is it that even the apostle of the dragon god is not supposed to have that power, yet you can wield it? Then who are you? Se-Yoon asked again. Is there anything else? Dark energy begins to pour out from his body. He concentrates his energy, and his form starts to change. A dark armor engulfed in hellfire surrounds him. He activates the absorbed skill. The punishment skill is triggered. While this skill is active, all stats will increase by 7, and magic power will not be consumed. The power of the dragon filling you increases all your magic abilities by 100%. I reveal my true identity. I am the challenger. He rushed towards the Demon King, a flurry of blood needles forming around him, pointing at the Demon King. The Demon King panicked and raised his hand. Wait, I think there's some kind of misunderstanding. Blood tentacles pierce through his body, blood spraying everywhere, and he roars in pain. The Demon King realizes the horrifying truth that he might really die. He hurriedly flew up, realizing he needed to retreat first, but Se-Yoon was already chasing after him. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly your body froze. You looked down below. Zeepa appeared out of nowhere, chanting a binding spell. Please die gracefully. He shouted, If you survive, this world will come to an end. From afar, DJ unleashed a rain of arrows. She screams desperately, You're a hero, think more rationally. Hundreds of arrows fly toward the car. Yoon!
He snorted and activated his blue wings, stopping all the incoming arrows.
Alan charges from above, spear in hand, ready to strike. He roars, "You selfish bastard, if you survive, the truth is none of us will live anyway."
He swings the spear with all his might. Zi-Yun activates the focused combat skill. He looked straight into Alan's eyes, realizing he had made a deadly mistake. Yuncheng has completely disappeared from his sight. He looks directly into Alan's eyes with a cold voice.
"While you yourself cannot sacrifice, you dare to try to sacrifice others." Your gaze sweeps over the three traitors. "None of you are even worth facing."
The boy glanced at the Demon King trying to run away. He activates his power. A blue energy envelops his body. Instant movement. The Demon King laughed maniacally, thinking he had escaped. "Ha ha ha, I survived." But Jeong Yun suddenly appeared right above him, grabbing his head with both hands. The Demon King turned back with a look of utter horror. "What?" Seo Yun swung his holy sword and cut off the Demon King's head. He charged down with a cold expression. The administrator's water sphere reappeared, watching everything unfold. "Is this the choice you made, administrator in the form of Nu, staring intently at the scene?"
The administrator's memories flash back to that moment. Despite being fatally wounded, I finally fled, and the world collapsed. And when I received the tower's call, I climbed it as if I were running away. He grits his teeth, recalling his painful past. The days of my past when I climbed the tower with nowhere to go back to. Instead of those shameful days, Gong Yun in the form of Ne stood there. A decision had been made. This is not a choice to regret. The system notifications confirm your decision. On Sanjun, the challenger's choice has been confirmed. This decision has been deemed one that will not be regretted.
Congratulations, you have completed level 16 of the challenge tower.
As a reward for passing, you can transfer the absolute invincibility attribute to an item for the Fallen World's warrior administrator.
Please proceed to the waiting room.
Oh my God, what is this?
They screamed in despair as giant columns of fire erupted from the ground.
This is all wrong.
The foundation of our life. This world is coming to an end. One of them could only laugh maniacally as the administrator system of the Fallen World's warrior quietly watched those who had slain their own comrades. Yoon's car approaches the teleportation gate, ready to leave. Yoon's car turns back to look at them one last time. "None of you even have the right to die peacefully. I hope you die slowly and painfully along with this world if there is anything after this. That's it. You are enveloped in a blue light and disappear. You are taken to a different space, moving to the waiting room where the delayed mission has been completed."
The administrator of the Fallen World's warriors is deciding on the reward for the challenge.
As he entered the hero hall, he wondered in front of him was a giant stone dragon. He walked through a ruined temple.
"Is this like a temple for the dragon god worshippers?"
A voice echoes.
"Not that way. This way."
The boy turned back and saw a man in golden armor, just like Nu, sitting on a pile of debris. "You ask him." The man lifts his head to reveal Nu's face, but with yellow eyes. "Are you a warrior from a fallen world?" He stood up.
"Well, we've communicated quite a few times already," Mr. Yoon's car responds.
"Communicating? It's more like you're sending me messages unilaterally." He sighed. "Well, that's that. Pointless to nitpick. You're really boring." Mr. Yoon's car remained silent. He said, "Well, since you're here, ask whatever you're curious about. Why did you ask me to do that mission? You can fully realize your heartfelt desire through the challenger you sponsored." The administrator was just stunned, eyes wide open at the straightforward question. Suddenly, he burst out laughing heartily, throwing his head back. "Ha ha ha." Sung Yun just stood there, confused, and spoke. He got up, dusted off his armor, and looked at Zhong Yun with an amused smile.
"Now I understand why some gods find you interesting."
"Hey," he said, with a slightly warning tone. "Don't misunderstand and think that everyone attempting the tower is obsessed with climbing it like a monster like you. Most challengers don't have your abilities." He explained further and also lacked the strong will to climb the tower to the end. No, even if they had the will to go up, nothing would change. No matter how many times you climb the tower, most administrators don't see the chance that they can reach the end. Mr. Yoon squinted slightly, summarizing those words. "So you mean that instead of hoping to change the past through the tower, you will see possibilities you couldn't see before through tasks like this?" The administrator hesitated. "Yes." He turned away, his voice sounding somewhat reluctant. "I want to deny it, but you're right." "Dad," he claps decisively.
"All right, let's settle our accounts." Immediately, blue system notification panels appeared in front of Zon Yoon.
You remain silent as you read.
The special authority of the Long God device has designated the challenger Han Zion as the user.
Choose the item you want to imbue with the absolute indestructible attribute. The next notification will appear. confirming the completion. A beautiful silver-blue sword appears in the air, inscribing the absolute indestructible attribute into the heavenly sword digging cave. A+. The image of the sword changes, transforming into a demon sword with a blood-red blade, inscribing the absolute indestructible attribute into the heavenly blood demonic sword. The soul's consciousness is being transferred into the foot of the heavenly blood demon sword and is gradually recovering. Once the soul's consciousness is transferred and the foot of the heavenly blood demon sword is restored, the time limits will disappear. The administrator crossed his arms, with the two swords floating beside him, and said smugly that most administrators wouldn't give out such crazy rewards. But I am feeling happy in giving it to you, so you should take it gently. Mr. Yoon interrupted bluntly. We both got what we wanted, so why should I thank you? The administrator was a bit taken aback, then sighed. You're really not cute at all. A blue teleportation gate opens nearby, and I'm really telling you this as an extra reward. The administrator speaks. Mr. Yoon's car is turned away from the gate, listening. But never doubt the tower. Although we all failed to achieve our goals, you will be different. Hans Gyun? The administrator said with a confident tone, because Jong Yoon's eyes flashed when he heard the last words. You are one of the few attractive candidates the tower is watching. You step into the blue light of the teleportation gate and vanish. Zahn appears in a new space. You have entered the waiting room on the 17th floor. All ability restrictions have been lifted, and any increases in capabilities and privileges gained will be adjusted accordingly. An achievement notification appears in front of you. The Heir of the Dragon God, rank 5, is an achievement you receive when learning a Dragon God type skill. As a reward, you have gained the ability to transform into a dragon. Ion falls into deep thought, his gaze becoming sharp. The achievement I got from the 16th floor challenge is being the Heir of the Dragon God, but I thought the tower and the gods were somewhat hostile towards each other. You sit down on the simple bed in the waiting room, your mind in turmoil. Why would the tower create such an achievement? If I think back, I remember what I knew. The tower is not blindly hostile to all gods, even to the verification god. And there are even gods whom the tower is not only not hostile towards, but has gone so far as to create achievements for. The administrator's words echo in your mind. You are one of the few promising candidates the tower is watching, and it seems I am a rather important contender. A bold hypothesis forms in his mind, causing his face to be shrouded in darkness. Perhaps being chosen by the tower as a candidate means Young Yoon's blue eyes shine brightly with determination and awareness. You will become a god. You continue your line of reasoning. This is not just an unfounded guess. I have gained divine power, faced the gods, and am truly on the path to developing it. In Yoon's mind, the pieces of a big picture gradually come into focus. Battles, rewards, growth. He muttered, it feels like the puzzle in his head is slowly being solved. That's right. The challenges of the tower and the completed picture of the tower itself are the process of selecting those who challenge as gods. And if you pass that process, you'll be designated as a candidate and guided to develop into a god. Mr. Yoon's car suddenly sat up from the bed, dismissing complicated thoughts. Well, it's just a hypothesis for now. I can guess the true intention of the tower once I become stronger. You stand up decisively, with a determined look in your eyes. Now let's check the new powers we've gained. Focus your mind and your eyes suddenly turn bright red. Long transforms. A sudden pain strikes and a stream of crimson dark energy envelops his body. A fierce transformation begins. A blazing red sphere of light erupts from his chest, radiating overwhelming power. The scales and armor started to form on his body. I really thought it couldn't be like this. His entire body is covered in a spiked black and red dragon armor, but the dragon transformation is truly a dragon transformation. He stood there in his new powerful form as the system announced that the special dragon transformation ability had been activated. He muttered to himself, feeling a bit unfamiliar in his new form. I feel like a lizard, a faint smile creeping on my transformed face. Although I was a bit surprised by this sudden change, the continuous system notifications explained my new power. The total mana reserve will double in 10 minutes, and one of the Dragon Clan's traits will be partially regenerated during that time. All mana management abilities will be enhanced for 10 minutes. You can feel the power surging through your body. Not only has my body changed, but all my senses have been enhanced beyond imagination. I stand in an empty space, feeling everything around me. I don't need to use my fire dragon eyes to know everything around me. And above all, my mana management ability has improved greatly. A small cloud of smoke escapes from his sharp teeth. Then he unleashes a massive jet of fire that distorts the space around him. He grins, his eyes glowing red with excitement. This room is engulfed in flames. If I really wanted to breathe fire, it wouldn't be a joke. After testing some other functions, the dragon transformation was cancelled, and the dragon armor turned into black smoke, restoring my human form.
Your special dragon transformation ability has been disabled. You cannot use this ability for 8 hours. Yoon exhaled deeply. Hoo. With a 10-minute use time and an 8-hour cooldown, I can only use it once per battle. You hold your head, a sharp pain strikes you. Damn it, my head hurts like crazy. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the bed. What's going on with the waiting room? The soul of the silver sword in the form of a woman asks, Do you feel any better now? Zhang Yan responds, I don't know what you did, but the vessel of the sword has become stronger. She exclaimed in joy. Wait, no, that's not all. There will be no accident I can't handle with the sword spirit's consciousness anymore. I don't know what you did, but my condition has improved. I have infused the item with the attribute of absolute invincibility, Mr. Yoon explains. She exclaimed in surprise and quickly brushed it aside. But how? No, forget it. She glared at you and gritted her teeth, asking, What good is it for a bastard to openly oppose the gods? Anyway, I know you're even crazier than I thought. Based on the information I heard about you before, you're just an ordinary challenger from level M and come from a very small dimension. She said nothing. Yoon's car simply listened quietly. Her red eyes narrowed, but despite being a challenger from a tiny dimension, you are strangely powerful and unnecessarily entangled with divine entities. And that's how I learned something, she concluded. Mr. Yoon asked in surprise. Knowing this, you are one of the crazy candidates chosen by the tower, she said confidently. Mr. Yoon silently reflected on this matter. She continued, That's why you're so involved with divine beings. She turns around, her long black hair flowing. I thought you were just a sparrow, but that was my mistake. Mr. Yoon reflected, This is completely cruel compared to what Nu said. Maybe I can take this opportunity to figure out my questions about the tower and the gods. She seems to read my mind. I must have a lot of questions. She placed her hand on your shoulder, like, what is a candidate? What is the goal of the tower? Why are the gods wary of you? But I can't meet your expectations. Is it because of the limitations of the tower? Song Yoon asked. Exactly. Even if you fail a challenge and die, I don't want my soul to be destroyed. Mr. Yoon's car nodded, as if understanding. So why do you think that? As expected, not only the administrators, but even Jam Chunu, who is inside the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, is also limited by information. I had anticipated this, but I still feel a bit disappointed. She walks away, her back exuding mystery. However, if I could tell you one thing, now or later, there is only one thing the tower wants from you. Yoon's car asked, What are you? She glanced over her shoulder, her crimson eyes full of meaning, constantly growing stronger and then eliminating all her opponents. A half-smile appears on her lips. That is all the tower wants from you and the other challengers. The image of Yoon stepping onto an endless staircase flashes in your mind. Honestly, the tower may have chosen me at the beginning, but I climbed it with my own will. No, at least that's what I thought. I think you've also realized it. Although you managed to get here through your own effort, it was also thanks to the opportunities the tower provided you, Mr. Yu said confidently. I am aware that at least the tower has not harmed me. The sword spirit smirked and said, You learn quickly. Well, if you managed to be chosen as a candidate on the 100th floor, you have no choice but to improve your comprehension skills. So I won't ask anything further for now, Mr. Yoon replied calmly. It'll be fine if I resolve my questions myself once I become stronger. She was a bit surprised by that confidence and could only let out a small sound. Suddenly she clenched her fist, her expression full of regret. The more I look at you, the more I regret that you're not a child from my country. If you were from the Murim Space Dynasty, you would have become the strongest man of the Tang era. The blood demon sword in Zeyun's hand suddenly trembled, releasing a dark red aura, and the sword was driven deep into the floor with a thud, spreading an aura of darkness. I am truly moved, Zeyun, and I extend a surprising offer with a solemn tone. Become my disciple. The blade's glow reflected her image. The divine technique of my sect. Don't you want to learn the blood demon god technique? A mischievous smile appeared on her lips as she thought to herself, I'm starting to get bored, so this is the perfect moment. I will be able to enjoy the happiness of having a disciple, right? Mr. Yoon's car responded firmly. The blunt reply left her stunned and completely lost her composure. What? She shouted in suspicion and anger. Why not? Why shouldn't I? If you learn the blood demon god technique, you'll become much stronger. She rushed forward, grabbing Yoon's shirt. If you've come this far, you must know how remarkable Murim space techniques are. You should also know that techniques from other spaces are far more impressive than those from a small space, right? Master Yoon calmly replied, Yes, I am fully aware of that. So why did you refuse? She shouted, completely losing patience. Yoon-chae gently pushed her hand away and explained, I know because I learned martial arts from an administrator, but if you develop a specific type of internal energy using mental techniques, you'll be limited to learning only that particular martial art. Hearing that, she froze in shock and asked, "Wait, who did you learn that from? Honestly, I already have a master." Yoon's car revealed, "I have a master-disciple relationship with an administrator." Her face stiffened in shock. Then she could only hiss out a word through clenched teeth. "Damn it." She sighed despairingly, covering her face and lamenting. "Ha ha ha. I was thinking about taking on a disciple for the first time in a long while, but I ended up losing the chance to teach someone random." Zhang suddenly exclaimed, raising a finger as if he just remembered something important. "I just remembered, but I have learned a cultivation technique called the Heavenly Blood Cultivation Method," Yu said. She pointed at Yu, confused, and asked what that was. And Zhang continued, "Oh, right, you funded my Heavenly Blood Cultivation technique. The fallen heir of the Blood Demon sect also comes from the Blood Demon sect. How did you learn something that only heirs of the sect can learn?" she stammered. Mr. Yoon's car just shrugged with an innocent look, as if it happened naturally. Suddenly, the necklace on Zhang Yun's chest shone brightly. Immediately, his outfit transformed into an elegant black martial arts uniform. The soul of the sword muttered, "Humph, a gift from a woman of the Besh family. I don't like it." She stepped forward, looked him up and down, then smiled. "But it suits you quite well, my half-hearted disciple. So I will start teaching you martial arts." The Blood Demon God technique has the incredible ability to replace Na with blood, meaning I don't have to harm my body to obtain a large amount of blood. Just as Jam Chun-gu boasted that it was an absolute divine technique, there are many diverse techniques, including using blood to heal or control blood. However, the problem is that it overlaps with the Bloodseeker and the blood destruction techniques I already possess. She asked, "What do you think of my martial arts?" You secretly think I never expected the core elements of the blood demon art to be so similar to my own abilities. As a master, she commands, "Now show me what you have learned." My half-hearted disciple Zhang Yun begins training, creating swirling red blood around herself as she observes from afar. An official lesson has started. Jam Chun-gu's soul sword was stunned as she watched the powerful streams of blood pouring out around Zhang Yun, her eyes wide with amazement. "What is this? What is this crazy power?" He has surpassed even the power of the Blood Demon God technique. She hurriedly withdrew her demonic energy, her voice trembling. "All right, that's enough. It seems you understand very well now." She thought in amazement, no monster like him exists. Mr. Yoon calmly asked, "What now?" He answered his own question. "Nothing else? I have to climb the tower." Chun-gu was stunned. "What now?" Mr. Yoon replied confidently. "Of course, it's been a while since you finished the trial. Should you take a break?" I was about to suggest, but then a notification appeared and cut her off. Mr. Yoon said, "I can't be stopped by something like this." The boy turned his back and looked at the notification board with fierce determination. "I need to become stronger." A powerful aura erupts around him, his bright blue eyes blazing with intensity, so strong that no one can suppress him. "Even if they are gods," he declared as a blinding light enveloped him, signaling the start of the next challenge. System notifications appeared one after another in the space. The 17th floor challenge is beginning. The difficulty theme of this challenge is slaughter. 7 days remaining. Conditions for passing the challenge. You must defeat all enemies within the remaining time and reach the end of the heavenly martial land. The failure condition is the death of the challenger or running out of time. Reward for passing the challenge. Cultivate the spiritual pill as a penalty for failing the challenge. Seon Ayun's body death is transported into an ink-black space. He floats in endless darkness. I can't see anything. This darkness is paralyzing my senses and emotions. Jam Chun-gu's voice echoes from the sword, quite unique, so it's best to be cautious because you never know when or where you'll be attacked. Your sword's sheath glows faintly, but Zhang Yun remains unfazed, the Fire Dragon Eye skill activated. His eyes shone with a blue light as a dragon scales appeared around him, and through his special vision, he could see faint shadows of people in the darkness. There are 6 people in total, he is calculating. If the challenge's theme is slaughter, a sword suddenly appears at the back of his neck. He narrowly dodges the enemy's attack. Holy light, recite the spell. A bright sphere of light emanates from your hand, dispelling the darkness and revealing a vast cavern. So we are inside a cave. I immediately realize that if I use holy light inside this small cave, things will become difficult for you. The remaining people were stunned and confused by the sudden light. Xiong Yun stood firm, facing the entire group of enemies just revealed as a voice announced their identities. Hwasun sect, a Shaolin monk, a sorcerer, a demonic sect member, and a member of the Three Kings Society. Truly a chaotic group. Jam Chun-gu's voice sounded anxious again. When facing those from the Murim, he must be extremely cautious. Since the theme of the challenge is slaughter, you should avoid preemptive attacks or threats. Xie Yongyun cut off her advice with a haughty declaration. If any of you plan to face me, then all of you should attack together at once. Jiam Chungu could only say in panic. Hey, half-hearted disciple. Xiang Yun sneered. His eyes turned bright red. Anyway, all of you will die anyway. Jiam Chungu screams in his mind. You crazy bastard. A swift sword slice cuts the enemy in half. The system notification pops up immediately. You have chosen a strong enemy and killed them. Amidst the encirclement, Zhang Yun moves like a storm. His sword draws deadly arcs, blood splattering everywhere. All abilities are temporarily increased by 3 on the 17th floor arena. His blue eyes flash with ruthless coldness amidst the sea of blood. His only command now is to eliminate all enemies. In just a moment, the ground was littered with corpses. Yun stood in the middle of the battlefield, blood tentacles retreating. All abilities will temporarily increase by 2 on the 17th floor arena. You stand frozen like a god of death before the last survivor lying helpless on the ground, trembling with fear. The wizard stammered in panic. It seems like both of us are wizards, or should we settle this situation with words instead of fighting? A blazing red light cut through the man's words, splitting his body in 2, and all abilities increased by 1. Xiang Yun looked down at the corpse with contempt. Anyway, you're going to die, so why do we need to talk? The boy lightly flicked his sword, the last drops of blood splattering, restoring its shine. I sheathed both swords and wondered if there was anything left after I had dealt with all of them. The system responded immediately that you have overcome the parasitic poison path of heavenly martial land. A giant stone wall in front of him begins to shake and split open to reveal a huge door. He just smirks and says, "That makes sense." He thought to himself, "They have greatly enhanced their abilities, so it can't end so easily. Right?" The door slowly opened, accompanied by a notification that you have fulfilled all the conditions for progression. The door is opening. Oh, your father turns around confidently. As long as he is rewarded fairly, that's all that matters. You stride forward confidently, and as you walk through the dark corridor, a familiar voice suddenly echoes in your mind. Hey, Hans Gunn, I remember now. Mr. Yun's car furrowed his brow slightly. What is she talking about? Suddenly, a small figure appeared from the sword and landed beside him. Ouch! The girl shouted out loud, startled. She stared at Zhang Yun with a frightened and annoyed expression. Wait a minute, why are you surprised? She shouted, reproach in her voice. If you're going out, just tell me in advance. Mr. Yun's car muttered, You're making me jump. He looked down at the girl. Can you shrink yourself at will? You look like a little kid. The girl crossed her arms and pouted arrogantly. Whether I want to become a child or go out whenever I want is my choice. Seeing Mr. Yun still staring at her intently, she snapped, Why are you looking at me like that? Anyway, Mr. Yun changed the subject, and she said she remembered now. What is she talking about? Just as I said, she replied, her expression becoming more serious. Where is this? And why do martial artists come here? Oh, right, sometimes the tower recreates real events. Yun Xie muttered to himself as he walked. Is this one of those cases? That's right, she confirmed this is heaven's martial and earth's. She began to explain that a few hundred years ago, the Bright Sword Emperor, known as the strongest of his era, Bapiki Irinao, left behind countless martial techniques in a secret library. That is the background of this 17th floor challenge. Mr. Yun's vehicle continued, his sharp eyes. So, everyone seeking the martial techniques related to Kwang Kim Day has come here. That's right. She nodded, because many people seek the martial arts of the strong, so this place is always filled with blood and chaos. And even more so because those martial arts belong to the person known as the greatest of his era. That's why countless powerful individuals hide within this martial world, Jiam Chungu warned, his tone serious. So it's best if you proceed with caution. She continued, As far as I know, one of them is a man known as a genius. I still remember the strong, bloody smell coming from that genius. The two of them moved forward into the dark quay. I'm sure that kind of genius is here in this celestial martial land, and as the smell of blood grows stronger, we're probably getting closer. You can't remember exactly who that is? Mr. Yun asked. The girl hovering in front of you shook her head. It's been too long, so I can't remember. However, even though I don't know who is stronger between you and that genius, there's no harm in being cautious, she concluded, and suddenly Xiang Yun stopped. We've arrived. In front of them was a massive stone gate with a sign that read Heavenly Martial Earth. So you're saying there's a smell of blood emanating from here? Zeyun asked, hand on the sword's hilt. Jiam Chungu nodded. Weak, but I can definitely smell it. Then Yunji said with unwavering determination, I will end this quickly. Without hesitation, he charged straight through the open gate. As soon as you step in, darkness engulfs you and system notifications appear, indicating you've entered the heavenly shadow path of the heavenly martial realm. The exclusive punishment of the heavenly shadow path has been activated. Your mana circuit and senses will be temporarily disabled within this domain. Darkness will temporarily obscure your vision in this domain. You're floating in empty space again. Another dark room, huh? He smirked, realizing that even the sensory management was disabled in the parasitic poison path, but the punishment in the dark heaven path was even more severe. A soft green light emanated from his gloves. The exclusive effect of the B+ Explorer's glove activates, allowing the mana circuit to remain unsealed. I never thought a B-grade item could be this effective. He said with interest that it could disable even one of the restrictions of the Dark Abyss. The rules of the game continue to appear. Find a way and pass through the darkness you cannot see. Only the first 4 people can escape the dark heaven path. As opponents are eliminated, the darkness covering your vision will lessen a bit. If I can't see? Yoon whispers to the car, his eyes shining brightly as the Fire Dragon Eye skill is activated strongly. A red energy network immediately maps out the entire structure of the surrounding cave. This cave is very large and has more people than in the previous scene. I have dealt with the darkness, so where should I go now? The 6th sense ability is activated strongly. You realize where you need to go, but your opponents haven't yet. A green light path appears on the ground, leading to a distant gate. Oh! It extends all the way to the entrance. I can reach the first location if I keep following this path, he realizes. Although this area is a place where you have to struggle with your senses, your vision and mana flow are all sealed, he thinks to himself. A smug smile appeared on his face, his bright blue eyes shining. To me, it's useless. You have achieved the guide achievement. When you reach the destination, all abilities will temporarily increase by 4, and a shortcut to the final screen will be unlocked. Suddenly, you ask Jam Chunu if the genius is here. The blood demon sword remains silent, giving no answer. You draw both swords, 2 faint streams of white mist emanating from them. No response. That's fine. I don't know if the genius you mentioned is here or not. A final message appears, summarizing your target's goal to bring death to those lost on their path. So I will kill them all before you meet them at the next gate. In the dark cave, the hunt officially begins. Amidst the faint shadows of the cave, a bloody slaughter is underway. A cold-hearted warrior pierces through his enemy's body, gasping for breath as he stands amidst the scattered corpses. Ha ha, damn it, he grits his teeth, his eyes filled with furious resentment. Is this the secret library left behind by the strongest of all time? The Sword King Emperor. It's okay, he reassures himself, his eyes shining with crazed determination. In my 60 years of life, I have used every method to become stronger. Memories flood back. Images of him bowing his head and begging for mercy. If I could obtain the martial arts of the Sword Emperor, please let me live. Please let me. If I can become stronger, I can ensure this lasts forever. It doesn't matter if it's cowardly, cheap, or if I deceive others. The man muttered, his voice full of cruelty as he continued walking. To become stronger, I can kill as many people as I want. He roared, swinging his sword at another shadow in the darkness, telling himself that this was what it took to master the Sword King technique. But he turned back, his face pale with fear when he saw a figure standing there. Who is that person? At that moment, a system notification appeared, indicating that an opponent had been defeated. Mr. Yoon's car calmly swings the sword, taking down another enemy. The darkness is gradually fading from your view, but you don't stop. Rushing forward with determined eyes, a black tentacle lunges at you, but you easily block it with your sword. A heavily muscled man with chains wrapped around his arms roars, I can't let anyone else take the skills of the Sword King Emperor. Yoon's vehicle glides smoothly past. The Wind's Blessing skill is activated, allowing him to easily dodge the chain attack and close in on his opponent. So he's not that genius after all, Yoon muttered as he faced his opponent. A flash of sword light, and the muscular man's head flew into the air. The remaining old warrior stood frozen in horror. No way all the recognized masters of Murim are dead. The man shouted in despair as Seong Yoon slowly approached him. Seong Yoon just silently looked at him, without a hint of emotion. The old man trembled, for in his 60 years of life, he had developed a certain sense after facing death many times. I'm about to die. The man sees Seong Yoon's figure as a death god appearing before him. I can't defeat him. So if that's the case, the man suddenly knelt on the ground and shouted, Please let me live. I was born weak. So without the martial arts of the Sword Emperor, I can't survive in this dangerous Murim world. But if you let me live, I will give up martial arts and quietly go back home. I glanced up, secretly calculating, that's a lie. When you let your guard down, I will kill you. Liar. Yoon's car coldly said, making the guy jump in surprise. If I let you live, you are planning to kill me the moment I let my guard down. I have only observed the dirty tricks you use to kill others, even though I am also haunted by the desire to become stronger. Memories of those hard-fought, victorious days flood Yoon's mind. No matter how weak I am or how hard I work, even if it seems like I'm not getting stronger, I'd rather die than become powerful through such cowardly means, as a deadly blue light flashes in your eyes in the darkness, sparing death itself. System notifications appear after the last enemy falls. You have defeated all the lost opponents on their path. Congratulations, you have completed the Death's Special Guidance Mission. Instant acceleration. B has ranked up. The Wind Blessing skill A has leveled up. Sixth Sense skill B has leveled up. I think I will reach my goal if I follow this green path. Yoon muttered to himself as he walked along the lighted path, and many of his skills were improving. Maybe it's because I've killed too many people, you comment. But Jiamchunu, you ask, isn't that genius him? A chuckling laugh echoes. I feel great having drunk so much blood. For the first time in a long while, a notification appeared. The Blood Demon Sword of the Heavenly Foot has absorbed blood, upgrading the item to A+. Zhang Yun sighed. Well, the important thing now isn't the genius, but to see how powerful the Blood Demon Sword has become after this evolution. Han suddenly asked Chun-gu, "What's going on?" Sung Yun calmly replied, then flew in front of him, her voice full of anger. "Do you dare to treat me like just a tool?" Mr. Yun was startled. "Huh? You can read my thoughts?" "Yes, I read your blasphemous thoughts." She grits her teeth, crossing her arms with an angry expression. "If you want to receive even the smallest help from me, you'd better show some respect." At that moment, system notifications appeared. You have passed the Heavenly Shadow Path of the Heavenly Martial Realm. You have met the procedural requirements, a shortcut has been revealed, and the Heavenly Light Path has been disclosed. A giant blue light gate appears before them, emanating a powerful energy. That's perfect timing, but even if it's a shortcut, is it normal for a gate to open in the Murim dimension space? Se-Yoon asked. I also haven't seen this happen before. It must be due to special circumstances. Yoon was a bit worried, but Chun-gu brushed it off. It doesn't matter right now. She snapped, I told you not to treat me, your partner, like a tool anymore. Chun-gu Shong-Yoon called her name slowly, trying to calm the situation, but she still glared at him angrily. All right, don't get angry about this anymore. Let's go. Yoon grinned broadly, trying to lighten the mood. Who would be angry? He shouted. But can you smell the genius's blood ahead? She snappily replied. I don't know. Yoon rushed through the gate immediately, surrounded by a barrage of blazing golden beams attacking from all directions. He shouted in panic. Hey, Chun-gu, I came because you said you smelled blood, but what the hell is this? So this herd will become a shortcut to the other world, right? Her triumphant laughter echoes. Kia, just look at what condition you're in. This is your punishment for treating me like a tool. Damn it! Yoon grits his teeth, his blue eyes shining with intense focus. He swings his sword, trying to fend off the beams of light. The counter-shield skill activates, forming an energy shield that blocks the attacks. A huge explosion erupts as the beams collide with Yoon's shield, forcing him back, gasping for breath. I almost died, but where am I now? No matter how far I go, it never ends and no enemies attack me. And why is the light attacking me? This is a divine domain of the Sword Emperor. You have created the heaven and earth. Chun-gu explained with a pleased smile, as if secretly creating this place after infusing it with divine power. The reason the light is attacking so much must be because it's a shortcut. It's also a trap of power. Yoon growled. I now understand what kind of person the Light Sword Emperor is. You created this kind of thing. A real crazy bastard. You shouted as you had to activate your skill again to defend against another wave of attack. Counter shield skill is activated. Beams of light continuously collide with the shield, which finally shatters. The counter shield has been destroyed, making it impossible to reflect accumulated damage. I've used up all my charges for the counter shield, so I can't use it anymore. SCI realizes. You grit your teeth, then there's only one way left. Chunu, please use all your support skills. You give the order. Her voice echoes from the sword. What are you planning to do? No one can oppose me and I can't attack. This space has no end. The only way is to destroy this place, Chun-gu's voice declared again. I'm not even surprised anymore, but isn't there something you should have told me earlier? Master Yoon asked confusedly. What do you mean? The sword trembled violently. The fact that you saw me as a tool rather than as your partner shows no respect at all. Chunu, this is not the time for that. Xiang Yun shouted in desperation as a giant sphere of light hurtled toward him, threatening to swallow him whole. If I get hit by that attack,
It will truly be the end. Jam Chun-gu's cold voice echoes from the mighty sword. Answer me! You! Zhongyun clenched her teeth, pain and pressure clearly visible on her face. There are no other options left. You shout your sincerest apology. I am sorry. I will always look at you with respect, and not just as a tool. Her tone immediately becomes gentle and somewhat smug. Well done. I will especially forgive you. Immediately, system notification panels appeared. The power of the sword is being unleashed. The soul identity skill of the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword with A+ magic force has been activated, and your body's magical abilities have increased. The soul identity skill of the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword with accelerated thinking. A has been activated. Your thinking has been accelerated. The soul self-awareness skill of the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. Little Heart. Organ B+ has been activated. An illusionary magic device has been created to assist in the movement of magic. Then let's go, Jamchunu Shongyu said, with a look full of determination. Jam Chun-gu in her girl form responds with confidence. Just trust me, Hans Gyun. Both face the destructive light sphere rushing toward them. The combat focus skill has been activated. Blue energy shields form around Seon-Iyun, and the user's focus increases 7-fold. He stands firm against the overwhelming pressure. The Holy Light skill has been activated. Seon-Iyun roars and unleashes a stream of holy energy, while Jam Chun-gu also shouts, channeling his power into the attack. Ugh! You swing your sword, combining holy light with the power of Blood Demon, creating a dazzling combined attack. The sky digging technique has been activated. A massive red and yellow beam of light shoots into the sky, piercing through the light sphere. The earth-shattering explosion shook the entire space, and the limits of what could be destroyed vanished. Tie-Yun gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain. The surrounding space began to crack like shattered glass. You have achieved the feat of breaking space itself. The Bright Sword Emperor is pleased with the challenger Hansen. I think we've succeeded. Zi-Yun muttered with a relieved smile. Jam Chun-gu, with tears in his eyes from emotion, could only say, I understand now. The Sword King Emperor has granted you the right to participate in the succession test. A series of messages from the gods pour in. The Dark God congratulates challenger Hans Gyun and claps like a seal. The Death God warns Kwang Kiam-dae not to cause any trouble. Why did you give the succession test to someone like him instead of me? Long God Gao shouted at everyone, telling them to stop bothering him and quietly leave. Yan's vehicle stands in the ruined space, muttering, I let you all go. Jiam Chun-gu asks, what have you been doing all this time to cause such a commotion? I also want to ask the same thing. Hey Jiam Chun-gu, you were about to say something, but a notification interrupted. Chan Thian Dao has been opened. The space debris are rearranging themselves into a new path. Ahem. Should we go to the next location now? Jiam Chun-gu said. Huh? What do you want to say? When she asked both of you to fly toward a new gate, you just replied briefly, nothing. They entered the foot of the heavenly Dao of Tianwu-di and were transported to a lush, peaceful valley. This place looks incredibly tranquil. Sung Yun comments. Jam Chun-gu's voice echoes. It seems safe to lower your guard now. Song Yun's gaze suddenly fixed on a figure sitting in a pavilion by the lake. A refined voice echoes, at last we meet. A beautiful woman with white hair and elegant blue flames sat there, speaking softly. You've had a tough time getting here. Hans Jun. I am the Sword Emperor. You have created this divine martial world. You have passed through the hidden gate. Sung Yun asked in surprise. So the shortcut just now was a gate? Kwang Sword Emperor smiled. Yes, you did very well to pass through it. You sigh tiredly. So, the test is over then? My reward is for you, she interrupted. There is still one more test. Then why did you call me here? Yun's car snapped, and she giggled. Don't be angry. I just want to see your face. You don't know how worried I am about the other gods coveting you. She must be crazy. Yun's car thought silently, narrowing his blue eyes. I want to talk to you more, Emperor of Bright Swords said, but there's still one more succession test. I will grant you my martial arts and give you some homework if you pass. She raised a finger and smiled brightly. Although it might be a bit overwhelming for you, I believe you can overcome this final hurdle. Before Yun could react, she touched her finger to your forehead. Wait, so what exactly is the homework now, and do you mean it's going to be harder? He stammered in confusion, entering the final heaven of heavenly martial land, where only one person could possess the martial arts left behind by the Sword Emperor. You got transported into a desolate rocky area. She's really stubborn. I pray for you. Jiam Chunu, where is this place? Mr. Yun asked, gripping his sword tightly. Her voice rang out with caution. Look ahead of you. Immediately, A fierce battle erupted in the distance between two figures. One of them is a female swordsman with lavender hair. Her sword strikes as swift as lightning and deadly. She easily defeated her opponent with overwhelming strength. The man, Chun-gu, whispered in horror, reeking of blood. "So she's a genius?" Seong-yoon asked. Jam Chun-gu's voice is full of confidence. Just like that, the female swordsman's purple eyes flashed dangerously in the darkness. Both Song-yoon and Jam Chun-gu felt a terrifying pressure emanating from her. Song-yoon had to kneel on one knee to brace himself. What is this overwhelming pressure? This is not something an ordinary person can emit. "Jam Chun-gu warns you you'd better be careful. If you make a mistake, you could die here." The purple-haired female swordsman suddenly spoke. "Are you here to fight me? Are you also pursuing the martial arts of the Sword King, Emperor?" Mr. Yoon's vehicle just silently watched her, assessing the opponent. "Seeing you didn't answer, even though I asked," she said, gently stroking her hair, her eyes narrowing as a sharp aura radiated from her. "It seems like you want to die." She instantly disappeared and reappeared right in front of him, a blazing purple sword streaking straight toward Yoon Shong's throat. "Huh?" She only managed to gasp in surprise. The unique effect of the protective bracelet of the nameless S+ god has been activated. The bracelet will block unstoppable attacks. You can use it 3 more times. Her sword was blocked just before reaching Eun's neck. He stepped back to a safe distance. You pant heavily, cold sweat pouring down as you look at the glowing bracelet on your wrist. The protective bracelet of the nameless god has saved you. "Oh, you survived a strike from my sword unscathed," the female swordsman said, her eyes wide with surprise, a savage smile spreading across her face, revealing sharp teeth. "I see now that you're quite an interesting and talented man, unlike this boring place." She growled and charged again. "Who are you? I've never seen anyone as interesting as you in the martial world." She shouted as they exchanged deadly moves. Before asking who the other was, Song-yoon snapped back. "Why isn't it customary to introduce yourself first? Is that normal? Do you act as if you don't know who I am?" She laughed maniacally as the two swords clashed again with a deafening metallic sound. "And I definitely have no desire to tell my name to someone who rushed in to kill me the moment we met," Song-yu said with a cold gaze. "Hazy singing, that also makes sense." "I admit it," she said, seeming to have calmed down a bit. "Then let me introduce myself first," she said, gripping her sword tightly. "I am the greatest of the demon path, above heaven and earth." Raising my sword, a surge of deep purple demonic energy erupts, filling the space. She declared confidently, "I am the greatest of all time. Past or future, I am the heavenly demon." As soon as that title was spoken, a series of blue system notifications appeared in front of Zon-yoon, indicating the extreme danger of the opponent and warning you, the user, that you are facing a formidable adversary. The unyielding willpower skill has been activated, the legendary Challenger Warrior has been triggered, and the special stone-praying Mantis BFF has been activated. Feeling that terrifying aura, Zae-yoon grits his teeth, grips the blood demon sword tighter than ever, and mumbles. "Now I understand why Jam Chun-gu said she was so bloodthirsty." Jam Chun-gu appears from inside the sword with a worried expression. Her blazing red eyes flickered with tension, a wave of overwhelming killing intent quickly calming down. "But don't worry, I will do my best to help you." Zong-yoon's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he just heard. Heavenly Demon suddenly rushed forward and unleashed a sword energy. She straightforwardly said, "I like you." A strange smile appears on her shadowed face, revealing only her purple eyes and sharp teeth. "You are just like my proud father." Recalling the terrifying past, she coldly recounts, "I seized the position of leader by killing my own father for more power. But it was quite fun, because the only one who could match me back then was my father." Continuing her fierce assault, she arrogantly declared that no one else in the martial world could compare to her, launching a powerful attack that sent Song-yoon flying backward as the heavenly demon shouted in excitement. "But now you're here!" A deafening explosion shook the desolate ground. Looking down at Song-yoon with a crazed expression, Tianma asked, "So you must have also come to Tianwu-di to become stronger? How far have you gone to become stronger? Has it ever crossed your mind to kill your own loved ones? Betraying your teammates? Or perhaps a mass slaughter?" Her eyes flickered with a sickly gleam as she whispered like she was enjoying it. Already aroused, just thinking about it. "If you are as strong as I am sure you have also taken countless lives." Yoon's car cut in with a cold, furious, and disgusting voice. Surprised by his reaction, the demon lord looked shocked. "What?" "Slowly get up." Zhang Yun looked straight into the opponent's eyes with a determined gaze. "Let me tell you this. You admit it honestly, but with a completely different determination. I am also haunted by the desire to become stronger, just like you." A heartbreaking image of a shattered family picture stained with fresh blood flashes through his mind. He speaks firmly, but no matter what, there are boundaries that must never be crossed. The ground beneath Yoon's feet began to crack as a fierce surge of dark red energy erupted from his body. His eyes blazed with the fury of rage as tears of blood streamed down his face, and he roared instead of committing cowardly acts. His body was enveloped in a blazing armor, unleashing all his power to become stronger. Filled with ultimate rage, he roared his vow.
I'd rather die than surrender. At the same time, a blazing red dragon armor with flames erupting began to envelop his body. The special dragon transformation ability has been activated. Seon Yoon's explosive power causes the ground to crack and shake violently, creating a deep chasm that separates him from Tianma. For the first time since the battle began, the heavenly demon showed an expression of utter amazement. Her eyes widened at Jong Yoon's overwhelming transformation. Without hesitation, Seon Yoon took a deep breath and unleashed a massive fireball at his opponent. A strike called the Dragon's Breath. Facing the sea of flames, Tianma only sneered arrogantly. She swung her sword to cut through the flames and shouted, "This fire is incredibly hot. But with just this, you won't be able to deal a fatal blow to me." Leaping over the remnants of the fire, Heavenly Demon sneers as she looks down at Zong Yoon's new armor. "Oh, so you've put on an interesting outfit, huh? But what difference does that make?" A terrifying stream of purple sword energy shot out from her sword. Chon Yusan used the Mind Sword skill. Seong Yoon braced himself and raised the Blood Demon Sword to block that invisible but powerful sword energy. John Yusan's face stretched into a terrifyingly satisfied smile as he watched his opponent struggle, continuing to press on, forcing Zong Yoon to muster all his strength to resist. Tianma Chon Yusan used the Mind Sword technique. The attack proved too powerful to withstand, but just before it reached Zong Yoon, the bracelet shone again, completely blocking the sword energy. Your unblocked attack has been stopped by the bracelet. You have 2 more uses left. Even though you are protected, the tremendous force still flung Zong Yoon backward. Watching from afar, Tron Yusan said with amusement, "You have many interesting skills. You breathe fire like a dragon and then demonstrate this illogical dodge skill even after being hit." A sinister and expectant smile appears on her face, half hidden. "I hope you will continue to entertain me as you are now." Tianma Chon Yusan has used the mental sword technique. Xiong Yoon is at the breaking point, trying to sense the invisible attack coming at him. He was struggling to defend himself while secretly thinking that this sword spirit was really annoying. It had both power and speed, and I didn't even have a chance to swing my sword. But him. His eyes became more determined than ever. If I can learn it, I can become stronger. But what is its motivation? Jam Chungu's voice echoes from the sword, offering an important hint. It's reverence. Son Yoon asked in surprise. What? Jam Chungu continues to explain. While the celestial demon sits in meditation, absorbing a purple energy sphere, the use of a mirror fills the heart with divine power, and that will elevate you to a new level. Seong Yoon's eyes sparkled as a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. If that's the case, then perhaps Jam Chungu's assertion is correct and you're right. Or her killing her father to become the leader must have instilled fear in countless people. Her voice grew more confident, so it must be divine power supported by the fear of many. In other words, the motivation behind the heart sword is the divine power accumulated in her heart. Jam Chungu guides you. Look closely into her heart. Once you do that, her sword path will become visible to you, and if you follow it closely, you'll be able to wield the sword of the mind with your own divine power. With renewed determination, Zong Yun nodded and said, "I understand. The combat focus skill has been activated." With intense focus, a confident smile appeared on his face. Oh, now his eyes could clearly see a stream of purple energy flowing from the heart of the heavenly demon. He shouted in excitement, "I can see it now. I can see the path of the sword emanating from her heart." With her new ability, Zong Yun confidently declares her strategy to observe, dodge, and copy the sword paths as her blood demon sword blazes with a deep crimson color from the heavenly demon's sword path. He immediately charged in, moving with incredible agility and precision, easily slipping past John Yusen's deadly purple sword strikes. And after successfully dodging a series of attacks, Zong Yun thought to himself, with surprise and excitement, "So this is what it feels like. Avoiding the mind sword must be much easier now." John Yusan froze, her confident and arrogant expression disappearing for the first time, replaced by an unmistakable look of shock, but that shock quickly turned into a wicked smile. "I can't believe you mastered the mind sword in such a short time," she shouted, madness and excitement clearly visible in her eyes. "You're only making me more excited." In response to her enthusiasm, Zhang Yun said calmly,
There's nothing to get excited about. I have now mastered the Mind Sword. A stream of emerald green energy radiates from the boy. The exclusive effect of the divine gem of the Nameless S plus God's absolute seal has been activated. Green energy chains shoot out and tightly bind Chusun from her very heart. John Yusun's strongest ability has been sealed. The use of divine power and some skills are currently restricted. Her divine power is sealed, and a countdown timer appears. There are 59 seconds left until the seal is broken. Mr. Yoon's car looks directly at the restrained opponent, his voice full of determination. Because I will end this right now. Your fiery red eyes shine with determination. Let's end this now. The divine gem of the Nameless God has been depleted. You rush forward like Snarrow, roaring as you seek revenge. The C plus Storm// skill has infused wind attribute into your blade. A series of skills are activated as the final attack is prepared. The engraved skill of the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, which enhances perception, has been triggered. The exclusive dual combo effect of the first Chaos Demon Sword has been activated. Focusing all power on one point, you declare that you will enhance the mental sword state with dragon transformation and deliver the final blow. You unleash a powerful attack aimed directly at the sealed Yoon, but your eyes suddenly widen in shock. Your attack was blocked by a red energy shield surrounding Yusun. She looks angry. Is my attack useless? Jam Chungu's voice shouted in panic. Hansen quickly stepped back as an invisible recoil force pushed Song Yoon backward. I can't believe what just happened. What the hell is going on? Her body was very stiff just now. Could she be hiding another skill besides the Mind Sword? After sealing my Mind Sword and attacking me with all your strength, I didn't expect you to beg for mercy like this. This time, I'm a bit disappointed. Look directly at Zeon Yoon and order her. But now you will have to make it more interesting for me, because if there isn't a terrifying pressure emanating from her, I might accidentally kill you. Thien Kimtron Yusun used the Divine Sword skill, sensing a completely different energy flow. Zeon Yoon gritted his teeth, cold sweat running down. The energy had changed. This is dangerous! The scene shifts to a completely different place. A peaceful valley with a clear lake and an ancient pavilion. Emperor Guangjun is sitting and drinking tea, muttering to himself, I wonder if the boy is using the sacred relic I gave him well. A gentle smile appeared on her lips as she remembered I gave it to commemorate the boy's crossing of the hidden gate. Even though I couldn't tell him, I had given it to him. Lifting her teacup to her lips with a gentle smile, she continued, I hope the boy will make good use of it. Returning to the chaotic battlefield, Chusun moved like a shadow, continuously attacking Zhong Yun from all sides. She mocked, where is all that spirit you had earlier? Overwhelmed completely, Zhong Yun can only try to withstand the invisible attacks. Are you finished now? John Yusun asked sarcastically. He roared in helplessness. Damn it! I can't tell where she's attacking from. He tried to focus his vision to the limit, wondering in confusion how he could not see her after using the fire dragon eye, when suddenly a series of blue system windows appeared before him. I muttered, what is that floating in front of me? Please mark your target. He stared at the blank screen in front of him, shouting in frustration that he couldn't see anything at all. His teeth clenched so hard that his face armor cracked. I can't mark her even if I want to. Jam Chun-gu's calm and commanding voice echoes from Hans Gyun's sword. If you can't see her, close your eyes and focus on your senses. As a martial artist, you may be a novice, but as a challenger, you are a master warrior. Her image appears, her glowing red eyes looking straight at you with trust. Believe in yourself. Hansen followed her advice. Seong Yun took a deep breath to regain her composure. That's right. Jiam Chun-gu was right. I have to focus. A green energy stream surrounds him. The sixth sense skill has been activated. The surrounding space plunges into darkness as green energy lines begin to form the shape of Truson. The boy opens his eyes wide, a circle of energy radiates from his feet, and he shouts confidently, she is there. As soon as you lock onto the target, a mysterious golden blue relic appears out of thin air. The target has been marked on the celestial demon Ayuzon. The exclusive effect of the holy relic's luminous sword has been activated. You look at the relic with confusion. What is this? When did I get a relic like this? Countless blue light swords are summoned, floating around you. All of them are aimed at Troll Yusun. With the target set, the summoned blades will automatically pursue it. Hundreds of shining swords rush towards Yusun like a meteor shower, causing continuous explosions. A confident smile appears on Zhang Yun's face. I don't know when I received this relic, but it couldn't have come at a better time. You launch your attack, your body enveloped in blue lightning swords. Now she needs to stand still for her. Seizing the opportunity while Chan Yusan is busy dealing with the light swords, he continues to attack. The series of shining swords, each with a unique and beautiful design, continue their relentless assault. The many glowing swords stuck in the ground around Yusun seem unfazed, with only a fleeting look of surprise. She glanced at the swords, piercing her with a look of contempt, and said, "So this is really all you have?" Yoon's father was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "What? You just said what?" Sung Yoon's eyes widened as he realized a terrifying surge of energy was beginning to erupt from the troll Yusun. With a roar, she unleashed a powerful stream of enchanted sword aura, easily destroying all the light swords and splitting him in two. But the attack didn't stop there. It charged straight at Song Yun, forcing the protective bracelet to activate itself once again. The exclusive defensive effect of the nameless god S+'s protective bracelet was triggered. Your unblockable attack was stopped by the bracelet, leaving only one use remaining. Knocked back, blood dripped from the corner of your mouth. Sung Yun tries to regain his composure. What was that attack just now? Now is not the time for daydreaming. He quickly regained his fighting spirit and charged forward once again. I need to counterattack with my sword hard as soon as possible. A blazing red energy surrounds you as you pour all your strength into the upcoming attack. Chon Yusan easily raised his hand, creating a perfect defensive barrier. Heavenly Demon Chon Yusan used the protective energy shield skill. A contemptuous snort escaped her lips as Zhang Yun's attack was easily blocked. The two of them charged at each other in a high-speed sword fight. Sparks flew from each clash as Zhang Yun gritted her teeth, trying to withstand her opponent's overwhelming strength. Chon Yusan speeds up, her sword strikes becoming faster and more deadly, forcing Zhang Yun into a defensive stance. In a life-and-death moment, the bracelet shone once more, blocking the final deadly attack. The exclusive primary defense effect of the protective bracelet of the nameless S+ god was activated. Your unblocked attack has been stopped by the bracelet. No more attempts left. The protective bracelet of the anonymous S+ god has been destroyed. It shattered into shards of light and disappeared. Shusan stood there, looking at Zhang Yun with a cold expression and a sneer full of disappointment. She said, "You said you would end me, but you're only showing me boring skills." She raised her sword, a black-purple energy sphere gathering at the tip. "If you have nothing left to show, prepare for your death, Heavenly Demon." Yusan used the skill. Heavenly Lai Asura Sword. A terrifying aura of sharp energy emanated, pressing down on Zhang Yun. This overwhelming killing intent made it hard to stand firm, and once again, he was paralyzed by the killing intent, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. He tried to analyze whether it was coming from the magic power replacing divine nature, shouted Jam Chungu urgently from the sword. "Stay alert, she's coming!" John Yusan rushed forward at an incredible speed, like a shadow gliding across the battlefield. Sung Yun barely managed to raise his sword in defense and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, so fast!" Chusan unleashed a series of rapid slashes, one of which pierced Zhang Yun's shoulder, blood spraying everywhere. He was completely overwhelmed, unable to defend against her ghostly sword strikes. He shouted in pain, "CC!" Just as he was about to collapse, a stream of blue energy healed his wounds and enveloped his body. Your final standing skill has been activated. Your life-threatening injuries have been neutralized. Your senses are temporarily heightened and the effects of all other skills have been perfected. Yun stands up straight, his strength restored and amplified to a new level. It seems that was your ultimate move. This skill has a 1-week cooldown. In the moment empowered by the ultimate skill, Zhang Yun calmed down, his mind becoming unusually clear. I felt it. He realized the terrifying power gap between them, like a tiny human trying to fight against a god. There was no hope at all. "I'm just playing into the palm of the Heavenly Demon's hand." But Jam Chungu's voice echoes with urgency and hope. "Even if it's very difficult, don't give up. There's still a chance." That encouragement rekindled the fire in Seong Yun's heart. He roared, "As long as I'm alive, there's still a way." He stood up, ready to fight once again. You have achieved the initial feat of transcendence. A stronger new energy begins to flow from your sword. The fiery sword intent authority is evolving into enhanced sword energy authority. The boy senses the new power and mutters, "This feeling..." John Yusen seems a bit surprised by your evolution, but then quickly shows contempt. "Oh, I'm very surprised you've learned to use enhanced sword energy, but that won't work on me." She raised 3 fingers and made a boastful offer. "Well, since you've given me some fun, this will be the last time I use my 3 basic moves against you." "Wow, thank you for that." He charged forward, channeling all his newfound strength into a single attack, causing a fierce explosion of red and black energy as they collided. John Yusan easily deflects your attack, her voice full of disappointment. "You won't score any points with that." Clenching her sword hilt, she whispers, "I'm really disappointed." She unleashed a series of purple slashes at a terrifying speed, completely overwhelming Shung Yun. The ground shattered beneath his feet as he struggled to defend himself.
In a stalemate, you plant your sword into the ground and release a stream of holy energy. The holy light skill has been activated. A dazzling burst of golden light engulfs the area. From the smoke in the middle, John Yusun's cold voice echoes. As she steps out, her fist ready rather than her own ability, with nothing left to expect from you. A punch from the sky strikes Zhang Yun's stomach, piercing through his dragon armor. He coughs up a large amount of blood and screams in pain. The shockwave from her punch destroys everything around it. Zhang Yun's dragon armor shatters. He collapses to the ground exhausted, while John Yusun stands there looking down at him coldly. Since I have used 2 of my 3 techniques, I only have 1 left now. Jam Chun-gu's voice shouted in despair. Hey, Hans. Jun, wake up. Hansen's consciousness of Zhang Yun is fading into darkness. You secretly think nothing is effective. All my attacks are meaningless. He gasped for breath, doubt beginning to take over his mind. Can I defeat her? Chu looked down at you, observing your state. It seems like you have nothing left. She stepped closer, staring directly into your eyes. Why do you look at me with that expression? That's right. I know that look better than anyone else. One word echoed in both of their minds, an emotion that shaped who they are. Contempt. In that final moment, Zhang Yun found strength from his own despair. Yes, that contempt was the beginning that brought me here. Jam Chun-gu's voice still echoes. Hans Jun stands up and leaves. In the darkness of his mind, images of those who once looked down on him flash back, their eyes shining bright in the shadows. A roar echoed from the depths of his soul. I don't want anyone to look down on me. I will not lose to anyone. He grits his teeth. I don't want to be oppressed by anyone. But then you knelt down, looked up at the sky in exhaustion and helplessness. But doing so was too difficult. At that moment, a familiar yet distant voice called out from behind. So, that's it, isn't it a pretty simple thing? Mr. Yun's car suddenly reversed, his eyes wide with surprise as he saw the human form of Jam Chun-gu standing there. Jam Chun-gu! She crossed her arms, looking at him with a look of reproach but also concern. Yes, I called you many times, but you wouldn't listen, so I had to come here myself. By the way, I also read your thoughts, but haven't you already realized that? Her eyes grew deeper as she analyzed his motivation. He likely wanted to prove himself by repeating the cycle, seizing the opportunity and becoming stronger. She looked directly into his eyes and asked a fundamental question. Who is he trying to prove himself to? Without hesitation, Zhang Yun replied with absolute confidence in himself. Immediately, a flashing system window appeared, and the conditions had been met. Jam Chun-gu furrowed his brow and asked, Why? A faint but determined smile appeared on his lips. Because I don't want to regret anything. That statement seemed to unlock a new, deep potential within him. You are beginning to approach becoming a supreme being. You stand up, face her, and say with determination, I want to become someone who is not oppressed by anyone and not hindered by anyone. That's what I want. A blazing golden beam erupts from him, illuminating the dark space. Divine power has been fully activated. Jam Chun-gu could only stare in awe at that incredible power. Suddenly, she appeared right behind Seon Yoon and delivered a slap to the back of his head. Why did she suddenly hit me? Seon Yoon asked in confusion, but Jam Chun-gu just grinned widely, looking much better now. She stepped back into a ready stance. So hurry up, defeat her, and go back. A confident smile appears on Zhang Yun's face. He responds decisively. All right. You lean back to let the blue energy flow in to heal and fill your body. I can feel it now. Sitting up, I sense the power surging within me, divine energy overflowing. With this, John Yusun stood from afar, his face showing complete shock and disbelief. Zae-yun rose, surrounded by a stream of blue energy. My revenge begins once more. The two face each other again on the desolate battlefield, but this time the balance of power has shifted. John Yusun asks with a doubtful tone. What is that enormous divine power? She narrowed her eyes. Have you been hiding it all this time? Yoon's vehicle summons a blue light spear, responding coldly as if you wanted. No matter what, now you will point the spear at her. Die. John Yusun's face contorted into a crazed smile. Is this your final struggle? How pathetic. Mr. Yoon's car takes a deep breath, completely calm. I still have my final move out of the 3 I reserved for you, so hurry up and attack. He smirked and said, If you want it that badly, I'll show you. What do you intend to show me with that exhausted body of yours? John Yusun's words cut off. In an instant, Zhang Yun disappeared and reappeared right behind her. She spun around, her eyes wide with terror. Since when has he been? A high-speed sword fight broke out, but this time Zhang Yun had completely matched her speed.
You poured all your divine power into the spear tip, aiming straight for John Yusun's heart, but a stream of red energy blocked it. Demon Lord Yusun used a protective energy shield technique, and despite being pushed back, Chusan still smiled arrogantly. Wow, that attack was impressive, but no matter what, it's useless against me. Both of us are locked in a clash of strength as she continues to mock. Yes, I will admit that the enormous amount of divine power you gained in such a short time is impressive, but that's all. What can you really do? Yoon's vehicle strained to break through her barrier as she roared, but before the protective aura, it was useless. You still say you can do anything else? With a wicked smile, Chu-sun roared as her protective aura easily blocked Zhang Yun's attack. Until you can break through this layer of protective energy, you'll never leave even a scar on her. At that moment, a completely different surge of energy erupted from Seon Yoon. The divine power was activated strongly, and a confident, knowing smile appeared on both Seon Yoon and Jam Chunu's faces. Your smile has enraged Yusan to the point of fury. She roars in anger. Does he dare to smile in this situation? I will destroy him. Jeong Yoon pours all her divine power into one point, breaking her own limits. Divine power has been strongly activated. Sky digging skill has been triggered. A decisive system notification appears, signaling an attack that breaks all the rules. The limits of what you can destroy have been lifted. You launch an attack that breaks all the rules. Piercing through John Yusun's seemingly impenetrable defenses, her aura shield shatters into shards of red. Fresh blood begins to seep from the corner of her mouth and her chest in shock as her mind is flooded with the image of the absolute power of her protective aura. It is a skill that can nullify all other abilities. A confident smile appeared on her face as she remembered that it was essentially an unbeatable skill. It should have been like that. She shouted in utter disbelief as she collapsed to the ground, completely defeated. It should have been like that. John Yusun stared intently at his bloodied hand. I can't believe the skill I thought was unbeatable on the stage of invincibility is broken now. The divine power is now being activated. Jam Chun-gu's voice echoes, explaining the situation. Because her central dantian has collapsed, she can no longer restore it with divine power. She looks up at Chu Yun, her eyes filled with resentment and defiance. Until now you have deceived me. Mr. Yoon just silently looked down at her without saying a word. With her last bit of strength, she reached out her bloody hand towards him. Is that all there is? She whispers bitterly. I have become stronger through countless killings. But in the end, I was not chosen by the bright sword emperor. She collapsed, her final question fading into the air. Why was it that man and not me who inherited the throne? A pink light envelops her body, signaling the end of a legend. Seon Yoon looks down at her disintegrating form, his voice cold. A person trying to become stronger in such a dirty way that she isn't even worth arguing over the inheritance. He raised his hand, forming a pink energy sphere in his palm. I am sure that the Sword King Emperor would say the same when he sees her. John Yusun's soul has been absorbed into Seon Yoon. You have absorbed the soul of the celestial demon, John Yusun. Proficiency has increased by 24.7%. Due to absorbing a stronger soul, the judgment to extract the authority has begun. He muttered, so she's stronger than me. A series of system notifications appeared, confirming his success. The judgment was successful, and the authority was extracted from the soul. The special status of Heavenly Demon S+ has been inscribed into Hansen's soul. Jam Chun-gu's voice echoes, signaling a new phase has finally begun. From now on, focus on your inner divinity. The separation will begin. A black fog begins to envelop Song Yun. He asks about separation. Are you talking about this black fog? Jam Chun-gu explained, it means you have gained the power that the heavenly demon mentioned before dying. An unprecedented opportunity unfolds before you. Now you can choose a divine attribute. After choosing a divine attribute, you will gain the legitimate deity. A radiant golden monument slowly rises from the ground before you. Zeyun stands before the monument, a new chapter in his life about to begin. He steps forward, ready to make the choice that will shape his future. Standing in front of the golden stele, Seong Yoon looked around with surprise, thinking there might be a chance. You float in the mystical space, looking at the options before you, but you never expected they were arranged this way. You descend, gaze at a blazing red orb, and wonder, and what about this one? Will you choose the divine power of supremacy? A mysterious black-purple sphere appears, slightly surprising. Do you choose the deathly dark power? A blood-red sphere appears, very different from the divine power I imagined. Will you choose the divine power of eternal pink light? A peaceful green sphere glows. Harmony, I wonder what that is. Are you going to choose the harmonious green aura divine power? The boy pondered eagerly, This is a chance to get closer to becoming a supreme being. I need to choose one of these. I think the best outcome is one where you don't die, but then I suddenly realize, wait, there's one more? A confident and decisive smile appears on his face as he reaches out toward the final choice. If it's this one, there's even no need to hesitate. You have chosen the divine trait of Superviet. A blazing stream of golden power erupts, enveloping you. The supreme divinity will respond to the qualities of the death god and manifest potential abilities related to death and transcendence. With your divine attribute setup, you have gained the special authority of the death god's gaze. With your divine attribute established, you have become a god. A series of system notifications confirm your new power. The basic divine power of SS plus divine transformation has been engraved into Hansen's soul, and the unique supreme divine power SSS plus has been engraved into the soul of the challenger Hansun. After using divine transformation, your divine power will temporarily increase, and you will be able to use divine abilities. You feel the new flow of power merging with yourself, integrating system abilities with divine power, making them superior. You step away from the monument, now a completely new person. Jamchun-gu appears beside you, observing and seeing that your divine nature has been established. It's clear you've made your decision. He turned back to look at her, and that reaction probably meant she had chosen a divine trait before. Jamchun-gu. She turned away, leaving only silence before replying, I destroyed the divine attributes. A sad but proud smile appeared on her lips. Instead of choosing a path already laid out for me, I destroyed the divine power I received with a promise that freedom would come someday. You can only silently listen. She turns back. Her face a bit flustered. Of course, I didn't expect things to turn out this way, but being by your side isn't so bad. He turned away a bit embarrassed. I also didn't think having her as an ally was a bad thing. He looks at her with eyes full of sincerity. She has been by my side helping me whenever I was in danger, so thank you. A big, mischievous smile spreads across his face. Without her, I probably would have died, right? Jamchun-gu blushed, her eyes darting around awkwardly. She rushed over, scolding La shyly. Wow. Why are you suddenly acting in a way you've never done before? Mr. Yoon's car was startled and hung up. Come on, let's hurry and check the items. Being teased made you determined to get revenge, and later you sat down and put on a new mask. The steel consumption skill has been activated. These items are useless unless you are a heavenly demon, so should we get rid of them? You absorb the items, transforming them into your own power. The blood contract bracelet has been received, absorption complete. A red energy envelops you. The divine power authority has been activated, and magic will be broken down and converted into divine power. You feel your new skill. I even gained the ability to convert the demon energy used by the heavenly demon into divine power, allowing you to create divine power on the spot. This is amazing. Jamchun-gu called your name impatiently. Han Dong-yoon. When will this finally end? I'm so bored I could die. I just finished, so let's go claim the martial arts of the Sword Emperor. As soon as the battle ends, a solemn system notification appears. You have passed the final heavenly trial of heavenly martial land. The ground trembled and cracked open, forming a deep passage. By passing through the final gate, you have earned access to the library. The abyss before them opens wide, signaling the final stage. After leaving the library, you will reach the end of the heavenly martial land. Yoon-shie looked down into the abyss, frowning in unnecessary seriousness. Jamchun-gu also looked down with a wary expression. I think it will take half a day just to get down there. A mischievous smile appeared on Seon-yoon's face. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Jamchun-gu looked at him with suspicion. What are you planning to do this time? Without a word, Seon-yoon swiftly grabs Jamchun-gu's hand. She was startled and shouted in confusion. Han Sang-yoon, why did you suddenly hold my hand? He pulls her along and jumps straight into the abyss with an excited smile, while Jamchun-gu can only scream in horror. They both rush down at a dizzying speed. Jamchun-gu lands with little grace. She muttered in shock, the library of heavenly martial land, while Yoon landed perfectly. You confidently declare, I am here. Both stand before a giant, ancient stone gate, engraved with the words, library, which slowly opens to reveal a vast room filled with books. A small creature quickly scurries past. Zong-yoon looks around in surprise. It's cleaner than I expected. Jamchun-gu also agrees. It's interesting that there's not a speck of dust. Looking at the towering bookshelves, Zong-yoon sighed. It would be a hassle to find Kwang Kim Emperor's martial arts among all these books. You think there's an easy way to find it? Jamchun-gu replied bluntly. I don't know. Then let's take all these books, and Jamchun-gu suddenly shouted, Hansen is right next to you, so what now? A cheerful voice exclaims.
Hansen, you're completely caught off guard and can only say, huh? When Kwangsword Emperor held him tightly, Jam Chun-gu shouted in anger from behind the bookshelf. Damn it! This was an ambush. A system notification appears, asking why the White Crane Swordmaster Administrator is acting so foolish. Kwang Kim-dae blushes with embarrassment, as another message from a different deity appears. Are you happy now? Kwangsword Emperor still holds Song Yun tightly. He has come this far. Oh my god, I'm so proud of myself. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun tries to push her away and let go, while Jam Chun-gu tries to pull her out from behind. Zhang Yun shouted in utter confusion, "Please let go before we talk." After the chaos, the three of them sat down with Zhang Yun in the middle of the two women, arguing fiercely. Kwang Kim-dae smirked teasingly. But who is she that she keeps sticking close to Hans Gyun all the time? Jiam Chun-gu replied proudly, I am the seven-blood demon. Jiam Chun-gu and I am also his ally. Kwang Kim-dae appears to be pondering. A fallen leader of the Blood Demon sect. I think I've heard that name among the candidates before, she said triumphantly, but it seems she's now been eliminated from the list. Jiam Chun-gu is angry, and what about you, Kwang Kim-dae? She has truly become outdated after staying in the Heavenly Martial Land all this time. Both of them lunged at each other, growling like two beasts. Se-yun hurriedly intervenes. Enough. Let's talk about the reward. Emperor of the Bright Sword immediately changed his attitude, and she smiled gently. All right, my dear Hans Jun, I need to give you your reward. She pulls out a book from her sleeve. This is the book containing my martial arts. With your skills, you'll be able to learn it just by reading. Mr. Yun took the book and thought to himself in confusion. If she intended to take it out of her sleeve, then what's the point of creating the library? You say thank you. He opened the book, still lost in thought. She is truly very unique. As soon as you open the book, a golden light envelops you. You have achieved proficiency in close combat, swordsmanship, and agility. A series of your stats increased, your strength went up by 1, your stamina by 3, and your agility by 1. You looked at your body in disbelief. Is it okay to just accept the stats so easily? The Light Sword Emperor pats your shoulder and asks, what do you think? Impressive, right? She winks playfully. And it seems you've used the luminous relic I gave you well, so I feel quite pleased. Mr. Yun's car froze. So it was you. Anyway, thank you for that. If you go to the Murium space in the afternoon, there is another treasure I have hidden there that will add the distribution search function to the luminous relic. What is distribution? Yam Chun-gu suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and shouted in anger and panic. While Kwang Kim-dae only smirked mysteriously, she pointed directly at Zhang Yun's face and said firmly, Han Sang-gyun immediately eliminated the possibility of searching for distribution. Distribution is the collection of all the precious items that Kwang Kim-dae has taken from the gods. She shouted in despair, are you really going to ignore a ticking time bomb counting down like that? Zhang Yun just smiled calmly. Jam Chunu, thank you for your concern. A broad and confident smile spreads across his face. But that's something I can have once I have enough strength to handle it. So if I gain the power to find it, I will go look for it. Jam Chun-gu listens, still looking worried. Meanwhile, Seon Yun continues, I don't think I need to disable the tracking function. And even if other gods come looking for me, you look at her with a trusting and warm gaze. I have her by my side. So what's the problem then? Jam Chun-gu blushed and turned away in confusion. She crossed her arms, trying to hide her embarrassment. Well, if it were you, I'm sure you could handle it. Handle it. Emperor of the Radiant Sword looks at you with a satisfied expression. Just as I expected from the one I have my eye on. I like you more and more. She creates a blue energy sphere in her hand. I will add a bit of my divine power to the luminous relic. So, if you need it, use my divine power. She channels the energy sphere into Seon Yun. The exclusive effect of the luminous relic with divine power has been activated. Jiam Chun-gu sits down, crosses his arms, and mutters, you must be crazy to give up part of your divine power. Although I don't know what she's thinking, I see no problem with her actions. In fact, she's giving up her divine power. Yun's vehicle looked at the Sword Emperor seriously, grateful for this. But why did she go so far just because of me? She simply responded with a calm and mysterious smile. I have to do this. You look at her with confusion. What? A gentle smile appeared on her lips. I can't tell you the details, but it would be better if you think of it as a contract with the tower. You can only silently ponder her cryptic words. Kwangsword Emperor clasped his hands together and said, all right, I think time is up. A blue energy source enveloped her as her body retreated. With a bright smile, she bid farewell and said,
Please make good use of the Kwang Hien relic I gave you. Kwang Kim Dae is watching you.
A series of system notifications appear, signaling the end of the challenge. Congratulations, you have completed level 17 of the tower. The rewards for passing are being transferred to your inventory. Please proceed to the waiting room. Yoon steps into a completely new space. You have entered the waiting room of level 18. Immediately, a large notification appeared along with fireworks and paper flowers. The conditions have been met. Congratulations, all official tower climbing dimensions have completed level 15. Yoon looks at the notification screen with a serious expression. The Challenges Tower will hold a joint event for all official tower climbing dimensions. The scene shifts to a modern city as a female reporter urgently delivers the news. Can everyone see this? A giant maze has appeared in the city center. A maze will appear in all official tower dimensions. Thousands of people are looking up at the giant maze. The maze is a self-selected event, so if challengers don't form a team, they can't participate. In another office, a familiar woman is worriedly making a call. Sang-yoon, why aren't you answering? She looked out the window and saw chaos unfolding before her eyes. This is an emergency. It could turn into a battle between different dimensions. A final warning appears on the screen. Join after understanding this. The scene opens at a cozy wooden house nestled in a snow-covered forest, a quiet and isolated place with swords stuck in the snow, like graves. Inside, Zong-yoon opens his eyes after completing the final reward from the heavenly martial earth. You have received the reward of the divine martial land's spiritual medicine. All abilities have been increased. A seductive yet commanding voice echoes from across the room. Have you had a good time? You look up and see the Bloodsteel Sovereign, a woman with light purple hair sitting cross-legged on a luxurious chair. She asked with a sneer, with the Sword King Emperor? Yoon's car could only mutter in frustration. I am a victim. Her blazing red eyes flashed with a terrifying intensity. She ordered decisively with just one word. Answer! Completely overwhelmed by her aura, Yoon hurriedly bowed his head and stammered. I apologize. A satisfied smile appears on the bloodthirsty ruler's lips. Yes, since it seems you're feeling guilty, I will forgive you this time. Yoon's car could only think to himself in utter confusion. But what did I do wrong? You quickly changed the subject with a forced smile. After all, she said she would tell me about this maze. And that's why she called me here. The Blood Sovereign sat up straight, adopting a more solemn posture. Yes, I will tell you about this giant tree maze. This maze is called the Giant Tree Maze, and it is similar to a tower with 10 floors. She raised her hand, 4 fingers extended to explain the difficulty levels. Easy, normal, hard, and insane. Mr. Yoon raised an eyebrow, asking back with confusion and curiosity. The mad, bloodthirsty lord explains with a serious expression, while an image of Seon Yoon surrounded by countless monsters appears. If he chooses the insane difficulty, he will lose all his abilities. It's that difficult, she keeps going. As Seon Yoon stands before a treasure chest after defeating an enemy, nothing to worry about. Every time he clears a floor, he can recover a skill. Mr. Yoon's car immediately deduces logically that restoring his main skill is the best option. The blood-driven lord nods in agreement. Very good. You look up at the sky where the system windows are floating. If the conditions are this tough, the rewards must be pretty good. Let me check them. But when you try to check, the crazy difficulty reward screen only shows flashing red error messages. The crazy difficulty reward. Unreadable. Unreadable. The blood-designated lord crossed his arms, looking helpless. I can't read the rewards for the insane difficulty. You've used up all your questions, and even if I wanted to tell you more, I couldn't. He stood up and bowed politely to show his gratitude. I am very grateful that you have told me so much. The boy turned to leave. I will do what I can now. The Crimson Blood Sovereign asked with a hint of surprise. Are you planning to leave already? Yes, since the other challengers are moving forward. I can't fall behind. You look better since the last time I saw you. She waved cheerfully. If you stop by here later, I'll teach you a useful technique. Be careful until then. The challenger Hansen's desire to return has been confirmed. A return stone has been consumed, returning to Earth. Immediately, you are transported back to your modern apartment. You pick up the phone ringing non-stop on the table. I've received a lot of calls from the 2 ions. I should call her before I leave. Your words are cut off as you suddenly pause. The whispered authority of the fire is requesting a secret conversation with the challenger Hans Sang-jionon. A fiery wing symbol appears beside your ear, and a woman's voice echoes. Check, check. Can you hear me? You respond cautiously. Yes, I can hear you, but who is the... That voice sighed dramatically. You're really terrible. You not only forgot about me, but haven't contacted me even once since we met in Japan. Isn't that too much? You are stunned to recognize that familiar voice. That voice continues with a hint of pouting. You can't recognize me just by my voice, can you? The woman on the other end finally reveals her identity. It's me, Catherine Bennett. You haven't forgotten me, right? You smile awkwardly and try to act natural. Of course not. How could I? Ha, she responded quickly. That's a relief. I'll get straight to the point. Catherine Bennett sits on the chair, her voice ringing out clearly and urgently. Regarding this maze event, please join my team. We have one spot left in the team, no hesitation at all. Mr. Yoon's car smiled and replied decisively, all right then. Catherine was stunned by his quick response. She stammered, What? Are you okay with making such quick decisions? Then she let out a relieved breath, grateful that he helped me avoid wasting time searching for team members. Catherine's voice echoed impressively. You not only develop quickly, but also respond very fast. Mr. Yoon's car just smiled modestly as he stood up. Ha, it's nothing. Catherine ends the call. Then I will meet you at the entrance of the maze. Mr. Yoon's car turned toward the door, smiling as he spoke. All right, just do that. As the fire symbol beside his ear disappeared, Zong Yoon thought to himself with satisfaction, this is why relationships matter. He remembered the formidable power of Catherine Bennett. She has an ability called fire suppression. All of the opponent's abilities will be reduced by 10, and some skills will be randomly sealed. A calculating smile appears on his face as he envisions the upcoming scene. If we go into crazy difficulty and recover our skills, she will be very useful. You turn towards the door, wondering if you should contact Hey Ion before leaving. Just as he was about to take out his phone, a loud banging on the door and a familiar voice shouting in panic rang out. Sang-gyun, are you in there? Annoyed, you open the door, about to yell at whoever's pounding on your door like crazy, but then you stop when you see Hey Ion standing there panting and covered in sweat. I was completely surprised by her appearance and could only stammer, I called your name uncertainly. Hey Ion. I called you many times. She continued, her voice still trembling with fatigue. But you didn't answer, so I ran here as fast as I could. You scratched your head awkwardly. Ha. I'm sorry, I was a bit busy, but how did you get my address? Ion stood up straight, proudly declaring that he had a way. Mr. Yoon's car could only think in amazement, isn't that a crime? She took his hand, her face becoming serious. That doesn't matter right now. She pulled him along, her voice tense. The maze has appeared, and the top challengers from each country are coming to find him. Ion continues to explain in panic. Your location has been traced, so they are probably coming here. Isn't that a complete crime? Mr. Yoon's car could only think to himself, she did the same thing. She pulled him toward the door. We need to find a quiet place and arrange for someone outside the hallway to shout. That is the challenger, Hansen. Both of them froze. Huh? Haeon muttered blankly. A crowd of challengers gathered outside, blocking the way. One man in the crowd shouted, Hello, Challenger Hans Gyun. Do you have any plans to join our E family? Another person dismissively said, You guys are outdated. Get out of here. A quarrel breaks out, you bastard. What did you just say? Ion whispers with disappointment. We are too late. Mr. Ion gently takes her hand. Sorry about that. Ha! Ion looked up at him in surprise. Without a word of explanation, Sang-gun lifted her up like a princess. Let's run. Ion could only shout in confusion. What? Someone in the crowd shouted in horror, He's running away! He lifts her and leaps out of the corridor, rushing forward, jumping from building to building at lightning speed. After leaving the crowd behind, he looked up at the sky with confidence. They won't chase us this far, right? Hey, Ion, do you look pale while being carried? She stammers. Sang-gyun, can you put me down now? I'm about to vomit. He hurriedly landed in an alley. I'm sorry, I was flying too aggressively. Immediately after, I started vomiting uncontrollably. After calming down, she said, You don't need to arrange anything for me. I already have a team. She looked at him with a face that was both sad and relieved. I came because I was worried, but it was all for nothing. He looked at her gently and said, I'm sorry. Next time I'll contact you earlier or Ion will ask. All right, so you'll go into the maze right away? Both of them head toward the entrance of the maze. Yes, this is an entrance area, so I should go in right now. Then please stay safe this time. Son. A rare bright smile appeared on her face. Don't push yourself too hard. Song Yoon's eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. He smiled warmly in response to Haeyeon's advice. Yeah, I understand. Ion turned and walked away as a system notification appeared before him. You have entered the entrance of the maze. You find yourself standing alone in a vast square surrounded by dense trees. You look up at the majestic scene before you and exclaim in awe, Is this the entrance to the giant tree maze? A huge gate made from ancient tree roots appears. A familiar voice called out from behind. You're early, huh? You turned around a bit surprised to see Catherine here, but Catherine approached with her two teammates and cheerfully asked, It's been a while, hasn't it? How have you been? I see it's been a while since we last met, and I recognize the two people with her.
So you're also on the same team, huh? Kim Seung-hun and Oh Chun-X as well.
He silently thought with sharp eyes.
I didn't expect S-rank hunter Kim Seung-hun to come here. The man wearing a mask. Kim Seung-hun speaks in a steady voice. It's a relief to have him here.
In that case, Hansen, even better, Catherine asked excitedly as she looked at him. Have you thought about which difficulty level we should choose yet?
Sang-gyun Jong-yun was silent for a moment, as if he already had an answer. He firmly replied, let's choose insane difficulty. Even though we can't see the rewards, I'm sure they will be worth the challenge.
Catherine smiled happily, I knew it. Kim Seung-hun nodded in agreement, so we are all on the same page.
Let's go.
I've sent you the invitation code, accept it, and let's go together. Then a series of system notifications appeared. Code 10 Group E 781. You quickly accept the invitation from the S3A1 leader to join. Kim Jung-hun forcefully pushes open the giant wooden gate. It slowly creaked open with a heavy screech. Suddenly a mysterious voice echoed from your sword. Are you planning to enter the maze now? He replied calmly. That's right. Due to the crazy difficulty effect, although the sword will remain the same, we will have to be apart for a while. Until then, I might get a little bored. The sword blade spoke again to comfort me. Don't be sad. And the necklace on your neck suddenly glowed. A blue aura enveloped Zhang Yun as he explained, whenever I complete a level, I can restore a skill or a power. Then Kim seems upset. I never said I would leave now. He ignored it and stepped into the darkness of the maze, leaving Than Kiem's angry shouts behind. Don't interrupt me and just listen. As soon as the team entered, a message appeared. You have entered the first level of the giant primordial tree maze. The weapon you are using will be sealed, and you will receive a basic weapon in your inventory.
A series of other notifications keep appearing. All abilities will be temporarily lost, and all stats will drop to 10. Inside the maze, skills and abilities will disappear. The skills and abilities you gain within the maze will not be available when you leave. The whole team felt their bodies grow heavy. Yoon silently thought that his body felt really heavy after his stats dropped. Oh Chun-sho frowns in disappointment, unable to believe that he cannot use the abilities he has struggled to acquire until now. Suddenly, a beam of light surrounds Zon Yoon and special notifications exclusive to him appear. Conditions met. Divine power and will against the god are being forcibly activated. Divine nature and the will to oppose the supreme being are resisting the system imposed on the test subject, Hans Sang-gyun. A pink aura surrounds him, as the system notification states that the privileges, skills, and divine power linked to his divinity will not disappear and will continue to exist. He smiled confidently. It seems I have to carry this team. His status window appeared, showing that his stats and special abilities were still retained. The team was stunned by Seon Yoon's incredible speed. Catherine exclaimed, is that really the speed of someone with an agility stat of 10? Oh Chun-seok wondered, could he really have recovered his skill in such a short time? A giant ogre roared and swung its club with tremendous force. Seon Yoon easily blocks the attack, creating an explosion of blue and red energy that shatters the ground. He gracefully dodges the strike as a system notification appears. The wind blessing skill has been activated, enveloped in a blue aura. He rushes forward at lightning speed with an 80% boost in all speed. He leaps into the air and delivers a deadly strike to the goblin. The intelligent process duplicates the current skill 8 hits. The whole team was stunned to see Zhang Yun standing among the defeated goblin corpses. The goblin's transformed HP had been completely depleted and would be replaced with nutrients from the world tree. Catherine broke out in a cold sweat. She thought to herself that this was a foe difficult to deal with given our current stats, yet he had taken down 4 enemies at once. Oh Chun-seok whispered in horror. That guy probably isn't even the same species as us. A dark red aura surrounds Zhong Yun. He breathes a sigh of relief and thinks how lucky it is that the aura absorbed the essence from a dead goblin. If I don't learn the martial arts of Emperor Guangjin and lose all my authority, I wouldn't be able to fight like this. I confidently think, even if they are 4 times stronger, I can still defeat them. You have fully used your remaining spirit and your stats will be permanently increased. Catherine steps forward and calls Sang-gyun. He turned back and replied, yeah. She looked straight into his eyes, her voice full of determination. Next time, let us join the battle too. The boy listened silently as she explained. Although we couldn't help this time because of the goblin ambush, if things continue like this, we will only become useless burdens. Oh Chun-seok agreed. I agree. We need to join in to get used to fighting. Kim Seung-hun also said so. I don't particularly like just being a freeloader either. Mr. Yoon smiled. All right, we need to grow together. A notification appears when the goblin's corpse disappears. You have defeated 4 goblins. The root wall in front of them started to move, revealing a secret passage. The hidden chamber of the maze has been uncovered. The team stands before the mysterious gate that just opened. A secret room, Seyun said. Catherine added, "Maybe it has the key, so let's go." They walk together into the dark corridor. As they enter the room, everyone is surprised by the scene inside. Seo-yoon muttered, "This place is a vast ruined area with giant stone statues. You recognize the shapes of the statues, which look like the Dark God." System notification appears. Those who challenge their talents can receive the blessing of the Dark God. Catherine pointed to a stone pedestal in the middle of the room with a tablet on it. Sang-yoon probably needs to receive the blessing of the god with it. The whole group gathered around the stone pedestal. Kim Sung-hoon observed that touching the tablet might activate the altar. Oh Chun-sho cautiously said, "There may be limits on who can receive it, so let's think carefully." Without hesitation, Catherine volunteered. "Then I will go first." She slowly placed her hand on the cold surface of the stone tablet, and immediately, a brilliant light burst forth from it, enveloping her. The challenger, Catherine Bennett, has been chosen by the God of Darkness and is receiving his blessing. Catherine muttered in confusion. Her face lit up with joy. She clenched her fists and shouted, "I did it! I gained an ability to hide my body using something called a megapixel." She continued reading the message with a look of disbelief, saying that the blessing from the Dark God would not disappear even after we leave the tower. And I have also gained the right to become a substitute apostle. A system notification appeared before Zong-yoon, along with a blurry image of the god. The Dark God is watching over you and smiling. A familiar figure in a black cloak appears before you. He wondered what she was planning to do this time. The system transmitted another message from the Dark God, saying that your reunion is not far off and to wait a little longer. He remained silent, lost in thought about the mysterious message, until Catherine called him to snap him out of his reverie. Sang-yoon saw you staring into the void and asked worriedly, "Why are you looking that way? Is someone there?" "It's nothing." You replied and then turned to the team. "Once our work here is done, let's leave." Immediately after, the stone gate leading into the secret room slowly closes. The altar of the hidden god has been sealed. Kim Se-eung sighed regretfully and said, "It's a pity there was only one chance." Chun Seok is more optimistic. "Since someone has received it, let's consider that a promise." Oh Chun Seok suggests, "I think we have everything we can now, so shall we go?" Catherine quietly hopes that the favor she received earlier will be useful for Sang-yoon, while calculating that with our current stats, it will take half a day. "1 second, Sang-yoon said, placing his hand on her shoulder to stop her. Catherine asked in surprise, "Huh, are you repeating what she said as if you're thinking about something, that it will take half a day with our current stats?" Catherine looked at him with suspicion and said, "Sang-yoon, you're not thinking of something strange again, are you?" "Strange? Of course not. You said that. But beneath your feet, the energy had already begun to gather. You activate your skill and dash forward. The wind's blessing ability has been triggered. All speeds increased by 100%. Catherine shouted in panic. "Are you crazy? Going alone is too dangerous? Come back here." You turn around and wink playfully. "If I find the key, I will come back quickly." Current skill duplication level 10. Catherine sighed, muttering with a look of both frustration and resignation. Oh my, his impatience is still the same as ever? Yoon's car sped through the maze, thinking to himself, "Going with everyone will take too much time. I should keep increasing speed. It's best if I, the fastest, go find the key first." His eyes grew sharp and focused. He landed forcefully, kicking up a cloud of dust. He had arrived in front of a large wooden gate, decorated with terrifying skulls. Inside, a giant crowned goblin is eating. The door explodes open, and it sits frozen in confusion. You calmly step inside. You have entered the boss room of the giant tree maze's first level, the primordial maze. The boss stands tall before him. The boss is the corrupted Goblin King who has consumed all the mutated monsters on the first floor. The system continues to explain that although the corrupted Goblin King is hiding inside the giant tree maze, he cannot go any deeper. In the end, the nutrients in the giant tree maze made you impatient and annoyed by the long-winded explanation. Then activate the skill. The Focused Combat C+ skill has been triggered, and the character charges into attack. The user's concentration increases dramatically. The Goblin King was knocked out with a single punch. As you fight, remember that unlike the tower achievements in the maze, they will give you usable skills. After defeating the boss, a golden key appears. He thinks that if he keeps going like this, he will finish it soon. You have achieved the maze achievement of turning the impossible into the only possible. You clutch the key tightly. You have earned 15 maze points. You smirk proudly and continue to the second floor. You have received a key to escape the maze.
Usually you use the key to open the next passage. You have reached the end of the first level of the giant tree maze, the origin maze. A key to escape the maze will be used. The team gathers at the entrance to the next level. You now have access to the second level of the giant tree maze. So the reward will be a choice of an item, a skill, and a restoration of one of your abilities. All three of your teammates are delighted to receive their rewards. Catherine laughs loudly. Ha ha ha. I can't believe I'm so happy just to have restored my abilities, Kim Si-eung said with a kiss. Now I feel a bit less suffocated. You made a good decision. Release the Heavenly Blood cultivation technique first to save costs. The seal of the Heavenly Blood Authority has been lifted. He turned to the team and said, if everyone is done, let's go up to the second floor. Catherine remarked with surprise, looking like he wasn't tired at all. A system notification appears as they enter a new area. You have entered the second floor of the giant maze, according to the whisper of an evil god. This is where all the challengers who entered the same dimension of the giant maze gather. The system continues to explain that the evil god is excited to see the challengers and wants to hold a bloody celebration. It doesn't matter who they are, so kill one or more challengers and perform a ritual with him. She will be your sacrificial offering. Of course, if you deceive the evil god and don't offer a sacrifice, the ancient demon will appear. You look at the glowing ritual circle and wonder silently, if we don't sacrifice anyone here, will the ancient demon show up? A calculating and dangerous smile appears on his face. Catherine sweats and nervously says, Sang-yoon, you're definitely thinking of something weird again. She closed her eyes and sighed resignedly. Looks like you'll do it anyway, even if we try to stop you. So just go ahead with your plan. Are you not curious about what I will do? Catherine replied. Well, given your personality, you wouldn't stop even if we urged you. She turned around with her team and said, so we'll leave this to you and go through the second floor maze. See you later. Mr. Yoon's car was surprised and exclaimed, what? She turned back, smiling confidently. Would you be able to do this on your own if it were you? She waved goodbye and said, we will do our best to help and come back with good results. See you. Goodbye. Watching them leave, you silently think that things will be easier now. Good. Then from now on, while opening a system window, you draw a basic sword from that window. I will take control of this altar. Somewhere else on the same floor, a survivor is crying out in despair. It's over. It's really over. Surrounded by wreckage and wounded people, someone shouts, now it's truly the end. A furious blonde-haired woman questions the traitor. Why did you do this? If you don't sacrifice anyone, she screams in chaos, and the ancient demon will appear. He looks at the system window, disturbed by distant screams. All right, enough noise. I'm thinking, can I be quiet now? I secretly thought that after defeating a few teams, I had gained a lot of maze points and new skills. I didn't know much about maze points, but I was sure they would be useful someday. A bolt of red lightning strikes as the system notification appears. You have not performed any sacrifices within the required time. As a punishment for the level, the ancient demon will be summoned onto the altar. The demon laughs eerily. It's been a while since I entered a world of insects. The demon Kanzel roared. Kanazel will bring judgment upon them. It suddenly paused, confused, and asked, huh? It sees Zong Yoon standing in the middle of a bloody battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of other challengers. A survivor screams, my arm. Someone, help me. Ancient demon, save us. Someone else is cursing. Haha, that damn bastard. Another challenger shouts at the demon. Hey, ancient demon, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and kill that damn monster. Ancient demon, I will cooperate with you. Yoon's vehicle looked at the demon calmly. So you just stay silent and look confused. Demon Kanel bows respectfully, voice trembling with fear. My lord, I apologize, but I must take my leave. When the demon tries to depart, Yoon coldly calls him back. Hey! The demon was startled and turned back. You stare directly at the demon with a cold, piercing gaze. You think I'll let you go so easily? The demon sweat, trying to flatter. So these two are your most valuable possessions? They look really fitting for you. Great Lord, the system displays information about the two items the demon just gifted, including the Despair Mask B+ that makes demons fear you and hide your presence, and the Moon Sword, C+ with a 15% attack speed boost. When channeling magic into the sword, a megapixel moon will appear on the blade, increasing all abilities by 1. Additionally, allies within the moon space will gain an extra magic power. The demon cautiously asked, now that I have offered you my previous items, do I need to kill those who betrayed the evil god? Can I continue? Mr. Yoon's car indifferently waved his hand. Yeah, do as you wish. The demon chuckled happily. Ha, then I won't refuse your offer and will enjoy my time.
It roared at the survivors. Hey, you bugs! The time of judgment has come once again. The demon laughs loudly as the challengers scream in despair. I don't want to die. Please, someone muttered in horror. A bastard like a demon summoned a real demon. Mr. Yoon's car just silently watched with a cold gaze. As soon as the demon let its guard down, he charged forward to attack. The Master Sword Aura ability was activated. Hey, I think you've misunderstood what I meant. I never said I would let you live. A series of system notifications appeared. You have achieved the achievement of the embodiment of the most evil maze. You have gained 15 maze points. The King of all Demons B's skill has been activated. The demon grits its teeth and growls. You! It roared in fury. How dare you betray me, you bastard! I will tear you to pieces! The boy rushes forward, ready for the final blow. By consuming divine power, the strength of your authority skill will increase fourfold. The Blood Heaven Authority cultivation technique is activated powerfully, triggering a focused attack with increased accuracy and destructive power for the next strike. He delivers a decisive strike, slaying the young demon twins. The mission to secretly punish the ancient demons has been accomplished. Additional rewards will be granted. Now you can recover one more ability for each level you descend. The stone gate to the next level opens. All challengers on the second floor of the giant tree maze, under the whisper of an evil god, now have the right to descend to the next level. He looked towards the passage, silently thinking that the second floor had been cleared easily. Then he was stunned by the scene before him. Wow! What are all these things? Just then, Katarine's team arrived. She asked, "What's the situation?" Kim Sung-hoon commented, "You've definitely had quite a battle here." Catherine looked confused. "I wonder why the challengers are running back towards us." A person running by shouted, "Don't go that way. There's a demon." He scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "Well, this and that happened," Catherine asked, but the exploration had already ended by noon. Kim Seung-hoon looked around and seemed to think a big battle had taken place here. Still, we also gained a lot during that time. He hands over a vial of the life water from May's tea. Drinking the life water will cancel all abnormal status effects on the body. If consumed inside the giant tree maze, you will also recover an additional 40 HP. He also showed the team another item he found, the A+ life box. If equipped inside the giant tree maze, HP and megapixels will recover every minute. If equipped inside the giant tree maze, all of the user's abilities will increase by 10. Ion smirked with satisfaction. Very good. This is very good news. I will also share the items I collected on the second floor, so let's reorganize the team. Catherine looked at the huge pile of loot that Zon Yoon displayed and asked in amazement, "How many challengers did you defeat to get all this?" A system notification appeared. You now have permission to descend to the third floor of the giant tree maze, so the reward will be announced. He smiled as he chose his rewards, selecting 2 items, Divine Authority and Skills, and restoring 2 of your abilities. The seal of the Supreme Divine Authority has been broken. The seal of the Heavenly Digging Skill has been broken. Once everyone is ready, I will lead the way, saying, "If we're all set, let's go." Kim Si-young-hoon commented as they walked away. It seems like a big battle took place, but in the process we also gained benefits. The information panel of the Water of Life item from Maze D. The A+ Life Box item information panel says with a satisfied and amazed expression, "These benefits are truly unbelievable." I will also share the items I collected on the second floor, so let's organize everything. Catherine was amazed by the amount of loot. Since you have the right to descend to the third level of the giant tree maze, the rewards will be announced. Mr. Yoon's car selected its reward and restored 2 abilities. He firmly said, "If we're done, let's go." The team together moves into the passage leading to the next level. The system notifies them as they enter a dense forest, indicating they have reached the third level of the giant tree maze. The corrupted domain of the Fairy Queen is a place where all living creatures are oppressed by the corrupted Fairy Queen who has entered the giant maze. A sinister smile appears in the darkness as the Fairy Queen is plotting to play mischievous tricks on the challengers. A fairy with purple wings appears, mocking. "Do you fools really want to play with me again? Accept the fairy's corrupted offer and join the play," she beckons eerily. "Everyone, come participate in my play. If you don't accept her offer, you could become her enemy." Catherine sighed. "Well, yet another enemy." "Oh," Chun Seok muttered. Just as we reached the third floor, this happened again. Suddenly, the fairy screamed in utter panic. "What is it? What's going on?" Kim Seung coldly just looked behind you. The fairy trembled as she turned around. Mr. Yoon's car had been right behind her all along, emanating a terrifying aura. "The king's skill of the 10,000 demons has been activated," the fairy stammered, paralyzed with fear. "Huh? No way." She screamed in horror. How can a human emit such energy? Xiang Yun said nothing, swung his hand and struck the fairy's head, causing her to faint immediately. She was hit so hard that she sank into the ground, creating a hole. Catherine nervously asks Sang Yun if it's really okay to do this, as the fairy lies motionless in a small hole caused by his strike. He confidently replied, "Of course, just trust me." "Should we claim our reward now? The challenger chosen by the corrupted fairy can use the exclusive shop of the maze," Catherine asks. "Do you really need to go that far?" "Sang-gyun, don't worry," Kim Se-young whispered softly. "It's such a relief that we're on the same team." The next scene shows the fairy tied to a tree. She wakes up and screams in anger. "What is this? Let me out!" Mr. Yoon calmly replied, "Oh, you're awake?" He stepped closer. "Do you know? I heard you like playful pranks." The boy smiled dangerously. What a coincidence. "Me too." The fairy goddess was terrified. "What? What are you planning to do?" He just flicked his finger, and the huge tree exploded. She could only tremble in fear. Mr. Yoon's car bows and makes a condition. "If you let me use the maze shop, I will stop here." "So, what is your decision?" After a while, the team was standing in front of a mobile stall with a fairy lying unconscious on the ground, when a friendly cat merchant greeted them. "Thank you for using the maze shop. Just tell me your request and I will send it to the warehouse immediately. So please visit me often." Mr. Yoon's car thought to himself with a satisfied look. Good, now everyone has bought what they wanted from the maze shop. Catherine, on the other hand, was captivated by the cat merchant. She blushed and muttered, "So cute." You turn back to the exhausted fairy lying on the ground. "Hey, fairy!" You stand at the entrance to the next level and give the order. Now she must open the door leading to the 4th floor. The fairy weakly protests. "You can't reach the 4th floor without participating in a play where I try to kill you." Song Yoon holds out an item and coldly says, "Don't say that." The fairy immediately became frightened. Yes, she quickly suggested an alternative. "If we establish a subordinate contract, I only need to transfer the ownership of this maze level to you. Does this labyrinth belong to me?" "Sounds good, let's start right away." The fairy princess begins to cry uncontrollably, black tears streaming down her cheeks. A series of system notifications appear. You have signed a subordinate contract with the corrupted fairy. From now on, you can summon the corrupted fairy with the protection rights of the 3rd floor of the giant tree. Maze, the territory of the corrupted fairy has been transferred to the challenger Hansen. Now you are free to pass through the 3rd floor of the giant tree maze territory of the corrupted fairy. The system continues to request that you set a passing condition for the new level on the 3rd floor, while A is crying. "I can't believe I was subdued by a human. He's just pondering a new condition to pass, huh? You make your own decision. Even if they reached the 3rd floor, they won't have items ranked higher than this. So let's just go with this decision," Catherine asked curiously. "Sang-gyun, what was the condition you set to pass?" "You explain, huh? If they don't offer me an item of rank C or higher, they can't proceed." Catherine smiled. "Well, that definitely sounds like something you would do." System notification. You have achieved the dungeon mastery of a single floor. You have gained 15 maze points. Guardian skill B+ has been activated. A muttered bitterly, unable to believe even his playground had been taken from him. You now have permission to go down to the 4th floor of the giant tree maze, so the reward will be presented. You have chosen your reward. Select 2 items of authority. Your skills and recovery of 2 of your abilities. The Seal of the Hero's Grace and the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. A+ item have been lifted. You summon your newly unsealed powerful sword. Jam Chunu, you mutter, but the system reports that the item's rank does not meet the requirements of this floor. Until level 7, all exclusive effects of the item will be sealed away. Put away the sword, unfortunately, but there's nothing else to do. You turn to the team. "We're ready now. Let's go down." Hey, suddenly grabbing your leg, "Take me with you." She complained that she couldn't stay on the 3rd floor anymore, so staying here would only bore her to death. She tried to persuade him, "If you take me along, I can forge a truly great sword for you, and I can greatly enhance the power of a blade." You coldly refuse. "I will call you if I need you. Until then, just wait here." Aya pouting, "But I know how to do many things." Stingy, the whole team steps into a terrifying dark space. You have entered the 4th level of the giant tree maze, the shadowy land. This is a new area altered after the Dark Hoong entered the giant tree maze. There are monsters following the Black King, and currently, Mish, one of his subordinates, is ruling this floor. The mission for this level is displayed. Eliminate the enemies on your path and descend to the lower level where the Dark King resides, as a vampire rushes into a dark hall. He hurriedly called out, "Lord Cabo," as he knelt before an L sitting on the throne. "What's going on?" The vampire stammers. "Yeah." He shouted in panic. "There are challengers on the fourth floor. Luckabet let out a hoarse laugh, completely unaffected by the recent news. It's okay, hoo-hoo. He confidently explained that Lord Bohak and his soldiers are guarding the entrance. No one has ever passed through that entrance before. But just as he finished speaking, a tall, bloodied figure staggered into the hall and collapsed. Cabot cheerfully said, not recognizing the situation, "Perfect timing. Lord Bohak has arrived." He asked, "Lord Bohak, have you dealt with all the challengers yet?" Vampire. Lie Hat begins to flatter. "You lived up to Lord Bohak, I knew you would, but Bo H can only utter one word in his final breath. Run away." When Bo H falls, Zhang Yun's team appears from behind, completely unharmed. Yun's vehicle coldly declares, "I have won." A system notification appears before your eyes. "The Master Sword aura has evolved into the blazing sword Intent Authority," Cabot exclaimed in horror. "No way! Master Bofa, you are on par with me in combat strength." Zhang Yun calmly calls out to this skull. Cabot was surprised and replied, "Huh? You asked. I have one thing I'm curious about after fighting the monsters here. Why do all the monsters on this 4th floor have divine power?" The angry vampire Lie Hat roared. "You bastard, do you think you're talking to anyone?" Cabot immediately stopped him and shouted, "Idiot, he's not someone you can just talk to about power. If you don't want to die, shut up." El explained. A glowing energy sphere appeared in the palm of his bony hand. "Well, you see, that's because it's a blessing bestowed upon us by the Black King, an apostle in reserve on the lower floor." El explained that he only has that much power inside the giant maze. Zeyun asked why he had so much strength in this place. "It seems hesitant. Well, that's because this maze is where the gods compete with each other." Yun's eyes flicker with surprise. "What?" He keeps going. "The giant maze is a place where many gods turn challengers into followers and use them to compete. I guess that's all I know." Yun's car silently thought. That was a shocking statement. "So that's why the altar of the dark god is on the 1st floor," he thought with hatred. "I don't know everything, but it seems like the challengers are fighting as pawns for the god's benefit. I really don't like this system at all. You declare with unwavering resolve that you will rise to the top and destroy it. You have achieved the legendary Truth Maze achievement. You have earned 100 maze points. Getting back to the main issue, asking anything else now is pointless. So all the monsters on this floor are receiving divine power." Li Sheng confirms proudly and accurately. All of them are elite troops receiving his divine power. These elite monster troops are an incredible aid to Lord Demon King Song Yun's forces. He interrupted and gathered them again. The Lich asked in confusion, "Sorry." He repeats the order, gathering all the monsters receiving divine power. He coldly declares, "I will kill them all." A series of notifications appeared as he began absorbing power from the defeated monsters. The divine attribute infusion was successful. Cabot shouted in despair, "My masterpieces!" Meanwhile, Zhang Yun felt his new power. His soul-summoning technique had risen to grade B. A smug smile appeared on his face, and now he could also absorb authority. Catherine cheerfully called out, "Sang Yun, look at this staff." Kabe is now completely subdued and has become a loyal subordinate, saying, "I have offered my treasures to your allies." Catherine excitedly explains about the new staff. "You can use various attributes with this staff. You'll have superior combined power, regardless of the type of magic used," she continued with a bright expression. "It will be extremely useful for you." Mr. Yoon's car just smiled faintly, secretly thinking he had already considered this before. You see Catherine giggling happily, but she really has a childish side. You turn to Kabe, the skull, and say, "We're done here, so we want to go down to the 5th floor." I respectfully reply, "Oh, please follow me." Kabe leads the team down a dark corridor. "If you continue down this corridor, you will see the entrance. But since the conditions for passing the floor have not been announced, you will have to wait." "No need to wait," Yusei said, drawing his sword. Lie Hat Vampire asked in surprise. "Sorry." In a blaze of red light, he finished off both of them. "You have absorbed the souls of the superior Lekebet and Vampire Lie Hat." Kim Se-Ung-hoon commented emotionlessly, showing no mercy at all. Zeyun coldly replied, "It's a waste of time." The B plus Evil Soul Domination ability has been inscribed into Han Sang-Yun's soul. You open the system window to receive your reward. You now have permission to go down to the 5th floor of the giant tree maze, so the reward will be granted. You secretly think you should use the useless skills you have here as materials for synthesis. The seal of the ultimate combined skill and battle skill has been released. You turn to the team and say, "All right, well done on this floor. Let's go down to the 5th floor." Oh Chun-seok muttered, "You did almost all the work." As they entered the new area, the system announced that they had reached the 5th floor of the giant tree maze, the Hell Fortress City.
This is a new fortress city created as demons invaded the giant tree maze. This fortress city isn't shared with other challengers outside your team, and it's an isolated part of the maze, Catherine said anxiously. This place looks too dangerous, Sang-gyun. The mission for this floor is displayed. Kill the Dark King, ruler of the Hell Fortress City, and move on to the next level. However, if you are recognized by the Black King, you can descend to the next level without cost. A demon commander roared. The challengers. He stands before a large army of demons and shouts, "You are surrounded. Surrender all your items and show your respect." Catherine whispers, "With so many demons, I think fighting all of them will be very difficult." Zae-yoon activates his skill. The Guardian skill has been triggered. A magic barrier has been formed around your protected targets, and all abilities have been increased by 1. Catherine anxiously asked, "Wait, are you planning to fight alone again?" Yoon calmly replied, "I'm fine with anything, so just give me your best and don't leave the barrier." The demon commander roared, "Hey, are you guys planning to resist? Are all the monsters in the Hell Fortress City the best of the best? If you follow orders, both of us will benefit." Yoon's vehicle sneered. "No way, I'd draw my sword, that's just what you think." I activate my power, and the exclusive effect of the double strike combo of the chaotic demon sword skill is triggered. The power of the authority skill will increase 4-fold by consuming divine energy. With a single word, he unleashes a devastating attack, a massive wave of sword aura sweeping away the entire demon army. You have achieved the dungeon achievement of the city's fall. Undead. Standing inside the safety barrier, Kim Se-eung-hoon comments, "The more I observe him, the more I realize how extraordinary he is." The entire team stands amidst a sea of demon corpses without a single injury. Mr. Yoon's vehicle speeds toward the main fortress in the city center. You approach the fortress surrounded by an energy barrier, clearly where the Dark King is located. The special Shadow Barrier ability reduces all damage to the fortress by 68%. It's useless against me. You easily break through the barrier and use your skill to pass through the wall. The Heavens Digging skill has been activated. You appear inside the throne room, facing a giant shadow. "That shadowy figure," the Black King spoke in a calm tone. "You can rest easy now," Se-yoon replied sarcastically. "I am just a law-abiding challenger on my way." The Black King looked out the window and said, "I know we have challengers in the city for the first time in decades, but this is more serious than I thought." He turned back and made a condition. "If you surrender your item, there will be no bloodshed." Zae-yoon asked, "Back, what makes a proud demon like you so confident to demand I pay the price for someone else?" The Black King is furious, saying, "It's just an item. Do you think you're somewhere special after raiding the fortress?" He continued to roar. Even those who challenged him decades ago wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. "What do you think of these proud demons?" Seong-yoon mockingly called the proud demons and lunged forward, grabbing Hak Kwan-vuong's head in a lightning-fast move. "No way," Yoon-seong replied coldly, throwing a punch at the Black King's face. He fell to the ground, crushing the earth beneath him in delight. The Black King roared in pain, blood splattering everywhere. "Demons have no pride or emotion," Yoon-si said, sitting on the defeated Black King's body and looking down at the defeated opponent. "So the items keeping this castle standing are the ones you stole from the challengers. What a waste of resources." The Black King shouted in fury, "Waste of resources? Without those items, this castle will collapse." Song-yoon appears impatient. "Oh my god, you talk too much. I'll be brief. Hand over everything here." A system notification appears as the castle begins to shake and collapse. You have set the DC for the achievement Maze Looting a City. You have received 15 maze points. The B+ looting skill has been activated. The Black King desperately cried out. "My castle is gone," Mr. Yoon's car responded coldly. "You're making a big deal out of nothing." The Dark King pleads, "I have given you all my possessions. I will also offer you my life, so please do not destroy the city." Mr. Yoon's car closes his eyes. "I understand now. I am still human, so at least I can listen to that," he thought maliciously. "The part I damaged before arriving at the castle should be fine." The Dark Lord, on the other hand, thought in horror, "Humans? Hey, Yoon, I've been wondering since earlier, what is that?" The Dark King explains, "Oh, that's the sacred site leading to the basement. It's an altar for us to perform rituals with demons. Anything else?" Yoon drove as he approached the sacred site. The Dark King added, "There are relics there, but only monsters can open that door. You have activated a new skill, the human removal skill, allowing you to become a creature that is not human. You easily pushed this heavy door open. I gained this skill on the 4th floor. I was about to crush it, thinking it was useless, but I didn't expect to be able to use it here."
You have achieved the Holy Land Gatekeeper achievement, Legend. You have gained 100 maze points, and your total HP and megapixels have increased by 40. I managed to open it. You said that. The Black King was stunned. Huh? But you can't open the door if you're human. Are you a demon? Mr. Yoon snapped. Oh my God, you're talking too much again. Is that a trait of demons? Just lead the way if you don't want to die. The Dark King replied fearfully. Yes, sir. As they walk down the dark corridor, Xie Yun asks, what is this place used for? The Dark King explained, that is a place where you offer sacrifices to the demon gods, receive relics, and transfer divine power into monsters. There's no cost for transferring divine power into monsters or demons, right? Yun asked. He replied, it only gives less to the weak and more to the strong to some extent. All monsters can receive divine power from that stream of water. The Black King asked, is it true when they reach a large underground lake? It's that simple, Zheong Yun said, and stepped into the water. The Dark King was startled and shouted, wait a minute, why are you going into that stream? Don't worry, once I finish this, I'll retrieve the relics. You dive into the water, you've entered the special area, the Demon Spring. Demons or monsters gain divine power based on their total combat strength. Thanks to my human removal skill, I am no longer considered a human. The divine power of authority. A has increased to a new level. Authority A can now be combined with a legend and enhanced. A mysterious voice echoes in your mind. A young person just beginning to establish their divine power, unaware of their position and full of greed. The voice continued. I'm surprised you have more than 3 divine traits, and it's quite interesting that you came here in a human body. A shadow emerged from the bottom of the lake, standing tall before him. I understand why so many gods are interested in you. You must be a talent favored by the tower. Yoon's carriage owner asked confusedly. Who wouldn't ignore that? What do you mean? A talent favored by the tower? Do you know why the tower granted you divine power and expects you to become one of them? Yoon's vehicle was stunned and responded with, what? The tower wants a supreme being it can use for its own purposes, like a puppet. But no such supreme being exists among the realms in this universe. So that means the gods that have appeared from the tower so far are not omnipotent, right? Zheong Yun asked. The demoness smiled. Bingo. Although they are stronger than the tower or ancient gods, they are not omnipotent super beings. Zheong Yun thought in amazement. What? The tower isn't omnipotent, but it has the power to create an omnipotent being. I have told you everything I can. So go find out for yourself. Or if you want to know more, there's no reward without a price. She reached out her hand. I will introduce myself. I am a demon god. Challenge Hansen. I request an alliance with you.
Our eyes meet, and this alliance has only one purpose, to sabotage the competition among the gods in this giant maze. As a reward, I will grant you the prize given to the victorious god.
When Zhong Yun stepped out of the sacred land, the Dark King asked in surprise, how much divine power of the demon god have you taken? Don't worry about that and take me to the connection point with the 6th level. Master Yun orders. The Black King asks in surprise, are you not going to kill me? Yun's carriage patted him on the shoulder, saying it's time. The Dark King was startled. Huh? Yun's carriage raised his arm to reveal a complex seal. I have formed an alliance with your god. So from now on, even if I want to, I cannot kill demons anymore. The Dark Lord exclaimed in shock, the mark of the demon god. I understand. If that's the will of the demon god, a system notification appears. You now have permission to descend to the 6th floor of the giant tree maze, so the reward will be announced. Choose 2 items of power, skills, and restore your 2 abilities. The seal of the counterattack shield skill and the pure mind authority have been released. When Yun returned to his team, they were stunned to see the Dark King and the remaining demons bowing respectfully. Kirin shouted, Sang Yun, how much have you bullied the demons to make them bow like this? He scratched his head awkwardly. Who would have known? I've never bullied them.
Anyway, Catherine said sharply, glaring at you. She faced you, angry as she questioned, what have you done so far?
We can help to feed, too. Why are you looking away? I'm sorry, I wasn't confident I could protect all of you, so I did what I did. Catherine sighed. No, you shouldn't apologize. Just understand that we're worried about you. Yoon's car fell silent for a moment, and he smiled. I will remember that in the future. Anyway, since we've finished cleaning the 5th floor, let's take what we need from the maze shop and head down. The cheerful cat merchant greeted them. Welcome, Ni. They move on to the next level. You have entered the 6th floor of the giant maze, the cradle of verification. This is a special place controlled by the god of verification. It is where all challengers from the Murim dimension gather in the giant maze. The system assigns the mission for this level,
work together to defeat the clone challenger and move to the lower floors. A confident martial artist from Murim's dimension says, "Isn't this a bit too easy? I just have to face that thing." But a harsh condition is set. However, if your contribution to defeating the clone challenger is less than 10%, you will be eliminated from the maze. Mr. Yoon's car thinks this might be difficult. A shadow begins to take shape in the air. The challenger from Earth's dimension. A black shadow gradually takes the form of a warrior clad in black armor with glowing red outlines. Hansen has been formed. An urgent red warning appears. The clone's challenge level. The clone's eyes flash with a terrifying gleam. It's so powerful that it doesn't match the level of this floor. Unfazed, a Murim warrior shouted, "Hey!" Everyone charged forward and led the crowd in attacking. Zhang Yun's clone moved with terrifying speed, easily dodging and countering amidst the encirclement. He unleashed a wide sword aura technique, sweeping away a circle of warriors. The system announced a balancing mechanism. To balance this, all the clone challenger's skills will be revealed via messages before he uses them. The cold-hearted chessboard eliminates each one with deadly precision. His face is hidden in the shadows, showing no emotion at all. He stands in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by countless defeated enemies. Seong-yoon and Kim Seong-hoon finally join the fight, charging from two sides. Seong-yoon grits his teeth and says, "It's only been a few minutes, but now only 10 of the original 40 remain. You think no warrior here can defeat him, but if it's our team right now, we can do it. Chunok will support from behind, and Catherine will keep attacking non-stop. Your eyes shine with determination. We can do this." The special ability White Flame's Song will temporarily boost all abilities by 50%. Multiple buffs from allies are activated, and the Blessing of the Flame will double all temporary abilities. The Blessing of the Mountain Spirit will double your mana recovery speed to 100%. The Power Enhancement skill will increase the base power of all skills by 50%. A massive explosion occurs as the two sides collide, and another special buff is activated as the battle intensifies. The special buff decreases when the Mind's Light is reactivated. When your stamina drops below 40%, all abilities increase by an additional 10. Yoon shouted, "Good! Keep pressuring him!" as he unleashed a powerful move, his white sword shimmering like the ocean. Notification system. The fake challenger, Hansen, used the unique ability Summon Spirit to consume souls and completely reduce damage. The sword fight raged at lightning speed, sparks flying constantly. System notification. The fake challenger Hansen has used the Divine Sword. Counterfeit Defender. Prepare for a powerful attack. Se-yoon also activates his skill. Counterattack Shield skill has been activated. Your energy shield is beginning to accumulate damage, emitting a bright red light. All accumulated damage is unleashed in a single attack, causing a devastating explosion. The system announces some good news. The challenger, Hans Sang-yoon's imposter, has exhausted all souls for the unique summoning spell. The clone looks noticeably weaker, and he throws away the broken sword that has become useless. Sung-yoon stepped forward. Usually, losing is reasonable due to differences in ability, but since you haven't used any techniques other than specialized skills, my combat judgment hasn't been fully copied. You mock, I wonder if you want to use martial arts but don't know how to control magic. A fake among fakes who doesn't know how to use anything properly. Did the clone activate a series of skills in desperation? The challenger Hanseonen used the authority of instant step. The challenger Hanseonen used the Heaven's Excavation skill. The fake challenger Han Zhongyun used the Blood's Truth Seeker skill. Seon-ion easily deflected the attacks. The Water Shield skill automatically reduced the damage taken. You say your skill distribution is all over the place, and using instant footwork right now isn't a good decision. You're preparing for the final blow. The exclusive effect of the consecutive double strike of the Chaos Sword Authority skill has been activated. Divine power will be consumed, boosting the strength of the Authority skill fourfold. You unleash your final move, the White Sword Folding Space, delivering countless deadly strikes to the clone. The clone of Zhongyun shatters into pieces after the decisive attack. You calmly raise your sword and comment that this is even more boring than expected. The Magic Control Ability skill has been activated, and a decisive strike to behead the focused skill clone has been triggered. The accuracy and destructive power of the skill used for the next attack have increased. The clone's soul begins to disintegrate. Catherine exclaimed in amazement, analyzing the enemy's weakness in a moment and quickly adapting to it. Oh Chun-seok added in disbelief, "Yes. It makes me wonder if he is truly human like us." You have absorbed the soul of the Hansangyeon challenger. Skill proficiency has increased by 61%. A series of system notifications showed that the mastery of the unique skill summoning technique had reached 100%. The rank of the unique summoning technique had increased by 1.
The instant step ability B has been engraved into Hansen's soul. He thought to himself that now, with the instant step, he could almost kill enemies instantly. A results window appeared, indicating the challenge was over, as Hansen, the challenger, had defeated the clone challenger. He looked at the leaderboard and took the top spot with an overwhelming contribution of 80.41%. Followed by a series of Murim fighters with very small contributions, the remaining Murim fighters protest vehemently.
I can't accept this. Something's wrong. This is ridiculous. How can the rankings be decided like this?
The teams of the challengers who contributed 10% earned the right to descend to the 7th floor. A figure emitting a bright golden light appeared.
The god of verification is furious with the challengers who cannot accept the results and has imposed punishments on them from the Murim space. An invisible wave of energy strikes them, sent by the legendary judge of verification. Those who fail to prove themselves will pay the price. Warriors clutching their eyes and screaming in pain. Ah, my eyes, I can't see. They scream. Yoon's car just silently observes as the god of verification smiles and says that now, everything is worth seeing. An older man approached Yoon's car. Sorry. He asked, can we talk for a moment? Kim Sung-hoon immediately stepped forward to shield him. I don't know who you are, but I would appreciate it if you didn't approach my teammates any further. The man hurriedly explained, I think you're misunderstanding something.
I just want to thank him for performing a life-saving deed, he said with admiration.
I can't believe I am seeing the swordsmanship of the Beach Divine Sword Clan here from a warrior of another dimension. Mr. Yoon replied confusedly, I have never heard of the Beach Divine Sword Clan before. The man was amazed and said, Really? He explained, You used the movements and techniques of the White Sword 7 skills, so I wondered if you might be a descendant of the Beach Sword Clan. The translator's note. BCH also means white. The Hoa Sun sect once received a favor from the BCH Divine Sword Clan. He muttered, I can't believe there's a connection to my administrator, the White Crane Swordmaster. Then, a system notification appeared. The god of verification has expelled all challengers who contributed less than 10% from the giant tree maze. I think we need to continue this conversation later, the man said as his body began to fade away. I am sure that An Hui from the Beach Divine Sword Clan will be repaid someday for the kindness shown in the past. He started to say as he disappeared, If you ever go to the Murim dimension in the evening, look for Lin Kion of the Hwasun sect. At that time, we will discuss this further. Seong Yoon silently thought, watching the figure disappear. All challengers who contributed less than 10% have been expelled. Catherine asked Sang-yoon, What did you just talk to that old man about? He replied, Nothing important. Now let's regroup and head down to the 7th floor. Well, it's truly a relief that everything ended well. Thanks to you, we'll reach the end of the maze soon. It's nothing. You now have permission to go down to the 7th floor of the giant tree maze, so the reward will be presented. You choose your reward, selecting 2 powerful items, skills, and restoring your 2 abilities. The Seal of the Holy Light skill and the Harvest of Faith have been released. You turn to the team. We must be even more careful on the 7th floor. Everyone, get ready and let's go. The team moves forward together, prepared to face the new challenge. From now on, we will face the true intention of the Giant Tree Maze event. The system will notify you when they enter a new area. You have entered the 7th floor of the sacred Giant Tree Maze. Challengers from all dimensions climbing the tower will face this challenge together. You can choose a faction based on a god you connected with while descending the giant maze. When you choose a faction, the most talented challenger will be selected as the apostle of that faction's god. You can choose from one of 4 factions. Superiority of the demonic shadow is confirmed. Choose one of the options and decide which faction you will belong to. Sung Yun silently thought that he might be chosen as an apostle of a god. Catherine nervously asked, Supernatural? What is that? I don't remember ever meeting a god like that. Kim Sung-hun also said he had no idea where the superhuman came from. You secretly thought, it seems like your team members don't know much about the gods. Let's all choose the superhuman side. So we will trust you and follow your lead. All team members agree and have chosen the superhuman faction. The challenger Hans Gyeon has been chosen as the apostle of the god of the superhuman faction. The shard of the Holy Grail will be provided. A glowing shard flies into your hand. You grip the shard tightly, confident that the other teams have also been given pieces of the Holy Grail. You might have to find those who have it and capture them, but you rush forward, creating a large hole in the ground. The whole team looked on confused about what was happening. You stood in front of the hole and said, I don't know what will happen here, so get into this hole and I will set up a barrier. You all can stay inside here, Kim Seung-hoon nodded. Got it. If the barrier disappears, we'll join you. Catherine reluctantly agreed. Fine. I guess I'll just be a burden to you anyway.
I will stay here quietly, she thought. She might be sad, but there's nothing else she can do. Guardian skill has been activated. You have designated your targets and protected area. A magical barrier has been formed around your protected targets. All abilities have been increased by 1. He molds a bit of dirt in his hand. This should be enough. I disguised the hole. I hid it very well so no one could see it. A familiar voice echoes from your sword. You must really care about your comrades. You're acting sentimental, which is quite uncharacteristic of you. When did you wake up? Master Yoon asked. The sword replied, when you entered this floor, it seemed like you needed some time, so I didn't speak. The seal of the divine blood, demon sword. A+ has been fully lifted. Thank you for your concern, Yoon said. The sword has now taken the form of a girl with black hair, and she is arguing. Is that right? That's why you should respect me. I'm the only one who cares about you like this, Yoon said coldly. Whatever, just focus. We might have to fight with all our strength from now on. The girl was amazed by the full power, but there were no enemies nearby. He replies, I will summon all the enemies on this floor here. The girl nervously asks, what are you planning to do that I think you're about to do? He smirked, nodded, and activated his skill. The Holy Light skill was triggered. A giant red beam shot forward, drawing everyone's attention on the floor. You have achieved the human-made disaster maze achievement. Uniquely, a vortex of air surrounds you. The B+ mass slaughter skill has been activated. You have gained 50 maze points. A series of notifications about players being eliminated from the game appeared. 37 challengers in the ruling faction have died. 41 challengers in the oppression faction have died. 18 challengers in the natural faction have. The god of nature, the god of oppression, the god of domination, and the god of battle are watching challenger Hansen while inside the barrier. The team feels the intense tremors. Catherine holds her med, wondering in disappointment if we can truly call ourselves a team. We haven't been able to help him at all. Kim Seong-hoon replied that there was nothing he could do. This wasn't a battle humans could participate in from the start. We can't help at all. Catherine burst into tears. I did my best to help. I tried to create a complex skill tree and used a lot of magic power. She continued to complain so that the shields and muscles would become more useful than the abilities I built while climbing the tower. Isn't it funny that everything I built with my life is just like a few shields and muscles? She pressed her face against the wall in despair and said, I can't think of anything I can do anymore. Both Kim Seong-hoon and Oh Chun-seok remained silent, unsure of how to comfort her. A whispering voice in Catherine's ear says, Husband and wife, that poor child, you have such adorable thoughts. A cloaked figure in purple appears behind her. Do you really want to help that child like a moth to a flame? I have a method. The shadow whispers, Do you want to hear it? Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man in a cloak is performing a summoning ritual. Leave now, my summoned beast. A giant white wolf with blazing eyes roars thunderously and charges at another group of challengers. Yoon's vehicle senses the chaos and immediately moves, appearing in front of a group of challengers preparing for battle. Suddenly, a giant clawed foot struck at you. Most of the nomination rights have been used for the challenger Hansun. A large explosion occurs as Yoon's vehicle dodges a distant attack. The man in the cloak orders, Ruler of gods, please observe. He sneered maliciously as my summon tore that bastard to pieces. Another challenger spoke. It seems the gods we serve have been waiting for you. If you surrender now, we will let you die peacefully. The natural challenge servant and the war challenge servant. Another person said, This is really troublesome, so let's finish it quickly. You challenge the divine servant of suppression. Mr. Yoon's car smiled. I used that skill to reveal my position from the start. It worked well. Your sword whispers, Are you really thinking about trivial things like this right now? Don't you have any way to deal with it? Another challenger rushes in. Since you said nothing, I will kill you painfully. A hooded figure chuckles softly as tentacles rise from the ground, wrapping around the legs of the challenger who just charged forward. Yoon-song's sword warns, They're coming, get ready. Hold on. The challenger just now was restrained by tentacles and helpless against the attack of others. He shouted in disbelief. Didn't we form an alliance to kill that guy? The man in the cloak said, After some thought, we think it's better to kill you. Don't feel wronged. The challenger, just chained up, shouted in anger, A mixed breed dog. If you truly want to die that badly, I will kill you myself before others do it. The war god roared angrily, while the ruling god sarcastically shouted that boredom was also a problem. The man in the cloak merely sneered as the giant white wolf turned to attack. The war god, nature god, ruler god, and weaving god were consuming divine power and authority to transform. To use the descent, the power of the gods merges into their apostles' bodies. All the gods have possessed their challengers. A chaotic battle erupts as the apostles begin attacking each other. There's not a single bastard you can trust. Kill them all. Seong Yoon silently thought this chaos was pointless. They were just fighting each other. You keep thinking while dodging an attack, unable to believe they are in such a stance. It wouldn't be surprising if you ran away from here. In the depths of the space, a mysterious hooded figure appears. A subtle smile playing on their lips as a message from the system echoes the dark god, smiling. Immediately, a surge of dark energy burst up from the ground. Shadow tendrils extended, spiraling around Zong Yun, forming a deadly vortex. From the darkness, a woman in a white cloak with fiery red hair steps out, the one controlling the dark energy flow. The system clearly reports that the dark god has used her as a potential apostle. Catherine Benet. Zong Yun cautiously watches the woman who just appeared, with darkness and purple energy flickering around her, creating a threatening scene. Catherine, or rather the dark god possessing her, reaches out her hand. A brilliant purple energy sphere forms in her palm, her eyes flashing with a sharp, dangerous gaze. She steps lightly on the ground, and a massive purple pillar of energy shoots straight into the sky, demonstrating her overwhelming power. The dark tentacles did not attack Zong Yun. Instead, they wrapped around the other challengers and the summoned wolf, which howled in pain. Get out! When consumed by darkness, the servant of the ruling god was stunned by the scene before him. Muttering in doubt, is this a technique of the dark god? His face contorted in horror. He couldn't believe his eyes. How is that possible? How could an ancient god like the god of darkness be in a place like this? Xie Yun looked at the chaotic scene before him, a voice echoing in his mind. Hey, kid! Catherine turned to look at you, a charming smile spreading across her face. I told you already, I'm not your enemy. Seong Yoon still kept a wary expression, sweat streaming down his forehead. Don't worry, I'll take care of one more bastard, Catherine said. While Yoon silently wondered, isn't this the blessing she received on the first floor of the giant tree maze? Damn it. Meanwhile, the apostle of the war god was being tormented by shadowy tentacles, screaming pitifully. Aha, shadow god, please stop. He looked up at the sky in despair, shouting in fury when he saw the suppressing god's envoy fleeing. Suppressing god, you bastard! How dare you run away alone? Catherine just smiled eerily. Husband and wife, how could I possibly stop now? Her eyes gleamed with cruel delight. I will do whatever it takes to protect this child. Mr. Yoon's car clenched the hilt of his sword, a sense of unease rising in his heart. This is dangerous. I should have stopped her from accepting that favor. Another voice of the sword saint echoed in his mind, trying to soothe him. Stay calm. Don't let your emotions take over. You can't do anything without your reason. The boy gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anxiety. There is a more important matter that needs to be addressed now, Mr. Yoon shouted. I understand. The boy rushes forward, swinging his sword in a blazing arc, cutting down the servant of the ruling god who is fleeing. As the strike ended, the system announced that with the death of potential apostle Eris Lianhui, the dominance of the deity was lifted. You have obtained a fragment of the holy cup of the ruling faction. The elf apostle challenger grits his teeth and his eyes burn with hatred. Cursed dark god, why do you always cause trouble for me? Sung Yoon looked at him with a cold gaze, speaking calmly, but with menace. Doesn't the dark god know how to think? If there was, you would have run away like the divine suppressor. The saint of the zodiac froze. What? He turned around and saw Zong Yoon standing in front of him all along. Don't worry about the dark god. Sung Yoon raised his sword and pointed it at the face of his sprawled opponent. Because your opponent is me. The apostle of the celestial star was so angry that veins bulged on his transforming hand. How could a dog like you from the tower? He roared, yet he had no idea where he was and dared to act arrogantly in front of me. You can't even use apostle transformation. Do you think you can defeat me again? He charged forward, enveloped in a blood-red energy, determined to fight to the death. Die now. At that moment, a dark red aura burst out from Zong Yoon's body. The divine blood power cultivation technique is activated with great force. Blood threads from his fingertips gather, ready for the decisive attack. The apostle of the natural god burst into a mad laugh, his face twisted in utter arrogance. Ha ha ha, you idiot. I saw that ability of yours before, so of course I was prepared to counter it. He continued with a cruel tone, looking at his bloodstains on Yoon Xiong's body. Do you not know that a demon's blood is deadly to humans when it invades their bodies? He spread his arms and roared with delight. Be consumed by the blood of the demon and meet a miserable death. Yoon responded coldly and decisively. His brief reply left his opponent stunned, and he could only gasp in amazement.
What? At that moment, a system notification appeared with blue lightning flashes, and the human removal skill was activated powerfully.
Yoon looked at his hand where the enemy's blood was being fully absorbed into his body. According to the system, I am not human at the moment. Thanks to the human elimination skill, you have fully absorbed the vampire element. You clench your fist, feeling the new power flowing through you. Deadly powers that work on humans will not affect me. Because the vampire element is stored in the human removal skill, some advantages experienced by vampires will be integrated. Both of them stood facing each other on a desolate land, the distance between them growing wider. Mr. Yoon's car sneered, the fox mask covering half his face but unable to hide the confidence in his eyes. Is this all you've prepared? The apostle of the divine god clenched his sharp teeth tightly, veins bulging on his temples in anger. I can't believe you're so arrogant when all you've done is acquire skills from the tower. I'll be the first to gouge out those arrogant eyes of yours. He transforms, his body growing enormous black wings and emanating a powerful aura of darkness. Get ready. He gathered a blue energy sphere in his hand, divine power surging wildly. The war god sacrificed his divine force on this level to gain the right to wield divine power. A stream of blue energy from the sphere shot out, enveloping Zhang Yun. Due to the battle of divine power, part of the challenger Hansun's mana was transferred to the opponent. Xiang Yun looked at his opponent flying in the air and calmly remarked, "You have some divine power, but it doesn't match your character." The messenger of the celestial star grinned wickedly. As you keep fighting me, Xiang Yun feels his strength being drained.
I will gradually drain your divine power to see how long you can hold out. He roared and charged down at an incredible speed. Xiao Yun dodges the attack. Their powers collide, creating a powerful shockwave. A streak of blood sprays from Zhang Yun's shoulder after the impact. Apostle Yutin smiled with satisfaction. Use that sharp tongue of yours one more time. Keep attacking relentlessly a little longer, or you'll regret using my divine power on you. Ha ha ha. He laughs loudly, completely in control of the situation. Mr. Yoon's car pulls back, ready for battle. Stop joking around and focus on fighting. The most powerful strike is showing its strength. He charged forward, swinging his sword at lightning speed, sparks flying as the weapons clashed. The battle was fierce, with blades and claws intertwining constantly. Suddenly, Song Yun felt that something was wrong. Huh? Due to the power of battle, Hansen's senses have been significantly diminished. A faint aura of energy envelops Song Yun's body. Your mana has been transferred once again. Due to the battle divine power, part of the challenger Hansun's mana has been transferred to the opponent. Your sword screams in your mind that you'll die if this continues, but Zhang Yun only slightly raises the corner of his mouth, a mysterious and confident smile appearing. The apostle of the natural god is now surrounded by the blue divine energy he stole, laughing arrogantly. I've used your divine power quite well. It seems you're having trouble standing firm. Are you out of energy? He looked at Sean Yun with a malicious gaze as a chaotic energy sphere formed on his chest. Then I will make sure you die the most painful death. But suddenly he let out a piercing scream. What the hell is this? This pain. A cold notification from the system appears. The special skill, Endless Pain, has been activated. Seong Yun calmly steps closer to the writhing opponent. Isn't it just because you're recklessly using other people's power? You explained that if the opponent suddenly becomes stronger during the fight, the damage dealt will be proportional to how much they've increased in strength. How do you feel now? Seong Yun stands up straight, looking down at the completely defenseless enemy. But before killing him, I should reclaim my divine power. Immediately, the system announced that the experienced warrior was disabled. Due to the loss of power, the absorbed divine energy vanished. The blue aura of divine power surrounding the celestial apostle dissipates. He screams in horror. What have you done to make the divine power disappear? Yun now is once again surrounded by his own divine power, confidently explaining that before fighting you, he used the experienced warrior to boost his divine power. Therefore, if the experienced warrior is neutralized, the divine power you absorbed will disappear and return to me. The apostle of the Ursa Major clenched his sharp teeth in extreme anger and humiliation. He roared the name of the one who defeated him in hatred. Hans Gyun. He struggled to get up, his eyes blazing with final madness. Don't think this is the end. I will use everything I have to kill you. But Seon Yoon doesn't give him a chance. A lightning-fast sword strike cuts across his throat. It's too noisy, Mr. Yoon's car said coldly. Seeing your enemy fall, a pink shard appears in your hand. You have gained the right to command the potential apostle, Senor.
Your skill level has increased by 9.8%. You have obtained a shard of the Holy Grail. Two shadow gods from behind Catherine smile contentedly. Seong Yoon turns to look at her. I was going to help you if things got worse. Her voice echoed. But it seems you can now fight well without my help, she said, tossing another piece of the Holy Cup to him. Mr. Yoon's car silently catches it. You have obtained a shard of the Holy Cup. Your face shows curiosity. You can ask me a few questions because the amount of information I can share with you has increased, the Dark God said. Mr. Yoon's car responded straightforwardly. I will ask you directly. Do I look you straight in the eyes and am I a special existence to you? Or maybe she's thinking about turning me into an apostle. I like smart children, she begins. But I don't like it when they're too direct. Her eyes sparkled with a mysterious light. It has to be you, boy. I want you to become an apostle, and I also have something I want from you. You are walking along a path paved with countless eyes, and in that moment, you are granted incredible power to fulfill the tower's secret desire. Whether everything unfolds as the tower wishes or a new ending occurs, I only want to witness the moment when it all ends. Her voice echoes, carrying an ancient longing. Mr. Yoon's car silently thought, this is also what the demon god said. The tower wants a supreme being to serve its purposes. I was chosen for that purpose. What does a new ending even mean? He wondered. Sorry about that. The dark god sighed, looking exhausted. I don't think I can hold this pose much longer. She moved closer and rested her head on your shoulder. It will be difficult to meet again on this level, but I have chosen my followers to help you. I'll also send you the rewards I received from the giant tree maze through those followers. Let's meet again in the tower. Her voice grew quieter as Catherine's body moved away. And then the darkness covering the battlefield also disappeared. The dark divine power had vanished, causing the sinister energy to seep into the terrain to fade away. Jamchu appeared on the desolate battlefield full of corpses and was stunned. Even when he looked again, he still couldn't believe it. It's amazing that the dark god was able to eliminate so many enemies while you were fighting the war god. If the dark god is your enemy, you must have been very troubled, Jiamchu added. Sung Yoon silently thought that because she was so strong, she could kill someone like him in an instant. Jiamchu looked at him seriously and said, remember this. Compared to the god of darkness, the god of war is just a weakling. Even if she didn't say it, I knew it all too well. Sung Yoon responded, looking at the corpses around him, a fierce determination burning in his heart. I need to train as much as possible as soon as I return to the tower, so I won't end up like these guys. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared, leaving Jamchu-gu stunned. You have received the blessing of the Moonlight Body Enhancement from the vampire element stored in the Human Removal skill. Due to the blessing of the Moonlight Body Enhancement, your abilities will increase by 10% wherever there is moonlight. No way, Jamchu thought to himself. Thanks to the blessing of the Moonlight Body Enhancement, all skills have increased fourfold. All growth rates have risen by 10%. Jamchu pointed at Seon Yoon, her eyes blazing with shock. I've never seen a race so crazy. This is like hacking a game. There's no way the rewards could be such huge jackpots. Mr. Yoon's car turned back to look at her calmly. It's just a skill. You just said while interacting with a system interface that appeared in front of you, using all your commands to permanently increase your abilities. Jamchu-gu angrily shouted, Skill! Don't you feel any shame? In the past, we worked day and night just for a chance to get a jackpot like this. But Zong Yoon paid no attention to what she said. You're thinking of using commands. This new skill is interesting. Seeing himself ignored, Jiamchu grew even angrier. Are you ignoring the best person here? Yoon's carriage driver simply turned away and calmly replied, I am listening to everything. Suddenly, a gentle and clear voice sounded from behind. You are the one testing Hansen, right? It seems I was right, Se-yoon said, confirming his identity. The woman stepped closer. I am an apostle of the god of darkness. She placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself formally. My name is Arya. At the behest of the dark god, I will assist the challenger Hans Gyun until this floor is complete. Yoon narrowed his eyes, suspicion clear in his mind. Until the end of the star. What is her motive? Is she really a bodyguard, or is there some scheme going on? Than Kim's voice echoes to reassure. You don't need to worry. With such powerful divine power, she could very well be a true apostle. If the dark god commands her to serve you, she will probably act according to your wishes. Arya smiled kindly. Your name is Arya, right? Yes, that's correct. Don't hold anything back and tell me how I can help. Unfortunately, I can't trust you yet. Mr. Yoon's car responded bluntly. But let's try out the new skill we just learned. He pulled out an ancient scroll and dark flames erupted from it. But if you sign this contract, I will definitely trust you, he said as he used a brush to write on the scroll.
Subjugation contract skill has been activated. Fourth Apostle area has been designated as the target of the skill. Please sign the contract. Arya looked completely shocked, her mouth agape. Once the contract is signed, the subordinate relationship cannot be broken. A blue light envelops Arya as the contract is established. Due to a mutual agreement, the surrender contract has been finalized. Fourth-level Apostle Arya will never surpass the submissive relationship, she shouted in shock. With this blessing, my stats have increased by 14. All of the abilities of the fourth-level Apostle Arya have risen by 14. Arya clasped her hands together, her eyes shining with excitement. That's amazing! Your incredible generosity reminds me of the Dark God. Mr. Yoon's car interrupted her. Forget about that. There's something I need you to do for me. He points to Catherine lying unconscious on the ground and asks you to heal his teammate over there. Arya bowed her head, her voice full of regret. Unfortunately, Sir Hansen, I cannot treat this potential apostle. She is suffering from a divine fever caused by her descent. Sung Yoon asked again what that divine fever was. Arya explained in detail. Those with low physical ability cannot withstand divine power if the stance is used on them. And as a result, they will run a high fever. She won't be able to open her eyes for a week. Mr. Yoon's car looked at Catherine lying there, her face showing clear worry. If that's true, then this is not good. More importantly, Arya continued, you are the one in danger because you possess more than 2 fragments of the Holy Cup, making you a target for other factions. Sung Yoon's eyes turned cold as he realized the implications that meant his other teammates would also be in danger. Without hesitation, he immediately sprang into the air and sped off at lightning speed. Where are you going? Yes, sir, Sang Yoon, Arya called out as she was holding Catherine. Yoon's car turned back with a tense voice. Arya, please protect her and follow me. He rushed forward, only thinking about how he had forgotten in the heat of battle. Catherine going outside means the barrier around Kim Seung-hun and Chun Seok has been broken, which could mean they are now targets of other factions. Sir Sun, she called out, her beautiful face furrowed with worry, revealing sharp fangs. Wait for me. Under the sunset, a giant ancient tree stands tall. Its leaves gently rustled in the wind, creating an eerily peaceful scene. But when Zhang Yun arrived, that peace was shattered. The ground is stained with blood, broken weapons and corpses scattered everywhere. You look around the bloody battlefield, silently assessing. Their lives are worse than I expected. I walk over to Kim Seung-hun, who is leaning against a tree with shallow breaths. It wouldn't be surprising if they die soon. This is an attack using poison. Arya, now carrying Catherine on her back, arrived and said that it seems they were attacked with poisoned weapons. She looked at the desolate scene around her and continued with a hint of admiration in her voice. Although they managed to defeat so many people despite being poisoned, in the end, it was just too much for them. Sung Yoon's sword clenched in his mind, and these people probably attacked them, knowing you had already left. Arya, holding the unconscious Catherine, explained, this type of poison can be fully cured in a few months, so please don't worry. However, I now suggest bringing them back to Earth by draining all their HPs. Mr. Yoon looked at his dying teammates and decisively replied, understood. A blue light envelops Kim Seung-hun and Chun Seok. Challenger Kim Seung-hun has lost all his HP and is returning to his original world. Challenger Chun Seok has lost all his HP and is returning to his original world. Since you have sent your teammates ahead, you should prepare for the battle. Arya warned that several challengers are coming. Understood. Please wait a moment. Mr. Yoon's vehicle calmly responds. His hand quickly operated the system panels. Let me crush all useless items and turn them into divine power. You said with determination. A burst of orange-yellow aura erupts around you. All right, it's done. This is good enough. A series of system notifications appeared. The conditions have been met. 11 out of 20 divine factions have lost a shard of the Holy Grail. The divine factions with more than 10 shards will receive the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is activating. Seon Yoon's body floats in the air, surrounded by a dazzling light. The divine being of the Supreme Faction is a very low-level creature, but the conditions have been met. Deities with very low soul levels will temporarily be granted the powers of divine sanctification and physical embodiment. The seal of the divine sanctification power will be released for the 7th stage. Arya and Jamchugu stared in amazement at Seon Yoon. Now he looked like a true god. A detailed status window appears listing the new powers he just received. Zae-yoon looks at the light sphere in his hand, surprised. Is this all it takes to become divine? The clumsy god of decay, the observing god of clumsiness, and the fake suffering god have invested their special embodied powers into the Challenger Hansen. The location of the Hansen Challenger is revealed to all factions. He silently thought, bodily transformation. This is the first time I've seen it.
What is it? Wait, why are they obsessed with forcing me to come so much? He wondered, narrowing his eyes. How dare these tiny gods mock Lord Han Sangyun? Arya muttered contemptuously, her face transforming into a fierce and terrifying expression. Lord Han Sangyun, if you command, I will deal with all these miserable bastards coming now, without leaving a single one alive. Mr. Yan looked at her, a bit startled by her fanaticism. Father, all the apostles have definitely gone mad. In the dark forest, a squad of armored figures is rushing at high speed, led by a man shrouded in a blue aura. The Challenger. Bick has been chosen as an apostle of the fallen side, and has been given a shard of the Holy Grail. He shouted, "Ooh, for the great fallen god, we will punish the bastard Hans Gyun." In the sky, a faint light suddenly appeared. Red Bick, the leader of the group, looked up at the night sky, his face filled with horror and confusion. He stammered, "Is that the moon?" he asked in doubt as a full radiant moon appeared, emitting a mysterious blue light. A system window appears, and the tragic and confusing moonlight power is causing terrible sadness for the targeted enemies. Immediately, his soldiers start clutching their heads and screaming in pain. My head, my head. Uncontrollable tears keep falling down everyone's faces. My tears can't stop flowing. When the enemy feels sad because of the tragic and confusing moonlight special power, their vitality will be drained. No way, Rebig shouted in despair as he felt his power waning. The special power of the observer's gaze looking down on everything has diminished all possibilities. Despite the clumsy fallen god shouting for them to move quickly, Redbit could only say helplessly, "I'm sorry, but if we go on, we will die." But the cruel voice of the god echoed in their minds. The clumsy god of decline said that scoundrels like you are just sacrificial pawns and not important. A blazing red light of destruction began to engulf him. Redbit looked up, his voice trembling. "Oh!" He closed his eyes, tears of resignation streaming down his face, accepting his fate. He understood that the holy light skill had been activated. A series of divine light explosions swept across the battlefield, destroying the entire army. 17 members of the doomed faction have died. 11 members of the observation team have died. 14 members of the suffering team have died. Mr. Yoon's car stands on a cliff, looking down at the results of his attack and smirking. Weakening them with moonlight has significantly increased the accuracy of the holy light. He silently thought about his new power. I crushed the items received during the Fallen Maiden phase and gained the moonlight. Something has completely changed the world. At the same time, an important notification from the system appears. The clumsy god of thought, the god observing the clumsy and the fake suffering god will team up to eliminate the challenger. Hansen and Yoon tighten their grip on their swords. It seems they finally realized they need to work together. Your sword trembles and gives a warning. Get ready, the little gods are coming. You need to face 3 little gods at once, so be careful. I know, Yoon responded firmly. His body was ready for the upcoming battle. From a giant purple energy portal, 3 figures step out. How arrogant, I will help you realize just how pathetic you are. The clumsy fallen god has activated divine power, especially corporeal manifestation, and appeared before Maya Hansgyun. How can you be a god and enter this maze? The god watched as the clumsy one activated divine power, especially the physical incarnation, and appeared before Hansen. So is that the candidate chosen by the tower? This is clearly a blatant violation of authority. The fake suffering god has activated divine power, especially the embodiment of flesh, and appeared before Hansun. He calmly observes the 3 entities before him, and silently analyzes and evaluates their doll-like appearances. Embodiment is not about taking on a physical form, but about their souls inhabiting identical dolls. A confident and somewhat arrogant smile appeared on his face. I thought the soul embodiment was something incredible and grand, but it turns out you are just mere dolls. How pathetic, how so? The gods roared in anger. You will regret this. But Seon Yoon only pretended to be confused, as if he had angered us. All 3 charged at once, their streams of red and blue sword energy clashing fiercely, causing a massive explosion of energy. He skillfully deflected their attacks. The shards of rock flying from the side in an instant, the clifftop became empty, leaving only silence. The gods looked down in surprise, unable to understand where Zhong Yun had disappeared to. He appeared from below, silently thinking that even if it was just a physical incarnation, the gods were still gods. Facing all 3 of them at once was indeed quite challenging. The gods immediately counterattacked with their powerful and diverse magical skills. From the surging waters, jagged icebergs, and deadly blood-stained spikes, Zhong Yun was caught in an unrelenting storm of attack.
Red and blue streaks of light dart around him as fresh blood sprays from a deadly strike grazing his body. More attacks keep raining down, leaving even more wounds on your body. You grit your teeth and endure the pain. You focus all your energy, preparing to block a devastating counterattack. A blazing fireball and lightning appear before you. A massive explosion erupts, its blinding light engulfing the entire forest. When the light fades, the forest becomes eerily silent again. One of the gods roars in extreme anger. Hans Gyun, that damn sneaky bastard. As soon as Zhang Yun quickly dodged an attack, they all shouted together, "You may run, but you are still in our hands." The boy silently calculated that he could handle it if only one of them disappeared. Is running away the answer right now? Suddenly, a voice echoed in your mind. "Sangyun, I will face one of the minor gods." Arya's voice is full of confidence. "With my colleagues, I can hold one of them off. Trust me." Fourth-level Apostle Arya activated her unique Shadow Flash ability. Her body turned into darkness, allowing her to teleport instantly to her desired location. She contemptuously said, "Fools." Arya smiled eerily, daring to act foolishly in front of Hansen. "I will show you what true darkness really is." Fourth-ranked Apostle Arya activated her exclusive apostle power, crossing the endless abyss. Dark tentacles from the ground rise up, wrapping tightly around the Observer God. The Observer God struggles in despair, screaming in terror as he is pulled into a different dimension. How can a fanatic serving an ancient god be in a place like this? The designated target has been exiled to the abyssal world for 10 minutes. This has nothing to do with the connection to the observation power supply being cut off. Mr. Yoon's vehicle calmly observes the remaining two gods, now only sadness and suffering. Despairing God glances at his companion. "Fine then." Mr. Yoon's vehicle points its sword at us, voice full of challenge. "I will deal with both of you within 10 minutes. The god of decline stared at you with eyes blazing with hatred. "I never expected you to be connected to the dark god. Hans Gyun, you should not be allowed to exist. I will give you a painful death, just like I did to your friends." Mr. Yoon's car calmly asked, "Are you the god of decline?" "You are the one who poisoned them," she laughed cruelly, revealing her sharp fangs. "I had to corner you. I told my loyal challengers to kill those troublemakers. They didn't die easily and caused trouble for me, so I had to poison them. Don't worry, I will also kill you painfully. Take it easy, just like I did with them." Xiang Yun asked calmly, "Are you done denying yourself?" The goddess was stunned. "What?" He sneered as a cloud of black smoke began to emanate from his body. "It seems you have finally finished speaking. The divine power of godly transformation has been activated." Xiang Yun gritted his teeth and said, "Then I will tear you to pieces." The true blood demon of the heavenly realm's ego soul skill. Magic explosion. Activated. Your body's magical ability has increased. Ego soul skill accelerate thinking A. Activated. Your thoughts have been sped up. Ego, soul, skill, little heart. B. Activated. An illusionary heart has been created to assist in the movement of magic. The seasoned warrior activates it. All abilities increase by 41. The special muscle denies divine power and activates. 20% of external divine damage is reduced. He activates multiple skills simultaneously, causing the surrounding space to tremble. He whispered to himself, "Not yet. This is still not enough." The blazing power of the sword is activated strongly. The divine nature of death is triggered, and unavoidable death is infused into the sword. The quality of death is reacting, amplifying the death energy infused with divine power. The exclusive skill of the Chaos Force is activated. This time, the two gods felt an overwhelming pressure so intense that demons collapsed, and the divine power was drained, causing the strength of the skill to increase fourfold. The god cried out in despair as he sensed the terrifying force emanating from Seon Yoon. "This pressure is unbelievable. Hey, god of decline, hurry up and use your decay power on him." The true blood demon, Heaven's Mark skill, transforming fear into B+ level, has been activated. But the despairing god can only grit his teeth, sweat pouring down, trying to resist the invading fear. No way. The fear amplification skill has been triggered. The god was stunned in pain, feeling his comrade's fear spreading to himself. What? The god of decline screams in despair. I can never defeat him. This pressure is too strong because of the countless skills he has used. So how can I use my own despairing power? Useless. Yoon's car roared and sped toward them like an unstoppable ghost of death. In despair, the god of suffering gathers all remaining strength and shouts to his comrade, "Even without you, at least I can block one of his attacks. When I give the signal, get ready to run." But before he can finish speaking, a blazing purple sword aura ruthlessly cuts through his energy sphere.
He fell silent, his vacant eyes barely able to utter one word. Huh? Ah! A horrifying scream echoes through the sky as Zhang Yun's sword cuts off the hand of the god of suffering. Ta's hand! He coldly observes, his voice devoid of any emotion. Judging by that reaction, the pain still comes through. His eyes sweep over the two enemies curled up on the ground like insects about to be crushed. He swung his sword to create a deadly purple energy net, trapping them in a prison of light. Don't even dream of an easy death. Your eyes blazing behind the mask, your voice trembling with each word. After harming my teammate, you have achieved the legendary mythic demon-slaying maze swordsman feat. You have received 100 maze points. Your total HP and megapixels have increased by 100. The SS Divine Slaying Sword's special power is activated. The breath of the fallen god falters. She whispered her final words in horror. In the end, the tower had finally bred a monster. Could it be that the tower's wish is coming true? Yoon's voice echoed in his mind. The tower's wish? The clumsy physical form of the fallen god took damage it couldn't handle and was destroyed. You have absorbed 2/3 of the soul shard. You look at the floating soul shard in your hand. So if I defeat the physical incarnation of a god, their soul will remain. I've collected 2, so there's only 1 left. You clenched your fists tightly, determination clear in your eyes. The Divine Observer had used divine powers within the 007 Ascent Maze, and the Divine Observer watched as the clumsy one escaped from the abyssal world by using the divine power reserved for gods in the tower. Maze 007. As soon as he escaped, he roared, grew. Damn fanatic priestess. He grits his teeth and says, I wasted my divine power on her. But his anger was interrupted by a powerful punch from Zhang Yun straight to his face. Mr. Yun stood over him coldly saying, Hey, he's just in shock and muttering in bitter defeat, forget about him. The divine power has been disabled and cannot be used for 8 hours. He looks down at the defeated opponent and thinks, so he won't die just because of that hit. He groaned as he was tightly bound. Damn it, why did everything turn out like this? Mr. Yun calmly replied, Well, that's because you guys provoked me first. It's unreasonable. If you didn't exist, none of this would have happened. He shouted, From the very beginning, you were an existence that shouldn't have been. I've already beaten you once, but it seems you still haven't woken up. Without a word of warning, he struck the god's head with the hilt of his sword. The sharp sound echoed, and the god's eyes widened in fury and pain. You keep attacking mercilessly. I know that even if this is your physical incarnation, the pain still gets through. I will fight you until you know your place. The brutal clash echoes through the forest, mixed with the desperate screams of the fallen god. After a while, the god whispered hoarsely, his voice strained from shouting. I understand now. So you have defeated all the other gods, and you spared me because I have something you want. He looked up, his eyes filled with fear and fury. What is your goal? The challenger, Hans Gyun. What do you want from me? Mr. Yun stood straight and calmly said, I have a few questions, and I want to know about this maze competition. Seizing the opportunity, the god hurriedly bargained. Can I tell you everything I want in exchange? You indifferently reply, I can't help but kill your physical incarnation. The god panics, shaking his head frantically. It's not about that, I just want you not to attack or harm me anymore. His face twisted in fear as he hurriedly swore, We will pay the price if we harm you. Mr. Yun nodded slightly. All right, if the careless gods violate this, the trial tower will revoke the divine essence inscribed in this oath. Mr. Yun put his mask back on. Good. Shall we start the interrogation now? The stubborn god sighed in relief. That's what I was hoping for. Get straight to the point and tell me about the tower. The stubborn god turned away, claiming he knew nothing. Yoon's vehicle just stood silently, an ominous silence enveloping everything. Do you still not know where you stand? Wait. I know the basics, but I haven't been waiting for the Saint Spirit for long, so I don't know much. Zhang Yun sighed in disappointment. Well, then I want to know about the giant maze competition. The deity obediently agreed. All right. He began to explain that the giant maze is an event location created by modifying the world tree. The challenge tower is the place that modified the giant tree maze. It then sent invitations to the gods, saying it would host a divine competition where the invited gods could choose the maze's difficulty level, arrange their altars, and turn challengers into followers. The winner is determined by who reaches the final floor of the maze and which deity they worship, serving as a reward for the contest. We can randomly receive one of the tower's administrative powers and use it. Mr. Yun's car pondered. So that means I will have to choose one of the tower's administrators. You keep asking, do you know about the Dark God? All I know is that she is one of the 7 ancient gods that have existed since the beginning. Hey, Han Sang-gyun, You might seem friendly with the dark god now, but he warned with a sinister smile that you'd better be prepared for when she swallows you whole. Seong-yoon remained silent, his body beginning to disintegrate into white light as he uttered his final words. If light exists, someday it will run out and invite darkness, and darkness will come when there is no more energy to shine. That was when the darkness god truly felt joy. You have absorbed the 3/3 soul shard. The observation, God will be replaced by a powerful ability. Arya and her teammates suddenly bow down to the ground. I'm sorry, Lord Sion, I accidentally made a mistake that caused us to lose that little god. I have committed a deadly sin. Yoon's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, Please don't do that, I've caught him, please stand up. Arya looked up with admiration, just as one would expect from someone blessed by darkness. You are on a completely different level from us lowly beings. Yoon silently thought, his attitude changing so quickly. Another believer stepped forward, respectfully offering him a bag and asking him to accept this. The total is 10 shards, including those from the lesser gods. Therefore, the condition has been met. The faction that has collected at least 10 pieces of the Holy Cup fragments will receive the Holy Cup from the Apostle of the God. The SS Holy Grail, an exclusive treasure of the maze that you can obtain after meeting the special conditions on the 7th floor of the giant maze sanctuary. The exclusive effect of skipping one level will allow you to bypass all floors to reach the final level of the maze. However, to use the skip floor feature, you must enter the maze temple before reaching the final floor. There, you will encounter all the divine entities involved in the giant tree maze event. Yoonshi frowned as he met all the gods. Arya smiled sadly, finally reaching the destination. Sir Hans-Gyun, I apologize, but I no longer have any pieces of the Holy Cup, so I cannot follow you from the next level onward. Yoon's vehicle smiled with relief, having no other choice. Then I will go alone. It was a pleasure to meet you. Thank you. Ari's face flushed red, her eyes shining like stars, her heart pounding at his sincere words. She nervously covered her blushing face with her hand, speaking in a shy voice, Oh yes, Lord Hansang-Jionun, you speak such kind words to someone as humble as me. The boy thought to himself, even her flattery is so abundant. Another devotee stepped forward and handed him a ticket. Please use this if you encounter difficulties, sir. I would like to use the A+ escape ticket for the maze, a special dungeon ticket obtained after fulfilling the special conditions on the 4th floor of the giant tree sanctuary dungeon. Ayun takes the ticket and reads the information carefully. If you designate a target after tearing the ticket, the exclusive escape effect for the first day of the month will be activated. If you escape the maze with this ticket, you can return to the original space without any penalty. Without hesitation, he will tear the ticket. However, if you designate someone else as the target, the ticket will not be used unless they are unable to fight. Arya exclaimed in surprise. The number of uses for the first day of the month has been consumed, not on a destroyed item. A bright magic circle appears, enveloping Catherine, Seon-yoon's red-haired teammate. The challenger, Catherine Bene, has fully returned to her original dimension. The magic circle vanished, taking Catherine with it. Arya looked at Seon-yoon, her eyes filled with longing and admiration. She whispered from the bottom of her heart, It's my time now, Lord Sion. She spoke calmly, but with a hint of sadness. She bowed her head and saluted, her body beginning to emit dark energy. An honor to serve the Lord, even if only for a short time. Still, I look forward to the day we meet again. Until then, please take care. She then disappeared into the sky, leaving behind shimmering purple lights that gradually faded into the night. The sound of his sword breaking the silence finally gave way to quiet. Are you planning to leave right away? No. Mr. Yoon's car decisively stops as my hand glides over a system screen. If I'm about to reach the god's place, I need to maximize my strength, just in case. The swords clash and clatter. Hurry up! Waiting is so boring. You are heading to the labyrinth temple before reaching the final floor by skipping levels. You stride confidently toward the intricately carved giant Kitan. The blazing golden light from within shines down on your solitary figure as you step into a colossal arena. On the towering balconies above, countless eyes are fixed on him from the shadows. The shadow god speaks softly. My dear, I feel so relieved that you're not hurt. My child is safe beside me, the demon enthusiastically said. Hans doubts the challenges are real. You have successfully completed the contract, Gate. I will soon deliver your reward. Zhang Yun's blue eyes flash as he quickly assesses the situation. The despairing god clumsily looks at the challenger, Han Sang-jun, with envy. The suffering god, pretending to be in pain, grits his teeth in anger at the challenger Han Sang-yun. The deity watching the clumsy one feels a bit scared after seeing the challenger Hans Sang-yun. A clenched fist in the darkness radiates a dangerous aura. The war god is revealing a strong intent to harm the challenger, Hans Sangyeon, as a commanding voice echoes, silencing all noise.
Stop acting disrespectfully and make a decision. A voting panel appears in front of Seong-yoon.
Support or oppose, no in between. Decide whether the challenger Hansen has the right to know the truth. Countless voting panels light up across all levels of the arena, and the vote ends in an instant.
The final result is announced, 81 in favor, 77 against.
The conclusion that the challenger Hansen has the right to know the tower's secret has been decided. A commanding voice echoes from one of the thrones.
Be proud, Challenger Hansen.
You have earned the right to know the truth. The demon god speaks first, with a somewhat impatient tone.
Today I dislike long-winded things, so let's get started right away.
Oh, by the way, this is the god of light, an ancient deity. You must surely know since you've heard from this impudent demon god. Is that what the tower desires from you, he thought, sweat beading on his forehead. An ancient god. That means he is a powerful god who has possessed great strength for a long time. Then he replied, it wants a supreme and omnipotent being. The authoritative voice from earlier confirms it. A blazing light emanates from the throne. Yes, the tower only wants one thing from a supreme being, to destroy all gods. Countless eyes in the darkness stared at him as the voice continued to echo, leaving no one alive. That is why the tower helped you grow. Sung-yoon's eyes narrowed in shock and disbelief. Is the reason the tower helped me grow up to destroy the gods? He looked into the countless eyes watching him from the darkness. So why are they letting me live right now? Why are the gods helping me? The questions keep swirling in his mind. Could I really kill all the gods right now? My thoughts become chaotic. He sinks deeper into his thoughts, trying to piece everything together. Countless divine weapons appear in his mind. You suddenly snapped awake, a terrifying possibility flashing through your mind. Could it be? Another voice speaks up, reassuring you that there's no need to worry. If we could kill you, we would have done so long ago. We are just standing still because we have judged that your power to destroy gods makes you worthy. A god with golden wings and white armor steps out from the light. Yoon's carriage trembles, sweat pouring down his forehead. So if what I'm thinking is correct, you're telling me to destroy the tower, right? Bingo's commanding voice echoes excitedly. You fall silent, your mind blank. You bow your head, sweat streaming down your temples, your voice trembling slightly. I am not strong enough to betray the tower. I don't think I can eliminate it right now. The shadow god said softly, well, that makes sense. So do you want to make a deal? The ancient gods will not interfere with you in a way that harms you from now on. Instead, don't make enemies of the gods who won't harm you. If there are gods hostile to you, you can kill them or let them live. The decision is up to you. Mr. Yoon's car hesitated for a moment before nodding. I understand now these conditions are enough for me. So the deal is done. My friends can now speak. The demon god laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I thought I was about to die from boredom. God of light, I respond. Demon god. It's rude of you to try to end it as quickly as possible. The demon god turned to Zong-yoon, snapped his fingers, and said, Han Sang-yoon, you did very well completing the contract from the demon realm. I didn't expect you to banish numerous gods on the 7th floor. You exceeded my expectations. I will reward you with some prizes. Now you can completely block the gazes of gods and administrators. It can be activated and deactivated by the owner of this power whenever they wish. Another voice echoed from above, challenging Han Sang-yoon. I can also give you something like that. I'll provide it for you, so come under my command instead of a bastard like him. Seong-yoon looked up at this voice. The exclusive power, level 1547, accessed information has been obtained. You can access information about low-level creatures through the system. This exclusive power can also be used unlimitedly on non-living objects. The dragon god descended, excitedly asking, what do you think? I've given you something great, so come, serve me. You have also learned the fighting style of the dragon god, so I will truly treat you well. Mr. Yoon smirked, his voice and madness only fitting for the dragon god. I thought you would be a dragon because you are the dragon god, but it seems not. The god transforms into a white dragon with golden armor, proudly showing off. I can turn into a dragon at will. Pretty cool, right? Now, return to my service. The boy coldly refuses, eyes still fixed on the system screen. I don't want to, but I will be grateful and use what you have given me. The dragon god roared in anger, his beautiful face contorted with fury. What? That terrifying puppet master, even after learning Long God's techniques, completely ignores the furious deity and focuses on testing his new power, the power to access information. Jam Chungu,
the seventh blood demon of the blood demon sect, and a challenger who has reached level 41 of the trial tower. Although she once had a crimson blood divine power, her divine power has now been stripped away. She is now waiting for the decisive moment. A final piece of information appears, making Seon-yoon ponder slightly. She is now afraid. The dragon god grits his teeth. Patience has run out. The dragon god is offering the challenger Hans-gyun a contract to become her disciple. An official offer appears, but Seon-yoon still has no intention of accepting. The exclusive power of Ascend a 987 triggers a blocking gaze. You have completely blocked Long Than's gaze. He decisively disconnects from the troublesome god. Long Than, clutching his head and crying out like a spoiled child, "If you have accepted my power, then you should accept my offer." Very well. Challenger Han Sang-gyun, you have certainly proven yourself, so I will reward you for that. Move to the final level of the maze. When you reach the last level, due to skipping previous floors, you will not recover any abilities. In exchange, the difficulty of the final floor will be adjusted to compensate for the inability to recover abilities. You have entered the 10th level of the giant tree maze, the space of the apocalypse. This is the final level of the maze, where everything about the challenger who entered is being tested. The surroundings are a ruined city beneath a deadly purple sky. His sword spoke, voice full of caution, as he nervously swallowed, and a notification appeared. If you can endure the power of the gods who have summoned the apocalypse 4 times, you will reach the final level of the maze. Thousands of purple eyes open in the sky, staring at you with greed. The despairing god, the fallen god, and the mad god are craving your divinity. You look up at the sky, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. I look up at the sky and feel it. I can never win this battle. The giant tentacles with countless eyes begin to emerge from the dark clouds. The despairing, fallen, and mad gods are mocking. The monster roars as its tentacles rampage through the city. If you can withstand the power of the god who has summoned the apocalypse 4 times, you will reach the final level of the maze. An enormous tentacle descends toward him at terrifying speed. He quickly dodges and strikes back. The 2 swords in his hands shimmer with blue light as a voice echoes throughout the space. That mortal is not meant for strength. You keep defending against the beast's relentless attacks. Hand it over, mortal. If you don't give it up, I will take it even if I have to kill you. Dark shadows with blazing eyes begin to form from the darkness surrounding him. He spins around and swings his sword to cut down the shadows rushing toward him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. His face began to melt like wax. My body is melting? I quickly focus my energy. I need to heal myself with divine power. A blazing golden light sphere appears on his chest as the monster opens its mouth, creating a dark tornado trying to swallow his healing energy. You quickly jump out of the deadly vortex just before it closes. You have survived the power of the divine despair, fallen into madness and insanity once. You are panting, still recovering from the recent attack. Your sword warns that a single second of delay could be fatal. You must stay alert. The monster continues to attack. Its tentacles sweep everything in their path. An enormous eye opens in the sky. The purple lightning rains down like a storm. The arrogant mortal. Even if you escape, death is still waiting for you. He was knocked away by a tentacle, his body spinning through the air. The true blood demon's celestial soul ego skill accelerates thinking. Your thoughts have been sped up, and the soul ego skill, small heart B+, has been activated. An illusionary magical device has been created to assist in the movement of magic. The B+ great deity, seal skill, has been activated. You're so arrogant, the monster roared as it saw you still resisting. A thought flashed through your mind as you were falling freely. He swings countless strikes at the monster. Yoon grits his teeth, enduring the pain with a determined look. Divine power has been depleted, temporarily sealing other skills, missing the great divine power. The familiar blue system screens reappear. You frown, realizing something unusual. My skill has been sealed? Desperate, fallen into madness, and insane. He is smiling. The giant eye in the sky seems to mock his helplessness. Black raindrops start falling from the tentacles, corroding the ground and causing small explosions. You quickly move to dodge the deadly rain pouring down like a storm. A blazing red light envelops him. The seasoned warrior legend is activated, all abilities increased by 47. The holy light skill is activated strongly. The boy concentrates his energy, creating a sacred light sphere. You launch the light sphere at the monster, causing a huge explosion. You have survived the power of despair, corruption, and madness twice. The eye in the sky looks at him with a contemptuous voice. You are truly foolish, mortal. But even that proud struggle will soon come to an end. The divine power has been depleted, and the holy light skill is temporarily sealed.
A series of blue crystal shields surround him. He grits his teeth, feeling his strength gradually being taken away. The special blessing of the Unfallen is activated. Attacks involving divine power will be resisted. The intense skills shattered under the monster's pressure. Resistance was futile, as more divine power than allowed was consumed, piercing through the resistance layer. The skill system shattered into pieces, the divine power depleted, and the holy light skill was temporarily sealed. You were knocked back and helplessly watched the giant eye prepare for its next attack. A flash of light flickered in your eyes. The amount of damage was limited.
Yeah, you don't have a time to relax.
A giant tentacle rushes toward him. The Dao Thean skill is activated, removing the restrictions on what you can destroy. The boy charges straight at the tentacle. The engraved skill, the Great God attribute B+, has been released from its sealed state. The Dao Heaven skill is temporarily sealed. Mr. Yoon's car senses his power returning. He quietly thinks that his skills have indeed come back as he expected. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. That was his divine power. Mr. Yoon's vehicle smiles. So even what you conceal has its limits? The eye in the sky roared in anger. Do you think knowing that will change anything? A destructive energy blast shoots toward him. The true B+ divine skill inscription of the blood demon of the heavenly realm is activated. You tighten your grip on the sword hilt. I am always ready. Very well. Keep going like that. Vu's voice echoes in your mind as you charge into the tentacles, slicing through them easily. The divine power has been depleted, temporarily sealing the other recorded skills with the B+ great deity attribute. The sky-digging skill has been unleashed from its sealed state. You swing your sword, a stream of blue energy slicing straight into the monster. The heaven-piercing skill has been activated. The limit on what you can destroy has been lifted. The exclusive skill of the Chaos Blood Immortal's power has been activated, triggering the dual-linked effect. The divine strength has been depleted, but the skill's power is now 4 times stronger. Right now, both you and Jamchugu shout out together as a devastating slash splits the monster in two, causing a massive energy explosion. You drive the sword into the ground, using it as a support to stand firm after the devastating impact. You stand tall between 2 giant tentacles that have been cut off, your eyes fearless. You have survived the power of the god of despair, corruption, and chaos 3 times. Another message appears, but the battle is not over yet. The giant eye in the sky roared in fury. You fool! You put all your strength into your legs, preparing for the final attack. Foolish mortal, I told you to stay silent and surrender that power. The entire surrounding space was engulfed by countless tentacles and shadows. The desperate, fallen, and insane god had poured a great amount of divine power into the tower. The despairing, fallen, and insane god has gained limited power over a legend. A strange, pink-purple energy envelopes Ian, seeping into his body and mind. The legend's greed took over, he thought in panic. I need to get out of here first. Half of his face was covered by a dark energy stream. He exclaimed in shock, Huh? He knelt down, trying to withstand the overwhelming power pressing down on his body. Jam Chungu's voice echoed anxiously in his mind. Han Sengyun, your legs! He gritted his teeth, trembling all over. At this level, I really didn't think I could stop it. But the final defensive skill was activated. Life-threatening injuries have been neutralized. Your legs were shattered and then recreated in the blink of an eye. You survived the power of the god of despair, corruption, and chaos 4 times. You stand firm, your eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Conditions met. You have completed the 10th level of the giant tree maze, the apocalyptic dimension, so the reward will be granted. You are the first challenger to complete the giant maze on insane difficulty. As a reward, the old watch of the returning SS Plus will be transferred to your inventory. The eye in the sky roared its final words in hatred. Tower A, my oldest friend. If only the restrictions of the giant tree maze had vanished, someone like you would be torn to pieces in an instant, and the surrounding space began to shatter. Next time we meet, I will kill you. You are panting, your body exhausted after the deadly battle. Gasping, you sheath your sword and look around the ruined city. This giant maze has finally come to an end. My sword spoke, still trembling. I was really shocked. I really thought you would die at the end. Jiam Chungu cleared his throat, trying to act tough. Well, but you still did well until the end. Good job. However, that could only happen because I am here, so be grateful. Mr. Yoon's car gently smiles at her childishness. Your smile quickly fades, replaced by an eager expression. No matter how much I think about it, it still feels strange. He points to the sky, constantly seeking his power, and calls the tower his friend. I want to check this. You activate the newly acquired skill.
The exclusive power, level 1547, access information has been activated. The first candidates chosen by the tower are desperate, fallen, and insane gods. They are not classified as challengers and are preserving the information received from the tower. They were originally 3 ancient gods and therefore their names were combined. They now nurture a great greed for what challenger Hans Gyun possesses. You stand alone in the empty space, processing the information you just received. The first candidates chosen by the tower are ancient gods. That means you have completed the final level of the maze. The maze data will be erased, and you will return to reality. A giant hourglass appears, shattering into pieces as countless red error messages flash, signaling an unforeseen malfunction. Error, 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 error. A white light envelops Yoon, and due to a system malfunction, the challenger Hansen will be transported to a random space. The absolute maze preservation benefit, SSS bonus, is activated. A gentle blue light surrounds you, protecting you from the chaos of the system. He sat calmly in the chaotic space, surrounded by glowing golden hourglasses. I bought this because the shopkeeper cat in the maze recommended it, so I hope it's good. Your sword speaks, saying, "Don't worry, that sales cat is very famous, so it's trustworthy." You pick up a tea talisman, so even if it's expensive, it's a good thing I bought. Absolute Maze Preservation Benefit, SSS+. All abilities gained in the maze will be combined with the challenger's current data. The legendary superpower has accumulated divine strength. If activated, the reverse causality effect will be triggered. When facing an opponent you cannot defeat, cause and effect will be reversed, leading to the formation of an absolute winning karma. If that legend is activated, the divine attribute boost effect will be triggered. Every time you defy a god, your divine power will increase by 1 level. As your divine power rises, you may receive a special reward. Each victory brings you closer to ascension. You are contemplating your ascent. I don't know what that means, but I guess I'll find out after the fight. The hourglass starts to shake, and the integration process is complete. All abilities gained in the maze have been integrated into Han Sang-gyun's challenge data, but HP and megapixels are maze-exclusive functions and will not be applied. Your status screen appears. Hanshyun radiates with a glow, with a dominance of strength 217, stamina 219, agility 218, magic power 224, and endurance 214. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling the power surging through his body. I never expected all my stats to surpass 200. I really don't feel like I'm human anymore. Your sword definitely seems to have grown a lot compared to before. If you punch now, you could easily destroy a few buildings. The challenge data has been fully integrated. You land on the damp ground of the arbitrary space, gazing up at the floating giant hourglass with a blank mind. The challenger Hanxian will be transported from the arbitrary space to the Earth dimension. The surrounding space around him begins to shatter. You smile. Now it's really time to go back. All your equipment has been transferred into your inventory. You can recover all items from your inventory when you return to the tower. You have returned to the Earth dimension. A blue portal appears. You have entered the waiting room on the 18th floor. You step out of the gate into the familiar tower. Jiam Chungu appears beside you. Finally, we are back in the tower. That's right, it's been a long time. She warned us that we returned safely, but you can't let your guard down. Hans nodded. I don't want to meet the god of despair, corruption, and madness again, but we will definitely face him when we reach higher levels. Jiam Chungu clenched her fists. We need to be stronger until then. He smiled and gently ruffled her hair. Don't worry, I will make sure both of us survive and become stronger than the despair, the fall, and the madness. Next time we meet him, we will definitely surpass him. She blushed, a mischievous smile spreading on her face. Look at you, daring to pat my head. You hit me again, huh? You have a small but annoyingly strong punch. She looked confused. Huh? What is that watch on your wrist? She asks with curious eyes. He is surprised. You look at your wrist. Oh, what is this? I think I received it as a reward on the 10th floor of the giant tree maze. But why is it equipped? She wondered. A single watch as a reward for level 10? That's too little. He replied, let's check its effects to be sure. The old wristwatch of the SSS ranked Time Rewind user, combined with a used old wristwatch chosen by the Time Rewinder, can randomly target a specific attack within 50 meters and revert to the state before the attack was triggered. Oh, wow. If you die, the world will rewind 10 minutes. The resurrection upon death has a 30-minute cooldown. Jam Chungu was stunned. That item is too powerful, disabling attacks and allowing death regression. I never expected a reward related to a divine being to be so highly praised. I looked up at the sky.
If that was a challenge with such a reward, I was utterly desperate, fallen, and insane. I'm curious about who he is. You turn to Jiamchunu and ask, Administrator, I have a question. Anyone, please take me along. Both of them waited in silence. Mr. Yoon's car laughed loudly, trying to hide his embarrassment. Ha ha, maybe they won't notice. Then I'll just do this. The B714 exclusive power to teleport the domain is activated. He remembered that Arya gave him this as an apology for not catching the little god. Your humble servant, Lord's son. He sighed, but at least I have it now. You can travel to an administrator's territory from anywhere. If you know the administrator's title, there will be no restrictions on movement. The scene shifts, and you find yourself in a quiet garden with a small waterfall. A gentle voice echoes on beautiful days, bringing a small joy of sipping warm tea while wrapped in a blanket and enjoying some snacks. The White Crane Swordmaster sits relaxed, enjoying her tea. She smiles contentedly. Hazy singing and delicious snacks that go well with tea. She suddenly thought that next time Sion visits, she would ask him to share some snacks with her. But dust is falling from the ceiling, she frowns. Is there a mouse here? Mr. Yoon's car flipped over and hung upside down from the ceiling right above her. Chit, chit, she screamed in horror. Sunan, what are you doing? He nervously asked why it had to move itself here, while she pointed at him, her face flushed with anger. Why are you up there? That's really rude. The clear water flows from the pipe into a stone basin. He sits down, face flushed from just slapping his hand. Oh my God, how could you come without warning? The White Crane Swordmaster crossed her arms, reproaching you. It's really rude to just barge in like that. He bowed his head and apologized. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze cold with jealousy. It also seems like you had a great time with the Sword King of Light. You forced a smile, sweat pouring down. Oh, that was a misunderstanding. She waved her hand. Well, I trust my disciples, so just relax. Jamchu-gu silently thought, oh my, no one is normal today. The White Crane Swordmaster smiled. Anyway, congratulations on even completing the giant maze. You are an incredible apprentice to me and a proud disciple of mine. You just tilt your chin, sighing a little awkwardly. She knelt down and lifted your chin. Well done. You replied, thanks to you and your swordsmanship, I was able to escape danger. The fact that I can become so strong is thanks to you. Her eyes sparkle, her face blushing with happiness. I feel so happy when you call me your proud disciple. She giggled, stammering shyly. Thanks to me. Yeah, I feel really happy hearing that from you. Your sword keeps grumbling. What does he have that she likes so much? The White Crane Swordmaster clears his throat and returns to a serious demeanor. So you probably came here because you want to know about the first candidate the tower chose, right? You're surprised. How do you know? She smiled. I observed everything. It's a relief that you survived after encountering that fanatic's physical form. I couldn't tell you at first, but since things have reached this point, most of the information restrictions have been lifted. He is utterly desperate, fallen, and insane. He looks like a failed creation of the tower. He was the first attempt to create a being capable of destroying divine entities. But driven by his insatiable greed, he used the power of the tower to acquire 3 gods. The problem is that once you have even one god, your mental strength reaches its limit, and part of the god begins to break down. However, that fanatic has already obtained 3 gods, so he has gained faith in some gods that he cannot handle. And finally, his mind collapsed. Your sword mocks the tea, and beings like the war god seem a bit unstable. They are still inexperienced, which doesn't suit a god. The White Crane Swordmaster continues. However, even though that fanatic has already gained 3 gods, he cannot acquire any more. And compared to the cost he paid, he could not attain supreme power. In other words, he was abandoned by the tower. Then, that fanatic began to rage and became an enemy of the tower. Both of them said that the god of one person represents their divine nature, and having 3 gods combined means he is much stronger, so you need to be careful. A series of red warning lights appeared. Warning, warning, warning. No further disclosure allowed. She was startled. I can't tell you more, Sang-yoon. I received a warning from the tower. You stand up, so there's no other choice. Now I know most of what I was curious about. She asked, what are you thinking of doing now? He turned around and walked away, desperate, fallen, and insane. I have to prepare myself not to lose to him. You have entered the 18th floor of the challenge tower. The difficulty is high. The theme of this challenge is caution. With 30 days remaining, he steps into a desolate, ruined land, silently observing the conditions to survive the challenge of saving the world, now on the brink of collapse caused by a god. A shadow rushes toward you at terrifying speed. The reward for passing the challenge, the opponent's glove. The punishment for failing the challenge is death. A voice echoes. Hey, you turn around, me. A woman with orange hair points her finger at him. Yes, you gave everything you had while we were still asking nicely. You frown and think to yourself, well, this is really complicated. The woman snaps back. Don't you understand the situation? She proudly declares, I am a user of manifestation powers if you cause trouble again. I will show you what pain really is, the boy asks calmly. A user of manifestation-type powers? She looked confused. Huh? In an instant, he appeared among her group, a swirling torrent of energy spiraling around him. You summon a blue energy sword and calmly ask, is this what you're talking about? Sangun crouched calmly, observing the approaching group in a desolate scene. Red streaks of energy swirl around him like an approaching storm. The blonde-haired woman exclaims in surprise, I didn't expect there to still be someone using a power with such residual expression. She grits her teeth, anger and determination clear on her face as flames rage around her while she roars, Are you a user of the Ultimate Alliance's power? Without waiting for an answer, she immediately hurls a blazing fireball at Sangyeon. The attack shot out at incredible speed, causing a small explosion upon reaching the target. One of her teammates eagerly asked, Have you defeated him yet? She shouted angrily, covering her mouth. The infinite skill-consuming spells is activated. All spells that touch your body will be transformed into pure magic power. Sangyun stands there unharmed, the flames completely absorbed into his glowing palm. She was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Her attack had no effect? She muttered in confusion. Then her eyes flashed with determination. Then everyone attacked together, she orders, and the whole group immediately rushes toward Sangyun. Sangyun calmly asked, Do you call this strength? He easily blocked both attacks at once, his voice full of disdain. But I don't think it's that good. Their techniques, not counting strength, are below standard and very basic. If they fought with more advanced civilized techniques, the sword continued to comment, it would at least be a bit more interesting. A thunderous punch from Sangyun was thrown. He looked at his fist, muttering with a hint of annoyance. I think I already used a bit too much strength on that move. Your sword's voice echoed again in my mind. You've caused quite a commotion. Sangyun replied calmly as he watched the thug being knocked away. You're right. From now on, I will focus on better controlling my power. He stood there with a determined look, unshaken. The woman with orange hair watched the scene, growling in a mix of horror and anger. Damn it, you're a monster. Die! She launched an attack, creating a vortex of destructive energy aimed at him. Sangyun easily blocks the destructive energy beam with his sword, deflecting it to the side. The orange-haired woman stands frozen, her eyes wide with horror as she realizes her full-force attack has been effortlessly nullified. The blood essence, skill for the taunt, is activated. A strange black smoke emanates from your hand as you prepare for your next move. She stepped back, her voice trembling with fear. This can't be real, right? That's my laser beam. It can even cut through most enhanced strength users. She knelt on the ground, completely devoid of fighting spirit, and whispered in despair, So this is how I will die? Sangyun approached calmly and said, Don't worry. I will let you live as long as you agree to cooperate with me. The absolute allure skill has been activated. He gazes directly into her eyes, a blue light flashing in his commanding eyes. Isn't that a good deal for both of us? The choice is yours. He finished, leaving the orange-haired girl sitting there, her face pale with fear, but also shining with a glimmer of hope. Jamchugu explained, The world works like this. Your power manifests randomly when you turn 7 years old. There are 4 main types of power: enhancement, manifestation, transformation, and creation. Jamchugu illustrates with vivid images. Transformations and creations will change your body, while augmentation and manifestation help you build your strength. Then one day, Jamchugu's voice grew serious as a group calling themselves the Ultimate Alliance of Power Users appeared and began carrying out terrorist attacks across the city. They declare that those with power deserve to rule this world. She continues her story. Everyone tried to use the power of machines to stop the terrorist attacks, but it only lasted for a short while. After the terrorist attack, the Ultimate Alliance built the Death Sphere. When the sphere appeared, most machines became useless, leading to the failure of most regions, with only a few modified machines powered by strength still functioning. Jamchugu finished her explanation, her gaze fixed on Katya. And that is how the world fell into the hands of the Supreme Alliance. Now this locked-down city can never be restored. The orange-haired girl looked up with a pained expression. Even finding food there was not easy, so we had to steal to survive. Jamchugu looked up at the floating apocalyptic orb in the sky and asked straightforwardly, So the ash sphere you just mentioned is the thing over there? Katya was stunned, wondering to herself what that was. Why is this child talking so nonsensically? Katya replied with a hint of hesitation. Yes, It is indeed the one up there. The dying star. She continued to explain strangely. Oddly, every time countless people suffered pain, its size grew larger, and a strange light radiated from it. Conditions have been met. A system notification now indicates that you have discovered a source for the birth of a god. The special savior mission has begun. The current source of the god has harvested absolute faith and is in the development stage. Until the harvesting of faith is stopped, the source of the deity will not be destroyed and its growth will continue. Stop the god trying to swallow the world and save this world. After completing the special mission objective, you will receive an additional reward. Sang-gyun muttered to himself. The hero's blessing power is activated strongly. Luck will temporarily increase dramatically. The exclusive SSS plus skill book is activated. Analysis of Hansen's challenger's tendencies is complete. The exclusive extortion skill of faith has made blackmail and faith collection feasible. A powerful stream of energy surrounds Sion, with blue and red lightning intertwining as it descends from the sky. He smirked, a confident and powerful smile. I can feel it. He told Jamchu about the pain, fear, awe, anger, denial, and sadness of countless people. To gather so much faith through the suffering of many, even someone who values efficiency like me does not want to become stronger through the suffering of innocent people. Sang-gyun's gaze hardened as he decisively said, I don't want to become stronger through the suffering of innocent people. The exclusive faith-extorting skill has been nullified. Jamchugu looked at him with understanding. Hansen, if what I am thinking is correct, then terror and fear are types of faith, and they have used that to grow. Sang-gyun looked straight ahead with a sharp gaze. That is why we need to defeat the god before they complete their development stage. Basically, we need to defeat the ultimate alliance and cut off the source of faith. You turn to the girl with orange hair and ask firmly, Katya, right? Katya, do you know where they are? Katya lowered her head, her voice hesitant and fearful, honestly saying, I don't know their exact location, but I know a broker who might know about them. Sang-gyun smiled confidently and said, So you have to come with us. Jiamchu, standing beside, added reassuringly, We will let you live, so don't worry. Don't. The scene shifts to a modern skyscraper towering above a vast city, Siladon Metropolis, Earth 17. Inside a luxurious room on the top floor, a white-haired man gently sways a glass of red wine in his hand, muttering to himself, Oh, wonderful. He stands by the window, looking down at the chaos below with a red sphere in his hand, a delighted expression on his face. This is wonderful. The Supreme Leader of the Ultimate Alliance will surely enjoy this scene as well. He smirked as he remembered how, after throwing a portion of food down there, they were seized by fear and thought about taking it for themselves. A brutal image appeared, of a man using a wrench to kill others to steal the food. Ah, this feeling is truly... He spread his arms wide and roared with extreme excitement. Wonderful! This world has truly become better, just as you said. He tilts his head back, wine spilling from his glass. The day the world completion sphere was created was also the day you became the god of the new world and returned. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the glass wall behind him. Sang-gyun entered through the hole in the wall, with Katya following in horror. You calmly remarked that the security system here is quite poor for an union broker, and Katya shouted in anger. How could you destroy the broker's office before I had a chance to talk to him? Sang-gyun turned back to look at her coldly. I don't like guides who talk too much. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'll be quiet now. Sang-gyun turned back, his eyes fixed on the white-haired man. Good, I need to talk to the broker. The white-haired man, the broker, stood straight and calmly asked, Who are you? Sion, resting his chin on his hand, replied ambiguously, So what if I'm quite interested in your Supreme Alliance? The broker crushes the glass in his hand and snarls, I haven't met a crazy bastard like you in a long time. He begins to transform, his body swelling grotesquely. You look like a madman wanting to play the hero, but unlike in comics, there are no heroes in real life. Dragon transformation. His whole body transforms into a terrifying humanoid dragon. Today, I will end your hero's story. I will offer you as the sacrifice to the king of the 10,000 demons. He roared and charged at Sang-gyun. Sang-gyun still calmly assesses your appearance. Maybe you're a demon from the demon world, but that won't work on me. Exclusive power level 1000. 547 information lookup. Activated Laskin Stroher, one of the 12 executive directors of the Supreme Alliance, a user of transformation-type power, capable of turning his body into a demon of the demon world. He uses demonic energy in his transformed state, now standing alert. Sang-gyun slightly frowns and says, I thought there would be more information, but maybe not. Quite surprising. What? No way someone could have power equal to yours. He made a proposal. Why not join the Ultimate Alliance? Those with power beyond human limits should stand at the top. Sang-gyun looked down with contempt and said, "Do you really have the strength to go beyond human limits?" Laskin shouted from behind in despair. "That's right. Think carefully. You were born with incredible power, otherwise there's no way you could scare me." He smiled wickedly. "That's why you need to join us so you can enjoy the privileges granted to us by the leader of the Alliance." Privilege? Laskin, still in his strange form, nodded repeatedly. "Yes, if you hear about them, you would definitely be interested too." He laughed wickedly, revealing sharp teeth. "We have the privilege to do anything we want to the weak. Anyway, since we rule the world, we can do whatever we want." Sang-gyun squinted slightly, his voice filled with disgust. "Is that what you call a privilege?" Laskin pointed at Katya standing behind Sang-gyun, saying, "The woman behind you is fighting back." He revealed a horrifying truth with a calm expression. "Is that why we killed her sister? It's very hard to find food in this situation, isn't it? We set the condition that anyone who kills her sister first will receive a ration." A painful memory flooded into Katya's mind, of her and her blonde-haired sister being surrounded by a starving crowd, all of them coming and trying to kill the girl. Among them, one cut off her arm while she was trying to protect her sister. Laskin recounts with amusement, but in the end, her sister still died. "I think so," he said, as if it was nothing to worry about. He looked at Katya with a smug expression, her head bowed. She was used as a warning to others of what happens when they oppose the Ultimate Alliance. Only the strong can do that. Laskin burst out laughing. "I must be a genius to have come up with something so interesting." Sang-gyun coldly cuts him off. "You're definitely too noisy." Sang-gyun asked with a tone full of contempt, "Do you enjoy trampling on the weak?" Laskin was stunned for a moment. "What?" Then he roared, "Because you are no match for machines. You are relying on this dying sphere. A blue aura surrounds Sion, but you arrogant fools, just because you have a little strength. Have you ever thought about whether you're worth anything before the instant speed boost skill is activated?" In a moment, Sang-gyun disappeared and reappeared right behind Laskin, delivering a powerful punch to his head that shattered the ground beneath him. Sang-gyun stood there, his eyes cold. "Let me have a little fun with you. You have earned the achievement, the cost of mockery. The level has increased by 1. Katya watched from afar in shock as Long easily defeated Laskin, one of the League's brokers. Could it be? Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope she had long lost. "He is our savior. Laskin is battered and begging for mercy." But Sang-gyun had no intention of stopping. He grabbed Laskin by the collar, his bright blue eyes filled with menace. He said coldly, "Tell me where the headquarters of the Supreme Alliance is." "Reveal the color." Laskin collapsed to the floor, his transformed body convulsing before going still. Sang-gyun coldly stepped forward, dragging him away. Laskin gasped in desperate hope to save himself, but without hesitation, Si-lun grabbed his horns and slammed his head onto the hard stone floor. Laskin screamed in unbearable pain. "I will tell you the location of the headquarters." At that moment, a divine light enveloped Sion, activating the mythic superpower and triggering the reverse cause and effect. For every time you defeat a god, your divine power will increase by 1 level. Each victory brings you closer to ascension. Red energy ribbons swirl around Sang-gyun. "Thanks to your victory over challenger Han Sang-gyun, you are now 0.001% closer to Transcendence. Your divine power has increased just by defeating this kid. I never expected that your divine strength could be endlessly amplified, simply through victory. You are gradually approaching becoming a transcendent being." Sang-gyun touches his chest armor, his eyes shining with determination. "So this power can truly help me become a supreme being." Jiamchu continued, "If we keep going like this, you might even surpass the god of despair, fall, and madness." Sang-gyun remained silent, lost in deep thought. Katya timidly spoke up. Yeah. She pushes a cart loaded with sacks of food closer. "I have brought all the food from the broker's warehouse here." Sang-gyun nodded in response. "Good job." Katya hesitated and asked, "Can I take all of this?" She lowered her head, her voice filled with shame. "I wonder if I have the right to accept it when I can't even protect my family. If I were as strong as him and had the power to defeat the broker, the image of my smiling sister would come to mind and the pain would surge, and my sister wouldn't have had to die just for a little food." Sang-gyun looked at her, his voice sincere and firm. "I truly believe you deserve more than that. Most people wouldn't even bother telling me where the broker is like you did." He continued to encourage her, "I hope you don't think less of yourself. If she won't do it for herself, then do it for her sister." He smiled warmly. "Isn't that what she also wishes for?" His words touched Katya's heart, bringing tears to her eyes as hope's seeds began to sprout, and she choked back her emotions. She bowed her head and said, "Long is infinitely grateful, thank you very much. I will never forget this kindness." She spoke loudly, her voice still trembling with emotion. Sang-gyun simply smiled faintly in response. "Then I will give you all the food I have, and can you help me with something?" she shouted with all her determination. "Yes, of course. Just give me what you've received from the Hope Seed achievement." The scene shifts to another desolate place. The seventh planet, Rhiannon Food Factory. A demon-like creature gasping on the ground, weakly begging for help. "Save me!" He let out a final scream of terror before being cut down by an invisible force. Sang-gyun stands amidst a battlefield full of the corpses of demon-like beings, wielding a sword that emits deadly red energy, continuing the mission to destroy the Supreme Alliance. Another demon, probably a commander, looked at Seonon and made a proposal. "Why not join the Ultimate Alliance?" he roared. Confusion mixed with anger is evident on his face. "When you have so much power, I don't like what you're doing, that's why." The exclusive effect, A. The true blood. Consumption of the heavenly blood sword is activated, and the sword resounds in his mind, excited. "Yeah, for the first time in a long while, I've absorbed so much blood again." By absorbing a large amount of blood, the item rank has increased to 8,431 over 9,200. Sang-gyun stands amidst the ruined battlefield, gazing at his reflection in the shards, muttering, "After defeating the members of the Ultimate Alliance, my magic and skills have improved." Sang-gyun's status window. Aura, you dominate. Strength, 285 stamina, 287. Agility, 284 magic power, 299 endurance, 282 unique trait soul summoning. The ultimate divine power combining all skills. The supreme divine power. SSS plus. Basic divine power. Divine transformation. SS plus divine force. A. Celestial blood cultivation technique. C plus. Hero's blessing. C plus. Pure mind. D. Harvest of faith. C plus. Instantaneous step. B plus enhanced sword intent. Dominate evil spirits. Heavenly demon state. S with steel wings. C. Blood. Sword. A. Rapid mana recovery. D. Sword. Saint path. S. Body and sword / S. Purify faith. Check out the skill for more details. You look up at the giant glowing orb floating in the sky, your voice full of determination. "Now I just need to take down the leader," Jiamchu said. "Hans-gyun, can you see? The sphere has turned redder since the first time we saw it. That means it's time for the born god, whose origin has consumed countless faiths and completed its growth, to emerge." The sphere begins to crack. The usurping god is staring intently at the person, as the inner god of the sphere will soon appear. From the crack, a deep darkness emerges, and the guardian warns, the god born from the sphere is not like a physical incarnation. It's a real body, a body of a god with immense power. Sang-gyun smiled confidently. "I think I can face a god in this current state." The sphere suddenly emits a fierce burst of energy, interrupting him. From the shattered remains of the sphere, a pair of bare feet gently touch the ground. Sang-gyun narrows his eyes slightly, surprised by this unexpected appearance, as a figure with messy white hair emerges, his voice echoing throughout the space. "It was you. You are the one who caused this foolishness while I was gathering power. Well, that no longer matters. I've already achieved everything I wanted, so I don't need this world anymore." He coldly declares and launches a devastating attack towards Sang-gyun. "Goodbye, challenger from the tower." Sang-gyun looked up in horror as a system notification appeared, indicating that the collapse of divinity had been activated, leading to the destruction of this world. The entire planet began to shake and shatter from space. A blazing red explosion engulfs everything. Since the collapse of divinity has been triggered, the 100-year cooldown begins and the world shatters into pieces. The cooldown time of the divine collapse cannot be reduced by any effect. Amidst the chaos, the giant golden gears of time begin to turn backward. A blinding light flashes, the exclusive SSSC effect. The death rewind of the old pocket watch of the resurrected hero, the scene of the shattered world rewinds through the gears of time. A powerful beam of light engulfs the space, reversing the destruction. Time and space are restructured, bringing everything back. Sang-gyun stands there surrounded by golden gears, his eyes full of determination. Sang-gyun stands firm amidst the storm of time, still in his final attack stance before the world collapses, as a giant golden clock appears, its hand spinning backward at lightning speed, accompanied by countless lightning bolts of time. In the next moment, Sang-gyun found himself back in the ruined city, just before the moment the crystal sphere shattered. He was stunned and cursed aloud, utterly disbelief. You have earned the Regenerator achievement, the B+ time control resistance skill has been created, the world's collapse. How could that possibly make sense? You're talking nonsense. What are you saying? Sang-gyun realizes that Jam Chun-gu seems unaware that time has reset the world's collapse. Jam Chu appears beside him, worriedly asking, "What's with that expression?" "What happened? There was only one way to stop it," Sun muttered to himself, eyes determined. He charged forward at maximum speed. "Before the god finishes, I need to go inside the sphere." The steel wing power is activated. Jam Chu shouted angrily, "Are you ignoring me again?" Sang-gyun roared, "I need to get inside the sphere before it turns redder." The combat focus skill has been activated, increasing the user's concentration tenfold. The proficiency of the A+ combat focus skill has reached 100%. The rank of the combat focus skill A+ has increased by 1. He swung his blood sword, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The divine blood power cultivation technique is activated with a thunderous roar as he strikes a powerful sword slash into the surface of the remnants of the sphere. The true blood-enhanced inscription skill of the demonic blood sword is activated. The sealing rune skill of the true blood demon sword has been enhanced, activating the B divine talent skill. The most powerful skill, the demon sword twin strike with exclusive dual chain effect, has consumed divine power and increased its strength 5-fold. 2 streams of red and blue sword energy intertwine, forming a destructive attack. You grit your teeth and roar, breaking through. The power of the attack multiplies exponentially. Break through. He puts all his strength into the final strike. Break through. Break through. He shouted and unleashed a supreme skill. The sky excavation skill was activated, and his sword finally pierced through the hard shell of the sphere. With a deafening explosion, the sphere is destroyed from within. You have earned the Divine Origin Destruction achievement. The energy from the destroyed source floods into Sion. The rapid mana recovery ability is activated strongly. You descend into a strange realm, a divine space teleportation move. You have entered the divine realm to seize the throne. Based on the lack of any status window notifications, I must have entered before his growth phase ended. Sun analyzes the situation as a voice echoes. It's been a long time since I met such an interesting creature. The white-haired god appears, smiling with a falsely friendly expression. I should say I'm very pleased to meet you, right? The god of seizing thrones is staring at you and smiling. Sang-gyun found himself floating in a chaotic space filled with machine parts and gears. The god sat on an elegant chair, smirking. Oh, a filthy hunting dog. Did the tower choose you? Sang-gyun remains silent, his sharp eyes fixed on the enemy. The god chuckles. Well, I guess this isn't a pretty sight for a guest, but there's nothing I can do about it. I always take what I want. These are the abilities and beliefs I have stolen, causing countless people to tremble in fear, and destroying the devices that were the only hope of steampunk. My badge, if you want it. Pretty cool, right? These books are the abilities I stole from those who wield power, and these mechanical parts are proof of my conquest over this world's civilization. Sang-gyun coldly asked. Was it you who ordered the 12 leaders of the Ultimate Alliance to disturb the common people? The god laughed maniacally. Exactly. Because if they tremble in fear, I can gather their faith. Isn't that very interesting? Xian clenched his sword hilt, his voice full of rage. So you're just a scumbag. How insensitive. The god remarks, perhaps it's because you are a challenger of the tower. Do you know about me? Sionan asked. The god replied, to some extent. I know you are a creature capable of killing gods, and your goal is to kill me, and that you have the power to reverse time. The god added, leaving Sang-gyun stunned. There is a god called the god of despair, corruption, and madness. He says that, and the image of imprisonment appears next to Sun, and you know him, right? The god tilts his head, his eyes flashing with madness. Do you know what that crazy god told me? He said that because you can destroy all the gods, we need to eliminate you. You know, I've started feeling excited for the first time in a long while. If even that monster says we need to eliminate you, you must be pretty strong. He reached out with an evil smile, revealing sharp teeth. I wonder how it would feel if I made you experience the same terror as those below and killed you. He clenched his clothes and growled with extreme excitement. I want to see it. You tremble in fear like those below and die. His face becomes even more crazed. And then finally I will kill you like a dessert and absorb your power. That will make me stronger than that crazy god. Sang-gyun silently thought, now I understand why those 12 leaders went insane. A blazing red energy envelops Sang-gyun. I am also thinking the same thing. The divine power is activated. Sang-yoon transforms into a shadow knight surrounded by purple and red aura and declares, "I will also make you tremble with fear and kill you." Your latent divine traits are extraordinary. Death, immortality, defiance of gods, and observation. Both face each other in the chaotic realm. An epic battle of fate is about to begin. The god laughs out loud so you can have gods that are truly unbelievable. He spread his arms wide. So I guess I should show you something too, right? The divine realm seizes the throne and forcibly transfers a certain amount of mana within the divine realm to its ruler. Immediately, red energy streams are drawn out of Sionen's armored body as the god creates a glowing energy sphere in his hand, smiling smugly. Ha 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 ha. Thanks for the mana. Sang-yoon silently observes the situation. He muttered, "Then I will do this and place my hand on the sword's hilt." A blazing stream of golden energy erupted from Sion. The punishment skill is activated. When this skill is triggered, all abilities will increase by 7. When this skill is activated, your magic power will not decrease. The power of the divine realm is transferred into your divine realm, increasing your magic power by 100%. The god was stunned. Did I not receive any magic power? He quickly regained his composure and summoned countless magic circles. It's a pity that the ability I showed you has become useless, but don't worry, I have much more. The usurper is using a stolen ability. A series of powerful elemental attacks were launched at Sang-yoon. Sang-yoon skillfully dodged and easily shattered the attacks with his sword. You move nimbly through the magical rain without taking any damage. Chu's voice in your mind feels strange. The way he fights seems like he's testing you. Sang-yoon replied, "I think he's holding back because we're still in the early stages of the battle." Sang-yoon decides to learn more about his enemy. The exclusive power level 1547 information lookup is activated. An information panel appears. Ba-kan, a man who became a god of throne after reaching enough soul level. Faith and legends, he can use divine powers to claim the throne, manipulate, collapse, and summon. However, the divine power is currently on cooldown, and he waits for the moment of choice. Sang-yoon, puzzled and waiting, suddenly shouts out, "Ah!" and summons a series of glowing magic books. He seems surprised by something. Sang-yoon, in his armor, is absorbing magical attacks with a red energy sphere. Infinite spell consumption skill activated. All spells that touch your body will be transformed into pure magic power. I don't know what he's hiding, but I can't let him use it. Sang-yoon thought and charged toward Yao. The enhanced sword intent power is activated strongly. The exclusive dual trigger effect of the demon sword's single strike is triggered. Sang-yoon, in his dark armor, charges forward at incredible speed, swinging his sword directly at Ai-ao. The A+ angelic wing power activated from Ai-ao's back suddenly causes a pair of pure white angel wings to grow out beautifully. With a smug smile, Ai-ao flaps his wings and soars into the sky, quickly ascending to keep a safe distance from Sang-yoon. Sang-yoon looks up, his voice echoing through his mask. "Where do you think you're running off to?" A bright golden light flashes from Sang-yoon's wristwatch. The SSS+ exclusive effect disables the attack of the old pocket watch of the regression user. Under the influence of time power, Io's wings vanish into the void. The angelic wing power level A+ has reverted to its previous state after being disabled. The cooldown for the SSS+ exclusive effect that neutralizes the attack of the old pocket watch is 30 minutes. He was stunned for a moment before quickly activating another skill. The instant step ability was triggered, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. The cooldown for this power is 10 minutes. Almost immediately, Sang-yoon also teleported away. The divine energy has been consumed, and he moved instantly to a place within your sight. You appear right in front of Ai without giving him a second to react. Sang-yoon swings his sword in a swift attack aimed directly at Ai's neck, but he freezes in surprise. What? I was definitely aiming at his neck. Sang-yoon thought to himself as his sword seemed to pass through Io without causing any damage. Ai counterattacked, and the two engaged in a high-speed close combat. Ai-ao unleashed a powerful pink energy blast, knocking Sang-yoon far away. Sang-yoon lands on the ground. You know, I don't really like close combat. His severed arm begins to grow a new one. But to prepare for a situation like this, I didn't discard my enhancement abilities. Instead, I collected them. One of Sang-yoon's eyes flashes blue beneath his mask as his body heals. The blood magic skill is activated. Ai-ao comments, "Quite impressive. Judging by your appearance, even after inflicting physical damage, you recover quickly. Among those who wield enhanced physical strength, you are at the top." He stretches confidently and says, "I now have a basic understanding of you." With a wide grin, Ai-ao roared, "What will you do in response to this?" The divine calculation adjustment has created a new rule in the throne realm. A series of rules began to appear, imposed on the entire space. Rule 1. All battles in the domain of the throne must be fought at a distance. Rule 2. All creatures in the throne-taking realm will lose 90% of their physical abilities. Rule 3. If you use close combat in the throne-taking realm, one of your abilities will be randomly transferred to the realm's owner. Rule 4. Most close combat abilities will be weakened or unusable in the throne realm. Rule 5. You cannot throw items within the throne realm. Ayao laughed maniacally. Neither you nor I can rely on our physical abilities in this space. We need to fight on equal terms. Don't be sad and have a good time, he added with a mocking tone. Sang-gyun stands facing Yao, a stream of purple energy enveloping both of them. Are the rules we fight under truly equal? You sheathed your sword, if that's true, and you raise your sword high, gathering a blazing red energy. I hope you will stay consistent until the very end. The Holy Light skill is activated. Seonun's sword unleashes a destructive beam of holy light, tearing through space. The divine realm trembles from a devastating explosion. Sang-gyun's powerful holy light streaks create cracks spreading across the purple divine realm. Ayao looks up as his own space shatters like glass, the arrogance on his face vanishing. He stared in amazement at the shards of the divine realm falling around him. Ayao turned to look at Seonun, with a face full of suspicion and anger. Let me tell you this because I believe you are mistaken in thinking you are in a dominant position. Seonun, clad in shadow armor, grips his bloodsword tightly, his voice echoing with authority, but that fragile usurped realm is still far from enough. I can destroy everything. Ayao looks up at the enormous hole in the divine realm's ceiling, where white light is still pouring in. He smirked arrogantly. It seems you plan to destroy my divine realm, but that is pointless. The wounds begin to heal on their own, and the purple space is restored as if nothing had happened. The divine realm that seized the throne is repaired by the legend of the Throne-Taker, the destroyer of mechanical civilization. Sang-gyun stands firm, his sword still shining brightly, ready for another attack. Ayao raises her hand. A blue magic circle appears, surprised. It can ignore the rules. In other words, I am not bound by the restrictions of the regulation. Jamchu appears beside Seonun, speaking with a worried voice. Not only did you seal their items, but you also forced the activation of others' items. He's also avoiding the rules of the regulation himself. She concludes as Sang-gyun stares intently at Yao, his body beginning to glow with blue light. Yao starts to use a series of stolen skills. The God of War seized the Io throne, using the B+ magic inscription. The God of War seized the Awakens throne, using a mana compression. The god uses the stolen abilities. Sang-gyun stands amidst a storm of purple energy, calmly facing the attacks. I summon a giant, intimidating stone statue that playfully pokes you inside, glad to see you again. Ayao looks at Sun with a malicious gaze. I will take good care of your power, so? Sleep well. The scene suddenly shifts to a different place. Katya is distributing food to the survivors. Here are some supplies. Please take it carefully. A man responds. Thank you, I will accept it. Katya smiled. It's not like I was the one who provided it. That is food from the Savior. Please send my thanks to the Savior. A stream of blue energy spreads out through the hope dispersal skill. Your hope is spreading quickly. Back in the divine realm, a red energy structure is taking shape. The religious submission has been turned into the challenger Han Sang-gyun. Ayao is stunned, huh? He turned around and saw his ruined statue being pierced by red energy spears. It suddenly exploded, causing him to be stunned as the salvation effect activated. Ayao exclaimed in amazement. What is this? A powerful blue energy burst erupts from Seonun. His armor disintegrates to reveal his muscular body. Because of the followers of explorer Han Sang-gyun, his divine power increased significantly. Going back to the previous moment, Sang-gyun turned to look at Katya pushing the cart. What are you asking for that takes so long? He turned a giant bag upside down, pouring out a mountain of food that made Katya gasp in surprise. I will pour everything out. Sang-gyun smiled, and I will give you all these supplies. There is something I want you to do, Katya. That is a request. He spoke, and Katya's eyes became determined. Katya pulled the cart loaded with supplies through the ruined city. She walks alone among the wreckage, sitting on a horse pulling countless carts. She shouted, "Attention everyone, we are starting the distribution now." The survivors cheered happily. The Savior has blessed us with food. Please accept a portion. Katya watched the scene, a thought flashing through her mind. Could it be? Could you give this elderly man some food? Of course. Please send your thanks to the Savior Hansen. The power of faith continues to grow within Hans Sang-gyun. Sang-yoon and Zamchkugu walk through the ruined city as Jamchkugu calls out to Han Sang-yoon. Sang-yoon replied, "Do you really think you can give away food like that?" She asked worriedly. "Don't worry, there's still plenty more." He smiled confidently and said, "Use this to expand everything." Jiam-chu asked curiously, "What strange thing are you planning to do this time?" Sun winked mysteriously. "If you keep watching, you'll find out. Let's go to other areas as well." He took a deep breath and shouted, "Okay, everyone, gather here. It's completely free, so please take it." He announced to the gathering crowd that the food growth skill has been activated. "You can grow regular food by spending mana." The survivors exclaimed in amazement. "Is this real meat? Are you really showing us this?" They cheered together, calling out the name of their savior. Hansun, Hansun. A blue energy envelops Sang-yoon as he smiles. The power of faith continues to grow within Han Sang-yoon. Back in the divine realm, Sang-yoon stands there, wrapped in a powerful blue aura, facing whoever is there with awe and shock. "What is this? What is that immense divine power? When did you prepare this?" Sawan remained silent. "Half of your face is covered by the divine mask." Ai-ao quickly regains her composure. "Well, that's fine. Since I've already adjusted everything for you, I doubt you can do anything." He summoned a giant mechanical hand from the ground. "This seems to be the only way to care for you completely." A series of powerful skills are activated. God of the Three Crowns, I.O. uses emotion switching SS and perfect accuracy. The I.O. can usurper uses perfect enhancement skills. A God of the I.O. can use his attack power squared. SSIO growls, "So I will make you regret not dying from that last attack." The giant robot slowly rises, its body covered with countless purple energies, and will end you with a masterpiece forged from divine power. Sang-yoon calmly activates another skill. The water creation skill is activated. You can spend mana when you need water to create drinking water. Outside the divine realm, a giant whirlpool appears before the stunned crowd. Water is now available. We can finally drink clean water. Everyone cheered in joy, praising the savior Han Sang-yoon. "You are truly amazing." Hansen. Hansen returns to the divine realm, and once again the space trembles and cracks under the rising power of faith. Ai-ao gazes in shock as her divine realm shatters once more. He muttered in doubt, "You seem to think you're ahead." A series of red light spears descend from the sky, aiming straight at Sion. Sang-yoon, in his armor, coldly declares, "Let's end this. I will kill you here and now and take your power." Ai-ao, with hair covering her face, laughing maniacally. "I feel things could get dangerous if I let you live. I will let your body fall beneath the sphere, so don't worry." Sion's eyes shone brightly as the spiked cage slowly closed from the shadows. "I see you now, you Tower's hunting dog. This part seems a bit mixed up. Sorry about that." Ai-ao sneered contemptuously. "Looks like you lack suitable long-range attack skills besides holy light, huh? So it seems this battle is mine to win." The God Stealer uses stolen abilities. The God Stealer Ibakan employs the C+ spell amplification. The God of Seizing Thrones. Iakan uses an acceleration formula. A giant, complex magic circle appears beneath Sang-yoon, trapping him in an energy prison. Ai-ao của diện cuồng. "Tôi biết điều này có thể xảy ra và tôi già chuẩn bị sẵn máy móc, miễn là người con trong thang vực của ta. Người không thể làm gì được." Sang-yoon remained unshaken, raising his sword as a blazing red energy enveloped it. "Then I will keep breaking it until you have nothing left." Holy Light skill has been activated. Ai-ao grins widely. "Are you sure you can do that?" Due to the summon effect, the SSS plus exclusive effect to disable the attack of the old pocket watch was forcibly activated. Due to the adjustment effect, a temporary rule is imposed on the SSS plus exclusive effect to disable the attack of the old pocket watch. Due to the adjustment, the cooldown time of disabling the attack of the old pocket watch has been temporarily removed. Whenever the Holy Light skill of Challenger Hansen is activated, it will be forcibly disabled by the attack disable. Sang-yoon stands motionless on the wet ground, his attack completely disabled. Ai-ao roars fiercely and summons a giant mechanical hand from the sky. Half of Sang-yoon's face was revealed, his blue eyes shining with unwavering determination as he braced himself against the overwhelming force of the attack. The giant mechanical hand presses down, creating an unimaginable pressure. "Do you forget who Ai-ao is mocking? Did you forget that I can adjust your physical strength with the regulation?" Sun gritted his teeth, just a little more. A notification appears, counting down 5 seconds as I raise my hand. "Tra, it saves time for Ta. Regulation 2 states that those who enter the divine realm to seize the throne will lose 90% of their strength." Sang-yoon, Overwhelmed by the pressure, his armor starting to crack, was thrown back to the ground as a cold voice said, "It's pointless!" Sangyun gasped for breath, sweat pouring down, but he still refused to give up. Just a little more, and a giant mechanical golem will rise from the ground. The harder you try, the more strength you lose from the rules. Give up your futile... Shepherds. The golem swings a destructive punch down. Your strength must be nearly exhausted. Die quietly, Sion roared, gripping his sword tightly. Just a little more, you almost blocked the punch, but its power still pushed you back. Ayao suddenly looked surprised by something. A bright red energy shield forms around Sangyun, blocking the attack. Your increased divine power has been used to activate the counterattack shield. Ayao growled in frustration. It would be better if you died quietly. Why do you keep this futile struggle going? Ayao growls, his voice full of menace and anger. If your wish is to die painfully, I will grant it. The giant fist of the golem, wrapped in deadly purple energy, strikes down again with destructive force. Sangyun swings his blazing red sword, creating a bright streak of light, directly confronting the sky-shaking punch. Two forces collide, creating a fierce shockwave. The ground beneath their feet cracks under the pressure. Just a little more. In his mind, Sionun screams. As a system screen appears counting down from 2, just a little more, you grit your teeth and channel all your strength into your sword as the countdown drops to 1. Because of Hansen the adventurer's followers, your divine power suddenly increases. Now you can unleash all the stored strength within the counterattack shield. A surge of blue energy erupts from Sion, unleashing all the accumulated power in a beam of blue light that strikes the golem's fist. The power of the counterattack shield tears apart the giant mechanical arm, shattering it into pieces. Hansangyun Eo's current followers, in his true form with white hair, display expressions of both fury and utter amazement. 30,000 people, divine power flowing through Sangyun's body. Blue lightning flickers around him. He muttered in confusion. Clearly the regulations should have weakened his physical abilities. So how could he deflect my attacks? His eyes widened with undeniable suspicion as Sangyun clenched his fists, the gathering blue lightning signaling an imminent full-force attack. Just a little more. You growled as the final number appeared on the system. No, the power of 30,000 followers converges into a tornado of data and energy beyond imagination. The rescue effect is activated. Sangyun is enveloped in divine power, rushing forward like a blue arrow. Ha ha! Sangui gasped for breath, bending over after launching his final attack. The giant golem stood still, its body heavily damaged, cold sweat streaming down Ayao's forehead, and he couldn't understand what had just happened. Why didn't you die? No way. You should have been weakened by the rules, right? Ayao roared in utter disbelief, his voice echoing across the devastated battlefield. What the hell is actually helping you stand firm? He gasped, his face contorted with disgust. Ah, how disgusting. If someone like you hadn't invaded this world, the people down there could live their lives peacefully. He points at Ao, his blue eyes shining with determination. Someone like you, who has invaded another world and become much stronger than that filthy faith-based power, really drives me crazy. The pain hits. Sun staggered, clutching his head, and when his body reached its limit, he would tear apart all those like you. Seeing Sionun about to fall, a smug and cruel smile appeared on Ayu's face. So you finally collapsed, huh? But then, his eyes suddenly froze, and the triumphant expression instantly turned into utter surprise. Huh? A flash of light from the sword reveals its soul, and Jiamchu appears as a woman with black hair, gently supporting Sangyun's collapsing body. I understand now. Jiamchu gently embraces him, her eyes full of affection. This selfish child of mine has somehow grown into someone capable of caring for others. Her voice is full of understanding. That's why you're hesitant, not daring to use me to block the attack, right? You worried that I might break. Her hand glowed with warm yellow light as she touched Sangyun's arm. I can tell just by looking at your arm. Even with a shield, that giant robot is still too much to handle, isn't it? Your arm may have been regenerated, but you were afraid for me. Jiamchu smiled kindly, a smile filled with deep gratitude. Thank you for your kindness. Her sword hilt now in her hand begins to tremble and emit a purple light. And you don't need to worry anymore, just like you've protected me many times. Jiamchu swung a beautiful sword, her fiery red blade cutting a perfect streak of light through the air. She tightly grips her sword hilt and, with a determined voice, says, I will also lend a hand. Sangyun stands firm again, surrounded by a powerful aura, standing beside Jiamchu in her human form. She declares she will use the divine power she has gathered, Let's end this with a single strike. IU grits her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead. Where did you come from, and what are you saying? What is going on here? Everything is almost over now. He roared in fury, channeling all his anger into the golem.
This is really troublesome. I will kill you. The giant machine reboots, and the cannons on its arms start gathering a blazing red energy to send Han Sang-gyun away with you.
Dai now as a massive destructive energy blast shoots straight at Sang-gyun and Zamchugu. Zamchugu stands behind Sang-gyun, her black hair flowing in the powerful pink energy. Both of them assume their stances, ready for a final combined attack. Jamchu's eyes are sharp, while Sang-gyun's eyes glow with divine blue light. The rescue effect activates, greatly enhancing the divine power. The massive destructive energy blast from I clashes fiercely with the combined strike of Sang-gyun and Jamchachugu, resulting in an earth-shaking explosion of light. The enhanced divine power is unleashed, a stream of blue sword energy tearing through Io's attack. The powerful sword energy continues to surge forward without diminishing. The young golem twin towers and charges straight at Io, who is terrified. His head flies off. Io falls silent, eyes wide as he watches the destructive sword aura rushing toward him. Sang-gyun's voice rings out cold and decisive, the one who must die. Jamchu stands beside Sun, finishing the sentence with absolute confidence. It is you. In the ruined space, Io's body lies motionless.
Congratulations on completing the 18th floor of the challenge tower. The reward items will be sent to your inventory. A series of system notifications appeared. You received 150.00 points as a completion reward.
You have received 10.00 items as a completion reward, and the B+ reversal of power as an additional reward for clearing level 18. Ayao was lying weakly in a large hole, unable to believe his failure. No way, I cannot lose. A faint stream of golden divine energy begins to envelop his body. Desperately, he thinks I need to recover with divine power. Saun suddenly appeared above, his sword pointed directly at Ayao. Special authority, deathly gaze activated, selecting a target and creating a forced weakness. Using death, Ayao is filled with terror, and he only manages to scream out once. He shouted in fury and madness, "This bastard is cheating!" Golden flames burst from his head, fear overwhelming his mind. "No, I can't die this way. This can't be happening." The flames rage even more fiercely, burning him with unbearable pain. No, this can't be. A massive beam of light descends from the sky, completely erasing his existence.
His final scream echoes. No, Challenger Hansen has defeated a god and has moved 7.12% closer to ascension. As a reward for your divine power increase, you gain a unique effect. B plus recovery, speed of divine energy. From now on, Han Sang-gyun's divine energy will recover faster. Sang-gyun looked down at his hand, feeling the new power and letting out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. You turn to look at Jamchugu standing behind in her human form and call her name with respect. Jamchungu. Once again, I receive your help. I can't win without you. Sang-gyun bowed his head, sincerely thanking her. Jamchu-gu just stood there with her arms crossed, a faint smile on her lips. She replied with a slightly pouty tone, "Of course I will help. If you die, I'll be in big trouble." Jamchu stepped closer, looking directly into Sang-gyun's eyes. "We are partners, right? If you want to die, you must first get my permission." Sang-gyun remained silent, his blue eyes shining with surprise and emotion. A sincere smile appeared on his face. "Thank you for thinking of me that way." He turned away, a confident smile on his face as he looked at the remaining enemies. "But first, we should take care of a few things, right? You have absorbed the soul of the god of domination, Ayaran. Proficiency has increased by 27%. The proficiency of the unique skill soul summoning has reached 100%. The notification board suddenly flickered, displaying the text chaotically. The proficiency of the unique trait, summoning spirit technique, has reached, Sang-gyun looked up at the error message. It should have already ranked S. You stare intently at the broken line, wondering if there's another condition you need to fulfill. The system responds, because the conditions are not yet met, the rank of the unique trait, soul summoning, will not increase. Until the conditions are met, the mastery of the unique trait, soul summoning, will be locked at 99.99%. You can now extract the authority of spirits stronger than you. Sang-gyun and Jamchu-gu stand facing each other, dark red energy from the soul absorption of Io swirling fiercely around them. The special creative authority of the Divine Realm D has been inscribed into your soul. A new and immense power flows into Sang-gyun's body. You have fulfilled the special conditions by absorbing the soul of the god of domination, Ayobaran.
You can choose one of the powers from the soul of the god of domination, Iobaran. The potential divine powers that can be obtained are possession, symbiosis, regulation, and activation. 4 glowing energy spheres with different powers appear before San. Jamchu looked at the scene with amazement and muttered, "What kind of power is this? I can't believe it." "You can gain divine power just by killing gods. It's incredible," she continued to comment, "and the way you collect divine power is also strange." Sangyun calmly replied while considering the options as the ancient god had mentioned, "Perhaps because I am a candidate chosen by the tower. As I recall, when I chose divine power, somehow I also gained death and immortality." I continued my thoughts. "When I ate the Demon Slayer sword, it transformed into divine power, and you consumed the sacrificial blood potion, gaining the will of the gods along with it." Sangyun looked at the orbs of power and reached a firm conclusion, realizing how lucky I had been so far, clearly indicating that I had been chosen as a candidate since then. With the choice made, Sanjun reached out and selected one of the divine orbs, the rule having been transformed into potential power. Jamchugu calls out to Hansgyun. He turns around. "Yes," she pointed up to the collapsing ceiling of the space. "It seems this dome ends here, because of the god's possession. Yaren has died, and the dome will collapse." The entire space begins to shake violently, with huge rocks falling from all directions. "Let's get out of here, Wookie." "Quickly," Jamchu urged. But Cyan just smiled mischievously and said, "Oh, there's no need to worry about that." Jamchu looked at him with a confused and slightly flustered expression. She intended to transform back into a sword and loudly said, "Han Sangyun, I can return to being a sword on my own." But Sangyun was faster. He suddenly picked her up like a princess and grinned widely. "Come on, go out and have some fun with me." Both soared into the sky, piercing through the shattered pieces of collapsing space as Sangyun carried Chu in his arms, still stunned, flying straight out of the dome. A giant beam of light descends from the sky and lands in the middle of the ruined city. The survivors, including the pink-haired girl, look up at the beam with amazement and hope. Sangyun lands softly on the ground, still holding Chu in his arms, happily announcing that they have escaped successfully. "It's really refreshing to feel a breeze like this sometimes." He smirks confidently. "Huh!" A survivor recognizing you exclaims that it's Lord Hanseonun. "Jamchugu looks a bit shy in your arms." The crowd begins to stir as they realize their hero is here. "Lord Hans Gyeonun has returned," one person said with relief. "Lord Han Sangyun is the woman with the blonde hair. Katya, you fought with him earlier, pushing through the crowd with a look of disbelief. Is Lord Han Sangyun back? Please let me through. I'm trying to move forward." Finally, she reached him and let out a relieved breath. "Lord Han Sangyun, you're safe." Sangyun smiled in response. "It's thanks to your help." Katya, the confused girl. No, it was his request. He looked up at the clear blue sky and said confidently, "Oh, the dark sphere has disappeared, so there's no need to worry anymore." Sangyun looked at the rescued villagers, speaking with a decisive and powerful voice. "From now on, everyone can live in peace." Katya looked at him with boundless gratitude, her voice sincere. "You have saved many of us. You have not only eliminated the ultimate power alliance." She smiled brightly, "especially since you also provided us with food when we needed it most." The entire crowd bowed their heads and shouted with utmost reverence, "Lord Han Sangyun, thank you very much for saving us." The final myth rescue has been activated, increasing all stats permanently by 6. A new wave of power spreads throughout Sangyun's body. Katya cautiously steps forward, presenting a neatly folded set of clothes. "Would you be willing to accept this?" Sangyun looked at the item with surprise. And here is Jamchugu standing beside him, also curious to see. Katya explained, "This is a costume we made for you." Another man in the group said proudly, "We made it to honor you forever." Jiamchu gently urged, "Take." "That is the wish of those you have saved," she said with a knowing smile. "This steampunk world truly exists, so why do you keep gaining followers from your efforts?" Her voice resonated meaningfully. "Your story will be passed down as a legend and will continue to spread, bringing you divine power." Sangyun wears a new outfit, a stylish white coat. The legend of the Hansun Challenger spreads. The current number of followers is 31,000. You can feel your power increasing significantly. When returning to the familiar space of the 19th floor lounge, Sangyun begins preparing for the next challenge. "I have discarded all my useless items and purchased an authority." You say, "All preparations are complete." Jiamchugu nods in satisfaction. You did well to finish quickly," she asks. "Are you going to continue your tower climb now?" Sangyun shook his head and said, "I promised to complete some missions for a few administrators earlier. Open a virtual screen and check them out."
Thousands of mission windows suddenly appeared, filling the surrounding space. You have been assigned a task by 4,128 administrators. Sang Yoon was stunned. Is this all there is? Jam Chugu is just as surprised. It seems you've become quite famous among the administrators. The Ironblood Commander Administrator is alert to the attention of other administrators, with a serious face and long white hair appearing. Administrator White, Crane Swordmaster, cast a murderous look at the insects approaching her contract partner as another beautiful woman with a cold gaze appeared. Han Sang-gyun, the challenger, is confused. He really doesn't know how to react. Jam Chugu suddenly covered Sang-gyun's ears and turned his head away. Hey, Hans-gyun, instead of looking at that, look at this. Are you surprised? The Blood Demon Sect Administrator has issued the Blood Moon Festival mission. The reward for completing the unique authority of the Demon God Technique, SS, is the reward for completing the 2 secret manuals C001 that have met the succession conditions. One of the Blood Demon recipients recognizes as the next heir at the Blood Moon ceremony. The heir condition requires demonstrating all your martial arts at the Blood Moon ceremony. Sang-gyun muttered, Demon God Technique. Jiam Chu explained, It's not mine, but it's the martial art of a once notorious Dark Emperor assassin. Her eyes grew distant, and thinking back, one of my successors turned out to be a tower administrator. It's strange to see my own sect again. Although in a different way, Sang-gyun looked at her, noticing the complexity of her emotions. He smiled and reached out to touch the mission screen. If it draws her attention that much, let's do it. You have chosen the Blood Moon Ceremony mission. Listen to their story. The challenge on the 19th floor has been changed to the Blood Moon Ceremony. The view of other administrators is limited. Only those involved in the mission are allowed to observe the challenge. You have entered level 19 of the Challenge Room Tower. The difficulty is high. The theme of this challenge is victory. The cheering echoes loudly. When Sion opened his eyes, he found himself in an ancient martial arts arena. The challenge is completed by finishing the mission within a set time to meet all the requirements. A woman in traditional attire stands in the arena and thanks everyone for their support. The Bloodline Ceremony is a ritual to determine who is most suitable to succeed the Blood Demon Sect. Failure conditions are the challenger's death or running out of time. Another woman with a sinister expression says, The successors will fight for the future of the sect on the trial of failure race. No? Go ahead. The woman on stage raises her hand. The ceremony will now begin. She points to Sang-gyun, who is dressed in a black martial arts uniform and has the lowest rank among the potential heirs. He is Jamujin, known as the Worst Blade. Known. The crowd shouts, Oh boo. When Seonun steps out, the mission will proceed in the form of Jamsujun. From the stands, someone mocked him. Ha! He's just wasting everyone's time at this ceremony. He will be defeated with just one blow, another voice echoes. Hey Jiamdun, we know you're trying, but you're just not talented. Know your place. The loser, you're really a fool for trying when you're so incapable. The poisonous whispers echoed everywhere, ha ha ha. Jamun, I can't believe he's participating. He lacks connections, strength, and social awareness. Tisk, he will probably be expelled after the ceremony. Jam Chugu, observing everything in spirit form with a sorrowful expression. When I was a blood demon, no one was looked down upon, and I worked hard to create an environment where everyone could aim to improve themselves. But now, seeing this, my efforts may have been in vain. Do you feel shocked? Almost devastated at the thought that this game comes from my bloodline and the remaining heir will face a terrible sword. Sang-gyun, in the role of Jamdun, has a fierce gaze like the blood dragon sword imprisoning Soyeon. The woman loudly introduces a figure with long white hair and an arrogant aura. The crowd cheers loudly as Soche steps out, looking at Sang-gyun with an arrogant expression. Senior brother, it seems you still don't know your place, do you? He sneered contemptuously, his blood-red eyes flashing with cruelty. Although I must admit that your perseverance over the past 7 years is admirable, you need to face reality. Your worth is 0. The fallen heir of the Blood Demon Sect trembled with rage as a dark crimson aura emanated from Sion, piercing through Jamujin's deepest wounds with every insult. In Jam Dujun's memory, the whispers echoing in his mind, he trains every morning without missing a day. It's a pity. Not really, he's just a fool who can't face reality. Another voice echoed in his mind, filled with bitterness and despair. He had trained for 7 years, but his talent was nothing. Jamujin's fury and stubbornness blend with Sang-gyun's unbreakable will, causing one of his eyes to glow with a blue light, signaling an impending storm. The woman overseeing the ceremony smirked. Well then, shall we get started? If you can prove your strength, anything will be allowed. This is the place to showcase your skills, so use all your strength, Sang-gyun muttered, his voice filled with determination. Jamdun, my foolish brother. The woman raises her hand and shouts loudly, getting ready. Jamso undraws his sword, a wicked smile on his face. Your foolish actions end here. Begin.
Immediately, the sword energy clashes fiercely, causing an energy explosion right at the center of Sanju's arena, instantly decapitating the opponent. The woman overseeing the ceremony looked visibly surprised. The elders in the stands also couldn't believe their eyes. Was the sword aura enhanced? How can he use it? Authority and enhanced sword intent activated. Sangyun stands firm, his sword aura swirling as he turns around. He speaks coldly, lacking skill and talent. "And you call me the terrible Blade Dune? I will turn my back slowly and show you how this Jam Dune will win this ceremony." A burst of blue light exploded around him, bringing an immense pressure. Jiam Suzun, the vile bastard hybrid, a larger and more ferocious opponent, couldn't hold back and charged at him. "How dare you aim for the leadership of our sect?" the giant roared, but Seonin easily dodged his storm of sword strikes like a shadow. "I will make sure you never have such thoughts again. Worthless insect." Sangyun calmly raises his sword, his gaze unwavering. He easily blocks the storm of attacks, with sword energy clashing and sparks flying. "I wanted to see how strong you are for daring to look down on others, but it seems that's no longer necessary. I don't have much time, so hurry up." Countless blue lightning strikes from Sangyun's sword enveloped the giant. Blood splattered as the massive body was sliced into pieces in an instant. He falls in shock, not even realizing what just happened to him. Sangyun coldly glances over his shoulder, his blue eyes blazing in the darkness. Next, another heir rushes forward and also falls with a single strike. Sangyun repeats, his voice emotionless. Next, another heir falls, his sword still trembling from the clash. Seonin's cold voice echoes. Then, on the stands, the remaining heirs trembled, their faces pale with fear as his cold challenge echoed again. Then, even the woman overseeing the ceremony couldn't hide her horror, her mouth agape as the call of death repeated. Next, the arena becomes his stage, with streaks of blue sword energy and dark red blood splattered on the ground. A crimson glow surrounds him, and his icy blue eyes are as cold as ice. He spoke, his voice now tinged with deathly coldness. Soon after, only the defeated bodies lay scattered on the battlefield. "The fallen heir of the blood demon sect praises Han Sangyun," the woman stammers, sweat pouring down her forehead. What kind of incredible power is this? She regains her composure and declares with a trembling but clear voice that Jam Du-jun has defeated all the other heirs. Jam Chugu's soul appears behind him. She senses the raging fury within him. "What made you so angry?" "Hansun, answer me," your voice lowering as Jam Jun's image truly appeared in your mind, judging from the situation. The administrator of this mission kept persevering with training, despite constant ridicule. He participated at all costs, but ultimately became a fallen heir. The image of his lonely struggle makes Seonin remember his own past. No matter how hard he tried, all he received was hatred. "That reminds me of myself before entering the tower." He turned to Jam Chugu with a softer look. "And the longer I stay here, the more it will make Jam Chungu uncomfortable. That's why I want to end everything quickly." Jam Chu's voice echoes from the sword, carrying deep sadness. "I am sorry you had to witness such a decayed sect." Sangyun looked up at the arena, his voice full of determination. "Don't worry, I will restore the Blood Demon sect as you envisioned." "All right, let's proceed quickly." "Ah, I see. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the final match. The final match will be a confrontation with our leader, Blood Demon 14, Jiam San-muk. He will judge whether the final candidate meets the standards. A tall, imposing man with a goatee steps onto the stage. "I have watched your matches, but something is not right. Jiam Du-jun, the one who was weak until yesterday, suddenly reached the realm of human and sword as one." His eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Don't you think that's strange? Not many people reach the realm of mind and sword. Their swords clash in a blaze of light, the sound of metal echoing throughout the arena. Jam San-muk's eyes blaze with a red light as he firmly declares, "You are not Jam Dune." Sangyun blocks perfectly, his calm blue eyes facing the doubt as they clash, creating a whirlwind of deadly sword strikes. Jam San-muk's power makes Seonin step back, a gasp escaping his lips. Jam San-muk sneers. Well, it's not really that important. He unleashes a powerful surge of blood energy. In the end, will the meaningless position of the leader be passed on to the strongest? Sangyun stands firm against the pressure. He asks back, "Seeing that you remain so persistent, I can understand that you agree to hand over the position of leader to a stranger, not Jiam Du-jun, right?" Jam San-muk laughed loudly, his blood energy intensifying, unlike the trash Jiam Dune, and said, "I see a talented young man before me. I have no reason to hesitate." He charged forward, enveloped in a whirlwind of blood energy. "I trust you know exactly what I am saying." Sangyun's blood demon magic dodges. A blazing red energy streaks past, tearing through the air where you just stood. Jiam Sanmuk roars, blood energy surging around him. I truly hope you are not the trash that Jiam Dun once was. Sangyun remains silent, his eyes turning colder as two blazing swords of energy clash, sparks flying everywhere. Jam Chu's soul screams inside Sangyun's mind. He considers a member to be trash just because they are weak. I am truly disappointed to see my lineage decay to such an alarming extent. Sangyun still said nothing, quietly enduring the relentless attacks. Jiam-san roared in frustration. Why are you silent and just thinking like that? What? Are you just like Jiam-dun too? Sangyun moves like a shadow, gliding past deadly red-hot sword strikes. He evades perfectly, with not a single attack able to touch him. He lands softly on the ground, readying his counterattack. Sangyun's and Jam's swords clash together, unleashing a fierce shockwave. Sangyun gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Why does he see his own members as trash? Isn't it the leader's duty to help all those who follow him? Jiam Sanun sneered cruelly. A leader must be responsible for all that? They are just tools to entertain me. Why should I help someone who is both useless and not interesting to me? Sanun clenched his teeth, anger boiling over. It seems you don't understand. Of course not, Sanun replied, his voice as sharp as a razor. How can I understand that someone in such a position could be so irresponsible? You pushed hard, forcing Jiam Sanmuk to retreat. Jiam Sanmuk roars. No, this is something you have to admit. If you were in my position, you would understand why I am like this. Jam Chu's voice echoed in Sun's mind, filled with disappointment. Thinking that my future successor could be so deranged, my head hurts so much. Because of a person like you, the blood demon sect has fallen into such decline. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing the earth to crack open. No matter how weak his followers were, once he became their leader, he had to take responsibility. A deep red glow burst around him. I am planning to set everything straight. I will defeat you and rebuild the blood demon sect. A leader like you is unnecessary. Your authority, the heavenly blood cultivation technique, has now been activated. Jiam Sanmuk looks pleased. So you have learned our sect's martial arts. You must be one of us. His smile grew wider. Quite interesting. How so? You keep exciting me. A massive blue divine energy burst out from Sionan. Your myth, the ultimate savior, has now been activated. The Truth Seeker's effect is triggered because you now have 49,972 followers, greatly amplifying your divine power. Sangyun is now surrounded by divine lightning as he charges forward, clashing again in a display of mind and sword, with blue and red sword aura intertwining. What are these freezing sensations? Yam-san roared, feeling a bone-chilling cold invading Sangyun's body. With a stream of bone-chilling cold emanating from him, he asked coldly, Are you sure you can keep your excitement going? Confirming the intrusion of divine power, the ground beneath their feet begins to freeze as the conditions are met. Your authority, the Winter King, has been automatically activated. All stats increase by 10%, and the user is no longer affected by the cold. Muck's shoulder starts to freeze, but he just smirks. He roars wildly. This is exactly what I need. How entertaining is this? The entire arena turns into a storm of red and blue swords clashing and exploding in midair. Their speed was so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. Jiam Sanmuk was suddenly pushed back, revealing an opening. Sound didn't miss the chance and then charged with a decisive attack. Jiam Chu wondered, it's so mysterious how he's in the dominant position, but how can he keep smiling like this? Then I just need to make sure he can't smile anymore. Sanju narrowed his eyes, activating the unique ability of the SSS plus stealing gloves to borrow the target's skill. A stream of blue energy envelops your hand. A chain of blue energy appears from the sky, piercing straight into the energy collector. You can choose one of the target's skills and borrow it for 10 minutes. Sangyun extends his hand as a stream of blue energy from the captured hunter's body flies toward him. You forcibly borrow the invisible sword for 10 minutes. Sangyun's eyes flash as he receives the new power. The invisibility sword skill is affected by Han Sangyun's divine power. The invisibility sword skill icon is surrounded by a radiant golden aura. Superiority applies mythology to the invisible sword, causing a powerful energy explosion that blasts Jiam Sanmuk far away. He staggered to his feet, his face showing shock. When the invisible sword is created beyond a certain amount, a new power, divine intervention, is activated. Countless glowing golden swords appear floating around Sionan. He mutters, It might be because the invisible sword is combined with supremacy, but these swords are emanating a huge divine power. Jiam Sanmuk roared, Who are you at last? Can you steal others' abilities? Sangyun coldly replied,
I don't think I need to answer that question, and then commanded the golden swords to attack the opponent. After fighting you, I finally understand. His eyes flash with a red light. The methods you've learned must come from your desire for power. What is he talking about? Sun asked again, his eyes wary. I can see your expression when we fight. You are smiling. Jiam-san laughs maniacally. You and I are the same kind of person. Without motivation, we will fade away. When that motivation continues, how will you change in the future? He asks with a teasing tone. Sanun grits his teeth and growls, No, the more you desire, the more you will collapse. Will you still be able to mock me in the future that awaits you? You're wrong. Jiam-sanmuk roars in denial, his blood boiling and forming red tentacles that attack Sanjun, moving like a wild beast with blood and fury in every sword strike. The invisible sword skill is repeatedly activated. Golden swords continuously appear, forming a protective circle around Jiam-sanmuk, blocking all attacks. When the invisible swords exceed a certain number, a new ability, Divine Intervention, is activated. You gain the authority to intervene in all divine powers within a 20-meter radius of the invisible sword. Jiam-sanmuk is stunned and confused. My power has been blocked. The blood demon's desire for divine power, the 14th blood demon, has temporarily disabled Jiam-sanmuk. A cold smile appears on Sun's face. The B+ instant authority checkmate has now been activated. The divine power is consumed to teleport instantly to a location within your sight. You appear right behind Jiam-sanmuk and shout, Right now, the myth, the demon slayer, the dragon is activated. A blue aura envelops your sword. The attack is infused with faith, harvesting belief. The attack is infused with divine power, exorcising mythic demons and dragon slayers, increasing all stats by 10. All attacks empowered by divine force are amplified when facing a human with demon traits. A perfect strike cuts through Jiam-sanmuk's body. He laughs maniacally, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Are you trying to defeat me to rebuild the sect? You will end up walking the same path as I did. Fresh blood splatters as Sangyun's final strike ends the match. He stands there, with cold blue eyes gazing down at Jiam-sanmuk's defeated body. Jiam-sanmuk collapsed to the ground, marking the end of an era. Sangyun let out a long breath. Ha! The entire arena fell silent, everyone stunned by the unbelievable outcome. You and I are the same kind of person. Jiam-sanmuk's final words echoed through the space. Without strength, we will fade away. You will also walk the same path as I did. Sangyun clenched his teeth, trying to push away those haunting words. Hey, why don't you come out here and announce the result? She was startled. Kay. She hurriedly ran onto the stage, stammering. Yes, of course. The winner of the bloodline ceremony is Jam-dun. Please give him a round of applause. Sangyun suddenly raises the Jam-chug sword. He drove his sword into the ground with a loud crash that made her startle and scream, Ah! Sangyun sheaths his sword, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone present. All right, now that I am the leader, I will show you how things will work from now on. He looked directly at the heirs who had mocked him and honestly said to everyone, I really want to fight you all. You mocked others even though you had no right to do so. However, out of respect for the 7th blood demon, I will not do such things. This is the new rule of the blood demon sect. Do not look down on others and work to create an environment where people can focus on self-improvement. Clenching the hilt of the sword with a firm voice, death awaits those who do not obey. Answer if you understand. We understand. The entire sect responds in unison. Their voices echoed throughout the arena. The mission has been completed. As a reward for completing the Blood Moon Christmas ritual, you have gained the special authority of Demon God Technique, SS. As a reward for completing the Blood Moon Christmas ritual, you now have access to the secret E001 upgrade shop. Cyan muttered, Do you and I belong to the same kind of people? You grit your teeth. Will I end up like you? I am different from someone like you. A blue aura surrounds your body. You walk through the gate back to the 20th floor lounge. Sangyun sits on the bed, lost in thought. Jam-chu appears beside you. Han Sangyun thanks you for ordering them to return to the original path of the Blood Demon sect. She looked at you with concern, but it seemed like you were trapped in thoughts about what Jiam-sanmuk had said. So, I felt a little guilty, but don't overthink it. You are different from him, she said confidently. You can trust my words. Hansun is Hans-gyun. She smiled brightly. That's why you helped me, isn't it? The Crimson Blood Commander is watching you. The White Crane Swordmaster is watching you. Sangyun smiles softly. I am who I am. Yeah, you're right. Thank you for your kind words. I say get up. I can't back down because of such trivial worries. Sun Gian swiped across the system screen, muttering with a look of excitement, This demon god authority will come in handy someday. My blue eyes shine with determination, and I can also raise my stats thanks to the secret shop from the mission. I open a new interface and explain, I heard that once I reach the 20th floor, I will be able to access a forum where all the dimensions of the tower are connected. Since these have also reached level 20, I can only assume the forum posts will be of high quality, but contrary to my expectations, the forum is filled with childish boasts and insults. The tower climbing forum at level 20 on channel C1721 is about to become the 7th Radiant Swordmaster. Heirs. I thought this forum would be okay, but it turns out it's just a bunch of fools, the strongest with sweeping strikes and sudden attacks. Murim, fine, whatever. Anyone weaker than me, shut your mouth. Idle hands caused trouble on Flower Mountain. Murim, what are these fools rambling about? Boom! Sangyun angrily slammed the forum window shut in a blinding flash. Jiamchu just watched silently from behind. He returned with a forced smile. Let's just pretend we never saw this. Jiamchu muttered contemptuously. What a bunch of despicable people. Seeing that you're finished, she asked, it seems like you're all set? Are you planning to join the next challenge right away? Sangyun shook his head and flicked through a system notification. No. The challenge on the 20th floor is a shared challenge, so it could be very dangerous. Because the challenge on the 20th floor is a shared challenge, it cannot be replaced. You take out a sacred relic in the shape of a necklace. While waiting for the cooldown of the divine method to end, I will absorb the divine power from the holy relic that appeared briefly and I received from the Light Sword Emperor. A detailed information panel appears in front of both of us. The S+ rank holy relic flashes briefly, increasing attack speed by 10%. A relic in the form of a necklace infused with the divine power of the Light Sword Emperor. When used by the challenger Hanzun, its divine power storage effect can be activated. Jiamchu shouted in panic, Wait, are you really planning to absorb the divine power? Sangyun responded firmly, I think I now have enough strength to absorb it. You can acquire divine power and balance from the divine power stored in the artifact. Warning, absorbing a god's divine power may corrupt your mind with the will of the Sword Emperor. Hurry! She grabbed your sleeve anxiously, asking Han Sangyun, do you really have to achieve balance at all costs? Sangyun looked into the distance, his voice firm and unwavering. Yes, that's the only way to stand up against the gods threatening us. Min needs to find balance as quickly as possible. Isn't there any other way? Ms. Li Shi asked. Sun Gun looked back in surprise. Yeah, her voice trembling. Your mind could become corrupted, just as the warning warned. Her hand clenched your shirt tighter, as if that mad god's mind had shattered, and your ego might collapse during the absorption of balance. She bowed her head, her voice almost pleading. So please, could you reconsider? I'm begging you. Sangyun's eyes remain unmoved, a faint dark purple aura gently rippling around him. But Jiamchu suddenly raised his head, his face full of despair. If his mind finally becomes corrupted, what else can he do? Tears welled up in her eyes, her voice breaking apart. If your identity collapses, so will I. Jiamchu's voice wavered with fear as she clung tightly to him, as if he were her last hope. I'm afraid you might disappear. I don't want to be trapped alone inside a sword again. The memory of that deadly battle suddenly flooded Sangyun's mind, her voice still echoing. Sangyun ran off and his unwavering response was, No, we need to stay together. You remember the feeling of facing death when you shouted that we would die together? Deep inside, a desperate voice echoes, I don't want to be alone. Wake up. Last time you said I needed your permission to die. Sangyun smiled warmly and confidently. I still haven't received that permission, so how could I possibly leave you? My voice is firm like a vow. I will always be by your side until then, so don't worry about anything. She let out a sob, her voice trembling as she struggled to hold back the rising emotions. Han Sangan was startled and confused, thinking to himself, is she going to hit me again? He looked at her in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Huh? Surprised, Jiamchug gently pushed him down onto the bed, her hands softly supporting his neck and head. Sangyun is completely confused, eyes wide with surprise. What is this? She looked down at him, her eyes no longer pleading, but instead determined. His stubbornness is not something I can sway. Please go safely. You will lose consciousness while trying to acquire divine power, so I will always be by your side. Lying on the bed, Sangyun tightly grips the sacred object in his hand and nods. I understand. He closes his eyes, his voice calm and full of promise. I will return. The unique effect of the holy relic flashes briefly, activating the stored divine power, seeking the existence of divinity, balancing within the holy relic as it flashes and activates divine absorption. The holy relic rises, emitting brilliant streams of lightning.
The rest will be stored in the shimmering holy relic and begin calibration with the challenger Han Sang-gyun. This is a magnificent scene unfolding before him, a colossal tower reaching up to the blue sky. Is the tower recorded in the star chart? Suddenly, a graceful yet cold voice echoes from the void. Why does a god have to exist? Sang-gyun was startled and turned around, only to see a tall figure in a cloak standing silently behind him. Since when have they been behind me? The exclusive power level 1547 information check was activated, but a blazing red screen appeared, blocking my intention. Unable to access the information. Sang-gyun frowned, muttering in surprise. Cannot access the information? The woman in the cloak said, her voice emotionless. The gods have been blinded by greed and the desire to be worshipped. They have no interest in this world at all. Sang-gyun's eyes turned cold as she continued. They will do anything to get followers. They have lost the meaning of their existence, only knowing how to gnaw at each other's power. In an instant, an illusion appears before your eyes. Two giant white wolves with glowing red eyes are frantically tearing each other apart under the blood-red moon, as the terrifying scene continues with one wolf standing on the carcass of its fallen comrade. That voice echoes again. These false gods create problems they will solve themselves, all just to gain more faith. The blazing red eyes of the wolf in the illusion seem to bore into Sang-gyun's mind. They cause disasters and then fix them themselves. The illusion disappears. The woman looks directly at him, one of her eyes suddenly emitting a strange blue light. Therefore, a creature capable of slaughtering gods. Necessary, an all-powerful ephemeral being that can surpass any deity. I have decided not to kill any gods who do not threaten me. Sang-gyun roared in protest, but his words were cut off. Whoosh! A burst of green energy erupts from the woman, enveloping the entire space. Sang-gyun struggled to resist the invading energy and shouted in panic, "Wait!" Her figure gradually vanished into the void, leaving only her final plea. I pray this wish will be granted through you. Hansun adjusts with the remaining willpower in the divine nature. The balance has failed. The remaining willpower dissolves and transforms into potential. The final wave of energy flooded into his mind. You have achieved the mind control resistance. The brain-shattering pain made Sang-gyun scream in agony. Ouch! Back in the waiting room, Sang-gyun collapsed with his head in his hands, trembling from the intense pain. Jiam Chu-gu beside him looked on in horror, quickly rushing over to support him, her voice filled with panic. Are you okay? Did your remaining willpower hurt you? Sang-gyun forced himself to lift his head, sweat pouring down like a shower. He tried to force a reassuring smile and said, I'm fine, just a little mental strain, a rest and I'll be okay. You stand up, walking unsteadily. Did I receive the balanced divine power, or how long have I been asleep? It's been about a day, Jiam Chu replied. Sang-gyun nodded, so that means my cool-down time is almost over. 2 energy spheres, one purple and one green, appear in your hands. Now I have 2 more slots from Divine Law and Balance, so let's get ready and set off. The unique Supreme Divine Authority, SS+, has been activated. You have chosen the power to enter the Supreme State. You have unlocked your limits by linking your power with divinity. The selected skills are transformed into authority, and the limits have been altered. A giant golden hourglass appears. Matching process has begun. Currently pairing with challengers on the 20th floor. The current number of challengers paired is 1,001 out of 3,000. Pairing complete. Yeah. Complete. You have entered the 20th floor of the challenge tower. The difficulty is high, and the theme of this challenge is to fight within the remaining 30 days. Failure condition is death or running out of time. Do you challenge death or time running out? Frowning, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. What exactly is this? The challenge must be completed within the assigned role and time limit. Hansun must help the demons eliminate all enemies in this battle. The scene before him changes. He is standing in the middle of a chaotic battlefield. The designated role for Hansun is the Demon King. The success of completing the mission will determine the success rate of the role-playing battle. If the success rate of the role-playing battle is below 70% at the end of the challenge, it will be considered a failure. In a corner of the ruined city, a female demon is clutching her child in fear. Another challenger stepped forward, his voice somewhat reluctant. I don't want to do this either, but blame the designated challenger for becoming the Demon King. Another injured demoness growled with bitter fury. You not only insult proud demons, but also offend the Demon King? Do you think you can get away with this? The leader of the challengers scoffs. They're too noisy. We just need to win the game we've been assigned. He launched a powerful attack and shouted, Die and be gone! Amid the chaos of the battlefield, a cold, emotionless command echoed from the new Demon King's lips, crushing them deep. Immediately, streams of blazing blood magic shot forward like sharp spears piercing through the air. Boom! They easily overwhelmed the Challenger's attack, pinning him to the ground in horror. Standing amidst the wreckage, Seonin muttered to himself with a puzzled expression. Why are they attacking the other demons instead of directly attacking me, the Demon King? I just don't understand. But as you look at the trembling, frightened demons and clench your fists, a surge of blood energy boils up. In this situation, your duty as the Demon King is to protect the blood demon gods. You look at the female demon who just fought bravely. Hey, demon girl. She was startled and hurriedly replied, Yes. Sang-gyun ordered decisively. I'll handle these guys, so please explain everything that has happened so far. Yes, I understand now. The leader of the challengers shouted in panic. Wait a minute. If you kill me, do you think the rest of our team who haven't arrived here will just let you go? Is that so? But whether the others come or not, you're still trying to kill me, right? He raised his sword high, his voice as cold as ice. Then die. The other person only managed to utter a desperate cry. From above, a demon with blazing red eyes witnesses everything, and a voice echoes through the night, then stops. The final scream of the challenger echoes and fades away. According to the world's background, the demons do not harm other nations. They are demons who live peacefully. But one day, a saint, hero, and new pope appeared and attacked the demon castle, pushing the demons into despair. But the new demon king, Hans-gyun, appeared to save them from this despair and rescue the demons. The female demon finished her explanation in the grand hall of the castle, telling the story before Lord Hansen arrived. Long live Lord Hansen. The crowd of demons cheered loudly. As the prophecy foretold, the new demon king has saved us. Sound sat on the throne, cold sweat on his face, thinking he never imagined he would live to see demons praise him like this. Jiam Chu-gu chuckled beside him, looking just right for him, isn't it? Demon King Hansen glared at her. She's enjoying this situation a little too much. The female demon earlier spoke with reverence, saying, Truly, heaven's will has not been wrong. We all believed that the new demon king would come to save us. She couldn't hold back her tears. If the demon king doesn't come, we might have been completely wiped out already. Sang-gyun suddenly had a thought, narrowing his eye. Wait a minute. If all they need to do is kill us first, then everything will be over. So why go so far as to slaughter? Jiam Chu-gu's voice echoed in his ear. The success rate of the battle is 70%. Sang-gyun was surprised. Huh? Jiam Chu-gu explained. The tower's success condition is to reach a 70% victory rate in battles, which means there is only one easy way for challengers to win. Both of them agree that instead of fighting each other and causing trouble, they should just slaughter the Demon King's castle to fill their battle success rate. Yes, the tower is actually encouraging a slaughter under the guise of a 70% battle achievement rate. The condition is met. You have uncovered the truth of this game. Protect the Demon King's castle in the real world by eliminating challengers playing as saints, heroes, and popes, or by destroying their country. Seon was stunned. Is this a real world? So there are demons living peacefully here. He looked down at this crowd of demons cheering him on, but the tower had chosen this place for the challenge and caused unnecessary harm to innocent people. A wave of anger engulfed him. Are they even capable of creating challenges like this? The demon goddess grits her teeth in anger and earnestly pleads with the challenger Han Sang-gyun to help the demons. Sang-gyun stands up from the throne and calls out, Jiam Chu-gu, I need you to do something. Jiam Chu looks up. Me? What do you want me to do? He turns and walks away, his voice full of implication. Just, do your best, he says. Jiam Chu-gu watches his figure and mutters to herself, what strange plan is he up to now? His hand clenched tightly, so the tower wants to play this way. Yes. His blue eyes sharpened with unwavering determination, while elsewhere in a grand hall, a black crow suddenly flew in through the window, scattering feathers everywhere. Hey, what is that crow saying? It says that the challengers we sent have all been wiped out. Sitting opposite, the saintess slightly smirked in a self-satisfied manner. That's why I told you already. She leaned back in her chair, her tone full of arrogance and pride. Han Sang-gyun, the recent challenger, has become a hot topic among gods and administrators. Rumor has it he possesses power comparable to the gods, so do you really think sending weak challengers will make a difference? Our 3 bishops suggested going together, but wasn't it you who refused? Holy maiden, or do you have another plan? The saintess replied calmly, there might still be a way. If this method proves ineffective, her red eyes flash with a cruel and ruthless glint, and we will have to kill him at any cost. Returning to the Demon King's castle, Sang-gyun stands high, observing. You tell the female demon commander beside you that if we let Jiam Chu-gu teach them swordsmanship, Then when the challengers attack again, at least they can defend themselves. Is this all you can do? A demon soldier lamented, training non-stop for 16 hours. I'm exhausted. Jiamchu immediately roared. Your skills are poor and yet you dare to complain? She shouted. Today forget about resting. Is it really okay to have such a young child as the trainer? Sangyun smiles faintly with confidence. Despite appearances, he's an excellent teacher. If you keep learning from him, your chances of surviving future battles will increase. Below the field, Jamchugu is adjusting a soldier's stance. Your stance is completely wrong. The female demon commander turned to Sun, her voice trembling slightly with fear. You will be next for training after they finish, right? Sun replied. Oh, I see. She immediately stood at attention. The Demon King suddenly appeared. A frantic demon soldier ran in. Something big is happening at the main gate. He is panting heavily. An outsider is attacking our forces. Sangyun and the female commander immediately turned back in shock at the main gate. The saintess grabbing the hat of a dying demon soldier with one hand. She scoffs disdainfully. Tisk, those pitiful demons. She said with fake pity, all of this is just because this place has become a testing ground. The tower has really gone too far, don't you think? Then she raised her head, her sharp gaze directed at the approaching figure. Do you agree? You challenge Han Sangyun. Sangyun has arrived, quietly observing the wreckage before him. Do you know about me? Oh, I've heard rumors about you from the god I serve. They say you're a very dangerous challenge. Seeing that action, Sangyun sneered after knocking aside my ally. Does she think she can escape without a scratch? She stopped, spreading her arms as if surrendering. Don't put on such a scary face. Calm down, I'm just here to negotiate. Sangyun narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Negotiation indeed. She clasped her hands together, pretending to be holy. As you know, in this world, everything will end once we reach a 70% success rate in combat. There is a way for all challengers to complete this game without anyone dying. The saintess begins to explain her crazy plan. You are slaughtering innocent civilians in our country. She glanced at Xian before turning to the demons. What? A demon exclaimed in horror. She continued, and we challengers will slaughter the demons. Then, all of us can achieve a 70% success rate. In this way, we challengers can complete the trial without any conflict and overcome this challenge. She clutches her face in wild excitement, her eyes wide with ferocity. So, isn't that a happy ending? Ha, ha, ha. I think I'm truly a genius. The demon goddess is watching Han Sangyun's choice. Sangyun stands silently without saying a word. You step forward, your voice emotionless. Fine. I will carry out the slaughter. The demon behind him looked at him in disbelief, while the saintess's face shone with joy. She exclaimed, Great, you made the right choice, didn't you? Whoosh! Her words are cut off as Xian suddenly appears right in front of her, his fist enveloped in a swirling blue energy. You grit your teeth and finish your sentence with utter hatred, condemning the slaughter of those disgusting enough to challenge you. Boom! A punch from the heavens crashes straight into her. She sneers with utter contempt. It's really disappointing. I thought you would rise above such foolish choices. Are you challenging Gloria to mock your friend? She hovers in the air, her voice full of hatred echoing everywhere. I will make you regret refusing. See you in 3 days, challenger Han Sangyun. The demon goddess was moved by Han Sangyun's choice, and the demon commander hurriedly ran to his side, her voice trembling with concern. Demon King, are you all right? She was stunned to see the murderous aura emanating fiercely from him. Her purple eyes widened in shock. What is this? Are you telling me to go slaughter innocent people? The tower and all the challengers too. I will destroy all of you. 3 days later, at dawn, Sangyun and Jamchugu quietly sat on the city wall, waiting for the inevitable battle. Booming from afar, a mighty army of over 3,000 people is charging forward, dust filling the entire sky. Everyone advances. The hero's battle cry rings out, leading the army straight toward the castle. Jamchugu stands beside Sangyun, nervously saying, The enemy force has about 3,000 people, maybe more if you include civilians. Are you truly okay with this? Sangyun replied calmly, his gaze unwavering. I can't be certain. That's why I trained the demons. He confidently continued, I trained the demons in just 3 days. They will surely help me when I face the hero, the pope, and the saintess. Jamchu immediately puffed out his chest, proudly showing off. Of course, with a teacher like me. All right, let's go, Sangyun whispers to himself. Wait for me, Gloria. The divine power of divinity is activated. A dark, crimson, and ominous energy erupts around him, transforming him into a different form of existence. The latent divine traits are supreme: mortal, immortal, rebellious, observant, lawful, and harmonious. The battle erupts with the Demoness commander leading the fierce demon army into the enemy's advance. Suspended in midair, the hero shouted arrogantly, "Fight on, primal challengers!" He roared a fanatical rallying cry, claiming victory for the Saintess. The god of imperfect command activates, the myth of coercion and sacrifice. It consumes divine power to influence the real world through words. Swish! The Demoness commander fights like a tornado, her sword carving deadly arcs through the air. She spins around and unleashes a powerful wide-range attack. Boom! She stomps her foot down hard, causing a small earthquake. The ground beneath the enemies cracks open and collapses, throwing them off balance and into the trap. Seizing the moment, she shouted, "This is our chance!" Immediately, from the high cliffs, the demon archers were ready with their bows. Voo! An archer fires a powerful energy arrow, initiating the attack. Hundreds and thousands of arrows rained down like a deadly storm on the enemy's formation. Ah, ah! The screams of agony echo across the battlefield. The female demon commander watches the scene with a surprised expression, muttering, "Doing exactly what the Demon King said really works." She remembered Sangyun's advice that when the enemy invades the Demon King's castle, we are at a numerical disadvantage. That's why we had to use the terrain, she asked in surprise. The terrain? It can hold a lot of people, Sangyun explained calmly, but make the ground collapse if our allies step on it too hard. Position the archers on the hill. You conclude that we are already reducing the enemy's numbers, even before the actual battle begins. Returning to reality, the female commander's eyes shine with fierce confidence and hope. She roars, "We can win!" Ah, these damned demons have set a trap. The Pope shouted in pain as he was thrown back by an explosion. What is this? The hero also roared in anger and confusion. The Saintess said the demons weren't this powerful. What on earth is happening? In despair, he raises his weapon high. Those who follow me will gain the power they have always desired. The Pope roared with mad, frantic zeal. As long as I observe evil there, it will never prosper. The force of command activates a one-way black and white logic myth. He continues to shout, the Demon King will also meet his end at the hands of the hero. The force of command activation triggers a false myth of causality. Heroes still alive, rise once more. He commands, and the fallen soldiers, wounded and battered, begin to crawl up and destroy those vile demons. As long as the life remains, the divine force of the forced activation of the War Architect's myth will allow the heroes to rise again and temporarily gain great power, the female demon commander exclaimed in horror. That's already shocking enough that those on the brink of collapse rise again, and now they even gain temporary strength? The recently resurrected rush forward with bloodshot eyes roaring wildly, tearing through them painfully. At that moment, a cold and commanding voice echoes from above. I won't let that happen. Snap. A massive blue energy wave swept across the battlefield, knocking back the approaching enemies and creating a protective barrier around the demon army. The demon commander looked up, her eyes shining with surprise and hope. The Demon King Sangyun in dark divine armor landed in the middle of the battlefield, exuding overwhelming dominance. The resurrected enemies stood firm, their bodies riddled with arrows but showing no signs of pain. Look, the people in your team who are testing themselves are gradually dying out. Forcing them to fight like this, is that okay? He sneered cruelly. Hey, you're completely mistaken. Whether those below die or not doesn't matter. They are merely tools that can replace me and the Saintess. He looked down at the demon army, then back at Seonin. Don't you also think that the demons you brought along are just sacrificial offerings to the gods? Isn't that right? You challenge Han Sangyun. The eyes of the Demon King flash with a blazing gold light. The hero was stunned by Seonin's response. It's pathetic that someone like you is the one in charge up there. He shouted, What did you just say? I will show you what true command really is. Sangyun raised his sword high, the blade shining with a brilliant blue light. He turned back, his voice echoing throughout the demon army. Come on, you demons. Do you believe I will end this battle? Yes, we believe. The entire Dongthan army responds. Their voices are filled with unwavering faith and devotion. Good. Sangyun drives his sword into the ground. The legend of the final savior is activated. The rescue effect has been activated. A massive snowstorm erupts, covering the entire battlefield. The divine power is amplified strongly with 54,779 followers. The authority of the Winter King is automatically activated when the conditions are met. All ally and user stats are increased by 10% and they are immune to the cold. An enemy soldier shouts, My legs are frozen. I can't move. It is divine power. This ice is infused with divine energy. Come on, you demons. The fiery yellow eyes of the Demon King light up in the darkness. Finish off those challengers painlessly, enhanced and unaffected by the cold. The demon army charges in to slaughter the frozen and weakened enemies. The battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Witnessing the scene, the hero clenched his teeth and growled in anger. You, the pathetic challenger. The hero channels all their strength into their weapon. As long as I am here, the power of evil will wither, designated as corrupted by the one-way black and white logic myth. A giant beam of light descends from the sky and strikes Sangyun directly. Han Sang-gyun's challenge stats decrease by 80. Han-san, the challenger, takes additional damage from those in hero roles. The false myth of karma greatly increases the chance of failure. Due to the architect of war myth, mental interference skills become useless. The power of Han Sang-gyun's area of effect skills has been greatly reduced. The hero smirks and says, I have rendered your stats and skills useless. Now I will destroy your precious ice domain. The Demon King looked up, his voice full of contempt, only able to yap up there without the courage to come down and fight. Have you ever thought about how pathetic that is? The hero's face contorted with anger. Let me show you the fate of a coward hiding in the sky. Sangyun declared by divine command, creating a new rule within the holy domain. Rule 1. Challengers entering the divine realm will find it difficult to destroy the ice area. Rule 2. Challengers entering the divine realm will have their designated role from the 20th floor challenge displayed above their heads. Rule 3. No external attacks can affect the divine realm. Sangyun broke the chain on his body, and the hand holding the chain began to disintegrate. He roared in disbelief. Is this really possible to break the divine command so easily? Xion muttered, the divine command turns words into power. Honestly, that's impressive, but the problem is, you told me exactly what you would do. A deadly purple energy begins to gather around him. The Holy Light Authority skill is activated, creating a star imbued with divine death. The hero's face turned pale with fear as he stammered, Wait, die and be gone. The Demon King's eyes flashed cruelly. Boom. A massive destructive energy blast shoots straight at the hero. Why? Even though you are also a challenger of the tower, why are you different from us? Why? Those were his last words before he was swallowed by the energy blast. Rule 4. All martial arts used in the divine realm are increased by 100%. This cannot be, challenger Senagrat, the hero figure who was defeated. The challenger Hanzionen has come closer by 4.7% to ascension by defeating a god, and as a special reward for divine power, the exclusive persuasion effect C+ has been granted. From now on, all of Hanzionen's statements will be more convincing by absorbing the soul of the divine speech from Sanagrad, transforming it into potential. Han Sang-gyun's role-playing combat success rate increases by 40%. Sang-gyun lies on the icy ground, his body exhausted. Now that he has gained divine speech, he will try it immediately. The steel-winged authority is activated strongly. When targeting a specific point, the steel wings will fly at 4 times the normal speed. The divine speech partially modified the effect of the steel wing authority. Sangyun muttered, the remaining 2, now I can see their roles above their heads. You soar into the sky like a dark arrow. The other 2, wait for me. In another corner of the battlefield, the Pope is desperately running away. He looks at the challengers collapsing around him, panicking and thinking to himself, there's no way I can fight Hans-gyun alone. The hero is dead and I can't see the Saintess anywhere. Running away is the only way I can survive now. They could never realize that I've escaped. Whoosh. A sudden worm appears right in front of him. Shen Yuan's instant movement technique is activated, consuming divine power to teleport within your line of sight. The Demon King coldly asked, where do you think you're going? And struck with a lightning-fast slash. Bang! The Pope was knocked back and slammed into a block of ice. Sangyun slowly approaches, as countless challengers are dying on this battlefield. He stands before the trembling figure. Do you dare to call yourself the Pope while abandoning your comrades to run away? The Pope shouted in fear. I don't know, please wait a moment. He is begging. This body is a challenger, a vessel of the Exorcist. The Exorcist is furious with you. If you let me live, I will make sure to tell the Exorcist. The Exorcist has expressed hostility towards the test subject Han Sang-gyun. The Exorcist has warned that he will not stand by when you act according to his will with his apostle. The Exorcist is glaring at Han Sang-gyun. How dare you glare at me? Sang-gyun said through gritted teeth, lowering his eyes. The exclusive power level A987 has activated a glare block, preventing all divine and managerial eyes from seeing. The Demon King looks down at the Pope. It doesn't matter which god you serve. However, to survive alone, you abandoned your comrades to escape. You have no right to live. Die. The Clip Series challenger has been killed. As the role of the Pope, you have absorbed the challenger's ghost. You have received an A+ spatial expulsion ticket. When the challenger Hansun achieves a decisive victory over an apostle, the ascension process increases by 1.1%. As a special reward for improving your divinity, you have gained the snake tongue special effect. From afar, the saintess claps gracefully. She smiled and said, "You're truly impressive." Challenge Han Sang-gyun? The saintess smiled with pleasure, revealing sharp fangs. "I can't believe you've already killed both the hero and the Pope. There is a valid reason why you have become a hot topic among the divine and the administrators. As expected, using such useless tools to defeat you, the challenger, is what is being rumored." Hansen was just a lie, a dying challenger clutching the saintess's leg. All of this happened because these tools died uselessly as they wished, so I had to appear in the end. His hand clenched her ankle tightly, which is why he looked up with pleading eyes. "Saintess, I beg you to save me." "Saintess, I am about to die." The saintess's face was as cold as ice as she looked down at the begging figure with disdain. Just a single potion or a single heal spell. Bam! Without a word of warning, she stomped on her teammate's head. Sang-gyun and Jamchugu, watching from afar, were stunned by such a brutal act. She kicked the corpse aside contemptuously. "How dare a lowly tool like you lay a hand on someone?" She roars in fury, blood splattering everywhere. "How dare you!" A failed tool in caring for a foolish test subject. Useless tools belong only in the trash. She keeps stomping mercilessly on the corpse like this, thud thud thud. Sang-gyun just silently watched that savage scene. After a moment of anger, she exhaled and said, "Fie, you really make me angry." She turned to Un, smirking, but that no longer mattered. "You and these tools will all die eventually. Now it's your turn. You challenge Hans-gyun." Her face twisted with hatred. "I will make you regret rejecting my offer. Your challenge to Gloria has activated the balanced divine power. As a result, the strength of all challengers in the 20th floor trial has been balanced. Due to the destruction of the divine zone, the use of balanced divine power will be halted. As a result of the balanced divine power, direct control over divine power will be sealed. Due to the influence of the balanced divine trait, the use of divine methods has been prohibited. All divine trait skills of the challengers have been sealed. Due to the influence of the balance of divine power, the sky-piercing sword has been sealed. As a result, all of the challengers' stats will be fixed at 150. Due to the influence of the balanced divine attribute, the natural recovery of stamina and mana for all challengers will be sealed. Sang-gyun frowned. "What the hell is this?" "Everything is sealed except for my own skills." Jiamchu worriedly thought to himself, "Damn it, all divine attributes have a certain compatibility. The divine power that woman used, balance, has the ability to destroy you. That's your worst nemesis." The saintess elegantly tucks her hair behind her ear. "You're surprised that all abilities related to controlling magic and divine power have now been sealed, aren't you? But it couldn't be any other way. A person as weak as me deserves this acceptance before someone as deceitful as you. But what if we fought on equal terms?" Whoosh! She charges at Sang-gyun with terrifying speed. Sang-gyun prepared to fight. "But even if you sealed my powers, a saintess like you thinks she can do anything to stop me." They charged at each other, weapons clashing with a deafening explosion. "Is that how you see me? I'm quite disappointed." Smack! She suddenly threw a powerful punch, knocking Sang-gyun away. Sang-gyun shouted in pain as blood splattered from the corner of his mouth, his body unable to resist the overwhelming force. He was thrown like a bullet, leaving a long streak of blood on the icy ground and a deep scar. The saintess smirked arrogantly, her blonde hair fluttering in the wind. "Close combat is my specialty." She charged at him with lightning speed, her eyes full of pity and mockery. "Oh, Hansen, you are truly pitiful." I see her hand reaching out as if to grab Cyan's face, her voice filled with fake regret. "If you had accepted my offer, this would never have happened," she roared, smashing him into the rubble. She presses her body against him, causing Sang-gyun to be thrown away once again without mercy. He crashes hard onto the ground, creating a large crater with the surrounding earth cracking like a spider's web. Sang-gyun struggled to get up, blood streaming down his face, his eyes filled with fury and unbearable pain. The saintly maiden calmly stepped forward, pointing at him with a condescending finger. "Do you know why I have overwhelmed you like this? You may be a challenger connected to the tower, but you are not their follower," she said, her tone like explaining to a fool. Sang-gyun knelt on one knee, panting, holding his sword to keep from falling as the saintly woman continued. "The tower is the one that helped me grow. If you walk the same path as me, you could have become even stronger. I am showing you such an effective method, so why don't you follow the challenge of Hans Sang-gyu?"
She drew a golden dagger, her eyes cold and sharp. Now I will give you one last chance. You are facing an opponent far beyond your strength. Do you accept my offer? She bowed her head, her beautiful face full of enchantment. Think carefully. If you take my hand, you will become even stronger. I refuse. Sahun raised his head, his bright blue eyes shining with unwavering resolve. I would rather die than become strong through your dirty methods. The saintess sighed in disappointment. Ah, this is why I say you're truly pitiful. She raises her knife, glaring. Farewell, Han Sang-gun, the challenger. The sharp blade lunged straight at the exhausted Sang-gyun, but at that moment, the saintess's eyes widened in shock, showing undeniable disbelief. A shadow rushes forward, a clear yet powerful voice rings out. I'm here to help. The newcomer stepped in front of Seonin, facing the demon queen directly. Clang! The saintess's dagger was blocked by a sword, creating a powerful shockwave. She gritted her teeth in anger as her attack was halted. She pushed the demon queen away and quickly returned to Seonin's side, her voice filled with concern. Are you okay, Demon King? She was panicked when she saw the blood on his face. Wait, there's blood on your face. Don't tell me you're hurt. Sun simply remained silent and said no. Who smeared your handsome face with blood like this? Khan replied bluntly. You idiot. The saintess charged again, and the woman hurriedly warned that she was not someone you could handle, then raised her shield to block a series of attacks from the saintess before explaining that the shield only worked against challengers. Io clenched her fist with all her might, dark magic swirling around her, confidently declaring it would have no effect on our demons. She easily blocked the saintess's attack, causing her to step back in astonishment. Sang-gun was stunned and exclaimed, You are not even a challenge. How can you? But Io interrupted him politely. Your Majesty, she smiled brightly, revealing sharp teeth. Please stop doing everything yourself and trust the cursed demons just this once. After a moment of silence, a gentle smile appeared on Sang-gyun's face as he placed his trust in his subordinate. All right. Sang-gyun stood behind her, his voice full of trust. You think you can support me? Io replied enthusiastically. Just leave it to the divine, the saintess said with contempt. You think an ordinary demon like it can do anything for you? Han Sang-gyun's challenger. I will kill you and that demon too. Sang-gyun smirked. An ordinary demon. You will regret those words if you dare to let your guard down, he said with a proud voice, while a powerful illusion appeared behind him that might not look like it. But in a short time, she learned from one of the best masters. Immediately, Io and the saintess charged at each other. Golden purple sparks flashed from their weapons. Sang-gyun also does not stand still. He moved around behind the saintess, coordinating seamlessly with Io. Io focused on defense, creating perfect opportunities for Seonin to attack. The saintess was caught off guard by their coordination and was pushed into a defensive position against a series of relentless attacks. She muttered in frustration, Don't tell me you trained that demon in such a short time, as she struggled to defend herself. So annoying. Seizing the moment when her opponent's waist was trapped, Sang-gyun launched a swift attack. Noticing a greater threat, the saintess's eyes flashed with a deadly gleam. I need to deal with you first, Han Sang-gyun. She roared, sped up, and charged with incredible speed, leaving the waist behind and heading straight for Seonin. As she unleashed a barrage of attacks like a storm, she sneered, If you just follow the tower, you can do everything like me. But instead, you carried out a shameful team attack on that demon. She snarled, Your rotten attitude will be the cause of your downfall. At that moment, Sang-gyun's eyes flashed with determination. The counter-shield skill was activated, enveloping him in a pink aura, but she just sneered, Yen. All of this is useless. The selfish balance myth surpassing sacrifice has made Han Seonin the target. In the next 4 minutes, most of Han Seonin's skills will be disabled. The Despairing Tears skill gradually slows the target's movement speed in battle by up to 40%. The lowest flow skill increases all damage the target receives from any source by 100%. She smiles wickedly. Goodbye, challenger Hans Sang-gyun. Just as the dagger neared him, a sudden flow of dark red heart-shaped energy burst from Sun, blocking her attack. He muttered, Do you think you can beat me? He caught her dagger with his bare hands. The entire battlefield seemed to be enveloped by that strange blood-red energy. The saintess shouted in panic, A mana skill? But my skill should have sealed your magic, right? Seonin coldly asked again, Why do you think I am the only one capable of using magic? He continued, While the waist behind is wrapped in a blood-red aura, even great demon lords can learn to use magic. Blood, demon, god technique. The special dragon transformation authority has been activated. Seonin's arm is transformed and covered with dragon scales and blazing flames. He smirked. All right, why don't we talk about her failure? Your current magical power will double in 10 minutes. All intervention and control skills based on magic are improved. The Saintess roared in utter fury. Ah, you bastard, I will kill you. And a hand covered her face, hiding her madness. Sangyun, with his arm turned cold, said, That won't help you either. You easily overpower her, using your dragon arm to clamp her head. Do you know why you lost to me? The answer is simple. You act according to the tower's will because you are a puppet. Io stood nearby and explained further, saying, You fight only because the tower commands you to, and you kill only because the tower commands you to, gaining temporary strength through the most effective method. But how long do you think that dirty method will work? Even if I can never forge my own path, the exclusive skill that despises the strong has been activated. Until the end of the battle, all stats and skill effects increase by 100%. Sionen's eyes glow with dark energy, as his voice rings out with unwavering determination and contempt. I will never be a slave to the tower like you. The purple flames of death rage fiercely beneath his feet. Now, it's time for you to face death. The mortal's indestructible fire skill has been activated. Trapped in the flames, the mad saint screams wildly. I will kill you. I will kill you. But all she received in return was Sionen's cold verdict. Die in pain like those who lost their lives at your hands. A massive energy pillar envelops the saintess. Her final scream echoes and then fades away. The ghost of the Gloria Challenger has been absorbed. The Gloria Challenger has been eliminated. The role of the saintess. The success rate of the Demon King role-playing battle increased by 30.0% after receiving the challenge completion reward. Sangyun stood silently on the desolate battlefield, watching the Saintess's body vanish. With Gloria, the challenger's death, divine balance had been disrupted. Io hurriedly ran over, voice full of concern. Demon King, are you hurt? Sangyun calmly replied, Yep, I'm fine. Io sighs in relief. That's really a stroke of luck. She looked around and smiled. Everything is truly over now. Sayun paused for a moment before her expression turned serious. There's something I want to ask. Just as he was about to speak, a massive explosion suddenly erupts in the distance. Sayun's eyes widen in shock as both are pushed back by an invisible force. Where the Saintess just fell, a blazing golden pillar of light erupts into the sky, and from within it, an entity with long silver hair appears. The god of balance has used his divine power to summon his form. Sangyun and Yi immediately take a defensive stance, and he exclaims in shock, Is it not over yet? A majestic voice echoes through the system. Not for fighting. O challenger with supreme divinity, I am not here to fight you. I just want to talk. That entity continued, Not only is it strange that you can achieve such power at level 20, but you have also disrupted the balance, and surely your sins will not be taken lightly. The weighty warning echoed through the space, as Sangyun smirked and asked challengingly, Is it surprising that you're so powerful? The god replied, Yes, no one has ever reached your level. That also applies to the former candidate sealed inside your crimson blood sword, Sangyun thought. He talks as if he knows everything about me. The deity confirmed, Yes, I am well aware of who you are. You have tried to destroy many balances before, but failed to reach the top of the tower. It seems you are waiting for another chance. Jiamchunu, but even if you get it? A furious voice from Sangun's sword interrupted the god, saying, You better shut your useless mouth. All right. I won't oppose your decision. Your selfish choice will allow the balance to remain in its stable state. The body of the god begins to rise, enveloped in sacred flames, O successor of the tower with divine power. Although I really want to kill you now, I will leave. Next time we meet, I will make sure you never see the light of day again. The final threat echoes in the air as the god disappears. You better be afraid of what's coming next. The scene shifts to a lively festival at night. Dark feathers fill the sky as someone quietly observes from above. A cheerful demon cheers. All hail, Lady Jiamchunu. Miss Jiamchungu is the best. She sat perched on a luxurious palanquin, happily shouting, Ah, what a wonderful victory festival. Jiamchungu cheerfully shouted back, holding a cup to her ear, Go get me more wine over there. Standing from afar, Sionen smiles softly, thinking to himself that he was worried about what happened yesterday, but he's glad to see they all look very happy. A demon servant brings a whole barrel of wine to Jiamchungu, but Sangyun's gaze suddenly turns passionate as he looks at her. The scene shifts tonight, with the cavalry advancing across desolate rocky ground. Sangyun and Jiamchungu ride side by side under the night sky, and he realizes the atmosphere still feels subdued, as the balance god mentioned about Jiamchungu. He recalls the words of the god,
It seems you are waiting for another opportunity. Jiam Chun-gu. But even if you get it? He wondered what he meant by another opportunity. Jiam Chun-gu's voice echoed from ahead. Han Sang-gyun, I can clearly see what you're thinking. She continued. It's understandable that you're curious about the meaning of another opportunity. But then she lowered her head, her voice deepening with an apology. But I have to apologize, Han Sang-gyun. Now is not the time. Sang-gyun smiled understandingly. If she didn't want to talk now, she didn't have to. Jiam Chun-gu looked up, her glowing red eyes showing surprise and emotion. He continued softly, I am sure there is a reason even you cannot reveal about this. He gently said, Let me know when you're ready. His smile became brighter and more genuine. I don't know when it will be, but I will keep waiting. Jiam Chun-gu turned around, seemingly trying to dispel the heavy atmosphere. We've already overcome the challenge of the 20th floor, so instead of feeling discouraged, let's throw a party and celebrate our victory. Immediately, her mood lifts, her eyes sparkle with delight as long as there's wine. She turned and asked playfully, So Han Sang-gyun, how's your drinking capacity? He hesitated for a moment before replying, then they both rode horses back toward the city walls. Returning to the party, Sun stood alone on the balcony, gazing at the lively scene below. I have saved the demon world as you wished, so why don't you come out? A demon god? Io stepped out of the shadows, followed by another powerful female demon. You're quite perceptive, Challenger Han Sang-gyun. When did you realize I am a god and demon? I had a feeling from the first time you told me about the demon world, Sang-gyun explains. But does she remember what she said when we fought the Saintess? A flashback appears as Io faces the Saintess and declares balance. Since balance only affects challengers, it wouldn't work on us demons, right? Sang-gyun repeats her words, while Io only offers a knowing smile. Yes, he continues to reason. If she is not a challenger, she cannot see the status windows, meaning she wouldn't know that the divine trait had been activated. But not only did she see it, she knew it so well that she could explain to me how to solve it. It was at that moment that I was certain it was just because I was curious. He asked, But why did you decide to help me? You Hansen are angry at the tower for creating such a challenge. She walks past him, and I feel the same way. Even if I am punished by the tower for helping you, I still want to protect the innocent demon people who are not involved with the tower. Her eyes burn with hatred. Even now, I still want to destroy the tower, but with my current helplessness, I can only be furious to the point of madness. Sang-gyun listened silently to her confessions, then turned to look at her with determination. If that's the case, you don't need to worry. He stepped forward, placing his hand on the railing, his voice full of authority and promise. If such a challenge appears again, I will crush it. I will make sure that innocent demons and citizens are not sacrificed for the tower. Sang-gyun smirked mischievously, gently scratching his cheek. Even if I have to take down any demon trying to hurt me, please don't misunderstand. I won't harm any good demons that have nothing to do with the tower. Io burst out laughing joyfully, revealing sharp, alluring fangs. Ha ha, the two of you lean on the railing together. She looked at him with a delighted gaze. The more she learned about you, the more interesting you became. Suddenly, her tone grew more formal. The challenger Han Sang-gyun. She turns and walks away, her back exuding the dignity of a goddess. Once again, I thank you for saving the demon race. Sang-gyun simply watched silently, a faint smile on his lips. He replied humbly, Don't worry about it. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Lam's Deep Abyss skill has been activated. The disaster of the Deep Abyss within your bloodline will be summoned as a spell. A giant, purple-scaled snake appears out of nowhere, wrapping around Zamchugu and Sang-gyun, transporting them to a new dimension. Waiting room on the 21st floor. Jiam Chun-gu shouted in panic. Han Sang-gyun, what on earth is happening here? Do something quickly. Sang-gyun still remained calm, watching the magic snake coiling around him. This snake is insanely powerful. After combining some skills I gained from the 20th floor challenge, I acquired a few interesting abilities. I smile with delight. And after some adjustments, not only did my divine power reach A+ level, but my stats also increased significantly. A status window appeared, showing my strength stats had skyrocketed remarkably. Jiam Chun-gu is holding his head, dizzy. I'm already feeling dizzy, so let's hurry and move to the public area on floor 21. Sang-gyun was startled to realize that I had been so absorbed in self-maintenance that I forgot about Jiam Chun-gu. He recalls that the verification god said he was waiting at the verification shrine in the public area on the 21st floor. He said he would explain the remaining rewards and my future as well, so I need to hurry and meet him. The giant snake is calmly wrapped around Sion's body. He turns to ask, So shall we go then, Jiam Chun-gu? Moving to the public area on the 21st floor, a majestic castle appears in the distance. Sang-gyun walks through a forest and asks, "If we keep going along this path, will we reach the public area?" "Of course. Do you not believe me?" he said with a forced smile. "That's not how it is," Jam Chun-gu continued. "We're just about there. Look ahead." As they approach the city gate, they encounter a chaotic scene. The two knights are trying to wrest a bag from a small creature. The creature, which looks like a cat, cries out pitifully, "Please let go, Mew." While the knight gritted his teeth, this timid cat is surprisingly strong. "Let go, do you hear me?" San said to Than Kim. "I'm here as you said, Jiam Chunu, but there's a cute cat fighting to protect its bag," Jam Chun-gu replied indifferently. "I understand now. So there is a cute cat." Another knight steps forward to block Sanjun's path. "Are you the challenger trying to enter the public area on the 21st floor? The knight began to explain. "We are the security corps of the 21st floor public area. If you want to pass through here, you will need to provide your challenge nickname." The administrator you signed the contract with, Sun, interrupted, pointing at the fight. "What are those guys doing?" The knight replied, He needs to pay a fee to enter, but he's refusing to do so." He turned to Sun, "And this rule also applies to you. If you don't want trouble, you'd better follow what we say." Hearing the knights shouting at the cat, "You cowardly fool, stop right now!" Sang-gyun's eyes turned cold as the knight, losing patience, kicked the cat hard, sending it flying. "Is this why we told you to hand it over quietly? How dare you challenge us?" One is bragging while the other is whispering, "Is this a bit too much?" The cat has collapsed on the ground, sobbing. "Give it back. I brought those cat items here to sell so I could earn money to support my family." The commander tried to get Sion's attention. "Don't get distracted by what's happening over there and come back." But he ignored him. Sang-gyun walks over to the crying cat. "Hey, where do you think you are going?" You order to block his path again. If you refuse to cooperate, we will consider you an enemy and have no other choice. Besides attacking, he places his hand on Sang-gyun's back. Suddenly, his hand trembled and withdrew. He turned around and was horrified by Sang-gyun's expression. "What is that? Can a person even produce such an expression?" Jiam Chun-gu appeared beside him, crossing his arms and smirking. Well, you just triggered his anger mode." Jiam Chun-gu smiled proudly. "Maybe because he is my disciple, but he cannot ignore any injustice." The commander muttered in frustration. "What's wrong with this kid?" He ordered his subordinates to search and make sure he's not hiding anything else. If there's nothing, then chase it away. Another knight tries to warn. "What's going on?" Immediately, a flash of blue light erupted as Sion threw a lightning-fast punch, easily taking down a knight surrounding the cat and sending him crashing into the wall. Both the small cat and a female knight with green hair are stunned by Sang-gyun's power. Sang-gyun calmly moves forward, stepping over the fallen knights on the ground.
"Are you crazy? What do you think you're doing?"
Suddenly attacking us. From afar, Jiam Chun-gu smirked with a satisfied smile. "That's right. Show them what Han Sang-gyun can do." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Prove your justice." Sang-gyun coldly said, "You're bullying it." His voice was filled with anger. "You're bullying such a cute cat." "Well, it's hard to resist such a cute cat. You have chosen the weaker challengers and are trying to seize all their items." The commander, entangled by Sang-gyun's magic snake, shouted in panic, "It's a misunderstanding. We're just following the rules." "A misunderstanding?" Sang-gyun asked again, his eyes shining with a blue light. The long eye skill detects a lie in the opponent's words, and another knight tremblingly admits it. "No, the challenger is telling the truth." "So, since you tried to steal our items, it's only fair that I take yours as well, right?" The knight shouted in despair. "You evil bastard! That was the ring I was going to give to my fiancée." Sion's face darkened with menace. "I will give you one more chance to reconsider." "It's okay." The knight, under the gaze of the snake, hurriedly changed his mind. "On second thought, I think I can buy another ring." Sang-gyun turns away. "You already agreed. Don't break your promise later. The genius theft achievement has been completed. The B+ theft skill has been created." He happily strokes the snake, and the snake from this deep bloodline is very obedient and adorable. The deep bloodline skill is active. Standing behind, Jiam Chun-gu crossed her arms, her face showing clear envy as she glared at the snake with a piercing stare. The snake seemed to sense it was turning back and stuck out its tongue provocatively, teasing her playfully. Jiam Chun-gu gritted her teeth in anger. She shouted at Sang-gyun, "Han Song-run, can't you see? That cunning snake just mocked me." He looked confused and asked again, "What are you talking about?" Sang-gyun held the snake in his arms, and it immediately appeared innocent and naive. Its eyes clearly said that it was a gentle snake. She squirmed in Sang-gyun's arms. "No, I'm serious." The little cat sitting nearby could only sigh in frustration. Honestly, The little cat looked at the chaotic scene before it and uttered a disheartened remark. You guys are really noisy. Mi frowned.
After the argument, the small cat and both of them start walking through the town towards the temple. Sang-yoon politely says, "You must be busy, but thank you for leading us to the proof at the temple."
Oh, it's nothing.
Nah, with you, the challenge, I was able to protect my family's livelihood, and you even shared items taken from the guard team, so this is no big deal, Yoon asked curiously. I'm also curious. Aren't you a challenger too? Why did you become a merchant in the tower? The cat honestly explained. I have a body that can't get stronger, no matter how much I fight. Ni, the unique trait I received when I restarted focused on commerce, not fighting. Keep going. So, I thought of something I could do well with my abilities. I decided to earn as much money as possible in the tower to support my family comfortably.
So you say this with a happy smile when thinking about your big family. Hearing the word family, Sang-yoon ponders for a moment before asking a question full of meaning. If the tower is destroyed by someone and you lose your job, will that be okay? The cat turns away, remains silent for a moment, then decisively replies, It will be fine. The cat gazed at the ruined tower in the illusion. I have seen people suffer because of the tower for a long time. Yeah, it's a terrifying, tragic, and horrifying sight. Nah, if it gets destroyed, I think it could even lead to a better world. Sang-yoon's house says it might be hard to make a living, but the cat responds optimistically. But I believe we can gradually create new opportunities together. Sang-yoon quietly listened to those hopeful words. The cheerful cat said, While we were talking, we have arrived. Nyo arrives in front of a magnificent structure. This is the proof temple you have been searching for. Here. The cat hands Seonan a small package, a token of gratitude for helping me. Nia, it will definitely be useful. Nah, you continue with confidence. What you just said about the tower must have made you think a lot, but I believe you will make the right choices. The challenger Sang-yoon took the gift and sincerely thanked you. He turns to wave goodbye to the cat and enters the temple. Inside, it is a dark and empty space. I agree. I have also become stronger thanks to the tower, but as everyone has seen, the tower brings suffering to all. I will do what I can. His determination turns into action. He steps deeper into the darkness, guided by floating fireballs. I never imagined that such a special guest would come here. You have struggled to get here, O candidate for the greatness chosen by the tower. A formal voice echoes, I am Canon, a fourth-class official apostle of this church. Sang-yoon looked straight at the man sitting on the throne. Kanan said, You seem disappointed that I am the one who appeared, not the divine witness.
Sang-yoon asked, Does the appearance of a fourth-class official apostle mean I have more to do? Kanan explained, yes, to meet the divine witness, you must pay a price with divine rank or lose your faith.
But no one desires such a price, so instead, you can complete the cause and effect as a substitute. The official fourth-ranked apostle Kanan has requested to enter the proving grounds. He continued with an amused expression. Even the divine proof seemed curious about how the challenger Hansen Jun would reveal his destiny. They appeared very interested. Sang-yoon summarized that completing karma means completing the intermediate steps to reach one's predetermined destiny. He firmly said, I accept Hansen Jun as the designated challenger to participate and now may enter the proving ground. Kanan confirms. You must complete the intermediate steps to reach your predetermined fate. You need to complete all 4 stages of the trial field. Then challenger Hansen Jun, prove yourself here. The surroundings change, shifting Sunun to a vast land. Kanan's voice echoes, fulfilling the divine proof's wish. A mission for stage 1 of the holy trial has been issued. A simple wooden staff appears before Sun, tasked with defeating the most skilled enemies using the weapon with the lowest proficiency. All other weapons are sent to the storage. Condition for success. Win against 10 participants using a weapon with very low proficiency to meet the conditions. 0 out of 10 stage 1 completed. All stats increased by 10. Skill removal potion B+, he muttered to himself. Basically, with a weapon you're not proficient in, defeating those skilled with it, right? Jam Chun-gu appears beside him. Sang-yoon says, It might take a while to defeat 10 people. He smirked confidently and said, No, I won't take that long. He grabbed his staff, which transformed into a scythe, and it wouldn't take much time. The narrator explains his strategy. Seeking out skilled participants in the test and fighting them is not difficult. Gathering rumors from villagers about individuals proficient with a single type of weapon. Then leave a note at the places where people skilled with a specific weapon are training. The note should say, The content of the provocative letter was revealed. I heard you're very skilled with a certain weapon, but that's just a rumor. I don't believe it. I have no experience with that weapon, but I think I can beat you easily. Come to the open field behind the village and prove that you really have the skills. The skilled participants took the bait, and a warrior roared in anger, prompting Sang-yoon to prepare for battle. He easily dodges and counters his opponent, quickly defeating him. His gaze remains sharp and focused. Many other warriors arrived, shouting angrily, "How dare you insult us? We will crush you completely." Sang-yoon taunts them. "Galo, is that the level of skill you're showing as a strong person? Let me show you how a real weapon is used." He demonstrated his superior skill with the staff and single-handedly took down the entire crowd rushing towards him. Jam Chung-gu watches from afar, unimpressed, as these so-called skilled warriors are fooled by petty taunts. The provokers and the deceived are both in a sorry state. Sang-yoon turns back to call Chunu. "Everything is done. All your opponents are sprawled on the ground." He smiles and says, "I told you it wouldn't take long." That's right. The mission in the first stage of the Holy Land Proofing Zone has been completed. The reward for successfully entering the second stage of the Proof School is now available. You have entered the second stage of the Proof School within the Holy Area. Survive for 100 days in a deadly maze filled with murderous intent to complete the mission. Reward: a random B+ skill book and a random B+ stat potion. The other participants looked ahead in horror. One asked who the challenger in front of them was. Not only are the protective skills working for us, but the guardian skills are active. A mana barrier has been created in the protected area, and all stats have increased by 1. The survivors asked hopefully, "Are you helping us escape this maze? The mortal's indestructible fire skill is active." Sang-yoon unleashes a massive purple flame, burning down the entire maze and easily guiding everyone out. Jam Chung-gu grumbles that the second phase of the trial in the Holy Zone has been completed. "This is a living maze, but you're the first to burn everything down like this." Then she sighed and said, "Well, as long as the intermediate steps of karma are completed, it's okay." Sang-yoon smirked, taking a shortcut wasn't so bad after all, having absorbed the soul of the living maze Ron. With Seonjun's victory, the ascension is now nearly 0.4% closer. As a reward for leveling up to divine status, they received a unique, persistent E+ effect. From now on, Seonjun's physical resilience will be slightly stronger than before. "Since it's a giant living maze, the rewards aren't bad either," Sun remarked. A surviving person hesitantly calls out, The whole group thanked him in unison. "Thank you for helping us." A person explains that we were exhausted after enduring 3 days of continuous attacks from the maze. Then, just when we were on the brink of death, you appeared, not only using protective skills for us, but even handling the maze that threatened us. They sincerely bowed their heads and thanked you for completing the second phase of the trial at the Holy Area. The reward of a random B+ skill book has been sent to your inventory. As a reward for completing the mission, a random B+ stat potion will be sent to your inventory. Sang-yoon looked at them, a sudden truth flashing in his mind. "Is that so?" he thought to himself. The goal of Phase 2 was not only to survive the maze, but to save these challengers. He smiled softly, understanding the deeper meaning of the challenge. The reward for completing the mission, access to the third stage of the proof field, was granted. Someone is watching him through a water bubble as the voice of the Judge God echoes from another dimension. The challenger rushes forward. In the end, you are still acting according to the flow of fate that has been predetermined. The god wondered pensively, so this is also fate. Has entered the third stage of the test in the sacred area. Sang-yoon appears in a medieval kingdom. Mission description: this is a kingdom ruled by an emperor who worships demons. Escape from the castle safely. The success condition for the mission is simply to escape from the castle. He begins to walk down the deserted alleys. He felt that something was wrong. The mission was simply to escape without sensing any signs of life in the village. Jam Chung-gu thought to himself that it was for the best, since it would end quickly. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the streets. "Your Majesty is coming! All citizens inside! Come out quickly!" Sang-yoon quickly hid behind a corner to observe the situation, frowning at the scene before him. What is this? Are all the residents here gradually dying? He notices the gaunt, lifeless appearance of the villagers being herded out onto the street as a commander shouts loudly, "Citizens, please surrender your food supplies to the demon god in the vehicle behind us." He looks at the crowd with a cruel gaze. "You know that refusing only means death, right?" Maybe it's all of his belongings. The old man's gaunt hand desperately clings to the bundle. Standing in the shadows, Sang-yoon analyzes the situation. "I understand. Given the situation, this is the Emperor's castle serving the evil god. That means this is a location in the real world." He recalled a previous mission where he entered the giant tree maze and overheard the whisper of the demon god. Back then, he had killed an ancient demon sent by the demon god. "This time I apologize. But if I cause trouble again here, it's only a matter of time before I attract the attention of the demon god. So I decide to act silently."
The special authority of dark magic is activated. All energy is currently in a hidden state. A soldier takes the food package. This is grain for the demon god. Accept it with honor. The old man knelt and begged, but if you take that, my family will starve. The emperor stepped forward and asked, why did it take so long? The soldier reported that one of the villagers had seized the divine relic, claiming his family would starve without this grain. Is that so? So there is a simple way to prevent the famine. He drew his sword. A flash of swordlight, and the old man's head fell to the ground in horror as everyone around screamed in fear and despair. The emperor said gleefully, if there are fewer people, you can save more grain and offer more to the evil god. He laughed sickly, so no one will go hungry, right? He swung his sword and ruthlessly beheaded another villager nearby. Your death will also save grain. And you too. He continued slaughtering innocent civilians. And you too. A mad soldier rushes into the crowd, slaughtering without mercy. The emperor stood watching the chaos. Why is everyone fleeing? Should you save your grains for the demon god? A girl stands crying bitterly in the street. He approaches with a sickly sweet tone. Ah, our princess just stands there silently, wishing to die for the demon god. He circled behind the girl, raising his weapon, saying, don't worry, I will send you off without pain. The deity observed the entire scene through a water sphere, and his voice echoed. I understand now. Challenger Zhang Junan, you have erased your presence and left the scene. It seems you are heading toward the castle gate. You have killed the elite ancient demon of the evil god Kano in the giant tree maze. Causing chaos here once again will truly anger the evil god. I don't want that. You chose to follow the predetermined path and walk toward the main gate as seen in this scene. Meanwhile, the citizens of the starving and doomed kingdom perish. This is one of the fates of this kingdom, but I cannot blame you. This is also fate. When the intermediary steps of fate are fulfilled, he falls silent, his eyes flashing with a strange light. But at the very moment the emperor was about to strike the girl, a hand stopped him. A divine punch from the void appears, striking the emperor directly in the face. Sangyun's fate, you have nullified the stealth ability that intervened. The special demonic authority has been disabled, and the divine witness chuckles with satisfaction. Jam Chun-gu also smiles smugly. A powerful aura radiates from Sionun, sweeping away all obstacles in his path. The girl and the surrounding soldiers are stunned by his strength. Wow, the emperor muttered in pain. He is lying on the ground, covered in blood, as a soldier screams in despair. Your Majesty, are you all right? A soldier hurriedly runs over to help, while Sion gently told the girl, hey kid, I'll handle everything here. He handed her a bag of supplies and said, so why don't you take this food and stay safe? The girl stammered, thank you. Sangyun stood up straight, looking into the void. Anyone can complete this task just by stepping out of the castle gates without any conditions. The others chose to simply leave. No, that was also supposed to be my fate. You are mistaken then. The gods prove that even if become an enemy of the demon god, I do not want to feel oppressed or regret this situation. So I will change the fate of this kingdom to show you. The terrified soldiers shouted, Your Majesty, the emperor has no longer breath.
Ha! He is dead.
A series of messages appeared in the sky, recounting the conversation among the gods. The dark god points at the god of proof, asking for an explanation. The god of proof calmly reassures the dark god that it won't be a significant blow anyway. The evil god insisted that it was completely unacceptable, and declared that the challenger attacking Junhan would be held responsible. The witness god laughed loudly and said, Of course, let him take all the blame. The deity laughed maniacally, even giving up the chance to build a friendly relationship with the demon god, to avoid feelings of oppression or regret. You have made this situation truly interesting. The demon lord expressed great disappointment, clutching his neck. San looked up at the sky, muttering in frustration. Honestly, they've all gone crazy. Jiam Chun-gu added, They're just putting on their own little show. The dark god upgraded the broken toy from a temporary apostle to a 4th-rank official apostle. The dark god ordered the broken toy to destroy the challenger Zhang Junhan. A soldier shuddered in fear. The emperor was moving back. The 4th-rank official apostle Dragon von Tamian has awakened into an ancient demon, a soldier shouted with joy. Your Majesty, I have finally chosen you, and you have awakened as an ancient demon. He approaches. Congratulations. But immediately, the emperor transformed into a demon and coldly killed his loyal soldier. Your Majesty, why should those who cannot stop a surprise attack from monsters be the ones to die? He charges in to slaughter his own soldiers. Oh, another one kneels and begs for mercy. Your Majesty, I have tried my best, please forgive me. Yes, I even agreed to change the state religion to worship the evil god,
So please, his plea was cut off by a brutal punch. Enough. I will handle everything myself now. All you need to do is give up your lives. He continued his slaughter, screams echoing everywhere. He laughs with pleasure. This is truly very entertaining. Finally, I have been chosen by the demon god and gained this power. Let's see what I can do with it. He concentrates his power into his fist and delivers a punch to the ground, causing a devastating explosion that destroys everything around him. Unbelievable. This is the power I have always desired. With this strength, I can do anything. I will make good use of this power, O dark god. Sa quietly observes the frantic scene, a child crying beside his mother's body. Mom, don't die. A father screams beside his son's body. Hey, my son. Sawan recalls his own painful past, desperate pleas echoing in his mind. Please help me. I can't die. I don't want to die. Someone please save me. He turned with a sharp, commanding gaze. Hey, you. The emperor turned back and growled at the chosen one, the one blessed by the god of proof. A mutt like you dares to touch my royal body. The cold voice replied. A death sentence would be appropriate, right? The emperor roared. I will kill you and wipe out all those who defy me. He transforms into a giant monster. Get ready. The evil god grants the fourth-ranked apostle dragon Von Tamian the power to transform. Sangyun only smirks. That's interesting. The activated divine authority is enveloping him in a pink aura, but that future will not come to you. The execution of divine authority based on latent divinity can now be carried out. In his divine form, Sion declares, I will grant you the fate of death. Hidden divine powers are supreme. Death, immortality, challenge, heaven, observation, discipline, harmony, and divine speech. The monster roared, how dare such a lowly creature? Where do you think you're showing off? It charges forward to attack. Sangyun coldly replied, I will show you, and unleashed the power of divine attributes using transcendent divinity. All abilities associated with divine power have now exceeded their defined limits, using the power of death. From now on, all of Hansen's attacks will be infused with the aura of death, using divine language, consuming divine power to influence reality with words. He commands decisively. Death splits in two. A divine lightning bolt strikes down, easily destroying the two monsters, and they vanish in terror. How can someone like you wield the power of a god? Sangyun simply explained, You ask how I can use the power of a god? The answer is very simple. Because I am a god who has absorbed the soul of the fourth-ranked apostle Dragon Vamian, Hansen Jun's victory over the apostle has brought him closer to ascension by 1.4%. As a special reward for reaching divine level, you have gained the exclusive effect of mana energy creation. From now on, Challenger Hansen Jun can consume mana to generate mana energy. The divine voice of proof echoes excitedly, truly impressive, challenging the path of destiny and the evil god. You are forging a new path, growing stronger every day. Challenger Hansen Jun. Maybe even level 27 is possible. The demon god is extremely angry with the challenger Hansen Jun. The evil god expended a great amount of divine power to send a form of incarnation into the Pendilium dimension. A giant eye appeared from the space crack. He roared, a petty challenger chosen by the god of proof. You killed my ancient elite demon in the giant tree maze and destroyed my playground. I will make sure you suffer eternal torment. Sun calmly creates a shield, ready to face it, and takes out a black ticket. An A+ grade space expulsion ticket. A sacred object created by the expulsion god to banish unwanted creatures. He tears the ticket apart. By channeling divine power into the ticket, you can activate the exclusive extra-dimensional expulsion effect. It allows even God to be expelled to another dimension, but only once. The eye exclaimed in horror, A relic of the exorcist god! How did you get that? Sejun smirked and said, Well, maybe you should check what your opponent has before using your divine power. The eye growled, I will never let you rest. He added, Oh, the apostle you sent, even though it took effort, is actually very weak. The eye roared in fury. You bastard, kill, 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 kill. One day I will kill you. Sangyun happily waves goodbye. See you later. You're really annoying. Ma-e, the reincarnation of the evil god, banished from the Pendilium dimension to the Ragnon dimension. The narrator recounts how, after the emperor's death, the hidden residents gathered and continuously praised me for bringing peace to this kingdom. Those with a strong will to survive are now following me. The effectiveness of harvesting faith has increased significantly. The foundational myths are not enough. The faith harvested will be stored for the next myth. When a suitable myth is obtained, a new myth will be created. He stands alone, finally reaching the last stage, the fourth phase. Jam Chun-gu thought to himself, "This has been a difficult journey, but you have made it here." He stepped toward a massive space gate, now ready to meet the true proving god. "You have entered the Stage 4 trial grounds. What is this place? Do I see myself floating in space? A barren universe?" A mission has been issued in the fourth stage of the proving grounds. The task is to prove your worthiness to the god of proof to gain power. The success condition for proving your worth to the judge is 0 or 1. The voice of the god of proof echoes. "You arrived sooner than I expected." The challenger Han trembles as the deity appears before him, welcoming him to my sacred land. "No, I should say that you did very well to get here. Karma has forced you to go through unnecessary procedures. The reward for completing Stage 4 is an upgrade of your authority to elevate the Mirror of Trust. The SSS god praised you for handling the third stage of the trial very well, breaking some shattered fates and creating new ones. That is truly remarkable." Sang-gyun looked directly at the god and asked, "Wasn't there something we needed to discuss first?" The god replied, "You're right, I will grant you the authority to level up afterward, but for now, you can ask anything you want to know. That is the promise I made to you." Immediately, a series of notifications appeared, showing the curiosity of the other gods. The administrator and the bloodthirsty lord were very curious about Hanonjun's future. Administrator Swordmaster White Crane. Hei has entered super focus mode. Sanjion activates his ability. The exclusive authority to elevate A9871 to block vision is activated, and all eyes of divine beings and administrators are simultaneously blocked. Elsewhere, Swordmaster White Crane shouts in panic, "I can't see the carriage shaking." The Ironblood Lord was also annoyed. "What? Is it broken?" San asked the divine witness. "Sorry, administrators, but I can't let them see this part. In that case, let me ask what I am most curious about first. I remember the horrifying scene from the 11th floor challenge. A different version of myself who was obsessed with becoming stronger through killing others. And not only that, I crossed dimensions to continue the slaughter. Images of destruction and desperate pleas flash through his mind. He looks directly at the god and asks seriously, "What exactly is that?" The god replied, "I understand. That is what you are most curious about. Very well, I will tell you about your future. When you reach level 27, you will kill the administrators." Sang-gyun was stunned. "What? I can't believe what I'm hearing. I will kill the administrators." He clutches his head in utter panic. Preventing the administrators from seeing this place was a wise choice. Challenge participant Hans Jongjun. In the challenge on the 27th floor, you will kill the administrators, 2 of whom are precisely the ones who told you. Sang-gyun looked at his hands in horror. Was I the one who killed them? Yes. The mission of the challenge is to assassinate the contracted administrators, with no other conditions to complete it. After learning the challenge's condition, the 2 administrators did not resist you and ultimately fell by your hand. You would do whatever it takes to become stronger and not live as a pawn of the tower, helping the innocent and the weak and crushing those who oppose you. That was the final thing that held you back. The path you are taking to grow is not what the tower desires. The tower created the 27th floor challenge to steer you onto its preferred path. As a result, you couldn't even protect your loved ones and blamed yourself for being weak because you believed you were on the right path. You thought that this tragic fate was unavoidable, and your mind was completely shattered by the predetermined outcome: guilt, madness, and rage. Negative emotions engulfed him. I remember what I was thinking back then. This result happened because of the path I chose. I have to become stronger. Even if it means slaughtering everyone, I will become a monster that rivals the tower. After hearing that, Sang-gyun could only mutter, "It can't be. This is a lie." The god sat there silently, watching him. The divine witness looked directly at Sionon, his voice cold and sharp, saying, "I do not lie. My authority is divine. I can read karma and see the future." Sang-gyun raised his hand to cover his mouth and whispered in despair, "Why?" and looked up with bright blue eyes filled with pain and confusion, his voice trembling. "Why did you tell me this?" Because the divine witness explained, "I don't want everything to go exactly as the tower planned." Sun was stunned, saying, "You don't want that. What do you mean?" The divine witness said with displeasure, "If everything unfolds as the tower has prepared, or if someone like you proves themselves only to be hindered by the tower, that is not a pretty sight." A bright red warning flashes suddenly. San murmurs, "Looks like I've angered the tower." The god of proof said, "I can't say more, but remember this. The tower may have already prepared other mechanisms to steer development in its desired direction. How you choose to handle that situation will depend on you." He looked at Sion with anticipation. "I look forward to that. Perhaps a new destiny awaits you."
This is also part of the test. It will be very interesting. The divine witness smiles confidently, but with your current human form, I believe you can endure well. As the god's body began to vanish, Seonin panicked and reached out, saying, "Wait, hold on. I will wait here for your fate." His final words echoed. Challenger Hans Jong-jun, before you completely disappear, a series of notifications appear. You have completed the Phase B Holy Chamber Proof mission. As a reward for completing the mission, the Faith Mirror, SSS, has been sent to your inventory. Additionally, you have received the exclusive privilege to upgrade D007, increasing rewards by half, and the exclusive privilege to upgrade D007 for the evolution on the first day of the month. Now you can upgrade the rank of all types of rewards. Sangyeon is transported to a large stone hall. You have entered the first floor of the proof hall in the mid-level area 21. He steps out of the hall and into the common area of level 21. His mind still in chaos, the weight of the future revealed presses down on him, and he clenches his jaw in anger and helplessness. "Damn it!" he roared, unleashing all his anger into a punch that shattered the stone wall beside him. The words of the god's testimony echoed in his mind. The tower created the challenge on the 27th floor to guide the challengers toward its desired path of development. The challenge on the 27th floor was created in case I somehow stopped developing or no longer wished to destroy all the gods. Damn it. Damn it. He kept punching the wall, shards flying everywhere. He collapsed, leaning against the broken wet wall. And now they are asking me again, what do they really want? Messages from the administrators appear. The Blood Iron King administrator asked why their vision was suddenly blocked, while the Swordmaster administrator Bai He expressed great concern about the disciples' dire condition. It seems the divine proof has temporarily cut off the administrator's surveillance. Sang-yoon muttered, "I'm fine, so don't worry about me." He tried to act strong and said, "Don't worry about anything." A familiar voice sounded from behind. "You lie so easily without even blinking." Sun turned back in surprise. "Hold on, you, me, now," she whispers, her crimson eyes gazing at him with deep intensity. Suddenly, she rushes forward and embraces him tightly. She holds him tightly, her gentle voice now surely very difficult for him. Knowing that the path he has taken leads to a tragic fate. He can stumble as much as he wants when faced with hardship. He can despair. She comforts him, allowing him to be vulnerable. Her hand rests on his chest, and no matter how broken he is, just as he once said he would be there for me in times like this, I will be by your side. Sangun looked at her moved. "Jiamtron Yu, why did you call me?" But a loud scream interrupted their moment. "Hey, you two." A squad of armored soldiers approaches. The commander declares, "You are the perpetrators who attacked the patrol squad." I've heard the entire story. He viciously beat a cat beastman, attacked the guard squad, and stole their items. No need to say more, right? You will pay for your crimes right here, he said with deadly intent. Sung-gyun and Jamchon-yu found themselves surrounded as the commander ruthlessly threw the cat beast to the ground, just like this one. Sang-gyun was surprised to recognize the cat beast man. Jamchon-yu knelt heavily beside the beast. "You beat him to death," the beast whispers. "The challenger." "I'm sorry, Na, I tried not to tell them until the last moment, but I told them where you were." "Nia, I'm sorry." Nia, the words of the divine echo in Sang-gyun's mind. Remember this. The tower is designed to guide you along the path it desires, not just through the challenges on the 27th floor. With a determined look, he recalls the last words of the god. How you respond to this situation is up to you. The Legion commander calls this. Sang-gyun looked at the crowd of soldiers and coldly asked, "Do you really need so many people for this?" The commander replied arrogantly, "This is simply a fitting punishment for defying the guard corps. If you had cooperated, nothing would have happened. The weak cat beast folk calls out, "Challenge us! They are too many, run away!" The cat beast folk me urges. Sang-gyun calmly replies, "It's okay, just rest here." Seonun quietly thought that perhaps this was also orchestrated by the tower to guide his development. He activated a new skill, the Abyssal Bloodline skill that had been triggered. It summons the abyssal calamity hidden within the bloodline like a curse. He clenches an object in his hand, his voice full of challenge, and in that case, charge as much as you want. I remember the gift the cat beast tribe gave me, and this is my thank you present. My will definitely be useful. My is an A-rank Moonlight wrist guard ring that activates the exclusive Moonlight protection effect when mana is transferred. The amount of mana consumed determines the strength of the Moonlight shield that covers the entire body. Sang-gyun stands there beside Jamchon-yu and the giant summoned snake. Is this the fate the tower desires? I will crush it my way. The abyssal serpent charges at the soldiers, causing chaos. A soldier shouted in desperation. Do something about this snake first. He quietly assesses that I didn't expect the bloodline serpent from the abyss to be so powerful, but this is quite useful. The abyss bloodline skill is activated, and while the serpent causes chaos, Sang-gyun rushes forward. One soldier roared, "Where do you think you're looking?" as he deflected countless swords slashing down, creating a burst of energy. The two swords in his hands blocked all incoming attacks as he unleashed a powerful sword technique. White sword, mist, sea. White and blue sword energy streaks swept across the battlefield, knocking enemies away. San looked at the struggling commander and asked, "What's wrong? Can't you breathe?" The commander chuckled. "Well, I guess that was predictable. We brought many skilled people to deal with you, of course. Even if you are a challenge who has managed to reach level 21, he confidently declares that there is no way you can survive against all the challengers on our side. The unique trait of the Knight's Despair creates a fair playing field for everyone. No participant in the battle will take damage from external sources." The snake was struck by a beam of light and vanished. Repeated use of the same skill or power is disabled until the end of the fight. A luminous arena surrounds Sun and the soldiers, isolating them as their abyssal bloodline skills are disabled. The commander said smugly, "Your snake is also dead now. Accept your fate. I need to deal with you quickly so I can collect fees from other challengers." The commander added, "We'll have to start by killing half of the others early on because someone like you could appear again." Sang-gyun asked why they were so obsessed with other people's items, so we could climb the tower more easily. He replied, "Those from other dimensional realms are not worth our concern. They are just stepping stones for us, and you will meet the same fate." "Just accept it!" a voice echoes amid the battle. "Yes, that's right, accept your death," Sang-gyun muttered to himself in that moment of realization. So it turns out the tower is still the cause of all this. He realizes a bitter truth. As long as the tower exists, these kinds of people will keep appearing, and innocent people will continue to suffer. He asked the cat beast with a contemplative tone. "If the tower is destroyed and you lose your job, will you be okay?" His question hangs in the air. The cat beastman turned back and replied with surprisingly optimistic confidence. "It'll be fine, you know." He looked toward the distant tower, his voice filled with sadness. "I have also seen the disasters that the tower brought to others. That was a terrible sight. I think the world would be better off if it disappeared. That house might make my situation a little more difficult," he admits. "But I believe I can work hard to find a way even in that emergency." The words of the cat beastman seemed to strengthen Sionun's resolve. He looked up at the night sky, a new determination forming within him. He turned back to face the commander, his voice cold. Those who create their own fate through dirty means should not discuss the fates of others. The commander looked surprised. "What? Let me explain it simply like this," Siu said, gripping the hilt of his sword. "You call yourselves knights, but you're rude and unworthy. It's pathetic that you spend your time looting items that others have struggled to obtain." He delivers the final judgment. "None of you deserve to live." Moonlight gloves. The moon protection is activated. The ring on his finger shines brightly. The request has been fulfilled. The moonlight favor effect is triggered by the moon. All abilities gain 10% boost thanks to the moonlight. The commander roars in anger. "Do you dare insult an imperial knight? As the 67th sword master of the empire, I will kill you." He orders to kill him, and the entire legion rushes towards Sang-gyun. The territory defense skill is activated because you are facing many enemies alone. All abilities activate, moving like a gust of wind with 10% of Sang-gyun's power, as his blue sword flashes amidst the encirclement, leaving streaks of blood in the air. He deftly evades and strikes, wielding two swords in a deadly dance. He jumps into the air, spins around, and takes down two knights at once. A tornado of red and blue sword energy erupts from his position, sweeping away dozens of soldiers around him. Blood splattered everywhere as the soldiers fell like rain, and screams of terror echoed through the air. "So you didn't say he was that strong? Someone stop this bastard." "Help us, boss!" The commander froze in silence. "It's so unreasonable." Why were the experts from Ares' space dimension so easily torn apart? Among the corpses, Sion stands firm without a scratch. He looked straight at the commander and said coldly, "Now, it's just you and me left." The commander tried to act tough and said, "Don't get overconfident." As the 67th swordsman of the Empire, the instant step ability is activated, allowing you to teleport to nearby locations by consuming divine power. Sang-gyun suddenly appears right in front of him. "Being a swordsman doesn't matter," he said in a steady voice. He launches a series of unarmed attacks, his fists enveloped in blue energy. "You!"
The commander shouted in pain as his helmet cracked open. The important thing is that you are about to die. Sang-yoon kept attacking relentlessly, ignoring his opponent's pleas. Wait, the Empire won't forgive you if you kill me. The commander shouted his final threat, and Sang-yoon looked at him with an entirely indifferent expression. So what? He throws a final powerful punch. The commander's body was thrown back, crashing onto the ground and shattering the stone floor. The commander let out a final desperate scream. Falling amidst the wreckage, blood splattered everywhere. Sang-yoon stood there, amidst the shards, his bright blue eyes burning with a fierce determination, declaring that no one could interfere with the future he would carve for himself. The cat's eyes open in a dense forest. A faint voice echoes. Implies something very dangerous. The Beastman cat hurriedly runs over, shouting challenge, then back in the present. The Beastman cat looks at Sang-yoon and Jamchon-yu sitting among a pile of bags and asks in confusion, "What are these challenge bags? And what about Nyan and the Guard Corps?" Naya's steel consumption skill is activated. Sang-yoon reassured him not to worry about that. They are not enforcers of the realm. They are agents linked to the Ares Empire and have illegally occupied this area by force, he said casually. I've taken care of all of them myself. The cat beastman was stunned, eyes wide open. He handled them all alone. Nyashi said, I've also healed you, so now you can move comfortably. The cat beastman stood up, stretching in surprise. That's right, Mai's body feels weightless. Sang-yoon pushed a bag toward him. Don't forget to take this with you. The cat beastman exclaimed, Isn't this Mi's precious bag that the guards took? Sang-yoon called him back, saying, By the way, I have something to discuss with you before you leave. What's going on? The cat beast folk asked curiously. He paused for a moment, then said apologetically, Your livelihood might be affected. Then he looked up at the sky and declared firmly, But in the end, I still intend to destroy this tower. The cat beast asked again, What is your reason? Sang-yoon explained, I don't want anyone to suffer, like what just happened to you. And I want all space kingdoms to achieve peace. He said with unwavering determination, I plan to change everything, even if that future is very difficult. He gazed into the distance, hope shining in his eyes so that we could unite our strength to create a new future. The cat beast silently pondered for a long moment before breaking into a bright smile. I hope that world will come soon. He waves goodbye. I will cheer for you no matter where you are. Nah. The story of the challenger Han Sang-yoon has spread far and wide. Sang-yoon returns to the waiting room on the 21st floor to check his status board. Good. I've gained a lot of stats and skill points. You hold the mirror in your hand, but this is the most important thing. The SSS ranked Faith Mirror has completed 3% of its relic. A special mirror created by the divine to inspire the faith of some challenger. Deeply resonating with the emotions of the challenger Hanseonun, as the faith is fulfilled, the SSS Faith Mirror will also become a complete relic. He reflects that the relic's completion percentage has increased by 3% because he fought against the Empire's challengers on the 21st floor. You look at your blurry reflection in the mirror, meaning your progress will increase as you continue to face mental challenges. A series of messages from the Bloodfire Sovereign appear. The Bloodfire Sovereign Administrator looks at the challenger Hans Sang-yoon. The Bloodfire Administrator announces she has something to say about the heartfelt wish. An invitation appears. The Administrator of the Iron Blood Sovereign invites you to her domain. He thinks he probably needs to check how many messages she has sent him. I muttered, something about a heartfelt wish. Yeah, you accepted the invitation. You have entered the territory of the Iron Blood Sovereign. The Lord of Iron Blood greets him. It's been a while. The challenger Han Sang-jeon. He politely replied, Yes, Lord of the Iron Blood. She said softly with a hint of reproach, I am your sworn sword. I want to see you more often. He replied evasively, Soon. He turned away with the intention of meeting her again soon. Thiet Huit Lord's eyes widened with surprise and worry. She rushed forward, grabbing his shoulders, and asked anxiously, Han Sang-yoon, did something happen in the Proving Temple? He remained silent, not answering. Her face grew tense, with sweat beading on her forehead. He gently placed his hand over hers, hiding his face, and thought to himself, as expected. He said, You recognize things quickly. Indeed, someone who has climbed past level 40. He reassures her that something has indeed happened, but it's something I need to handle myself. I will let you know when it's over. He smiled and took her hand, saying, Until then, you can watch how I handle it. The Bloodlord looked at Sinan with gentle eyes, his cheeks blushing as he held her hand tightly. She affirmed that, yes, observing what you do is part of my job. Han trembled as she stepped back, her voice becoming more serious. But there's one thing I want you to promise me. Sang-gyun asked again. What kind of promise is it? She turned and walked away. If you feel like you've fallen and can't get up, you can always rely on me, she said with a gentle smile. Aren't you glad to have me, your manager? She turned to look at him, her smile becoming brighter. If you have worries, don't keep them to yourself. Share them with us. Sang-gyun smiled, feeling the weight in her heart lighten a bit. She's right. Just sulking alone won't change anything.
I think about the administrators who have always supported me. With such wonderful administrators by my side, what else is there to worry about? No matter how hard it gets or how many times I fall, I will stand up again. The image of my close teammates appears in my mind because the administrators and my comrades are always watching over me. Moreover, I cannot fall, especially because of my teammates. Hearing those words, the Crimson Blood Lord was a bit surprised and confused, her face blushing. She cleared her throat, trying to hide her joy. I understand now, so you've been thinking about it that much. As an administrator, I am very proud of you, she suddenly remembered. Oh, right. I was about to tell you about the oath. She lay down on a long chair, her expression becoming serious. Han Shan, the challenger, trembles. Listen carefully. If you accept my oath, you will face a god. That god is none other than the demon god. Sang-gyun was stunned. Did you just say Tathan? Are you sure that for some reason, after the tower interfered with my oath, the gods have been able to intervene in the world I once lived in? A terrifying memory resurfaces of an army of bone demons destroyed by an invasion of the demon god from another dimension, with the demon god commanding countless demons and wielding unimaginable power. Back then, it wasn't just an avatar, but the true form of the demon god we had to face. She sat up, warning that a threat is something that can be carried out at any moment. But if you try to do it now, you'll only be shattered by the demon god. She looked at Aripudan, her voice gentle but firm. So now she smiled softly and told herself to just focus on herself. Sang-gyun stood there in silence, the name of the demon echoing in his mind. He recalls the previous encounters, when a god became hostile towards him in the giant tree maze and the Hall of Proof. And now he knows that it was the one who destroyed the administrator's world in the past. He clenched his fists, a horrifying truth flashing in his mind that this fate was meant to confront, to break through the space of the Iron-Blood Sovereign and to oppose that demon god. Surely part of the plan. Rage flared in his eyes. I will not forgive this. He turned back to face her, his voice full of determination. Yeah. Han shivering, she started, but he interrupted. Blood-blooded monarch, I have made my decision. She looked at him, astonished by the sudden change. I will continue. Once I am stronger, I will destroy both the tower and the demon god. I will wipe them out completely. Han Sejun, I understand you're very angry at the demon god right now, but I advise you to become stronger instead of rushing to fulfill your vow. Standing alone, he admitted that yes, with his current state, defeating the demon god was impossible. Suddenly, an error message appeared, indicating that Chio Hon Thuan's rank had increased by 1 level, but was not eligible. The unique trait of soul-summoning magic cannot be upgraded. Sang-gyun stands before the challenge gate, secretly hoping. I hope this challenge will provide some answers. He steps forward and system notifications appear, entering the 21st floor of the trial tower. The difficulty is high. The theme of this challenge, the Soul Summoner, you and the imprisoned Uat, appears in a desolate land. These are strange stones, 1 month remaining. The condition for success is to kill the Apostle of Despair, Decay, and Madness within the time limit. The reward is the mysterious swordsman's sword shell. Failure condition for the challenge is the death of the challenger or running out of time. Sang-gyun muttered. The Apostle of Despair is in decline and madness. Jamchan-u sighed, once again involved with the mad god. She wondered if this challenge could really kill her. Sang-gyun asked in surprise, Kill you? Apostles aren't divine and can't use divine authority, so they should be easy to defeat, right? Jamchan-yu shook her head. Reconsider. That is the Apostle of the mad god. Her eyes sharpened. Listen carefully. A long time ago I fought against a second-tier apostle of the demon gods. She crushes a piece of stone in her hand. But the apostles of the ancient gods are different. The space-time realm, once a battlefield, has been completely destroyed. Sang-gyun exclaimed in amazement. Could their power really destroy space-time realms? Jamchan-yu confirmed. That's right. She walks away explaining that the Kung Lord possesses immense power. How powerful do you think his apostle will be? That means they could possess strength close to that of a god. Sang-gyun nodded and continued. Be careful with Kwang Than's apostles is never a bad idea. We can only hope it's not a second-rate apostle. He looked out at the vast landscape, but even if that's the case, finding Kwang Than's apostle on this huge planet within a month won't be easy.
They both stood small amidst the vast and desolate land. The task ahead seemed impossible.
Suddenly, a system notification appeared. A special mission has been activated.
Sang-gyun was surprised. A special mission right at the start. This feeling is so random. What could it be? He squints, waiting for more details. A sudden burst of purple energy erupts around us.
I guess GM on you, it looks like we're going to have to start running in circles now.
A giant monster resembling Gagwe appears from the sky, roaring loudly. The monstrous creature growls at a group of cloaked figures and skeletal knights.
Don't you recognize the servants of death?
A red-haired man shouts loudly, claiming to be a prophet of the family, protecting the nun. Only then can we fulfill the prophecy of the clan. Another person yells. While a nun covering her eyes and praying, the monster roared loudly and charged at her. Someone shouted, "They're attacking! Advance! The zombie knights, protect the nun!" The red-haired man ordered, but the monster was too fast. It bypassed the defenses and attacked the red-haired man directly. He was thrown into the air, crying out in pain. Yu shouted the nun's name in desperation. "Hold, sister, it's dangerous."
As the monster charged at the defenseless nun, Cyan leapt in at that moment, unleashing a powerful blue energy sword attack on the creature. The nun looked up in utter amazement, unable to believe her eyes. Could he really have defeated such a giant monster with just one strike?
Actually, she thought that he had saved her from danger, her cheeks flushing, as she looked at Cyan panting, and a romantic thought suddenly crossing her mind. Maybe he's a prince here for me. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes shining. This must be fate. Sang-gyun stands there among the monster corpses, facing the nun, lost in her own fantasy. Sang-gyun let out a relieved sigh, glad he wasn't too late. Just a little more delay would have been dangerous. Meanwhile, the priestess thought to herself, her heart pounding, because he had defeated the monster with a single strike. He must be incredibly handsome. He smiles and calls her name, the nun. She responded with great excitement, her cheeks blushing. Absolutely. He stepped closer, wearing a terrifying smile. I crossed this space to find you, nun.
Now let's gradually discuss the information about this space-time, shall we? The nun stepped back in fear as system notifications appeared, indicating the special mission was complete.
Special mission, rescue the endangered nun. Completing the mission will provide information about the 21st floor challenge from the nun. Yamchan Yu suddenly appeared and scolded him, "Stop being an idiot, completing the mission is good, but look at the nun's expression." Sang-gyun asked confusedly about her expression. She pointed at the trembling nun, who was shaking like a frightened rabbit because of him. Sang-gyun looked back. She really looked like a rabbit, but isn't that okay? Yamchan Yu snapped, "What's wrong with talking with such a strange expression in any dimension?" I muttered. "Which dimension are you talking about?" "It's fine like this on Earth," he said. The nun was stunned and said if it was the Earth's dimension, then you must be the recovered red-haired man who hurriedly rushed in to separate the two. The nun, this person is very dangerous. He looked at Sionin with a worried expression.
Did you see that terrifying expression just now? He's clearly a threat.
Sang-gyun sweat and tried to explain. Well, it's not that serious. The nun stammered and stopped. The red-haired man turned around. The nun said with a serious expression, "He is the one our family's seer mentioned before." She recounts the prophecy. When the apocalypse comes, a soul using death from the Earth's otherworldly dimension will appear. She looked at Sionin with shining eyes. "We have been waiting for you. Spirit, the special mission of the savior of the family has begun. The Hien family, worshippers of death haunted by the spirit in the prophecy, believe that a spirit imbued with death will save their family and the world. Gain recognition from the Hen family and be worshipped by them as their spirit. Then they are invited onto a luxurious carriage." Sang-gyun sighed. Damn it. He looked out the window. The sight of villagers lying scattered on the ground appeared before him. I didn't expect it to be this bad. The necromancer's territory, the continent of those who serve death, has arrived. He exclaimed, "This is really bad," as the carriage continued to roll through the land of death. The nun said, "I haven't introduced myself yet." The nun introduced herself. "I am Mimia Lucia, the young lady leading the Herman family." Sang-gyun asked, "What do you want to ask me?" Mia replied, "What is it?" "Once we leave this forest, we will arrive at the Herman family town," she explained. "As you can see, this land has been corrupted. Our family's town is no exception. Many people are suffering because of the corruption," she added, her voice full of bitterness. Sang-gyun asked again, "Corruption?" She replied, "Yes, the one who corrupted this land and drove people mad, causing them to fall ill," she said, her fists clenched. "He is a disciple of an ancient god and a soul summoner praised as a genius who will lead the Herman family. His name is Saxis Lucia." She said in pain, "He is my brother." Sanjio Nun and Jam Chon Yu were both stunned. Her brother?
She begged our entire family to try to persuade my brother, but it was useless. Please save our people and my brother. If you save the villagers, Herman will reveal the location of the young female soul summoner.
I see now. Now I understand why I was given this special mission. Sang-yoon silently thought that her first task was to save her people and find out where the soul summoner was. A villager lying on the ground, weak and dying, called out. The young girl Sang-yoon commented, "This situation is really bad. The illness making everyone so weak hasn't yet caused immediate death." Jam Chon-yu explains that if you look around, you can see corrupted divine power and demonic energy flowing out of the ground. The people here will surely lose their strength because they cannot resist this energy. The continent of those who serve death is now filled with corrupted divine power and demonic energy. Sang-yoon turned back and said, "If you look behind you, you'll see it's even worse, and you'll be terrified." A horrifying scene unfolds. A cult performing a mass suicide ritual. Death! Death is coming. Is death the will of the gods? A father looks at his dead son and speaks with a twisted pride. "Ah, my son, I am very proud of you. You left us all behind for our God." A mother weeps bitterly beside her child's body, saying she will join him soon, so please wait a little longer. Mimiya Lucia watches the tragic scene, her voice filled with sorrow. "This is bad enough already. If this keeps going, the entire town will be doomed. Not long ago, my brother allied himself with a god. Immediately after, the land began to decay, and the people fell ill, while our courage in the face of death started to distort into a desire to die." Jiam Tron-yu said firmly, "So it's clear what we need to do then? You must know where your brother is." "Miss, you will need to make a decision," Mimiya asked in surprise. "A decision?" Sang-yoon and Jam-chon. You look at her. Jam-chon-yu says, "The quickest way to solve this problem is for us to know where your brother is." She finished her sentence, her voice icy and deadly. Mimiya froze, her eyes wide with horror. "Kill him? What do you mean?" She stammered and took a step back. "No, you're wrong. Kill him?" "I'm sure we can persuade him," she said with a faint glimmer of hope. "I am sure you can change him." But Jiam Chon-yu immediately shut it down. "Do you have any evidence to support that hypothesis?" Mia insisted. "My brother has always been by my side since we were little. I know him very well. A sad memory of our parents passing away when we were young and us being left alone comes to mind. In times of despair, my brother is always by my side, always smiling. Even when I am tired of my duties as a girl of this town, he is there to comfort me and protect me from danger. He is friendly to strangers. She is the one crying. He's that kind of man, so if you meet and talk to him, I'm sure I won't." You cut in harshly. She said bluntly, "Your brother has already become a disciple of a dark god. Don't you see that there's nothing you can do to change it anymore?" Mimiya tried to protest, but Jiam Chon-yu snapped at her, "This is not about you. Even if her brother was not a villain in the past, now he is still a servant of a dark god. He is a villain." Tears streamed down Mimiya's face as the harsh truth was revealed. Sang-yoon remained silent as someone from the Hot High family rushed over. "Young lady, bad news," he shouted. Mimiya turned back. "What's going on?" A person dressed as Dr. Ditchhosh said, "You need to see them." "Ugh, the condition of the patients has just worsened." The three of them hurriedly followed to a large building. Mimiya rushed in first, throwing open the door. "Are you all okay?" She froze, horrified by the scene inside. The room is packed with patients writhing in pain. "Please save us, miss." Someone shouted, "My skin is burning." A child was crying for help to save their father while another begged to be killed. Mia crouched down in despair as the cries for help echoed throughout the room. "Please, miss," Jiam Chon-yu said with a serious expression. "Everyone has already begun to fall apart in front of this evil energy." Sang-yoon muttered, "So it has come to this, a weak, sick person begging Mia to kill him, miss." He said in despair that living like this no longer has any meaning. His final plea was just a whisper. "Please kill me, I'm sorry," Mia whispered, a dark tear rolling down her cheek. She burst into tears. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry for what my brother did." She collapsed, holding someone from her family close. "You, please don't hate him. It's all my fault." Jiam Tron-yu stands there, his voice cold but rational. "Girl, there is no room for doubt anymore. She needs to tell us where her brother is." She grits her teeth and says no. He said, as if trying to stop Jiam Tron-yu. Jiam Tron-yu turned to him and shouted in anger, "It's not the time. People are dying here." Mimiya is completely devastated. She screams in despair. "No, no, no, no." The three of them stand there, the heavy atmosphere surrounding them. Sanjian calmly asked Jiam Chon-yu if she were in his position and a family member's life was at risk. Would she be able to make such an easy decision while Mimiya knelt there in despair? If you're going to kill my brother, then just kill me first. Sanjion said nothing, his eyes filled with an indescribable complexity. He turned and walked away, surprising Jiam Chanyu. She asked, "Where are you going?" "Hans Gyun," he replied without turning his head. "The first thing to do." He told Mimiya, "I will take care of everything here." "Then why don't you take some time to think about it?" Jiam Chanyu asked. "Can you do anything to fix this?" Sang Gyun replied, "I will try to purify this corrupted land because it has been tainted by the madness magic. I will have to use my divine power to make this land mine." He unleashed a massive wave of energy. The special authority to establish the C+ divine realm unleashes a storm of blue and purple energy sweeping through the deathly forest. The challenger Han Sang-gyeon has spent divine power and faith to create a supreme divine realm. He can feel the magic corroding his flesh just as the mad god intended. Even his disciples' magic power is enough to burn my flesh. So you won't give up your territory easily. Then he roared, "I will use everything I have to take it from you." Both body and mind will not face exhaustion in the super realm. All experiences will be doubled within the super realm. He gritted his teeth, pushing his strength to the limit, and all wounds would heal faster in the divine realm. A final burst of energy exploded outward as the divine figure descended, purifying the withered trees, and light spread across the land. The super divine realm has been established, turning the desolate land into a lush green valley full of vitality, with corrupted energy pushed away from the bodies of the sick. Someone exclaimed in amazement, "My body no longer hurts." Mimiya realized our illness has been cured. The villagers cheer happily, saying, "He's done it." Jiam Chanyu told Mimiya that my partner has taken care of everything for now. "I know you want to protect both the town and your brother. Miss, no one wants their family members to die." She added that Hans Gyun probably understands that better than any of us. In the end, he lost his family to monsters. He chose to sacrifice his own vitality to save the people here. I'm sure it wasn't an easy decision for him either. She looked at Mimiya carefully. "Remember this, young lady, these people all have their own families. I hope your people won't be negatively affected by your stubbornness. You still have a town to take care of." At that moment, Sang-gyun doubled over and let out a cry of pain. He looked up, blood streaming from his eyes from overusing his power. Jiam Chanyu shouted in panic, "Han Sang-gyun!" She rushed to catch him as he fell. She held him tightly, her face full of worry. Mimiya watches the scene, overwhelmed by regret and guilt because of her stubbornness. He is in Sang-gyun's chaotic mind, voices from the past echoing. "Seonjun," Hanan trembled. A familiar white-haired figure appeared. It was the White Seed Swordmaster. His cold voice echoes. His car trembles. "What are you doing? You need to make a quick decision." Seeing both of them with terrifying smiles and black blood flowing from their empty eye sockets as they whisper, "Everything will be fine." "So kill us and move on," one of them urged desperately. "Hurry up. Here you must kill us and survive." The voice of the White Seed Swordmaster echoes again. "That's right," Zong shivering. "Make a wise decision already." And then the sound of killing us started repeating like a curse. Those words burrowed deep into his mind, terrifying him to the core, his face blank with shock, stammering incoherently. "Yes." "Ah!" He let out a desperate scream. His mind completely shattered by the painful illusion, he collapsed onto the cracked ground, convulsing in unbearable agony. He punched the ground hard, veins bulging, growling in desperate defiance. "It can't be like this." He clenched his teeth, his blue eyes blazing with unwavering fire. "If things continue like this, I won't be able to protect anyone." Suddenly, a sinister, unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. "You also have to make a decision." Lin Chu. A giant figure appears. Now Qin Mimiya has been completely corrupted. "Spirit Lord, you can kill your precious comrades, can't you?" Just as the illusion was about to swallow him, a familiar voice shouted in panic. "Break everything!" Han rushes forward. Han trembles as he charges. Saojun Tinde. The image of Jiam Tronyu, anxiously calling his name, appears before his eyes. He weakly calls her name. "Jiam Tronyu." She joyfully responds. "It has to be me." "Are you okay?" Sang-gyun wiped away the black bloodstain on his face. "I have been exposed to the Apostle's divine power for too long, causing temporary spiritual corrosion." He said more to reassure him. "Rest for a while and you'll be fine. Don't worry too much. Then I will escort the Spirit Lord to rest." GMU and the other person support Sion as he struggles to walk. Mimiya stands quietly from afar on the steps, watching his back. His eyes are filled with complexity and unending remorse as night falls over the ancient building. In a dimly lit prison cell, Yu has fallen asleep. Sangun gently enters without making a sound. He stands by the window watching the joyful dancing of the people below, their cheers echoing up. Remember, Lin Chu. My body no longer hurts at all. Lin Chu saved us, he muttered to himself, a hint of relief in his eyes. It seems the Homian family is completely healthy again. So we have succeeded. The Homian family is worshipping you fanatically. He clenched his fists on the windowsill, his gaze turning cold. Now we just need to find out where that soul summoner is. Suddenly, the door creaked open and a familiar voice called out, "Spirit Lord, may I have a moment of your time?" Mimiya stepped in with a serious tone and said, "I came to see you because I have something to discuss." Sangun still sat on the chair, calmly looking at her. "So you must have something very important to discuss at this hour, right?" The young man quietly calls her title. "Miss," she firmly says, "I will visit him at sunrise." He falls silent for a moment, his blue eyes suddenly flashing with energy. The long fire eye skill is currently active. The next morning, they rode through a dark forest. The sound of hooves echoes steadily. Mimiya, the guide, speaks up, saying just to pass through this forest and we will reach my brother's residence. Jiamchana, who riding beside her, asked curiously, "You seem very close to your brother. Why did she change her mind?" Mimiya remained silent without answering. The horse stopped and Mimiya announced, "This is the place." She explained, "This is where my brother is." The edge of the corrupted land, once a gathering place for the spirits. In front of them is an ancient tomb. She continued, "It is the sealed tomb of the native spirits." Sangyun asked in surprise, "Native spirits?" Mimiya replied, "I understand now, Spirit Lord. Perhaps you don't know because you come from a different dimension." Jiamchan Yu further explained, "They possess divine power but are not bound to the tower, so they are called false gods." Mimiya continued, her voice heavy with sadness, saying that one day all the native spirits would die, and their two remains would be buried here. She looked at the tomb, arms crossed over her chest, noting that this place was both a gathering spot and the burial site of the native spirits. Sangu concluded seriously that this battle would be even more difficult. Jiamtron Yu agreed, saying that using the tomb as a residence meant they could revive the native spirits. Mimi faces the danger of encountering multiple divine-like entities, a task extremely perilous. Sangyun turns to look at Mimiya and asks straightforwardly, "Do you really intend to follow me into such a dangerous place?" Mimi looked at him, stammering, "How can I?" He said firmly, "Even if you follow me, I can't guarantee your safety. Are you still going to follow me?" Jiamchan Yu crossed his arms and said coldly, "Your stubbornness almost got your people killed." Mai looked directly at Sangyun, her eyes full of gratitude. "But even as your body was burned, my lord, you still saved my people." She placed her hand on her chest and said with determination that it must have been a difficult decision for you, Lord Spirit. Inspired by you, I have also made my own decision. She smiled a bright but sad smile. "Even if my brother has to die, I still want to witness the ending myself, so please." Sangyun looked at her silently without saying a word. He thought to himself that if he refused here and turned away, leaving Mimiya stunned with her hand suspended in midair, that moment would feel like his world collapsing and he would fall to the cold ground. She burst into tears. Tears of despair and pain streaming down her face. San decisively said, "All right, but if you become a burden, I will immediately take you back." Jiam Chanyu shouted in anger, "Han Song Run, are you crazy? You've come a long way, you fearless challenger. You've come all this way, it would be rude to send you back empty-handed." Suddenly, an extremely powerful invisible force from inside the mausoleum pulls all three of them inside. Sanyon braced himself, stunned, and exclaimed, "What kind of terrible wind is this?" Mimiya screamed in terror. There, her tiny body is completely powerless against the pull. "Damn it!" He cursed and tried to hold on but was helpless. All three were swept into the deep darkness of the tomb. The heavy stone door slammed shut, trapping them inside. Mia lay unconscious on the cold stone floor. In her unconsciousness, she hears a call. Young lady. She slowly opened her eyes. Sun and Jiam Chan Yu standing nearby watching her. "Are you awake?" Mimiya asked confusedly. "Where are we?" Sanjian replied, "Looks like we've been pulled into the tomb." He looked around. "So, this is the tomb where the local spirits are buried? You have entered the sacred realm, a nightmare of despair. Should I call you the hound sent by the tower? But never mind, it doesn't really matter what I call him. Darkness energy erupts around him. Call me Lutia Saxus, because the one about to kill you now bears that name," he declared as his body transformed into a black armor. Taunting, "You'd better get ready. Warning, you're facing an opponent too strong to defeat." Lucia remarks, "You look very tense." He sneered, "Well, you must be shocked by the power granted by the mad god." Desperate,
Sangha and madness are urging me to deal with the challenger Hans Jongjun quickly. I was going to deal with him right from the start. He points at Sangyun and says, "You are sentenced, challenger Han Sungrun. You will die here, and you will become my servant." His hand radiated dark energy as he commanded the ground to rise, countless shadows rushing toward the three of them. Mimiya exclaimed in horror, "No way!" The native spirits have been revived. Gigantic, terrifying creatures with glowing red eyes rise from the ground, roaring with thunderous sounds. The local spirits are very strong in this land, but can you fight while protecting the young lady? Sangyun confidently replied, "To eliminate the spirits, we just need to kill the summoner." Guardian skill has been activated. A magic shield is created around the target and the protected area, increasing all stats by 1. The blazing red energy erupts around him. "Let's end this quickly." Divine authority and divine transformation have been activated. You can now use the divine power corresponding to your latent divine trait. A shadowy warrior in black armor appears. The latent divine powers are supreme. Death, immortality, reversal, observation, discipline, harmony, and the language of strength. One of the bizarre spirits roared thunderously, swinging its giant fist down and causing a fierce earthquake. Lucia stands there, her voice full of contempt. "Now you've entered this world. A challenger? You're just blocking my path to revenge. Just accept your death quietly." In his divine form, Sangyun charges forward, swinging his sword to cut through the spirit's attack and roars. "Nonsense. You face the giant monster. I don't know what your revenge is about, but I won't die so easily. You're the one who will have to die," he shouted, gathering a massive amount of magical energy, ready for a devastating attack. Lucia gritted her teeth, looking annoyed, the arrogant fool. "If death is what you desire, I will make sure it's truly painful. Die." He unleashed a blazing stream of energy directly at the giant spirit, causing a devastating explosion that engulfed the monster, with heat and light filling the entire space.
Mia shouted in horror, "The spirit power teleportation has been activated. This divine power has a 10-minute cooldown."
In a flash, he appeared right behind Lucia and swung his sword to attack. Sangyun spoke. "Oh, his voice is cold as ice. I will make sure you suffer before you die. Activate the other seal skill, Blood Enhancement C+ of the True Blood Heavenly Demon Sword. Activate the other skill button, the B Willpower Enhancement of the True Blood Heavenly Demon Sword. Activate the Divine Imprint skill to amplify and supplement the True Blood Heavenly Demon Sword." His sword erupts with a blazing red energy, ready to deliver the final blow. He charges forward and strikes a powerful sword slash at Lucia. This is the end. Contrary to expectations, Lucia only offers a mysterious, smug smile. The giant spirit roared thunderously, activating the forgotten divine power of the mountain guardian giant to protect the spirits. Suddenly, his attack stopped mid-air. He hesitated, wondering what he was trying to do. Thinking quickly, the giant spirit swings its massive arm directly at Sun. He was punched in the stomach, blood splattering everywhere. He shouted in pain and weakly called out his teammate's name as the immortal magic circle was activated, bypassing regeneration and instant death effects, and a red energy sphere began to form, healing his wounds. However, the attack from the spirit still continued, and the forgotten divine power erased the immortal power. His rebirth ability was completely disabled. At the moment of life and death, a warm light enveloped Sion. The exclusive effect of the old pocket watch of the SSS Plus regression has been activated to reverse death. The gears of time begin to turn backward, and the scene before him rewinds like a film, with the world's time completely rewinding to 10 minutes before the moment of death. The exclusive reverse death effect of the old pocket watch from the SSS Plus regression has a 30-day cooldown. Sangyun finds himself back in his divine form, completely unharmed. "Damn it!" he roared, still feeling the lingering taste of death he had just experienced. Lucia's blazing yellow eyes narrow behind his mask as he murmurs in admiration, "Truly impressive. Just as expected from a challenger from the tower, you can even transcend time. Just as I thought, I want to have you even more." He looked at Sun with a longing gaze and said, "I need to turn you into my servant." Quickly, Sun asked, "What is your revenge really about?" Lucia sneered, "Do you really have to ask because you don't know?" He suddenly roared in fury. "The Hien family and even my sister abandoned me." He shouted, "What do you mean?" Lucia gritted her teeth and said sharply, "Are you planning to pretend you don't know until the very end? Then let me remind you of an illusion showing the corpses of the native spirits. Our family and the native spirits who once protected this land were slaughtered by the tower because they were considered false gods. Then,
Natural disasters and calamities pushed the world to the brink of destruction. The scene of people falling into the abyss, engulfed in flames, appears. That's why you asked me for help, to bring back the native spirits. But what about the outcome? A ruined building appears in the memory. This cannot go on. Is it reasonable that we still haven't saved them, given the helpless voice of a family member echoing as the scene shifts to a meeting? Everyone is dying slowly. We thought you would save us, but it's truly disappointing. Lucia sat alone in this dark corner, listening to the accusations with despair. Who will take responsibility for this? The world is collapsing. Isn't it their responsibility since they promised to save them? Mia can only silently listen. The voice of her eldest brother echoes in Lucia's memory. Understood. I will make my brother take responsibility. Lucia tries to run as far as she can. Painful memories flood back as Lucia is punished by her own family. Hold me responsible. After everything I've tried to do, I still trusted you. Sister, I thought you would always stand by my side. Sister. Lucia screams in despair as her own family members trample over her. He is thrown into a deep abyss, abandoned by his own family and the sister he trusted most. He lies there gasping and helpless as an evil voice echoes. Those people, the ones who don't acknowledge your efforts. Lucia's eyes turned crazed. In any case, the world will be destroyed. Swear allegiance to the god of madness.
He roared, "With the power granted by the god of madness, I will destroy the Hermit family."
Back in reality, Mimia shouted in despair.
No, it's a misunderstanding.
Please listen to me, brother. I don't want to hear any of your excuses. Lucia roared, her body transforming into a giant serpent. The local snake deity tried to swallow the mountain, activating its gluttonous divine power. The giant serpent lunged forward, opening its mouth to swallow Mia whole, and she screamed in terror. Damn it, Sangyun shouted, driving the two swords into the ground. He clenched his fist to hold her back. She whispered in horror, he really is trying to kill his only family. Sangyun braced himself to block the dark energy targeting Mia and pushed her away from the pull. Jam Chan Yu charged forward, shouting, Junhan, what are you trying to do? Among everyone, it is you who stands out the most. A bright sphere of light forms in his hand. The divine light power skill has been activated. The serpent begins to bite him. The holy light shot straight into the giant body of the serpent, causing it to roar in pain. Jiam Yu shouted his name anxiously. Junhan's car. The rescue effect has been activated with 81,919 followers. The divine power is significantly enhanced. The divine force is amplified to a great extent, covering the area with celestial stars that imbue death. A wave of cleansing light envelops the giant serpent, forcing Lucia back into her human form. Sangyun charges forward, delivering a decisive blow. The local snake deity tries to swallow the wounded mountain and is removed from the resurrection state. Lucia looks at him, her voice filled with hatred. I understand why you're angry, but trying to kill your only family, of all people, is you yourself. In his divine form, Sionin stared at him coldly, his voice bone-chilling. Don't expect to die peacefully. He rushed forward, leaving a trail of blazing red fire, ready to strike again. Lucia looked at him, her eyes showing surprise. This truly was incredible. I never expected you to face 3 native gods alone. You will pay the price for that. A giant tree dragon rises from the ground, unleashing a destructive purple energy beam. The native dragon god of nature activates its divine power of punishment, and Sangyun is completely engulfed by the enormous energy stream. The entire battlefield shook from the explosion. Jiam Chan Yu and Mim Mia were thrown far away. Sangyun was blown into the air, trying to dodge the falling debris as the energy explosion spread, destroying everything in its path. Jiam Chan Yu and Mimia could only watch in horror. At that moment, Sangyun raised his hand and an energy shield appeared. The counter-shield skill has been activated. Lucia smirked and said, You've taken the bait. The energy challenger did not dissipate, but concentrated to trap Sangyun. The divine punishment struck. Sangyun braced himself, feeling his body grow heavy as if crushed by immense gravity. He clenched his teeth, trying to resist, but it was not yet unbearable. Seizing the opportunity, the giant ape spirit appears and delivers a powerful punch to the immobilized Sangyun, causing a massive explosion from the direct hit. Even after counterattacking, the force sent him flying and crashing into a stone wall. He let out a painful scream. As he was slammed into the wall, a strange sensation washed over Sionin. Shards like glass appeared around him, and a fragment of memory shattered. The forgotten divine power shattered a piece of his memory. He immediately realized this was dangerous. The gorilla spirit is ahead. They are about to attack. I have to dodge. He roars in his mind, grinding his teeth as his body falls freely. With extraordinary effort, he spins in mid-air, narrowly dodging the divine punch of the spirit. He lands on its giant arm and starts running up, determination blazing in his eyes. I have to fight. He charges forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes at the monster's face. I must win. But then, a question suddenly flashed in his mind. But what's the point? He keeps fighting instinctively, but is it clear that he's confused about what he's fighting for? He lands on the monster's shoulder, completely disoriented. I don't remember. He stood motionless on the fairy's fist, completely empty. The monster smirked, seizing the moment as he was distracted, and delivered a devastating punch to Sun, falling down. A massive explosion creates a huge pillar of light, throwing Jiam Chan Yu and Mia far away. Both rush over. After the dust settled, they saw Sang lying there, badly injured, his divine form gone. Jiam Chan Yu desperately rushed forward, but Sionunda slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming from her eyes as the harsh truth hit her. All three lie motionless in a deep pit as a cold announcement rings out. The challenger, Hans Gon, has died. Jiam Chan Yu knelt down, shaking his brother, trembling voice. Don't give up. She shouted in despair, tears welling up. Get up and use your skill or some divine power. Lutia stepped forward, her voice as cold as ice, calling him, It's no use, because he is already dead. He looked down at them with a triumphant expression. He took a fatal blow from the giant. You really didn't think he was still alive, did you? The gods of despair, fall, and madness are laughing maniacally at Han Sung's challenge death. He muttered, indeed an entertaining show. He looked at the two desperate women. Now, I will kill you all and turn you into my immortal soldiers. He bids farewell as a massive dark energy forms and shoots toward them. Jiam Chan Yu stands up, shielding Mimia, ready for the final battle. Suddenly, Sang-gyun found himself walking in an endless, dark space. He stopped and asked confusedly, Where am I? No matter how far I go, only endless darkness, a familiar figure appeared before him. Could it be that he doesn't remember even dying? Sang-gyun turned back to look at that person. And who are you? The young man with a face identical to his, but younger. Me? He replied as he slung his arm around his shoulder. Wait a minute, am I dead? It seems like you don't remember anything. Let's walk and talk, and you'll remember eventually. They walk together through the darkness. Let's start with the first place. The scene changes to a dark alley. Sang-gyun is surprised to recognize the hunter's training room he had been to before. They see a younger version of Sionun slumped in the alley. Yes, this is the place he was before in entering the challenge tower. This is where his journey began, right? The guide asks you an important question. Do you remember why you first climbed the tower? Sang-gyun pondered silently. At first, he looked into his past and remembered, I want to become stronger. I don't want to be oppressed. I hate the way people look at me with contempt. Sang-gyun was surprised at himself. What? I don't remember anything. But those words just kept coming out automatically. This really is the hunter training room I used to visit. The surroundings dissolve into waves of memories. The guide said, You remember very clearly. He started climbing the tower just to find power. A wave of memories flashes through his mind. Climbing from floor to floor, he met the administrators and the gods. I have seen this place before. Countless crises have come, and I have eliminated those threatening the earth. He stands over a miniature image of the earth, questioning himself. Through those brief but intense battles, I have become much stronger. In the space of the earth, no one can compare to me. So why do I still keep climbing the tower? What is the reason for climbing? He looks back on his weak past. I am no longer weak enough for anyone to look down on me. If I stop climbing here, I won't have to kill anyone, and with my current strength, I can live as a hunter until the day I die. The guide steps closer and questions, Why do you keep climbing? Do you want to act like a hero? Or have you truly awakened to the joy of slaughter like my future self? Sang-gyun is horrified by that thought. No, I carried out a mass slaughter. He held his head, his memories becoming chaotic. I don't remember. You desperately wonder, why did I keep climbing the tower from the very beginning? I just want to protect everyone. The guide asks pointedly, Why do you think that way? Sang-gyun looked around the empty space, searching for an answer. The images of his female comrades appeared from the darkness. Why do you want to protect them? You used to only care about your own growth. Why do you keep trying to become stronger? Isn't it already enough now? Why do you keep climbing the tower? Why don't you stop? Countless questions of why echo and bombard his mind. He was overwhelmed by flashes of memories, desperately begging to stop. Tears streamed from his eyes as he could only repeat in pain, I just want to become stronger. The guide explains, but after witnessing the suffering of people in other dimensions, he realized one thing. They reminded him so much of himself in the past. He couldn't just ignore them. He wants to save them because he knows exactly how they feel. He recalls the pain and sadness of failing to protect, the helplessness of being unable to do anything. He clenched his teeth and faced the truth. Because I understand that pain, I had to become stronger. He clenched his fists of memories so I could protect them. He roared, his eyes blazing. I want to make my precious teammates happy. I have to become even stronger and protect everyone. With a determined roar, he clenched his fists, shattering the space of memories and the chains that bound him. He looked straight ahead with unwavering eyes and said, I will destroy this damn tower to achieve that. As soon as the vow was spoken, the surrounding space trembled, fulfilling the challenge for Han Seon-run. You remembered your purpose of climbing the tower on the brink of death. The guide looks at him and asks, will you choose death as you are now, or try again to challenge it? The scene of darkness disappears, replaced by a majestic stone gate. The guide says, now make your choice. Will you break through the tower's gate below and return, or accept death? Without hesitation, Sang-geun punched the stone ground, shattering the illusionary space around him in a burst of blue energy. He lifted his head, his eyes sharp and full of determination. I will return. The guide, his past self, smiles with satisfaction. He stands before a blinding light, bidding farewell. I will watch over you from now on. Meanwhile, in the real world, a powerful pink energy begins to erupt from Sang-geun's seemingly dead body. You have met the minimum requirements to ascend to a divine being. The temporary god that the challenger Hansen Jun can attain through divinity is the Grim Reaper. But for Jamchon Yu, all she saw was a cold notification. The challenger Han Shong-jun had died. She knelt down, shaking his body, her voice trembling. Han, don't give up now. She shouted in despair, tears welling up. Wake up and use your skills or some kind of divine power. Lucia stepped forward, her voice as cold as ice, calling to him. I am... But it was useless because he was already dead. He looked down at them with a triumphant expression. He had taken a fatal blow from the giant. She didn't really think he was still alive, did she? The gods of despair, fall, and madness are laughing maniacally at Han Shong's death as he trembles. He muttered to himself, this is truly an entertaining show. He looked at the two desperate women. Now I will kill you all and turn you into my immortal soldiers. He bid farewell as a massive dark energy formed, ready to swallow them. Jiamchu's face darkened. As the energy is about to reach them, a cold voice echoes through the space. Who gave you permission to do this? A burst of brilliant pink energy blocks Lucia's attack. Lucia turns around in shock, and even the local spirits instinctively feel fear. The gods of despair, downfall, and madness all reveal their negative emotions. Jiamchon Yu looks up, stunned by the sight before her, then turns around as Sang-geun slowly rises, his body enveloped by a powerful black and pink aura. The conditions for upgrading the soul summoning technique have been met. She turned around. Jiamchon Yu looked at him, unable to believe her eyes. You have returned from the brink of death. Sang-geun cracks his neck, a faint smile on his lips. Let's have a little fun. Detailed effects. 9. The challenger, Hansen Jun, bears the title of the Grim Reaper. Lucia and the two giant spirits watch as the vortex protecting the three of them inside. Sang-geun charges at him, easily piercing through them and leaving two blazing red streaks. Lucia gritted his teeth and growled in suspicion. He must have died with shattered memories. What trick did you use to reach the level of a god in the form of the Grim Reaper? Sang-geun looked at Lucia coldly and said, You won't have time to relax like that. Are you afraid? Lucia clenched his teeth and growled in fury. You are just a mutt and lack the resolve to sacrifice an entire world like I did. The other two spirits growled behind him. I cannot allow someone like you, someone with no resolve at all. This time I will make sure you can never come back to life again. The native giant god of the mountain, protector of the gathered forgotten divine power in his fist. Sang-geun easily dodged the giant's punch, his voice cold. Too slow. The tree dragon immediately launched an attack. The local dragon deity of the forest wielded the power of punishment. Sang-geun easily brushed away the destructive energy with a hand. You got hit because of your arrogance, crushed by punishment, wielding the power of death. Because of death, the power of death reacts strongly, and everything now being corroded by the power of death can be controlled. A blazing red energy envelops the remaining two spirits, and Sang-geun issues a single command to swallow them. The two spirits roared in pain as the energy of death consumed them from within, dissolving into a vortex of crimson energy while Lucia could only stand in stunned fear. What is this? The giant native deity of the mountain protecting the spirits faces an inevitable death. The local dragon deity of the forest faces inevitable death. All the native spirits perish at once, his eyes widening in horror.
What the hell is this? Exactly what is this?
He has become so powerful? Sangyun stands there, emanating an aura even more terrifying than hell. Lucia panicked, trying to run away. I need to quickly dispel the realm of despair and escape. Dispel the realm of despair, but the command keeps failing. What is this? The realm of despair has been corroded by the power of death. The removal and disappearance of the despairing divine realm is temporarily impossible. Lucia looks at her hand in utter panic. This is when he realizes the horrifying truth. The power of a god governs the very concepts. If I do nothing, I will die. He clasped his hands together in desperate prayer. Despair falls and the mad god. He screams to the sky, I offer everything I have. So grant me the power to kill the tower's dog. The gods of despair, corruption, and madness accept the apostle's body as a sacrifice. A column of fire and dark energy engulfs Lucia, transforming him into a being fused with fire and shadow. The top apostle Lucia Saxus stares intently at the challenger, Hans Zhongjun, the challenger. He smirked wickedly. How dare you destroy my creations? Are you ready to pay for your sins? The power of hell has been activated, and he stands before a giant gate of hell. You will die. Right here, a boundary opens, leading all beings to the afterworld. I will cast you into the abyss of despair, burn in hell and regret becoming a dog of the tower. Countless demonic hands rush toward Sangyun. Sangyun stands still, his voice echoing with power. Death is just a boundary that means nothing to me. Closing with intricate effects. 8. Controlling the death of all things. The divine command power has been used. By consuming divine energy, one can influence the real world through words. However, interfering with the laws of the world through a command will consume a huge amount of divine power. The Hell Gate begins to close. Lucia was stunned. The activation of divine power had been cancelled, and the Hell Gate shattered into pieces. What the hell is this? The hellish power has been nullified by the force that governs all death. He shouted in doubt, What? What the hell is this? This ridiculous power? I have sacrificed everything to the gods. He screams in despair. My soul, my faith, I have given everything I have. How could someone like you possess such power? Sangyun just silently looked at him, fiery eyes beneath his mask. Sangyun looked at Lucia in despair, his voice echoing from behind his mask, cold and full of contempt. Whimpering just because everything was halted. How pathetic is that? He raises his hand, forming a dark energy sphere, but that no longer matters. Here, die. Lucia watched the approaching energy sphere. Her eyes widening in horror. Wait, but it's already too late. Sangyun's attack hits him directly. A devastating explosion engulfs Lucia, destroying the surrounding ground. He is thrown far away, his body smashing onto the cracked stone floor, crying out in pain. He lies there gasping, consciousness fading. I'm dying. I'm really dying. He looked at his blood-stained hand, fear rising within him. No, I don't want to die. Survival instinct kicks in. He struggles to get up, determined to live at all costs. He roars in his final desperation. At all costs. He looked up, his eyes fixed on a familiar figure. Saxus? He reached out to Mimia with a faint voice. Sister! Sister! He's crawling on the ground, begging with tears in his eyes. Please save me. He collapses, his voice full of regret. In the end, I realize I have been wrong about everything all along. He looked up at her and said, Please try to persuade that challenger and save me. I won't do anything evil anymore. Seeing her stay silent, he continued to beg. Why didn't you say anything? Please save me. You only just now agreed to look at me because of what you said. That was during the family meeting. That was a situation maybe you might have misunderstood. In Mia's memory, she stepped forward and understood. I will make my brother take responsibility, said an elder. Of course she should have done that. But Mia bravely faced them. Before blaming my brother, those of you who stood by and did nothing cannot escape your own responsibility. She looked straight at them with a sharp gaze. I admit that my brother was wrong, but are you saying that just watching without doing anything is also not wrong? Along with those who protected us, we have withdrawn our decision to hold us responsible. She smiled kindly, saying that failure was okay, falling was okay. No matter how much of a genius you are, no one is perfect. Returning to the present, Lucia looked at Mimia with tears in her eyes. Sister, she continued, but clenched a gold item in her hand, you don't think we can turn back anymore? A sword pierces straight into Lucia's heart. Lucia's eyes widen in shock and pain. Mimia sobbed uncontrollably, black blood and tears mixing as she whispered,
Let's end this here on this devastated land. After the battle, only silence remains that chills the soul. Mimiya Lei steps forward and embraces her cold, lifeless brother's body, then collapses into Lucia's arms. Hot tears rolled down her cheeks as she sobbed in despair. Sangyun quietly turned back, his calm gaze observing the tragic scene. Jam gently steps beside him, her hand softly touching his arm as a silent comfort. She shakes her head, her eyes briefly complex as if offering a piece of advice. Sangyun looked at her again, asking to be sure, "Do you mean we should let her be alone right now?" He turned away, his voice firm. "I understand, let's end it here." At that moment, a bright pink energy sphere appeared in his palm, and a series of system notifications popped up. The absorption of the local spirit fragment 3/3 is complete. By consuming the spirit fragment from the day of the month, you can choose and receive an innate divine trait. He decisively made his choice, and a bright turquoise energy sphere lit up. The choice was complete, and divine blessing power had been transformed into potential. The system continues to notify that Lucia's soul has also been absorbed. The absorption of the first-class apostle Lucia Saxis's soul is complete. Sangyun exclaimed in amazement, "This is like a special reward from the heavenly holy ascension. The unique effect of the A+ soul summoning spell has been granted. From now on, the challenger Hansen Jun can use mana to resurrect the dead." Immediately, a powerful golden energy burst out from Sangyun's body. The ascension, confirmed through legend, has reached 100%. The conditions have been met. He looked up with an expression of surprise. "Is the ascension at 100% already?" The system calls out Hansen Jun, the challenger. "You have earned the right to receive an additional divine title." Sangyun felt the surging power within his body and silently thought, this is what the effect of ascension truly is, the path to becoming a god. With the ascension reaching 100%, challenger Hansen Jun can now receive an official divine title. From now on, Hansen Jun's process of becoming a god begins. Sangyun was enveloped in a blazing golden light. Within the light, Jiam Chan Yu could feel an astonishing change happening in his body. She thought that the soul level was rising to match the rank of divinity, feeling like she was absorbing a powerful flow without losing a single drop. She continued to ponder whether the golden color of divine power was because it had been contaminated by supreme divine energy. The system announces a macro-level change in the causal adjustment that has been partially modified for the challenger Hans Shan as a blinding golden explosion of light engulfs everything. Time's up. Sangyun hovers in the center of the energy explosion. He gently lands on the ground as Chan Yu calls his name with concern, Hansen Jun. He remained silent for a moment before the system called out his name, Challenger Hansen Run. A radiant divine aura surrounds Sun as the system solemnly announces your official divine title as the God of Transcendence. The existence of the God of Supremacy is now known to all gods across the realms, and immediately other gods sense his presence. Information about the God of Supremacy will now be adjusted by karma. The Trial Tower has begun to focus heavily on the God of Supremacy. The scene shifts, and they return to the Herman family land. Standing beneath a giant ancient tree, Sangyun approaches Mimiya, who is grieving, and offers his sincere condolences. The nun, what happened to Shis is truly unfortunate. A man wearing the plague doctor mask stepped forward, speaking seriously, but we must not forget our purpose. He turned to face the gathered villagers and declared firmly, "We are the Hermione family, servants of death. If we want to prevent disaster and live peacefully on this land, we must revive the local spirits." Mi raised her head, her eyes shining with determination. She called out to everyone and then bowed her head. She stepped forward to face the family, her voice clear and firm. "Please listen to what I'm about to say." The crowd fell silent in curiosity as Mia made a shocking statement. "From now on, our family will leave this land." The crowd buzzed and someone shouted, "What do you mean? We are supposed to revive the native spirits." "That's exactly why I'm saying this," Mia replied with a determined voice, speaking with sorrow but also unwavering resolve. "My brother died from the cause of reviving the native spirits. He met his final fate, death." San continued, his eyes shining with determination. To ensure that such a tragedy never happens again, this spirit promised to protect this world. He explained as a golden energy spread across the land, purifying everything. In other words, through the power of the spirits, the impurities of this world are being purified. Hansen Jun's divine power and faith are consumed, and the divine realm expands outward and far beyond. Mia announced their plan. "We will head to the Holy Nations Church in the west and start over." She looked up at the sky, her voice full of newfound hope. "We will no longer rely on local spirits. Instead, we will forge our own path."
She turned to look at Seonan with a trusting gaze. This must be the will of the spirit, she explained to everyone, her voice filled with emotion. This spirit risked everything for our family, people he had never even met. Despite my stubbornness, he reached out his hand to save us. Although my brother died, it was the spirit who gave us new hope. I will do my best, she turned around and firmly corrected her words. No, I will succeed for the sake of the spirits. She looked directly at Seon. Until that day, please wait for us. Mi smiled brightly, her voice full of faith. We will turn this world into a story of spirits. Until the day you return as our God and reveal yourself once more, we will always be waiting. The entire family bowed in farewell, leaving a ruined village behind. Thanks to the spreading of hope, hope for you spreads quickly. Meanwhile, in another dimension, a mighty being unleashes his fury on his subordinates in a blood and fire-soaked land under a dark sun, delivering powerful punches and ruthlessly crushing enemies. His rage seemed endless as he kept attacking, roaring with a voice that echoed arrogance. Is this all you've got? Do you dare to challenge me with such pathetic strength? If you can prove your worth to me, I might consider accepting you. He gritted his teeth and growled in anger. Damn it, even though I am receiving divine power and faith from those who lost in battle, I still haven't recovered the divine strength I gave to the tower. He gazes into the distance with a face full of hatred. That challenger will definitely come to kill me. I have to kill him before he gets stronger. But right now, he punched the ground hard, causing an earthquake. If that cowardly challenger hadn't acted so recklessly, things wouldn't have ended like this. He clenched his bloodied hand and shouted in utter rage. I must kill you. The challenger Han Sung trembled. He gasped for breath, a cunning smile suddenly appearing on his face. Ha ha ha, at this point, I can also let him gain divine nature so I won't have to spend divine power to directly harm him. Suddenly, a massive aura appeared in the sky. He looked up, sensing a familiar yet incredibly powerful divine energy. He realized, eyes wide with amazement. This is another god who has been born. His yellow eyes narrowed in utter shock. Then a malicious and hateful smile spread across his face. I see now, so it was you. He laughed cruelly as the system confirmed his suspicion. The challenger Hansen Jun had become a god of supremacy. The scene suddenly shifts to a sunny, windy beach with sparkling blue water, when suddenly the phone on the table starts ringing loudly, breaking the peaceful atmosphere by the shore. Hello. On the other end, a panicked voice shouted. The car is shaking. It's an emergency. A portal just appeared. He listened silently for a moment with an unchanged expression, and his voice on the phone grew even more frantic as the damage worsened significantly. He sighed twice, then decisively hung up. Who is making such a noise like that? Jiam Chan Yu said with a slightly annoyed tone, standing up with a serious expression as if something urgent has just happened. Jiam Chan Yu sat quietly, muttering to himself. There truly isn't a day without trouble. Soon after, the two of them arrived in front of a modern and imposing Hunter Association building. Outside the building, Sang-gyun quickly opens a 3D screen and begins accessing current situation information. Sang-gyun gazes intently at the 3D display in front of him and mutters, "A new feature that allows me to designate followers has already appeared." A series of system notifications appeared, confirming his thoughts that the Divine Authority special assignment of followers had been activated. The current number of worshippers of the Supreme God was not yet reached. The current number of followers that can be designated to the God of Transcendence is 96,782. He sighs softly, turns off the screen, but the journey is still long. A final notification appears before disappearing, stating that the number of worshippers of the Supreme Deity must exceed 300,000 before divine authority can be granted. Suddenly, a familiar and somewhat urgent voice rang out. His car shook as Han, who had just called him, hurried over with a worried expression. There's an emergency, but I can't get in touch with you at all. Sohn awkwardly scratched his head. Well, a lot has happened. Ha ha ha. Hyun suddenly noticed Jiam Chan Yu standing nearby. She exclaimed, but who is this child? So adorable. He quickly responded, oh, this is my cousin. She said she wants to become a hunter and asked to follow along to observe, then draped her arm over Jiam Chan Yu. Haeon nodded. I see, then that's fine. Let's go inside the association first. When they entered, Haeon began to explain the situation seriously. I briefly explained over the phone, but right now, the orange gates, unlike anything seen before, have appeared across the countries, and monsters are pouring out from these orange gates, including one demon that was only supposed to be seen in the challenge tower. She continued heavily. Many countries have suffered enormous damage. And finally, the International Hunter Association issued a summons to the most challenging trialists. Hyun looked at him and made a proposal. If he responded to the summons, they said they would fulfill most of his requests as compensation. Sang-gyun simply remained silent, thinking. Sang-gyun turned to Ha-won, speaking firmly to reassure her. Don't worry about anything. No matter what happens, because Haeon is my teammate, I will definitely protect her. Haeon blushes slightly. Lee Ni replied, Okay. They entered a large conference room. Haeon remarked, This room looks like it can hold more than 100 people. But here we don't even have enough for 2 digits. A furious voice rang out from above. You finally made it here, huh? Catherine, the angry red-haired woman, pointed at his face and said, You climbed the tower without saying a word, despite what you promised me. There wasn't even a single call, Sang-gyun replied awkwardly. Oh, about that. Ha-won gently pats Xan's shoulder, making him shiver. She smiled slyly. I didn't know you had such a close acquaintance in that tower. Jiam Chan-yu crossed his arms and coldly remarked, You're quite famous too, huh, cousin? Sang-gyun sighed bitterly. You really do enjoy teasing others. Little cousin. Sang-gyun broke out in a cold sweat, surrounded by 3 women with different looks in their eyes. One person is angry, one is suspicious, and one is indifferent but full of sarcasm. The group finally sits down. Sang-gyun sat in the middle, squeezed between Ha-won and Katarine, with Yu sitting right beside him, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. Katarine turned to smirk at him. I've never heard anything about the challenge of Ha-jeon from you before. The car shakes. She continued, her tone both sarcastic and curious. Am I just imagining things, right? I never thought I would meet a famous explorer-type challenger here, Catherine replied with a sharp smile. But she's not exactly sitting next to the worm-eater. Ha-won replied, equally sarcastic. I never expected to meet Catherine Bennett here, either. I never expected to see her act like such a rebellious little pup. I have to make sure I stay away from challengers like Catherine. Ha-jun looked straight at Catherine and declared coldly, So Catherine doesn't need to be here. An invisible surge of electricity sparks between the 2 women. The tension becomes taut like a stretched string, and Seonon is caught in the middle, her face pale. He panicked and shouted in his mind, What should I do now? The others in the meeting room started whispering and gossiping. Damn it, I guess after living long enough you see everything, that lucky bastard. Sang-gyun desperately turned to beg for help. Please, Jiam Chan-yu, save me. Jiam Chan-yu just smirked. Something quite interesting has happened to him. Even though it doesn't suit you very well, why should I help? She keeps teasing. In times like this, just staying silent is half the battle won. Sang-on sighed to himself. Climbing the tower might be even easier than this. At that moment, the association president cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. AM, thank you everyone for responding to the association's call. Let's start the meeting now. He continued. Surely you've all heard about the situation on the way here. Based on the information gathered, the cause of the Orange Gates is a black gate located above Las Vegas, USA. It is the source of the Orange Gates worldwide. Those who cooperate in the attack will be rewarded afterward. Suddenly, the screen behind him flickered violently. He suddenly turned around in shock. What is this? Another image appears, showing a horned figure with an arrogant expression. He declares, I am Gramus Runer, a 3rd-class apostle serving the war god. Hey, you fools, who is your god? The entire hall was stunned. Dion exclaimed, Is it true that the war god has been allowed to do this by the tower? Gramus continued, I won't say much. The war god demands your god. He opens a purple portal, a summons from the war god to hell. Refusal is not an option. Gramus stared at them and gave a final warning. I give you 2 days. Bring the deity you serve here, or you will pay the price. The whole meeting room was abuzz. Is there really a godlike being on Earth? Are they talking about Buddha or Jesus Christ? Are they talking about some entity related to the tower? Someone sitting behind gently touched Sang-gyun's hand. Catherine leaned in, her eyes shining with excitement. A dark god was already astonishing enough. And now there's also a god of the earth? Who could be the earth god? I'm so curious. Sang-gyun thought to himself that Catherine had interacted with gods before, so of course she was curious. Jiam Yu whispered to him, Think about what would happen if a god were defeated. This could be an opportunity to rise as a new god. Sang-gyun was taken aback by her words. Huh? He suddenly stood up and asked, May I speak for a moment, Mr. President of the Association? The chairman replied, Of course, we need to discuss the current situation anyway. Sang-gyun firmly declared, No, it's not necessary. I will handle this situation, but could you fulfill one request for me first? The scene shifts to an online countdown screen. 1 minute until the live broadcast starts, countless comments appear. Joe, who has seen the apostle in Las Vegas, raises his hand. That apostle's voice sent chills down my spine. The real world is truly coming to an end.
Is there any former challenger here? The live stream begins with Seonen's determined face. The live broadcast of the challenge's raid on Junhan has 2.89 million live comments. 29,871 at Las Vegas. Sang-gyun appearing at the teleportation gate causes the online viewers to explode in excitement. Is that really Seon-jun? Wasn't Seon-jun supposed to be missing? Make sure to film a really good shot. Did he really show up to handle this mess? The live broadcast of the challenge attacker's raid on Junhan. Gramas stands in front of the gate mocking. That insignificant thing has finally arrived. I am Gramas Runer, a third-class apostle serving the god of war. Sang-gyun responds indifferently. Whatever you say? Gramas was stunned. What? Sang-gyun is surrounded by a powerful purple aura. Let's end this quickly. The divine authority of deification has been activated. A gigantic divine entity of fire and darkness appears behind him, leaving Gramas speechless. The potential divine attributes include transcendence, death, immortality, challenge, observation, order, harmony, command through speech, and blessing. The whole world held its breath as the live viewers skyrocketed to nearly 6 million, and excited cheers echoed across the planet. Oh, wow. The comment section erupts with amazement and cheers. What is Seon-jun doing? What is this transformation? We're counting on you. Jun's car, don't lose now. In his divine form, Sang-gyun clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power. This has met all the requirements now. He looks up, his voice echoing with authority. In front of everyone, I will become the new god of Earth. Gramas sneered. Don't get it wrong. Young god, you are only invited, and even I won't consider you a worthy opponent. Sang-gyun scoffed dismissively. Do you think ruling these tiny realms makes you powerful? How pathetic, really. Gramas roared angrily. You are just a petty god, yet so arrogant I had planned to quietly bring you to meet the god of war. He stomped the ground, causing a terrifying earthquake. Online viewers were shocked. What was that tremor just now? Is this really the end of the world? That bastard is already scarred. Gramas growled. I think I need to show you the difference in power, at least once, a voice echoed in Sang-gyun's mind. Seon-jun, look up! A giant flaming meteor is hurtling down from the sky. The whole world is drowning in despair. Friends, it's been a pleasure while it lasted. Your car is shaking. Please stop this. We are on the brink of destruction. I don't want to die. The authority of the apocalyptic asteroid unleashes a destructive beam of light. Gramas laughed wickedly. If you want to blame something, blame your stupid mouth. The meteorite is getting closer. Panic is spreading everywhere. Are we going to all die like this? The meteorite is approaching faster. Hurry up! Your car is shaking. Do something already. The divine being's eyes remain eerily calm. Sang-gyun calmly replied, After all, I was just trying to test something. Gramas asked back in surprise, What? The divine being slowly moves. Sang-gyun wonders how much of the local god's remaining power has been absorbed. The exclusive distortion effect has been activated. A golden energy field spreads out, bending the surrounding space. What's going on? Gramas exclaimed in horror. Consuming divine power to distort and erase a designated space. The giant meteor disappeared without a trace, and the world erupted in shock and joy. Did the asteroid disappear? Jun, Seon-jun is back. Jun, I knew you could do it. We're still alive. Bravo, Seon-jun. Gramas trembles, stammering in utter fear. This can't be happening, a comment appears. He's scared now, LOL. Sang-gyun calls his name directly. Gramas Runer appears right in front of him, his voice as cold as ice. Do you now understand the difference in our strength? Gramas could only utter one word. An invisible attack knocked Gramas away, causing him to scream in pain and rage. He struggled to get up, unable to believe what had just happened. How can someone who just became a god do that? I will interrupt saying, no need to understand. If you cause chaos, you must pay the appropriate price. An ancient book emitting a blazing red light appeared in his hand. The exclusive authority of the God of Death's Book of Life and Death has been activated. You can designate up to 100 creatures within a 1,000-meter radius. Those listed in the Book of Life and Death weaken each minute, inching closer to death. Gramas is in utter panic. My concubine, he desperately tried to beg. The God of War has invited you. Third-class apostle Gramas Runer has been added to the death register. The power of death will now easily corrode the designated target. Sang-gyun orders to kill. A blazing stream of red energy shot out, engulfing Gramas. The power of death had been invoked. The command of fate has been used. The cameraman, the crowd watching on the big screen, all fall silent. Even the chairman of the association can't believe his eyes. The cheers erupted once again across the world.
The online audience went wild, not taking it seriously. What the hell is this? How can just saying die actually kill the enemy? Don't be fooled, this is just CJ. This is the official channel of the Hunter Association. You think this is CJ? The chairman's hand is trembling. This means that the gods truly exist. He leans back, a satisfied smile on his face. Now it's certain that the challenger Songjun is becoming a god. Everything will change from now on. A series of system notifications appeared for Sion. Many people across the Earth's dimension have started to follow you. The effectiveness of a faith collection has increased significantly. Once enough faith is gathered in the Earth's dimension, you can become the god of the Earth. When you become the god of the Earth, you will gain the power of the Earth. Gramus's soul has been completely absorbed. Songyun wondered if this really meant he was about to become the god of the Earth. You have absorbed the soul of the third-ranked apostle Gramus Runer. By defeating an apostle, Seonjun's challenger advanced 1.7% closer to his second ascension. Songyun pondered, truly unbelievable. Even after becoming a god of transcendence, I thought his role had ended. But the path to an ancient god has opened up. The voice echoed in his mind. An ancient god. Listen carefully. If the other gods find out, not only your life, but the entire Earth will be in danger. Before that happens, I need to set up some protective measures. A blazing golden light sphere formed in his hand. The special authority to create a divine realm has been activated. A massive golden energy envelops the entire planet Earth. After consuming the challenger's divine power and faith, the superlative and death realms were created. In the Supreme Realm, all growth rates increase by 100%. In the Supreme Realm, all wounds heal rapidly. In the realm of death, all divine power and forbidden energy are completely erased. Songyun, in his divine form, declares firmly, I will not let my precious teammates be harmed. The Planetary Guardian achievement has been unlocked. The special authority to create the B+ divine realm has been upgraded to the creation of a divine realm. To do that, I have to settle things with the god of war. Then he charged straight into the purple space gate and entered the hellish arena of the divine realm. The surroundings around him turn into a desolate land soaked in glowing red lava and darkness, with the war god, muscular and smirking arrogantly, already waiting. So you have arrived. He looked at Sion with a condescending gaze. You mortal. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Guild, everyone was holding their breath, watching the live broadcast when a surprised hunter exclaimed, I don't want to believe this. He's not even human anymore. Another person agreed. Whether it's a skill or authority, he can't be this strong. Another hunter suggested that maybe he used some skill or authority to deceive us. Han interrupted impatiently. If you still don't believe after seeing all this, I think there's something wrong with your minds, the hunter shouted angrily. Deceived by some skill or authority? Conspiracy theories only go so far. So what if he has? Are you saying that Songjun has become a god? Suddenly, a stream of golden energy radiated from the screen, enveloping everyone in the meeting room. The divine realms and death are now active. Everyone was stunned by the warm and powerful sensation spreading through their bodies. A deity stammered, What did she say? The golden light covers the entire city outside. It means the gods truly exist. Through faith in the worm-testing challenger, transcendence and death can be sustained. Returning to the hellish arena, the ground trembles violently. Due to the influence of the hell arena, escape is impossible. The war god sneered, You foolish mortal. Even after defeating my apostle, you still choose to come here yourself. Are you stupid or just reckless? Sangun replied coldly. I knew this was a trap because the prey came willingly, so there's no reason to run. One of us has to end it here, don't you think? The war god gritted his teeth and roared in anger. I will kill you! He charged forward and threw a mighty punch. The punch caused a devastating explosion. But Songyun remained standing. And once again, the Book of Life and Death appeared. The exclusive authority of the Death God was activated, and those listed in the book would weaken as they approached death. The god of war feels his strength waning as the power of death begins to take effect on him. Anyone listed in the death register for more than 44 minutes will be corroded by the power of death. Songyun summons his weapon. The invisible sword skill has been activated. The invisible sword activates the basic ability to stack mythologies due to divine power. A destructive energy blast shoots toward the god of war. The mythic nemesis of all has been activated. Your divine power now has the ability to greatly influence all living beings. The god of war roared in fury and launched an attack to block it. He looked up. The shining sword was right in front of him, and the war god was pierced through the body by Songyun's power. Songyun raises his light sword high, activating the sacred radiance skill, creating a starry glow infused with divine power, forming a brilliant and destructive sphere of light. The entire hellish arena was bathed in light as the war god roared in utter disbelief as he was overwhelmed by the holy radiance. This is impossible. You can't have gathered that much power. A cataclysmic explosion shakes the hellish arena. Through the thick smoke, Sangyun's figure gradually appears, unharmed. His eyes flashed with determination, and suddenly, a scarred but firm hand reached out from the smoke, grabbing Seonen's wrist. The god of war, even wounded, still wears a victorious smile. I've got you now, annoying little brat. He frantically unleashes a barrage of attacks, leaving Sion no time to react. With a final blow, he forcefully slammed Sangyun onto the cracked ground, feeling Sangyun's power flowing into his body. The divine power consumes the enhanced divine power of the battle. Due to the divine power of the battle, a portion of Seonjun's stats are temporarily transferred to the opponent. Because of the battle aura, part of Zan's divine power was absorbed by the opponent. He clenched Sun tightly and confidently said, "I've realized one thing from fighting you." He poured all his strength into his fist. "I will kill you here, so no one like you will appear again. I will destroy this planet called Earth," he roared. "I will never have to see the mortals of Earth again." But, just as the punch was about to land, the counterattack divine power notification system was activated. A blazing pink energy explosion erupted from the point of impact. The accumulated damage was quadrupled and sent back to the probing challenger. He laughed with satisfaction, but the war god looked down in shock. Did he disappear? Sangyun suddenly appeared behind him. The authority of teleportation has been used. The war god turns back, eyes wide with horror. "You? Are you trying to move, but it's useless? My body can't move, and the world around me turns black and white." The exclusive effect of the black and white S+ hourglass's final time has been activated. In 4 seconds, the user's time is completely frozen, and during this period, no force can intervene. The cooldown has already been set. In the silent space, Sangyun drew his sword, his voice echoing with determination. "Destroy the Earth. As long as I am alive, this Earth where my precious comrades live will not be destroyed by anyone. Focus your power. I will regain my divine strength and stats. Use the blessing to consume divine power and temporarily disable the battle divine power once. You cannot receive another blessing for 12 hours. The god of war remains frozen in terror. You, Sangyun coldly said, do not rush. Standing in front of the god of war, I declare I will tear you apart so you will never set foot on Earth again. The god of war roared in silence. Wait! Sangyun charged forward with incredible speed. The battle acceleration skill has been activated. Instant speed boost has been triggered. A series of lightning-fast slashes strike the immobile body of the god of war, ending with a final, powerful blow. Time begins to flow backward. The final exclusive effect of the black and white S+ hourglass has been nullified. Time resumes its normal flow and the immunity to interference is lifted. The cooldown period of 7 days has been set. Sangyun's final command was to be cut down and die by this sword. The power of command and death has been used. Now you can control death. Your words can now influence reality. The body of the war god was torn apart by thousands of invisible slashes as he let out one final scream of agony. Got it. The Holy Light Authority skill has been activated. A burst of holy light explosion completely engulfs the god of war, erasing his existence from the hellish arena. When the light fades, only silence and thick dust remain. Sangyun stood there, sword in hand, alone on the battlefield, but from the smoke, a voice filled with hatred rang out. I can't end here. I will kill. The god of war, despite his wounds, roared in fury. I will destroy the earth and wipe out all mortals. A blazing stream of red energy erupted from his body. The fighting spirit has met the conditions and activated automatically, granting the war god muscles proportional to their level of determination. All their muscles will turn into muscle if their determination is lost. The god of war sensed the strong resolve from the challenge seeker. The war god transforms, his body swells, 2 more arms grow out, his power surges, all stats increase 100-fold and accelerate. In his new form, he looks at Sangyun, his voice becoming more serious. Challenger worm, I will admit that honestly. You are very strong. I will no longer see you as a mere mortal, but as a god of transcendence. Go all out, O god of transcendence, or your allies and the earth will face their doom. Sangyun responded by unleashing his own power, using supreme divine force, surpassing all limits. He gritted his teeth and said, You will regret saying that. The growth rate increases 27 times in proportion to the level difference with the opponent. They clash together,
unleashing devastating energy waves that destroy everything around them, igniting a battle of gods that shakes the heavens and earth. The special authority of combat desire has been activated. All skill proficiency growth rates increase by 300% until the battle ends. But Sangyun sensed something unusual. Due to the power of the battle, all of Seonjun's challenge stats were gradually being transferred. He secretly thought his stats and divine power were flowing into the god of war, but now is not the time to worry about it. He continued to attack more fiercely, and the god of war laughed with satisfaction. Your movements have slowed down a lot. O mighty god of transcendence, is it because I have stolen all your stats and divine power? Sangyun remained silent. Let's end this pointless fight. O mighty god of supremacy, he charges forward, ready to deliver the final blow. Anyway, you will die. He delivered a deadly blow to Sangyun, causing him to collapse. Sangyun roared, his vision blurring as he couldn't see the devastating punch that caused a huge explosion, knocking him off the beam. But Sun quickly regained his balance, and the Blood Authority skill was activated. I am willing to accept your divine power and stats, O god of transcendence, the war god declares in a condescending tone. From now on, everything you do will be meaningless, the war god roared, spreading his arms arrogantly. Why? Because now I hold the absolute advantage. The god of war charged forward, unleashing a storm of attacks. He seized Sangyun, roaring with contempt. But you must also fight until the very last second for me, he shouted crazily in Seonen's face. Even if you delay your death, destruction is unavoidable, no. Sangyun's cold voice suddenly silenced the war god's smile as he stared at Seon in shock. Then slowly raised his head and declared with conviction, "You are the one about to die here." At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. The time condition has been met. You fought for 44 minutes when your target was recorded in the death register. A deadly dark energy erupted from Sangyun's body, engulfing the war god. The war god, being eroded by the deathly power, screams in agony. How could this happen to me? His heart was taken out and he screamed in pain. Is my divine power collapsing? San coldly explained as he watched his opponent being completely eroded by the power of death. Due to the effect of the Book of Life and Death, the power of death has completely corroded the target. In other words, whenever the moment of death approaches, your divinity will collapse. The god of war roared in anger and helplessness. You damn bastard! San coldly repeated his curse. You yourself said that my comrades and the earth would face destruction. Shion's entire body erupts with a blazing golden energy. He raises his hand and grabs War God's chin. It's time for you to regret those words. O War God Shion, without hesitation, swung his sword and cut off the War God's arm. He let out a desperate scream. No, my arm! Sanian presses the tip of his sword against his throat, his voice icy cold. Standing still, the War God looks at Sun with terrified eyes, realizing his unavoidable fate. As time passes, death will gradually consume you entirely. He grits his teeth, trying to hold on to his last shred of dignity. Ah, I am the god of war. In desperation, he poured all his remaining divine power and roared, "Do you think I will die in vain like this?" The destructive power has been activated after meeting the conditions, causing a devastating explosion that engulfed the arena. A 10-year waiting period has been set. The countdown of destructive power cannot be reset by any means. With a twisted face of hatred, the war god roars, "Even if I cannot win, at least I will take you down with me. Let's die together in this world, O god of supremacy." But that destructive attack was easily blocked. Sangyun calmly declared that the attack had been nullified. The exclusive effect of the old wristwatch of the SSS Plus regression user has been activated, nullifying the attack, and the destructive power has been restored to its pre-activation state. The exclusive effect disabled the attack of the old wristwatch of the SSS Plus regression user, with a 30-minute cooldown before the destructive energy dissipates, leaving the war god collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted and desperate. He looked up at Sion with a look of disbelief. "A sacred relic left by the god of time. Why do you have that?" Sangyun did not answer. He simply coldly ordered and silently died, using the command spell to accelerate the erosion of the power of death. Warrior god screams in pain once more. Kwaen, kwae kwanha. O mighty god of transcendence, don't think this is the end. But Seonin activated another power to ensure complete destruction. The myth of the enemy of all things. When the enemy is activated, your divine power will greatly influence all living beings. The soul of the war god was torn apart. He let out one final scream, a cry that surpassed all physical pain. Ku-hu-a. Sangyun plunged his sword into his chest, absorbing everything that remained.
My divine power is not everything. It is all fading away, dying. Use the power of death. In the final moment, images of the past flash through the war god's mind. Damn it! Little Famtron has been weak ever since, his consciousness fading with one last unspoken question. How could you become a monster like that? The battle is over. You have absorbed the soul of the war god Asura. Han Sang-gyun looked up and softly said, I finally looked down at the beautiful blue planet from space and whispered to myself, I have protected them. Below, the city still stood strong, a symbol of peace that he had fought to preserve. In a room, Sang-gyun quietly sits on the bed while a girl eats at the table. The atmosphere is very peaceful, and a news report plays on the TV. The challenger who saved the world, Hansen, has refused to attend the press conference. He will only make statements through the channel he has signed. On the street, the crowd cheers wildly. They call the challenger Hans Gyun, the hero who saved the world. The followers are calling Hansen the divine incarnation of a god multiplying exponentially. The girl eating said to Sang-gyun, You seem to be in a very good mood. Sang-gyun gently smiles, his blue eyes shining with calculation. With this, everyone will be safe, and we will be able to gather even more credits. Jemchu puffed her cheeks and nodded cutely. That's such a relief. Sang-gyun sat on the bed, focusing his mind as new status updates appeared before him. The current number of followers serving the Supreme God is the number of people who can be designated as followers, he thought to himself. Let's start distributing divine power. Disciples capable of surpassing a certain range can be designated as apostles. Level 1 disciples like Catherine Bennett, Hyun, Lucia Mimia, and Ktia see a golden energy surge emanate from Sang-gyun's body, spreading throughout the room, granting divine power F+ to all Level 1 disciples of the Supreme Deity. He looks at his hand, feeling the power just bestowed, muttering with slight disappointment, perhaps because his level is still low and he can't bestow much power yet, then leans back, eyes to the ceiling, lost in thought. While I am inside this tower, my teammates are the ones who must protect their world. To grant them more power and divine strength, I need to become even stronger. Jiam Chan Yu approached, still holding his bowl of rice, and asked, surprised, Are you leaving already? Sang-gyun stood up and nodded firmly. Yes, I will go meet the Steel Blood Sovereign. He looked at Jiam Chan Yu and said with determination, It's time to return to the tower. You have entered the world of the Iron Blood. Shonen walks along the stone path and enters an ancient building. A familiar voice echoes from the commanding chair at the end of the room. You're here already, Han Sang-gyun. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. The woman with pink hair sitting on the throne looked at him with a mixture of surprise and delight. Lord of the Blood Fire, I thought you would refuse my invitation, but you accepted it so willingly. Sang-gyun scratched his head awkwardly. Honestly, I haven't declined that many invitations either. Do you know how many times you've refused my invitation? Sorry about that. Ha 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 ha. The blood-red sovereign chuckled softly. She stood up and playfully punched him on the shoulder. You're really teasing him now. Sang-gyun could only awkwardly reply. Is that so? He replied awkwardly. The blood-red sovereign gazed deeply into his eyes, his voice suddenly gentle and tinged with regret. If we had met when you were still a challenger, I think we could have become close. We are very close, truly so. Sang-gyun fell silent for a moment and smiled softly. Thit-huit Quan-chu's eyes shine with anticipation. I believe that even now we are already very close. Sang-gyun speaks sincerely. From the moment I first met the Steel Blood Sovereign until now, no. And we will continue moving forward together. He looked straight into her eyes with determination. We are comrades walking this path together, so I will fulfill the heartfelt wish of the Bloodsteel Lord. She gently stepped forward to straighten his collar, her voice filled with worry. That might become very difficult. I smile confidently. Even so, I will be fine. She clutches his shirt tightly, her voice trembling. I might disappoint you to see how weak I used to be. I won't be disappointed. She looked up at him, fear shining in her eyes. You might even die. I have overcome many challenges to get to this day. I won't die so easily. His eyes shone with determination. So I will show you, Lord of the Iron Blood Army. Her eyes shimmered with tears of emotion. A world of the Steel Blood Sovereign is not doomed. He extends his fist, making a promise. She hesitated, then also reached out to touch his fist. A promise was made. Thank you. Hansen, the exclusive wish administrator of the Bloodsteel Sovereign, has been activated. A special challenge to surpass the current floor is being created based on the wish of the Bloodsteel Sovereign. Sang-gyun silently thought. To keep the promise made to the Bloodsteel Sovereign, he entered the challenge tower, driven by the Sovereign's heartfelt wish, and charged forward with all his strength. I will protect this world from the evil god. When Sangyun enters the challenge world, a series of system notifications appear, clearly outlining the conditions of this life and death mission. The theme of this challenge is to protect the fortress with a high difficulty level. There are 3 hours remaining. Complete the challenge by protecting the world's castle from the evil god within the remaining time. Fail the challenge if the challenger dies or runs out of time. The reward for the challenge is the reward from the evil god, the legend of the Iron Blood Lord. The punishment for failure is death. We hope the challenger will fulfill their heartfelt wish. Immediately, the battlefield scene unfolds before their eyes. A knight shouts an order, his voice echoing everywhere. The foolish servants of the evil god have appeared. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Sangyun calmly assesses the situation. He silently thought that his equipment had been sealed and all his stats were fixed at 700. A soldier with reddish-brown hair recognized him and shouted in surprise, "Aren't you the captain?" Sangyun was surprised. "Captain, the role of Royal Army Captain has been assigned to the challenger Hans Sangyun," the young soldier shouted desperately. "Why are you still here?" Sangyun asked calmly. "Is there anything I need to do as a captain?" the soldier shouted. "That's not the important thing right now." He pointed toward the besieged city, voice filled with panic. "A massive horde of fanatics is attacking the front lines. We are on the brink of extinction. We are a support unit, so we must retreat quickly or we will be punished for breaking military law." Sangyun ignored the warning and asked if he understood, "But where is the white-haired, red-eyed knight?" The soldier replied, "If you mean her, you're probably talking about the commander. She is holding back the fanatics on the front lines where we are being pushed back, giving us time to escape." Hearing this, the image of the Iron Blood commander appeared in Shiyun's mind. The soldier kept urging, "So we should," but he didn't finish his sentence before Sangyun drove his sword into the ground, blocking his way. Sangyun charged into the enemy encirclement, fighting relentlessly. He roared, "You fool!" He grits his teeth, his eyes blazing with rage, which means she's planning to sacrifice herself. I stomped my foot hard on the ground, creating a crack. I promised the Iron Blood Sovereign that I would show her a world that would not collapse. His blue eyes flashed with a fierce determination, so we cannot let her die on this battlefield. He rushes forward like an arrow, passing through rows of fallen enemies and allies, screaming as he searches through the chaos. "Where is she?" He slashed an enemy, blood spraying everywhere. "Where is she?" He kept slaughtering, bloodily forging ahead. "Where is she?" Finally, amid the blades and swords, he saw her. She let go. He froze, witnessing the scene before him, the young version of the Blood Sovereign fiercely defending against a divine attack. Her red eyes shine with determination, even in this life-threatening moment. Sanun roared, unable to let history repeat itself. The Wind Blessing skill was activated, increasing all speed by 80%. With incredible speed, he charged forward, swinging his sword to block the deadly attack on her, and the fanatic giant screamed in pain as his arm was cut off. My arm, the young blood monarch, is stunned as he looks at the one who just saved him. He is Sanun, standing in front of her, with a calm voice. "Please, step back." He drives his great sword into the ground. For the crime of challenging the Empire, Sangyun clenched his sword hilt, radiating a holy aura. "I will make you feel it most clearly." The Holy Radiance Authority skill is activated, and the Star of Divine Power infused with deathly energy takes shape. A beam of destruction wipes out all enemies in sight. The young Bloodsteel Sovereign looked at the scene with a look of disbelief. "This can't be happening." Is he one of the Royal Army members? The surviving soldiers are just as stunned. A soldier stammers as the flags of the Empire proudly wave in the sunset. "We won." The young Bloodfire Sovereign looks at Seonun from behind and speaks with respect. "A captain of the Royal Army." Sangun turns back and smiles at her. "To keep the promise I made to the commander," he said proudly. "I have come a long way to get here." The scene shifts to a lively tavern signaling a recent victory. In the tavern, the young Canarian Lefeld of the bloodthirsty Royal Army slams his beer down on the table. So he's not actually a member of the Royal Army, and his real name is Hansen. She looked at him by the flickering candlelight, her voice still tinged with doubt. "You tricked the entire empire and hid your real name, but you saved my life." Canarian smiled, a smile both charming and commanding. "So, with the authority of the commander, I will not pursue this matter further." "Then that is enough for me. I just want to pay back what I owe and earn your trust." Thei Chi-He looked at him for a long moment and then said, "I can say that your words are not lies, at least to some extent. Now it's my turn to introduce myself." Canarian extended his hand and said, "Let me introduce myself properly. I am Canarian Ilfeld." Sangun smiled kindly. "From now on you will support me, so I look forward to working with you." He took her hand, giving a firm handshake. I will protect you well. Sir, the scene shifts to a solemn ceremony where priests in robes deliver prophecies. The priests say that this world will end at the hands of the evil god, but they also say there is a way to stop him. Recognized by the 7 dragons, the protectors of the world will save it according to the prophecy of a god, and the bloodline of the royal family is seeking to become the chosen one in that prophecy. On the way, Canarian looked back at Sionen with a bright smile. Thanks to Hansen, I arrived here safely, despite being chased by the evil god's followers. They ride their horses along a path filled with enemy corpses. My arrival here without shedding a single drop of blood is all thanks to you. All right, we've arrived. This is the territory of the Dark Star Spirit, protected by the Black Dragon, the Great Forest, and Canarian dismounts. I will handle everything here. The Empire has prepared a negotiation proposal. You won't need to do anything. Sangyun teased. If I punch the dragon a few times, everything will be over quickly. Canarian sighed. Please, don't do that. He winked, as long as the commander was not threatened. They moved deeper into the forest together. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past, grazing Canarian's cheek. Sangyun swiftly grabbed the arrow and deliberately pulled her closer. Canarian watched in amazement as he caught the arrow in his hand. I didn't even feel it coming. She looked ahead and realized the enemy's intent. Thank you, it seems they are not interested in negotiating. Sangyun stepped forward, breaking the arrow in his hand. Now I will handle everything my way. A barrage of missile-like arrows flew in, causing small explosions that blocked their path. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a small black dragon was lounging lazily. It seems the dark spirits are chasing away outsiders, so I might as well sleep a little longer. But just as it closed its eyes, a voice rang out right behind it. Found you! The dragon jolted in surprise, turned around, and shouted, How could a lowly human get this deep inside? Sangyun points at the scattered dark spirits. You have threatened someone precious to me. I beat that guy up and made him reveal your location. The angry black dragon puffs up its cheeks. Not only did you invade my subordinate's territory, but you also dared to strike him. The dragon roared, its claws glowing with a dark energy. Today you will pay for harming my subordinate. Its small body suddenly swells and transforms into a giant black dragon with scales as hard as stone. It roared, its voice echoing throughout the cave, ready to die. You useless human! Canarian exclaimed in horror. This has escalated beyond expectations. But Sion simply stepped forward calmly, shielding her. I will protect you. The divine power of the Qing'an command is being used. He looked directly at the giant dragon, his voice emotionless yet carrying an undeniable weight. Sitting down, he issued another command and bowed his head, consuming divine power to influence the real world through his words. The dragon growled irritably. Do you think I am a dog? It struggles to resist. I don't have to obey such an order, do I? But an invisible force pressed it down to the ground. Gah! What have you done to me? It screams in panic. Why can't I move my body? Suddenly, Sangyun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Could the effect of lowering his stats have weakened his heart when using his divine power? The bloodline authority skill has been activated. She hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe his face. Are you okay? Why did you suddenly start bleeding? Sangyun gently brushed her hand away. I recovered earlier, so I'm fine now. Then he turned back and stepped onto a sharp piece of rock, ready for the next move. He looked at the subdued dragon and smiled, declaring, Now you are my companion dragon. The dragon's ridge roared in fury and disbelief. Don't talk nonsense like that. It lifts its head to the sky and screams in despair. Oh, dragon god, please grant me the strength to defeat my enemies. At the request of the 4th level apostle Tamian Ednis, Long God's challenge can now be observed. Long God begins to accept the request of the 4th level apostle Tom Nice. The dragon god looks at the challenger Hanzionen and smiles gently. The dragon god refuses the request of the 4th level apostle Tamianis. The dragon could only gasp in astonishment as Long Than advised to treat Han Sangyun with utmost care. A small figure appears from the light, waving at Sionen. The dragon stammers. Long Than smiled brightly at the challenger Han Sangyun and said it had been a long time since they last met. Sangyun also smiled in return and said, Long God, long time no see. The black dragon was extremely confused. Yeah, who exactly are you? Sangyun turned around. What else could I be? He smiled knowingly and said, I will be the one to become your master starting today. Yongyung? Hearing the new name, Yongyung's eyes widened, then it gradually smiled happily. Yongyung soared into the sky, carrying Sangyun and Canarian on its back. Canarian cleared his throat. Sir,
Now I think I can ask a few questions, right? How could you persuade the black dragon so easily? She looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze and said, If you don't answer, you won't earn my trust. Sang-yoon smiles. I will answer as much as I am allowed to. So can you tell me your true identity? Young, the dragon spoke. I am just a challenger from the tower, Canarian muttered. Which magic tower are you from? She asked further, so then my next question is, are you an apostle serving a dragon-related deity? The dragon god suddenly appeared behind Sang-yoon, startling Canarian. Huh? Canarian chuckled. He, looking at his face, now I am sure. So what? Hansun, didn't I guess everything correctly? Sang-yoon looked at her with an exasperated expression. How can someone be completely wrong about everything like that? He sighed, realizing all his guesses from the start had been perfectly wrong. Canarian is confused, so nothing was correct after all? Although I was right that he comes from a different world? Sang-yoon nodded. You guessed that right? She asked out of curiosity. I also have something to ask. What exactly is Yong-young? As you know, dragons are apostles serving the dragon god. I also know a little about the tower. He spoke with a hesitant tone, suggesting that maybe all of this was just an illusion. She asked in surprise, An illusion? She looked toward the horizon and said confidently, You say this world is fake? He replied, It's not fake, so there's no need to worry. Canarian looked at him with suspicion. What else is he hiding? Yong-young speaks softly. If that's true, then it's a relief. A world with something like an evil god cannot be fake. He looks down at the city below and sincerely says, Please protect this world from the evil god. We've arrived. Sang-yoon and Canarian jump down. He gently pats the dragon's head. Well done, Yong-young. Yong-young quickly objects. My name is not Yong-young, it's me. Sang-yoon turned back and shot a sharp look at him. Don't tell me you're thinking of betraying your master. Yong-young immediately shrank back, stammering, No, I will accept that name. A voice called out from ahead, addressing Canarian Lafeld. A blond man in a white uniform stepped out from the shadows, smiling smugly. I only heard about it through the communication device, but I didn't expect you to actually bring back a dragon. He stepped closer, his tone full of sarcasm. So you really did your best, huh? Yes, sir. He looked at her with a condescending gaze. My little sister, the three of us stood facing each other in a tense atmosphere. Sang-yoon looked at Canarian, then at the man, surprised as he asked, Your sister? Canarian lowered his head reluctantly. It's been a while, Glios. Glios turned to assess Sang-yoon. Meeting him in person, you're also impressed. I didn't expect you to tame a dragon so quickly, Canarian replied coldly. You're too kind. Glios looked straight at his sister, his voice full of contempt. Father, I think having such a capable assistant is also a skill. Watching you desperately cling to the Emperor's throne is quite amusing. He smirked. Too bad your assistant isn't here. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. The blunt threat made Canarian pale with shock and fear. Sang-yoon's eyes grew cold, a fierce aura emanating from him. So you're the assistant assigned to my sister. It's just a joke. No need to look so serious. He extended his hand and said, Nice to meet you. I am a prince of the Empire and a member of the Gos-Lefeld royal army. Sang-yoon silently thought. I see now. So the royal bloodline is a princess of the Empire, and now the pieces are starting to fit together. He forcefully pushes Gos's hand away and looks directly into his eyes, saying, I am Hansen. Is that so? That's quite a unique name. He withdrew his hand, clearly showing his displeasure. There's no courtesy or honesty at all. You seem to be quite a mysterious person. Glios continued to speculate. Maybe they are from some hidden noble family. Given your apparent strength, I don't understand why you're helping my inferior younger sister. Did you secretly fall for my sister? The one called the Flower of the Empire. My sister has a very difficult personality, so I don't think she's suitable for someone like you. Why don't you serve me instead of my inferior younger sister? Sang-yoon grabs Gos's wrist with a cold voice. Sorry, but I have a question. Are you surprised, Glios? Sang-yoon clenched his fist. Do you want to die? It seems that's indeed the case, Your Highness, so I will use my strength to end everything quickly and painlessly. Gos struggled to free his hand, growling angrily. How dare you! Here and now explain yourself! Sang-yoon growled, his eyes blazing red. I said I'm going to crush your skull, Glios stammered. I am a prince of the Empire, you know. Sang-yoon smirked. So what? An invisible wave of pressure radiates from Sang-yoon, making it hard for Gos to breathe. Do you want to live or die? Gos's face paled as he was completely overwhelmed by Sang-yoon's killing intent. Gos broke out in a cold sweat, stammering. He pushed, struggling to swallow and saying, I want to live. Sang-yoon pushed him away. Good.
He warned him, saying, "I will spare you this time, but if you come back for revenge, I will take it as you truly desire death." He turned away without looking at Ghost again. "Let's go, Commander." Under the sunset, they walked together, leaving Ghost standing in silence behind. Canarian stops, and Luong still faces him, his voice filled with remorse. "I'm truly sorry, I couldn't do anything. I hesitated before my brother, and couldn't stop him, even as he mocked you. I was so afraid that even you might disappear. My brother is very close to the line of succession. Since I was young, I couldn't resist him, and he took everything from me, my precious possessions, even those who followed me, just to become the next emperor. So he even tried to take you away as well." She looked towards the distant fortress, her voice filled with bitterness. "But one day, I wanted to surpass the commander and take the throne myself, but I am not even worthy of aiming for the throne. I don't even deserve his trust." Tears welling up, she smiled bitterly. "It's so pathetic, isn't it?" Sangyun just smiled kindly. She suddenly remembered, a long time ago, when the commander once told me these words that stayed with me forever. Sangyun repeated those words. "When you fall and feel like you can't get up, you can always rely on me. I call your name with respect. Canarian Ilfeld, to me, you are an emperor and one of the few people I truly respect. Please rely on me." He knelt down on one knee and made a vow. "I will ensure you ascend to the throne as emperor." He heard sniffles, sniffling. Canarian is burying her face in his shoulder, crying uncontrollably. "Sniff, sniff. Don't tell me I said something wrong. The conditions have been met," she sobs. "I don't know why you're doing all this for me, but at least I know your heart is genuine." The feelings of the steel-blood sovereign towards the challenger Hansen have become favorable. She looked up, her eyes shining with new determination. "If you truly want to see me become emperor, then I will rise to meet your expectations. The reward for the special contract challenge born from the heart has increased." She smiled, a genuine smile. "Thank you." Suddenly, a huge purple energy beam shot straight up into the sky from afar. "Is this energy a divine star?" "Master, the apotheosis has summoned an apostle, while other dragons are still in conflict." Canarian decisively said, "Then we need to go there immediately." Sangyun jumped onto Yongyung's back and commanded, "Let's go together." "Dad, all right. I said I would respond to your trust. I will go with you." Wai Ong Yung, flying in the air, asking the master, "What is your plan?" Sangyun stood on the dragon's back with a determined look and replied simply, "The divine authority of godhood has been activated." A blazing red energy envelops Sangyun's body, transforming him into a different form. "Now you can wield divine powers based on your latent divinity." He declared in a resounding voice that we will crush the evil god. Latent divinity, supremacy, death, immortality, defiance of heaven, observation, discipline, harmony, command, and many more. Let's settle this. Yongyung roared and charged straight at the purple energy pillar, which had entered the divine realm of the demon spirit's dance. "Look up at the sky, a fool is flying towards us." Their leader raises his scythe high, shouting orders, destroying them all with demonic energy as countless energy attacks fly toward them. Yongyung warns anxiously, "Master, we won't be able to hold out at this speed." Sangyun, in his divine armor, coldly commands, "All of you split in two and die." The divine command energy is being used, a destructive wave of energy sweeping away the army below, leaving no trace. Using divine power to influence the real world through speech. Canarian stared in amazement at his armor. "What the hell is going on here?" Sanjian calmly replied. "It's hard to explain right now. I'll tell you after the battle." She looked at him with trust and admiration. "So I will wait to hear more, because I have decided to place my trust in you." Sanguine absorbs the souls of those who have just been defeated, and his power continues to grow. Defeating many enemies greatly increases the second-level ascension points and achieves significant progress through extraordinary potential mythology. Yongyung announced that the demon god apostle can be seen below, as a giant eerie dragon appears. How adorable are those tiny little things. You are even not enough to be food for a moment. The fourth-level Bazera official apostle of the evil god feels extremely delighted. Bia Ha. How adorable these lowly things are. The evil god in the form of Bazera, the official level 4 apostle, is thoroughly enjoying it. The other dragons are terrified. How could it have become an apostle so quickly? The evil god explained nonchalantly through Bazera. "Oh, is that so? Obviously I made a deal with the tower. It's a playground prepared by the tower. So the sooner I enjoy it, the better, right? That explanation is enough, isn't it? Then die." Are those your last words as the sword flies up? The Holy Light Authority skill activates, forming a star imbued with divine death energy, and he unleashes a devastating attack.
So the one finally recognized by the Black Dragon has arrived. The Guardian can protect this world from the evil god. The Godslayer recognizes Sun's armor. The challenger is you. His voice was filled with hatred. We will never forgive you. No, I will kill you. The Berserk status effect is intensified. The Red Dragon exclaims, "This pressure is overwhelming." But that guy, the Red Dragon, is amazed and says, he is not affected by this pressure at all. The White Dragon roared in helplessness, truly ashamed. Our dragons can't do anything. Then there is only one way left. It turns to Sionin, chosen by the Black Dragon, and I will entrust you with the power to protect this world. A brilliant golden energy bursts forth from the White Dragon and the other dragons, flowing directly into Sionin. You are the only one who can stop that evil god. We rely on you, Protector, as all the energy of the Dragon Guardians converges into a single point, forming a golden sphere floating before Songyun. This energy condition has been fulfilled. Challenger Hans Gyun becomes the guardian deity of the world. He silently thought, I think I understand now. Receiving Ecalium's divine power grants the right to protect and bless the world. However, the Ecalium power does not include control over the world and is not considered an official divine power. The Ecalium power will vanish without a trace after the special contract challenge ends. He gently catches the sphere. With this, the will of the world has been conveyed. The dragons roared, putting all their hope in their new guardian god. The god of death roared, because of that pathetic god you made me witness. Not a single moment has passed that I forgot you. Now you will pay for that day. He unleashed a massive dark energy blast. Canarian could only watch in horror as the destructive attack approached. But Songyun simply swung his sword casually, effortlessly slicing through the energy. The god of death was stunned. Is your divine authority wiped out in a single strike? Songyun declares coldly. Enough world, disappear from this realm. Through the divine power of Ecalium, the world conveys its will to Hans Songyun. A barrage of golden beams shot up from the ground, attacking the evil god. What is this nonsense? He screamed as the world's rays overwhelmed him. He fought desperately but was helpless, and everything was in vain. His host body disintegrated. The arrival of the evil god into the fourth-tier Bazera Apostle has been officially cancelled. The evil god was furious because its descent had been forcibly cancelled. The Tower of Challenge compensated the evil god with a large amount of divine power. The tower records the divine payment and allows a manifestation. A small demonic entity appears from the red energy stream. You challenger, I will definitely kill you. It roared out in a furious scream. The entity charged forward and attacked the Ecalium sphere. Ecalium's divine power has been downgraded due to external divinity. Songyun frowned. Just the presence of an evil god is enough to crush the world's rank? I have shattered the divine nature of the challenger. Pretty cool, huh? Songyun replied sarcastically. Very cool. The true challenger is Han Songyun. Brats like you need to be taught what real power and hierarchy feel like. Now, my servants, I will kill Hans Songyun. So wipe out all those damn lizard gods. It sneered with an evil smile. But bring them back alive, and I will use them as my toys. A dragon roared in fury. Who are you calling a toy or a lizard to enjoy yourself with? The army of the evil god charges to attack the 7 dragons. A chaotic battle erupts in the sky. The brave dragons fought on, but the enemies were too numerous and fierce. Songyun watched the scene and silently wondered, is this how everything finally ends? Challenger, you don't have time to think. The evil god charges at him. Thanks to the myth of exterminating bugs, the attack power of the evil god increases by 600% against the weak. Songyun raises his sword to block. A devastating explosion occurs as mythic skills and special muscles are unleashed. He grits his teeth. Even with muscles, we still lose in firepower. The fire god laughs with pleasure. Just as I thought, you're not a fragile toy. 2 streams of blue and red energy clash fiercely, creating a storm of power. The god of death hovered in the air, looking down at Sion with contempt. The challenger. It laughed maniacally, saying, get excited because I will play with you for as long as I can. Songyun silently strategized, since he couldn't attack. At least he would shape the battlefield to his advantage. He planted his sword into the ground, turning the entire battlefield into an icy land. The Winter King's authority automatically activates when conditions are met. All stats increase by 10%, and the user becomes completely immune to the cold. The god of death smirked and waved his hand in vain. Huh? It roared defiantly. Let's see how far you can run. The challenger. Through divine discipline, special rules are established within the divine realm. Rule 1.
The weaker receive an increased chance based on the gap in divine rank. Rule 2. Skill damage increases by 100%. Rule 3. The ice zone absorbs all forms of divinity to sustain itself. Taking advantage of the home ground, Sang-gyun glides across the ice at a terrifying speed. He moves as fast as a ghost, creating countless illusions on the icy battlefield. He strikes, causing a devastating collision that cracks the entire ice surface. The Bloodsteel Authority sword is activated with great power, but the evil god is no pushover. It summons a demonic entity. The myth of the clown's chase begins, reducing all of Han Sang-gyun's speed by 40%. Sang-gyun is bound tightly by ghostly silken threads and delivers a mighty punch to the sky, roaring with pleasure.
Not yet, I will crush you even more, a destructive energy blast directly at Seon.
He keeps attacking non-stop, not giving you a second to breathe, still not done with your head.
We still have plenty of time to play, right? No matter how many times I fight you,
You won't break. You're quite a fun new toy. The divine armor begins to crack.
it screamed with excitement. This is even more fun than messing around with the world. Maybe I should destroy this place, and then there will be even more fun with you.
The divine armor has been shattered. Made from divine essence, he muttered, wounded but still unwavering in his fighting spirit. The god of death didn't give him time to recover and charged again, delivering another powerful punch that caused an explosion. The entire battlefield trembles violently from the aftershock of the attack. It turns its back on the battling dragons.
I've made my decision. Outdated toys will be discarded, and I will play with you, my new toy.
Sang-gyun stood up from the wreckage, his voice filled with disgust. Do you really see this world as nothing more than a toy?
Ah, the god replied casually. Isn't breaking the old toy and having a new one obvious? He looked at the shattered armor fading away and thought to himself, is this guy really a high-level divine being? He shouted loudly, he's not completely invincible. The evil god roared, what did you say?
A blazing red energy enveloped him. After all, this is the wall he will have to face someday. His aura erupts, overwhelming the demon realm. The demon screams in fury. Are you crazy? How dare a bug like you lecture me? Sang-gyun stands firm on the icy battlefield, voice full of conviction.
This is not meaningless. I can kill you. The god of death sighed in boredom.
Well, what's the point of this anymore? You're just a pathetic challenger. You can't defeat me. Its voice was suddenly cut off. The power of will automatically activated when the conditions were met. With the power of will, challenger Han Sang-gyun received a massive amount of energy proportional to his fighting spirit. Sang-gyun is now surrounded by a blazing red aura. Challenge. Do you really believe that? With the power of will, recovery speed, divine authority, attack speed, and resistance to divine attributes all increase 100-fold.
The terrifying neurotoxin shouted, What? Lu, how do you have this kind of power?
This is cheating. He tries to act calm.
Whatever it is, Sang-gyun charged forward at an unbelievable speed, delivering a lightning-fast strike. He asks with a commanding voice, Are you ready to take a hit without activating your superpower? All forms of speed increase exponentially with the level gap against the opponent. A rain of red sword energy pours down on the evil god, leaving it no time to react. It roars in fury, you damn rotten. Even after gaining such high divine power, do you think you can compare to me?
A deep gash appears on its body. The aftershock of the attack caused a massive explosion that shook the entire divine realm. The evil god was thrown back, slipping on the ice.
Sang-gyun coldly said, No need to worry about that, just take one more hit.
The Holy Light Authority skill is activated, forming a star of divine power infused with death.
A destructive purple energy rushing toward the evil god. GRA's divine attack now carries a non-repairable effect. Heavily wounded, the evil god growls. A hybrid like you. I am an evil god with activated malicious power.
All levels of the evil god increase. His magic power is amplified, and his strength devours all divine attributes as divine force seeps into his attack. I will show you the true meaning of divine rank through death. He summoned a giant purple thunderstorm and sneered with a sinister smile.
You'd better be careful. My dogs are very fierce. The dark sky, God creates thunderwolves that devour everything.
All right, boys, it's time to eat. Lightning bolts thundered toward Sang-gyun like a flood. Sang-gyun gracefully dodged, gliding above the pack of wolves. He raises his hand to give the command. Everyone lie down as the divine command power is activated. The god of death sneers and reveals an ancient collar. My loyal dogs won't listen to anyone else. A giant cage descends from the sky, trapping Sang-gyun inside. The thunderous wolves howled and surrounded the giant cage that just fell, trapping Sang-gyun inside. A wave of dark energy enveloped Sang-yoon. Because of blaspheming the gods, the divine power and divine authority of the challenger Hans Geon are sealed for 1 minute. He silently wonders, have all his divine powers been sealed? The god-killer laughs with pleasure. Your divine powers are now useless. It commands the wolves.
All right, guys, crush all of his divine power. The ferocious wolves charge in, tearing apart Sang-yoon's armor.
Without a hint of panic, Sang-yoon drove his sword into the ground, gripping the hilt tightly and commanding him to bend it. The exclusive distortion effect has been activated. The space around the Thunder Wolf Pack begins to warp in a strange manner, consuming divine power to create spatial distortion in a designated area. Through the distortion effect, control over the Thunder Wolf Pack is infused with divine force, preparing to seize it. Sang-yoon declares that the control of the Thunder Wolf Pack now belongs to him, and the evil god's eyes widen in horror. Did you control them? Where did you get that power from? He smirked, trying to hide his confusion. Is that what you wanted me to say?
I've spent a lot of time mastering the devouring, and now you claim you can control it. You can't use the devouring power without ancient divine essence. Even pride has its limits. You know what? Sign commands to come out. The swarm of lightning bolts, now turned blue, growled and faced their former master in disbelief. This is impossible. It's a power that can devour all divine attributes. How can you oppose the swallowing divine force?
Sang-yoon calmly replied, that's simple. This power only consumes divine energy, but it has nothing to do with the divine nature itself. He pointed at it and said, now die.
The pack of blue wolves lunged forward to attack. You little parasite of the challenger. It roars wildly. Attack me as much as you want, I can't be harmed by my own power. Even the evil god remains confident despite being attacked by his own wolves.
Sang-gi said, then I will have to change your mind. The sealing lock shattered, and the blasphemous mythological seal on divine nature and authority was lifted once the time ran out. You speak in a warning tone. I can't control this power. The divine command skill is used. The Overlord was startled, wasn't it? It shouted in pain as its own power turned against it. You wolves return to bite and tear your master apart, useless fools. A destructive energy wave swallows all the filthy trash of the divine power realm, swallowing and swallowing all divine essence. The Overlord collapses to the ground, battered and bruised. He stammers in panic, saying, stop it, I have already used you. He is stunned for a moment, then he grabs his leg, saying, I will never interfere with you again, and I will cancel the plan to destroy this world anymore. Are you asking with a mocking tone? To cancel it? What exactly are you planning to cancel? The evil god stammered. As I said, you probably saw this world as nothing more than a toy. But to others, it is precious. A place where dreams can come true. One half of his face is human. The other half is armored with divine power, his eyes blazing with judgment. But now you're canceling it. What's the difference? The time condition has been fulfilled. Feel the pain of those who lost this world deep in your bones. You fought for 44 minutes with your name recorded in the Death God's Book of Life and Death. The evil god screams in despair. No, the evil god was swallowed by the power of death through the Death God's Book of Life and Death. The evil god let out a final scream of despair as its soul vanished. I refuse to die at the hands of a scum like you. It did not absorb the soul of the evil god Pirion von Leum. The purple divine realm vanished. Canarian and Yong-Yung stood there in shock, looking into the distance. She muttered, what exactly happened over there? Yong-Yung guesses that the owner is probably confronting the evil god. It continued speaking with a puzzled look, but I couldn't understand. He might have escaped this destruction alone. He turned to Canarian and asked why he risked his life. For you? Canarian bowed his head, his voice full of self-blame. I don't even know why he cares about someone like me, but Hans Gyun still trusts me. She looked up, a new determination shining in her eyes, whether it was love or loyalty. I'm not sure, but if I've earned trust, shouldn't I also believe in him as someone who wants to rule? Suddenly, a burst of golden and blue light exploded, pushing back the darkness. The challenger Hanjeon uses divine power and trust to create a supreme divine realm. Canarian covers his eyes. Wait, is this Hans Gyun? As the light softens, she and Yong-Yung look around in astonishment. The landscape is devastated. Has it been restored? A voice echoes behind her. Didn't I promise to show you? She turned back and saw Sun standing there, smiling. A world that has not fallen apart. Canarian couldn't hold back her emotions and threw herself into his arms. He gently stroked her hair and smiled contentedly. The dragons soared across the clear blue sky, welcoming their hero. Then Sang-Gyun sat alone on the balcony, enjoying tea at dawn. The scene is truly peaceful, with no trace of the battle left. He takes a sip of tea, feeling at ease. He looked down at this bustling market below. Is this how peaceful a world without evil gods can be? He gazed at the system windows appearing before him. They were completely different from when he first arrived. He smiles contentedly. Good. This is even better than I expected. Through this battle with the evil god, everything has advanced greatly. You have reached a higher realm by defeating a high-level divine being and developing through the authority of divine power. Now, I can also support my own mental strength. The divine power of Essin guides the user's mind to a higher realm. But what truly caught my attention was that through the superlative myth, the soul resonates, and all skills are infused with the soul. A red error message appeared. All of Hansen's challenge skills are no longer bound by the system. He silently wondered if now he could turn the tower's power into his own ability. In short, it's basically stealing the power of the tower. A chibi image of Sang-yoon carrying a large sack running away appears. He looks up the endless road leading to the top of the tower. At this pace, I will become one of the strongest challengers in the tower. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Han Sang-yoon is Canarian. I'm here, you came back for a visit so early in the morning, he exclaimed in surprise. What? His bright blue eyes flicker with confusion as he looks toward the door. Canarian's silhouette appears in the doorway. Her long pink hair flows freely over her bare shoulders as she stands silently, watching him from afar. The gentle morning light shines into the room as she enters, her stunning red and white dress highlighting her regal beauty and authority. With a confident smile, she announced, I have something to tell you. Suddenly, she rushed towards him playfully, but first she continued with a bright smile, let's chat and have some fun together. The scene suddenly shifts, and the two are now riding a giant purple dragon soaring over Huihuang City at dawn, with Canarian playfully putting on a pair of glasses, a fake nose, and a mustache, carefully attaching them to a bewildered Sang-yoon. Poor Sang-yoon now looks ridiculous with fake mustache and nose, and his expression seems quite displeased. Canarian couldn't hold back her laughter. She burst into joyful laughter, her eyes squinting and revealing her sharp, adorable fangs. Night fell, and from a beautiful rooftop, they watched the spectacular fireworks explode in the sky, lighting up the entire city. Sang-yoon turned to her with a gentler expression. Commander, what do you want to say? Canarian looked a bit surprised, her cheeks flushing, and she exclaimed, oh my. Her expression suddenly turned serious as she raised a finger to chide, Didn't I tell you not to call me by my title? Ah, I see now, Canarian. Immediately she smiled brightly again, her eyes curved with satisfaction. Good, very good. She tilted her head slightly, her smile becoming more subdued and serious, and I told her I had something important to say. Her voice rang out clearly and solemnly amidst the fireworks. I have been chosen to succeed as emperor. Without you, I could not have become emperor. She turned her back and looked down at the city they had protected together, her voice filled with emotion. No, maybe this world has already been destroyed. I love the world we protected together, so I have to tell you this. She took a deep breath, placing her hand on her chest. Her heart pounding, she called his name with reverence. Hansen looked straight into his eyes, her gaze full of sincerity and hope that he would stay in this empire beside me. Then she whispered, as if from the heart of the world we have saved together. Tears began to fall down her cheeks as her voice choked with emotion. No, I want to protect this future with you. Hansen was completely stunned, slightly opening his mouth in disbelief at what he just heard. He looked away awkwardly, trying to find the right words, but could only manage to say, Oh. A strange purple energy flashes in his eyes, signaling a change from the system. The special contract, a challenge for the Blood Queen's deep wish, has been completed. A system window appears, partially obscuring Canarian's image. The rewards are being distributed based on the Blood Queen's emotional state. The breakthrough reward has been sent to your inventory. The scene shifts. Canarian, dressed more simply and surrounded by a pink aura, smiles and says, You have arrived. They are standing face to face in a magnificent room. She continues, her voice filled with weary anticipation. I have always been waiting. Hans Yoon. Her face looks sad as she recalls how he stopped the apocalypse, defeated the evil god, and helped me ascend to the throne. A memory suddenly floods in. The scene of them celebrating happily in a tavern. Her voice echoes, And I have him now, a wonderful assistant. That was happiness, but the feeling was too luxurious for someone like me. The image of Sun Jionun smiling brightly in the past appears in her mind. She silently wished that I had not met him in this situation, and that the image of herself smiling happily with him, and that it was real and not a lie. She returned to reality, her voice carrying deep sadness. But I know their happy memories are sinking into the sea of flames. Canarian's voice echoes here, doomed that it was only a dream that would never come true. she continued with deep sadness. However, I couldn't help but dream. His smile also vanished in the flames. Canarian bowed his head, his hand clenched to his chest, his voice full of resignation. But now, even the time to dream has come to an end. Suddenly, Sang-yoon's firm voice interrupted her train of thought. Maybe it's not over yet. He smiled warmly, his sincere eyes serving a great emperor, and we traveled together. I also enjoyed that time very much. His smile grew more determined, and a fiery hope ignited in his blue eyes. I want to bring that happy world back to you. Sword Master Bai, he once told me. A hazy memory appears of him and a master meditating, recounting that if you reach the top of the tower, the events in the Garden of Wishes can come true. If we can just reach the top floor, maybe he will look at her with hope in his eyes. So please wait for me a little longer. I will restore the happy world of the Blood Queen. Canarian was stunned, her eyes wide open, her hands instinctively clasped in front of her chest in awe. She bit her lips softly, trying to hold back the rising emotions. She walked away, her figure hesitant. Dear friend, no one has ever seen the top of the tower. She stood with her back to him, her long pink hair flowing, her voice tinged with doubt, so whether it was real or not remains a mystery. Sang-yoon looked at her silhouette, his voice deep and full of trust, but she kept giving me hope. Canarian turned back, a bright yet determined smile on her lips. I will wait here. Her eyes shone with a fierce belief. Until he reached the top of the tower, the scene became dreamy and shimmering. I will follow your journey because it is the last hope given to me. He entered the waiting room, and the system window appeared, bringing Seon back to reality. Suddenly, a furious scream echoed throughout the empty waiting room. That kid! Jiamchu pointed directly at his face, his voice full of surprise and anger. What on earth happened that caused your divine path to grow so much? She rushed forward, unable to believe her eyes. Did you really defeat the evil god? Yes, I have consumed the enhancement potion from the SSS Blood Queen's reward, and my primordial demon sword skill has increased 2 levels. The small girl in front of him is completely stunned. You are a monster! I have nothing more to say! Xion's eyes became sharp and confident. Soon you will surpass even the strength I once had. I won't be alive much longer. The girl turned around, surrounded by a red glow. So, I made my decision. I will see what awaits you at the end of your journey. She crossed her arms and smiled slyly. I will follow you. Sang-yoon just shrugged. That's no different from before, this one or that one. He spoke indifferently, while the girl seemed annoyed. He picks up the empty bottle. Sighs. It seems our conversation ends here. He stands up, a strong aura emanating from him. Head towards the top of the tower, as red energy engulfs both of them. His eyes shine with fierce determination. There will be many challenges ahead, but that doesn't matter because now I have a reason to reach the top. Entering the 22nd floor of the challenge tower, a series of red error characters flash continuously. Sang-yoon and the girl look surprised at the malfunctioning system window. What is this now? The challenge level doesn't match the tower's level. Adjusting the floors is deemed necessary. Activating the special level under the tower's authority. The special floor of the tower combines floors 22 to 25 into a single world. Having entered the tower's special floor, the challenge is compressed. Sang-yoon looked around in amazement. They had compressed 4 floors and their challenges into 1. The theme of this challenge is the Demon World Trap. The scene that unfolds is a desolate wasteland. These sharp rocks under the dark sky are immediately surrounded and attacked by monsters from all directions. A horde of demons with fierce expressions growl. How long do you plan to run away? A figure with white hair rushes forward at incredible speed, his fist surrounded by purple energy. In a hidden place he desires, he mutters and delivers a powerful strike. A series of energy punches are unleashed, forming a fierce storm of attack. The man tenses his muscles, his arms bulging, ready for another strike. His eyes flashed with a deadly light as his opponent charged, unleashing a fierce energy explosion. You are the servant of the First Lord, aren't you? The demon with curved horns and black fur around his neck sneers wickedly. I will kill you and defeat the First Lord! He roared wildly, then charged straight at the white-haired man with the intent to finish him off. Suddenly, a blazing red energy burst forth. Hansen appeared, delivering a thunderous punch that launched a devastating attack, causing a huge explosion. The white-haired man looked up, his blue eyes shining with surprise, but also determination as he saw his savior. Sang-yoon's voice echoed, I have come to save you. Sang-yoon stands tall, shielding the man just rescued from the defeated elite lord. You continue. O demon race, the system window appears. You have saved a demon from danger caused by a special forces lord.
The white-haired man immediately bows respectfully, his voice full of gratitude. Thank you for your help, mighty deity. The top apostle Castra respectfully bows to the supreme deity. Sangyun looks at the man named Castra. So, you have been seeking me at the request of the First Lord, Castra responded respectfully. The First Lord, you mean the Lord who granted the request for guidance. The supreme deity Kray explains, as the image of Sion defeating the formidable Lord appears, and by defeating Lord 62, he has become the new Lord 62. He continues, which means he is now qualified to participate in the selection trial for the Supreme Lord title organized by the Lord. I am here to help him with that. Sangyun narrows his eyes, his gaze sharp. What will I gain if I win this challenge? Castra looks directly at him. You will gain the right to challenge the First Lord. The image of the tower appears behind Sion as Castra reveals the final reward, and of course, the truth about the tower, which he can refuse. But Castra warned that an outsider in the demon realm is not allowed to kill a lord and take their place. Yet he broke that rule. Now many lords will see him as an enemy. A vision appears. Sangyun stands alone, surrounded by numerous other lords with hostile eyes. Castra continued, My master said this about you. Sangyun's eyes filled with determination upon hearing Casra's words that he would participate in the challenge and uncover the truth of the tower. The Ultimate Lord Selection Challenge begins. A series of system notifications appear. 14 days remaining. Pass conditions. Attain the throne of the demon realm. Fail conditions. The challenger faces death or runs out of time to win the reward. An ancient demon sword once wielded by an anonymous SSS god, with failure meaning death. In a dark hall, glowing red eyes whisper, so a new 60-second lord has been born this time. I heard he's an outsider, and he even took part in the selection challenge. A mighty bearded lord sitting on the throne, orders through the silent system. He is coming through a dark archway. Countless red eyes watching the challenger as Sangyun and Casra step into the arena, confident and divine, entering a vast coliseum surrounded by thousands of demon spectators watching closely. Welcome. Sangyun glanced toward the throne. Who is that demon? Casra explained. That is the second lord of the demon realm, the god of regret. The lord sitting on the throne radiates a powerful aura with glowing purple eyes as another lord jumps down from the stands, roaring, Second Lord, let us handle that scum. The demon with skin as hard as stone faces Sionun, the challenger of Han Sangyun. Both of us are apostles and lords serving fanaticism. He declares with a sinister expression, while Sangyun remains cold and composed. You will die here. The scene shows Sangyun and Castra surrounded by dozens of other lords. At the hands of all these lords, Sangyun smirked. Are you saying I will die at all your hands? Isn't this supposed to be a one-on-one fight? The demon roared in anger. Do you think we will duel with the one who insulted the Lord of Fanaticism? We will judge you with our skills. 2 purple dark energy spheres are summoned, creating a haunting and deadly scene. The dark energy gathers into a massive sphere, hurtling towards Han Sangyun and Castra with destructive force. Sangyun watches calmly, a mocking smile on his face. I see, a conflict among the demons themselves. Even the demon god must be troubled by this. Sangyun turned to Castra with a confident smile. The supreme god. Don't forget the technique I taught you. Sangyun nodded slightly. His eyes flashed as a blazing red aura erupted around him. The divine power of godly transformation was activating, and a blue-skinned demon sneered contemptuously. Hey, isn't that technique a kind of magic that uses demonic energy? Sangyun replied with a mysterious smile. Exactly, the demon continued to explain smugly. Only chosen demons can use it. It is a type of dark magic. Sangyun chuckled softly. That's very convenient. The giant black magic sphere drew closer, ready to crush everything in its path. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupted around Sangyun, blending with his red aura. I declare that I have also learned a bit of dark magic. The exclusive magic circuit effect is activating, temporarily converting the user's mana into demonic energy for use. A flashback appears, showing Castra guiding Sangyun in a desolate space. If you learn the technique I am teaching, it will definitely help you when facing the lords. Castra creates a purple energy sphere in his hand and explains that it is dark magic, a power that slightly transforms mana. He demonstrates by creating an energy sword, but most lords use dark magic to attack or seal skills. However, its true nature lies in what Castra says. While a stone puppet is destroyed, supporting himself, such as enhancing divine powers, as Castra's hand emits a fierce purple energy and the energy sphere turns bright red. The power of death is amplified through dark magic by the halo of light. Back in the present, a demon roars. You talk so much for someone who's about to die.
Castra shouted with authority. Say it. Sangyun is now surrounded by red and black energy armor, as Camry declares the name of Hit Technique. The Holy Realm does not wish for this. He raises his hand and his own dark magic sphere forms, brighter and more powerful than ever. The power of death is distorted and amplified by a black aura. The crowd of lords is terrified. How can an ordinary human wield dark magic? With a single word distortion, Sangyun unleashes a massive wave of purple energy, completely overpowering the opponent's attack. The blue-skinned demon is stunned, his face contorted in horror, impossible to believe. The Dark Lord leader stepped back, trembling all over. Sangyun asked indifferently, "So is the dark magic show over then?" He sneered mockingly, "Too weak. Are you really apostles of fanaticism?" The Lord of T roars in anger. "Are you insulting Lord Fanatic and us?" Lord T clenched his teeth. Enough. Sangyun coldly declares it's time to disappear. A wave of deadly red aura erupts from his body. The Supreme God looks down at the humble creatures and sentences them to death. A barrage of red and black energy bolts rained down from the sky, sweeping everything away. The power of death was amplified through dark magic by the Black Halo. The second lord sitting on the throne could only watch in horror as the scene unfolded, blood of his subordinates splattering all over him. The Supreme God, with a cold divine aura, looked down at the remaining enemy. His divine essence transformed into potential, as the souls of defeated lords turned into dark red energy streams, gathering and being fully absorbed by the devouring worms. Through the system window, the surprised voice of the regretful god echoes. What a shocking scene he witnesses as his loyal subordinates turn to dust. "I never expected the dogs I raised all this time to die so easily." He squinted, realizing the harsh truth. "It seems your achievements have also increased significantly." He wiped the bloodstain from his lip, trying to regain his confidence. "Well, that's fine. I alone am more than enough to deal with you." Sionui looked down from above, his voice full of authority. "You already know there isn't much difference in rank between us." The god of regret looked up and growled, "So what makes you think you're so at ease?" The answer is very simple. Sion's eyes flash with a determined light. He launches into an attack, trusting in his divine title. The divine power of regret automatically activates when its conditions are met, controlling and applying part of the real-world domain. A fierce red aura erupts around Sion. The regretful god charges forward. Watch closely. A golden aura surrounds him. This is the true power of the divine state. In the one-on-one battles, both will revert to their pre-divine states. The energy armor around Sangyun disappears, returning him to his usual clothes. The challenger Han Sangyun reverts to the pre-divine state. All his stats, skills, powers, and items are sealed. The god of regret thinks to himself, "I also return to the pre-divine state, but my stats are still higher than yours." He pointed at Sion with a mocking smile and asked, "Do you think you can beat me?" Sangyun smirked confidently. "I believe I can." The god of regret began to gather strength, but a stronger blue energy burst forth from Sangyun. Soul resonance adjustment activated. From now on, divine control includes the effect of indomitable soul. All levels are balanced for 4 minutes when facing the designated target. The challenger Hans Sangyun now receives the effect of the self-controlled divine adjustment, allowing you to freely modify and control your own spiritual power. Sangyun is now surrounded by a brilliant blue aura. Now we are quite balanced. Now you can channel the soul's effect into invisible powers through resonance adjustment. The regretful god breaks out in a cold sweat. "Oh, you're not just relying on that to be so confident, are you?" Soun asked sarcastically. The look of regret turned into utter panic. So he stammered, sweat pouring down his face. "Why don't we just consider it a truce?" He quickly waved his hand and said, "No. Isn't it you who wants to know the truth about the tower? Then I will tell you." "Lies," Sun replied coldly, his body flashing with blue lightning. The 3-stage slash technique. He charges forward, swinging his sword to deliver 3 rapid, glowing strikes. "Do you think I will believe the words of a fanatic apostle?" Sangyun said as his final strike finished off his opponent, absorbing the soul of the god of regret. Regret meets the special conditions. The power of regret is transformed into potential, a blazing red energy sphere forming in Sangyun's hand as he absorbs the new strength. With your second ascension through the myth of superlative potential reaching 100%, Challenger Hansun, you have earned the right to enter the realm of ancient divine beings. With the second ascension, you can now merge divine titles, supreme powers, and the fusion of death to create a new divine title. The official divine title of the Challenger Hansun has been established as the god of supremacy and death. Now, you can control the domains of the concepts of supremacy and death more deeply.
You can maintain the divine title of the god of supremacy and death without needing to activate divine transformation. Khazra exclaimed in amazement. I can't believe it. Don't tell me. Even your body has become a vessel for divine rank, so this is the meaning of becoming an ancient divine rank. Sang-yoon and Kra stand before a magnificent and grand palace. Congratulations on achieving the position of Second Lord. The Lord's palace is ahead. Now you can face the final battle for the title of Supreme Lord. Let's go in, Sanju said and pushed open the heavy door. The giant wooden door of the palace creaked and slowly opened, revealing a dark and deep space inside. A voice echoes through the system, full of amusement. Oh, so you've finally arrived. Both Sang-yoon and Castra look into the darkness with wary expressions. From the darkness, a figure gracefully descends into the grand hall, their cloak billowing amidst the purple flames of the demon fire. A mysterious and powerful smile appears from the shadows. Congratulations on finding your way to me. The figure revealed herself as a female demoness dressed in a magnificent purple armor. I knew you would come here. The demon god welcomes the god of transcendence and death with great joy. Sang-yoon narrowed his eyes, recognizing the familiar face. As expected, the Supreme Lord is the demon god. So it's you. The demon god, with his alluring beauty and sharp yellow eyes, smiled. Once again, I have to rely on you. She continues because she eliminated the apostle of fanaticism who sneaked in with a magic talisman. I am very grateful. She turned to Khazra. Kran, you've also worked hard. Krai immediately bowed his head respectfully without first addressing the Lord. The demon god turned to look at Sun, her smile slightly changed. But you know, gratitude is one thing, and suddenly, she threw a powerful punch at Sang-yoon's face. He only managed to gasp, Huh? Sang-yoon's blood on her hands. If you want the truth of the tower, you must take part in the selection challenge. The power from her punch spread out, shattering the surrounding stone pillars into fragments. She stood amidst the rubble, looking at him. You're not going to give up now, are you? Sang-yoon stood up and said with unwavering determination, I understand. Then there's only one way. I'll prove it with pure strength. A blue energy stream begins to gather around him. He activates his ability, targeting the designated opponent. The soul resonance adjustment begins balancing levels with the specified adversary. Let's fight fair, he said, while his body was surrounded by a powerful aura, all levels balanced within 4 minutes with the target. His eyes blazing, ready for battle, suddenly clutching his chest as a fierce pain strikes him, an overstrain warning from the high-level accumulation. He grits his teeth, sweat pouring down, his body unable to keep up with the level of the demon god, feeling like he's about to explode. He bites his lip until it bleeds. However, he still stands firm, gripping his weapon tightly. It doesn't exceed his endurance. The demon god observes with amusement and shouts, I didn't expect you to overcome the level gap. I acknowledge you. Both of you are floating in a blank white space. Challenger Han Sang-yoon, you are fully qualified to face me. The destructive divine power is activated, and the demon god's smile becomes more terrifying than ever. You said you would prove yourself with pure strength, right? The destructive divine power covers the designated area with the source of destruction, causing Sang-yoon's clothes to begin disintegrating under the immense pressure. With just one strike, any creature with willpower that touches the source of destruction will be erased by destructive power. She transforms into a giant monster enveloped in destructive energy. I will acknowledge you even with a single strike, so it's better to make that blow count. The destructive power begins to corrode his body. The soul has absorbed the damage inflicted on the user. The soul of the top-ranked Apostle Lara has been destroyed. The soul of the top-ranked Apostle M has been shattered. He grits his teeth as his body begins to disintegrate into dust. Immediately, he activates another power using divine blessing magic. A radiant golden aura surrounds him, repelling destructive energy, consuming divine power to cast a one-time blessing that disables external divine barriers. Protected by the glow, he charges forward with a resolute voice. This is nothing anymore. The demon lord observes with amusement. Oh, a body that nullifies divine barriers is truly fascinating. The lightning step ability is activated. He disappears and reappears right in front of the demon lord in an instant, causing her to exclaim, Oh, you still use martial arts techniques now? The demon goddess was a bit surprised. However, she remained steady as if unaffected. But this still wasn't enough. Sang-yoon roars, concentrates red energy into his body, using divine power beyond limits. All stats exceed the set thresholds, and all growth rates increase 27 times. Starlight skill activated. He unleashes a devastating explosive attack, creating a terrifying burst of light. He stands in the midst of the dust cloud, smiling triumphantly after landing a hit. His smile suddenly fades as he realizes something is wrong. Huh?
The demon god appears from the smoke completely unscathed. You don't really think you can land even a single hit, do you? Sang-gyun looked at her with a dazed expression, a bitter smile on his lips. I don't think I can win this battle. Immediately, the demon god appeared in front of him and launched a deadly attack. The exclusive power up. A 0107 super skill is a dark magic that accelerates skill cooldowns. The super skill that speeds up skill cooldowns, X, has been created. The last stand. Skill is activated, nullifying critical damage dealt to you. You fall to the ground but still wear a challenging smile as the demon god hovers in the air. He immediately got up as she charged at him. The skill Divine Wind Blessing was activated, using dark magic to support a unique power, and you created infinite cooldowns. That's a good strategy. Sang-gyun is gasping for breath, but it's useless if you can't even land a single hit. The cooldown boost of skill X ends. The 10-year cooldown has been applied, and now even the truth of the tower is lost. The myth of the Judgment of Destruction has been activated. When hit, all beings with divine rank will permanently lose their divine power proportional to their level. A countdown timer appears showing 30 seconds remaining. There's not much time left to adjust the soul resonance. If this keeps up, I won't discover anything at all. He grips the hilt tightly, his eyes sharp. Focus! I will put everything into this final strike. Exclusive power upgrade. A0107. Special ultimate skill. 100 sword, 7 stance. His superlative skill. The 100 sword 7 forms. Frog's power surges. He charges forward, his sword blazing with red light. With only 25 seconds left on the clock, counting down to 20 seconds, the demon god was stunned and exclaimed through the system as he sensed an unexpected surge of power from Sang-gyun's attack. What is this? He pushes his foot down hard on the ground to gain momentum for his final attack. A deep crimson energy envelops him. With only 15 seconds remaining, a blazing surge of red aura erupts from Sang-gyun, repelling the demon god's attack and activating his divine willpower. 15 seconds remaining. Pushed back. The demon god roars in anger as only 10 seconds are left. With 0 seconds remaining, she quickly creates a massive dark energy sphere to counterattack, as the countdown reaches the final 5 seconds. With only 4 seconds remaining, her power surges, muscles rippling beneath her armor. The bloodline skill of the abyss has been activated. At 4 seconds, the clock counts down 3 seconds, then 2 seconds. Sang-gyun puts all his will into his sword, ready for the decisive swing. At the last second, he shouted the name of the move, unleashing a blazing slash blending blue and red 100 blades. Lightning strike, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. The timer hits 0, he mutters as the green aura around him vanishes. No more time left. Soul resonance adjustment ends, canceling the indomitable soul spirit effect. Is that all you can show me? The cold voice of the demon god echoes as a dark green energy flashes in Seonen's eyes. Sang-gyun stared at her seemingly unharmed figure, unable to believe his eyes. No scratches, she responded firmly, but a small tear began to form on her armor. No, the armor is starting to break apart, with fragments falling to the ground. Not a scratch. Is that what you're saying? You call that a hit? The monster's armor vanishes, revealing her true form amidst the dust and smoke, her long hair flowing freely. Even if only temporarily, you managed to break through my armor. Sang-gyun, exhausted, slumped to the ground, panting. Just that alone proves your worth. He looked up, a gentle smile on his lips, accepting the outcome. Let's end the selection trial here. A good choice, challenger. She declares, as the scene shifts to a ruined palace, that you deserve to know the truth about the tower. Both of you are transported to another space, inside a luxurious hall, where she begins her explanation. As you know, you have become an ancient divine, which means you must have realized something. The demon god turned away, her voice echoing through the hall, revealing a horrifying truth. Ancient divine realms are bound to their concepts and therefore inherently immortal. Sang-gyun asked again with a confused expression. What do you mean? He was stunned, realizing a terrifying implication from her explanation. Don't tell me even the ancient gods can't erase an ancient deity. The system's explanation echoes, confirming his own immortality. As long as the concept of death exists in the universe, they are immortal. The demon god continued to lead the way, revealing the only exception to the law of immortality. However, if even ancient divine realms can be erased, it would require a transcendent being. Sang-gyun repeated the keyword, trying to understand its meaning. A super being. The demon god turned to look at him, her golden eyes shining with seriousness as she confirmed. Yes, someone could erase the very concept of an ancient divine realm, Sang-gyun muttered, unable to believe such an extraordinary power. To erase a concept itself, that simply cannot be possible. She led him to a large window frame revealing the shining tower and disclosed the true purpose behind its existence. At least that ability cannot be denied. That is why the ancient divine concepts united to create the tower. Sang-gyun is completely shocked by the revealed truth, a cold sweat running down his temple. What? The demon god carefully picks up an ancient chained book. Father, you could also see the tower as a kind of ancient divine relic. She looked directly into his eyes as if reading his thoughts. Why would a divine entity like the tower seek to wipe out others? That curious look on your face, you're wondering. She hands him the book and says, "Take this book. It will answer some of your questions." Both stand facing each other, the book serving as a bridge between them. A moment similar to when the tower first began, even surpassing its origins to experience everything directly. Like the tower's challenges, the scene shifts and Sang-gyun finds himself back in the waiting room, next to the familiar black-haired girl holding the recently received book. Lemiston. A series of notifications appeared. Congratulations, you have completed the special floor of the challenge tower. Compression challenge. The reward has been sent to your inventory. You have entered the waiting room on the 26th floor. He explains about the book, saying it may contain all the records of this universe. It also has the ability to hold the records of all the gods. Jiam-chu looked at him with a serious expression. But for you now, you won't be able to absorb it all. He sat down, leaning against the wall. Well, like the tower's challenges, you can earn the right over time, and eventually you'll be able to access it. The important thing is that there isn't much time left. Floor 27, an unexpected message appears. It's received from the Clock Tower Wizard Challenger. The scene shifts to a building with Big Ben in London, where Sang-gyun is sitting across from an older man, David Taylor. So, the leader of the Angelic Church is declaring that I am one of his loyal followers. You serve him personally. David Taylor takes a sip of tea, his eyes sharp. That's what he's been hinting at, isn't it? Yes. Sang-gyun frowns as he hears the report. Currently, the Angelic Church is visiting churches around the world, forcing them to worship the Angelic Church. Divinity and faith are often most easily gained through religion. Sang-gyun directly asked, who is behind this? David Taylor replied, it's very likely they are based in South Korea. Then the clock tower will withdraw from this matter. Oh, he keeps going. Someone from my side will explain the details. David Taylor explains slowly, leaning back in his luxurious chair, revealing a shocking truth. Dad, it's a religion centered on you, Apostle Han Sang-gyun. An image appears of Sang-gyun standing among a crowd worshipping him, a radiant halo shining behind him like a true deity. The Church of Transcendence, a religion worshipping Apostle Han Sang-gyun. Sang-gyun was completely stunned, sweat starting to bead on his temples as he tried to process this unbelievable information, his eyes wide with shock. Huh? The scene suddenly shifts, and he finds himself standing in a modern city, looking up at a skyscraper with a bewildered expression. No! Seriously, what the hell is this? Inside a messy office with papers everywhere, Haeyeon turned back when he heard his phone ringing on the desk. Yeah. She turned back with a bright smile and sharp fangs, happily shouting Sang-gyun SS's name, just as the office door was suddenly shoved open forcefully, making a loud noise. Haeyeon was stunned to see Sang-gyun suddenly appear at the door with a murderous look on his face. Sang-gyun SS, looking over her shoulder, saw him grabbing a man by the collar, surrounded by others lying defeated on the floor. She nervously asked, raising her hands as if to stop him, while Sang-gyun remained expressionless. Sang-gyun SSI. Don't tell me you came here to kill someone from the Hunter Association. Can you wait a moment? He clenched his fist, grabbed the man's head, his voice cold and unwavering, and the man nervously stammered his agreement. Hey, I'm asking again, it's better if you answer properly. Yes. Sang-gyun thought as images of robed followers praying appeared. The Angelic Church, a group worshipping some deity, had only one reason to impersonate me. The image of him being controlled by a giant dark entity on Earth appears in his mind, representing the threat to wipe out all faith in me on the planet and render me powerless. He questions, this one is so scared he's revealing the location of the leader. So where is the cult leader? In Luandon. The subordinate continues to panic as he confesses, with the image of the clock tower mage David Taylor appearing beside Sionin, revealing the cult's next target. He said he would go persuade David Taylor. The scene shifts to a bustling modern city, London. Somewhere in London, a voice drips with contempt as it discusses our plan. After all, Hans-gyun is just a secondary space god. If we destroy all faith in him on Earth, he will become powerless. A female cult leader with green hair smirks maliciously among the crowd of followers, holding a scepter. Even if he is only a low-level god, he still deserves to become one of my cherished apostles. Now choose. The challenger Hans-gyun has been preordained to become a follower of the Angelic Church. You should also become members of the Angelic Church.
Catherine shouted angrily, unafraid of the threats. Cowards, you wouldn't dare speak like that if Sun SSI were here. Do you think kidnapping a few challengers of certain ranks makes you strong? She continued to shout defiantly. The female leader's eyes turned icy, full of contempt. Do you really think that's enough to defeat us? Pathetic? The female leader unleashes a terrifying pressure that causes the ground to crack open, and the red-haired girl screams in unbearable pain. The angel feels uneasy. The female leader speaks with a fake sad expression, but her eyes are full of cruelty and contempt. Fool, you who rejected the blessing should know you have been blessed. She trampled the red-haired girl brutally, declaring her goal. I will become the only immortal ruler of the earth and ascend to the ancient divine realm. Her face twisted into a crazed smile, her eyes shining with a sinister glow. Even mercy is granted to creatures like you. A large hole is broken in the ceiling. She looks up in amazement as she sees a figure standing there. The ancient deity, Sangyun, stands on the roof, coldly gazing down at the crowd below. You! The female leader was stunned, a familiar yet terrifying feeling rising in her heart as she faced him, sweat beginning to pour down. What is this feeling? He looked down from the hole in the ceiling, with a regal presence like a true ancient god. His eyes turned cold as he saw Catherine and the others injured. Catherine could only whisper his name, Sangyun SS. The eerie hands reach out from the ground, grabbing the followers and pulling them down. The female leader of the sect looks on in horror. Han Sangyun, what are you saying? She looked up at Sangyun's shadow, unable to believe what she was feeling. I've never heard of him becoming an ancient deity. The followers are dragged into the abyss, screaming in despair. That can't be true. He's only at the level of an official deity. There's no way he could reach the ancient divine realm so quickly. Sangyun landed on the ground, swinging his sword to free his allies from their enemies. The female leader grits her teeth, her face full of fury as she looks at him. Sangyun coldly says, Enough talk. He pointed his sword at her, a blazing red aura enveloping him, showing his utmost fury. Touch my allies and you're ready to face the consequences, aren't you? The god of supremacy and death unleashes his ultimate fury. The female leader steps back, feeling the terrifying pressure from him as he raises his hand with his piercing blue eyes blazing with a frightening intensity. The commanding divine power of the words is activated. Die, here and now. The female leader struggles against the command, bracing herself as her staff trembles in her hand. Since she can resist my command, Sionan smirked. Interesting. Running away won't change anything either. A terrified follower looked back as his female leader disappeared through a space portal. The sect leader has escaped. What the hell is going on? Sangyun turned back, swinging his sword to create a whirlwind of sword energy, sweeping away the remaining cultists. Catherine watched the scene with a look of disbelief. Okay, this can't be real. She looked up at the person who just saved her, still in shock. Sangyun turns back to confirm his presence. Sangyun SSI. Is that really you? Yes, look at the survivors. For now, stay hidden here. I will handle the rest. A woman in a black suit responds. Very well, I will do that. The scene shifts to a peaceful, tropical beach bathed in sunlight. As the female cult leader, exhausted, leans against a palm tree after teleporting here, gazing up at the sky with a worried and fearful expression. Why? Why is a monster like that in such a secondary space? The angel is breathing heavily, extremely worried. She tries to calm herself and search for a glimmer of hope. Even if he is an ancient divine being, there must be a way. If I ask them, maybe I can do something. A cold voice suddenly spoke from behind, interrupting her train of thought. Is that so? So who is it that you keep mentioning, the one you desperately seek? Sangyun appeared right behind her. She turned back in utter horror. How could this be? You are an apostle of an ancient divine being, aren't you? How do you know I'm here? She fell on the sand, trembling with fear. If you have realized that I am their apostle, you won't gain anything by touching me. She shouted in despair, trying to threaten him with her master's name. It's better for you to understand that the one I serve surpasses even the will of heaven, and will soon take control of the tower itself. She stood up, pointing to the sky, saying it's pointless because even the gods of light or darkness cannot reach them, the one who will become the absolute of the universe. She extended her hand, trying to persuade him one last time. I won't say any more if you come with me right now, Sangyun said coldly, his gaze unwavering. If you're just going to spout meaningless words, I won't bother wasting my breath anymore. He drew his sword, a stream of purple energy encircling him, his gaze sharp as a blade. The moment you touch Earth, your death becomes unavoidable. The female cult leader smirked, her face full of defiance as she was cornered. I guess there's no other choice. She spread her arms wide, summoning a massive purple energy,
ready to unleash her trump card. Let me show you the power of the supreme being in this universe. Sang-Yoon's eyes focused intensely, recognizing the imminent danger. Using her divine vessel and karma to summon her descent, her body is taken over by another consciousness, her eyes turning blood red. Sang-Yoon immediately recognizes the true enemy. So in the end, it was still fanaticism. Jiang Lam was summoned, and the consciousness of an ancient divine vessel now resides inside her. A more powerful purple aura burst out from her body, causing the ground to shake. The divine vessel of the great can use up to 40% of their total power. The entity of the just now, Lam spoke, with an ancient and powerful voice. It's been a long time. It looked down on Seonan with utter contempt. Poor flesh and bone vessel of yours, the god of despair, damnation, and madness, looks down on Hans-Gyun. It shows the surrounding scene, where there is no longer any protection for him. There is no power of the tower to defend you here, nor any refuge from the ancient divine realms. Sae-Jun calmly replied, showing no sign of fear. I know that. He gathers his strength. A radiant golden aura erupts from beneath his feet, creating his own space. The special divine realm creation power is activated, consuming divine rank and faith to create a supreme divine realm. A magnificent golden divine realm replaces the desolate land and ruined buildings of London. He stands firm in his divine realm, declaring his sovereignty. With this, my stage is set. That creature roars in anger. You insect-like being. It summons giant tentacles from the ground to attack him. Because of your arrogance, I will take your divine relic as punishment. Desperate divine power activates, weakening all attacks related to the divine path. Sang-Gyun raises his hand. Gears of time appear around him, ready to face the challenge. Try if you can. Regretful divine power is activated, and the power of time clashes with the giant tentacles, but its effect has been nullified. It can interfere with the concept of past time. However, if it's not related to the user, the effect will be nullified. The body of that entity trembled, seemingly affected by some kind of power. It looked down at itself with astonishment and confusion. Sang-Gyun smirked, eyes full of challenge. Do you think you can do it? Jiam-Chu said. Time has stopped. But isn't this on a completely different level from what I saw in the demon world? A memory flashes back, showing him using a similar power in the battle against the regretful god. At that moment, I simply returned to the time before I attained divine status. The challenger, Hans-Gyun, returned to the state before achieving divine status. The power of regret, amplified by supreme mythological resonance, roars in disbelief and fury. Can you control the concept of time? How can a humble creature like you possess such a powerful ability? It struggles within the frozen flow of time. I will not accept that. A mixed blood like you using this power is something I absolutely reject. Sang-Gyun replied coldly, his gaze unwavering. I don't need acceptance from someone like you. He continued with a tone full of contempt. And isn't it true that you increased this power by borrowing it from the tower without paying any price? The entity roared in furious anger. He delivers a fatal blow, a sword slash piercing through the creature's chest, blood splattering everywhere. He looks down at the dying enemy disappearing. The creature's eyes still burn with rage as a chaotic black aura emanates from its body, trying to corrode Sang-Gyun, the activated destructive force that erodes everything it touches. Sang-Gyun remains unfazed, summoning blue-gray wolf spirits from his sword. Manifested, the wolves rush in, biting, tearing and swallowing the raging energy. The devouring divine power activates, consuming the frantic divine energy, and the creature screams in horror. It's overpowering my divine rank, Sang-Gyun asked indifferently, wondering why. He charged forward and delivered a final blow, completely ending the host. Because I am stronger. That entity gritted its teeth in hatred. You! It roared its final curse before vanishing. You useless human, its soul was torn from the vessel, screaming in despair. Whether it's the tower or the earth, I will hunt you down and kill you again and again. I will never give up. He stands over the fallen body of his enemy, coldly accepting the challenge. Go ahead. The divine soul of the angel Cielo has been absorbed. A golden light envelops him, huh? The final condition has been met. The latent effect within the myth of the ultimate evolution has reached its final form. Earth appears amidst a radiant halo, and the effect now signifies achieving true transcendence. Han Sang-Gyun, the challenger, has come within 1% of transcendence by defeating a divine apostle. Sang-Gyun looked at the dark Jam-Chug beside him and realized a horrifying truth about his own path of development. Don't tell me the only superlative in the universe. She explains with a serious expression that a person can surpass even the levels of ancient gods. That is the ultimate destination of the myth of the supreme potential, its final point. The scene shifts to a luxurious waiting room, where Sion is sitting alone, watching the news on a large screen. In another news report, it was revealed that the challenger Han Sang-yoon had thwarted the terrorist activities of the angel cult leader, and the Hunter Association announced they would compensate him accordingly. I muttered to myself, while watching the news. Judging by the article, it seems like he already handled everything. Haeyeon raises her hand to stop him, blocking the door so he can't leave. Until I say you should stay here. I'm a bit confused, but... Haeyeon slightly opened the door and looked out into the hallway with a worried expression. The reporters are surrounding and searching for me, Sang-yoon. So there's no reason to attract attention, right? Returning to the present, he thought. After all, I have things to deal with, so this is fine. A stream of red energy forms in his hand, revealing one of the divine seals held by the angel's soul. A bright green sphere lights up in his palm, this one probably the most useful. Anyway, there will be many moments when luck will come into play. Lucky power is transformed into potential. He sat alone, checking the system windows that appeared around him. The luck magic responded to the conditions and activated automatically. He sat on the bed looking at a tablet displaying the news, adding luck to certain situations to steer outcomes in your favor. The hope-spreading skill has been activated. Hope quickly spreads within you. He was surprised by the sudden change. Could all these events have happened suddenly because of divine luck? So, where exactly does luck have a chance to influence? His phone vibrated, and a series of system notifications appeared. Achievement unlocked, revered by many powerful beings. The new skill gained transforms Faith S. The scene shifts to the Hunters Guild building. Hunter Association. I saw your message. Can I have a moment with Sang-yoon? I've prepared something I think will help you. I believe you'll like it when you see Sang-yoon. What do you think? Thanks to the divine path I received earlier. I think I understand what you need. I will wait. Sang-yoon looked at the system window displaying his list of apostles, contemplating the origins of their new powers. If that is the divine power she received from me, then she has been granted a special ability. Apostles are those who surpass a certain level of strength and are designated as such. First-class disciple Catherine Bennett. Second-class disciple Leon. First-class followers Lucia Mimia and Katia. See more about the divine power level equal F+ granted to all the first-class believers of the Supreme God. This must have happened after I defeated the War God. He stands in front of the door, gripping the handle. Well, I'll find out. As he entered, he peeked through the door and saw a crowd of followers sitting in prayer. A large sign hanging on the wall read, "Pray for the eternal salvation of the supernal church." He could only remain silent. He slowly opened the door, stunned by the scene inside. Oh my God, so many people here. A girl in a hooded cloak turns around and smiles. Sion, you're here already? Haeyeon suddenly puts his arm around you. I was planning to come find you myself, but I'm glad I could show you the results so quickly. Sang-yoon is still confused. Hayton, what is going on with all this? Another believer shouted. Oh Lord, Lord Hans Sang-yoon has arrived. Please worship him and grant us his power again. Haeyeon winks playfully. Please don't misunderstand, this isn't some kind of cult. Actually, I discovered something when you granted me your divine power, Sun-ko, as the image of followers offering their faith appeared. Your power comes from faith. Like the apostles we see in the tower, you have the ability to grant divine status. Sang-yoon finally understood. So maybe he also possesses the same kind of power as the gods in the tower, Hoon explained with a slightly embarrassed look. Honestly, most of them don't worship him out of pure faith. It's likely they are just after his divine power. Sang-yoon smiled, as if he had understood the problem. He activated his power. In that case, I understand now that the special power is only activated for designated believers. The divine authority of Fong, a powerful energy radiating from him, causes the followers to gasp in amazement. Hanseonon, the Lord of Australia, has granted us new power. He turned his back and told Haeyeon that divine strength has been bestowed upon those deemed worthy. I think this will make Ha's missionary work much easier. Ha looked at him with sparkling eyes and blushing cheeks. Really? She was overjoyed, clutching her hands with determination. I will continue to do what I can to help you, Sang-yoon. I will nurture the Church of Excellence until it thrives. A series of system notifications appear as he is transported into the tower. Faith conversion skill is proficiency 0%. Basic temporary effect that transforms or enhances abilities through faith. Detailed effects allow for temporary enhancement of desired abilities via faith. Entering the 26th floor of the Challenge Tower, he finds himself in a dense jungle with the theme of the gods' battlefield and a high difficulty level. The challenge is to conquer at least 2 locations in the battlefield of the gods before time runs out. You have 1 year remaining. He was surprised by this unusual challenge. The battlefield of the gods is only on the 26th floor? Has a challenge like this already appeared? He turned to the black-haired girl accompanying him. She looked around with a familiar expression. Wait, does she know about this place? Yes, I know this place, she explained. While images of a fierce battle between gods and monsters appear on the divine battlefield, another fight unfolds between high and low-level divine beings. If you win here, you can earn the title of true god or even ancient deity. A desolate land with a giant black sphere floating in the sky. The battlefield is divided into 3 zones, and to advance, you just need to make the divine beings surrender. Sang-gyun listens silently, a look of passion on his face. Jam-chu looks up at the sky, appearing a bit confused. But is there something different from what I remember? Both of them looked up at the giant black sphere in the sky. The giant sphere is floating up there. She looks at it with surprise. I have never seen such a large sphere before. A girl with fiery red hair is running away through the forest. Why? Why is someone like me stuck here? She angrily punches a tree, looking dissatisfied. I never expected this place to be filled with high-level monsters like the gods. The angry god is powerless. She leans against a tree, gasping for breath from exhaustion and wounds. Sang-gyun appears nearby. I need to heal these wounds first. He's just going in circles again. The black-haired girl beside Seonun speaks up. That's because she can't orient herself. The red-haired girl was startled to see Seonun and shouted, Pray! First I need to find out what that black orb is. She transformed, sharp claws extending to attack Sang-gyun. I will eat you and use you to heal these wounds. Sang-gyun easily blocks her attack, causing her to cry out in pain. GHK-on holds her tightly, his eyes cold. He launched a red energy attack, pushing her back. She fell to the ground, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, but she smiled with amusement. You are quite an interesting person. Sang-gyun looked at her with a serious expression. That attack was aimed at me, wasn't it? The god of superiority and death stares down at the pathetic little god. I think about the most unusual thing here. The black sphere. It is said to have been created to eliminate the challenger named Hansen. The red-haired girl continues to explain the purpose of the black sphere. It absorbs the remnants of dead gods and is creating an ancient deity with features identical to Han Sang-gyun. Jam-chu seems to dismiss it as just a rumor or something like that. Sang-gyun was stunned. What? She looked at him with compassion and said, I understand now they have decided to eliminate you. The image of the tower appears within a fierce wolf shape with blazing blue eyes. The tower tried to raise you as a hound to destroy the gods, but instead you bared your teeth at the tower. You have chosen your own path. A massive, formless, dark entity is being born from a volcano. What is about to emerge there is an ancient, shattered god, a being intended to replace you as the tower's hunter. Sang-gyun realizes the terrifying threat. If that happens, a terrifying vision appears of the world engulfed in flames and death. The entire world will be destroyed. He watched the scene with a vacant expression. Oh no. He clenched his fist. I cannot accept a future like that. No way. His eyes became steady and resolute. That can never happen. The black-haired girl crosses her arms and urges, There's no more time. He turned to the furious god. Hey, clumsy god of rage. The red-haired girl looked at him in surprise. I will help you conquer this battlefield. She will lead me to the next one. Countless blue energy attacks blast through the forest, destroying enemies blocking the way. The other gods roar in anger. Damn it, which bastard dares to cause chaos in the gods' battlefield? The enraged gods charged into battle, delivering powerful kicks. She moved swiftly, taking down multiple opponents at once. She smirked smugly. Good. Thanks to that guy's death or superpower, everything is now easier. She glances at Sion from behind, a sinister smile on her face. Once I control the divine realm, I will kill you too. She was stunned to see Sang-gyun standing before countless sources of energy. Huh? She runs after him, a bit flustered. Well, let's leave that for later then. Sang-gyun stands before a crowd of monsters explaining his plan. What the tower wants is a slaughter of the gods. He charges forward, but his eyes are full of challenge. Things won't go as others expect. He moves like lightning, taking down enemy after enemy. However, after clearing out all these gods, I have accumulated many skills. He launches a powerful attack with purple energy. I will crush everything and transform it into divine power. He continues to sweep the battlefield, converting the corresponding abilities into divine power and storing them within his body. The divine power ability, S, has been upgraded to divine power S. A golden hammer-shaped item appears in his hand. What is this? The S-grade divine power allows the user to store divine strength in suitable level items. He smirked confidently. If I can store divine power in an item and reuse it,
Looking at the high gods fighting ahead, I might be able to accumulate divine power. No way. Even the high gods recognize their limits, but I will need high-level items worthy of my level. They keep moving forward. We've arrived. Both stand before a huge, radiant wall of light. He looks at his hand, only one spot left. He rushes forward, ready for the final battle. I will finish this quickly. The battlefield of the ascended gods. Su 900 has been conquered. Move to the next area where the C9001 gods have entered the battlefield. Countless explosions occur, aiming to kill or subdue a certain number of deities and build temples. A beastly god senses their power. I can feel your divine strength being harvested. He looked at them angrily. A new insect that has only lived for 400 years, the harvest god, how dare you? The god's eyes blaze with fury. You insects act arrogantly without reason. Listen carefully. Low-level gods, the harvest beast god, confidently declares his power as the green energy sphere on his chest glows. I won't even lose to an ancient god now. The divine harvest skill activates, drawing a small amount of divine power from the gods. Sangyun looks at him with an unimpressed expression, completely unaffected by his boastful words. Are you really such a person? The harvest god roared in anger at Seonen's condescending attitude. And where did you crawl out from, you little bug? He continues to boast about his power, unaware of the true gap between the two. Do you want to die at the hands of an almost ancient god? Sangyun simply watched silently, letting the opponent reveal himself. He looked over his shoulder, assessing his opponent's divine power with interest. You have an interesting divine strength. If I could have that power. He turned to the group of low-level gods watching from afar.
Hey, you gods over there!
I will deal with this guy for you, so how about building a few temples for Arbitus? One of the gods roared angrily at his proposal. Foolish, do you think you're talking to someone? Sangyun remains unfazed, rushing forward, ready to strike. I will easily dodge the harvest god's attack and strike its stomach. I charge forward, a deadly purple aura surrounding my body, my eyes blazing. I'll defeat you. Using the divine skill of death, he unleashes a massive destructive energy vortex that spirals and engulfs the harvest god. Everything touched by death will be destroyed. His power spreads across the battlefield, unleashing countless beams of energy in all directions, causing the other gods to retreat in fear. They watched the scene in disbelief, completely shocked by Sangyun's terrifying power, as he tried to absorb the harvest god's soul after defeating him, but a series of red error messages appeared, absorbing the soul of the harvest god. Botaniac. Error, error, error. His eyes sharpened as he realized the tower's system was deliberately intervening. The challenge tower had activated a 049 to prevent the error. The harvest god's soul was pushed out and couldn't be absorbed. He felt a bit annoyed. So I'm not allowed to harvest. The soul returns to its original position. He doesn't give up and decides to use a different method to seize the power he desires. Then I have my own way, manifest. Using the divine command skill, he unleashes the power of his words, with red magical characters surrounding him, creating a powerful effect. He combines the two streams of red and blue energy to create a completely new skill right in the middle of the battle. A dazzling blue light erupts, signifying the birth of a new technique. The new power causes him to feel a bit dizzy. For a moment, a bright purple energy sphere forms in his palm. Dark red energies surge around, absorbing Botaniac's soul, and the harvested divine power is transformed into potential. Sangyun watches the energy sphere, feeling the power being transformed inside it. The system notifications keep appearing, indicating a complex process taking place. Around them, the other gods and the red-haired girl could only stare in amazement as countless red notification panels appeared, blocking their view and leaving them clueless about what was happening. A red energy explosion erupted from the energy sphere, spreading outward and forcing everyone to struggle to withstand it. The red-haired girl screamed in terror as she was thrown back by the wave of energy, while at the center, Sangyun fully absorbed that power. His body is enveloped by a powerful aura. The harvested divine power is activated. A hollow black sphere appears, trying to draw divine power from an anonymous god, but a system error immediately occurs, extracting divine power and collecting a small amount. An error has occurred. Sangyun's eyes flash with understanding. He realizes that the limit of the skill he just absorbed has changed. Detecting a change in the growth limit of the unique trait Soul Millionaire, he stands atop a massive, complex mechanical structure in operation. The error messages continue to flash, indicating the tower's system is trying to intervene. His steps are steady on the metallic surface. His mastery of a mysterious skill has increased. The unique trait mastery percentage has gone up. He holds a piece of metal shaped like a gear, a smug smile spreading across his face. He has figured out the tower's scheme. Now I understand why they don't want me to obtain divine harvest.
He glanced at the error message. The challenge tower activated level A2, fixing the bug to limit growth. He kneels down, placing his hand on the mechanical structure as similar notifications continue to appear around him. He lifts his head, a challenging and crazed smile spreading across his face. He has found a way to resist the tower's suppression. He commands, his voice echoing through the space. The giant structure begins to move at his command. The massive gears start turning, breaking the limits set by the tower. The path to SS rank for the unique trait Soul Millionaire is now open. The mastery of the unique trait Soul Millionaire has increased by 1%. Jamchu was stunned by the sight. Could this really be happening? A trait ranked Sangyun by the tower stands there with a determined look, clearly trying to prevent me from absorbing the black orb. So if I destroy the black orb, he clenches his fist and dark red energy surrounds his hand. I can deliver a blow to the tower. In another place on a vast desert, the red-haired girl is buried in the sand, only her head sticking out, her mouth sealed. U-M-U-M-M-U-M. She struggles desperately and finally breaks free, spitting out a large mouthful of sand. Ha ha, I'm alive. She wiped her face, still looking panicked but also angry. All these near-death experiences are thanks to that insane super being or that death itself. She smirks maliciously. I'll just give you a few punches, so we'll meet again later. This scene is really a mess. She stood up, brushed the dust off her body, feeling a new strength within her. Thanks to those punches, I have defeated many gods and I have refined my divine state a little. With a crazed smile and bared teeth, the red-haired girl clenched her fists and growled a vow filled with hatred in her mind. Just wait, super being or death or whatever, I will become stronger and use you as fuel when I kill you. At that moment, a calm voice suddenly spoke behind her, making her startle. When did Sangyun appear out of nowhere? What's going on that you're provoking yourselves like this? Are you stunned and stammering in the system? She panicked and turned around, screaming in terror when she saw Sangyun standing right behind her. Since when have you been behind me? She stepped back, her heart pounding wildly as her mind spun trying to process the situation. But Cyanan stood there, surrounded by a blazing aura that radiated divine pressure so overwhelming she couldn't breathe. I can feel his power level skyrocketing impossibly. What the hell is going on that his divine level has increased again? The god of transcendence and death reveals his presence. Faced with that overwhelming power, her aggression disappears, leaving only confusion and embarrassment. She turns away, pretending to talk to a monster in the distance to hide her embarrassment. Hello, are you there? Sangyun casually put his arm around her shoulders, making her even more tense. He smiled reassuringly and said, "What I just said was don't worry about it." He led her toward the gathering of waiting gods, his voice filled with hidden meaning. But that's not the issue right now. You have an important mission to accomplish. The other gods watched their backs with pity in their eyes. Another pitiful soul added to the list, a divine bird soaring in the sky below a newly built temple. Their mission had been revealed, to eliminate or subdue a number of gods and construct the temples. And you built these so quickly, it's impressive. I almost feel guilty right now. The red-haired girl behind him muttered in annoyance. Damn it, one day I will kill him. The blue notification panels appeared in front of Cyanan, indicating success and a great reward. The conditions have been met for the god of transcendence and death to receive a divine power matching their rank. Details about the ancient divine power, Apostle of the Celestial Wind, SSS, and a series of new abilities appeared. This is a power only ancient gods possess, allowing you to grant strength and appoint titles to your followers. The Imperial Wind Apostle is of ancient SSS rank. The status only held by ancient gods is worshipped by other deities. Effect 1 allows appointing other gods as apostles. Effect 2 grants divine traits to apostles, elevating them to a higher divine rank. Effect 3 allows the deification of non-divine followers into divine apostles. See more details immediately. The attitude of the other gods completely changes. They kneel before Sangyun, begging to be accepted by him. We didn't realize you are an ancient god. Please accept us under your command. Sangyun looked surprised by the new power. Jamchu Gan explains further. What is this all about? If they are chosen by you, they might become high-ranking gods. He turned to Jamchu Gan with a knowing smile. Is that what you're saying? He turned to look at the red-haired girl kneeling at his feet. She is saying she wants me to accept her. Without hesitation, she kneels down on the ground. Yes, my lord. Sang then smiled generously and spread her arms wide. All right, I allow you to become my follower. The red-haired girl lifts her head, tears of joy streaming down her face. Ah, thank you, sir. But then he added, making the atmosphere tense. But only one of you, who arrives first to serve, will be the winner. The red-haired girl's expression immediately changed, her joy was replaced by determination to compete. Come forward. Sionen's eyes gleamed dangerously. It's best to show me how sincere you are, so I can decide which item to use to store my divine power. The divine power of S allows the user to store their divine energy in suitable items. A chaotic struggle erupts as the gods attempt to offer their most precious artifacts. I offer this sacred relic. I offer this one. This is the best. I present a holy artifact from one of the 7 gods. The red-haired girl pushes through the crowd, holding up 2 priceless treasures. I offer a holy relic and a jade ring left by the god of time. The SS grade relic is protected by the Time and Perception Telescope. SSS. Information about the telescope appears. The SSS, Time and Perception. Telescope is a device created by the god of time to observe the flow of time. Sang-gyun reads its function, his eyes shining with excitement. It allows the user to observe a nearby parallel future and draw power from it. Interesting. He makes his final decision, because nothing can surpass these artifacts and holy relics, the furious and clumsy deity. She won! The red-haired girl shouted with joy, celebrating her victory. Hey, I was made an apostle of an ancient god, the god of supremacy and death, and designated the holy believer Solilia as a divine apostle. Sang-gyun signaled to her, calming her down. Enough with the act, let's move on. She immediately obeyed, still lost in her joy. Yes, of course, we should go. Solilia passes by the other gods with a smug look on her face. Unlike someone, I am an apostle. Ha ha, they only know how to grind their teeth in envy. Damn it, I feel my guts twisting inside me. I can't believe that tiny god managed to get that position. A system notification sounded, moving them all to a new location. A desolate, dark land. You have met the conditions of the C9001 God's battlefield and have entered the C9002 God's battlefield. This is a desolate land where many gods have clashed and fallen due to ideological conflicts. As they entered the wasteland, a series of system notifications appeared. The challenge conditions have been met. Both battlegrounds have been conquered. Do you want to stop the challenge? Han Sang-gyun looks ahead with unwavering determination, while Solilia stands behind him with an eager smile. He gritted his teeth and said, I will never stop. That thing must be destroyed before I leave. Jam Chong-gu stepped beside him, looking worried. Jam Chong-gu, she calls. The challenge of the 26th floor is over. There's nothing left to gain by staying here. Is Sang-gyun suggesting we should run away? Jam Chong-gu grabs his shirt, her voice urgent and rational. Make a reasonable choice here. What's over there is actually an ancient god with power. Even if we are fragile and might lose, she turns away, admitting the harsh truth in her own words. But delaying the decision is not the solution either. He gently placed his hand on her head, his voice full of determination. Even if we retreat now, we will eventually have to face it. That will only put everyone in danger. I will destroy it now to protect everyone. And Jam Chong-gu. Jam Chong-gu looked up at him, her heart trembling at his words. Soliet watches them from behind, her expression complicated. Sionen's face shows no fear or hesitation at all. Jam Chong-gu let go of his shirt, accepting his decision. If that's the case, there's no other way. I will fight alongside you. Sang-gyun looks up at the sky. Yes, let's end this here. A voice rings out. You are mine. A thunderous announcement echoes across the battlefield, heralding the birth of a new enemy. A new god of struggle, victory, and death has been born. Let's give them a round of applause. Immediately, a giant tree with a blazing red energy sphere at its center erupted from the ground. The guardian skill was activated. Sang-gyun, Jam Chong-gu, and Soli are pushed back by a powerful wave of energy. Sang-gyun almost mutters. A series of new notifications appeared indicating that their battle had attracted the attention of gods and powerful entities. The challenge tower activated B008 to observe the local challenge and summoned observers. The light. God looks at you with curiosity, while the shadow body gently smiles and waves at you. The god of evidence struggles to see where you are. The demon god looks at you with anticipation as more high-level spectators gather. The dragon god stares intently, clearly hoping you will notice them. The Iron Blood Lord quietly cheers you on. Administrator White Crane Sword, Immortal, clenched both fists as they watched. Sang-gyun sneered sarcastically. So they are turning this into a public execution? Soli exclaimed in horror. Oh my god, what is this? An indeterminate dark entity begins to rise from the ground. Hey, you belong to me. The entity formed a face and looked at Sion with trembling eyes. Are you the divine essence of victory and death in battle? Looking at you with trembling eyes, Soliet was completely shocked by the god's question. Sangyun turned and said firmly, guiding the gods to the safest place and evacuating them. Soliet immediately objected. Anywhere, of course, I will go with you. Look at the situation carefully and understand it. If we fail here, not only will I die, but you will too. Soli still hesitated, but Sion emphasized that this was the first mission assigned to her as an ancient god and apostle. He placed his hand on her shoulder, his gaze forbidding refusal. Evacuate the gods here to a safe place. Soriet looked him in the eye, finally understanding and accepting her mission. She turned to face the other gods with a newfound authority. Can everyone hear me? Let's get out of here. She pointed at Sangyun, shouting her final declaration, both a curse and a challenge. O god of supremacy and death, don't die here because one day I will be the one to kill you. Sangyun just slightly smirked at her passionate arrogance. Jam Chonggu suddenly warned, look behind him. He seems even bigger than before. The dark entity has grown into a giant, its power increasing, and the giant's divine nature has been activated. The voice of the dark giant echoes, revealing a terrifying truth. I can feel that I am your clone. Sangyun and Jam Chonggu stand side by side, their faces serious. The fake's insane desire is revealed. I want to become the true form. With a thunderous roar, Sangyun charged forward. The Jam Chonggu in his hand transformed into a blazing red scythe. The impostor screams out its resolve. I will become the true form, the god of battle, victory, and death. Seeing you with greedy eyes, he charged into the battle, his strikes unleashing bright purple energy beams. The impostor declared his own destiny. I am a warrior born with the destiny of victory. Pushed back by the enemy's strength, Sangyun still maintains his stance. The impostor shouted its final goal. I will kill you and be reborn as the god of death. Sangyun looked down at that creature with contempt. It's meaningless. You will never become the god of death. The matted face of the impostor twisted in anger at his words. You only copy my divine nature? You are a fake, insulted. The impostor launches a dark red energy attack, a twisted copy of Sion's own power. I will become an ancient god recognized by the tower, the death divine power activated, spreading death energy everywhere. Sanjun's face showed clear surprise. Are you using the power I gave you to attack me? The gods of supremacy and death fall silent as the divine observers also express their fury, while invisible streams of energy strike the impostor from all directions. The dark god says the scum should be punished. The god of wisdom shows contempt for the impostor. The dragon god roars in displeasure. Sion's eyes glow coldly, and he commands silently to get this thing out of my sight. The command of fate was used. His power erupted, destroying the fake's attack. It roared in anger and switched to a different tactic. Fine, that doesn't work, huh? Then what about this? A glowing light sphere traps Sangyun as continuous lightning strikes down. The radiant binding spell has been activated, holding the opponent. The lightning divine power has been activated. Lightning strikes down. The impostor sees Sangyun trapped, convinced that victory is within reach. Sangyun calmly creates a green shield, easily resisting the storm of lightning. I can block this with ease. The blessing divine power has been used, and divine strength was consumed to create a shield blocking an external divine power. The impostor uses a dazzling golden treasure. Do you think you can stop this? The victory divine trait has been activated, eliminating a path that could lead to failure. Sangyun's shield shatters, and he realizes the terrifying nature of that power. The blessing divine attribute has been disabled, so he can eliminate potential paths to failure. The treasure in the impostor's hand cracks. Its light dims. Clearly, it cannot use that power continuously. The victory divine power cannot be activated for the next 12 hours. Seizing the opportunity, the impostor rushes forward and throws a powerful punch at Sion. Just as the punch was about to land, a surge of energy erupted from the impostor, and the broken treasure in its hand shone again. The conflict of divine calculation was triggered, reducing the cooldown of victory by 100%. Sangyun was struck by an unavoidable attack, while the impostor looked at Sionin overwhelmed with a smug expression on its face. Do you know why you keep losing to what you call a fake? The gods of struggle and death are confident in their perfect victory. Saying this, Sangyun stands up amid the wreckage, his gaze still resolute. The impostor continues to mock. You have other administrators and gods interfering. That's why you're weaker than me. Sangyun glanced to the side, his face full of contemplation, as the impostor revealed its sinister plan. I will not become like you. To avoid being purged, I will start the purge right now. It faces Sangyun and clearly states its intention. I will kill you here and eliminate all other obstacles one by one, and thus I will become the tower's recognized hunter. Sangyun let out a soft breath. smiling with a confident and mysterious expression. He raises an intriguing, glowing red gem. The SS plus treasure gem erupts with energy and shoots straight at the imposter. The divine power has been activated, engraving the fighting spirit into the SS plus treasure gem, which pierces through the dark body of the imposter. A burst of blazing red energy erupts from inside its body, causing a powerful earthquake. Sang-gyun hovers in midair, surrounded by a strong aura as his power is amplified. The divine spirit of combat has been successfully imprinted. The treasure's gem now radiates with fierce fighting spirit. The SSS divine fighting spirit can only be accumulated once. The imposter looks at his disintegrating body in horror. What is this? How can the power expand like this? You haven't seen anything yet. The imposter tries to use their power again. Fool, if I just remove my ability to use the divine power, it will be over. The victorious divine power is reactivated, but this time a bright red error message appears. The victorious divine power has been activated, eliminating a path to failure. Error. Blazing red energy engulfs it, completely nullifying its power. It roared in pain and helplessness. The god of transcendence and death has high resistance to external divine powers. Igra's power of Sanjion skyrocketed exponentially. A blazing yellow beam shot into the sky, with numbers spinning wildly like a slot machine. With accumulated fighting spirit, various abilities are amplified, reaching an unimaginable level 10,000 times higher. In a distant place, on the battlefield of the Ascended Gods C9001, Soli and others felt the tremors. Oh, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. He keeps trying to do everything alone. I can fight just as well too. If the wrathful god is furious, you specializing in combat would make it impossible to try to score the most points. The wrathful god must be very strong. Soli immediately regained her confidence, flicking her hair proudly. Well, I am actually quite strong. She continued to dream. Maybe even the so-called god of victory isn't a match for me. Suddenly, they all felt a terrifying surge of energy from afar. What the heck is that? Soli stared intently at the horizon, sensing that something extraordinary was happening. It was unusual. Even from afar, he could feel a colossal beam of light piercing the sky, a pure physical force beyond belief. That is not divinity or magic, just pure physical power. She looked up, completely overwhelmed by the scene, her hands clasped together as if praying. Oh my God, even the gods watching can't hide their amazement. Many ancient gods gasp in astonishment. The dark god wants to pat you on the head. The light god says they are deeply moved. Min Chung looks stunned. The demon god said, "This is getting interesting." Long god cheered, just as I expected from my successor. Now you can feel the difference, right? This is the meaning of being the true form. You are a fake, artificially created by the tower. The imposter gritted his teeth, refusing to accept the truth. You, who rely only on the tower, can never become a true being like me. How dare you say that to me? Even as I am about to vanish, I cling to my illusion. I am a warrior born for victory. I am not like a fake. The imposter's body disintegrates, but its desperate screams still echo, unlike that of an imposter. Suddenly, a massive vortex of dark energy engulfs it. The tower has decided to intervene directly. I can become my true form. The tower challenges the activation of Ascension A047, adjusting the difficulty to complete, allowing interference with the 26th floor challenge. The dark energy reformed the imposter, granting it a new identity and a new role in the tower's plan. The god of struggle and death was designated as a vessel of the tower. From the shadows, a twisted, evil version of Sion emerges, with blazing purple eyes and a smug smile on its face. The god of struggle and death inherits part of Han Sang-gyun's challenge stats to use, as Sang-gyun gazes at his clone with a cold stare, realizing the tower's ultimate purpose. Will you do anything to kill me? The imposter whispers a threatening affirmation as he approaches Sang-gyun. Yes, I now possess your body. It charges forward, its power now a perfect copy of Sang-gyun, amplified by the tower's might. It was granted to me by the tower, the god of struggle and death. It laughs as it looks at you, its face twisted into a crazed smile. With the power of the tower, I can use everything you have. The two fists collide, sparking a fierce battle between streaks of red and purple light. I am truly the strongest, the imposter roared, trying to prove his superiority. Let me show you. Han Sang-gyun, this is your true form, and now I can surpass you. A blazing red explosion of light engulfs both of them, the god of struggle and death, wielding a false starlight. The power of the attack created a huge crater in the ground. From the smoke, the imposter stepped out, a smug smile on his face. So now you finally understand that you are still yourself? It stands tall on a wounded worm, continuing its cruel monologue. Even if I am a fake, what difference does it make if I can wield your true power? Xion looked up, his face still remarkably calm. You still don't understand, do you? Let me tell you. Your eyes shine with understanding. You're no different from me. You gained power from the tower and became stronger because of it. That cannot be denied. The imposter's smile grew even more sinister. But the truth is, you're just like me. Without the power of the tower, you are just an insect. The eyes of the administrators and ancient gods all focused on Sun standing before the illusionary tower. Many administrators looked at you with concern. Some ancient gods watched you with anticipation. The tower remains silent as Sangyun looks at his clone and calmly admits. That may be true, the imposter is stunned. Huh? He stepped forward, his voice full of confidence. As you say, without the power of the tower, I could only be a mere insect. I cannot deny that. Facing the imposter, his eyes unwavering, but that doesn't mean I haven't achieved anything. Skills, power, divinity, and more. I have achieved many things within the tower. His face radiates pride in what he has strived to accomplish. Even though I worked hard to earn them, I won't say they aren't mine, the imposter roared in confusion. What are you talking about? Sionan's eyes sparkled with a brilliant blue. Be silent. I will play with you. A series of system notifications appeared, but this time they carried a completely different meaning. Through the legendary superpower of soul level adjustment, all skills are transferred at the soul level. The challenger, Sangyun's skills are no longer bound by the system. A powerful blue aura envelops Sangyun. He has broken free from the system's control. Let me show you it's not the power of the tower, but my power. The god of transcendence and death reveals himself. He unleashes a pure purple energy, a power that does not come from the tower. The unique demonic circuit effect is currently active, temporarily transforming the user's demonic energy into magical power for use. The imposter looked at that energy with utter horror. This type of mana isn't even from the tower, it's just raw power. Sangyun stands amidst the storm of demonic energy, fully in control of his power. The imposter steps back, unable to believe his eyes. No way. Sangyun looked at his clone, his voice full of authority. So, you still think there is no system? He looked directly at the imposter, ending his question with absolute confidence. Am I nothing at all? The pure purple demonic energy surrounds him, a testament to his own strength. Some ancient gods are amazed by your skills. The imposter grits his teeth and roars a desperate accusation, refusing to accept the truth. You're just lucky to be chosen by the tower, he shouted, trying to reaffirm his own worth. My value depends entirely on the tower. I am a warrior chosen by the tower. I don't resemble a mutt like you at all. The imposter launches a red energy attack. The god of victory in struggle and death uses a fake starlight, but this time Sunan easily blocks it with pure magic energy. No need to rely on the tower's power. I will show you true physical strength. His eyes flash, focusing all his power into a single strike. He unleashes a storm of sword energy, countless blue and purple slashes converging into the 100 bright sword. Sangyun's power erupts, surpassing all preset limits. The transcendent divine strength takes effect, leaving the imposter stunned. Your ability has surpassed the preset parameters. The closer you get to your limit, the faster you surpass them all. The surrounding energy around Sangyun grows even more intense as he continues to dominate his opponent. All growth rates increase with the distance between you and your opponent. The imposter is pushed back, its body beginning to disintegrate under the overwhelming power. I cannot lose. In a final effort, it gathers all remaining energy into a blazing red sphere, a tiny planet of destruction, god of struggle, victory, and death. Try to use your final resistance. Sangyun charged straight into the energy sphere, his body like an arrow piercing through all barriers. He watched the imposter vanish, his voice filled with regret. While fighting you, I thought carefully about how to stop this damn tower from messing with me again. And this is the answer I have found. The harvested divine power activates, and Jam Chonggu's sword begins to absorb all the power of the imposter. I will absorb everything the tower has given you and become even stronger. Harvest and extract all skills from the god of struggle, victory, and death. Sangyun stands in a space filled with glowing orbs that are the souls of gods killed by the imposter. The divine powers of the slain gods are gathered by the death god engraved on the challenger Han Sangyun. So he looked straight into the void, sending a stern warning to the tower itself to stop this nonsense. The god of transcendence and death declared to the tower and all others. He raises the energy sphere, determined to fully seize this power for himself. I will absorb this soul summoner's strength completely. You absorb the soul of the god of victory and death, and a powerful dark energy erupts from you. The unique trait of the summoner has reached 100% mastery. The summoner trait has surpassed the system's allowed growth limit. That power now belongs entirely to him, no longer bound by any rules. All the effects of the summoner are now linked to Hansen's soul. The tower immediately responds to his act of defiance, beginning to purge the threats it deems unacceptable. Sang-Yoon's eyes lit up as the tower activated its special power to upgrade A2 and fix the system. He gritted his teeth as an ultimate power was unleashed. We agreed not to interfere. The absolute immutable super legend has been activated, and multiple red system notifications attempting to interfere are all being broken. Han Sang-Yoon's actions now carry divine effects that deny corruption and are unique in their kind. You can disable any negative effects caused by external interference. A powerful energy shield protects him from all attempts at control by the tower. No external phenomenon can replicate your declared powers without permission. He turns his back on the failed system interference, his voice full of authority. This petty game ends here. The tower. He cast a cold glance over his shoulder. If you try this stunt again, I won't be so polite next time. The challenge tower falls silent. Finally, the challenge is over. He is transported away in a pillar of light. Congratulations, you have completed level 26. 26 of the challenge tower. You earned points and a reward. You are being forcibly transported to the waiting room, so they won't let me act freely anymore. He stands in the waiting room reviewing what just happened. Well, it doesn't matter. I hit the tower's sore spot and achieved more than I expected. The status board of the Soul Summoner skill has evolved to a completely new level. The unique trait of the Soul Summoner SSS. I will explore the rest when I use them. A notification from an old acquaintance appears. The administrator Bai Sword Immortal quietly looks at you. Sang-Yoon suddenly remembered a promise. The polite administrator of the White Crane Sword Immortal almost forgot to ask for your help. I need to fulfill Bak Hak Kim Teen's final wish first. The scene shifts to a peaceful place with lush green cover. You have entered the territory of the White Crane Sword Immortal. The White Crane Swordmaster peeks out from behind a pillar, looking a bit shy. Oh, you're here? It's been a while. Sang-Yoon was a bit surprised to see her. He sang happily. The scene is very peaceful. Sang-Yoon sits down and playfully teases her. So, you mean I've become an ancient god and now you can't feel comfortable around me anymore? She said nervously, waving her hands. No, that's not it. It's not. He smiled gently and said, Even if I am an ancient god, we are still master and disciple, so just treat me as you always have. He looked directly into her eyes and said one word, Master. That statement made her heart tremble. A pinkish glow appeared around her, and she stammered, unable to hide her embarrassment. Master, what did you say? But then she smiled brightly, full of happiness. Does he still consider me his master, even after becoming a god? That means I am the most special person to you, right? He answered without hesitation, his voice full of a very unique sarcasm. He bowed his head to her, his voice sincere and full of emotion, because she had never given up on me and was always by my side. You are the greatest master I could ever wish for. She repeats softly, The best, my master. Suddenly, she chuckles softly, regaining her usual calm demeanor. Seon looked at her with a puzzled expression. So Sang-Yoon truly considers me the most special person. I know. You are the one who should fulfill my final wish. Her face grew sad as she placed her hand on his back and began recounting her tragic past. My family was slaughtered when I was a child. She pressed her cheek to his back, her voice filled with longing and pain. The only thing I wish for is to rebuild and restore it in the martial world. That is my only true desire. A horrifying image of a slaughtered family appears in Sang-Yoon's mind as he listens. So her entire family was slaughtered. She looked up at him, revealing her impossible wish. Please meet my younger self, raise me to be strong, and let me personally bring revival to my family. Please. She hugs him tightly from behind, tears streaming down her face. I am begging you. Sang-Yoon's face became resolute. He accepted her plea. I won't let you wait long. A system notification sounds activating your powers as an administrator. Administrator White Crane Sword Immortal has activated the exclusive power to upgrade G0778's final wish. The light of teleportation begins to envelop Sun. He looked at her one last time and promised, I will show you the ending you desire. Master, please wait for me here. Her body begins to dissolve into blue light particles, her hand reaching out as if trying to hold on to him. Yes, right here. She smiled as she completely disappeared. I will wait. Sang-Yoon is thrown into a new challenge. Enter the Final Wish Challenge Tower, the White Crane Sword Immortal. The conditions of the challenge appear on a blazing fire background. The difficulty is time-limited.
You have 10 years to complete the challenge, restore and avenge the B family using martial arts within the remaining time. Sang-gyun finds himself standing in a martial city engulfed in flames. The theme of this challenge is the white crane sword Immortal. Around him, scenes of chaos and slaughter unfold. A voice echoes, telling him to kill every last member of the B family. Sang-gyun, dressed as a warrior, looks around in confusion. What is happening? A system notification appears, praying that the challenger's will fulfill their deepest desire. The leader ordered his men to find the head of the B family. Han Sang-gyun's role in this challenge was confirmed. The challenger Han Sang-gyun was assigned as the B family's bodyguard. He charged into battle, feeling that his strength had been greatly limited. Some equipment is restricted, and all stats are limited to a certain level. He grabs a thug by the collar and growls, "You'd better explain exactly what the hell is going on." The flames continue to engulf the buildings, and screams echo everywhere. The assassins are still on the hunt. Don't let them escape. Kill them here. An elderly man, owner of House B, is holding a child in his arms, trying to escape the flames. Seolhwa, your father will protect you at all costs. Even with burns, try to hold on a little longer. He shields the child with his body from falling debris. A group of black-clad assassins surrounds them. He holds the child tightly, his voice filled with worry. Don't worry. He stands up, faces the enemy, and is determined to protect his child to the end. Dad will definitely protect you. The leader of the assassins appears before him, finally catching you. The head of the B family clan raises his weapon, ready to end it. Let the dead rest. A devastating explosion occurs as the fatal blow descends. Just before the strike lands, Sang-gyun appears and kicks the attacker in the face. He looked up, his blue eyes blazing in the sea of flames, his voice sharp and commanding. Who gave you permission? Are you a bodyguard warrior? Sang-gyun didn't look back, his eyes fully focused on the enemy ahead. Let's save our words for later. He shouted, commanding the stunned owner, "We need to get out of here right now." He quickly moved, fighting and clearing a path to escape the encirclement of countless assassins. As he looked down at the frightened child in the host's arms, a gentle and determined smile on his face. "I came to save you." The child with white hair and purple eyes looked up at him, stunned and confused. Sang-gyun realizes this is his young master's past self. White crane sword. Immortal, Sang-gyun has led them to a safe hiding place. A quiet house nestled among a bamboo forest. This is only a temporary hideout, but please feel free to stay here. The owner Beck and the girl bow their heads in gratitude. Once again, we thank hero Hansen Yoon for saving us. Sang-gyun humbly replied, "It's nothing. It's just what a protector martial artist does." Sang-gyun looked around. A familiar feeling washed over him, but then he realized this place was exactly like his master's domain. It looked just like Administrator Bai He's Sword Immortal's house. A memory of his promise suddenly flooded into his mind. "I will wait." The image of his master dissolves into light and reappears. Her voice echoes, "I will wait." The owner of Beach Tianxian steps out. The girl waved goodbye from behind. "Be careful out there. I'll be waiting for you." He told the girl, "All right. Stay close to hero Han Yun. I will go find some food." When only the two of them were left, Cyan turned to the girl and said, "Sorry, miss." The girl looked up at him. "Yes." He knelt down to be at her eye level. "I want to know exactly what is happening right now. What is the overall situation of the B family?" The girl's face grew sad as she uttered a single word. Tan Shri-jun looked worried. "Devastated," she explained with a sad voice. "I don't know why, but the martial world leader announced they would boycott family B." She rested her head on his shoulder, her cheeks flushed with sadness and exhaustion. So, family B might disappear from the world. Sang-gyun silently pondered her words when young Seolhwa suddenly jumped up, dispelling the gloomy atmosphere with her youthful optimism. "But you don't need to worry." She recounts her father's plan with sparkling hope in her eyes, recalling the scene when her father visited Hwasun sect. "A long time ago, the Hwasun sect received a great favor from RBG, a divine sword. My father said he would ask if they could accept me as a distinguished disciple. He will go ask." She sat facing Sang-gyun, clenched her fists, and was filled with determination. "I will definitely meet the best master and become strong." A bright and pure smile blooms on the girl's lips, holding all her dreams and hopes. "Then I will restore the glory of the B family." The girl's words echoed in Sionen's mind, perfectly matching his master's future wish. "Meet me while I am still young, help me become strong, and guide me to restore the family with my own hands." Sang-gyun gently smiles, a confident and decisive smile. "That won't be necessary." He placed his hand on her shoulder, his voice full of certainty and reassurance. No matter what happens, he knelt down.
looked directly into her purple eyes, and made a declaration that would completely change her future. I will become your greatest master, young lady. The scene shifts, signaling the start of their training amidst the quiet, shaded forest. Selolva, with a focused and determined expression, charged to attack as instructed by him. Sang-gyun easily dodged and gently kicked the girl to the ground. The girl fell flat on the ground, completely unbalanced. He looked down at her, panting with sweat on her forehead, and called her full name. Miss B. Seolu. Ah! Her face was flushed with embarrassment. Seonin silently thought that she had believed she could easily imitate the White Crane Sword Immortal Administrator, but the girl was a complete mess in every way. She collapsed on the ground, her voice trembling with embarrassment. Eitri, please don't look at me like that. There are some things I just can't do. Sangun sighed, feeling both annoyed and amused. Are you trying to make me say that this is how you taught me? Anyway, I'm just glad you're not seriously hurt. Even if I am the greatest genius under the sky, without the elixir from the 9 great sects, I still couldn't be stronger than you. The girl's eyes lit up as she mentioned a hope. Elixir of immortality. Yes, the Manhwa Dan of the Hwasun sect. The girl excitedly describes what she could do if she had the fairy elixir. The illusions of her power appear around her. If I drink it, I might become like Master Hansen Yoon. My 5 senses will become much sharper, and my internal energy will increase significantly. Sang-gyun turned around, a plan already taking shape. You said Hwashan sect, right? The girl nodded repeatedly. Yes, the Mount Hua sect. He picked her up and leapt away, his voice playful. Then let's take all the elixirs they have. They arrived at the gates of Mount Hua at night. Xion thought to himself that they finally said they owed us a favor. Immediately, they were stopped by the disciples of Hwasun sect and told to leave at once. You trash scum, do you know where you are? Sang-gyun still holds Solva, calmly making his demand. I heard that the Hwasun sect received a favor from Ba. You can repay that favor with a fairy pill called Mai Hua Dan. You should be grateful that Hwasun has not retaliated. That's enough. The sect master of Hwasun appears in gun, and the disciples bow their heads. The sect master in gun looks at them with a fake smile, seeming to be guests from B. Please follow me. Sang-gyun narrowed his eyes, sensing the danger in Trong-gun's words. After being led inside, Trong-gun begins to speak. At first, when you appeared at Hoa Mountain coming from Bish, I thought you had finally gone crazy. What are you trying to say? Sion asked. Exactly as I said. Coming from the Beach family means you're here to take revenge, right? Revenge is correct. The Beach family once recovered a lost martial art of our sect in exchange for our eternal gratitude. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, but we still remain part of the martial world's top masters. The eyes in the darkness flash with a red light. We didn't kill Ba, but we stood by and watched. I will say that it has cleared all our debts. Seolhwa was stunned by that statement. Sang-gyun just slightly smirked. Oh. He raised his voice so everyone in the courtyard could hear. But I heard someone say, they would pay that debt with fairy medicine Mai Hua, and in the gun of Hwasun, he issued a challenge. If you can defeat each of my disciples here one by one, I will fulfill all your demands, he added with a sinister smile. Of course, if you can win. Sang-gyun turned to Olva. Miss, the swordsmanship I am about to show you is the White Sword's 7 styles. He drew a sword, which was immediately enveloped by a blazing red sword aura. Just observing it will be very helpful. He glanced at the crowd of Hwasun disciples. It's so troublesome. Everyone attack at once. One disciple roared angrily. You little fool, do you dare challenge a tiger like me? Sang-gyun focused his mind as a streak of red light flashed before his eyes. He unleashes a wide-range sword technique, sweeping away multiple opponents. White sword, bright sea. He explains to Solyu that this is Bach Kim Kwang Hai, an almost unavoidable sword technique. Then he delivers a powerful thrust, piercing through all defenses, White Skybreaker. This is Bach Kim Fa Tin, a powerful thrust used to pierce through defenses. Solharyao looks at him with admiration and amazement. Incredible. He's executing B's sword techniques perfectly. Taking advantage of Sanjun's focus, a swift attacker grabs Seolhwa and presses a sword wave to her neck. He growled a cowardly threat. You pathetic bastard, move again and I will cut this girl's throat. As soon as his threat finished, a massive dark purple energy burst from above, causing him to scream in pain. The abyssal bloodline has been activated. How dare you dirty your hands with the young lady? In-gun looked up in utter horror, unable to believe what had just happened. I can't believe it. I only called the elite disciples among my followers. In an instant, Sang-gyun appeared right in front of Trong-gun, his eyes sharp as a blade. Hey, listen up. You said you would agree to everything if I win, right? Before Trong-gun could react to his incredible speed, Sang-gyun had already struck. When did he start? A giant streak of blue sword energy is swung out. Trong-gun's face contorts with anger and fear as he hears Sang-gyun's verdict. In the next 40 years, Sang-gyun of Hwasun will decisively end his words and retreat into seclusion. A system notification appears, acknowledging his overwhelming victory. Achievement unlocked. Great breakthrough of Hwasun. Sometime later, at the hidden place in the forest, Solhao happily runs to Sang-gyun. Master, look at this. The girl jumps lightly, her body floating in the air like a feather. My body feels as light as a feather. Sang-gyun watches the girl glide among the bamboo, secretly amazed. I didn't realize these elixirs were so powerful. In a flashback scene, Gun kneels before Sang-gyun, begging him to lift the seal. I will give you all these elixirs. Just please remove the seal. Sang-gyun coldly demands, hand over all those elixirs and I will reduce it by 10 years. Seolwa, with an innocent look, has consumed a lot of precious elixirs, but perhaps because she has already taken many of them, her internal energy and stats have increased significantly. Sang-gyun decided it was time for the next phase. Now, his next task is to call the girl. Young lady, the girl responded. Yes. Solhwa performs a perfect somersault and lands lightly in front of him. Did she call her master? Let's move on to her next training session. The girl's eyes widened with curiosity and a hint of worry. The next training session. Sang-gyun looked at the girl, a mysterious smile on his lips as he uttered a term that made Swa shiver. He nodded slightly. The scene shifts to a ruined martial arts hall with defeated fighters scattered everywhere. Sang-gyun stands amid the chaos, dusting off his hands. The owner of the martial arts school looked at him in horror. There were too many. It took a moment. Sang-gyun charged forward, delivering a finishing blow to the clan leader. He was knocked back and slammed into the wall. Sang-gyun looks down at the last defeated opponent with a cold expression. Everything is cleaned up now, and only you, the leader of the Central Southern Sect, remain. The leader of the Central South Sect roared, Do you think the martial arts champion will just sit idly by while you do this? He shouted a curse. Those pathetic scum deserve no pity. Sang-gyun turned to Seolhwa, who was standing behind him. Now take this sword. It's your turn to fight, young lady. The eyes of the head of the Central South Sect blaze with anger and madness, causing Seolhwa to panic and step back. Do I really have to fight? But I am just a child. Tears welling up, she looked at Seonan with a pleading expression. But he only reminded her of her goal, to restore the Besh family. He asked her a question that cut deep into her heart. Will she really just stand by and watch the martial world leader destroy her family? The girl stammers. The boy looks at her with a serious but trusting gaze. That is the young lady's choice. But if she runs now, she won't be able to protect anything. The head of the Central South Sect roared in impatience. What are these pathetic cowards whispering over there? He raises his great sword, ready to attack. Sang-gyun's words echo in Seolhwa's mind as hot tears stream down her cheeks. If you run away now, you won't be able to protect anything. The image of her beloved father appears. He sacrificed his life to protect her. Wow! The image of her strict but trusting master appears, the one who gave her strength and hope. Master, the image of the Beck family and all the people she loves appears before her. She bowed her head, her white hair falling to cover her tear-streaked face. The Beach family. Everyone. With a heart-wrenching scream, the girl charged forward, no longer afraid, only a blazing fire of determination remaining. I don't want to be like this. To be like... A blazing red energy erupts from her, deflecting the attack of the Central South Sect's head. He looks at her with a surprised expression. Huh? Solhwa shouted, reaffirming her determination. Master, you're right. If I run now, she will use her sword to block the giant axe, and her power will explode extraordinarily. You won't be able to protect anything. The girl charges into battle, her sword strikes swift and precise, radiating a dazzling pink light. She faces the giant head-on, her strength and courage matching his. She moves as fast as the wind, dodging his powerful attacks and looking for an opening. She leaps into the air, concentrates all her inner energy into her sword, and unleashes a powerful technique. Bakkim Fatin. The girl's eyes flickered. She hesitated. The spear she was holding couldn't pierce his body. Solhao looked on with an incredulous expression. Too shallow. He used absolute strength to throw the girl onto the floor face down. As she lay there, it seemed like she had failed. A familiar voice echoed in her mind. Listen carefully, young lady. A memory of training with Sang Jionun comes back.
Her next opponent is the head of the Central South sect. According to the Hwa Sun sect, he is famous for his massive build and armor that cannot be pierced. Sang-gyun punched a rock and it didn't move at all. Even with the white sky breaking sword that can pierce through anything, she probably still wouldn't be able to cut it. Just like this rock, he begins to demonstrate a different technique. Just remember this, she stands up and focuses on her speed. The head of the Central South sect watches her rise and channels all her inner energy. Soul concentrates, a blue aura envelops her sword. She charges forward like a lightning bolt. The head of the Central South sect sneered mockingly. "Do you think a kid like you can break my armor with that strength?" But this time, she's different. Her speed far surpasses what he could imagine. She unleashes all her strength into a single attack. A perfect and more powerful version of her old move. Sword breaks the sky. Her strike not only pierces through the armor, but shatters it into pieces, sending the Central South sect's headmaster flying backward. The girl stood there gasping for breath but full of pride. She looked at Sang-gyun standing far away and said, "Master, I won." She added, her voice filled with newfound determination, "You didn't run away." The words of my master echoed in my mind as tears streamed down my face. If I run away now, I won't be able to protect anyone. Exhausted, Solho knelt down, but Xian quickly caught her in his arms. He looked at his little student with pride. He shifted his strike to maximize the power of the white skybreaker, an incredible blow. He gently stroked the girl's head as she gradually lost consciousness from exhaustion. Congratulations on taking another step forward through this training. A new achievement appears as the girl falls asleep in his arms. The achievement of unlocking the educator's title. He whispers, "Young lady." Time passes and the scene shifts to a large martial arts guild building on a rainy night, where guild leader John Gangan is presiding over an urgent meeting. Thank you all for attending the urgent meeting of the Martial World Leader. I am John Gangun, representing the Martial World Leader. Thank you all, he continued with a serious tone. As you may have heard, the Beach family, whom we have decided to eliminate, is causing the collapse of the martial arts sects. To punish them for opposing the Grand Master, his cold eyes narrow as he delivers a verdict. A dual trial will be held in 10 days at BA. 10 days later, at a large arena, the trial is ready. I'm sorry, Han Sang-gyun. I should have done something to prevent this trial. Sang-gyun calmly tightened the bandages, simply doing his duty as B's protector. He then turned to the worried Solwa girl, who was biting her lip as she tightened her bandages again. "And you don't need to worry, miss." He stood tall and faced the head of the household with a confident voice. "The girl has become strong enough to earn my recognition." Landlord. B. John Hawk looked at him and then nodded in acceptance. In that case, he looked ahead towards an uncertain future. "I wish you luck." John Gangun declares the trial begins. Now let the one-on-one duel commence. He explained the rules. According to strict martial arts law, he must answer before the court. The 5 representatives of the martial world leaders stepped out looking terrifying. If you defeat all 5 representatives, all your sins will be forgiven. A wave of energy envelops the arena, and the loser will be declared guilty. The first representative, a burly man, steps forward and taunts. "You lowly scum," he continued. "I don't know how you sealed off Hoa Sun, but know this." His face turned cruel. "In the name of Hoa Sun, every last member of House B will have their limbs cut off and their martial power core shattered." He added one last threat, "And that's not all. I will personally behead the head of the B family." Sang-gyun just slightly smirked, as if hearing a joke. Their martial arts will be completely reduced to ashes. His eyes flashed. Seolhwa unleashes her aura. A powerful stream of purple energy envelops her as the opponent stands across, waiting. A familiar yet much more powerful aura. "Don't tell me," Seolhwa stepped forward with a cold and challenging voice. "It's so annoying. Why don't all of you attack at once?" All 5 representatives are furious at the girl's arrogance. "You filthy insect, how dare you speak?" They all charged at once, determined to teach the girl a lesson. "I will make you pay dearly for that." Solwa's eyes glow with a brilliant purple. Her power erupts. She unleashes an ultimate move, a pink storm of sword energy engulfing the entire arena. Divine sword energy. Sang-gyun stands behind her and explains, a technique that can only be unleashed when a person's control of energy reaches its limit. The one-on-one trial has ended. He looks at John Gangan, who is stunned. "So you're saying the loser is the criminal, right?" "Yes, sir." Solva points at John Gangan, her eyes still shining brightly. "So who is the criminal now?" Th Gangun shouted in denial. "Not over yet. The trial is not over." The trial continues until all crimes are judged. He tries to salvage the situation clumsily. "We will set another suitable date for the trial, so get ready to be punished." Master B. John Hyuk could no longer bear it. He roared,
John Gang Gun, the cunning old dog. How can the leader of the martial world be so shameless after failing? John Gang Gun mockingly says, in a condescending tone. Master B, do you now understand why the leader of the martial world is trying to eliminate you? He continues to point out the differences in ideology. You keep whining that we don't act like righteous sects, or that we don't behave like true martial artists. The leader of the martial world becomes stronger through the sacrifice of a few. But your beach family talks about protecting others to become stronger. He roars, hatred clearly visible in his eyes, playing the hero while obstructing our leader. In the name of righteousness. For each sect of the martial world, we will destroy your Bak family. Sangyun turned away without even looking. I will show you that true strength lies in unity. That is when Solwa broke down crying, finally understanding the reason behind her family's tragedy. Oh. That's why B slaughtered. For such a reason, Sangyun turned to look at the crying girl, his face becoming cold and determined. My master's plea from the future echoes in my mind. My family was wiped out when I was young. Restoring it in the martial world is my only wish. Sangyun looked up at the sky, anger and determination evident on his face. The image of his master kneeling and begging him flashed back. Please. Her voice was filled with desperation. Please, I beg you. A flash of light appeared in his eyes. No, I can't just let this go. He turned back, filled with murderous intent. Trigangan still didn't realize he kept giving orders. Until the next trial, Sangyun intervened directly. True strength, what did you say? Before Gangan could react, Sangyun's sword pierced through his hand, pinning him to the throne. Sangyun grabbed his collar with a cold voice. You only use strength as an excuse, but you're no better than a coward hiding behind power. His eyes burn bright. You are not even worthy to judge the divine bee of transcendence. And death looks at the meaningless of mortal fools intoxicated by their own strength with pity. John Gang-gun tries to threaten. And you think after all this, the sects of the martial world will just stay silent? Sun smirked. Oh, really? He throws a powerful punch at Tron Gang-gun's face. I don't care. He keeps punching, giving him no chance to fight back as long as I take you down. The one in charge of everything will fall. I didn't plan to defeat you. My original plan was for the young lady to defeat you herself. A terrifying dark aura envelops him. But my patience ends here. The legend of the apocalyptic incarnation is activated. His power begins draining the life force of everyone around him. Gangan screams in pain. The legend consumes everything, draining all life within range. My inner energy, it is being completely drained from my Dantian. Sangyun stands up and looks down at the defeated enemy. You're not even worthy of a normal death. He turns away and leaves a final curse. May you slowly bleed and die in pain. Chgun can only whisper, hey, give it back. A new achievement appears marking the end of an era. The conquest of the martial world has been accomplished. Back in the bamboo forest, the owner bowed his head to Sangun. I apologize for relying on you and Seolhwa. Sir, Han Sun looks ahead. Now that the martial world leader has fallen, B will be safe. I simply do what is right. The affairs of the Beck family are my concern. Master Beck realizes it's time. You're about to leave, right? Sangyun nods. Yes, my mission here is complete, so I have to leave. But what about the young lady? Master B. Jotron Hyok told Sion about Solwa's situation. When she heard he was leaving, she pouted and refused to come out of her room. I understand. He turns to leave. Then please send my regards to her. I want to check something before I leave, maybe review the arrangements of the sword demon, but I can't access my inventory here. He sighed and kept walking. Well, there's no other choice. Suddenly, Solhu appeared from behind a bamboo, bowing his head before him. The girl looked up, her eyes filled with tears. Can't you stay with us? He replied coldly. No. The girl hugged him tightly, her voice full of pleading. Please, live happily and peacefully with us. A simple life unfolds in her mind. We will have breakfast together every morning and train together every day. Tears fall from her eyes as she shares her deepest dream. And when you grow up, you want to stand beside him. The girl looked up at him, her face blushing like a worthy warrior beside him. Please, stay with me. He only thought to himself, that would be so dangerous. He gently stroked her head, realizing something astonishing. Divine sword energy. I have become too attached. I never taught you how to use sword energy, yet you mastered it on your own. The girl's tears started to fall again. This is the only thing I can say to you as a farewell. He looked directly into her eyes, his voice filled with pride. Miss, you did very well. His body begins to dissolve into blue light particles.
Even without me, you will become a great warrior, someone who will restore the Beck family and even achieve greater glory. He completely vanished, leaving a final promise that I will always support you. The blue light particles float around, carrying precious rewards. The reward was granted, based on the emotional state of the White Crane Sword Immortal Administrator. The completed challenge reward has been sent to your inventory. Sungyun opened her eyes back in the territory of the White Crane Sword Immortal. She had returned in her adult form. You have returned, Mr. Yoon's car. He smiled. I am safe and back. She looked at him, her cheeks flushed, stammering, unable to speak clearly. My young lady. She smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with happiness. I've been waiting for you. She hugged him tightly, her voice filled with emotion. My greatest master. I am the greatest master of all. How does she feel when receiving guidance from her own disciple? She immediately blushed. Wait, are you teasing me? He laughed out loud, just kidding. Ha ha. Her eyes grew more serious, but she spoke sincerely. I wish I had an assistant like you by my side. She shyly smiled, which means you are an important disciple to me. As his teacher? Oh, you understand, right? Her eyes shone with distant hope. If he reached the top floor of the tower, he could even turn an administrator's wish into reality. Sungyun looked into her eyes and promised firmly, I will definitely make that happen for you. Sungyun looked at Seolhwa dozing beside him, his heart filled with emotion. Miss, the scene has changed. I have returned to the tower's waiting room. Jam Chong-gu was already waiting in the 27th floor lounge. She sighed in relief, but also felt a bit annoyed, as her endless patience finally ran out. Sungyun is teasing, not seeming very patient, even though Jam Chong-gu immediately bristles. What did he just say? Sungyun ignored it and opened his status window. If he applied the reward from the White Crane Sword Immortal here, the two reward items would appear. Summon the Deep S Deity, the SSS Judgment. Mirror, one of the two items, transforms into a more powerful form. The Black Mirror of Purity SSS with the exclusive Despair effect of Purity can be activated. Select a target and forcibly seal their divine power for 10 minutes, but the user's divine power will also be sealed for 10 minutes. Sungyun smirked. Bold. This will be a trump card in dangerous situations. He checks his messages, and Ha'an has sent many messages. A new message has arrived from his friend Manhwa. Manhwa, level 25. Due to the tower's event, challengers from other dimensions can now come to Earth. The message continues with an urgent warning. The powerful martial challenger Pon Huang has sent his subordinates to Earth, and the planet is now in great danger. An event. Martial artists invading. An official system notification appears. The Challenge Tower is hosting a joint event across all official tower dimensions. A space cradle will appear in every official tower dimension. This event is mandatory and directly linked to the destruction or survival of the Earth. The danger is right in front of us. If defeated inside the space tide cradle, Earth's guardian team will disappear. While I am progressing through this challenge, that barren wasteland must have received a special reward allowing them to move through space. Sungyun gritted his teeth, anger flashing in his eyes. Tower, you're up to your tricks again. A ranking appears. First place Sis Cave, second place Wild Earth. Hey, are you really the one considered the strongest challenger on Earth? He sat cross-legged on the chair and continued. You are known as the Sword Demon, or Sword God in this world, one of the strongest. Well, someone at your level is at least worth considering as a subordinate, just for your reference. I am Uong, the Deputy Lord of Ponrion. Remember that. So in the end, that's the name of the person you will serve as your superior. Sungyun asked coldly. Is that all you have to say? Jian Yusheng sneered. Of course not. I am here to represent the will of Lord Pon Huang, simply to establish an alliance with Earth. Come on. Earlier, you even threatened to turn the Earth into ruins, everyone said in unison. That's right, that's right. Jian Yuxiang despises you, you scum. You rely on cheap tricks. He draws his sword, not even realizing how weak he truly is, yet pretending to be tough. He charged forward, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy, feeling the difference in strength. Just as the attack was about to hit, it suddenly stopped and vanished. Sungyun used his power and was crushed. Divine skills and commanding words were employed. Jian Yuxiang panting heavily, completely stunned. Sungyun sat cross-legged, looking down at him with contempt. Are you talking about the pathetic gap in strength at that level? The god of supremacy and death mocks delightfully at the logic of an ordinary mortal. Sungyun grabs his hair and speaks to Bachon Huang. He broke his leg cruelly. The hunter said he would fight him in the cradle of the space tide. The torture technique skill has been activated. A moment later, elsewhere, Bachon Huang received a report. So after being humiliated by that hunter, you're saying he even challenged Lord Pakron Huang to a fight in the Star Cradle? He chuckled softly. Interesting. A challenge to me? The scene shifts to an abandoned beach where a giant ship has appeared. The limit of 30 challengers from Earth for the Space Cradle has been reached. Sang-gyun tells the 30 strongest people on Earth that the space-time cradle is a place only challengers can enter, and that it could be a battle where you might die. But thank you all 30 of you for coming here. They walk toward a blue energy gate. Now let us all proceed into the Space Dynasty cradle. As soon as Sang-gyun entered, a system notification appeared, and once again the tower played a trick, adjusting some balance related to the power of the challenger Hansen Ayun. For now, most of Hansen Ayun's equipment and abilities are sealed, and Sang-gyun can only sigh in frustration. When the notification sealing Sang-gyun's power appeared, he roared a challenge to the tower. Who the hell said you could play these games now? My ultimate power is activated, breaking all chains of the system. The ultimate immutable super legend has been activated. From now on, the actions of challenger Hans Jong-yun will have a divine effect that negates corruption. He rushes into the cradle of the space-tide, ignoring all attempts to intervene, as all negative changes caused by external interference are denied, entering the floating island space-tide cradle. A teammate asks him anxiously, Zhong-yun, what was that just now? He only looks ahead where the enemy is waiting. More importantly, look forward. A voice echoes from the opposite side. It's Pa Huang. You can recognize him immediately. He looks at Cyan with a smug smile. If the conditions continue to be met, you will receive the Earth Divine trait, granting you the right to become the god of the Earth. The scene shifts to a dark space where Sang-gyun reflects on his path. Sometimes I think about this. Maybe I am on the wrong path. You have reached the 27th floor of the Challenge Tower. If I had lived like a dog of the tower, maybe everything would be very different. All the administrators might be dead. The difficulty is high. A mysterious blonde man appears, his voice full of teasing. It's all part of proving yourself. That would be great, but I'm sure you can do it. Sang-gyun stands before a giant gate. The theme of this challenge is betrayal. His hand reaches out. I will wait for your choice here. Sang-gyun replied without hesitation. My choice will not change. A golden aura surrounds him. The legendary super being adjusting soul level has been activated. You can designate a target to match their level within a minute. Sanyan orders to break the rules of the challenge. Stop, challenge. Fate deity command has been activated. You can consume divine power to influence the world. The tower immediately tries to intervene. Error. The tower's challenge detection has identified an error. It is trying to intervene. The red chains binding Sion are being repaired. He braced himself against the bindings and used his willpower to open the gate. Is the door opening? He shouted. Stop! The error is being fixed. Images of his masters appear. They are in danger. Stop! She will die. The error is being fixed. Stop! The administrators will die at this rate. His eyes burn with determination. I want to let them live, an unseen voice asks. Why? The image of the Sasters appearing to hold him in a moment of weakness. Because they are precious to me, because they are the only ones who trust me while others mock me. He clenched his fists tightly, blood flowing out. So please, I beg you, even if he has to lose all his divine power, he roars, channeling all his strength into a single scream. Stop, I need to end this challenge. The three dark gods appear. It seems they heard your plea. A massive blaze of red energy erupts. Many ancient gods cheer your effort, but the tower still tries to intervene. An error message appears, but then support comes from other gods. Those who believe the challenge has become unfair try to correct the failure. Many ancient gods believe your challenge is unjust. Many ancient gods tried to interfere with your challenge. The challenge tower advised them all to stop. The gods remained unshaken, defending Sang-gyun's actions as the inevitable result of karma, with many ancient deities declaring it a righteous act according to the law of cause and effect. Overwhelmed by the pressure, the tower was forced to concede, but it decided to end the challenge abruptly. The challenge tower reluctantly accepted that it was a valid reason. The challenge tower activates level C-192 to pause the trial, sealing it off. A massive stone door slams shut, carrying a final threat that records his rebellious act. The challenge tower will not forget that your dangerous actions need to be adjusted. Sang-gyun's body begins to dissolve. You have been invited to a divine realm. He finds himself in an unfamiliar place, greeted by a series of new announcements signaling that a new challenge is about to begin. Welcome. Many ancient gods have been chosen to oversee the 27th floor challenge. A woman with a purple hood appears, her voice full of excitement and authority. I like you. The dark god was chosen as the leader. Sang-gyun recognized the familiar face, remaining calm. It's been a while since we last met, Dark Lord. The dark spirit smiles reassuringly, trying to ease the tension. Don't be nervous. As I said when we first met, I hope you remember that I am not your enemy. Sang-yoon got straight to the point without any hesitation. There's one thing I want to ask first. Why did you help me? She whispers a powerful and mysterious name. The Temple of the 10,000 Gods. The surprised worm repeats that name. The Temple of 10,000 Gods, she confirms with a smile. Yes, my son is also a part of it. The scene shifts to the magnificent temple where ancient gods are waiting. The ancient gods of the temple have something they want to ask of you. A series of precious relics appear as the mission's target. Recover the relics and punish the parasitic god. A blonde figure appears, the enemy he must face for stealing them all. We want to recover the sacred artifacts of the temple, but it seems we cannot find him anywhere. A threat is issued to ensure his cooperation, targeting those he cares about. Failure to comply will result in the death of his administrators. The image of his masters appears in Sang-yoon's mind, leaving him no choice but to complete the mission. Sang-yoon's son clenched his fists, accepting the impossible mission. Certainly, the Dark God orders you to go immediately. You are transported to a new world, to the place of the parasite, a rare, peaceful planet. Scandia, you, Jam Chongu, and another person appear on a cliff overlooking a beautiful world. You have entered the 27th floor of the challenge tower. The difficulty level of this challenge is to complete the execution of the parasitic god within Scandia territory. Sang-yoon looks ahead, the weight of the mission pressing on his shoulders. Failure is not an option. Failure means the death of the administrators. Jam Chong-gu sighed, still somewhat wary of the Dark God. But that's the worst thing. Dark God, I tried my best not to anger her. Sang-yoon looks ahead with more optimism. But it's good that she's on our side. A man with a large backpack appears and speaks. Hey, you're here to carry out the orders of the temple. He introduced himself formally. Father, you've heard from the Shadow God, but my name is R, the seventh servant of the Proud God. He spoke in an authoritative tone, saying, I am the one in charge here. I am here to guide and oversee your mission, so just follow my instructions. So what should we do here? R put down his backpack with a thud and asked, I have a good plan. He looked at Sang-yoon and Jam Chong-gu, a mysterious smile on his face, ready to reveal his plan. It was called R, who shared his surprisingly simple plan. Disguised, they blend into the noisy crowd in a bustling city. Jam Chong-gu crosses his arms, looking annoyed. Is it really necessary? It's ridiculous. R immediately objects. You're wrong. It would be very bad if they realize we came here on behalf of the temple. She still isn't convinced. Everything is too much. She shouts. What? Another voice interrupted their argument. Hey, noisy kids! An older man who looks like a god approaches. You are the invited gods, right? If you are about to serve under the parasitic god along with us, why don't you stay silent? Sang-yoon asked again about serving under the parasitic god. The man explained, yes, he agreed to take us in because the temple hates us. R was also surprised to hear this. He said he would give us a few more sacred relics. Sang-yoon looked around, assessing the situation. I see now. So this is where all the abandoned gods gather. He asked directly, so where are the stolen relics? The man shook his head. No one knew. He said he would distribute them to us after absorbing Scandia's power. Everyone was stunned by that cruel plan. Absorbing this planet, someone shouted. There yai! A voice echoes from the balcony of a large building. To those abandoned by the Temple of 10,000 Gods, I thank you for gathering here. The parasitic god, their enemy, appears with a confident and powerful presence. I will grant you sacred relics to help you ascend to become ancient gods. The crowd cheered excitedly. You worship the parasitic god, but soon the voice of the parasitic god turns cold. However, he looked directly at the crowd with sharp eyes and said, There is a sneaky rat among you. He directly named Sang-yoon, the god of transcendence and death. All eyes turned to Sang-yoon's group. The crowd disperses, a rat from the temple. Who is it? Who is that person? Sang-yoon pulls his hood down without hesitation. It seems he has discovered something. Jam Chong-gu sighed. I told you all along, it was all useless. Sang-yoon orders R to jump onto a roof and rush towards the parasitic god. Take care of the ones down there. R is panicked. Stars? All of them. Sang-yoon faces this parasite god. The parasite god smiles and says, I knew they sent a rat, but I didn't expect one to come so early. He pretended not to care. Whatever, they both charged at each other, weapons clashing and sparks flying. The parasite with a sinister smile. Sang-yoon says, I have some people I need to protect, so you will have to die. The parasite grits its teeth, furious at being underestimated. Are you a tiny insect? He gathers the red energy in his hand and will tear you apart. A powerful attack is launched. The Divine Power's fierce attack was used by DC to enhance divine and vitality-based assaults. The divine parasite looked at Sangyeon with an amused and interested expression. Sangyeon dodged the attack and prepared to counterattack. The unique misdirection skill was activated with great force. The flames engulf him as he prepares for an absolute counterattack. Let's see if you can die at the hands of this insect. You can deliver a perfect counterattack limited to the first strike. A massive energy explosion occurs. The parasitic divine counterattack was knocked away and crashed to the ground. Sanyonan looked down with no emotion. He shouted, "Are you a tiny insect?" The parasite concentrated a massive amount of energy, creating a giant, destructive tornado. The divine attack was activated, allowing you to boost your strikes with vitality. He roared wildly, unleashing all his power. Crushed, the massive energy pillar descends, destroying everything in its path. As the parasitic god looks at Sun being swallowed by the attack with a look of shock. He couldn't believe his opponent was so weak. But then Sangyun appeared from the whirlwind unharmed. The unique skill to deflect attacks had been activated. You can deflect attacks that cannot be diverted, while he easily dodges the destructive blow, causing a powerful blue explosion. I have fought against many gods. Sangyun looked at him with utter contempt. But no one has ever been as weak as you. The parasitic god trembles with rage. You are weak, he shouted. His arrogance was severely wounded. You dare. The surrounding space around him begins to loosen. He unleashes his true power, creating a separate space. I will shut that mouth of yours. The legend of the heaven of parasites has been activated. A separate domain has been created. Countless stolen sacred objects float in the new space. The parasitic godhood has been activated, allowing you to absorb vitality and control other creatures. Sangyeon looked around, admiring the cunning of his opponent. Incredible. I can see why the artifact couldn't be found because he hid it in a non-existent location. One of the sacred objects, a crown, flies over and lands on the parasitic god's head, and as long as this planet exists, my vitality is limitless. The twisted crown with arrogance. SS, he grins maliciously. You will be crushed, he roared, his power amplified by corruption. Faced with an unstoppable force, the disgusting pride has been triggered. Divinity has now been corrupted. The purple energy explosions destroy the ground around them. Outside, Rin and the others struggle to withstand the aftermath of the battle. R looks in horror at the collapsing ground. What is that? The ground is collapsing. A fierce purple energy column spirals from afar. A giant pack of blue energy wolves appears. The parasitic god grabs one wolf and crushes it. These damn dogs don't know what's good for them. He unleashes a dark, corrupted energy and disappears. The disgusting pride is activated. The divine power is now corrupted. He laughs maniacally, believing himself invincible. Haha, this enormous vitality is created by draining the life from this planet. You won't hurt me even a little. Why? Because I am an immortal hunter, I narrow my eyes and understand. He has dominated an entire planet, draining its life force. He is quite a troublesome opponent. But Sion smiled, a smile full of contempt. You, the weak parasitic god, are stunned. What? Sionin raises the mirror of purity. You call yourself immortal, yet you destroy holy relics to continue your existence. The black mirror of purity, SSS, plus the divine trait of the parasitic Godiamo, has been sealed for 10 minutes. Sangyeon looks into the reflection of the enemy in the mirror. I will call you now, but with your power sealed like this. You weak and helpless bastard. A message appears confirming that both sides have lost their divine power. For a moment, the user's divine power was sealed for 10 minutes. The parasitic god looked up in panic, feeling his strength had vanished. My divine power has vanished. What did you do? Do not give him a chance to recover. Sangyeon charges forward, delivering a powerful kick to his face, creating a massive explosion that destroys the ground around them. Sangyeon steps on the defeated opponent's chest, his voice commanding, while the parasitic god roars in pain and disbelief. Ki, your own power must have been sealed. How are you so strong? Sangyeon looked down with a calm expression. Oh, that. I raise my hand and a bright golden light sphere appears in my palm. Because of this, the trace of a vivid SSS concept. He clenched the sphere. An unstoppable force erupted from him. You can activate a divine trait at any time, even if the conditions for activation are not met. A blazing red aura surrounds him. His power surges. The combat spirit divine ability is forcibly activated. All abilities are amplified 100-fold, and the parasitic divine shrieks in utter panic. El, how did you get something like this?
Xiun smiled coldly and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice." He threw a punch at his face. "You'd better grit your teeth. I'll charge at you with unstoppable speed and beat you until our strength returns." The instant acceleration skill has been activated. Sangyun keeps attacking without giving the opponent a moment to breathe. "You say you're immortal, that's good." He keeps punching, each strike filled with overwhelming power. "I want to try this to save my friends." He looks down at the one he's tormenting, his voice full of determination. An ancient god with only his own power. Time remaining on the seal 08. R, the observer from afar, couldn't believe his eyes as Hanzian roared in helplessness and anger. "I've been through so much damn trouble because of you. I'll give you a fight." He rushed forward, but opened his eyes in shock. R watched the scene with a stunned expression. "Am I dreaming? The parasitic god who even the gods of the palace can't fight easily. He is being beaten with his bare hands." Jam Chonggu appears beside R, speaking with admiration. "Most of the high-level gods won't be able to fight him anymore. When will she arrive?" She continued to explain Sangyun's true power. He himself is an ancient god with the ability to dominate other ancient gods. The parasitic god's crown shattered into pieces, the crown twisted with pride. SS has been destroyed. Ikeo's sealing time is over, and both have regained their divine powers. Sangyun gasped for breath. "Ah, I didn't think you had won." The divine parasite struggles to stand up. "I will be reborn. It tries to absorb the surrounding life force again, and then I will tear you apart into pieces." The activated divine parasitic entity. "You can absorb vitality and control other creatures." Sangyun just sneered. "Really?" He unleashes his power, a dark red aura enveloping the parasitic god. "Then I will completely devour you." The death attribute has been enhanced by harvest to absorb all divine attributes. A giant mouth of dark energy opens from the ground, swallowing the parasitic god completely. He has won. You have earned the achievement of killing an ancient god. You have consumed the soul of the parasitic deity. After the victory, Sangyun's power surged once again. Your divine attribute has been upgraded to S plus divine status. The unique trait of the soul summoner has been infused with supreme divinity and has reached a 10% advancement level. You can relax now. I have erased the future in which you would die. White Crane Sword. Immortal, Iron Blood, Cold Lord. White Crane Sword Immortal embraces him tightly, his voice filled with emotion. "You did all of this to save us. It must have been very difficult." She looked at him with deep understanding. "What would happen if they died? In the future you fought, thinking we would die if you lost. He endured so much, but because of him, we are still alive. Because he changed our future." Both of them smile brightly. Thank you, Sangyun." Sangyun just smiled faintly as he was transported away from the cradle of space and time. The challenge is over. Yes, congratulations on reaching the 27th floor of the Challenge Tower. The Challenge Tower has calculated that the challenger Sangyun can reach the top floor. A new invitation appears. "Panthon invites you," Jam Chugu says. "Wow. This is you being transported to a magnificent space sparkling like the universe Panthon." The achievement of being invited to Panthon has been accomplished. He looks around in amazement. This space looks like an entire universe. Truly astonishing. A voice echoes. "Greetings, noble one." A woman with silver hair appears. "It has been a long time since we met such a magnificent creature." She bowed her head respectfully. "It is truly an honor to serve one of the absolute beings of the universe once again." Lord Hansen Yun, the goddess of fragrance, bows deeply in reverence. Sangyun recognizes her. "Ari, are you leading him along a path among the stars?" Arya covers her face with her hand, her voice trembling with emotion. "You remember a humble creature like me. I am deeply moved by your boundless mercy." This loop really is a never-ending cycle. Sangyun asks directly. "So to guide me to Panthon, you have a message to deliver, right?" "That's correct." After destroying the scum that dared to touch Panthon's sacred relics, a new story about Lord Hansen Yun began to spread. Sangyun was curious about a new story that Bantian wished for Lord Hansen Yun to become one of the new main gods. That is the proposal being made. Arya leads him to a large gate. "However, whether you become one of Panthon's new gods may be decided after you face the ancient deities." She smiles. "I, the goddess of hidden fragrance, will always respect the will of the Great One." Sangyun nodded. "Then please return safely. Countless eyes are watching you from all around. The god of light is watching you, the god of darkness is watching you. The demon god is watching you, and the dragon god is watching you. Stand tall in the grand arena, ready to face the challenge. Manifest yourself." He unleashes all his power, the god of transcendence and death, The goddess of heaven weeps before his overwhelming strength. It is such a noble and immeasurable power, truly magnificent. The power of the one and only death, absolute in the universe. The goddess of heaven weeps in awe of your overwhelming power. The god of division also shows respect. An ordinary mortal elevates their divinity to such a level. The god of division shows respect for your supreme divinity. Countless high-level gods look at you with amazement, fear, and a faint sense of respect. The dark god steps forward. Son, you've endured so much to get here. I won't say much. You may have heard from Arya on your way here, so I will get straight to the point. She offered you the chance to join Pantheon and become one of the new main gods ruling over Earth or other worlds. Are you going to live peacefully under our protection like that? You two are risking everything you've built so far just to pursue the uncertain path of becoming a superhuman within the Challenge Tower. What kind of nonsense is this coming from another god? He is still a hunting dog bound to the Trial Tower. He is a wild card that cannot be predicted. The arrogant and proud god also spoke up. That strange tower has created a being so impure in this universe. He must be executed immediately. R stepped forward, trying to defend Sion. Arrogant god. Sir, I respectfully request and wish to say that the god of transcendence and death has reclaimed the sacred relics for our pantheon. Sangyun chuckled softly. I don't believe he deserves such hostility based on what I've observed. R bowed his head, trying to plead. So please, be tolerant. But a blazing red energy cut off his words. The proud god looked at R with contempt. You dare! As a miserable seventh race interfering in the god's conversation, AR turns to dust. Atone with your death. Sangyun watched Rin's last dust particles vanish, anger boiling within him. You dark god stepping out from behind the throne, your voice as cold as ice. Who gave you permission to execute one under my favor? She looked at the arrogant and proud gods with disappointment. You are not the true gods of Pantheon. You are trying to force our agreement on your terms. Don't disappoint me any further. The goddess of darkness issued a cold warning as another deity tried to soothe the situation. Before I let that child swallow your divine nature, it wouldn't be so bad, right? It could be a gift for becoming a new god. Longthan also spoke up, showing signs of impatience. Can't we decide what to do with it? Ow! Let me speak with the successor first. Long God urged the goddess of darkness, as if he couldn't wait any longer. The dark god turns to look at Sun. Now my son wants to hear your answer, so please make your choice. Sangyun said firmly, I have only one answer. The images of all the people you've met and those who have helped you on your journey come back to your mind. My precious companions I've met so far. For all of them, he stands tall and declares his own path. I will climb the challenge tower to the highest peak and become a supreme being. His eyes blaze with the fire of determination so that no one in this universe can stand above me again. In that way, no one can lay a finger on my precious ones. A horned god laughs loudly, ha ha. As someone who has become an ancient god, you seem almost untouched by corruption of the spirit. But it turns out you have completely lost your mind. The dragon god looks regretful and says, if you become a true new god, it would be great to have you as my successor. The dark god smiled, But yes, that son is the right answer for your, Wonderful. She turns away. You were never meant to be trapped in this tiny well-called pantheon. She looked back one last time, sending a warning to the other gods. Oh, and all of you will meet again. Sangyun was transported away, leaving a promise behind. Next time I will tear you apart. Look forward to it. You have returned to the tower, having completed level 27. Going back to the challenge tower, Pantheon has provided additional breakthrough rewards. 2 reward items appear. One is given when fulfilling the dying wish of the Bloodsteel Lord, allowing the copying and absorption of an optional divine power. The other is a dazzling divine power catalog awarded upon completing level 27, a catalog containing countless detailed records of divine powers. Sangyun looked at the seal, and he knew what he would copy with this. He presses the seal into the catalog. A golden light envelops him. The divine copy has been successfully inscribed onto Challenger Hanzongyun. A series of notifications from the tower appeared this time with a completely different attitude. The Challenge Tower highly appreciates the achievements of the Challenger Hansen. The tower judges that the Challenger Hansen has the potential to reach the final level. The Challenger Hansen has been chosen as the ultimate candidate. All restrictions have now been lifted. Sangyun smirked. This tower is too late for friendly actions now. My wrath will not be contained. He walks away, leaving one final warning. So, shut up and get out of my way. The Tower of Challenge falls silent. Return to Pantheon. The arrogant god couldn't hide his anger. Damn it, damn it. He grits his teeth. the god of superiority and death. He punched the ground hard, causing a small explosion. That filthy, vulgar scum. There, daring to insult us in front of all the gods, but with that challenge tower blocking the way. We can't easily get to him, another voice said. O gods of arrogance and pride, it is not the challenge tower that prevents us from acting, but the new law of karma that has become more important. But don't worry, we have a solution. A solution? What do you mean? Although he was exiled from the tower and no longer as powerful as before, there is someone who can slightly distort causality. The goddess of despair, destruction, and madness. She has given us a chance. The goddess of eternity smiles confidently and turns back to Sionun. He is standing on a snowy mountain. The challenges are definitely easier now that the restrictions are lifted, as he soars into the sky surrounded by streams of red energy. I guess this means you're advancing to higher levels. You have completed level 35 of the challenge tower. You have entered the waiting room for level 36. Jam Chonggu comments, impressed with reaching level 36 in less than a month. Sangu responds, thanks to the tower removing many restrictions. It's so satisfying to climb so quickly. A system notification appeared. Conditions met. It has been confirmed that over 1,500 people have completed level 35. The system expansion is initiated. The tower begins to shake and transform. Access is expanding. Jam Chonggu nervously steps into a new challenge based on your unique keyword. So everything truly changes when you reach higher levels? The challenge theme has been set with the unique keyword 30. The shining energy chains bind both of them, forcing the activation of the exclusive right to ascend to G1047 in the selection hall. An ancient book appears from Sion's inventory, containing components used to create the challenge taken from the challenger Hansun's inventory. A moment similar to the beginning of the tower and even its external origins, you will experience everything firsthand. He realizes the Lemiston book he received from the demon god. You are transported to the 36th floor of the challenge tower and find yourself in an unfamiliar place. The strange thing is, the condition to complete the challenge is to survive until the end of the god's battle. Failure condition of the challenge is the death of the challenger. Reward for completing the challenge. The theme of this challenge is the primitive era. He looked around and felt that something was off. What a strange song. A blond man appears beside him. It has neither divinity nor mana, and it's even uncertain whether it's still alive or not. Impossible to determine. Why did it come here? Which side do you belong to? And which territory do you govern? The man continued to ask. You will need to explain everything. Otherwise, we will consider you an enemy god and execute you. The divine proof warns the unidentified entity to stay alert. Sangyun thought to himself, no way. That's too perfect to be part of the tower's structure. Sangyun clenched his fist. That divine witness might just be an echo of someone from the past. I decide, sorry, witness god, but it's better if I hide my identity now. Facing the god, Sangyun unleashes a powerful energy and speaks defiantly. It sounds like you're threatening to kill me, but are you sure you can do that? The witness. God was stunned, thinking to himself, no way could it be, could it? The golden pupils of the enlightened god narrowed in utter shock. A primordial divine realm? The god quickly regained his composure as if he had just understood something. I see now. As he walks beside Sun through a forest, he deduces that you were forced here by some system and find yourself on a battlefield of the gods, right? Sangyun looked directly at the god with a serious expression and said, yes, I want to know what is happening here. Please enlighten me. The egg. God began to explain as an image of a planet devastated by a divine war appeared, showing that this planet had been submerged in a cosmic battle involving all the gods. Another image appears showing a planet divided into two opposing halves. The battle is split into the Order faction and the Chaos faction, with both sides continuously fighting. And until it ends, no one can escape from this place. They stand before a giant divine barrier, and the explaining god says that this barrier was created by three ancient gods, a colossal wall. Even the dark gods and demons cannot leave. Sangyun was amazed as images of familiar gods appeared in his mind. Are the dark god and the demon god also here? Then maybe the dragon god is somewhere nearby. He asked an important question. So why doesn't the challenge tower intervene in the god's battle? The enlightened god looked at him with a bewildered expression. The challenge tower? The deity asked again with genuine confusion. What is that? Sunan was just as surprised. You don't know about the trial tower? A flash of realization crossed Sun's mind as the image of the tower appeared. That means this is the time before the challenge tower appeared. They stop in front of a magnificent structure. The divine witness announces, all right, we have arrived. He introduces this holy site as being protected by a great guardian.
the dwelling of the three ancient gods of the Order faction. Since we have come this far, let me make a suggestion. He clearly stated his position. I hope this war of the gods will end even a day sooner. That is my stance, so I seek your assistance. God Minchong smiled softly. Don't worry, I don't ask for help for free. He made an enticing offer. The ancient divine seats of the Order faction will create anything you need based on your contributions. Sangyun turned away, ready to act. Don't worry, I was already planning to accept your request. Hurry up and move faster because we are on this battlefield and I need to meet the ancient divine relics. God Mingzheng looked on and said thank you. On the way, God Mingzheng warned with a serious expression. One more thing, be careful with the ancient divine relics of the Order. You never know what they might be plotting. He explained further, I think they are better than the Chaos faction, and I am also allied with Order, but I don't really like them. With a gloomy face, he revealed the reason behind their unfulfilled ambitions. They have started a war among the gods. As they entered a magnificent golden sanctuary, the notification system activated, leading them into the sacred garden temple. Through the foundation of creation, forsaken divinity and souls will flow into the wielder. Sangyun looked around at the architecture with an incredulous expression. Are you kidding me? This is the challenge tower, right? A feminine voice interrupted him. An uninvited guest. I see now. And who are you? Another woman with a hood appears, her voice filled with sorrow. The gods have become blind due to their thirst for worship. None of them care about the world anymore. She revealed her face with glowing eyes and said, that's why we need someone capable of killing all the gods. An all-powerful being who surpasses all gods. Sanjian immediately recognized her from when she was gathering divine energy from the sacred relic on the island. The God of Enlightenment said to the woman who just arrived, God of Enlightenment, perhaps you don't want to see me either, right? Anyway, since there are guests, I should introduce myself. She raised her hand, saying, in this group, there is the God of Creation, the God of Law, and the God of Magic. She pulls down her hood to reveal her beautiful face shining with divine light. Among them, I am the God of Creation. Sangyun looked at her, his mind connecting the dots of the gods of creation, law, and magic. He recalled the image of the divine catalog appearing in the tower. I saw their divine power in the tower's holy catalog. The list of deities confirms his suspicion even more. Could it be a coincidence that the divine powers of the tower match those three ancient gods, and that their names are exactly the same? He glanced at a nearby statue that looked just like himself. The statue of the tower next to me is too strange to be just a coincidence. With a determined look, he reached a final conclusion. This is definitely it. This can no longer be dismissed as a misunderstanding or coincidence. The god of creativity stepped closer, looking tired and annoyed. Hey, I heard from the gods that we are very grateful for the help you've given our side. But what are you doing here? If not, Xiun will choke the creator, her eyes wide with horror as she takes a step back in shock. Sangyun looks at her with a cold gaze and asks, challenge me, or what will you do? The god of creation clenched his teeth, grabbing his collar in anger and helplessness. She grits her teeth and says, just do as you wish. He responds coldly, I have no intention of responding to someone who suddenly resorts to threats. At that moment, a system notification sounded. The god of transcendence and death reveals his full divine stature, with the enlightened god standing behind. Horrified by this terrifying level of divine power, an ancient Xiun deity turns to look at the creative god. Yes, so should we fight or not? Immediately, the creator god changed his attitude, forcing a bizarre, awkward smile. How about we make a small compromise? She raised her hand to signal reconciliation. Sanun squinted suspiciously, then agreed to the compromise. Creative? God sighs in relief and tries to explain. All right, I understand. Now I see you are an ancient deity. I hope you understand that our initial reaction was due to your presence. No, actually because the egg god brought me here, I think we can rest assured now. I suspect that the egg god intends to kill me. The egg of the divine spirit frowned and snapped. He's quite diligent, isn't he? Ha, don't fool yourself. He turned his back and walked away, his voice full of disgust. I chose only the most effective way to escape this cage called the God's Battle. I never agreed to it. Disgusting when only the two of them are left, the creator god smiles. So since even the god of wisdom has left, shall we continue our conversation? You seem to have many questions, so I will honestly answer two of them. You asked about the creative god, the law god, and the magic god. What is their relationship with the challenge tower? The god of creation looked genuinely confused. What exactly is that challenge tower? She continued. I need to know what this challenge tower is before I can give a proper answer. A system notification appears.
The Fire Dragon Eye skill confirms the opponent is not lying. Sang-gyun changed the question to "Don't worry, stay calm," and said, "I want to hear about the original purpose of your god's battle." The god of creation rises into the vast universe, revealing his ambitions. Together with the law and magic gods, we only want to become the rulers of this universe. Nothing more, nothing less. She clasped her hands together and concluded her explanation briefly. "All right, that's enough. That's a sufficient answer." She returns to the main point. "Back to the main issue, you said you would fight for our order's side, right? If you accumulate enough contributions to win." She looks at him with a knowing gaze. "We will create a sacred relic or item of your choice as a reward." The scene shifts to an ancient clock tower standing tall under the moonlight. How could something so strange happen, a force that defies heaven's will? An old god with a long beard nervously said, "I have seen many possible futures, but none like this. I don't know where, but something has gone seriously wrong." Another god with sharp purple eyes hypothesizes that perhaps the timeline itself has been distorted. A wizard-hatted deity sighs wearily. "It's been a long time since I had to deal with the dark god and the demon god, so convincing the dragon god as well will be exhausting." A fierce battle erupts as gods and mythical creatures clash in a storm of energy. A muscular god swings a giant axe, wiping out enemies in a chaotic battle. The god of creation whispers into San's ear, "The Western Front is struggling. Lead that battlefield to victory. If you do, I will create whatever you choose." He thought to himself, "I don't like this." But she continued, "By obtaining the divine seal, you will gain the divine power of the tower." Jam Chugu called Hans-gyun to rise, and he was surprised as a terrible explosion of golden energy erupted from the ground, destroying everything around. Amidst the mystical purple aura, a figure was transforming, and the divine system notification for bodily incarnation had been activated. Cyan's eyes flashed with a blazing red light as an important message appeared. The dragon god has appeared on the Western Front. In the dark space, the dragon god walked slowly, her footsteps echoing in the silence. She whispers with a tired and gloomy face, "I feel so constrained," she wondered, her voice full of confusion. "What am I?" Her purple eyes gleamed with painful determination. "I won't." She lay on her back, exhausted, but determined to declare she wanted this no longer. She resolutely gave up her role. "I don't want it to become the dragon god." The dragon god descends onto the desolate land. Facing Sang-gyun standing in the distance, surrounded by streams of light, Sang-gyun muttered with surprised eyes as he recognized the being before him. "Dragon god Long." Long god looks at him with a calm but meaningful voice. "It's you. What should have been in this universe has disappeared, and what shouldn't be here has appeared. Twisting fate. Time god? That damn annoying fairy was right." He wonders about the god of time. The dragon god turns away, his voice filled with contempt. "Forget it. You seem to be aligned with the forces of order, but I will let you live. Never appear before me again. You who are almost human, but the worm is unshaken." He steps forward. "No, I cannot retreat here. I have a proposal for you." He makes a peace offer. "Please tell me what your purpose is for coming here. If our interests align, we don't need to fight." He quietly considers his mission. "I only need to handle this Western Front." He reaffirmed to Long Than that there is no reason for us to fight him. Suddenly, he shouted in surprise as a stream of energy burst from her hand. "What?" Long Than explains with the tone of despair. "There is not a single moment in any timeline where our interests align. Why is there nothing in this universe capable of fulfilling my wish?" She roared in fury. "Unleash all your power, so move aside. You're bothering me." The system announces a devastating attack. The divine lightning rain has been activated, unleashing thunderstorms that interfere with the concept of divinity. Amidst the storm, Sang-gyun declares firmly, "The foolish battle of these gods is over." He rushed towards her, explaining the urgent situation. "Do you know what it means that the gods of darkness and evil have gone to finish the northern, eastern, and southern fronts? They will wipe out everyone, regardless of which side they belong to." Long Than gritted her teeth, her anger all directed at Seonan. "It is because of the forces of order that this whole battle of the gods has begun. If you don't look away from my sight, I will kill you too." Sang-gyun realizes the inevitable. It seems we cannot escape this battle. He drives his sword into the ground. A blazing surge of energy erupts. "I have my own reasons for not backing down." The system notification of fighting spirit has allowed the challenger to Hanseonan to increase their power according to their spirit. His power surged. The fighting spirit attribute boosted all stats by 200 times. He looked her in the eye as she said nothing in this universe could fulfill her wish. Sang-gyun clenched his fist, energy exploding, and made a promise. "I promise you this. The final notifications appeared, and the divine power was activated. All stats increased exponentially, proportional to the gap in strength between you and your opponent. Sang-gyun concentrates a blazing energy sphere between his hands, staring directly at Longthan and Hua, finally giving her the answer she wants to hear. System notifications keep appearing, and the star expansion skill has been strongly activated. All types of stars expand significantly, boosting maximum performance up to 4 times. With his glowing blue eyes and determined expression, he roars to honor all the generosity she has shown him, then unleashes a massive stream of energy towards her. Overwhelmed by the energy, the dragon god looks up with utmost suspicion. I must be fading. Her system also reacts. The wind's divine blessing skill is activated strongly, increasing speed by a 170%. Seonen's fist, blazing with red energy, rushes straight at her face. She only has time to be stunned. Are there others beyond me in this universe who can manipulate holy light? He launched a chaotic attack, a move he could freely transform, and then stared intently at her. The Dragon Lord has caught his fist, a curious and excited smile appearing on his face. Who exactly are you? Sang-gyun just glanced coldly and replied, That's a secret. A flash of green energy flickered around his eyes, signaling another skill. The unique misdirection technique was activated powerfully. You will launch a perfect counterattack limited to the final strike. He executes a flawless counter, spinning around and delivering a powerful punch to Longthan. His fist sank deep into her stomach. He. Longthan was knocked back, but instead of pain, she burst into wild laughter as red energy erupted from her body. Seonen looked at her, wondering if this was not a dream, as a spark of awareness and excitement ignited in Longthan's purple eyes. Finally, I have found someone. She grinned sharply with a greedy smile. An air, a flood of memories rushing into her mind. The prayers of other creatures. The dragon god. Primordial dragon, please bless me. Dragon god, grant me the strength to defeat the demon gods and his minions. A warrior. I want to become a warrior. She remembers her status, revered but also very lonely. All dragons will worship and respect you. Ruler of the universe, loneliness gnaws at me. I feel so confined. What am I? She wondered in despair why no one asked for her name. Long God. Is that all I am? Is that what I am? A rising desire. I want it. What am I? That desire turns into an obsession. I want it. I want it. I want it. It's not a noble title. It's not this official title. The dragon god shed a single tear, forming a crown of longing. What she truly desires is to have her own name, her personal name. She decides to give up everything. I no longer want to be the dragon god. She cast aside the fate and duties that came with the title of Long God, and sank into a sea of gold, searching for rebirth. I want a real life of my own. A glimmer of hope appeared as she saw a vision. There, the planet I passed by to create a disciple, I saw another god passing down divine power to their successor, just as he did for his own. Can I do that too? A dream begins to blossom. Longthan's eyes start shining with hope. The dream of a connection. That is not impossible. She can find her own successor. They will call each other by name, become friends. She finds her purpose, a successor like parent and child, friends. She looked at Sun Ka and said, I will have you or anything that can help ease my loneliness. The dragon god charged at him with a crazed obsession. Even if I have to give up everything in this war of the gods, I will have you and only you. If I must do so. That kind of forced lecture. Sang-gyun smirked, realizing the situation is more complicated than he thought. The dragon god feels a strong possessive urge towards you. This could get worse than I expected. The two face each other, her smile full of greed, while he remains strangely calm. Don't be afraid. Longthan transforms into a more ferocious form and attacks with all his strength. He is caught by her, as I said before. I will let you live. She grinned eerily, or rather, I will never let you die. The system announces. Longthan looks at you with a fierce greed in his eyes, and he responds to her promise with his own vow. Then I also have something to promise you. He disappeared right before her eyes, his instantaneous stepping power activated. He appears behind her with a cunning smile on his face. Since she came here in a form, not her true self, it doesn't matter if this body dies, right? He rushes forward at an incredible speed, uttering a threatening reassurance. Don't worry. The two face each other in that moment, both smiling with confidence and madness. He promises that this incarnation will end without pain. A massive purple energy explosion engulfs the battlefield, marking the beginning of an earth-shattering war. Cyan's fist delivers a lightning-fast blow to Longthan's face. She threw a punch in reply, laughing wildly with eyes full of confidence and challenge. You think you can fight me? He gritted his teeth, acknowledging her strength.
Not bad, she's challenging, but how about this one? As a brilliant white energy burst from her, the holy light was activated. Sangyun responded by unleashing a similar energy stream, but with a more deadly aura. The unique power of the holy light has been activated, creating a starry glow infused with divine death. The two opposing energies clash, resulting in a blinding explosion of light. The force of the collision creates a massive fireball explosion that scorches the ground, pushing Sangyun back by the power of the blast. The dragon god roars wildly. Now the successor has come to me. Sangyun extends his hand to activate a new skill, a swirling blue energy sphere on his palm. The Supreme Legend adjusts the soul level to match the target. The blue energy streams surround the long god in amazement. All your levels will match the target within 4 minutes. She grits her teeth in doubt. You have made our divine and soul levels equal. Someone like you, a mere mortal? She charged with terrifying speed, her eyes blazing with obsession. Do you really need to be my successor? She stands on a cliff, looking down at Sangyun with an possessive gaze. I will not give you to anyone else. Sangyun stands firm, his gaze becoming sharp. If you refuse to come willingly, I have no other choice. Long God's smile turned cruel. I will take you with me, even if I have to crush all your limbs to do it. The dragon god stomped his foot down, activating a new divine power. The Dragon Eye divine power has been activated. He stares down at the ground, using divine energy to interfere with all objects, phenomena, and laws within range. The ground beneath Sangyun suddenly transforms into a giant wall, rushing straight toward him. Sangyun's eyes widened in shock at the sudden change of the battlefield. The giant earthen wall continued to rise, blocking all his escape routes. Longthan looks down from above and reactivates his skill. The divine power of Thunderstorm has been triggered. She smiled smugly as the golden lightning shattered the dirt wall. I win. A cold voice rang out. No, Sangyun was right above, delivering a thunderous punch. The decision is lightning. His fist emits a brilliant golden light as a final skill is activated, and the blessing divine power is triggered. He used divine energy to bypass external divine power once. He gathered his strength, and a blazing red energy explosion erupted from the ground as he charged forward. The system announced that the Wind's Blessing skill had been activated. All speeds increased by 180%, and she let out a cry of pain upon impact. Kulongthan couldn't withstand the power of the attack either. Grinding his teeth and crying out, "Jik!" Sound looked at her and coldly declared the end. This is the end. A deadly purple energy envelops him. The death attribute has been activated. The death attribute controls the fate of all affected by it. Long Shen looked up in despair as a different kind of energy began to corrode her. The parasitic tree's divine power has been activated. It absorbs and controls vitality. He stands over her disintegrating body, unleashing all his power. The ultimate divine authority of the purest Death Seeker has been activated. Everything that touches the power of death will be drained of vitality, mana, and divine energy, leading to death. He reaches out his hand to her. I know you're very strong, Dragon God, but she cannot stop this. Longthan lies on the ground, his body gradually vanishing, weakly saying, you cannot escape destruction if affected by the death divine power, because her soul, body, and demon will perish. She whispers that this is different from what you told me before. A bitter smile appeared on her lips. You said you would give me a peaceful ending. It hurts so much I want to scream. She really is like her. The person I have to face is too strong, so it's unavoidable. He looked down at her, wanting to end her quickly, but it wouldn't be that easy. She muttered, PH, arrogant. Even as she fades away, she still looks at him with pride. I know you're an ancient god, but you're quite proud. He smirked. You wouldn't last a second if I came here myself. But she whispered in surprise, even though this is just a form, this is the first time I have lost so far. A peaceful smile appeared on her cracked face. I don't know why, but losing to you doesn't feel so bad. Actually, it's liberation. The god of fate controls death itself. She makes one last offer. It's a waste to let someone like you rot here. Won't you come with me? Sun remained silent, taking a shard from her body and firmly refusing. No, I have something I need to do here. I can't go with you. She accepted his answer. All right. I don't know what you want from this fight, but I will come for you when I recover. I hope you stay safe until then. A voice sounded from behind. Hanzian, don't you find anything strange about this battle? He replied without turning his head. No, I definitely can feel it. He stood beside the vanished body of the dragon god, pondering that the time god might have realized this world is a lie, What should have existed in this universe had disappeared, and what shouldn't have appeared had emerged, distorting fate. He places his hand on her and says, "This is the first thing I must do." Dra's soul system has been absorbed. The divine power of Long Thon has been stored as a latent ability, a blazing red energy enveloping him. The conditions have been met and he begins the process of assimilating the new power. The dragon god's divine calculation tries to merge with your ego and memories. A blazing pillar of light erupts, ending the trial. In another place, Long Than was truly sitting on her broken throne. How much time had passed, her eyes filled with indescribable exhaustion. The answer was decided from the start. A memory resurfaces, and the dragon god has wandered to find someone to pass on the power of the first dragon. She never longed for her own power. She only thought she could leave everything behind if she found a successor. A blue lantern shoots up from the endless water. She whispers, "Enough." Her tears turn into floating pearls and then shatter. "It's okay. I don't need a successor." She has accepted the truth. Even after wandering through the universe, she sits curled up in loneliness, tears welling up. Nothing can inherit the power of the dragon god. She sobs, "I am always alone." Since time began, Sangyun has appeared in her memories. Yes, she has accepted reality, he thought to himself. But she looked up at him with tearful eyes and weakly asked, "Can I still dream?" Sangyun remained silent. She dreams of a day when she will be free, to lay down these burdens and be called by her own name. With a dream that could never come true, she decided to wait for someone to call her name. Sangyun gently told her. She must have been very tired after all that time. He sat down beside her, feeling lonely and exhausted with no one to talk to. He continued, knowing there was no one here to listen, so she must have endured it alone. He looked at her with determined eyes, but she was no longer alone. He looked up and promised, "I will help you fulfill your dream." A notification appeared, stating that Long God's divine nature would not be fully accepted until your level increased. He stood up, turned his back to her, and declared firmly, "I will become your successor. The system confirms you have unlocked the Long God's heir achievement." Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. A small fireball appears. It is the messenger of the god of creation. Is anyone there? "Can you hear me? It will get worse if you stay there, so go back to the Order Forces camp." Sajion asked what was wrong with the god of creation, and the messenger explained that the gods of darkness, demons, dragons, and even the god of time were all involved with them. The gods of the Great Central League have all allied to cause chaos. The messenger warns that if you don't return now, everything could end before I can do what I promised you. San looked at the fireball and said, "I will wait until you come back." The flames disappear. The Divine Voice Project has ended. The Divine Witness appears. "A warrior like you, I thought you could defeat the Dragon God's avatar." The scene shifts to a ruined battlefield. The front line, the Divine Witness side. A high-ranking god with future-type time magic. A rare kind of deity. A cloaked figure appeared, and I could also see the future, so I was glad to meet someone else. That person approached the dying Divine Witness. "Hey, you're about to die, right? Can you show me the future with your ability?" He recounted, "I used my divine power and concepts to reveal the future and was able to survive. But something strange happened," and he continued with a panicked expression, "because for some reason I couldn't see the future. It's like looking into darkness." The god of wisdom remembered how he told the time god what he saw, and he laughed like a madman. The god of time said, "Just as I thought, time and space have been distorted. This entire battle was meaningless." He revealed a shocking truth. The god's battle has long been over. The Divine Witness was stunned. It ended long ago. The god of time explained, a staged setting for someone, where the winner and the loser have already been decided. The seed of ascension will devour everything and be tempered in chaos to become the vessel of a supreme being. Sangyun asks the witness, "You told this story to the ancient gods of the Order faction." The witness of the gods snapped, "Of course not. I have no intention of telling those fools." Sangyun stands up. "Anyway, thank you for answering my question. Maybe now I should go to the creator god." The god of wisdom replied, "Understood. I also have matters to attend to here." Sao said, "Then let's go," and stepped through a glowing gate, flying into a vibrant, colorful space. Entering the divine kingdom, a paradise garden built on creativity, divinity, and soulless spirits, flowing into the wielder. "The creator god has been waiting. I thought you would arrive late due to the battle with the dragon god." The god of creation stands amidst the glow, offering a bitter smile. "But you arrived sooner than expected." The system reports that the creator god looks at you with a forced smile, while a majestic deity in splendid armor frowns at him. So that ancient god was the one who barged in without caring about the great divine barrier. The system says the law god frowned when looking at you. Another mysterious god, hooded and enigmatic, speaks softly. I hear you share our intentions from now on. Let's live in harmony. The system describes the magical body watching you and praying to the creator god of sand. Honestly, I really want to sit down and talk with everyone for a long time, but there's no more time for that. She smiled cunningly. You know that the divine essence and souls being absorbed now can be recycled, right? Sean gritted his teeth as he realized the horrifying truth. The so-called factions of order and chaos are just a pretext. This battle is only the beginning to harvest divinity and souls into the tower. He looks directly at them. His eyes cold. But even that is about to end. The god of creation declares with a drunken look. Until we complete our utopia, there's only one step left. Sang-gyun couldn't believe what he was hearing. What am I hearing? Supernatural gods and death. The god of creation explains their plan, the result of accumulating countless divine powers and souls contained within this tower. She stepped closer and made a proposal. I will give you the reward you want right now, but in exchange, I need you to do something for me. She lifts his chin, her eyes mesmerizing. Killing the god of time. She leans in close as if to kiss him. I will give you a power capable of breaking even the immortality of the ancient gods. So, what do you say? She whispers that instead of helping me create utopia, which everyone desires, you will become a god killer who destroys the very concept of immortality of the ancient gods. The truth finally becomes clear in Sion's mind. Is the battle just a staged play to gather divine essence and souls? Is that the truth? He let out a bitter laugh. Ha! A supreme being. Yes. The god of creation smiles. So basically, a sharp blue energy suddenly pressed against her neck. She looked down at the terrifying energy blade. You want me to act exactly as you wish. Sang-gyun looked at her with a cold gaze, like some kind of supreme puppet, right? The divine superbeing system announces and falls silent before the treachery. The god of creation is panic-stricken. The saint seems to have some misunderstandings. Please withdraw your power. Sang-gyun said sharply, It's a misunderstanding. You stand among three gods, surrounded by a blazing sea of fire. You have secretly tried to erode my essence and mind with divinity and soul. You are offering a poisoned cup disguised as power. The super-divine system and death stare fiercely at the three ancient gods. The god of creation asked again, So you planned to make me your slave? Well then, I will not justify myself anymore. But isn't that strange? She argued. Until you appeared, no one knew that the supreme god and death existed. So I started to think. A shadow covered Sionin. Maybe the root of all the abnormalities in this battle is standing right in front of me. Isn't that so? All three gods shouted in unison, Hurry up and answer me! The supreme god and death. Answer me. Sang-gyun looked at the confused god of creation. I will make a proposal. What is it? He clenched his fist. I will bring the god of time to the brink of death. But I want to double the prize money you promised. Look me in the eye and I want it now. He leaned close to her ear, his voice threatening. If you dare to refuse my offer, I will reveal everything you are plotting inside with whichever faction I prefer. So be careful. Then, at another location, the divine egg waits as Sang-gyun's shadow appears. You're here! Sang-gyun faces him. I've been waiting for you. The divine witness was surprised. Wait a moment. The god of wisdom laughs cunningly. You never know what might happen, do you? Those foolish dreamers might have tried to harm you. If that happened, even though I am weak now, I will still help you escape. Sang-gyun turns away. Well, it turns out that wasn't necessary after all. I've always wondered. He looked confused. I don't understand. He questioned the divine being. Why are you so kind to me? Even though I am just a mortal, why would you go so far? Because of me. His eyes shone brightly. You even were willing to sacrifice your life to help me. There's no reason for Than Min Chung to go this far for me. The divine witness turned away, and even I wasn't entirely sure. He looked back, a mysterious smile on his lips. From the very first moment I saw you, I felt a strange, unfamiliar feeling. As if you knew me, but I had no idea who you were, so is that why I said that? Sionin was stunned. What on earth are you talking about? The god of proof emphasizes. You don't know? You should know better than anyone else. The scene shifts to a mountain range under the moonlight, so now I ask you, what kind of relationship do we have? Sang-gyun fell silent at the question and the system notification. The god of proof stared at you with intense suspicion. You have achieved the feat of despairing crisis. In another place, a voice echoes.
The young brat who couldn't read his own future has grown a lot. The dark god looks down at the time god sitting on his throne. God of time? System description. The dark god sneers at the arrogant kid and threatens. Arrogant kid, why don't you get out of the way right now? If you keep annoying me, I'll be less inclined to show mercy. The god of time responds firmly. I didn't come here without thinking. I have prepared a countermeasure just for this moment. Another voice interjected. Enough, dark god. The light god appears in a radiant halo. Even the pitiful time god, I hope you will show mercy. The light god's system announces its desire to avoid violent conflict further, and the dark god turns to question, you promised me, the demon god and the dragon god, that if we lent you our power, the war among the gods would end. But that promise was not kept, she said through gritted teeth. So why do you dare to ask for mercy now? The god of time reveals a shocking truth. No, the god's battle has already ended. This world is just an illusion, created by the seed of ascension. He continued to speculate. Maybe you, the demons and dragons, even I could all be fake. In short, an image of Sangyun surrounded by blazing red energy appears. This is all a story created to grasp supreme power through the seed of ascension. I won't beat around the bush anymore. I have a proposal. He pointed to the sky, urging to ascend to the real world above. Whether the truth exists or not, we will go. Sangyun's shadow stands on a collapsing world. Once the ascension seed completes its task, it will wipe out this world along with all of us. He proposed a bold plan, but if we can control the body where the seed resides and reach the world, it might not be impossible. If the three ancient gods and I, along with the light god, join forces and he extends his hand to invite us, should we ascend to the real world together? Sangyun looks at the egg god with a questioning gaze. You were even willing to give your life to support me. I don't think the divine witness has any reason to go that far because of me. The god of proof turned away awkwardly. I'm not entirely sure either. He looked back, a mysterious smile spreading on his face. Since the first time I saw you, I've felt a strange, unfamiliar sensation, as if you already knew me, but I had no idea who you were at all. Sangyun looked confused. What are you talking about? Then Minchung emphasized. Don't you know? I think you're the one who knows best. Since the scene shifts to a mountain range under the moonlight, I asked you this. His yellow eyes narrowed, full of suspicion. What exactly is your relationship with me? The divine witness system gazes at you with deep suspicion. Sangyun fell silent at the question as a new achievement appeared. Desperate crisis unlocked. The god of wisdom changes his question, so let me put it differently. Why would an ancient god treat someone as insignificant as me with such respect? Why do I sense the lingering aura of a holy relic I created on him? Sangyun thought. The residual aura of a holy relic. You are talking about the mirror of dark purity, and he has decided not to hide it anymore. It's no coincidence that the aura of the sacred relic is emanating from you. I can no longer conceal it. The divine witness was surprised. First, Shion suggested we move somewhere else, and the two of us went to a cliff overlooking the valley. Sangyun began to explain. Even though I am just an ordinary mortal, the divine witness somehow favored me, and helped me many times. I look at the divine witness with gratitude and say simply, you are my benefactor. He continued, and you said I carry the aura of a holy relic. He held the mirror in his hand. That holy relic too, you gave it to me to prepare for what's coming. The divine witness finally understood. I see now. So I have shown favoritism to you even when you are still just a mortal. That's why you show so much respect. He has come to realize a painful truth. This world is not the real world, and I am not real either. I am just an illusion. He continued. I had my doubts after hearing what the time god said, but still, why is it like this? I didn't want to face the truth, but I can't run from it like I used to. He calls out his name desperately. The divine witness. The divine witness shedding tears and trying to deny it. I am part of the process of proving everything, so it's hard to see me as fake. That's why I pretended not to recognize him, so that doubt wouldn't arise. A blue sphere of light enveloped him. Thanks to you, I have had the courage to face the truth. He looked at San with gratitude. So can I borrow your shoulder? I want to see what you have proven lies beyond that door. Sangyun looks at him and the truths he has uncovered so far. Do they both fly together into the vast starry universe? Godming's certification comments. I understand now. You started fighting with the goal of becoming stronger. He continued, saying you faced the harsh truth of losing loved ones and even changed your destiny. That is truly impressive evidence. A golden pillar of light surrounds them. Maybe that's why, thanks to you, I finally know what I need to do. I have made a firm decision. God of Enlightenment reaches out his hand, saying, even if this is all just a dream, I will simply do what must be done.
He takes a mirror and grants power to those who prove themselves. That is the path I have chosen. He told Sun, I have to do the same in this artificial world as I did for you in the real world. He handed Sun a golden mirror. This sacred object was crafted by carving my divinity and soul, shaped to fit your evidence. Take it. His divine power and soul. The system displays information about the sacred object. Unwavering faith. A mirror of the bearer, forged from unshakable faith and the divine essence of an ancient god. The unique effect steals a divine concept from the opponent and uses it for 10 minutes. However, it cannot be activated unless the user and the opponent share the same level of divinity and soul. Sangyun roared in doubt. Did you give me a holy relic by sacrificing your divinity and soul? Are you crazy? He shouted in despair. You could die because of this. Defer. Sangyun looked at him seriously and resolutely. I don't want to live as a god by resorting to cowardly actions. Thenmin warns. There is no more time. The god of time will come for you soon. He reassures him. Don't be afraid. Sangyun watched as the figure of the god of time approached, having earned the right to dream of becoming a transcendent being. He clenched his fist and said, O divine being with both authority and will, step forward. God of Wisdom looked at him with a trusting gaze. Show them, he continued with a warm smile on his face. Show them that you have become stronger because of your precious companions. Show them what you have proven. He smiled brightly. Isn't that what it means to become a transcendent being? Sangyun realizes the truth in his eyes. You are not an ordinary imposter, even if all of this is just a dream. He looks at the divine with reverence. The way the divine lives, the pride he shows, and his choices and decisions are true beliefs. The golden eyes of the divine witness gleamed with satisfaction as he smiled peacefully. It's truly a lucky day. Thanks to you, I can end my life not as a fake, but as something real. Sangyun stands amidst the flames. You have also granted me the power and will to move forward. He bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. The god of time appears with a condescending tone. Is our conversation over? You've made me wait for an entire millennium. The seed of ascension, he looked down at Sun. You know I came here to catch you, right? Sangyun turns back to face him. Oh, really? But I have no intention of being captured by someone like you. The god of time looks pleased. Oh, and what does that mean? Sangyun drew his sword, a blazing red energy surrounding him. He launched a powerful attack that shattered the ground, but the time god easily blocked it. The notification system, the first divine shield activation, allows absolute defense against the initial attack. The time god sneers, Ha, the seed of ascension. Do you really think I would fall for such a pathetic attack? That's incredibly stupid. Sangyun unleashes a deadly purple energy. The death divine system and the evil spirit eater have been activated. He roars, ruling over all death while controlling the divine system. He looks directly at the god of time. This is the end. A massive pillar of energy erupts, engulfing everything. The god of time remains calm. Is that so? My fate is to lose. I have prepared an insurance policy for situations like this, he said smugly. Therefore, you cannot win. And familiar shadow stands alongside the god of time. Ah, you! A haunting voice echoes, a person I have never seen anywhere before, a child with unprecedented strength and talent. The dark god realizes the truth. So this is truly an artificial world, not the real one. The dark god system monitor looks at you with a forced smile. The god of light clenched his fists and said, I want to live. The god of light roared that no matter what happens, I absolutely do not want to die. The system notification of the light god looks at you with hostility. I let out a sigh. Ah, you have fallen into the swamp of death. Strange child, the dark god continues. Even now that you fear us, you still do not run away. The dark god extends his hand in response. A voice echoes in Sion's mind, Mighty One, with resolve and will, move forward. He replied, I will show you. Show them what you have proven, to prove myself before you. He drew his sword. I cannot retreat. The super divine system notification and death in a fighting stance. The dark god praises excellently, facing death, but you do not retreat. I don't remember the last time I saw such an impressive child, not only talented enough to become an ancient god, but also pure to this extent. It's tragic. The dark god said, if all of this is real, I will quietly watch your story with anticipation. But that cannot be. She looked at the sun. If all of this is nothing but a dream that will vanish upon waking, there is no need to hesitate anymore. She unleashes her power. The only choice is to ensure you live with me from now on. System message.
The dark god feels a fierce desire to possess you as a purple whirlwind of energy surrounds Sionun. The dark magic god activated, creating a shadow made of divine power to target him. He easily cut through the tornado. Don't worry, child. A new world will await you when you open your eyes again. Just relax and rest. Sangun silently thought that fighting 3 ancient gods at once was really tough. The light god touched his head from another room, which would hurt a little, but it would be okay. Death does not affect our gods. The god of light unleashes his power. Take a moment to rest between darkness and light. The light attribute system has been activated, creating a holy light that destroys divine power and souls. Sangun gazes directly into the blinding light. This is the end. Another challenging voice echoes from the void. Is there no death for the gods? A blazing golden light rushes down, blocking the attack of the light and shadow gods. Stop causing trouble with my successor and step back. The dragon god has truly arrived. Her purple eyes flare with fury. I am about to kill. She unleashes a destructive wave of energy from the ground, knocking the light god away, and he is stunned. Could such a minor shockwave really defeat both darkness and light? He looked at the dragon god flying over the battlefield and exclaimed in amazement, "Ridiculous." Segyun recognized the person who just saved him. The dragon god descended, embracing him tightly. He was stunned by the dragon. I told her I would come as soon as I regained my strength. She looked at me with gentle and affectionate eyes. The system heir announces, "The dragon god smiles at you." He remembers her promise and smiles. She said she would come find him. I will come to find you as soon as I regain my strength. Longthan turned back and said, I thank you for coming to help me. She interrupted. If you are grateful, will you agree to become my successor? He scratched his head, looking confused. Yes, of course. But the 3 over there are the god of time, the god of light, and the god of darkness, standing there with unfriendly expressions. The god of darkness spoke first. God. Long, what are you doing? Where did you come from? Isn't that a bit rude? And it's not right to have that child under your command. To her, that child means nothing more than inheriting her responsibilities. She objects, but I can fully awaken its potential. She speaks sharply, so step aside. The dark god system feels a strong sense of disgust towards Longthan. Long God sneered, no way. Sejiun, standing behind Long God, declared, I have no intention of handing over my successor to you. The god of darkness chuckled. Why don't you step back? I pity you, Longthan. Don't you realize I've shown mercy? Longthan challenged, why don't you try forcing me aside and see what happens? The 2 sides face each other, the tension reaching its peak as a battle erupts among the gods, with destructive energies colliding violently. The dragon god whispered to Songyun before charging into battle. Heir, this will be a brief farewell. She smiles and says she will return to you after she finishes talking with the dark god, so stay put. Songyun nods and accepts his mission. All right, I will face the gods of time and light. The god of time sighed. TS really is an unfortunate development, a complication that has disrupted our plans. He orders the light god, my plan must be accelerated. Hold on to the heavenly seed so he can't escape. I will see you again later. The seed of ascension. The time. God disappears within the magic circles. The time god bids you farewell. Now that you face this god of light, it's just you and me. The god of light suggests, if you don't fight and surrender, we can discuss what to do with you, but that won't happen, right? He unleashes all his power, so I have no reason to keep you alive. The divine light system is activated, creating a holy light that destroys divinity and the soul. He charged with terrifying speed, falling silent before the speed of light, but Sionin easily blocked his attack. Is that all? Is that the speed of light? What? The god of light exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Songyun delivered a powerful blow to his stomach, causing him to fly backward. Songyun looked at the fallen light god, his voice cold and steady. This is what true light speed looks like. A deep scorch mark stretches across the ground, and at the end of the path of destruction, the light god lies motionless, defeated completely. He looked up at Xion with a look of disbelief and whispered, No way, I didn't even see you move. How can you be faster than me? A god of light? The system provides an explanation. The SSS plus Combat Spirit Stone activates the Divine Combat Spirit trait. The Divine Combat Spirit trait has been accumulated, increasing your ability by 10,000 times. Songyun stands in a blazing red aura and explains, At this level of physical ability, I can move faster than you. The achievement system faster than light has been achieved, and the stone in his hand shatters into dust. Songyun thought to himself, It's good I did this earlier. The SSS rank Combat Spirit Stone system has disintegrated, and the light of the divine screams in pain and despair. Unbelievable. Sang-yoon looked down at him and said, "Are you still alive? You seem weaker than when I saw you in the giant tree maze." A voice echoed from his sword. "Well, it seems you completely overwhelmed him physically." Sang-yoon, immersed in a terrifying black aura, declared, "Let's end this." The system of death gods, the evil devourer, and the parasitic tree has been activated. The light god is engulfed in a tornado of dark energy, screaming from a pain he has long forgotten. The light god system groaned in pain after not feeling it for a long time. Then suddenly, another voice echoed. "Oh, I came to watch the show just in case something happens, but this is indeed an interesting scene. High-level concepts like transcendence and death, the destructive divine system, is activated. The destructive energy system sweeps through the target area. Sanjeon quietly suspects that this divine being system of conscious entities facing destructive energy will be destroyed, and the newcomer suddenly appears before Sion to whisper, 'I can't believe you're so happy with someone else instead of me.' The demon god smirked provocatively. 'I'm getting annoyed.' The system of gods and demons smiles at you with a competitive spirit. He quickly blocked Sion's attack on the light god with a flash of lightning, and with a cunning smile explained, 'Because I owe the light god a favor, I can't let you kill him like this. Why don't you fight me? I'm much more fun than him.' Under the immense pressure from the demon god, Sang-yoon's arm started to melt away. He was terrified, thinking about his hand as his entire body began to disintegrate. Sang-yoon grit his teeth as his body shattered. The divine system of annihilation destroys any will that touches the source of destruction. A blazing golden light sphere erupts, protecting Seonan. The blessing system is activated, consuming divine power to grant a one-time banishment that neutralizes external divine attributes. However, the recipient of this blessing cannot receive another for 12 hours. The demon lord looks pleased. "Ho! Can a divine power really refuse other divine powers? Luckily, I came down here just in case something happened. It's an unbelievable stroke of luck." The two exchange blows at a lightning-fast pace. "Sang-yoon, are you surprised? You got punched in the face, and your unique skill was thrown off, causing a powerful misdirection." He executed a perfect counterattack, delivering an absolute counterattack with just the first strike. The attack hit its target flawlessly. He wondered, is it over yet? The demon lord grinned wildly, his eyes gleaming with a cruel delight. "Now, it's my turn." He delivered a powerful kick from above, his foot wrapped in a destructive purple energy, aiming straight at Sang-yoon's raised hands. A massive beam of energy shoots down, engulfing Sang-yoon in absolute power. Sang-yoon grits his teeth, struggles to hold on, and horrifies himself as he realizes that even with all his physical stats multiplied by 10,000, he's still being pushed back. He felt his strength waning and silently despaired, thinking there was no way to win in this situation. In that moment of desperation, a thought suddenly occurred. Just in case, maybe he could negotiate. "Hey, demon, I don't know why someone like you would want to fight someone like me." "I will go on, but can you delay it a little?" The demon interrupted coldly. "Why should I do that?" He burst out laughing. "Fighting you might be even more fun than battling the shadow gods or the dragon gods. I've faced such a formidable opponent in this trivial holy war, and yet you want me to delay it? Don't worry, I know this world is fake. Sooner or later, this illusionary world will come to an end. Before that happens, the demon god approaches his face with a sinister tone. Should I not enjoy this sweetness while I still can, system? Danger, system, you have encountered an opponent too strong to handle. The indomitable will skill activates. The power of the Winter King automatically triggers, and a layer of ice begins to form to protect you. Sang-yoon suddenly remembered Jam Chan-yu's warning. I suddenly recalled what Jam Chan-yu warned me not long ago. Do you think they won't realize that this world is fake? Are Jam Chan-yu's words echoing in your mind? The ancient gods of the real world have a friendly relationship, but when the ancient gods of the fake world face the truth, I wonder if they will still be friendly to you. That's what I mean. Hey, think about the god of proof. Then the god of proof realized that it was also a fake, but still sacrificed its divine concept to help me. I want to trust. But as you, the prisoner, said, the opposite case could also happen. If that happens, I will try to resolve it with words. I hoped that the opposite case would never become reality. The voice of the demon god pulls you back to reality. But do you really think no one else but the god of time would notice? Blue energy enveloped him. Sanjeon dodged the attack while listening to him speak. It was almost unbelievable. That is something anyone would eventually realize. The time god said that time was being distorted because of some impurity appearing somewhere. In other words, this world was created by someone. A false world. Sang-yoon was knocked back by a surprise attack, his face grim with pain. The demon lord looks down at him and concludes, That impurity must refer to you, the one from the real world, who was completely overwhelmed by the Demon Lord's power. The system's final resistance skill activates, nullifying the lethal damage dealt to you. The system of divine power is activated, clearing a path to victory. The Demon Lord simply shrugs and says, "Well, it doesn't matter?" The Demon Lord looks at Sion with an excited voice. "The important thing is that a powerful creature from the real world is standing before me." He looked at the withered flower on the ground and said, "Everything is beautiful, precisely because it has limits." He sat alone among the ruins, reminiscing, "I used to be satisfied just fighting powerful enemies in the past, but why do his eyes look empty after endless battles? Satisfaction has vanished, and everything started to feel like a game." He stands up and steps forward, for a very simple reason. He explains that true life and death battles cannot exist for ancient gods. A female demon appears, her tattered armor, and because they are immortal, she asserts that even when they fight, as long as their divinity and concepts remain, destruction is impossible. The Demon Lord looked at Sun and said, "I see in your power the ability to break even the immortality of an ancient god." His face lit up with extreme enthusiasm, and just that alone makes a true death battle worth experiencing. He unleashes a massive stream of purple energy that engulfs the battlefield. He laughs maniacally, knowing a true fight only ends when one side is dead. The demon system burst into uncontrollable laughter. Sungyun gritted his teeth and cursed. The effect system of the ancient clock of the regression, SSS plus person. He realized from the beginning that there was no choice but to fight. He is determined to go all in or not at all. The Demon Lord raises an eyebrow. "Ho, the disable attack system has been activated." He knew what he had to do. There was only one real choice left. He charged forward with all his might to destroy the Demon Lord. The distance between them shrinks in an instant, he roars in his mind. "Hurry up!" The hero's mythic skill system has been activated in reverse. A powerful aura surrounds his body. All system stats increase by 2.00. He moves at an unimaginable speed, faster than light, a blazing golden beam of destruction shooting straight at the demon god, exploding and flattening everything around him. As the light faded, the two faced each other across the desolate land, the demon and god gazing at him with voices filled with awe and admiration. His blazing red eyes look through Sun. "Do you possess the strength to face me with pure power? Only you." He raised his hand, a series of purple sand marks covering him, as if this was as far as you could go. The system's divine power opponent activates, unleashing deadly strikes on all creatures within range. Sangyun screams in agony as his body is torn apart, unlike him, desperately thinking it's all over. The voice of the demon god echoes with authority. "I am the winner, and you are the loser." Blood drips from the corner of Sionen's eye as he whispers bitterly, "I know you admit the harsh truth that I am the loser. Compared to the three ancient gods, I am nothing. I am still too weak. You face the reality you must accept. I will not run from the truth. Through the ages, the three ancient gods have accumulated countless divine powers, mana, legends, and authority. Even if I die without landing a single blow on them, it's not surprising. Even if he kills me without using divine concepts, it's not surprising. I am simply powerless against their overwhelming strength. Nothing is surprising." The warning from the sealed prison once again echoes as a cruel prophecy. Nothing is surprising. When the ancient gods face the truth, are they still friendly to you? Nothing is surprising. In despair, Sionen clutches his head, the words "nothing is strange" echoing in his mind. He screams inwardly, "I want to believe that the opposite case does not exist." An old flickering TV appears in his mind, along with painful self-doubt. Is wishing that the opposite case doesn't exist, just me trying to avoid my own weakness? A familiar voice echoes. "What are you still hesitating about?" The divine voice's continued encouragement urges him on. "You have earned the right to dream of greatness." The memory of the god appears. Shouldn't you show them? Show them that you have become stronger because of your precious teammates. Remember the final advice of the god, so do not be afraid. Se-gyun stands up to regain his determination. "Yes, you said you would prove that. I walk forward confidently because nothing is strange, which doesn't mean I can give up. I look at my hands and affirm, because I am a supreme being, even in the face of imminent death." He raises the proof mirror, forcing the demon to use his conceptual divine power, the system of unbreakable faith. X, a mirror forged from the unwavering faith and divine power of an ancient god, allows the user to steal a conceptual divine power from an opponent and wield it for 10 minutes. However, it cannot be activated unless the divine power and soul of the user are on par with the target, the demon. God looked at Seon exhausted and thought to himself, for the first time I believed I had found someone I could truly fight a real opponent with. He clenched his fist, but I was mistaken. He looked down at Seonin and said, "You can't go on any longer." He considered delaying our fight for another day. Waiting until I reach a level that satisfies me might not be a bad idea. But then he dismissed that thought, because this world is an illusion. And for a faker like me, time is not so generous. He placed his hand on Sion's neck, ready to end it. "Farewell to my opponent." Sang-gyun looked up and whispered, "Not yet." You smirked defiantly, still not finished. "The system is balancing your soul rank with that of your opponent. The demon is stunned. My soul rank. A blue aura erupts from Sion as the demon screams. Did you reach the same level as me in just a moment? Over the next 4 minutes, all ranks and levels will be balanced with your opponent. The demon is completely stunned. How could this be? Sang-gyun rushes forward like a lightning bolt, delivering a kick to his face that causes the ground beneath them to crack open. With blazing eyes and a twisted smile, Seonin declares, "Now everything is just beginning." The divine system and death smile eerily, fueling his competitive spirit. He silently thought he had almost forgotten this part. A surge of dark energy swirled around him. The divine power system of the soul register is fully activated. Anyone still listed in the soul register for more than 44 minutes will be swallowed by the power of death. The demon is affected by the power. He clutches his chest and growls, "What is this? My divine power is collapsing?" He looked around in confusion and asked what else could it be. A giant soul dragon appears behind Sang-gyun. He declares, "This is your death sentence." The system of death, corruption, and rebirth powers reactivates, erupting from beneath the ground in a fierce blue energy wave that knocks back the demon god. He exclaims in surprise, "Ha, I didn't see this coming." Sang-gyun's body is completely reconstructed within the blue energy column, blood splattering against the rocks as a voice echoes with admiration. The demon goddess licks the blood on her lips, smirking. "Breaking my divine power was a clever move. But unlike other divine powers, my concept of divinity can draw energy from the entire universe. I can replenish it through my followers. My divine power takes the form of demonic energy, removing all limits on my strength, body, and destruction. That evil energy is forcibly drawn from all dark beings in the universe." With a confident look despite being wounded, she asserts, "In the end, no matter how hard you try, my concept of divinity cannot be destroyed." She orders, "Now die." But Sion only looks up, a faint smile on his lips. "You finally used it." A terrifying entity with countless eyes appears behind the demoness. Sang-gyun thinks, "Your divine concept, the condition system, has been met. You refuse to accept death." The demon goddess looked into the void in confusion. "Don't tell me this is the system." The demon god gazes into the darkness in confusion. "Does she realize you're alive again?" The system details the unique soul summoning effect. Once a year, you can refuse death, even in the realm of the gods. A flash of light burst forth, and Seonin was completely revived. The demon goddess smirked, a hint of amusement in her expression. "Ha, you're remarkably resilient." She crossed her arms and calmly said, "Your heart has been pierced by me. You should be dead by now." "You and I both know this battle should have ended already." Sang-gyun stood tall and sharply retorted, "That's just your illusion." The reflection of your image appears in the darkness, reminding her, "Have you forgotten? A fight only ends when one of us is dead." The demon goddess's eyes gleamed with excitement. "We won't have to wait long to find out which of us will die." Sang-gyun replied, "You talk big." She sneered, "Well, I don't intend to persuade you." "The proof of faith." Sion raises his fist. "From now on, I will show you the system of eternal belief. The exclusive belief system of proof can be activated. You activate a system artifact that steals a divine attribute concept from an opponent and allows use for 10 minutes. However, it cannot be activated unless the user's divine attribute and soul level are equal to or higher than the target's. A stream of purple energy is drawn from the female demon into Sion. "I declare I will borrow your demon god's divine power for a while. Once activated, the system will have a cooldown of 1 year. The demon goddess, clutching her chest, screams in shock and pain. "What did you just do?" "A part of the godly power of the demon is transferring to you. The demon system feels both shock and pain from your actions." Her face showed utter confusion as Sang-gyun launched his attack, a new surge of power flowing through his body. The divine and demon power system is activated. He smiles with a sinister grin. The demonic divine system, with divine attributes of the devil, removes all limits on physical power and destruction as he charges straight at the demon goddess, the ground beneath his feet shattering. The demonic divine system forcibly draws power from all dark beings in the universe and is enhanced. She is punched away. Sun Gyun gasped for breath, feeling the destructive force flowing through him. This is when he realizes the true nature of the power he just stole. So, this is a demon god? The three supreme energy spheres, death and demon gods floating before him. But what's even more shocking is that by defeating the demon god, my divine identity is expanding. The three orbs merge and explode. The system through divine power, demons and gods, the divine titles of Hans Chung-Yun's challengers expand, but exactly how this is happening remains unclear. The expansion process is complete, and you grasp the new power in your hands. But now the important thing is to make good use of the demon god's power while there's still time. Han Chung-Yun's divine title system expands into the demon god of supremacy and death. Superiority and death, yes.